Outside a gloomy bronze building, thousands of people huddled together, standing in a dark mass in an open space, waiting silently and anxiously. The cold reminder voice on the radio played mechanically in a loop, repeating one sentence over and over again. Entering the Doomsday game, the only goal is to survive. This sentence was engraved in everyone's mind like a nail. Tang Yu stood in the crowd, frowning, trying to remember every word in the broadcast. His expression was solemn, because he knew clearly that he had entered an unprecedented, dangerous situation. He had only traveled to this parallel world of Blue Star for one day, but he had to face a survival game of life and death. 3 years ago, the Blue Planet suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. As the Earth was captured by the so-called Doomsday game, natural disasters began to occur frequently around the world. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, floods, extreme heat, severe cold, and various deadly viruses appeared one after another, and the original order of the Blue Planet was quickly destroyed. In just half a year, the global population dropped by 80%. The remaining survivors had to build temporary urban bases around the bronze buildings that fell from the sky, and survived by relying on the survival supplies distributed by the bronze buildings after the natural disaster. One of the functions of the bronze building is to randomly select people from each base to enter the Doomsday game every month. These selected people will enter a completely unfamiliar wasteland world and survive in a disaster cycle that repeats every 7 days. Tang Yu is undoubtedly the lucky one this month. As the crowd surged, Tang Yu finally stepped into the bronze hall, and what came into view was a huge portal. Standing in front of the portal, Tang Yu took a deep breath and kept repeating one thought in his mind: survive. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the ruins of an unfamiliar city. The broken buildings, bullet-riddled walls, and debris scattered all over the ground all indicate the catastrophe that this place once experienced. At this moment, a transparent virtual interface suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the panel of the Doomsday game, which clearly displayed the game information. The most eye-catching thing is a scarlet reminder: disaster will come in 7 days, a polar blizzard, lasting for 3 days. Tang Yu's heart sank when he saw the news. Polar blizzard? This meant that he had to quickly find a safe and warm hiding place. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive the 3 days of disaster. He quickly browsed the game interface and found that he had several basic options: hiding place, backpack, chat, and other functions. At this point, the hideout is grayed out, meaning he has not yet found a place to take shelter. Then, he turned on the backpack function, only to see that there were only 5 empty spaces inside. This world had extremely strict restrictions on the carrying of supplies. After a little analysis, he realized that resource management would be particularly critical in the future. Only by allocating items reasonably could they survive in difficult situations. It was getting close to evening, the streets were getting colder, and the sky was getting darker. He had to find a hiding place before dark. However, at this moment, a new prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Doomsday game detected. The Monopoly plug-in is ready. Do you want to bind it? Hearing this prompt, Tang Yu was stunned. He never expected that at such a dangerous moment, he would actually trigger the Golden Finger plugin. Without any hesitation, he immediately answered in his mind: bind! After entering the Super Monopoly plugin, his first step is to find a hiding place to ensure that he can survive the upcoming polar blizzard. This plugin gives him an advantage over ordinary survivors. He is no longer just passively accepting the test of disasters, but can actively improve his living conditions by purchasing real estate, collecting resources, and building facilities. Tang Yu decided to start from an abandoned subway station, use the points given by the system to purchase this property, and then get a safe hiding place. Using the map function of Monopoly, he successfully purchased a subway station, an abandoned, forsaken place beneath the city. Tang Yu's survival strategy gradually became clear: collecting supplies, upgrading subway stations, fighting, and exploring. However, all this was not as smooth as he wished. As he began to kill the refugees around him and obtain spoils, he gradually discovered that the Doomsday game was not just a simple survival challenge, and the secrets hidden behind it became more and more confusing. Every time he kills an enemy, in addition to obtaining supplies, he will occasionally get some strange hints and information. What surprised him even more was that he could occasionally obtain some special construction blueprints and skill books from the enemies he killed, which seemed to help him unlock more facilities and abilities. He began to realize that the real challenge of the Doomsday game was not just supplies and survival, but how to use these mysterious drawings and technologies to unravel the deeper mysteries behind them. On the first day Tang Yu entered the Doomsday game, the progress of obtaining supplies was unexpectedly smooth. Arriving at the hiding place, he sat on the single bed, opened the chocolate and mineral water, and slowly restored his satiety and water. After eating the chocolate, Tang Yu opened the area chat to check the progress of other players. Who is in the shopping mall? Help me, the rebels are behind me. Brothers, there are 5 or 6 refugees near the hotel in the neighborhood. Please be careful. Where should I put the hiding place? Why do I feel unsafe anywhere? Tang Yu quickly scanned the page and saw many players sharing their information. He also saw the change in the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the regional chat. From the initial 1,000 people, it has dropped to 983. This data made Tang Yu's heart tighten. In less than an hour, 17 people had died. The pressure of survival was approaching him again. We can't delay any longer. Tang Yu whispered to himself. He understood that now was the time to make greater efforts for his own living conditions. He finished the chocolate, put the remaining half bottle of water back into his inventory, checked the safety of his pistol, walked out of his hiding place, and moved to other areas of the subway station. Thanks to the subway station map in his mind, Tang Yu knew very well that there were no other players in the station. Despite this, he remained alert, moving carefully through the empty corridors of the station with his weapon in hand. The layout of the station is very simple, with supplies mainly distributed in several places: the staff lounge, the locker room, and the station control room. There were no materials worth collecting in other areas, such as the electromechanical equipment room and the communications equipment room. Tang Yu decided to go directly to the employee locker room. The door to the staff lounge was not locked. Tang Yu gently pushed it open and walked in. The room was in a mess, with tables and chairs fallen to the ground, broken glass pieces scattered everywhere, and obvious bloodstains on the ground. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Tang Yu held a pistol and carefully checked each room to make sure there were no potential threats. After making sure there were no enemies around, he put his pistol back into its holster and began to search the room for supplies. He came to the locker room first. Since he had a key to locker number 45, Tang Yu opened the door smoothly. There was a backpack in the cabinet. He opened it and found several items inside: Marlboro cigarettes, an encrypted USB drive, and a bottle of energy drink. After seeing the backpack, Tang Yu smiled. The capacity of this simple backpack reached 20 slots. Although it would slightly affect the movement speed, he could carry more supplies. After putting the backpack on his back, the grid of the inventory increased from 5 grids to 25 grids. Tang Yu also found that the items would automatically enter the backpack after being picked up, saving the trouble of putting them in manually. He then checked other lockers in the locker room and collected a box of matches, a screwdriver, a measuring tape, 2 towels, and a blanket. Although the harvest was not much, Tang Yu was still very happy because he had collected the 2 items needed to upgrade the door of the hideout, and only 1 anti-theft lock cylinder was left. Now all I'm missing are the Doomsday coins, he thought to himself, preparing to head to the station control room to continue looting supplies. However, just as he turned around and prepared to leave, Tang Yu's face suddenly changed. He quickly pulled out his pistol, turned off the safety, leaned against the door of the employee lounge, and held his breath. 2 red dots of light appeared at the entrance of the subway station in the virtual map, and they were walking towards the subway station. Tang Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he quickly analyzed the situation. 3 minutes later, there were faint footsteps and whispers from outside. I didn't expect to kill a survivor today, but he was a poor guy with nothing on him. Ah, what a pity. Otherwise, Master Ghostface would definitely reward us. Tang Yu's brows tightened. After hearing this conversation, his mind moved. These 2 guys were actually refugees, and they were very likely believers of the evil god. Refugees are the largest group in the Doomsday game, and their composition is extremely complex. In addition to ordinary scavengers, criminals, and thugs, there is also an extremely dangerous group of people, followers of evil gods. These believers communicate with so-called gods and gain power through regular human sacrifices. Although the number of evil god believers among the refugees is small, their fanaticism and aggressiveness are the strongest, and some special believers even have strange abilities. Tang Yu knew this very well. The followers of the evil god were the nightmare of new players, and almost no player could escape from them. But it was precisely this kind of high-risk enemy that, if defeated, would yield extremely rich rewards. According to the training materials of the base city, by killing the followers of the evil god, one can often find rare supplies and weapons on them, helping newcomers to successfully survive the first round of disasters in the Doomsday game. Just as Tang Yu was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the evil god believers outside the door were getting closer and closer, and he was getting more and more nervous. The red light spots of the two believers were approaching on the map, and Tang Yu held his breath and tightly grasped the Glock 17 pistol in his hand. Less than 2 meters away from the door, he felt an inexplicable sense of tension, as if every second was counting down. Okay, let's take a short break here, as we still have to attend tonight's activities, one of the evil god's followers said softly, pushing open the door of the lounge. The moment the door opened, Tang Yu aimed at the believer's position and pointed the gun at his chest without hesitation. Almost in the next second, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed in the silent station. Tang Yu's first shot hit the believer's chest. He immediately realized that the two men were wearing bulletproof vests and was shocked. With the second shot, he aimed at the enemy's head, not giving the enemy any chance to react. Then, without any hesitation, he continued to point the muzzle of the gun at the second believer, firing quickly and accurately. When the last bullet of the pistol was fired, and the firing pin made a blank sound, Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly checked the two bodies and confirmed that the enemy had completely lost his ability to fight. The two believers fell in a pool of blood, and their deaths were very tragic. Tang Yu quickly dragged the bodies into the lounge and closed the door again to avoid being noticed by other enemies. He hurriedly searched for equipment on the two bodies. Seeing so many spoils of war, Tang Yu could hardly believe his eyes. The supplies in his hands made him exclaim, I'm rich." From their bodies, Tang Yu harvested a large number of weapons and equipment. A PM submachine gun, including 30 rounds of ammunition, an AKS 74U short assault rifle, including 30 rounds of ammunition, 2 PL, 15 pistols, 5F, 1 defensive grenades, Damascus dagger, a 6H5 bayonet, 2 Paka soft bulletproof vests, 1 Malawan Kwacha chest mount, SW micro chest mount, various medical items, such as sterile bandages, venous ointment, etc., 30,000 Doomsday coins. Looking at the spoils all over the ground, Tang Yu almost forgot to breathe. Oh my god, I really made a fortune. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. But now is not the time to sigh. Tang Yu quickly began to put these items into the backpack. He noticed that the 2 bulletproof vests not only provide higher protection, but also increase the number of backpack slots. After equipping one of these items, his backpack capacity increased from 25 slots to 41 slots, which undoubtedly greatly improved his survivability. After sorting out the spoils, Tang Yu hurriedly left the lounge and ran back to his hiding place with his bulletproof vest and rifle. Along the way, he felt as if he had made a fortune and was extremely excited. Every step was full of unknowns, but he believed that this adventure would be a turning point in his life in the Doomsday world. After returning to the hiding place, Tang Yu immediately closed the door and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The weapons and equipment in his hands made him almost forget the tension and thrill just now. At this moment, he finally had enough supplies and even collected all the items needed to upgrade the rest area. After half an hour of sorting, Tang Yu finally laid out the spoils one by one. His eyes fell on the 30,000 Doomsday coins, and his heart was filled with doubts and expectations. The Doomsday coins looked like ordinary banknotes, each with a face value of 1,000 yuan, and looked very real. Now the conditions for upgrading the rest area are complete. It's just right for the upgrade. It will be done in half an hour. Tang Yu thought to himself. He picked up matches, a blanket, and 5,000 Doomsday coins, went to the single bed, and started upgrading the rest area. As the upgrade information was confirmed, the whole room was enveloped in a soft light, and Tang Yu also felt a warm force flowing into his body. Rest area effect. Sleep for 8 hours. Restore 80% of your physical strength. Reduce your satiety value by 40%, and reduce your water value by 30%. Next stage. Rest area, level 1 upgrade requirements. 5,000 Doomsday coins, 1 blanket, 1 matchstick upgrade time. 30 minutes. Upgrade materials meet the requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. As the button to confirm the upgrade was pressed, Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to face the next challenge. At this moment, Tang Yu was using the regional chat to cleverly utilize the excess supplies he had on hand, seeking to exchange for items that could help increase his chances of survival. The regional chat was filled with all kinds of purchase and transaction information. The entire game world seemed to be becoming more tense due to fighting and resource competition. Tang Yu's eyes quickly locked onto a special transaction information. Tang Yu, where are your 2 keys from Wang Bohu? Brother, do you have a hot weapon? My key is the key to apartment number 15 and the main door of the Red Romantic Club. Don't worry, it has never been used. Picture. Tang Yu was delighted when he saw this message. Wang Bohu's key actually had the key to apartment 15, and he happened to have 2 of the same keys. Tang Yu thought about it and felt that this deal was a good deal. So he immediately responded, Tang Yu, I have a pistol picture, but you don't have enough keys. Wang Bohu, holy shit, you great master. It's only been an afternoon. Where did you get a pistol? And it's even full of bullets. Shocked expression. Obviously, Wang Bohu was also surprised by Tang Yu's weapons. After all, at this stage, hot weapons are rare and precious resources. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and he knew that he could make some conditions at this time. The following conversation made him even more alert. Wang Bohu, Master, this is indeed not enough, but I only have 2 keys and some food and drink. How about I add another message to exchange with you? Tang Yu, what news? You must be a liar. Wang Bohu was obviously very confident, and he continued. Wang Bohu, no, this information is confidential, and only a few people in the real world know it. I also learned about it by accident. How about exchanging it? Tang Yu was a little confused. This message sounded a little mysterious. He continued to ask, Tang Yu, since this message is so valuable, you just trade with me directly? Wang Bohu, Master, stop joking. At this stage, the value of a firearm is higher than all other supplies. At this time, Tang Yu already had some doubts in his heart, but he decided to wait and see. Tang Yu, okay, then 2 keys plus the message you said. I hope you won't lie to me. Wang Bohu, haha, rest assured, great master, you will definitely get what you pay for. After the transaction began, Tang Yu quickly received the 2 keys provided by Wang Bohu and received a short and mysterious message. Wang Bohu, Master, the message is that if you have the ability, you must collect the electronic component graphics card in advance. After surviving the first round of Doomsday disasters, graphics card will be very important. It is an important item for obtaining disaster coins. Graphics card, disaster coin. The names of these 2 new items made Tang Yu raise his eyebrows slightly. Graphics card? Disaster coin? What on earth is this? But what interested Tang Yu the most was the game version fusion mentioned by Wang Bohu. According to him, the current game world seems to be a new area, with only new players, old players, and players of all races still in an independent area. Tang Yu suddenly realized that the world he was in the early stages of the game. Only after they survived the first round of Doomsday disasters would the game enter a higher level of difficulty. Their novice areas will be merged with the areas of old players. By then, the strength gap between players will widen sharply, and the collision between new and old players and various forces will become an inevitable disaster. Tang Yu, you mean the area we are in now only has new players? Wang Bo, that's right, Master. Before the first disaster, there will only be us novice players in the entire world. Only after the first round of disasters, our world will integrate the game version for veteran players. At that time, the game difficulty will be greatly increased, and at that time, the players of all races will also officially come into contact with us. All these revelations caused a huge wave in Tang Yu's heart. He finally understood that the difficulties he faced were far more than the refugees in front of him. The real challenge would come after the first round of disasters, when all the areas merged. Now, I must seize every opportunity to improve myself. Tang Yu thought silently in his heart, and immediately decided to use this time to maximize his resource acquisition. He walked to the monitoring table and began to try to operate several computer cases next to it. Obviously, these computer cases had been damaged, and only some scattered electronic components could be collected. Despite this, Tang Yu still collected them one by one, because these electronic components might come in handy at some point in the future. While thinking about the future, Tang Yu decided to use the regional channel again to release some exchange information. While he had some extra supplies, he would try his best to exchange them for the resources he really needed. So, he sent the following 2 messages. Damascus Dagger 1 picture, trade 1 anti-theft lock cylinder, and any 1 key. if you need it. Level 2 bulletproof vest 1 picture, trade hideout upgrade materials, if you need it. Soon, the regional chat channel was flooded with comments, and many players showed great interest in Tang Yu's trading items. Another melee weapon trader. Why are there so many big guys who get weapons? This big guy doesn't want to upgrade the door of the hideout directly. A big guy suddenly appeared. Do you have a guide to getting weapons? Please share. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile. His reputation in this novice area seemed to be spreading. Some players even asked for help through private chat. Boss, please help me. If I need a pendant, isn't it a big deal? Boss Tang Yu, I don't have a burglar-proof lock cylinder. Can I have food? Can I trade 3 instant noodles? However, Tang Yu was not in a hurry to respond to these private chats. In order to upgrade the door of the hideout, he was still waiting for other more important supplies. Suddenly, he received a private message, the content of which made his eyes light up. Hello, can I exchange 1 anti-theft lock cylinder and a tactical sight picture with you? Tactical sights. Tang Yu sat up straight instantly, opened the picture and looked at it. He could hardly believe what he saw. Tactical sights. This is definitely a must-have equipment to improve the accuracy and combat effectiveness of his weapons. Tang Yu's eyes lit up and he decisively completed the transaction, exchanging his Damascus dagger for an anti-theft lock cylinder and tactical sights. After getting the traded items, he did not use them immediately, but went directly to the door of the hideout. Although the hideout security gate in front of him was strong, it could only block the invasion of animals. Tang Yu thought in his mind that upgrading the gate would better protect him from possible dangers in the future. The upgrade requirements for security anti-theft door for hiding place were not complicated. The anti-theft lock core and measuring tape he had on hand just met the requirements, and he clicked to confirm instantly. Following the system's prompt, all of his Doomsday coins were used up, and the upgrade began. At this time, Tang Yu's rest area was also upgraded. The original simple single mattress was replaced by a thick blanket, and the bed frame was changed from an iron frame to a more sturdy wooden structure. Although the conditions are still simple, it can at least provide a stable sleeping environment. Tang Yu stretched his body and couldn't help but feel that the upgrade results were good. Although the effect of the rest area was not extreme, it was enough for him to recover his strength, especially with the cold protection function. Although SOSO was the system's evaluation of the rest area, Tang Yu didn't care. After all, getting a good night's sleep was the most important thing. However, he did not stay for long. Next, he noticed that there was a manufacture button at the bottom of the rest area interface. After Tang Yu clicked on it, he found that there were several items listed that he could make by himself, such as single blanket, single quilt, and pillow, but he didn't have much energy to make these things now. Tang Yu simply lay down, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Today's adventure made him feel extremely tired, and he was ready to face the new challenges of the next day. The next morning, Tang Yu was awakened by the sudden urge to urinate. After a simple solution, he began to organize his thoughts and plan his route for today. After opening the system panel, Tang Yu first checked his Super Monopoly plugin. The number of dice on the virtual map had been reset to 1. After praying silently in his heart, he clicked the throwing button, and the dice jumped rapidly in the air and finally stopped at the number 4. The mini Tang Yu on the virtual map immediately began to move forward on the map, 1, 2, 3, for he stopped in an area of red light. Do you want to spend 150 points to purchase the Red Romance Club? The system prompt sounded in Tang Yu's ears. Red Romantic Club? Tang Yu's heart moved, and he suddenly realized that this place might be very important to him. He opened his backpack and checked the key in his hand. Sure enough, there was a key that could open the door of the Red Romance Club. Tang Yu immediately clicked yes, and then the 3D map of the Red Romantic Club appeared in his mind. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that yesterday's transaction would have such an unexpected use. Next, he began to review his wealth points. The system prompt showed that after purchasing the subway garden station yesterday, he got 53 points of investment income. Tang Yu found that he had 53 points more than expected, all because he ignored the returns from the investment. On the second day of the Doomsday game, the investment income of the Super Monopoly was summarized. There was only one investment, Metro Garden Station, and the income for the day was 53 points. The system's prompt made Tang Yu's mouth curl up. It turns out that as long as you own real estate, you can gain extra wealth points the next day. He currently owns 2 properties, and his earnings will double tomorrow. After dealing with these trivial matters, Tang Yu once again confirmed that the door of the hiding place had been successfully upgraded to a security anti-theft door. This door is made of thicker steel and has a sophisticated lock core, which is strong enough to resist the invasion of ordinary creatures and provide stronger security for his subsequent exploration. Tang Yu also got a new anti-theft door key at this time, which would be of great help in possible emergencies in the future. At the same time, His level 2 bulletproof vest transaction was successfully completed in exchange for several very useful supplies. Energy batteries and foam glue, which can be used to continue upgrading the hideout. After sorting out the supplies, Tang Yu began to prepare his equipment. Today he would go to the Red Romantic Club to explore. Thinking of this, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. His equipment was quite luxurious. The submachine gun in his hand was equipped with a tactical sight. His secondary weapon was a PL-15 pistol. His melee weapon was a 6H5 bayonet, and he had 5 defensive fragmentation grenades. Carrying a 20-grid backpack, he was undoubtedly fully prepared. Although his equipment in this Doomsday world was already quite extraordinary, Tang Yu knew that the battle was far from over. As long as he was careful, he was confident that he could survive the upcoming exploration mission safely. He could take advantage of the virtual map and make plans in advance to ensure that he would not be ambushed by the enemy. With the equipment, the lack of skills can be compensated, Tang Yu muttered to himself, with a determined gleam in his eyes. Tang Yu's footsteps echoed in the dark subway tunnel, and the beam of the flashlight in his hand swept across the surrounding walls, reflecting a gloomy darkness. The direction of the Red Romantic Club is not far from the Garden subway station, at most 500 to 600 meters. However, due to the activities of refugees and rebels on the ground, Tang Yu decided to take a more secretive route and use the subway tunnel to reach his destination. Although he did not encounter any enemies, due to the heavy equipment, Tang Yu walked for 15 minutes before reaching the Cape of Good Hope subway station near the Red Romantic Club. This place is beyond the coverage of the virtual map, and the system's guidance is invalid, which makes Tang Yu feel nervous. To ensure safety, he turned off the flashlight, squatted in the shadows, and waited for a few minutes. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around him, he quietly climbed onto the subway platform and walked towards the street. The subway station was not very attractive to refugees. Tang Yu successfully crossed the platform and came to the street. In front of him was the location of the Red Romance Club. However, just as he was about to cross the road, there was a sudden burst of gunfire, followed by 2 terrible screams. Tang Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he hurriedly opened the area chat panel to confirm that the number of survivors had decreased by 2. Obviously, the gunshots just now came from the attack of the refugees, and based on the number and rhythm of the gunshots, there were at least 3 enemies. No, if we wait here, we will be discovered sooner or later. We must go into Red Romance. Tang Yu made a calm decision in his mind. Although he is only 1 step away from becoming Red Romantic, if he gives up now, it means that his future strength improvement will be greatly limited, and whether he can successfully survive the upcoming disaster event is even more unknown. He quickly checked around to make sure there was no one else on the street, then sped across the road. The short distance of 30 or 40 meters seemed to take Tang Yu a century. Just as he ran across the street and rushed into the street where the Red Romance Club was located, he finally relaxed a little and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to relax a little, suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out and several bullets hit the wall next to him, making bang-bang sounds. Tang Yu's heartbeat quickened again, and he turned around almost instinctively and continued to rush towards the door of the Red Romantic Club. Behind his ears came the sound of messy footsteps and the enemies shouting. "Hurry up, there's still a survivor. Don't kill him. Let's have some fun." "Don't kill him. Maybe you can get some benefits by selling him to Ghostface." "Catch him. Be careful. I see he has a gun." Tang Yu listened to the shouting behind him, and his heart was tense, but he remained calm. He had arrived at the door of the Red Romantic Club, which was a luxurious brass metal door with a keyhole on it. Tang Yu did not hesitate. He took out the Red Romantic door key that he had prepared long ago from the backpack space, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted it. The door opened, and Tang Yu hurried in. At the same time, he heard gunshots behind him, and the bullets hit the metal door with a crackling sound. Tang Yu quickly entered the room, closed the door, and then rushed into the club. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately opened the virtual map in his mind and quickly checked the layout of the Red Romance Club to make sure no enemies had entered. After confirming that everything was correct, he hid in the farthest room on the first floor, pulled the bolt, loaded the gun, and prepared for the possible battle. His breathing was rapid, and his heart was beating wildly. After a few deep breaths, Tang Yu tried his best to calm himself down. At this time, several gunshots were heard outside. The door of the Red Romantic Club was violently opened, and several refugees walked in. 4 red dots appeared on the virtual map, indicating the location of the enemy. The light inside the Red Romance Club was dim. Only the red neon light strip overhead emitted a faint glow, and the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Tang Yu held his breath and noticed that the enemies began to smash things everywhere. He knew that although the refugees were rampant, they were still very vigilant against the survivors. The four enemies were divided into two groups. One group checked the first floor, and the other group went upstairs. This is an opportunity. Tang Yu's mind lit up. The enemies were separated, which meant he had room to move. He was in a private room at the deepest part of the first floor. The lights were dim, and his figure was particularly hidden. The two refugees on the virtual map were approaching his position. Tang Yu carefully took out an oval object from the ammunition rack in front of him. F1 defensive grenade. F1 defensive grenade. Type. Throwing weapon, number of grids occupied. 1 explosion delay. 3.5 seconds explosion radius. 3-7M concussion radius. 12M number of shrapnel. 90 F1 shrapnel. Grenades are extremely powerful, especially the shrapnel they produce, which can effectively cause devastating damage within the explosion range. Tang Yu knew that as long as he could accurately throw the grenade at the enemy's feet, the refugees would suffer great harm. Pulling the safety pin of the grenade, Tang Yu silently counted down 1 second, suddenly opened the door, and threw the grenade at the feet of the two refugees who were walking towards the corner. "Let's go bomb," he muttered to himself, then quickly closed the door, held his breath, and waited for the sound of the explosion. Almost at the moment when the door closed, a violent explosion sounded deafeningly. Boom! With the loud bang of the explosion, the entire Red Romantic Club shook a few times. After the explosion, Tang Yu confirmed that it was safe and began to loot supplies in the club. When Tang Yu came out of the last room on the second floor and was about to continue searching other areas, suddenly, his ears caught a very faint sound of footsteps. The sound came from downstairs. He was shocked and stopped immediately, holding his breath, trying to blend himself into the surrounding environment. The footsteps were getting closer. Obviously, the enemy had approached the Red Romantic Club. Although all these explosions and gunshots successfully eliminated the four refugees, they also broke the peace here and may have attracted the attention of nearby refugees or other players. Tang Yu quickly glanced around. The corridor on the second floor was empty. There were only rooms filled with items and some broken furniture. For him, this is a temporary hiding place. Now the question is, who are the enemies? Refugees? Rebels? Or other players? The footsteps gradually became clearer, and Tang Yu immediately realized that the situation was urgent. According to the location of the sound, the enemy was likely to have reached the first floor and was slowly approaching the second floor. He quickly made a judgment in his mind and decided not to risk staying on the second floor. Instead, he would try to take advantage of the club's complex structure and virtual map to find opportunities to counterattack or escape. If they are really enemies, we can't fight them head-on. Tang Yu thought silently. Although his shooting skills were accurate, he obviously couldn't easily deal with a large number of enemies. Fortunately, I have a lot of grenades and resources. I need to try to launch a sneak attack without the enemy noticing or use the environment to attack the enemy. Tang Yu quietly walked to the stairs and carefully confirmed the enemy's position through the virtual map. There were two figures walking slowly downstairs, and their positions were very close. Looking at the enemy's movement trajectory on the virtual map, Tang Yu decided to take a more covert approach, using the club's complex structure and his familiarity with the environment to control the situation. He no longer faced the enemy directly, but quietly slipped to the other side of the stairwell, intending to attack from behind. He held the PM submachine gun tightly in his hand, ready to fire at any time. The footsteps continued to approach, gradually spreading from the first floor to the second floor. The enemy was obviously searching every room, but they did not realize that Tang Yu had been lurking behind them. Just when Tang Yu was about to launch a sneak attack, a dull sound suddenly came from downstairs. Bang! An object was knocked over. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to alert the enemy. The two enemies obviously realized that something was wrong, and they quickened their pace and began to look around vigilantly. Tang Yu knew that if he waited any longer, they would probably find his location. Action! Tang Yu's heart sank, and he made a decisive decision. He suddenly jumped out from behind the stairs, immediately raised his submachine gun and pointed it at the backs of the two men, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da. The firing rate of 600 to 750 rounds per minute made the sound of gunfire fill the entire space almost instantly. Tang Yu's accurate shooting caused the two enemies to fall down without any reaction. Their bodies were instantly torn into pieces by the continuous bullets, and they fell in a pool of blood. Da-da-da. The trigger was still being pulled, but Tang Yu had stopped shooting. He quickly glanced around to make sure there were no other enemies. The red dots of the enemies on the virtual map had disappeared, which meant that the two enemies had been completely eliminated. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not relax his vigilance at all. He quickly walked to the two fallen bodies and began to search quickly. Due to time constraints, he did not carefully check each item, but directly found the most valuable supplies from the enemy's equipment. Several grenades, several usable firearms, and a complete set of bulletproof vests. As the supplies were collected, Tang Yu's mood became a little calmer. Although he had just had a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy, judging from the results, he was still the survivor. However, Tang Yu knew clearly that the peace of the Red Romance Club had been completely shattered by the sudden explosion and gunfight. It is likely that more enemies will arrive in the coming period, including refugees, rebels, and even other players who will become interested in this place. Without wasting any more time, he quickly gathered up the equipment from the two bodies and hid them in the next room. Although there are no enemies for the time being, the situation in this area has become extremely unstable. I must leave this place as soon as possible, find a new hiding place, and continue to search for resources. We have to speed up, Tang Yu whispered to himself, his eyes showing a hint of calmness and determination. At the end of the corridor, the movement downstairs still did not stop. Tang Yu returned to the second floor again and moved quickly along the corridor, continuing to look for other supplies and provisions, while remaining alert and ready to deal with any threats that might arise. Tang Yu's eyes were fixed on the slightly exposed notebook at the corner of the stairs, and many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The environment here was still hostile, and the notebook seemed particularly different. As a shrewd survivor, he knew that in this tense atmosphere, every item could be related to his own destiny. Although he was equipped with a full set of rare equipment at this moment, and the AS Val Special Assault Rifle in his hand greatly improved his combat effectiveness and defense, Tang Yu did not relax his vigilance. However, the appearance of the notebook was obviously not accidental. It was placed in the perfect position, as if it was deliberately guiding him to discover it. Tang Yu hesitated, and he was not in a hurry to pick it up. The existence of the notebook might hide some secrets, or even be the key to greater opportunities or greater dangers. He carefully looked around, and after making sure that the surroundings were still safe, he walked lightly towards the corner of the stairs. He was extremely cautious in his movements, trying to avoid making any unnecessary noises. As the distance to the notebook gradually shortened, Tang Yu could clearly feel the tense atmosphere in the air. He stopped, squatted down, reached out, and carefully picked up the notebook. There is no obvious mark on the cover. It looks completely ordinary, as if it is just an ordinary notebook. However, Tang Yu's experience tells him that in this kind of world, ordinary objects are often the easiest to hide deep secrets. He turned a page of the notebook, and the paper made a slight rustling sound. There was nothing special on the first page, just some messy words, some of which were even blurred. But Tang Yu did not give up and continued to turn the pages. Finally, when he turned to the third page, his eyes suddenly lit up. On that page, there were a few lines of words written. Mission: find the mysterious dark mark. Objective: find and destroy the evil god altar in the Red Romance Club. Time: before the Doomsday disaster occurs. Tang Yu's heartbeat slightly accelerated. Obviously, this notebook was not an ordinary item. It might be a clue left by an organization or individual. The dark mark and evil god altar mentioned in the notes instantly reminded Tang Yu of the evil god believer he had just killed. Obviously, all of this is closely related to the evil god believer's beliefs and their activities. What exactly does the dark mark refer to? Does it mean that there is really a source of some evil power hidden in the Red Romance Club? Countless questions popped up in Tang Yu's mind, but he knew that in this Doomsday world, the answers often needed to be uncovered personally. When he turned to the last page, Tang Yu found that the page was not as messy as the previous pages. On the contrary, the content of this page is clearer, more concise, and even somewhat suggestive. On the fourth floor, the secret hiding place of the altar. Solve this mystery, and the darkness will guide you to a new destiny. This line of words outlines a clear target: the fourth floor, the secret hiding place of the altar. A sense of alertness immediately arose in Tang Yu's heart, which meant that he would have to face greater challenges, perhaps the final trial from the evil god's followers, or other unknown dangers hidden in the Doomsday world. It seems that I have to go to the fourth floor, Tang Yu whispered to himself, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Quickly putting the notebook into his backpack, Tang Yu once again checked his equipment to make sure everything was ready. At this moment, he noticed that the footsteps outside the window began to sound again. The person seemed to be still moving forward quietly. It might be that he had noticed something, or it might be a new enemy. Tang Yu did not act rashly, but stood by the window, keeping his eyes fixed on the movements outside, ready to deal with any possible situation at any time. If other people come, I will take this opportunity to kill them first. Tang Yu has already made up his mind that he will not let anyone affect his plan. However, he also realized that the situation in the Red Romance Club had become complicated. If the altar on the 4th floor was hiding a huge secret, as the notebook said, then his next move would be destined to be an adventure full of unknowns and dangers. Chapter 10. A Great Harvest, Trading Equipment. Tang Yu picked up the notebook, and what caught his eye was a mysterious symbol with a huge eye drawn on it. The notebook was filled with densely packed, mysterious symbols, none of which Tang Yu knew. Notebook of the Evil God Follower. Introduction. This is a notebook where the followers of the evil god record important information, but you need corresponding knowledge or a decrypted USB drive to understand the relevant information. Tang Yu was secretly surprised. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. This notebook must record important information among the followers of this evil god. Unfortunately, I can't decipher the contents now. I can only put it in my backpack and see if I can decipher it later. Because the 2nd floor had been looted before the previous battle, Tang Yu went directly to the 3rd floor. The search of the 3rd floor went very smoothly, and no unexpected situations were encountered. Every room was in a mess. Some rooms still had luggage and other items left behind by guests. Unfortunately, they were not space backpacks, so Tang Yu simply collected the supplies inside and left. However, when he searched the last room, Tang Yu found 2 interesting little things. Commemorative gold coins. Type: valuables. Introduction. The commemorative coins issued by Quella City to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Urban War. I heard that some people are collecting these. Keycard bag. Container size: 4x4, 16 grids. This is a container specifically for keys or loose coins. Tang Yu only then knew the name of the city he was in, Kaluo City. The keycard bag is also very useful for Tang Yu now. 1 key occupies 1 grid in the backpack space. But now, after putting all the existing 5 keys in the keycard bag, the keycard bag will only take up 1 item slot in the backpack, saving a lot of space. He simply put the commemorative gold coins in as well. After Tang Yu finished looting the entire Red Romantic Club, he returned to the kitchen on the 1st floor. After fighting and looting supplies, 2 hours have now passed. Inspired by the keycard bag just now, Tang Yu has understood that the backpack space can be stacked. Took out the spoils hidden in the refrigerator. He put all the grenades and small items into extra ammunition racks or backpacks and stacked them up one by one. In the end, only the 2 lowest value level 2 bulletproof vests, 2 submachine guns, and 4 melee weapons, namely sabers, were left untold. Tang Yu came directly to the area to chat. Tang Yu. High-level supplies for sale. Quantity is limited. First come, first served. Tang Yu. 2 submachine guns, each with a magazine and 30 bullets. Limited quantity. Only for rare materials, blueprints, and items are acceptable. Tang Yu. Level 2 bulletproof vest, the best choice for survival. It increases the chance of survival several times. There are only 2 of them, and they will be traded first for upgrading the hideout. If you want them, PM me for an offer. The highest bidder wins. Tang Yu. For melee weapons, don't miss it if you don't have any. Priority is given to trading cotton, stone, wood, and other materials. If you want them, PM me for an offer. The highest bidder wins. After 4 messages were sent in succession, the chat screen in the area that was originally constantly refreshing was briefly blank. The next moment, the chat area exploded. Information like a landslide and tsunami began to scroll across the screen, all of which showed the shock of the survivors. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what did I see? Are they going to take down the rebels' arsenal? Are you crazy? I'm still playing hide-and-seek with the refugees. Has Yushin already killed them all? I just heard gunshots and explosions coming from a building not far away. I was trembling with fear. Could it be that this great god was fighting? Did he wipe out a group of refugees? Damn. How come he has so many equipments when I was almost beaten to death by refugees? Why is there such a big gap between people? I'm still hungry and dare not go out. Yushin is already selling arms. Oh my god, wasn't this the boss who sold weapons and bulletproof vests last night? Is he getting more stock today? The arms boss of the end times? Yushin, I sent you a private message. Can you please see if the items can be traded? There are incredible things. Shocked. Unbelievable. There are also people who are psychologically unbalanced and blame others for everything. Looking at the densely packed chat messages, Tang Yu was already overwhelmed by the constant sound of private chat notifications. He simply turned off the notification sound and started checking private messages. At the same time, we also keep an eye on the situation in the virtual map. There is no doubt that the largest number of people wanted to trade the two submachine guns. But most of them are just guys who want to take advantage by making jokes, and some even want to get something for free. Just block these people. Among the remaining information, Tang Yu saw some relatively good things. Camouflage coating stickers. Type. Rare item. Effect. The door of the hiding place is coated with stickers, which automatically changes color according to the surrounding environment, reducing the probability of being discovered by 60%. Ventilation duct modification drawings. Safety type. Type. Rare blueprint. Effect 1. Improve the structure of the ventilation duct in the hiding place. Increase ventilation performance by 40%, and increase the exhaust speed of indoor harmful gases by 30%. Construction requirements. Ventilation duct, level 1, 10,000 Doomsday coins, 1 heat insulation paint, 1 exhaust fan. Construction time, 2 hours. Finally, Tang Yu selected these 2 items. Needless to say, the benefits of the camouflage coating will greatly increase the concealment of the hiding place. After all, refugees will occasionally enter the subway station. If the refugees discovered the hiding place when Tang Yu was out or resting at night, it would be a devastating blow to Tang Yu. The ventilation duct modification drawings can be said to be a special upgraded version of the ventilation duct. They require the construction of level 1 ventilation duct before they can be modified, and they focus on improving the circulation of indoor air. Tang Yu happened to have a blueprint of a fireplace. When the first disaster, the polar blizzard, came, indoor heating would be essential. With this blueprint, carbon monoxide poisoning could basically be avoided. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh. There were still many capable people among the survivors. Although there were many channels to obtain rare materials, Tang Yu would indeed look up to him for being able to get them on the second day. He contacted the 2 people directly and completed the transaction quickly. It is worth mentioning that one of the transaction partners was Wang Bohu, who traded the pistol with Tang Yu yesterday. Wang Bohu was amazed at the speed at which Tang Yu obtained equipment, and Tang Yu also paid special attention to Wang Bohu. It seems that Wang Bohu is also capable. It's only the second day, and most people are still struggling to survive, but he has continuously obtained rare resources and exchanged them for a pistol and a submachine gun. Maybe I can keep in touch with him for a long time. The deal is done. Tang Yu continued to look at the transaction information of several other pieces of equipment, but he soon discovered a problem. Chapter 11 Trading Materials, Black Technology Camouflage Coating. Tang Yu discovered that the survivors who sent him trading information basically provided building materials, electronic components, food, and drinking water. However, he did not have any of the materials he needed most, such as stones, wood, cotton, etc., which made Tang Yu frown. Is it possible that these supplies don't drop in the city? At this moment, he suddenly recalled what he had read in the training manual and reacted. These materials are indeed not produced in urban areas. Stones are generally more common in Gobi or mountainous areas. As for timber, forest areas produce the most. As for cotton, it should be produced in areas like plains. Each region has its own specialty products. The materials produced in urban areas are mainly things that are frequently used in the city. In addition, food and water are slightly easier to obtain. In short, the basic living conditions are slightly better than those of survivors in other areas. But correspondingly, urban areas face the risk of attacks by refugees and rebels, and the death pressure is higher than other areas. Thinking of this, Tang Yu went directly to the World Channel, which he had not opened for a long time. The chat content in the World Channel is obviously much less than that in the Regional Channel, with only a few scattered conversations. He quickly edited his content and sent it out. City Tang Yu. For melee weapons, sabers, best choice for self-defense and hunting. Don't miss it if you don't have weapons. Trade cotton, stone, wood, wool, and other materials. Quantity is limited. If you want, I'll quote you. The highest bidder wins. When this news came out, it really attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. Moreover, the number of screen refreshes on the World Channel has increased visibly. There are about 100,000 survivors entering the Doomsday game this time. Even with some casualties, the number of survivors is now over 90,000. So Tang Yu saw that the screen was refreshed even more crazily than the previous regional chat. Mountain Range, Lu Tao, Great, there's a wolf lingering outside my hideout. Now I'm saved, master. I've sent you a trade request. Grassland, Ma Jingtao. Awesome, he comes with 4 weapons. All of them are sabers, awesome. Forest, Zhangwen. Big brother, can you lend me your weapon? I'll return it to you soon, really. West Coast, Zhangdong. Master, can I exchange seafood for your weapons? The number of his private messages was constantly increasing, and soon reached 999 plus. This time Tang Yu was familiar with the process and directly set up keyword filtering in the private message mailbox. All chat records without quotations were deleted, and the transaction objects were screened through the keyword search function. The supplies he focused on were cotton, stones, and wood, which were also what he needed most at the moment. Because the next disaster is caused by a polar blizzard. Cotton and wood were obviously more expensive than stones, so the amount of cotton and wood traded was very limited. But Tang Yu was not in a hurry to trade and took his time to select. After all, no matter how expensive cotton and wood are, there are still many people who own them. However, at this stage, weapons that can be traded are absolutely rare, and there is no market for them. The other survivors should be anxious. Really, those that came later had higher and higher offers. In the end, Tang Yu directly used 4 melee weapons to trade for 30 units of cotton, 80 units of wood, 150 units of stone, and 20 units of wool. However, because Tang Yu was outside and there was no space in his backpack, he did not extract the transaction materials after completing the transaction, but saved them in the mailbox. You need to wait until you return to the hiding place to retrieve it. The same principle applies to the 2 level 2 bulletproof vests, and the 2 survivors with the highest bids were selected to complete the transaction. At this point, his exploration of the Red Romance Club has been successfully completed. Now he has only one goal, which is to return to his hiding place smoothly. After checking all the equipment and supplies again to make sure nothing was missing. Walking out of the Red Romantic Gate, Tang Yu walked quickly towards the subway station opposite. The journey was very smooth, and there were no unexpected enemies. However, because there was too much loot and the load was heavy, the journey that was originally only a dozen minutes ended up taking about an hour with many stops and starts along the way before we got back to our hiding place. After a short rest, Tang Yu began to sort out the spoils. The supplies looted from the Red Romance Club can be said to be very rich. Doomsday coins, 110,000. Valuable items, guitar picks times 2, dolls times 2, gold necklace times 1, golden rooster statue times 1, golden egg times 1, commemorative gold coin times 1. Medical supplies, electronic components, and the spoils of killing the 4 refugees and the evil god's followers were brought back to the hiding place. PP 9 submachine gun X2 magazine X4. MP4 sute 4 pistol X2 magazine X2. 9x19mm submachine gun bullets X1 20 rounds. 9x19mm pistol bullets X 56 rounds. M67 grenade. Of course, the biggest gain of this trip was the rare military boots, weapons, and level 4 bulletproof vest that Tang Yu directly equipped. Includes 2 rare blueprints and the camouflage coating sticker. Looking at the spoils all over the ground, Tang Yu felt a headache and directly opened the hideout facility construction page. Look at the construction requirements of warehouse. I didn't think it was necessary before because I didn't have enough things, but now the time has come to build it. Warehouse level 1. Effect. Get a 5x8 40 grid supply warehouse in the hideout. Construction requirements. 10,000 Doomsday coins. 1 backpack with more than 6 slots. Build time. 30 minutes. Tang Yu directly took the 8-grid military bag and began to choose a place near the gate of the hideout to build a warehouse. The military bag disappears, and the Doomsday coins cost 10,000 yuan. Warehouse construction begins. Tang Yu took out the camouflage coating sticker and came to the door of the hiding place and chose to use it on the security door. The item in your hand disappears. The anti-theft door in the hiding place seems to be covered with a layer of silk, revealing a smooth texture and color. Then, in front of Tang Yu, it merged with the surrounding walls little by little. The door of the hiding place has turned into a flat wall. Tang Yu's face was full of surprise. I walked back and forth around the gate, observing from every angle, but I couldn't see anything suspicious. Oh my god, this is amazing! It is indeed a rare item. Is it a high-tech technology? After confirming that there was no problem with the coating camouflage, Tang Yu reached for the anti-theft door handle that he sensed in his mind. With a click, the security door opened, revealing the interior scene of the hiding place. Tang Yu shook his head repeatedly as he watched, with one word: absolute. After he returned to his hiding place and closed the door again, the security door slowly disappeared again, leaving only an empty wall. P.S. Dear viewers, he is so handsome. If you like it, please move your fingers and click to urge for more updates. I will give you free love-generating content. Thank you. Everyone remember to follow the updates. Chapter 12. Trade equipment again and pick up a graphics card. Half an hour later, the warehouse was completed. Tang Yu put all the existing supplies in it. However, he kept some of the spoils for himself, as he planned to trade them again. Now, among all the supplies and equipment in the hiding place, except for the equipment on Tang Yu's body, there are many redundant equipment, like 3 submachine guns, 1 AK rifle, 4 8-grid ammunition racks, 1 16-grid ammunition rack, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, and 4 pistols. Tang Yu alone cannot use these equipments at all. Keeping them will only gather dust and will not generate any value. So he planned to keep the submachine gun and the 16-slot magazine and sell the rest. This way, you can not only collect high-level materials or rare blueprints from other survivors through trading, but also improve your own strength and the level of your hideout, so as to better deal with upcoming disasters and challenges. On the other hand, it can improve the combat capabilities of other survivors, allowing them to enter more dangerous places and obtain the supplies there. When a pool of stagnant water becomes running water. In future transactions, Tang Yu will be able to get higher-level supplies more easily. However, he has used up all the time he can speak on the World Channel today. Therefore, information can only be posted in the regional chat channel. Tang Yu, 1 submachine gun equipped with 1 magazine and 30 bullets, a great tool for making a fortune. Only trades rare materials, blueprints, and equipment. Need to send me a price? Don't bother. I will block you directly. Tang Yu, 3 pieces of level 2 bulletproof vests to keep safe and secure. The first magic weapon to save life. Only trade bolts, nuts, alloy steel, DVD drive, toilet paper, waterproof glue, soap, basins, and other supplies. If you need them, PM me with the price. Pigeons, please don't bother. Tang Yu, 2 pistols, the best choice for self-defense weapons, small and light, can carry a full magazine of 16 rounds of bullets. If you need them, PM me with the price. No pigeons, please. Tang Yu, 2 pieces of 8-grid bullet hangers, 8 item slots in the inner pocket, perfect for collecting supplies. If you need it, PM me with the price. No pigeons, please. Tang Yu left behind a submachine gun and an AK rifle, 2 pistols, and 2 8-grip magazines, which he planned to use to exchange supplies on the World Channel tomorrow. After all, equipment has been traded twice in the area yesterday and today. Considering the current population of more than 900 people in the area, it will be almost saturated in the short term after this batch of equipment is released. After all, not everyone can obtain high-level materials for trading. In the next 2 days, Tang Yu's trading direction will focus on the World Channel. When the other survivors saw Tang Yu sending equipment, trading information in the channel again 2 hours later, they no longer felt the initial shock and disbelief. Look, I knew that Yu Shun must have taken down an arsenal. He is selling arms again. Why can I tell that this is Yu Shun's trading information without even looking at it? Oh, because only he would trade weapons. Wow, these equipments are as awesome as ever. I have sent the price of Yu Shun pistol to private chat. Please favor me. I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. Why does this guy have so much equipment, but I got beaten to a pulp by the refugees? The one above, please discuss in detail. Please give me details. At this time, Tang Yu was eating beef sausage, drinking juice, and carefully checking his private chat box. Tang Yu has clearly discovered that after the previous 2 rounds of transactions, there are very few high-level materials left in the current area, and most of them are some mediocre materials. But he is not in a hurry. His equipment is hard currency. Now is a seller's market. Only now can he really find a bargain. After a couple of days, when the player's survivability improves, there will be more people trading with them, and they will learn to be smart. However, Tang Yu originally planned to just take the first bite of the crab. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Tang Yu's expression froze for a moment. Then he showed a happy expression. The leak is here. This is a message about wanting to trade a handgun. However, the supplies inside made Tang Yu's eyes light up. Graphics card. Introduction. Graphics cards, like fans, graphics processors, integrated circuits, and other miscellaneous things, are a good source of electronic components. It turned out to be a graphics card. Tang Yu still remembered the secret information he received yesterday. Graphics cards are very expensive materials after surviving the first round of Doomsday disasters. They are also important materials for obtaining the rare trading currency, disaster coins, in the Doomsday game. What a pleasant surprise. But what surprised him most was yet to come. The survivor's offer included not only graphics cards, but also other items. Two of them, thermal insulation coating and exhaust fan, made Tang Yu excited. These two items are the construction items required for the rare blueprint, ventilation duct modification blueprint, safety type. Fuck, this isn't a trading partner. This is my living father. Without any hesitation, Tang Yu immediately contacted the survivor and completed the transaction. When these items appeared in his hands, Tang Yu was extremely excited. This is the joy of picking up leaks. This is because all these supplies were picked up by the survivors in the city, and without the relevant drawings, they would have no idea what they were used for. Therefore, this survivor treated them as ordinary supplies, and chose to trade with Tang Yu just with the attitude of giving it a try as he could get as much as he wanted. And when the survivor actually traded these supplies, which he had no idea of their use, for a pistol with a full magazine, one can imagine his excitement. He was nearly beaten to death by refugees yesterday, but now he finally has some ability to protect himself. So he immediately became a staunch supporter of Tang Yu, and praised Tang Yu highly in the regional chat channel, making other survivors feel envious and jealous. As a result, many survivors who were originally on the sidelines changed their minds and sent their quotations for supplies to Tang Yu. What if I have the supplies that Yushin needs here? Wouldn't I be the next lucky person? Tang Yu continued to pick up bargains. But after reading all the information, no new high-level materials appeared, which made Tang Yu disappointed. There was no other way. It was only noon on the second day, and he had only been in the game for one day. It was already very rare for him to obtain so many supplies. Fortunately, there is no news about the rare materials traded except for the submachine guns. The quotes for other equipment have initially met Tang Yu's trading needs. So he directly contacted the survivors who had offered the highest prices and completed the current transaction amid their constant thanks. Tang Yu, except for the submachine gun, all equipment has been traded. If you have rare blueprints, items, or equipment, you can trade weapons with me. After seeing Tang Yu's speech, all the survivors who had not traded their equipment wailed in the chat area. Tang Yu, who obtained the materials for building the hideout facilities, began the comprehensive construction and upgrade of the hideout facilities. Chapter 13. Upgrading the hideout facilities, uninvited guests. Ventilation duct level 1. Type: hideout facility. Effect: air circulation in the hiding place is increased by 30%, ensuring basic survival needs. Construction requirements: hideout security level 1, screwdriver times 1, duct tape times 1, Doomsday coin 20,000. Construction time: 30 minutes. Bathroom level 1. Type: hideout facility. Effect: increase wound healing speed by 20% and reduce the probability of infection by 20%. Construction requirements: waterproof coating times 1, toilet paper times 1, soap times 1, basin times 1, Doomsday coin 30,000 yuan. Construction time: 1 hour. The construction requirements for these two hideout facilities have been fully met. As the construction supplies disappear, construction begins. The most critical facility now is the ventilation duct. Only after the ventilation duct is built can Tang Yu start building the two rare facility drawings he obtained. These two facilities are also what Tang Yu is most concerned about. Fireplace. Type: hideout rare facility. Effect 1. Build a warming fireplace in the rest area of the hideout, raising the indoor temperature of the hideout by 10 degrees Celsius 50 degrees Celsius. Effect 2. Every 2 hours of burning, there is a 60% chance of removing a negative abnormal status from the survivor. Construction requirements: ventilation duct level 1, rest area level 1, Doomsday coins 30,000, stones 30 units, bolts 10 units, nuts 10 units. Construction time: 1 hour. Ventilation duct modification drawings, safety type. Type: hideout rare facility. Effect: improve the structure of the ventilation duct in the hiding place, increase ventilation performance by 40%, and increase the exhaust speed of indoor harmful gases by 30%. Construction requirements: ventilation duct level 1, 10,000 Doomsday coins, 1 unit of thermal insulation paint, 1 unit of exhaust fan. Construction time: 2 hours. Half an hour later, as Tang Yu waited excitedly, the ventilation duct was finally completed. I saw a square 30 by 30 centimeters ventilation hole on the roof of the hiding place near the wall of the rest area. Standing under the vent, Tang Yu could even feel a slight cool breeze. Without further hesitation, choose to build fireplace and ventilation duct safety type. The rocks, bolts, nuts, thermal insulation paint, and exhaust fans all disappeared, along with 40,000 Doomsday coins. Construction of the hideout's facilities has already begun. After Tang Yu had been working for half a day, it was already 1 p.m. I looked at my health data, and it will take some time for my strength to recover. I just lay down on the bed and took a nap. 2 hours later, when Tang Yu woke up again, it was almost 4 o'clock. My physical strength has been fully restored, and I replenished my body's energy with a simple meal and drink. Bathroom, fireplace, ventilation duct, safety-type all facilities have been built. A small room of about 2 square meters was separated out of thin air where the bathroom was located, with a toilet and a sink. The appearance of the fireplace is very rough, and the top of the fireplace completely penetrates the roof. An exhaust fan is installed at the ventilation duct opening, and it is now rotating slowly. After Tang Yu checked the facilities, he began to put on his equipment again and check his weapons and ammunition. Yesterday, because I encountered some homeless people, I only searched the lounge and locker room of the subway station and hurriedly returned to my hiding place with the spoils. Now he was going to collect the remaining supplies in the station control room and several other rooms. If he could find a computer case, he would also need to check whether he could find the graphics card. However, plans could not keep up with changes. He had just put on the bulletproof vest when his movements froze and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because in the virtual map of the subway station in his mind, 2 lights emitting a reddish glow lit up. What surprised Tang Yu the most was the direction from which the 2 people entered the station. It was exactly the subway tunnel he had taken when he went to Hongleman before. Is this the tail that follows me? Tang Yu pondered for a moment. The other party was emitting a red light. If he was really coming for him, it was obviously not with good intentions. After quickly equipping himself with weapons and ammunition, he left his hiding place and carefully walked towards the direction of the person coming, wearing military boots. "Brother, are you sure that guy came from here?" The skinny man tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, leaned against the wall, and whispered to the burly man in front of him. Hearing this, the sturdy man stopped and looked back at his younger brother. "You're the only one who talks too much. I saw that man climb up the platform with my own eyes. Are you going to do it? If not, get out. Boss, why don't you do it? If you do it, that guy has a gun. How can we beat him?" Hearing what the younger brother said, the sturdy man sneered. Then, in front of the younger brother's shocked gaze, he took out a pistol from his backpack. "Hey, boss, where did you get the gun? Where else could it come from?" "I bought it from Tang Yu. He's such a waste of money. I just used some useless junk to buy a gun." "Fuck, there's a pistol in Yu Shun's place." The sturdy man looked at him with disdain. "Yu Shun is a piece of shit. He just got lucky. Now I have a gun too. Look, I will show you around." "Okay, stop talking and be careful. As long as we kill that guy, we will be rich." The station fell silent again, leaving only the sound of 2 people walking along the wall. And it was in the room just across the wall from them. Tang Yu listened to the conversation between the 2 people outside with a playful expression in his eyes. Interesting. The skinny guy and the strong man groped their way to the station control room. "Go into the control room." The skinny monkey saw a mobile phone dropped in the corner at a glance. He was delighted and put it into his backpack while the strong man didn't notice. The sturdy man looked back. "What are you doing?" "Ah, boss, I didn't do anything. I was just following you." "Why are you following me?" "Go and collect the supplies separately. The more you can find, the better." The 2 men separated and rummaged through the drawers in the control room. "Oh my god, boss, is there any food? I'm starving." The skinny monkey saw a bag of instant noodles dropped on the ground and started to eat it. The sturdy man ignored the skinny monkey and went straight to the computer case. He looked back at the skinny monkey who was eating with a mocking expression in his eyes. Then he just buckled up the chassis. CPU fan 1 unit. Power supply unit 1 unit. Capacitance 1 unit. Computer CPU processor 1 unit. The computer cases were opened one by one, and all the electronic components inside were put into the sturdy man's backpack. But the sturdy man frowned deeply. "Fuck, there are 4 computer cases, but not even 1 graphics card." Before entering the Doomsday game, the strong man once bought some information about the Doomsday world on the black market, which mentioned that graphics cards would be one of the most expensive items after surviving the first disaster. Therefore, the strong man has been consciously collecting graphics cards since he entered the game. But unfortunately, he has manufactured no less than 20 computer cases so far, but has never produced a single graphics card, which inevitably makes him feel a little anxious. He looked at the last chassis, no longer holding out any hope. But the next moment he opened the case cover, his eyes widened with a look of surprise. "Damn it, it's out!" But the next second, he heard a rush of wind behind his head. Chapter 14, Internal Fighting, Fierce Fighting in the Subway Station. The sturdy man tilted his head and rolled sideways the moment he heard the wind, but unfortunately he was still hit. The dagger scratched his shoulder and blood spurted out. The skinny monkey looked at the sturdy man, who rolled to the side with a ferocious face. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he waved the dagger at the sturdy man again. But I saw that the sturdy man had already taken out a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, and bullets hit the walls and ceiling. Unfortunately, the skinny monkey dodged and hid behind a control console when he saw the pistol. The two men faced off across the console. Damn it, skinny guy. You're looking for death. The sturdy man held a pistol in one hand and was on guard. With the other hand, he took out a pack of sterile bandage from the backpack. After biting open the bag with his teeth, he wrapped it around the wound on his shoulder. The action was a little anxious, because he has been informed that his body is now in a bleeding state, and the bleeding must be stopped as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will die from excessive blood loss in a short while. The skinny monkey naturally knew the current situation. He heard the sound of the strong man using the bandage and tried to rush out twice, but was forced back by bullets. The strong man also took advantage of this opportunity to stop the bleeding successfully. As the blood volume slowly recovered, his attention was all focused on the skinny monkey. Tang Yu hid outside the control room, listening to the gunshots inside and looking at the coordinates of the two people's positions on the virtual map. As expected, in this Doomsday, human hearts are the most unpredictable. He was not in a hurry. There was only one exit in the control room anyway. It would not be too late to come out after the two people decided the winner. But his hopes were soon dashed. Perhaps because of the gunshots, just now, 4 red dots appeared at the subway entrance on the virtual map and quickly moved towards the control room. This was accompanied by the impatient voices of the refugees. Hurry up, there must be survivors. We are the only ones searching this street today. There won't be anyone else. Listening to the gunshots, it seems that Lukov and the other two were killed by the survivors here yesterday. They are such losers. Remember to leave some alive. Ghostface is anxious to sacrifice 10 survivors these days, and the price he offers is very high. Later, when the refugees approached the control room, they had completely quieted down and even walked towards that place quietly. All of this was seen by Tang Yu, who was hiding in the dark corner of the subway track. The two people in the control room were still confronting each other, and gunshots rang out again. It was the sound of gunfire that allowed the refugees to confirm their position. At this moment, the 4 refugees had divided into 2 groups and surrounded the door of the control room. After the refugees exchanged glances, one of them took out a throwing weapon and threw it in as soon as his companion opened the door of the control room. Following a short and loud explosion, Tang Yu heard 2 extremely painful screams, followed by wailing. This is a stun bomb? Tang Yu showed an incredible expression. Where did these refugees come from, and why did they have stun bombs? After the screams were heard, the refugees entered the control room and directly controlled the 2 survivors who had lost the ability to resist. Hee hee, 2 people should be able to fetch quite a bit of money. A refugee said with a smile. Okay, let's go quickly, change money sooner, and feel comfortable sooner. Just as they were about to leave, a grenade rolled from the open control room door to their feet. Grenade! Several people rushed towards the shelter. Boom! Dozens or even hundreds of shrapnel produced by the grenade explosion shattered all the glass in the control room. Damn, there are still enemies. Be careful of grenades. This guy is very strong, shouted the refugee wearing a bandit mask. Damn it, those 2 survivors were blown to death. My money. Fake, I'm going to kill him. The money is gone. Throw the grenades. We'll find a way out. 2 grenades were thrown out by the refugees, one far and one near. The closest grenade was thrown at a very tricky angle and hit the wall of the control room door. In this way, the grenade explosion will not affect the refugees in the room, but anyone within 10 meters outside the control room door will be affected by the explosion. This is exactly the strategy of the refugees. At this moment, Tang Yu was lying behind a stone pillar in the subway hall 30 meters away, watching this scene. A huge stone pillar with a diameter of 1 meter completely blocked Tang Yu's body, leaving only the barrel of the AS Val Special Assault Rifle exposed. He was wearing a broken mask, and his eyes were fixed on the door of the control room through the crosshairs on the site. The virtual map in my mind showed that the 4 refugees were all hiding behind the wall, waiting for their opportunity. Boom, boom. After 2 consecutive grenade explosions, "Charge, get out quickly," followed the masked gangster's order. The four refugees decisively rushed out of the control room, intending to take the initiative in the battle while the enemy was avoiding grenades. Behind the stone pillar, Tang Yu sneered as he watched the refugees rushing out. Snap, snap, snap. Continuous bullets shot into the bodies of the refugees, causing blood-red flowers to burst out. The two refugees in front were shot directly and fell to the ground. The two refugees behind were not hit by the bullets because of their companions' bodies blocking the bullets, but they were forced to return to the room again. Mom, I want my mom. It hurts so much. An injured refugee fell to the ground and screamed in pain. One dead and one injured. After 2 days of fighting, Tang Yu had mastered the basic rhythm of shooting. He killed the still screaming refugee with a 3-shot burst. There were still 15 bullets in the magazine, and the remaining 2 refugees had already huddled in the room, not daring to show their heads. Tang Yu stood up and threw another grenade into the control room. This time it was a little off and only hit the outside of the control room door. Then he jumped off the subway platform and ran in another direction. Boom! The grenade exploded again. Countless shrapnel and building debris were blown everywhere with crackling sounds. With the cover of these sounds, Tang Yu also successfully moved to another location. He hid behind another stone pillar about 10 meters away, replaced the magazine, and rehung the door of the control room. From this position, you can just see the scene inside the control room. There are 75 bullets and 2 grenades left. The 2 refugees in the room were completely stunned by Tang Yu's attack. Not only did they lose 2 people directly, but the grenade also trapped them in the control room. What should we do now? We can't get out. One of them looked at his companion's body at the door and then at the bandit's mask. The masked bandit narrowed his eyes slightly. There are still a few grenades. 2. Okay, the enemy is behind a stone pillar about 30 meters to the left of the door. Throw a grenade there later, and he will definitely dodge. This is our only chance. P.S. Dear readers, please support my new book, Grateful. Chapter 15. Kill All, Achievements, Titles, and Regional Legends. In Tang Yu's vision, he guessed the other party's thoughts through the positions of the refugees in the virtual map. So, just as the refugee walked out of the wall with a grenade in his hand and threw it towards the place where he was just now, pa pa pa, a 3-shot burst directly hit the refugees and killed them instantly. Therefore, the masked gangster hiding behind the wall knew Tang Yu's current location through the sound of gunfire. He poked the submachine gun out of the wall and started firing continuously at Tang Yu's position. Dense bullets hit the ground and stone pillars, and a bloodstain appeared on the ground. Behind the stone pillar, Tang Yu grinned at the wound on his shoulder. It's so damn unlucky that I was hit by a stray bullet. He endured the pain, squeezed out a grenade, and threw it directly towards the door of the control room. Then he took out a sterile bandage from the ammunition hanging space and began to bandage the wound on his shoulder. Sterile bandage. Type: trauma therapy. Number of grids occupied 1. Use times 1/1. Effect: removes the bleeding status and gains the fresh wound status. Because of the bullet in the wound, although the bleeding was stopped successfully, his movement was restricted and the piercing pain made his vision begin to blur. 3 debuffs appeared in his health bar. Hit. Type: debuff. Effect: the wound cannot be completely healed. The limb movement speed is reduced by 10%, and the bullet must be removed from the body to completely heal the wound. Pain. Type: debuff. Effect: vision begins to blur. Fresh wounds. Type: temporary status. Effect: if a wound that has just been bandaged is subjected to strenuous movement or running, it will open again and bleed. The condition will disappear after 5 minutes. Tang Yu poked his head out to take another look at the situation in the control room. Perhaps because he was afraid of his companion's experience just now, the masked bandit had already closed the door of the control room before he threw the grenade. Although the power of Tang Yu's grenade explosion left holes in the metal door, the main body of the door did not suffer any damage. The masked bandit's plan was clear at a glance. He planned to rely on the metal door of the control room to fight a protracted war with Tang Yu. As long as he could successfully delay the other refugees until they discovered something was wrong and came to search this area, that would be the time for him to be rescued. Tang Yu also took the ibuprofen pain relief tablets in his backpack, successfully removed the pain debuff, gaining a 3-minute pain relief state. Within 3 minutes, the body will not be affected by pain. Therefore, Tang Yu turned his attention back to the remaining refugee. It is undeniable that this guy wearing a gangster's mask is definitely a rare refugee who possesses some tactical thinking. He avoided Tang Yu's attacks twice in a row, and even took advantage of the moment when his companion was being attacked to determine Tang Yu's position, and then successfully counterattacked, injuring Tang Yu. Every step is calculated very accurately. Even Tang Yu had some doubts. This guy deliberately asked his companions to throw grenades out to attract his firepower and give him a chance to counterattack. But the battle should be over. Tang Yu lay on the ground again, looking at the red light spot on the virtual map, and began to concentrate with bated breath. The crosshairs in the assault rifle's tactical sights kept moving and adjusting on the metal gate as Tang Yu followed his line of sight. Behind the metal door of the control room, the masked gangster quietly pressed against the door, listening carefully to the movements outside. At this moment, he had been forced into a desperate situation, but fortunately, as long as he could hold on until night, someone would definitely notice the abnormality of their team of 4 and enter the neighborhood to search for their traces. At that time, he only needs to shoot and help other refugees lock onto the subway station, and he can be rescued. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. But the next second, snap, 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 snap. After 5 consecutive shots, the bullets directly penetrated the metal door of the control room, and blood-red flowers bloomed on the inside of the door. The masked gangster felt the cold bullet in his body and fell down in disbelief. How is this possible? Level 3 armor-piercing shell. This is Tang Yu's secret weapon. Under the armor-piercing bullets that can easily penetrate even a level 4 bulletproof vest, the metal door of the control room is no different from a piece of white paper. After making sure that the red done in the virtual map had disappeared, Tang Yu finally let out a long breath. Congratulations! The survivor Tang Yu has successfully killed 10 refugees and obtained the achievement, Refugee Killer, Level 1. Survivor Tang Yu obtains the common title, Enemy of Refugees, and his regional legend is +1. 2 consecutive Doomsday game prompts appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Achievement, Refugee Nemesis. Title, Refugee Enemy. Regional legend? Tang Yu is a little surprised by 3 new nouns in a row. Then start viewing. Achievement, Refugee Slayer. Level 1. Requirements, kill 10 refugees alone. Effect, after killing refugees, the quality of the loot obtained is increased by 10%. Title, Enemy of the Refugees. Level, Normal. Requirements, be the first survivor to obtain the achievement, Refugee Slayer, in the novice version of the Doomsday game. Effect 1, increase the damage to refugees by 5%. Effect 2, the reputation of the refugees' hostile camp becomes friendly. The reputation of the refugees' camp becomes hostile. Regional Legend Degree. Obtain requirements, gain special achievements in the area, or complete special events. Current Legend Level 1. Introduction. All the forces in Quella City have heard that there seems to be a guy who specializes in hunting down refugees. Effect none. Looking at the introduction information on the panel, Tang Yu felt that he had re-understood the deeper information of the Doomsday game. It was at this time that all the survivors in the same area as Tang Yu. A message appeared on all of their panels. In the current area, a survivor has obtained the Regional Legendary Degree. The survivors in the Quella City area have enabled the Legendary Degree function. After receiving this message, the survivors found that a new display box, Legend Degree 0, appeared next to their information panel. The entire regional channel was in an uproar. Oh my god! What kind of heroic deed did this guy do? He actually caused the Doomsday game to open a new function. Does anyone know the details? I'm so curious. Which great player has achieved the legendary level? Can you tell us what this is used for? How do I get this legendary level? There is no hint. Blind guess. Could it be Yushin? I feel like he's the only one who has the ability. I feel like it should be Yushun, who should go ask. Tang Yu was also studying the legendary level when he was bombarded with intensive private message notification sounds. When he opened the message, he saw a dense network of private messages, all discussing his attainment of legendary status. Among them was Wang Bohu, who seemed to possess a lot of unknown secrets about the Doomsday game. I opened his private message anyway. Wang Bo, Master, did you get this legendary rank? Facing Wang Bohu's question, Tang Yu thought about it for a while and did not admit it because he was not clear about the role of this legendary level. However, the special notice that could make the Doomsday game so grand should have a special role. He didn't want to let others know his information. Tang Yu, it's not me. I'm also wondering who got this legendary level. You are well informed. Do you know how to get it? Wang Boho, it's a pity that you're not a great god. It would be great if you could obtain this legendary level. As for how to obtain it, I don't know. I just know that it's very difficult to obtain. Tang Yu. What do you mean? This is very important. Wang Bohu. I don't know the details either. I only heard this legend, that after we survive the first round of Doomsday disasters and merge with the world of the old survivors, there will be some special benefits. After finishing the chat, Tang Yu looked at the legendary degree on the panel. Is it after the fusion of the worlds again? Chapter 16, get another graphics card, meet dog, Ghostface. After 2 thrilling battles in a row in one day. Even though Tang Yu had rested in his hiding place before, he was still a little exhausted at the moment. But now is not the time for him to relax. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. He had to start cleaning up the battlefield. The most important thing was that he was shot in the shoulder. Although the bleeding had stopped for the time being, he had to find a way to remove the bullet so that the wound could truly heal. But the only medical supplies he had were bandages, and there were no medical items that could treat gunshot wounds. You can only hope to find healing items in the loot. If that doesn't work, you can only try your luck by trading in the regional channel. A few minutes later, the debuff of fresh wounds disappeared. He took another painkiller and began to collect the spoils. Tang Yu went straight to the computer case. He was very curious about what could have caused a fight between you, the skinny guy, and the strong man. It can't be that the graphics card is pulled out of the chassis. As a result, when he saw the items that appeared in the chassis. Holy crap, it's a graphics card. Tang Yu looked at the graphics card in disbelief, then looked back with complicated eyes at the sturdy man who had been killed by the grenade. What kind of luck is this guy? He's such a lucky guy. It's alright, bro. You can leave the graphics card you touched to me with peace of mind. Rest in peace. With this graphics card, he now has 2 graphics cards. He happily put away the graphics card, and then turned his attention to the bodies of the refugees. Especially the masked gangster who was killed last. The equipment on him obviously looked different from that of the other 3. 1 MP5 submachine gun, magazine X3. 9x19mm level 3 armor-piercing shells, 69 rounds. 1 PL, 15 pistol, 2 magazines, 32 rounds of ammunition. 1 Damascus dagger. 1 level 3 bulletproof vest. 12 grid bullet hanger 1 piece. 1 grenade. 1 blast bomb. Emergency surgical kit, small, 1 pack. Military bandages, 3 pieces. 1 gold necklace. Tang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the information about the surgical kit. Emergency surgical kit, small. Type: trauma therapy. Description: a small surgical kit that can treat gunshot wounds and other serious injuries. Number of grids occupied, 2. Use times, 5 out of 5. Effect: heal and remove 1. Hit status or other damage. Note: treatment with an emergency surgical kit can only remove the hit, status, and other treatment items are required to continue treating the wound. The head and chest cannot be treated. Tang Yu took out the surgical kit and opened it and saw a pair of scissors, a pair of surgical forceps, a skin stapler, and a bottle of disinfectant spray inside. First, use scissors to cut open the clothes at the shoulders, disinfect with disinfectant spray, then take out surgical forceps, insert into the wound to clamp out the bullet in the body, and finally use a skin stapler to suture the wound. A simple operation was completed. Hit debuff successfully removed. Tang Yu then took out a sterile bandage and wrapped it around the wound, waiting until the bandage was used up. The wound has completely healed. This also made Tang Yu sigh at the power of the Doomsday game. It was able to completely heal a gunshot wound that would have required more than a month of recuperation in just 1 minute. I really don't know what kind of existence exists behind the game. After the wound treatment was completed, Tang Yu continued to strip the equipment off the other 3 refugees. It made Tang Yu's mouth curl up again. As long as I'm in this subway station, I'm like a cheater. With the acquisition of a large number of weapons and equipment again, Tang Yu's advantage grew like a snowball, and the gap between him and other survivors also grew. And this is exactly the capital that Tang Yu used to quickly accumulate supplies in the early stage. In addition to the equipment on the bandit's mask, Tang Yu's equipment also began to iterate. What surprised Tang Yu the most was the 69 level 3 armor-piercing bullets found on the bandit's mask. The effect properties are almost the same as the armor-piercing bullet in the assault rifle in his hand. The number of armor-piercing shells originally consumed was replenished again. It took Tang Yu 2 consecutive trips to move all the spoils. He threw the body directly into the control room. When he was following the strong man and the skinny monkey, he passed by the lounge and took a look. The 2 bodies of the refugees yesterday had completely disappeared, leaving only a pool of dark red blood on the ground. Therefore, Tang Yu estimated that the Doomsday game should automatically refresh these dead refugees every night. This also made Tang Yu feel relieved, as he was also worried about the viral plague caused by the decay of the corpses. Now it seems there is nothing to worry about. When he finally got back to his hiding place, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Sorted out the spoils. He planned to keep the package of MP5 submachine guns on the bandit's mask as his backup weapon, so that he could also use the 69 rounds of armor-piercing bullets. The remaining weapons and equipment will all be traded on the World Channel tomorrow. Tomorrow's trading list will also become 2 submachine guns, 2 AK rifles, 7 pistols, 5 melee weapons, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, 1 level 3 bulletproof vest, 5 8-grit ammunition racks. It's luxurious. After sorting out all the supplies in the hiding place and the items for tomorrow's transaction, Tang Yu ate something simple, washed up, and lay down on the bed. He began to review the 2 battles of today. After being shot, Tang Yu also felt that he must become stronger as soon as possible. Although he won both battles today, only he knew that the reason for the victory was entirely due to the virtual map in his mind. This is just like turning on an X-ray cheat. It would be strange if you didn't win. But what if we encounter a battle in other places in the future? A blacksmith must be strong himself. As he thought about this, Tang Yu gradually fell into a deep sleep. Late that night, inside a building occupied by refugees in a city block, a fat man with a big head and ears and a scar on his face showed an extremely angry expression after hearing his subordinates report that 4 of his subordinates were missing again. Fuck, who was against me? He lost 10 of his men in 2 consecutive days, so now the refugees under his command began to look at him differently. As one of the bosses of the few refugee camps in Quella City, Rugu is naturally very capable. However, the loss of these 10 men has already put his position under a slight threat. Just at this moment, a figure quietly appeared in the shadows of the room. The meat dog didn't notice anything unusual at all and was still wondering who was causing trouble for him, until he accidentally saw the horrified expressions on his men's faces. Only then did he realize it and turned his head and saw the black figure in the shadows. I don't know when a drop of sweat appeared on my forehead. Ghost, Mr. Ghostface? Chapter 17 Special Event Mission, Doomsday Knife Runner. I heard that you lost 10 men in the past 2 days. The man in black called Ghostface looked at Rugu. Master Ghostface, you are well informed. We did lose 10 of our men. Hearing this, Rugu gnashed his teeth and said, Master Ghostface, I don't know who is against me. These 10 men are missing, alive or dead. We are now fighting fiercely with the rebels for territory, and we don't know where they were killed. Ghostface said directly, for people were killed in the Red Romance Club this morning. They must be your men. Red Romance? How do you know, Master Ghostface? Seeing Rugu asking seriously, after 2 seconds of silence, Ghostface slowly said, because a believer of God was also killed there. As soon as these words were spoken, the dog's eyes visibly dilated and its pupils trembled. Well, what? God's followers died too. This news was a greater shock to Rugu than the loss of 10 of his own men. As one of the few refugee leaders in the city, he knew more about Ghostface and the evil god's followers than ordinary refugees. So he knew clearly that all the followers of the evil god possessed some mysterious abilities. Gualian stared at the dog's expression, and when he saw the dog's pupils dilate, he gave up the idea of killing the dog. It seems that the death of the believers has nothing to do with the meat dogs. However, Ghostface was more curious about the guy who could kill believers. Although the believer who died had just completed the sacrifice ceremony and was promoted, he still had some abilities. As for the refugees under Rugu, they would basically have no ability to resist the assassination attempts by the believers. Meat Dog, I need you to help me find this blasphemous guy. Understood, Master Ghostface. After getting Rugu's answer, Ghostface retreated into the shadow under Rugu's gaze. After the shadow shook, there was no trace of Ghostface in the room. The meat dog looked at it with fear. Ghostface's strength has become even more terrifying. The next moment, he turned around and looked at his subordinate, who was already covered in cold sweat. Notify everyone to patrol Garden Street and the area near the Red Romance Club starting tomorrow. We must find the rat hiding in the dark. Whoever can find him will be rewarded with 200,000 Doomsday coins. Tang Yu had no idea of the impending crisis. When he woke up again, I just felt relaxed and refreshed. It is the 3rd day of Doomsday, and there are still 4 days before the first round of Doomsday disaster. He could already clearly feel the temperature inside the hiding place beginning to drop. We need to continue upgrading the facilities in the hideout, and it's time to get some warm clothing as well as food reserves. If I only have a fireplace, I always feel that it is not very safe to face extreme weather such as polar blizzards. Let's see if I can gain something from the World Channel today. I took out some food from the warehouse to replenish my energy, and then took a quick shower. Tang Yu opened the Super Monopoly panel, and with the arrival of a new day, his wealth points increased by 128 points. Adding the 153 points left yesterday, the current wealth points in Monopoly have reached 281 points. Tang Yu showed a look of delight. As expected, he guessed correctly. The more assets he purchased, the greater the returns he would get. See that the number of dice rolls has returned to 1. He looked at a property 2 squares in front of the mini Tang Yu figurine on the Monopoly map. He covered his mouth with his hands and exhaled deeply. God bless me. Please help me. I hope you will show me a miracle this morning and get a 2. Then choose to throw. His eyes kept moving with the dice, and when it stopped, time seemed to stand still, revealing the number on the dice. 5. Pity. As the mini Tang Yu began to jump, he finally landed on a pattern with question mark on it. This is... The survivors triggered a special event mission. Doomsday Knife Runner. Doomsday Knife Runner. Mission requirements. Before 2400 hours today, survivors can only use melee weapons, daggers, bayonets, machetes, and axes to kill 3 enemies. Mission reward. Rare skill, concealment, rare part equipment, night cloak, hooded, Tang Yu. The first time he saw the task requirements, his forehead was full of black lines. This must be a joke. In the current situation, he can only kill enemies through melee weapon combat and is required to kill 3 enemies. This directly blocks the cheating method of using firearms to cripple the enemy first and then finishing him off. But this must be a ghost. If he really encountered the enemy, he would be shot to pieces before he could even run to the enemy. The refugees have no tactical skills, but they are not blind or stupid. It seems like today's mission is a waste. Our own people know our own business. With his current level, he can only carry out sneak attacks and shoot from behind. If he really does it with real weapons, the grass on his grave will probably be 1 foot high by next year. So he quickly adjusted his mindset. Let's complete today's transaction first. Opening the World Channel, Tang Yu directly began to edit the transaction information. City Tang Yu, submachine gun pictures X3, AK rifle pictures X2, pistol pictures X7, melee weapon pictures X5, level 2 bulletproof vest pictures X3, level 3 bulletproof vest pictures X1, 8 grid ammunition rack pictures X5. Equipment trading, only rare or cold-resistant items, blueprints, and equipment are accepted. The quantity is limited, and the highest bidder wins. With the release of Tang Yu's message, it was like throwing a depth bomb into the pond for the entire World Channel. All survivors who saw the message were fried to a crisp. Forrest, Wang Sherwin. Ping Yuan, Zhang Xinhan. Damn, I saw a ghost so early in the morning. Isn't this the big guy I traded with yesterday? Is he buying more goods? City, Lu Feng Yao. A thunderclap sounded out of nowhere, and my boss Yushin appeared. Worship him. West Coast, Gao Chong. The big boss's transaction has been sent. Please check. City Goldman Sachs. It's outrageous. I was being chased by refugees, and he had so much equipment. Gobi Wang Luchi. Which rare item is not more valuable than these equipment? You are dreaming. Gaoinsu Xen. Don't be sour. The one above. No matter how valuable your rare item is, I hope you will still be so unruly at the critical moment of life and death. Don't trade it. Of the 100,000 survivors who entered the Doomsday game this time, only less than 95,000 are alive today, and more than 5,000 died in just 2 days. Many of these people also got a good start and obtained weapons and equipment, but at this stage, absolutely no one would release so many weapons and equipment one after another like Tang Yu. Not to mention the submachine guns and AK, which are the ultimate killing weapons at this stage. This time, all the new survivors got to know Tang Yu's name, just when the World Channel was creating a craze for Tang Yu's speech. Tang Yu has been checking his private message box nonstop, but even so, the number of his private messages has once again exceeded 999 plus. At this moment, he was in pain and happy. Chapter 18. Trade 5 rare items in a row. At this moment, in the regional chat channel of Tang Yu's area, some people also saw the message Tang Yu sent on the World Channel, and the regional chat channel was boiling again. Oh my god. Go check the World Channel. Yushun has released more than a dozen pieces of equipment there, and those people are fighting. This is too crazy. Is Yushun still a human? Why does he have so many weapons and equipment? Could he be the illegitimate child of the Doomsday game? I saw it too, and it woke me up. But why didn't you shun trade in our regional channel this time? There are still many people in our area who don't have equipment. What else could it be? Isn't it because there is nothing in our area that Yushan would like? Have you forgotten that there was a submachine gun that no one could take out for trading yesterday afternoon? If you ask me, since he has so many equipments, why doesn't he give them to us so that we can improve our strength? That's a big shot. The guy above, you're such a piece of shit. Are you the son or grandson of God Yu? Why should I give it to you? I'll go to hell with you. What's there to argue about? Yushin said yesterday that if you have high-level supplies, just contact Yushin to trade. If you have time to talk nonsense here, you might as well think about how to get the supplies. Wang Bohu, who had 2 transactions with Tang Yu, also saw the news on the World Channel. After thinking about it, he directly opened Tang Yu's private message box. Because Wang Bohu had been set as a person of special attention by Tang Yu before, his private message appeared directly in front of Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, Master, do you need this? Paralysis Toxin Picture X1. Tang Yu opened it and became interested. Paralysis Toxin. Type. Rare liquid poison. Use times 5 out of 5. Introduction. It can be applied to melee weapons or towels and can paralyze the target's entire body through blood or breath, making it unable to resist. Effect. Apply it on a melee weapon and hit the target. The target will lose resistance within 3 seconds. Spray it on a towel and cover the target's mouth and nose. The target will lose resistance within 1 second. The paralysis lasts for 300 seconds. Note: paralysis toxin evaporates very quickly. Please use within 3 minutes. When Tang Yu saw the introduction of this paralyzing poison, his eyes widened. Oh my god, this is so awesome. Tang Yu, what do you want to change? Tang Yu, you don't want to keep this for yourself? Wang Bohu. Awkward expression, Master. I have no use for this thing. I don't have the guts to play close combat. I want to exchange it for a submachine gun magazine and 30 rounds of bullets. Tang Yu understood. Indeed. Now the survivors are eager to avoid the refugees. This thing is indeed a bit useless, but Tang Yu thought of today's special event mission. But I had some ideas in my mind. Yesterday, Wang Bohu traded a submachine gun from him, which only had 1 magazine and 30 rounds of bullets. It is normal to have this demand now. Tang Yu. All right. However, this guy just traded a rare blueprint yesterday and traded another rare item today. It seems that this guy really has his own opportunities or secrets. However, Tang Yu didn't have any idea about this. There are many ways to obtain rare materials in the Doomsday game. You can get them by killing rare units, such as the evil god believers killed by Tang Yu. You can also obtain rare materials by treasure hunting and opening hidden safes. You can even trade with special units to obtain rare supplies. So no matter whether Wang Bohu had a special opportunity or some other reason, Tang Yu didn't care. As long as he could continue to obtain the supplies Tang Yu needed, their equipment and item transactions could continue for a long time. Even if Wang Bohu shows certain value in the future, Tang Yu would not mind helping him if he has the ability. But now, of course, we should trade as we should. With the transaction completed, Wang Bohu happily stroked the magazine full of bullets in his hand. I should have a chance to explore that 4S store today. I hope I can get something good. Tang Yu looked at the small glass bottle in his hand that was emitting a faint green glow and smiled with satisfaction. A good start. Until 2 hours later, Tang Yu finally found some good items from this massive amount of transaction information. Hideout Security Renovation Drawing. Silent Alloy Door. Type. Rare Blueprint. Effect 1. The door to the hiding place will not make any sound when opened or closed. Effect 2. The door of the hiding place is completely sealed. After the door is closed, the sound inside and outside the hiding place is isolated. The noise level is increased by 40%, and water cannot enter the hiding place. Renovation requirements. Hideout Security Level 1. Ceiling Strips X2. Sound Insulation Cotton X2. Alloy Steel X2. Latex X1. 30,000 Doomsday Coins. Renovation time. 1 hour. Hideout Wall Renovation Drawings. Insulation Type. Type. Rare Blueprint. Effect. Temperature loss rate in the hiding place minus 60%. Silence plus 40%. Renovation requirements. Ventilation Duct Level 1. Insulation Board X5. Foam Glue X1. Ceiling Strip X2. Doomsday Coins 40,000 yuan. Renovation time. 1 hour. 07A Tactical Gloves. Type. Rare Part Equipment Hands. Material. Sheepskin D3O Shock Absorbing Plastic. Warmth Good. Finger Flexibility Bonus. Plus 10%. Palm grab blessing, plus 15%. Black mask. Type, rare part equipment face. Material, cashmere, cotton. Warmth effect good. Breathability good. Environmental hearing, minus 5%. Special effect, a mask printed with a realistic black man's head. When worn, the concealment effect is plus 20% and the camouflage effect is plus 20% in dark or gloomy environments. Rabbit brand sheepskin military coat. Type, special equipment. Material, sheepskin, cotton, polar fleece. Warmth effect, excellent. Breathability, very poor. Action impact, minus 15%. These 5 rare items and blueprints are what Tang Yu seems to be most satisfied with at the moment, and the items they traded are, as expected, the 3 submachine guns and 2 AKs. Through the IDs of these survivors, Tang Yu saw that these people were survivors from other urban areas. Contact them decisively to complete the transaction. Thinking of the modification materials of the 2 rare blueprints, Tang Yu directly contacted Wang Bohu and asked him to help him post a message on the World Channel. City, Wang Bohu. Yushin said that he now needs ceiling strips, sound insulation cotton, insulation boards, alloy steel, and other materials. Friends who have these materials can directly contact Yushin for transactions. At the same time, Tang Yu also released the same information on the regional channel. Under the temptation of massive equipment, in just half an hour, Tang Yu collected the modification materials needed for the 2 rare blueprints, and the level requirements of the facilities in the hiding place had already been met. So Tang Yu decisively chose to use the 2 rare level blueprints. Hideout security renovation drawings, silent alloy door, renovation in progress. Hideout wall renovation drawings, insulation type, renovation in progress. Chapter 19. Citywide search for refugees, subway station exposed. At this point, the only equipment and weapons Tang Yu traded were 2 pistols, 1 level 2 bulletproof vest, 1 melee weapon, and 1 8-grit ammunition rack. Another half hour of picking and choosing passed. All the equipment was traded and exchanged for a large amount of construction materials for the hideout facilities. It is worth mentioning that he also traded 100,000 Doomsday coins because after building the 2 rare blueprints just now, the Doomsday coins have been almost used up. Rest area level 1. Effect, sleep for 6 hours, physical strength recovery by 80%, satiety value minus 30%, water value minus 20%, has a certain warming effect, and the probability of removing negative effects is 10%. Note, it's okay, at least I can sleep. Next stage. Warm rest area, level 2. Upgrade requirements. Ventilation duct, level 1, 20,000 Doomsday coins. 1 energy-saving light bulb, 1 energy battery. Upgrade time, 1 hour. The upgrade materials meet the conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. After 2 days of waiting, the rest area was finally upgraded again. The next facility Tang Yu plans to build is the kitchen and generator set. However, the prerequisite for building a kitchen is level 1 generator. Therefore, although Tang Yu is not short of electricity in his hiding place now, he still needs to build a generator set. Generator set. Effect. Generate electricity through fuel oil, allowing the hideout to use the electrical system. Construction requirements. Hideout security, level 1, 50,000 Doomsday coins, 1 cylinder block, 1 crankcase, 1 spark plug, 1 piston assembly. Construction time, 2 hours. The construction materials have met the conditions, whether to build. Yes. As the construction of the generator set began, Tang Yu, who had been busy for the whole morning, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now we just have to wait for 2 hours until the generator set is completed, and then we can build the kitchen facility. This is also an important factor in whether Tang Yu can successfully survive the first round of extreme cold disaster. He lay in bed and opened the area chat to see if other survivors had any clues to complete the special event mission. As soon as I opened the regional channel, I saw some survivors complaining about something. What the hell? Why are there refugees everywhere here today? They seem to be searching for something, and I am so scared that I am hiding in my hiding place and dare not make a sound? Is it the same with you? The refugees walked back and forth over my hiding place countless times this morning, and I was so scared that my liver almost jumped out of my chest. If you are not my brother, where is your hiding place? How can the refugees get to you? It's a sewer. Although the smell is a bit strong, it's safe enough. Fuck, awesome, I'm a tough guy. Oh my god, the refugees have discovered my hiding place. Help. Help. Brother, are you still alive? Tang Yu, frowning. What happened to the refugees? Why is there a sudden large-scale search? At this moment, several red dots appeared at the entrance of the subway station on the virtual map in Tang Yu's mind. They were the refugees, and they were walking quickly towards the subway hall. Then they began to search carefully room by room. Seeing the refugees' actions, a bad feeling came over me, and I immediately started to put on my equipment. Military boots, tactical gloves, level 4 bulletproof vest, shatter mask. Just as he was putting on his equipment, the refugees also came to the station control room. They immediately saw the bloodstains on the floor of the control room and the bullet holes and craters from the explosion. Alert! Following the command, all the refugees aimed in one direction and became alert. The leading refugee walked into the control room and started searching, and finally he saw several bullet casings on the ground. His expression changed and became extremely gloomy. 10 minutes later, inside the hiding place, Tang Yu had already put on all his equipment. However, his expression was extremely solemn at this moment, and his breathing became lighter. It was just because in the virtual map of the subway station in his mind, there were already more than 20 refugees in the station, and they began to search carefully every room around the station control room. It's finally coming. After Tang Yu killed the 4 refugees yesterday, he had already anticipated a scene like today, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Originally, he thought that the refugees would not target this subway station until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the earliest, which was why he couldn't wait to trade supplies in exchange for rare equipment. But now it seems that some accidents have occurred. Fortunately, he has successfully digested all the spoils in his hands and transformed them into his own strength. At this moment, the refugees have also found the station staff lounge, which is the room where Tang Yu killed 2 refugees on the first day. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Go also came to the staff lounge. Looking at the bloodstains that had already dried on the ground, he picked up a half-smoked cigarette but from the ground. "Don't let me catch you, asshole." Unlike the 4 guys who were killed in the control room, the 2 refugees who disappeared at the beginning were Black Dog's men. That day, they went out to capture the survivors in the city according to his orders, but they disappeared inexplicably. I didn't expect that he would die here. Search everyone. Everyone, search the station carefully. He must be in the station. Whoever finds this rat will be rewarded 50,000 yuan. Following Black Dog's order, more than 20 refugees began to disperse in the subway station. However, they were also afraid of the strength of this unknown enemy, so they basically searched in groups of 2 or 3. Tang Yu looked at the scattered refugees and wondered what they were thinking. In the regional chat channel, the survivors who had been worried about the refugees also felt the changes at this time. "Brothers, what do you say over there? No refugees have appeared here for nearly half an hour. I'm here too. I just saw the refugees running in one direction as if they had received some news. Why haven't I seen any refugees here today? But I occasionally saw one yesterday." Looking at the news on the regional channel, Tang Yu also realized that the refugees were searching the entire city today to find his whereabouts. Now that we have found the place where the refugees died, I guess this subway station has become the focus of the refugees. Luckily, I traded for camouflage coating stickers yesterday to hide the entire hiding place. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. This is also the reason why Tang Yu has remained relatively calm so far. He has a relatively good understanding and confidence in the effect of this rare item. As the refugees searched and Tang Yu waited, the security gate and insulation wall of the hideout that were being upgraded were also successfully renovated. Chapter 20 Doomsday Knife Runner, First Kill. Hideout Security. Silent alloy door, level 2. Effect 1. The door of the hiding place will not make any sound when opened or closed. Effect 2. The door of the hiding place is completely sealed. After the door is closed, the sound inside and outside the hiding place is isolated. The noise level is increased by 40%, and water cannot enter the hiding place. Hideout wall. Insulation level 1. Effect. Temperature loss rate in the hiding place minus 60%. Silence plus 40%. Tang Yu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The refugee search team also came to the vicinity of Tang Yu's hiding place. This is a 2-person team. I don't know who is so capable as to kill 6 of us. Be careful. Didn't Black Dog Boss say that the man is probably hiding in a corner? I'm so annoyed. I found the location of a survivor chick yesterday and was thinking of catching her tonight to have some fun. Do you have a cigarette? Have one. The 2 of them were very cautious when patrolling at first, but since so many people couldn't find the person, they thought the murderer had left long ago. After all, who would be so stupid as to hide here after killing someone? Besides, there were so many people when they came down just now, and they made a lot of noise. Even if the murderer was really hiding here, he would have run away by now. Thus, the refugees' own lax character was exposed. The composition of the refugees was originally very complex. They were all scavengers, thugs, and street thugs who survived the Doomsday disaster. There was no discipline at all. At this moment, they were leaning against the wall, looking at the deep and dark subway tunnel, smoking heavily. I just hope that the search here will end as soon as possible so that they can go back and live happily. However, Tang Yu was looking at the virtual map, constantly adjusting the angle and picture of the virtual map, analyzing the movements of the two people. It was also a coincidence that the wall that the two refugees were leaning against was exactly the wall of Tang Yu's hiding place. Just around the corner was the door of the hiding place. Of course, because of the camouflage coating stickers, the door of the hiding place has now completely disappeared, and even to the refugees, it is just an ordinary wall. Tang Yu's attention was on the special event mission of Doomsday Knife Runner that he had obtained this morning. It seems that this task is not impossible to complete. Silent alloy door, insulation wall, paralysis toxin. The effects of these three rare items were constantly arranged and combined in Tang Yu's mind. The door opens silently. 80% of the hiding places are silent, and the toxin quickly paralyzes the enemy. In addition, Tang Yu's rare military boots have the quiet step enhancement effect and camouflage coating sticker effect. By chance, Tang Yu found the opportunity to complete this task. Consider again the two rewards for completing the mission. A rare skill, a rare equipment. Tang Yu admitted that he was moved, although he knew that this idea was very dangerous. As long as there is any mistake, as long as the refugees have the opportunity to shoot him, the situation he will face next will be unimaginable. However, there is a huge temptation of rewards after completing the task. Tang Yu quickly made his decision. Done. Every huge gain he made in the past 2 days was the result of his hard work. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Work hard once, and you will be rich for 3 days. He has the advantage of virtual map and is worth trying. Without any hesitation, Tang Yu directly put all the weapons on his body that might hinder his actions, such as the assault rifle, into the backpack space. He came to the security gate and observed the location of the two people on the virtual map. A towel appeared in his hand. Paralysis poison can be applied to melee weapons or sprayed on a towel and covered over the enemy's mouth and nose. The duration of action varies. Stabbing an enemy with a melee weapon takes 3 seconds for the enemy to lose its resistance. However, by covering the enemy's mouth and nose with a towel, the battle can be ended in just 1 second. Tang Yu knew his own situation and decisively chose to cover his mouth and nose with a towel. Now all I have to do is wait for the opportunity. Outside the hiding place, the two refugees had smoked half of their cigarettes. A man yawned and walked towards the corner of the wall. What are you going to do? Let it go. Don't go far. Call me if you need anything. After a brief conversation, the refugees came to the corner of the wall about 10 meters away to find a suitable place to relieve themselves. His eyes were fixed on a stone pillar about 3 meters away from the wall. With a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, he walked up to the stone pillar, unbuttoned his pants, closed his eyes, hummed a song, and started to pee. He didn't notice that the originally integrated wall behind him had a door to a room, and a figure walked out of the room and quietly came behind him. Just when he finished draining the water and his body was shaking uncontrollably, a towel suddenly covered his mouth and nose. Suddenly, the refugee's eyes suddenly widened, and he began to struggle all over. Subconsciously, he was about to pull out the pistol from the side of his thigh, but his hand was still putting his bird into his underwear. By the time he pulled his hand out, it was too late. Tang Yu soon felt that the refugee's struggle was becoming weaker and heavier, until the paralysis poison begins to take effect. Without any hesitation, after confirming that the other refugee had no reaction, he carefully dragged the paralyzed refugee back to the hiding place. At this moment, the refugee's wide-open eyes revealed a variety of complex emotions such as fear, terror, and disbelief. And the moment he saw the door of the hiding place closed, there was only endless despair in his eyes. As a bayonet pierced straight into the refugee's heart, Tang Yu watched the task number on the panel jump from 0/3 to 1/3. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Tang Yu directly left the bayonet in the refugee's body, so not much blood flowed out. He did this on purpose. He didn't want his hiding place to be filled with the smell of blood. He took out another weapon and put it on his waist. He had returned to the door of his hiding place and continued to wait for his opportunity. Outside the hiding place, The remaining refugee threw away the burnt cigarette but in his hand, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction where his companions left, with a puzzled expression. Damn, why does this guy take so long to pee? Could it be that he can't hold it anymore and has to do it suddenly? The refugee muttered in his heart, but shouted loudly. Hey, 3 centimeters, you're almost there. Let's go find someone. But after 5 full seconds, he didn't hear any response from his companion. At this time, the refugees already had a bad feeling. Quickly raise the gun, turn off the safety, and pull the bolt to load the gun. Focus your attention on the corner of the wall. 3 centimeters, you're kidding me. Come out now. Still no response. The refugee was now really panicked. He was absolutely sure that he had not heard any sound just now. Damn it, didn't I run into something unclean? At this time, he had already reached the corner. Chapter 21 Silent Ghost Hunter. The refugee looked at the corner of the wall, and the muzzle of the gun turned little by little as he followed his sight. When I finally saw that there was no one behind the corner, only a stone pillar and a blank wall, the refugees also breathed a sigh of relief. Mad, I'm scared to death. Where did this guy, 3 centimeters, go? He had already taken a quick look around, and there were no traces of more than 3 centimeters, nor anything suspicious. The tension in my heart finally relaxed a little. Damn, this guy won't run to other places to release the water, he guessed in his mind. After searching the entire area, I still didn't get any news about my companions. The refugee was completely panicked, and he had to inform the black dog boss as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he walked back quickly while being alert to the situation around him. But when I passed by the stone pillar, I suddenly smelled a strong smell of urine. I looked down subconsciously. Only then did he notice that there was a puddle of water on the ground of the stone pillar, combined with the smell he had just smelled. It was obviously urine, but he had not noticed the stain before because of the marble floor. But since there is urine here, it means that my companion solved his own problem here. Thinking of this, the refugees already had a premonition, just about to look back. But a slightly damp towel had quietly covered his mouth and nose. He only had time to... Da-da-da. Short, sharp gunshots rang out in the empty subway station. Who fired the gun? Did they spot the enemy? Black Dog, who was waiting for the search results in the control room, stood up suddenly when he heard the short gunshots. When he arrived at the subway hall, some refugees were already looking at him. Boss, the sound came from the left. Let's go, everyone. Tang Yu was hiding in a hiding place at the moment. He threw several bullet shells in his hand on the ground with a very ugly look on his face. He had tried his best to do it perfectly, but in just that short second, the refugee still managed to pull the trigger. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. After dragging the refugees into the hiding place, he picked up the bullet shells that fell on the ground and used a blanket to soak up the water stains beside the stone pillar. The whole process takes less than 30 seconds. Just a dozen seconds after he returned to his hiding place, some refugees appeared nearby. The Black Dog also came here soon. Who fired the shot? After hearing what Black Dog said, all the refugees around looked around in confusion. You guys fired the shot? No, we just got here too. It's not us either. We came here with the boss. Looking at the discussions of his men around him, Black Dog frowned. Brother Go, it wasn't one of our people who fired the shot, the subordinate whispered. See if there are any missing people. Is everyone here? Black Dog said in a deep voice. Now everyone was shocked and hurried to confirm that the 20-odd people had not noticed this just now. Soon, someone said, Boss, it seems that Sonli and Ergu are not here, but I just saw them searching. Yeah, I saw them coming too. Quiet. Now all the refugees understood. These 2 people are most likely in great danger. The gunshot just now was most likely their counterattack after encountering the enemy. That rat must not have gotten far. Everybody, dig the ground 3 feet deep to dig it out. Following Black Dog's orders, all the refugees began to search the surroundings. Even if they encountered a suspicious or shadowy place, they would just shoot bullets to find the way and then talk later. Inside the hiding place, Tang Yu, who had already sent the second refugee away personally, was now fully armed. Hiding behind a fireplace in the lounge area, holding an assault rifle, aiming at the door of the hiding place, motionless. In just 3 minutes, no less than 6 refugees had passed by his door, but they were all deceived by the gate's disguise and just took a quick glance before turning elsewhere. But even so, Tang Yu was already sweating on his forehead. Looking at the virtual map, there were more than 20 refugees wandering around the hiding place. The pressure is extremely great. It's not just Tang Yu who is under great pressure, but also Hey Go. Haven't found the mouse yet? After more than 10 minutes of careful searching without any progress, the black dog finally couldn't sit still anymore. It only took about a minute from the time we heard the gunshots to the time they arrived. In such a short time, it would have been difficult to even leave, let alone deal with the bodies. But the result now is that the two missing men are nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Not to mention corpses, there wasn't even a trace of a battle. By the way, have you determined the shooting location? Hearing Haiga's question, the subordinate showed a helpless expression and shook his head slightly. Brother Go, we have searched the area but have not found any shell casings. We could have confirmed the location based on the footprints on the ground, but 7 or 8 people had already arrived before us, so we can't use this to our advantage. Damn it, this guy can't be invisible. It was at this time. Da-da-da-da-da. In the tunnel on the other side of the subway, there was the sound of fierce gunfire. Boss, we found that guy. He's in the tunnel, exchanging fire with us. At this moment, Black Dog showed a look of joy on his face and immediately shouted, "You bastard, I finally caught you. Everyone, go and support us." After saying that, he ran towards that direction first. The other refugees followed closely behind the Black Dog with ferocious smiles on their faces. Because as long as we get rid of this guy, Black Dog Boss will definitely reward us tonight. Among these people, a vagrant who was running at the back was already imagining what reward the Black Dog Boss would give him tonight. A towel suddenly covered his face from behind. The next second, the person felt that his whole body was paralyzed, stiff in place, and unable to control his body at all. Then a man wearing a broken mask appeared and dragged him into the wall like a dead dog, watching the black door slowly close. Then he realized that the guy they were looking for had been hiding under their noses. It's like a silent ghost hunter. Hiding behind this wall that everyone has seen at least a dozen or 20 times, he watched them quietly. But he probably didn't have the chance to tell his companions about his discovery, because he had seen 2 cold bodies lying on the ground. He knew both of them and had drunk with them last night. One is called Salami and the other is called Urgu. This was the person he had been looking for. Looking at the expressions of fear and despair on the 2 people's faces, he now understood. This is also his destination. As the cold blade pierced into my heart, coldness swept through my whole body. Finally, into darkness. Chapter 22, Doomsday Knife Runner. Completed. Death in the Dark. Survivors complete the special event mission. Doomsday Knife Runner. Rewards. Rare skill, concealment. Rare equipment, night cloak, hooded. Covert action. Type. Rare passive skill. Description. Stealth can make your footsteps lighter and reduce the range of sound. Effect. Increase speed when moving in stealth mode. Reduce the sound of footsteps on ordinary textured ground. Reduce the sound propagation range of stealth movement. Reduce the noise produced by weapons and equipment. At max level, becomes quiet on all ground surfaces. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Increases proficiency when moving stealthily. Night cloak hooded. Type, special part equipment back. Material, black camouflage coating, cotton, special polyester fiber. Special effect 1. In darkness or shadow, hiding effect plus 30%. Probability of being ignored plus 30%. Special effect 2. The noise generated by footsteps, weapons, and equipment is reduced by minus 30%, and the sound propagation range is minus 30%. The skill bar is finally no longer empty. Tang Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 awards he received. Fuck, so awesome. If he had this skill and equipment before, he would have the confidence to sneak up behind the refugees and launch a sneak attack. There would be no need to go through so much trouble like he did just now. The combination of concealment and cloak of night is exactly the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Looking at their attribute introductions, Tang Yu quickly walked to the warehouse and took out the black mask that he had just traded in the morning. Black mask. Type, rare part equipment face. Material, cashmere cotton. Warmth effect good. Breath ability good. Environmental hearing, minus 5%. Special effect, a mask printed with a realistic black man's head. When worn, the concealment effect is plus 20% and the camouflage effect is plus 20% in dark or shadowy environments. These 2 pieces of equipment are a perfect match. After adding the special effects of the night cloak and the black mask, Tang Yu will have a 50% hidden effect bonus as long as he is in darkness or shadow. If the effects of being ignored and camouflaged are added, Tang Yu dared not imagine the result. This is completely the king of darkness. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment and skills in his hands, All kinds of novel ideas kept flashing through Tang Yu's mind. Obviously, these two pieces of equipment will not have any significant effect on frontal combat, as they have no protective capabilities at all. But he can try the assassination exploration route, as long as he acts at night. This will not only allow him to explore some areas that were previously inaccessible, but the safety will also be more guaranteed than exploring during the day. This discovery made Tang Yu very excited, and he focused his attention on the virtual map of the subway station. 20 or so red spots of light are slowly surrounding a yellow spot of light. Although the yellow light spot was constantly retreating, he was obviously finding it difficult to cope with the enemies that far outnumbered him. Since you helped me once, I will help you once too. After Tang Yu sorted out his equipment, he put on the night cloak and replaced the broken mask on his head with a black mask. When Tang Yu put on the hood of his cloak, a black assassin was born. Walking out of the hiding place and jumping down the railway tunnel, Tang Yu began to run quickly in the shadows. He immediately felt the difference. The sound of his footsteps and the friction of his equipment when he was running became much quieter. When he was in the shadows, he felt as if he had returned home, as if he was very familiar with the darkness. Nowhere to stand and what posture to use to perfectly hide your figure in the darkness. Like instinct, this feeling is really wonderful. In this wonderful feeling, Tang Yu quickly approached the battlefield, and the attacks of the refugees were already suppressed. The yellow light spot is now barely supported by the darkness in the tunnel. It is also about to leave the coverage of the subway station virtual map. At the same time, his private messages lit up. Wang Bo, great God, help me, are there any submachine gun bullets left? Urgently needed. Looking at the private message, Tang Yu frowned. No way. Tang Yu, are you the one being attacked by refugees in the tunnel now? Wang Boho. Wang Boho, master, how did you know? Are you nearby? Help me, master. After getting Wang Boho's reply, Tang Yu also understood. No wonder this man could hold on until now under the attacks of so many refugees. If that were the case, it would make sense. Although it was a bit outrageous, Wang Bohu had just traded submachine gun bullets and magazines with him in the morning, so it made sense for him to use them sparingly. In consideration of helping him attract the refugees' attention just now, Tang Yu traded 60 bullets and 1 grenade to him. Tang Yu, help me hold them back. I'll find a chance to help you out. Wang Bohu, oh my God, thank God. The next moment, Tang Yu heard the gunshots in the tunnel becoming more frequent again. At the same time, the yellow light spot in the virtual map turned light green. Tang Yu already understood the difference in the colors of the light spots in the virtual map. Red, hostile. Yellow, neutral. Green, friendly. This also made Tang Yu more confident in rescuing Wang Bohu. At this moment, he had also entered the tunnel and was completely immersed in darkness. In the dark tunnel, the light from the gunshots lit up like stars in the darkness. Tang Yu set his target on the last person in the refugee group. He could even hear the refugees roaring as they continued to attack. As his steps became lighter, the bayonet was already in his right hand. His body was half bent, and his feet moved alternately forward and backward. Covert action. Tang Yu's footsteps became even more inaudible, and his movements became even gentler. The sound of the black dog came from somewhere unknown corner. Fight slowly. I want to see how many bullets he has. I want to capture him alive. This guy has killed so many of us. Let him see how powerful we are. When Tang Yu heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. No wonder all these guys came rushing over here. It seems that Wang Bohu took the blame for him. Good people will have a peaceful life. At this moment, after hearing what Black Dog said, all the refugees began to move forward little by little with ferocious smiles on their faces. The refugees walking at the end of the team kept firing at the survivors in front. He waited until the firing pin made a blank sound before he dodged and hid beside the wall, took out the spare magazine from the magazine, and started to change bullets. At this moment, Tang Yu had already touched a position 2 meters behind the refugee. He was as silent as the god of death in the darkness. Tang Yu, attack, attract the attention of the refugees. Wang Bo, got it, great god. The next moment, gunshots rang out in front of the tunnel, and the refugees began to dodge or fight back. Finally, the refugee had changed the magazine and heard dense gunfire in front of the tunnel. When he raised his gun, he was aiming at the survivor's position. Just before he pulled the trigger, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and then he felt hot liquid flowing out of his neck. The sharp bayonet had cut his neck. TSK. Ah. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 23. Destroy them all and divide the spoils. Tang Yu carefully laid the refugee's body on the ground and casually shook off the blood on the bayonet. Continued to move towards the next target. The refugees did not notice the changes in the team, and Black Dog's attention was all on the survivors in front who were being gradually surrounded by them. Black Dog was overjoyed as he could clearly feel that the survivors' attack frequency had slowed down significantly. "Brothers, this guy is out of bullets. Go ahead and catch him." After hearing what Black Dog said, the refugees immediately split into two teams. One team of 3 or 4 people was responsible for providing cover, standing at the back and continuously firing at the survivors to suppress the opponent. Another team of 3 or 4 refugees approached the survivor along the wall, preparing to capture him alive. The Black Dog was stuck in the middle, waiting for the battle to end. Wang Bohe didn't know all this. He was hiding in a hole in the tunnel at the time, changing the magazine, just as he was about to continue the attack to attract fire. Tang Yu's message has arrived. "Tang Yu, don't attack. Take out the grenade, unplug the plug, and follow my instructions to throw it 5 meters behind. Tang Yu, the enemy is near you." Wang Bohu was shocked when he saw the news about Tang Yu. Without time to think, he hurriedly took out the grenade as Tang Yu requested, unplugged the ring, held it in his hand, and waited for Tang Yu's instructions. Wang Bohu, "Master, the thunder is ready." Tang Yu gently knocked down the second refugee, put away his bayonet, re-equipped his assault rifle, and then he took out a grenade in his hand. He also wanted to continue to reap the rewards in secret, but the situation on Wang Bohu's side obviously did not allow for any delay. So he went straight to a position 10 meters behind the team of refugees responsible for providing cover, waiting quietly for the opportunity. When he saw from the virtual map that the refugees who were capturing Wang Bohu were approximately 6 or 7 meters away. "Tang Yu, right now, 5 meters behind, throw." "Tang Yu, after the grenade explodes, shoot at the wall 20 meters to your left." As this message was sent, Tang Yu also threw the grenade he was holding 10 meters away. When the grenade was thrown at the feet of the refugees who were responsible for providing cover, no one noticed it. All their attention was now focused on Wang Bohu in front of them. However, when Wang Bohu threw the grenade and it fell at the feet of the group of refugees who were responsible for capturing them, it was immediately discovered. Grenade run. But it was obvious that Wang Bohu was not an inexperienced person, and he intentionally controlled the time before throwing it. Boom, boom. Both teams of refugees suffered heavy casualties and wailed loudly. The 2 consecutive explosions accompanied by the screams of his own people made Black Dog completely confused. He didn't understand why there was an explosion behind them, but when he saw the flames shooting out from Tang Yu's hands, he understood everything. "There are enemies behind us, attack." All the refugees started to fight back, but at this time Wang Bohu had already poked out his gun from behind the cover and started firing continuously. Tang Yu was not stupid enough to just stand there. Instead, he rolled and dodged continuously after firing 5 consecutive shots, then continued to half squat and shoot, then rolled and dodged again. With the effects of the night cloak and the black mask, Tang Yu's position could only be seen at the moment he fired, but after the refugee's bullet was fired, it only hit the ground. Wang Bohu is also very cunning. He didn't show his head at all, just a gun barrel sticking out of the wall, emptying the magazine in the direction Tang Yu indicated. Boom! Tang Yu threw another grenade. Suddenly, the only sounds in the tunnel could be heard were the constant wails and screams of the refugees. Until the end, all the submachine gun bullets in Wang Bohu's body were used up, and all the pistol bullets were also empty. The refugees had been basically wiped out, with only 3 or 4 left, injured and lying on the ground, screaming in pain. After 6 or 7 gunshots, all the refugees were killed, and the entire tunnel fell into silence. In the darkness, Tang Yu covered his thigh in pain and quickly took a painkiller to relieve the pain. While taking out the surgical kit and performing surgery on himself, he kept an eye on the color of Wang Bohu's light spot on the virtual map. Although it now seems that the green color displayed by Wang Bohu seems to be purer and deeper, Tang Yu does not dare to be careless. Wang Bohu kept sending private messages to Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, "Master, I have used up all my bullets. Are there any refugees left?" Wang Bohu, "Great God, I heard no sound. Are all the refugees dead?" Wang Bohu, Master, are you okay? Don't scare me, da." Wang Bohu, "Master, you were trying to save me, but I didn't expect. Master." Tang Yu, "I'm not dead yet. Don't worry." Wang Bo, "Great God. You are still alive? That's great." At this time, Tang Yu's injuries had been completely healed. He stood up and raised the gun again. Tang Yu, okay, the refugees are all dead, come out. As he spoke, Tang Yu lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing his figure. He turned on the flashlight and shone it towards Wang Bohu's position. Come out! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bohu poked his head out from behind the bunker. He chuckled and walked towards Tang Yu. Master, I finally see you. Holy shit. The moment he saw Tang Yu's face clearly, Wang Bohu showed a horrified expression, looking at Tang Yu in disbelief. Tang Yu then realized that he was still wearing the black mask, so what Wang Bohu saw was naturally the appearance of a black man. I'm wearing a mask. After hearing Tang Yu's explanation, Wang Bohu showed a look of understanding. During this process, Tang Yu was always paying attention to the changes in Wang Bohu in his mind. As long as he showed the slightest change in color, he would shoot without hesitation. And Tang Yu did wait for Wang Bohu's color to change. It just seems to become more green. It's the color of imperial jade, so green that it's shiny and glossy. Tang Yu calmly put down the gun and asked nonchalantly, Wang Bohu, did you have a girlfriend before? Ah, Wang Bohu didn't understand, but he still answered truthfully. There was one, and we came back to share it. I was so angry that I volunteered to participate in the Doomsday game. Ahem, it's okay. Tang Yu pursed his lips slightly. As he spoke, Tang Yu noticed that Wang Bohu was actually just a boy of 17 or 18 years old, which surprised him greatly. I didn't expect you to be so young. Wang Bohu scratched his head shyly. Hey, I'm just 18 this year. Tang Yu smiled in his heart, then pointed with his chin towards the bodies of the refugees who had been killed by Wang Bohu. Okay, let's go get the spoils. Take as much as you can. There were more than 20 bodies of refugees in this tunnel, so it was understandable to give some of the spoils to Wang Bohu. Not to mention that the other party also indirectly helped Tang Yu and attracted a lot of firepower for him in the tunnel. Great God, is it true? Although Wang Bohu had this idea before, he was a little bit unconvinced when he heard Tang Yu actually say this. Happiness comes too fast. Really, if you can get it, go ahead and loot it. Hurry up, this place should have been targeted by refugees. Wang Bohu did not refuse. He really needed these weapons and equipment to improve his combat effectiveness. Quickly walked towards the location where the grenade exploded. Tang Yu's gaze was directed towards the location of the black dog. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such joy in reaping the spoils. Moreover, this refugee leader can control more than 20 refugees, so he must have some good stuff. Chapter 24. Destroy the subway station power supply system and upgrade the hiding place again. Tang Yu and Wang Bohu did not delay for long, as now was not the time to analyze the quality of the spoils. Wang Bohu filled up all the space in his backpack and finally looked at Tang Yu while carrying 2 submachine guns. Master, I'll go back first. We'll chat privately later. Go quickly. Be careful of refugees on the road. Watching Wang Bohu disappearing into the dark tunnel with difficulty, Tang Yu was not idle either. He went back and forth several times, moving all the equipment and supplies of the refugees back to their hiding place. By the way, the 3 bodies in the hiding place were moved to the tunnel, and the illusion was created that after the refugees were completely wiped out in the tunnel, the enemy left deep into the tunnel. Then Tang Yu carefully cleaned up any traces of possible exposure around his hiding place. Only then did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Today's incident was indeed a bit thrilling. Fortunately, Tang Yu has been preparing for a rainy day since the first day he entered the Doomsday game. Constantly improve your own strength and equipment, as well as the facilities of your hideout. This is how they managed to successfully complete this battle between 2 opponents with such a huge disparity in strength. The most important thing is that luck is on Tang Yu's side. If Wang Bohu had not traded the paralysis toxin to him, Tang Yu would not have been able to successfully complete the Doomsday Knife Runner mission and obtain the 2 rewards. If Wang Bohu hadn't suddenly appeared for some unknown reason and attracted the attention of the refugees, Tang Yu would not have had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Tang Yu paused slightly and showed a strange expression. So, this kid is my lucky star. On the other side, Wang Bohu finally returned to his hiding place with great difficulty. The main reason was that Tang Yu told him to take as much as he could, so Wang Bohu simply carried the full load on himself and basically crawled all the way back. He felt both nervous and excited along the way. So many equipments simply made him sing the song of a liberated serf. This time they brought back 4 rifles, 4 pistols, 6 or 7 grenades, and fully equipped magazines. The rest were the medical supplies he had specially looted. Looking at the room full of equipment, Wang Bohu had a silly smile on his face. Then he remembered something and quickly opened the private message box. Wang Bohu, great God, I have returned safely. Tang Yu, oh. After saying that, Tang Yu directly traded him 4 bulletproof vests. Tang Yu, keep your spoils. These 4 bulletproof vests were from the refugees killed by Wang Bohu. Wang Bohu couldn't get them before, so Tang Yu brought them back together. He doesn't need these little things, and now he doesn't care about the level 2 bulletproof vest. Besides, he has a good impression of Wang Bohu, so he just does him a favor. Sure enough, Wang Bohu was very excited after watching it. Wang Bohu, great God, you. Tang Yu, okay, I'm busy now. Wang Bohu, master, you are busy. Only then did Tang Yu begin to seriously think about the possible loopholes in his hiding place in the subway station. Because Tang Yu knew that after this time, a bigger crisis would inevitably come. This time there are only 20 or so refugees, but next time there may be dozens or even hundreds of enemies. The urgency in his heart became more and more obvious. There is no doubt that after obtaining the night cloak and black mask, darkness is the safest environment for Tang Yu. Whether attacking or hiding, we have the advantage of geographical location. Therefore, Tang Yu could no longer sit still and put on his equipment again. This time, he went directly to the mechanical and electrical room of the subway station, where all the circuit power switches of the entire subway station were placed. After 2 grenades, the mechanical and electrical room was in a mess, with sparks flying everywhere. Then the entire station fell into endless darkness. Tang Yu turned on the flashlight and went into the mechanical and electrical room to check again, making sure that all the chassis could not be repaired. Only then did he return to his hiding place. Now he was finally completely relieved. He also understood why the hideout required the survivors to build generator facilities even though the power system in the urban area was still functioning. I guess Doomsday games take many aspects into consideration. However, due to damage to the station's power system, the hiding place was plunged into darkness. Before, Tang Yu had not built any lighting facilities in his hiding place, and had always used the power and lighting systems of the subway station. This time it had to be built. Lighting Level 1. Effect. Use candles to illuminate your hiding place. Construction requirements. 10,000 Doomsday coins, 1 candle, 1 lighter. Build time, 5 minutes. The construction materials have met the conditions whether to build. Yes. After 5 minutes, the construction of Level 1 lighting facilities was completed. Tang Yu directly upgraded the Level 2 lighting facilities. Lighting Level 2. Effect. Use basic lighting to illuminate your hideout. Upgrade requirements. Generator, Level 1. Lighting Level 1, 10 bulbs, 10 wires, 1 switch, 20,000 Doomsday coins. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Insufficient upgrade materials. Unable to upgrade. This time, Tang Yu discovered that the number of light bulbs and wires used in this upgrade was huge, so he directly sought transactions in the regional channel. The transaction went very smoothly. They were all basic supplies for the urban area, and the transaction was successful with only a dagger and a Level 2 bulletproof vest. Start upgrading the lighting facilities directly. During the upgrade, Tang Yu was not in a hurry and lay on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. When he woke up this time, he found it was already night. Lighting the facilities had been upgraded long ago. Tang Yu first took out 2 barrels of fuel that had been prepared in advance from the warehouse and poured them into the fuel generator. As the generator set started, it made a slight sound and officially began to work. When Tang Yu pressed the light switch, the entire hiding place was filled with light again. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This generator set is pretty good. It's probably some kind of black technology. The noise from the machine is surprisingly quiet, and the smoke exhaust is actually directly connected to the ventilation duct. Not bad. Because there is only one lighting that needs electricity now, the generator set's power generation gear is adjusted to the lowest gear, Level 1. I believe these 2 barrels of fuel are enough for the generator set to work for a long time. Then Tang Yu came outside the hiding place. After carefully confirming that the sound, light, and vibration of the generator set in the hiding place would not be detected by anyone outside, Tang Yu finally felt relieved. He once again secretly felt fortunate for his decision to trade the silent alloy door and thermal insulation wall this morning. After returning to the hideout, I started building the kitchen facilities that I didn't have time to build today. Tang Yu finally had time to sort out the gains from today's battle. It is undeniable that the harvest this time is unprecedented, especially when looking at the various equipment spread all over the ground. Tang Yu also has a faint sense of accomplishment in his heart. Chapter 25. The situation is full of twists and turns, and the meat dog's response. The night was completely dark. In the refugee camp, Rugu asked again, "Has the black dog not come back yet?" "Boss, Brother Go hasn't come back yet." At noon, Brother Go sent someone back to say that he found the place where our brothers were killed. It was inside the Garden subway station. Then he called over 20 brothers to go look for the enemy. Brother Go has brought so many brothers with him. He should be back soon. As Rugu listened to his men's reports, his uneasiness became more and more obvious. Although his reason told him that nothing unexpected would happen since Black Dog was leading more than 20 men, it was already night, and it shouldn't drag on for so long. No, let someone go find Black Dog and see what's going on. Following Rugu's order, the team of more than a dozen people set out again for the Huayuan subway station. At this moment, Tang Yu was looking at a map in his hand seriously. Map of Baida District, Kaluo City. Type: intelligence item. Number of grids occupied: 2 by 1. Introduction. This is a detailed map that records the street information of Baida District in Kaluo City. This was also the first time that Tang Yu intuitively understood the street information and location of his area. He also quickly located the subway station where he was. It is located right between the central area and the border of Baida City. The location is neither good nor bad. Huayuan Station is named after the White Pagoda and Flower Park next to the subway station. At the same time, Tang Yu found the location of the Red Romance Club he had been to before on the map. It was indeed only one station away. Apartment number 15 was also found by Tang Yu. It is located right between the direction of Honglinmen and the next station. Looking at the markings on the map, it seems that the place was originally mainly inhabited by middle-class people, because there is a huge shopping supermarket and a luxury car 4S store next to it. There's also a bank located there. At the same time, a building called Trading Center on the map was circled in red. The words base camp are written on it. Look at this trading center. It must be the refugees' lair in this area. Tang Yu put the map away. Now the map is very valuable and enough for Tang Yu to do something. Then he took out a key. Room key of Somu Hotel 903. Effect: can open room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel. These two items were all found on the refugee leader. Tang Yu guessed that the key should be to this guy's own room, and that it might contain the supplies he had collected. Thinking of this, Tang Yu couldn't wait to search it. Next, Tang Yu has 2 directions to explore. One is apartment 15. He now has 3 keys to this apartment, so he can explore it. The other one is room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel. It is worth mentioning that the Pinewood Hotel is actually next to apartment 15, with the bank building in between. However, Tang Yu still needs to decide the specific situation based on the events of Super Monopoly tomorrow. Because there were too many spoils today, the warehouse obviously could not hold so many things, so Tang Yu simply put them in the corner. I was already feeling sleepy. He really consumed too much energy today. Soon fell asleep. Just 10 minutes after he fell asleep, a dozen refugees who were sent by the meat dogs to look for the Black Dog team finally arrived at the Garden subway station. Why is this place so dark? Keep quiet, turn on your flashlight, and proceed carefully. When the team leader saw that the subway station was already pitch black, he already had bad thoughts in his mind. In this environment, Black Dog doesn't look like someone who can stay there for such a long time. But he had to follow his boss's orders. So everyone started looking for him at the subway station. They also saw blood and traces of fighting on the floor of the control room. In this way, a dozen people explored slowly, and finally when they came near the tunnel, one of them shone a flashlight into the tunnel and seemed to see something. "Brother, there seems to be something lying on the ground in the tunnel. Go and have a look." After they walked for dozens of meters in the tunnel, everyone showed incredible expressions. "This is about 3 centimeters. A refugee recognized the identity of the body. There is more ahead. This person seems to be Urga." Now everyone lost their composure and shone their flashlights deep into the tunnel. 1, 2, 3, 27. Familiar faces fell to the ground. Except for 5 people who were killed by sabers, the others had obviously experienced a very fierce battle. Everyone had bullet holes of varying sizes and wounds from grenade fragments. The team leader looked at the Black Dog lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes and died with his eyes open. I was already very frightened. What a joke. Black Dog and more than 20 people were killed here. It was obvious that this was a premeditated attack on their camp. If those attackers hadn't left, the dozen or so people they had now would have been completely wiped out. Not only him, but other refugees were also extremely frightened when they saw the corpses lying on the ground. Many of them were drinking together last night. "Everyone retreat, leave." The leader simply took a few photos of the scene in the tunnel with his camera and then hurriedly spoke to his men. As a result, all the refugees started to run back in panic. When they finally stumbled away from the subway station entrance and looked at the bright moonlight in the sky, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the extremely dark subway station behind me, it seemed like a hell with no end in sight. After simply restoring their strength, they hurried back to the camp. What? You said that more than 20 members of the Black Dog group all died in the subway tunnel. Ruga looked at the subordinate who reported to him in disbelief. Boss, these are the photos we took. All the equipment and weapons on Black Dog and his men are missing. Only their bodies are left in the tunnel. I think this is an organized attack specifically targeting us. Taking the photo, Ruga looked at the photo and saw the dead Black Dog and the bodies of other refugees. His face was extremely gloomy and angry. Who is scheming me, Kaban or the butcher? He went to the city map on the wall and looked at it. Cabin is occupying the 4S car shop, and the butcher is in the theater building. Judging from the direction of this subway tunnel, it is indeed leading in their direction. Moreover, the Red Romance Club is also located at the intersection of our 3 territories. Damn, it's not really those 2 guys who are trying to put me on the spot, although I'm not sure about this guess. But Rugu also understood that he couldn't do nothing, otherwise his subordinates might have some ideas. Thinking of this, he looked at his men and said, "Notify Bayonet to come see me." 10 minutes later, a man wrapped in black and wearing a skull mask appeared in front of the meat dog. "Bayonet, you should have heard that all 20 or so people from the Black Dog team died in the tunnel today. Add to that the 10 people from the previous 2 days, and that's more than 30 lives lost. Only Cabin and the Butcher have such strength. I want you to bring your men and teach them a lesson. Our brothers must not die in vain. Be more discreet in your movements." After listening to Ruga's instructions, Bayonet didn't say much. He just nodded lightly and left the room. Watching Bayonet's back as he left, Ruga took a deep puff on his cigar and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Cabin Butcher, I don't know if it was you who did it, but I can't do anything about it now. If it wasn't you, please don't blame me." Chapter 26 Undercurrents, the 4th day of Doomsday. A little later, several bosses from other refugee camps in Quella City received news that more than 20 people, including Black Dog, Ruga's right-hand man, were killed in a subway tunnel. Over the past few days, Ruga has lost nearly 40 of his men. When this news came out, everyone was very surprised. Although Rugu was not a good person, it was not glorious for him to rise to the position. But it is undeniable that the strength of the refugee camp led by Rugu is not too bad. Now, someone can make Rugu suffer such a huge loss without him knowing, and Rugu hasn't even found any clues yet. After confirming that it was not their own people who did this, the leaders of these refugee camps began to wonder. There were nearly 40 fully armed warriors, although they were not as elite as the rebels in the north. But they are not cats and dogs without any ability to resist, able to complete these actions silently. Even these bosses were constantly wondering whether their people could handle such a thing if they encountered it. Ruta must have offended someone he shouldn't have. Otherwise, why would they target him specifically? There are more than 1 or 2 people who have this idea. What followed were the orders given by various refugee camps to their subordinates. Although the expressions were different, the meaning was the same. Just be quiet these few days, stay away from the subway station, and don't mess with anyone you shouldn't mess with. Then, these people waited for the meat dog to make a move. They all acted like spectators and were very happy to see the meat dog being humiliated. The most important thing is that everyone is looking for opportunities to take over the meat dog territory. The refugees are a group of greedy hyenas. They're not interested in who is against the meat dogs. The refugees only care about territory and interests. It was just after midnight, 6 hours after the refugees discovered the bodies of Haigu and others. Huayuan Metro Station welcomes new guests. If Tang Yu was awake at this time, he would clearly see on the virtual map that a black light spot as dark as ink appeared at the entrance of the subway station, and walked all the way in the dark subway passage through the hall and into the subway tunnel, all in silence. Wherever it passes, insects and ants will die within seconds. It was like a ghost of death with its feet off the ground, silent and moving, and anyone who saw it would die. At this time, the bodies of Haigu and others had disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the ground, bullet holes all over the tunnel walls, and the faint smell of gunpowder. The man checked carefully from the bloodstains to the bullet holes, to the locations of the 3 grenade explosions. When he got the result he wanted, he left silently again. The tunnel fell silent again, as if no one had ever been there. What? Only 2 people? This is impossible. Ruga made an incredulous sound. Are you questioning me? No. I dare not, Master Ghostface. It's just, this news is too shocking. After all, they are more than 20 fully armed people. They are not just 20 chickens. In the shadows of the room, Ghostface looked at the meat dog with a look of disdain behind the mask. Meat dog, don't forget who put you in this position now. The dog broke out in a cold sweat. Ghost! Lord Ghostface, I dare not. If it weren't for Lord Ghostface, how could I sit in this position now? It's good that you know. Anyway, now that the news has been told to you, find a way to find these 2 people. Yes, Master Ghostface. The 4th day of the apocalypse. At this time, there were only 3 days left until the polar blizzard disaster. Tang Yu tightened the blanket around himself and shivered. Damn it, the weather is really starting to get cold. Obviously, the Doomsday disaster will not come until a week after entering the game, but already there are changes before the disaster. After being confused for a few minutes, Tang Yu rubbed his still sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. I got up and went to the generator set, turn it on again, and then turn on the light switch. The hideout is illuminated. Tang Yu discovered that the kitchen facilities had been completed. It looked like an electric hot pot was placed on a small table. This Doomsday game is awesome. Sigh my heart. Then he took out a box of milk and a bag of bread from the warehouse. After simply heating the milk in the electric cooker, he ate his breakfast, taking a sip of milk and a bite of bread. In the end, he was not satisfied, so he took out a can of luncheon meat and started eating it in big mouthfuls. It's so comfortable. It has been 5 or 6 days since Tang Yu traveled to this Doomsday world. This was the first time he had eaten hot and delicious food. In the past few days, due to the pressure of survival, he could only eat bread or beef sausage when he was hungry and drink bottled water when he was thirsty. It was indeed a bit unbearable for Tang Yu, who was used to eating hot meals. This was why he was in a hurry to build a kitchen yesterday. The weather was getting colder, and if he still had to eat cold food, he couldn't imagine how he would survive that day. While sipping hot milk with bread, he had already opened a regional chat channel. Want to see if anything happened last night. What was visible was indeed a peaceful scene. Compared with the chaotic situation yesterday morning, when people were being chased by refugees, it was much more peaceful. Of course, there are still people shouting in the channel that they have no food or water and asking others to help them. But everyone's attitude was unanimous. It's the 4th day now, and we are different from the survivors who were born in forests, Gobi Desert, and other environments. Food in the city is not very difficult to find. As long as you dare to go out and look for supplies, there will be no problem in meeting your daily needs. But this man didn't even have food. That only means that this person never went out to look for it. And it is impossible for other survivors to give the food they found at the risk of their lives to others. They are not his father. After eating and drinking, Tang Yu simply cleaned up. He opened the Monopoly panel with great anticipation. I don't know what time I'll get today. I hope it's still real estate. The special event missions are too difficult. Today's Monopoly investment wealth points have been distributed, and another 128 points have been obtained, bringing the total wealth points to 409 points. It's over 400 points. Tang Yu was very satisfied. I got a special mission yesterday. I must have activated the spell incorrectly. I'll try another one today. After thinking about it, Emperor Guanwu, God of Wealth, Lord Guan, please bless me to win the real estate today. The dice bounce. Tang Yu stared at it intently, and when the dice stopped and revealed the number 6, Tang Yu's eyes had already looked to the position 6 squares in front of Mini Tang Yu. Just after seeing the pattern above, Tang Yu's eyes widened. What the hell? Chapter 27, Unexpected Fortune, Trading Again. Tang Yu looked extremely depressed. It's just because the icon at that location is still a question mark pattern. How can you be so unlucky? Tang Yu had already laid down, burying himself heavily in the blanket. The survivor triggers an unexpected event. Windfall, wealth points plus 200 points. Hearing the prompt sound of Super Monopoly, Tang Yu sat up suddenly and looked at the panel. Oh my god, this is fine. Tang Yu now suddenly felt that it was not so difficult to accept. It seems that praying to Lord Guan is still effective. Even if you get an unexpected event, you can still get free money. As a result, his wealth points reached an astonishing number of 609 points. Tang Yu was in a good mood and closed the panel happily. Start planning today's work schedule. Today is the 4th day of the Doomsday game, and the temperature has begun to drop significantly. The most important thing for Tang Yu now is still how to survive the first round of Doomsday disaster. Although the construction of his current hideout is far ahead of other survivors, survival in the apocalypse is not a confrontation between survivors, but a confrontation with disasters. Tang Yu still felt that there was room for improvement in his hiding place. We now have fireplaces for heating, kitchens for food heating, and insulated walls for insulation, but no one knows how severe this snowstorm will be. After all, it has the suffix polar, so Tang Yu estimated that the temperature could be as low as minus 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. By that time, even with the 50 degrees Celsius temperature raised by the fireplace, it would only be close to 0 degrees, and it would still be very cold. What if the extreme cold disaster is even more severe, with the temperature reaching minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius or even lower? What's more, the disaster lasted for 3 days. Tang Yu felt that preparations must be made early. The more heating facilities, the better. You can do without them, but you cannot do without them. In addition, a lot of fuel for the generator set is also needed, and bedding is also needed. Ever since the rest area was upgraded to level 2, warm rest area, Tang Yu hadn't had time to check the production list of the newly added bedding in the rest area due to a series of events. Today was a good opportunity for them to trade supplies and make them. I already felt a bit cold this morning, and that's with the insulation walls. I think the temperature will drop even more tomorrow. If you catch a cold while sleeping, it would be a double whammy, so you need to stock up on medicines. There are also food reserves and warehouse upgrades. These are all urgent matters today. Tang Yu felt pain in his head and annoyance just thinking about it. Tang Yu quickly determined the work content for today and no longer went out to explore during the day. Anyway, there was no new real estate income, so there was no need to go out and take risks. Hide in your hideout to upgrade facilities, trade supplies, and craft items to prepare for the extreme cold disaster in 3 days. This is a good opportunity to use up the massive amount of equipment and weapons obtained yesterday. Otherwise, we will have no place to hide. After making a decision, Tang Yu came to the warehouse and checked the upgrade requirements. Warehouse Level 1. Warehouse Level 1. Effect: get a 5x8 40 grid storage space in your hideout. Next stage. Warehouse Expansion Level 2. Upgrade requirements. Warehouse Level 1. Ventilation Duct Level 1. 50,000 Doomsday coins. 3 space items above 12 grids, 2 pieces of wood, 1 pack of nails, 1 WD antiseptic and waterproofing agent. Upgrade time: 1 hour. There are currently insufficient upgrade materials, and the upgrade is not possible. The material requirements for this warehouse upgrade are much higher than before. Fortunately, yesterday's spoils happened to contain several 12 grid space items, which are the most difficult to obtain and should be able to be used. The remaining supplies should be able to be obtained through trading. Next is the latest production list that appeared in the rest area. Loose quilt, production requirements: 25 units of cotton, 1 needle and thread. Comfortable bed sheets, production requirements: fleece cloth X2, polyester X1, needle and thread X1. Buckwheat pillow, production requirements: buckwheat noodles X3, pillow X1, needle and thread X1. Looking at the newly appeared rest area bedding production list, Tang Yu frowned. He wasn't particularly happy with the items. It seems that we still need to put our hopes on the deal. In that case, Tang Yu directly opened the World Channel to edit his trading information for today. A few minutes later, City Tang Yu, Submachine Gun Pictures X13, AK Rifle Pictures X7, Shotgun Pictures X3, Pistol Pictures X23, Melee Weapon Pictures X23, Level 2 Bulletproof Vests X20, Level 3 Bulletproof Vests X4, trading drawings, items, equipment and supplies, priority trading of rare items, warmth and heating items. Quantity is limited. Please PM me for trading. Tang Yu also sent the same message to the regional chat channel. The result was that this news directly silenced the World Channel and regional chat channels. More than 10 seconds passed, and Tang Yu didn't see anyone refreshing the chat message. Holy shit, this is impossible. How can the chat channel of this Doomsday game crash? Tang Yu guessed in disbelief. A few days ago, whenever he sent out a transaction information, there would be a group of people commenting. What was happening today? Just as he finished thinking this, information from the World Channel and the 2 regional channels began to scroll across the screen like crazy, and his private messages began to increase rapidly again. There is a delay in feelings. It scares me to death. Tang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the survivors who saw Tang Yu's message could not calm down at all. Although the equipment that Tang Yu traded before was outrageous, at least there was a limit and everyone could accept it. Moreover, The survivors who had purchased Tang Yu's weapons in the past 2 days have also begun to reap rewards. Now, in the World Channel and regional chat channels, people have started trading weapons and equipment from time to time. So the arms deal is no longer as shocking as it was a few days ago. But they never expected that just 1 day later, Tang Yu would use his ultimate move again. Dozens of guns, 24 melee weapons, and bulletproof vests. It is simply refreshing the survivors' understanding of weapons and equipment trading. City, Lu Haitao. Yushin is no longer pretending. He finally brought out all the stuff in his arsenal. Forest Lu Mintao, it's outrageous. Yushin released so many things at once. Aren't you afraid of inflation? Grassland, Wang Minmin. I think Yushin is awesome. This will also help more people improve their ability to survive. It would just be better if the price was a little cheaper. City, Wang Boho. Don't think these things are expensive. Yushin fought against more than 20 refugees and fought hard to get them. If you need weapons and equipment, please contact Yushin immediately. West Coast, Neo Dayton. Oh my god, it seems the person above knows some inside information. Is this true? After just a quick glance at the chat content, Tang Yu once again immersed himself in the work of selecting a trading partner. There's still a long way to go. Chapter 28 Ondal, Water Purifier, Heater. Although only 1 day had passed, Tang Yu had already clearly felt that the price of warm clothing had increased significantly. Yesterday, you only needed a spear to trade for a rare item, but today the price has doubled or even tripled. Obviously, the sudden drop in temperature today made all survivors realize that the extreme cold disaster seems to come earlier than expected. However, Tang Yu was not dissatisfied with this, as he had anticipated this matter long ago. He was extremely glad that he had made the right decision before and traded for a large amount of necessary supplies while everyone was entering the early stages of the apocalypse. Therefore, Tang Yu was very relaxed about the transaction quantity this time. As long as the other party did not ask for an exorbitant amount and the demand was within a reasonable range, Tang Yu would choose to trade. He also focused on the upgraded materials needed to build facilities. It took a whole morning to digest all the weapons and equipment. In addition to obtaining a large amount of supplies and food reserves needed to upgrade the hideout, as well as a large amount of Doomsday coins, Tang Yu once again obtained several good rare props or construction blueprints, including even a hideout upgrade blueprint, which made Tang Yu most satisfied. However, in order to exchange for this blueprint, Tang Yu consumed at least 1/10 of the trading items. But he thought it was a good deal. Hideout upgrade blueprint. Underground air raid shelter. Type, rare blueprint. Effect. After use, the survivor's hiding place will be upgraded and transformed in a targeted manner. Upgrade requirements. Hideout. Stone X300, Concrete X20, Waterproof Glue X5, Foam Glue X5, Alloy Steel X20, Doomsday Coin X100, 000. Upgrade time. 5 seconds. The upgrade materials have met the conditions whether to upgrade. Tang Yu had already arrived outside the hiding place and made a decisive choice. Yes, I saw that the entire hiding place was in the dark subway station, and it became even deeper. 5 seconds passed quickly, and when Tang Yu opened the door of the hiding place again, the inside of the door had changed drastically. What was originally a short downward staircase became longer. After walking down about 3 meters, Tang Yu finally stepped on the ground of the hiding place. The hiding place was still in an L shape as a whole. After walking through a security corridor of about 3 meters, you will arrive at the lobby of the hideout, and this security corridor is right at the corner of the L. Tang Yu looked inside. The roof was changed from the original flat roof of the station monitoring room to an arched roof, like the roof of a cave. However, the internal area of the hiding place is more than twice the previous area. The rest area, kitchen, ventilation ducts, generator sets, and other hiding place facilities are still in their original locations, but there is a lot of space between each facility, which should be the space left to facilitate future upgrades of the facilities. And the sizes of these facilities have changed slightly as the hideouts are upgraded, making them look more coordinated. The only major change is the ventilation duct. Originally, the ventilation duct was installed on the roof with a vent about 30 by 30 centimeters in size. Now they were on the top of the longer wall of the L in the hiding place, and one vent had turned into 3. So even though we are underground now, the air in the hiding place is still very fresh. Tang Yu looked at the data given in the virtual map. The subway station was originally located underground, and at this time the hiding place was already 30 meters deep from the surface. This hiding place should be sufficient for the time being. After taking a quick look around the hiding place, Tang Yu began to build other facilities. Rest area renovation drawings, Kong bed. Type, rare blueprint. Effect 1. Convert the beds in the rest area into a Kong. By burning wood, charcoal, and other combustibles in the Kong, the temperature in the rest area can be increased by 10-40 degrees Celsius to resist severe cold. Effect 2. The probability of survivors suffering from cold and frostbite is reduced by 30, and water consumption is increased by 40. Renovation requirements. Rest area, level 1. Ventilation duct, level 1. 50 firebricks, 1 insulation pad. Renovation time, 1 hour. Water collector modification drawing. Water purification type. Type, rare blueprint. Effect 1. 500 milliliters of pure water is obtained every hour. The storage space is 5L, and 2 filter cartridges need to be replaced every week. Effect 2. The sewage filtration efficiency is 2L/hour, and 2 filter elements need to be replaced every 3 days. Renovation requirements. Kitchen level 1. Water collector level 1. Generator level 1. Filter element X2. Duct tape X1. Corrugated hose X1. Doomsday coin X 20,000. Renovation time, 1 hour. Kitchen remodeling drawings. Heater. Type, rare blueprint. Effect 1. Add a heater facility in the kitchen area. 24-hour hot water supply. Kitchen energy consumption minus 12%. Effect 2. The probability of survivors suffering from digestive tract diseases and colds is reduced by 10%. Renovation requirements. Kitchen level 1. Water collector level 1. Generator level 1 or stove level 1. 25,000 Doomsday coins, 1 faucet, 1 metal part. Renovation time, 1 hour. The facility drawings of these 3 hiding places were carefully selected by Tang Yu, and the renovation drawings of the rest area, the Kong, started directly. The next step is to build the water collector, hiding place facility next to the kitchen. However, the construction materials are available this time, so you can just choose to build it directly. Originally, Tang Yu was not in a hurry to build the water collector. Now he had enough water for his own use. The various bottled water and milk in the warehouse were enough for him to eat and drink for a week. But after seeing the 2 facilities, the water purifier and the cooler, I decided to buy them. Just think of it as preparation for the future. It will come in handy sooner or later anyway. On the other hand, the price of these 2 drawings is really too cheap, which is just the price of a rifle. However, Tang Yu also knew the reason. The traders of these 2 rare blueprints were survivors in the urban area, so their demand for water was definitely not great at this stage. The construction requirements of these 2 blueprints were very demanding, and the survivors who could meet these requirements at this stage were very rare. Therefore, it would be more cost-effective to trade it with Tang Yu for weapons, and weapons are definitely hard currency that is still durable at this stage, and even after the first disaster. Even though Tang Yu has been trading weapons frequently these days, there are still very few survivors who can obtain guns on their own at this stage. Half an hour later, the water collector was completed. Tang Yu directly chose to use the 2 rare blueprints of water purifier and heater. During this period, the warehouse upgrade had already been completed, and the warehouse space was directly expanded to 200 inventory slots. It seems like a lot, but because the items in the Doomsday game occupy different numbers of slots, only small and cumbersome things are placed in the warehouse, such as food, drinking water, medical supplies, etc. The generator fuel he purchased was neatly stacked in the corner on the other side of the hiding place. This time he traded for about 20 barrels. Based on the consumption of 1 barrel per week, it was enough for him to use for a long time. This was traded by a player who happened to spawn near a gas station. Coincidentally, this person and Tang Yu were in the same area. He was the guy who had previously placed his hiding place in the sewer. I heard that this guy made a lot of money by reselling fuel. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh. There are indeed many capable people. As long as you are good at discovering, you can always find aspects that are beneficial to yourself. When Tang Yu piled up the wood, charcoal, and other supplies needed for the Kong in the corner, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the upgraded facilities had been completed. Chapter 29 Hideout Upgrade completed. Explore Pinewood Hotel 903. The rest area has completely changed. The original wooden single bed has been turned into a 1.8M x 2M Kong. You can see that the Kong is close to the wall, and a flue is connected to the flue of the fireplace next to it. At this time, the rest area can no longer be regarded as Tang Yu's sleeping place. If a sofa is placed next to the fireplace and a TV is placed opposite the wall, it will become a simple small living room. Tang Yu came to the Kong and took out several pieces of warm bedding that he had traded for before from the private message box. There are thick cashmere blankets, thick double quilts, down pillows, cashmere pajamas, cashmere socks, and so on. Basically, the hiding place now has all the necessary items and facilities to deal with extreme cold weather, and Tang Yu feels a lot more at ease. At this time, Tang Yu was also very tired, so he fell directly on the Kong and fell asleep with the cashmere blanket covering him. However, he did not know that several attacks on refugees had broken out in the Baita city where he was located. Each attack lasted for a very short time, as if it was a premeditated ambush, and the battle would be over within a few seconds. For a while, all the refugee organizations in the Baita city area were in panic. The storm caused by Tang Yu's killing of refugees gradually showed signs of spreading to other neighborhoods. When Tang Yu woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He stretched comfortably and then got up slowly. You really get what you pay for. He was obviously very satisfied with the cashmere blanket and did not feel the slightest bit of cold during his rest. Tang Yu took out 2 beef sausages, a piece of bread, and a bag of milk and went to the kitchen. Simply fry the beef sausage and bread, roll them together, and eat them with hot milk. Tang Yu just felt extremely comfortable. He didn't know if it was because the hiding place was underground, but he felt that the temperature in the hiding place seemed to be higher than in the morning. I'll get a thermometer when I get a chance. Eat and drink enough. Open the panel and check your status. Name, Tang Yu. Type of shelter, underground bomb shelter. Hideout area, 201. Hideout facilities. Hideout security, silent alloy door level 2, rest area. Heated floor 2, kitchen level 1, water collector. Water purification type level 2, generator set level 1, warehouse level 2, thermal insulation wall level 1, ventilation duct, safety type level 2. Hideout accessories/items. Fireplace, lounge, heater, kitchen, camouflage coating stickers, hideout security. Health, 508. Stamina, 100. Status, full of energy. Energetic. Effect, the survivors get enough sleep and eat enough, and within 1 hour, their physical strength consumption is reduced by 50%. This state comes just in time. Tang Yu did not go back to rest, but put on his equipment. But he was always thinking about the supplies in the Pinewood Hotel and apartment building number 15. The reason why I didn't go out during the day was because I hadn't purchased any property, and it would be too risky to go out and explore rashly. But at night, with the help of night cloak and black mask, Tang Yu had no worries. In fact, what he was most worried about was that if he delayed for another day or two, when the temperature began to drop sharply, it would become much more difficult to go out and explore, so he did not want to give up this rare window of exploration. Soon he was fully equipped. This time his main weapon was no longer an assault rifle, but the MP5 submachine gun. The main reason was that this gun was small in size and allowed him to carry more supplies. Tang Yu walked out of the door of the hiding place. As soon as he came out of his hiding place, Tang Yu couldn't help but shiver. The temperature should be at most 15 or 16 degrees now. When the hood of the cloak was put on his head, Tang Yu had completely blended into the darkness. He jumped off the subway tracks and ran towards the Red Romance Club. 20 minutes later, he appeared at the subway station entrance. After carefully checking the surroundings and finding no refugees, he walked towards the Pinewood Hotel. It seems that because of the cold weather today, there are thick clouds over the city, blocking the light of the moon. But it brought a lot of help to Tang Yu. He was in darkness the entire time, and every time he walked by, it seemed as if the dark shadows became thicker and thicker. No one would notice it unless you look carefully. The Pinewood Hotel is about 500 meters away from the subway station. Next to it is the Quella Bank, and on the other side of the bank is apartment number 15. Soon Tang Yu saw the sign of Songmu Hotel, but it had been half blown off by a shell. The street shops and roads were also full of craters from the shell attacks. There are vehicles everywhere on the road. When he was 50 meters away from the Pinewood Hotel, Tang Yu had already started walking quietly with his body half bent. Concealment skill effect begins to take effect. Only when you are very close to Tang, can you vaguely hear some light footsteps. Tang Yu kept observing his surroundings without being careless at all. Since the refugee leader has the room key to the Pinewood Hotel, it is inevitable that there are other people who have the same key. So he took every step very carefully. But he didn't encounter any accidents until he reached the 9th floor through the stairs. Room 903, 903. He quickly turned off the flashlight, and the room number in front of him was 903. Take out the key, insert it, and twist it. With a click, the door was opened and Tang Yu slipped in. The room was pitch black. This is a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room. After Tang Yu made sure that there was no one in every room, he breathed a sigh of relief. He drew the curtains in the room, went to the living room, turned on the flashlight, and checked the room. As a result, when Tang Yu swept the flashlight left and right, he was stunned. Fuck, is this guy really a small boss? The first thing that caught Tang Yu's eye was a large and two small ammunition boxes, both of which were very exquisite and were obviously the equipment that this guy had carefully collected. Next to the ammunition box were two mannequins, each wearing a black armor. Unlike bulletproof armor and bulletproof armor has both bulletproof capabilities and space grid effects. Therefore, it cannot be worn at the same time as a bulletproof vest. But ammunition armor is generally high-end stuff. I really don't know how this guy got these things. One of the mannequins wore a helmet, and the other wore black sunglasses and headphones. In addition, there was a huge backpack on the floor, which was a long rectangular backpack similar to an outdoor coffin board. At first glance, it is a backpack container with huge space grids. Next to the backpack are several red luggage bags. Boy, I'm rich. Tang Yu really didn't expect that this little leader would have so many high-end supplies. When I opened those suitcases, I found that they were all full of Doomsday coins. The Doomsday coins are bundled into small rolls and stacked together, which looks spectacular. And this is what is in the living room. Tang Yu looked towards the remaining two bedrooms. Chapter 30. First entering 903, amazing supplies, making a fortune. Tang Yu entered the second bedroom, and what he saw was a cabinet full of food and water, all of which were very rare canned foods and energy drinks. Canned vegetable puree, canned peas, canned herring, canned salmon, canned beef stew. Tang Yu felt so hungry after seeing them. In the drawers below the food cabinet, high-calorie foods such as chocolate, candy, Snickers energy bars, etc. are placed in different categories. It can be said that any few of the foods stored in this room are rare commodities that are hard to come by nowadays. I really don't know where this little boss got so much food. Next to the food cabinet, there was a box of wine. Tang Yu took a quick look through it and found quite a lot of vodka, wine, and beer. Finally, there is a small cabinet filled with various medicines. Amoxicillin anti-inflammatory drugs, sterile bandages, military bandages, vehicle treatment kits, emergency surgical kits, etc. Tang Yu even found a small syringe bag in it. This was also a space container, but it could only hold syringe-like items. It had a 4x4 specification and contained several injection medicines. Tang Yu was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't even imagine how much supplies he could get in exchange for so much food. Even the survivors in urban areas may not be able to resist the temptation of canned food after so many days. What's more, there are survivors who were born in wilderness such as Gobi Desert and grassland. He had also seen food transactions on the World Channel before, which were basically some fruits and homemade barbecued meat, grilled fish, and other foods. After confirming the supply situation of the second bedroom, Tang Yu went directly to the master bedroom. The first thing you see is 3 suitcase-like boxes placed under the bed in the bedroom. He looked delighted. It seemed that the most valuable things in this room were probably the contents of these 3 boxes. Take out the 3 boxes, place them on the bed, and open them one by one. As soon as I opened the first box, there was an unexpected surprise. There were actually 2 drawings in the box. Information Center drawing. Type: Rare Blueprint. Effect: you can build a special facility, intelligence center in your hideout. Construction requirements: hideout security, level 2, generator, level 2, ventilation duct, level 2, 500,000 Doomsday coins, 1 laptop, 1 confidential intelligence, 1 terrain intelligence map, 1 encrypted USB drive. Construction time: 24 hours. Refugee treasure box blueprint. Type: Rare blueprint. Effect: you can build a special facility, refugee treasure box, in your hiding place. Construction requirements: intelligence center, level 2, Doomsday coins 2.3 million, golden rooster X1, Rolex gold watch X4, gold necklace X8, golden skull ring X6, bronze lion sculpture X3. Construction time: 36 hours. Fuck. Tang Yu was stunned, and his heart began to beat rapidly, involuntarily. These 2 drawings are definitely not simple drawings, not to mention the special facilities of the so-called hiding place mentioned on the drawings. The outrageous construction requirements on the drawings alone are exaggerated to the extreme. The total amount of Doomsday coins needed for the 2 blueprints is nearly 3 million, which is an astonishing number. In addition to the names of the materials that he has never heard of, even if he has the blueprints, Tang Yu doesn't know when he will be able to gather so many construction materials. The most exaggerated thing is the construction time. The intelligence center took 24 hours, a whole day. As a result, the refugee treasure chest directly shortened the construction time to 1.5 days. Tang Yu was really moved, he dared to guarantee it. These two blueprints are definitely not something that this small refugee leader can possess. Even the drops from the evil god believers killed by Tang Yu last time were not so exaggerated. Combined with the amazing supplies in the other two rooms, he was now becoming more and more curious about this refugee leader. He directly put the drawings into his backpack. No matter what the situation was, since he had encountered it, Tang Yu would never give up. He even hoped that this guy could help him prepare all the materials needed for construction, save him from looking everywhere. As a result, when he opened the second suitcase, what the hell? Tang Yu was dumbfounded because the box was filled with all kinds of gold products. Golden Rooster X1, Rolex gold watches X2, gold necklaces X4, gold skull rings X2, bronze lion sculpture X1. The materials needed to build the refugee treasure box have actually been met by about 1/3. Do you have to be so outrageous? Tang Yu looked at the third box and swallowed his saliva. Don't tell me that these are the materials for building an intelligence center. The third box opens. Tang Yu showed a stunned expression, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. There was very little in the third box, only one item. Inside the box was a laptop computer that was 90% new and intact. Laptop. Number of grids occupied, 3x4. Introduction. This is a very rare item in the Doomsday world, only owned by a few people. It is said that it can be exchanged for collectors by spending disaster coins. Tang Yu saw a familiar item name, disaster coin. It's actually an item that can only be exchanged for disaster coins. There is no doubt that the value of this laptop is beyond Tang Yu's estimation. However, after a brief moment of excitement, endless ecstasy surged into Tang Yu's heart. I didn't expect that. This is a good person who directly helped me prepare the most difficult things. Tang Yu naturally wouldn't be polite. He had discovered that the 3 suitcases were space containers. Aluminum alloy suitcase. Type, container. Number of grids occupied, 4x4. Capacity, 8x8, 64 grids. The space in the suitcase is larger than any container Tang Yu knows. Take away. Tang Yu returned to the living room, took out the 20-slot backpack from the backpack space, and put on the huge coffin-like backpack. Camel travel backpack. Type, backpack. Number of grids occupied, 5x7. Container size, 5x7. Movement speed impact, -7%. Turning speed impact, -4%. After changing his backpack, Tang Yu returned to the master bedroom, put the suitcase containing various gold items into the backpack, and then put the laptop into the backpack. 4x4, 3x4. These 2 items take up exactly 29 slots, and the 2 rare blueprints take up 2 slots. At this time, there are only 4 slots left in the travel bag. Tang Yu has reached his limit. Because his ammunition rack was filled with magazines and grenades, there was not much space left. However, Tang Yu still held on to the idea that a thief should not leave empty-handed. After searching this bedroom carefully, he actually found something interesting. There is actually a secret compartment behind the mural at the head of the bed. When he opened it, there were only 2 things inside, a notebook and something similar to a ring box. Tang Yu didn't look at it for long. After all, it was hidden so tightly, so it must be something extraordinary. Just stuff it into the backpack space and take it away first. Now the backpack space is completely full. Finally, I took another look at the supplies filling the room. I'll take you home soon, babies. After saying that, he locked the door of room 903 again and walked towards the hiding place in the shadows. Chapter 31, Completely Evacuated, Late-Night Visitors. Tonight was undoubtedly a wonderful evening. Tang Yu took the trouble to run 4 times to move all the supplies in room 903. The second and third trips, he focused on moving the 2 pieces of bulletproof armor in the living room and the equipment in the weapons box. The space in each piece of armor is also filled with various foods, and the main feature is that no space is wasted. What made him happiest was that among the 3 ammunition boxes, the one containing grenades was actually also a space container. Grenade box. Type, container. Space occupied, 3x3. Capacity, 8x8, 64 grids. Note, can only store grenades, howitzer shells, grenade fuses. The value of this item is undoubtedly huge, not to mention that there is a box full of various grenades in this container. Tang Yu doesn't have to worry about the consumption of grenades in the near future. It was also because of moving this ammunition box that Tang Yu made one more trip when I returned to room 903 for the 4th time. The living room had been completely emptied, leaving only some food in the second bedroom. Tang Yu directly packed all the food into the suitcase that was specially left there. Then he put the suitcase into the backpack space, and Tang Yu finally emptied room 903 of all the supplies. After searching carefully again and making sure that nothing was missed, Tang Yu walked out of the room with satisfaction. Tonight can be said to be an unprecedented bumper harvest. In terms of value alone, it is enough to rival the massive amount of loot obtained yesterday. In particular, a large number of space containers were obtained, which temporarily solved the problem of limited warehouse space in the hiding place. Not to mention the value of those 2 drawings and supplies. It makes me tremble just thinking about it. After a busy night, it was already 3 a.m. Tang Yu had been busy for almost 6 hours, although he had replenished food and water many times. But his physical strength was almost reaching its limit. After drinking another bottle of energy drink and briefly recovering his strength, walking in the shadows, I walked out of the door of the Pinewood Hotel. Just when he reached the intersection, Tang Yu turned back and looked at apartment 15 for some reason. I had originally planned to explore apartment 15 today, but now it looks like that will have to wait until later. But just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly startled and then looked back at apartment 15 with a serious expression. At the same time, he completely hid himself in the shadows without any flaws being visible. Tang Yu saw that among the many windows of apartment number 15 that were originally pitch black, there was a window with a faint light on. Although the light is very dim, it is so bright in the dark night. There is someone there? There was a fire in the middle of the night. Tang Yu thought that they were not survivors. They were not that stupid. Doing so will only expose yourself. Who could it be? After fruitless thinking, Tang Yu remembered the location of the room and turned to leave. He would explore apartment 15 sooner or later, and he would go and see what the situation was like when he had the chance. An hour later, Tang Yu finally returned to the Huayuan subway station. As soon as he stepped into the hiding place and took out the supplies from the backpack, he could no longer hold on. He went to the bathroom, washed up simply, then threw himself on the Kong, pulled over a warm cashmere blanket, and fell asleep. Forget it. I'll sort out the harvest tomorrow. This was his last thought. But tonight seems to be a really eventful night. Tang Yu, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was no trace of sleepiness in his eyes. There was only shock and awe in his eyes, because an uninvited guest appeared in the virtual map of the subway station in my mind. An inky black spot of light came from the subway entrance of Huayuan Station and walked in the empty subway passage. We passed the control room and the staff lounge, and finally arrived at the tunnel where the refugees were killed yesterday. Who is this guy? This was the first time Tang Yu saw a black spot of light. The most serious incident before was when he encountered the evil god believer. It's just red and dark, etc. Followers of the evil god. Red to black spots of light. Could this guy also be a follower of the evil god? Tang Yu already knew the meaning of the colors of the various light spots that appeared on the virtual map. Red is downright hostile. How much hatred must one have for a guy to be so black as to hold such a black thing? That's not right. I have never seen this person before, and those who have seen me are all dead long ago. So this guy is just plain evil? Tang Yu made several guesses about the identity of this uninvited guest, but there were no clues. But what is certain is that if this guy is really related to the evil god believers, then he should be someone he cannot afford to provoke now. What a joke. He is just an ordinary follower of the evil god, and he is so cunning. How difficult must he be to deal with such a dark guy? Tang Yu was also glad. It was really a close call. It was that tunnel he took to get to the Pinewood Hotel, and he was lucky to get back early after going back and forth so many times tonight. If we delay for a moment, won't we run into this guy halfway? Tang Yu really doesn't have the confidence that he can beat this guy now. I just watched the black spot moving and stopping in the tunnel, as if it was looking for something. What is he looking for? Tang Yu thought about it carefully. Only after making sure that the battlefield had been cleaned up last night and no clues were left did I feel relieved. But suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, this guy wasn't here last night, was he? The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the end, he couldn't figure it out and could only watch the black spot moving in the tunnel. Half an hour later, the black spot left the subway station. Looking at the disappearing black spot, Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, endless sleepiness came over him again, and Tang Yu finally fell into a deep sleep. The other side. After Ghostface finished presiding over a sacrificial ceremony, he hurried to the place where a black dog died last night. But after searching around, I still didn't find anything. This made him very angry, and he kept cursing the dead black dog in his heart. Damn it. Where did you put the things that the master gave you? You are an idiot who deserves to die. You have so many subordinates, but you still take risks, you bastard. Gui Lian is in a very difficult situation now. The gentleman was not here at the moment because of something else, so he didn't know that the black dog had been killed, but he could already imagine the ghost face. When that adult comes back and finds out that his nephew has been murdered, but he doesn't even know the murderer, what kind of rage will he explode with? What's more, Hago had some important supplies in his hands that the adults asked him to keep temporarily. But now, because of Hago's death, these supplies can't be found. He had originally wondered if the black dog might have dropped keys or something like that in the tunnel, but now it seemed like it was just his wishful thinking. Asshole, you're trying to trick me even after you die. Gualian turned around and looked at the Huayuan Station subway again, with only endless coldness in his eyes. Chapter 32 Heavy rain hits. The atmosphere gradually becomes tense. The 5th day of Doomsday. Tang Yu was awakened by the private message from Wang Bohu. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and looked at the message. Wang Bohu, Master, something terrible has happened. Look outside, it's raining heavily. Torrential rain? Wang Bohu, Master, the temperature has dropped significantly today. Wang Bohu, Great God, I think this disaster will come early. Wang Bohu, Great God. Tang Yu looked at the time. It was now 11 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Bohu had started sending him messages at 7 o'clock in the morning, and there were more than a dozen messages so far. I'm afraid this guy is a chatterbox. Tang Yu was speechless. However, he was a little concerned about what Wang Bohu mentioned about the heavy rain and drop in temperature. After getting out of bed, Tang Yu obviously felt a little cold. However, because his hiding place was deep underground and had insulated walls, the indoor temperature was actually acceptable to Tang Yu, which was about 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. He put on his clothes but didn't put on any gear. Since there was no one in the subway station, he climbed the stairs directly to the door of the hiding place. As a result, as soon as he opened the silent door, Tang Yu felt something cold under his feet and looked down. The subway station has been covered by floodwater. The water depth is about 10 centimeters. The water passes through the door of the hiding place and flows to the subway track on the side. Because the door of the hiding place was open, rainwater was flowing into the hiding place. Fortunately, the door of the hiding place was of good quality and each gap was sealed, so the rain did not flow into the hiding place last night. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Tang Yu quickly closed the door. This blocked the rain from entering the hiding place. But in just a few seconds, the water had already flowed down the stairs to the corridor. I hurried downstairs, took out a blanket and spread it on the corridor to soak up the rainwater on the ground. It took him 20 minutes to finish his work. Although the indoor temperature was acceptable, Tang Yu couldn't help but shiver because of the contact with ice water just now. The outdoor temperature should have dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius now, which is obviously the impact of the sudden heavy rain. This heavy rain should be a precursor to a polar blizzard disaster, reminiscent of the dark clouds over the city last night. Luckily, I went out last night and moved the supplies back to 903, otherwise it would have been really hard. Tang Yu sighed in his heart. Because he felt cold all over, Tang Yu was worried about catching a cold and getting sick, so he directly lit up the fireplace in the rest area. Since the fireplace can increase the indoor temperature by 20-50 degrees Celsius, Tang Yu only added a small amount of firewood. Soon he felt the temperature change in the hiding place, especially in the rest area. The body also warmed up again. After giving Wang Bohu a few simple replies, Tang Yu opened the regional chat channel to see what other people were doing. It turned out that everyone was a little overwhelmed by the sudden rainstorm. After all, in everyone's view, today was only the 5th day, and the disaster would really come the day after tomorrow. So many people are not adequately prepared, especially for those survivors who built their hiding places relatively low. Many of their hiding places have now been flooded by rain. Among them was the survivor who had previously traded fuel with Tang Yu. His hiding place was in the sewer. If the weather is normal, it is naturally a safe enough hiding place. But in heavy rain like today, his hiding place would be the first place to suffer. This guy is now hiding in an abandoned residential building nearby and complaining to everyone. However, according to Tang Yu's understanding of him, this guy has traded a lot of supplies through the fuel business in the past few days. He has weapons, equipment, and even food and water. His life was not as miserable as he said. Of course, it is certain that I can't go back to my hiding place now. There are actually quite a few survivors like him, and many of them have their own unique resources. In the past few days, as long as they are not particularly stupid or lazy, they have enough supplies to deal with today's situation. just like the rare blueprints or materials that Tang Yu traded. Although there must be people who made the exchange with Tang Yu out of necessity. But a large number of people already have similar supplies, so they take out their excess supplies for trading. This is obvious. So Tang Yu ignored those guys who were crying and shouting in the channel, and came to the world channel instead. It is obvious that this heavy rain and cooling is global, and heavy rain is falling in basically every region. Today, the prices of wood and heating and thermal insulation materials have once again risen sharply. Food prices have also increased. Some foods are even more expensive than some ordinary warm items, which is outrageous. Tang Yu took a look and found that the price of a piece of warm clothing was already as high as the price of a submachine gun and a dagger, and they were still being snatched up. Tang Yu was shocked by what he saw. However, Tang Yu looked at the wood he had stored. There are only 158 units of wood in reserve at the moment. If the temperature drops at today's rate, this amount may still be a bit dangerous due to the consumption of fireplaces and kangs. So he directly contacted a survivor with whom he had previously dealt. City Tang Yu, are you still alive? Is there any wood left? The other party seemed to be busy and didn't reply until about 10 minutes later. Forest, Wang Hao Yu, alive, I was busy just now. Yusha needs wood? The price has increased today. There are too many people who need it, and I have to go cut trees in the rain, so... City Tang Yu, I understand. Just follow today's price. I want 200 units. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. Sure, but I can only give it to you in half an hour. You have to chop it right away. I only trade food. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. High-energy foods or foods with soup, such as instant noodles, are the best, and only 40 units are needed. If it is food such as biscuits and bread, 80 units are needed. City Tang Yu. What is canned food? Pictures of canned beef, pictures of canned salmon, pictures of canned herring. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. Damn, it's canned meat, Master Yu. I'll give you 2 units of instant noodles for each can, which means 20 units of cans can be traded. City Tang Yu? Okay. Somewhere in the forest area. Wang Hao Yu looked at Tang Yu's reply and was surprised. This Tang Yu is really awesome. He knew that even though food was relatively easy to find in urban areas, there were almost no people who could trade canned meat. Food is also divided into grades. The most advanced food is naturally various canned meats. This kind of food can not only be preserved for a long time, but also is not affected by the environment. Rich in high protein and fat, the food also contains sufficient salt, which is very precious in the Doomsday world. This is especially important for survivors like them who were born in wilderness areas. Not only that, the canned meat also comes with rich soup. You just need to heat it up and then dip bread, biscuits, and other foods in the soup. It is simple and convenient. Not to mention that the used iron cans can also be used as a heating container. Wang Hao Yu is determined to get these cans. He looked at the heavy rain still falling outside his hiding place, put on his dripping raincoat, and walked back into the rain with the fire axe in hand. This order must be taken. Chapter 33. Check for gaps and see what you have gained. Tang Yu was not in a hurry either. In such weather today, he would definitely not go out. Finalize the transaction details with Wang Hao Yu. He also traded some daily necessities on the World Channel. Small kettle X1. Water cup X4. Black tea X1. Single sofa X1. Small coffee table X1. Carpet 3 times 4M times 1. These supplies are very cheap, especially after knowing that Tang Yu traded in canned meat. In total, only 4 cans were consumed, which was quite cost-effective. Lay the carpet directly between the fireplace and the kitchen, with a single sofa placed with its back against the Kong and its side against the fireplace. The small coffee table is placed between the single sofa and the fireplace. A simple living room has been set up. Then he went to the kitchen heater, turned on the switch, and boiling water flowed into the small kettle. I poured myself a cup of black tea and placed the kettle on the heater to keep it warm. Tang Yu began to prepare today's breakfast, or lunch. More than half an hour. After Tang Yu finished his meal and cleaned up, Wang Hao Yu sent Tang Yu a transaction request. The two successfully completed the deal they had agreed upon, and Tang Yu consumed 20 cans of meat. What amused him the most was that Wang Hao Yu specially traded for a can of canned herrings, just because he had never eaten this kind of canned food before. Tang Yu completed the transaction with a smile. He really wanted to see the guy's expression after opening the can of herrings. The wood was taken out from the private chat box. There were still water stains on the wood, and it was neatly stacked in the corner. Now we can rest assured about the timber reserves. Tang Yu's attention was focused on the supplies that were moved back from room 903 of Songmu Hotel yesterday. I have to sort things out today. The first thing was the bags of Doomsday coins. After Tang Yu sorted them out, there were as many as 2 million of them, which left Tang Yu stunned. It seems that I won't have to worry about Doomsday coin for a long time. It's true that one cannot get rich without unexpected fortune. He laughed secretly. Next comes the classification of food and medical items. This was also very simple. Tang Yu directly cleared out the warehouse and filled it with food and medicine. The food is arranged according to canned meat, canned vegetables, ready-to-eat food, high-energy food, ordinary bottled water, high-energy drinks, and fruit juice. There are now about 150 units of food, of which various canned meats account for more than 70%, which is quite generous. Medical supplies include trauma treatment, first aid kits, pills, and syringes. Tang Yu also learned the names of the materials in the syringe needle package. Syringe storage box. Type: container. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Capacity: 3 by 3, 9 grids. Description: a storage box for syringes, hormones, and other specific medicines. He was shocked when he saw that this storage box had 9 spaces inside, but only took up 1 space. Although it can only store various syringes and other items, it is already very rare. There are several syringes of medicine placed in the storage box. Adrenaline injector X5. Type: injection. Description: a single-use sterile syringe containing a dose of epinephrine, the primary hormone of the adrenal medulla, used to prepare for intense muscle activity while enhancing physiological responses. May provide a temporary boost in strength and endurance, as well as pain relief. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Use times: 1/1. Benefit: removed bruise status, pain status, lasting 65 seconds. Added: excited state, lasts 65 seconds. Increased stamina, plus 10. Increased strength, plus 10. Increased recoil control, plus 10. Above state: 1 second delay, duration 60 seconds. Increase health recovery, plus 4 per second. Above state: 1 second delay, duration 15 seconds. Debuff effect: reduce stress resistance, minus 10. Above state: 1 second delay, duration 60 seconds. Reduces water regeneration by minus 1 per second. Reduce stamina recovery by minus 0.8 per second. Above state: 50 seconds delay, duration 30 seconds. Note: current survivors cannot use this item and need to survive the first round of disaster before using it. This is the effect of injecting medicine. It is extremely powerful. But unfortunately, Tang Yu cannot use it at all now. It seems that this is not something that newcomers can have before they survive the disaster. This was definitely something beyond the scope of the topic, and it made Tang Yu even more curious about the identity of the refugee leader. Although it cannot be used now, it cannot stop Tang Yu from being happy. At the same time, he also understood the effects of the 2 new states. Contusion. Type: debuff. Effect: survivors' hearing ability to the environment is reduced by 33% for 60 seconds. Excitement. Type: ignores broken bones, shot, and pain status. Good things must be kept well. Put your things away. Tang Yu began to sort out the newly acquired weapons and equipment, starting with the 2 extremely rare armors. The bulletproof plate of one of the bulletproof armors is also level 4 bulletproof, which is almost the same as the bulletproof vest he is using now. At that time, the other piece of armor was very powerful. Tactec plug-in board hanging. Type: lightweight bulletproof chest rig. Weight: 2.35 kilograms. Number of grids occupied: 4 by 4. Material: aramid. Bulletproof level: 2. Protection area: front board, rear board. Plug level: 5. Durability: 100. Movement speed effect: minus 1%. Container size: 18 grids. What Tang Yu is most satisfied with about this piece of armor is that the front and rear plates have a bulletproof rating of up to level 5. Basically, ordinary armor-piercing bullets are not enough to penetrate this level of armor. Just like the level 3 armor-piercing bullets that Tang Yu is still using, they can only penetrate level 4 bulletproof armor at best, and cannot penetrate level 5 armor at all. Of course, what we are talking about here is the protective position of the front chest and back plates. What's more, this piece of armor comes with 18 slots of container space, and because it is a light armor, it weighs less than 5 pounds. Absolutely perfect. And Tang Yu noticed, the magazine pocket of this armor is located on the front chest of the armor, which can provide some protection to a certain extent. If nothing unexpected happens, this piece of armor will be Tang Yu's equipment for a long time. What followed was Tang Yu's most exciting moment. He had been coveting these 2 weapons for a long time. Colt M4A1 assault rifle. Type: assault rifle. Weight: 2.935 kilograms. Number of grids occupied: 5x2. Recoil: vertical: 84. Horizontal: 243. Effective range: 500 meters. Shooting mode: single shot, fully automatic. Fire rate: 800. Accuracy: 1.82. Ammunition caliber: 5.56 by 45 millimeters. Default magazine: Colt 5.56 by 45 millimeters, 30 rounds magazine. Mosin-Nagant bolt-action sniper rifle. Type: sniper rifle. Weight: 4.88 kilograms. Number of grids occupied: 6x1. Recoil: vertical: 176. Horizontal: 595. Effective range: 1,000 meters. Shooting mode: single shot. Fire rate: 30. Accuracy: 1.31. Ammunition caliber: 7.62 x 54 mm RLPS. Default magazine: 4-round standard magazine for Mosin rifle. Tang Yu can be said to be very familiar with these two weapons. Of course, this familiarity is based on Tang Yu's previous life. He had played a lot of shooting games in his previous life. The M4A1 is one of the most famous firearms in the world. It is an indispensable part of almost every shooting game. It is truly a veteran. The ammunition box also comes with 2 magazines, 90 rounds of ordinary bullets and 60 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing bullets. The Mosin-Nagant rifle generally appears in games related to World War II. It is also one of the most famous weapons in World War II and has extremely excellent performance. After going through many versions of modification and production, although its magazine only has 4 rounds, Tang Yu knows that the limit can actually be 4 + 15 bullets, that is 1 round in the chamber and 4 rounds in the magazine. But Tang Yu didn't expect that he could still see this antique here. And this Mosin-Nagant rifle is a sniper version. He also became interested. Chapter 34, Disaster Coin, Contents of the Notebook. There are 2 tactical accessories placed together with this Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle. Sight rail, X1. 4X optical sight, X1. There are also 20 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing bullets that can be used for the Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, and 5 level 4 armor-piercing bullets. These 2 weapons really made Tang Yu very happy. Now that we have the M4A1 assault rifle, we can finally change our primary weapon. As for the sniper rifle, it is destined to never become a conventional weapon. After all, he has no experience in using a sniper rifle. Everything still needs to be explored. However, there is still a long time to come, and the things are already in his hands, so Tang Yu is not afraid of not having the opportunity to use them. The last 3 pieces of equipment are facial protection equipment worn on the dummy's head, which are extremely scarce. Bastion bulletproof helmet. Type: heavy helmet. Weight: 0.9 kilograms. Number of grids occupied: 2x2. Material: composite material. Bulletproof level: 4. Protection area: top of head, back of neck. Bounce chance: high, 50%. Goggles. Type: glasses. Number of grids occupied: 2x1. Material: glass. Protected area: eyes. Protection level 1. Bounce chance: 25%. Blindness protection: 10%. Is it helmet compatible? Yes. Is it compatible with masks? No. Is it compatible with masks? No. Description: robust shooting goggles with anti-glare lenses. Digital headphones. Type: headphones. Number of grids occupied: 2x2. Is it helmet compatible? No. Is it compatible with masks? Yes. Is it compatible with masks? Yes. Performance: distortion plus 0.25, footsteps capture plus 25, equipment noise capture plus 15, hearing range plus 10, ambient white noise minus 15. Introduction: digital headphones are specially designed to protect your hearing. These 3 pieces of head protection equipment have different effects, and some of them are even mutually exclusive. However, it also allowed Tang Yu to see more possibilities in the Doomsday game. In fact, after surviving the Doomsday for so many days, Tang Yu is now becoming more and more curious about the Doomsday game. What kind of game can create such a magical world and accommodate so many people? Perhaps after we get through this first round of Doomsday disasters, we may get some answers. And now, Tang Yu does have a ready-made opportunity to learn about the area he is currently in. He took out 2 items from his backpack. One was a slightly yellowed cowhide notebook, and the other was a small box similar to a ring box. It was exactly what I took out from the secret compartment behind the mural in the master bedroom of 903 last night. Putting the notebook aside, Tang Yu looked at the small box. This is a small wooden box made of some kind of mahogany. The surface of the wooden box is very simple, without any unnecessary decoration. After opening the wooden box and seeing what was inside, Tang Yu was slightly stunned. Then he showed a look of surprise and excitement. There was only one item in the wooden box, a brand new black gold coin, about the size of a ping pong ball, with the letter Z printed on both sides and a circle of mysterious symbols around the letter. Full of mystery. Disaster coin. Type: rare currency. Introduction: the physical equivalent of the digital cryptocurrency disaster coin. It is an extremely precious and rare trading currency in the Doomsday world. It is an item that makes everyone crazy and chasing after it. Its value is enough to make people betray their beliefs. You can trade anything you want through it, as long as you have enough disaster coins. What the hell? What the hell? Tang Yu stared at the disaster coin in his hand in amazement. Ever since he heard Wang Boa talk about disaster coins, he had thought about ways to obtain disaster coins many times, but he never thought that one day he would get them in this way. He also didn't expect that this disaster coin was far more precious and rare than he thought. He was still feeling a little dizzy and couldn't believe his eyes. So this is the disaster coin, and it's the so-called physical equivalent. Cryptocurrency, graphics card. Isn't this the Doomsday version of Bitcoin? Now Tang Yu finally understood what the so-called disaster coins meant, requiring a graphics card. It seems that when the time comes, mining will be needed to obtain disaster coins. Suddenly, the disaster coin, which was extremely mysterious in Tang Yu's mind, lost its filter aura. However, this does not affect the status of disaster coins in the Doomsday world. After carefully putting away the disaster coin, he looked at his notebook. His curiosity about this refugee leader had reached its peak. The supplies he possessed were definitely not something a small refugee could possess. He also learned from the name in the notebook that the refugee leader was called Black Dog, a name that seemed familiar. I hope you can give me an answer. January 6th. I am really convinced. Why did my uncle insist on letting me join the Fat Pig Rugu? Everyone in Kaluo City knows that the idiot got to the top by betraying his own boss and submitting a letter of loyalty to my uncle. He's a villain. February 16th. This rainstorm is a disaster. It makes me feel good to see the survivors being washed away by the rainstorm. But when will my uncle let me leave here? I have had enough of this guy, Rugu. Idiot. April 23rd. Ghostface is getting more and more rampant. If my uncle didn't need him, I would have given up. This guy is too weird, and I can't beat him. But why didn't my uncle let me take the transformation potion? I also want to have weird abilities. April 29th. It seems that every time Ghostface converts a new believer, he has to hold a sacrifice ceremony. It seems that there is some connection between the conversion potion and the sacrifice ceremony. May 5th. The refugees are really a bunch of scum. Trash. What kind of idiots are they? It's so troublesome for them to find a few survivors. No wonder they have never won against the rebels, looters, and wanderers for so long. Idiots. May 12th. Ghostface is pretty good. Today he converted another believer. But I found that his conversion success rate is not very high. It takes about 5 times to succeed once. It's a pity to waste so many materials. On June 18th, I heard something. My uncle called someone and mentioned the words transformation potion and laboratory. Does that mean the transformation potion was made in a laboratory? But I have never heard of any laboratory. On July 3rd, my uncle said he was going to be away for a while and asked me to keep some things for him. It seemed that someone had booked it with him, and it seemed very important. I swear I didn't agree to it because of the disaster coin. July 6th, I took the opportunity to ask my uncle for a batch of supplies. There were so many canned foods, but he made me eat the same as those idiots. I don't want it. Those 2 guns are so cool. But it's a pity that he didn't give me the -18 Malawian Quatches precision marksman rifle. I like it too much. July 29th. What's up with this guy Ghostface? He has been asking me about the things my uncle asked me to keep for safekeeping these past few days. What does he want to do? August 1st, damn. 2 of my brothers who went out to capture survivors didn't come back today. Don't let me know who did it, or I will kill him. August 2nd, damn. Another 8 people are missing today, damn it. And there's also this guy Ghostface, who can even let people kill his followers. What a waste. And hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. If you want the survivors, catch them yourself. August 3rd. Let's go. I hope we can catch the murderer today. Chapter 35. Purchase a hospital. Nourish lamb soup recipe. Tang Yu sat on the sofa and read the notebook over and over again. But the diary ended on August 3rd. It seems that I came into this world on August 1st, so today should be August 5th. It seems that the refugees killed by Tang Yu a few days ago were all working under a guy named Rugu. This guy should be the leader of the refugees in the base camp marked on the map of Baida district in Quella City. However, what bothered Tang Yu the most was this guy named Black Dog. Who exactly was the uncle he mentioned? This also solved Tang Yu's doubts about why Black Dog had so many supplies. Because it wasn't his at all. It was just given to him by his uncle for safekeeping. It seems that his uncle is the actual controller of this city. Even if someone like Rugu wants to become the leader of the refugees and control a piece of territory, he needs his uncle's consent. There was also the Ghost Face. Tang Yu also remembered that the two names, Black Dog and Ghost Face, were the ones he had heard from the two refugees he had killed first in the evening of the first day. Ghost Face should be the person in charge of controlling the evil god's believers in this area. This includes holding regular sacrifice ceremonies to convert people into evil god's believers. But it seems that the failure rate is very high. The Ghost Face also obeys the orders of Uncle Black Dog, but this Ghost Face is interested in the things that his uncle gave to Black Dog for safekeeping. From this point of view, the black spot that appeared last night should be the Ghost Face. There are also transformation potions and laboratories mentioned in the notebook. It also aroused Tang Yu's interest. Laboratory. This name sounds very high-end. Tang Yu. He really had to thank this guy for having the habit of taking notes. It not only helped him solve the doubts in his heart, but also helped him understand the forces and enemies that Tang Yu needed to face. For now, it seems that there are mainly three people. The leader of the refugees, Rugu. The leader of the evil god's followers, Ghost Face. The controller of Meat Dog and Ghost Face, the mysterious uncle. Rubbing his eyebrows, Tang Yu thought. Although it seems that the strength of these three enemies is far beyond what he can contend with now. But Tang Yu's advantage now is that no one knows his existence, especially the mysterious uncle. According to Hey Go, the other party should not be in Quella City now. This mysterious uncle probably didn't know that Black Dog had been killed and all the supplies that Black Dog had been keeping for him were lost. This gave Tang Yu the opportunity to develop secretly. Tang Yu believed that with the help of the Super Tycoon, he would be able to... Wait, did I forget something? Monopoly? Fuck, I forgot to roll the dice today. This discovery made Tang Yu jump up. He threw the notebook in his hand onto the bed and directly opened the Monopoly panel. Damn it, I actually forgot to roll the dice. It's all Wang Bo's fault for waking me up so early in the morning. Quickly follow the procedure. Go to the restroom and wash your face and hands. For the sense of ritual, he even took out the Venus ointment he had obtained earlier. Apply to both hands. Smell it with your nose. No problem, it smells delicious. Only then did he begin to pray with great piety in his heart. Emperor Guangwu, God of Wealth, Master Guan, I, Tang Yu, pray devoutly today so that I can make a big red hand today. As the dice jumped, it slowly stopped. 5. Tang Yu has already looked towards the 5th grid. Is that a hospital? The mechanical prompt sound of Monopoly also sounded in Tang Yu's mind. Do you want to spend 450 points to buy the downtown hospital? Is there any need to ask? Yes. As Tang Yu made his choice, 450 points have been spent to purchase a city hospital. As soon as the prompt sounded, a brand new virtual map appeared in Tang Yu's mind again. The area of this map was so large that it was nearly twice the size of a subway station. There are 3 main and auxiliary buildings, an emergency building, an outpatient building, and an inpatient building. The emergency building and outpatient building each have 3 floors, and there is a glass corridor connecting the 2 buildings. The tallest inpatient building has a total of 12 floors, including 3 underground floors and 9 above-ground floors. Tang Yu also saw 7 or 8 red spots on the virtual map at the first moment, on the upper floors of the inpatient building. These should be the refugees who had spent the night here before and were trapped here by the heavy rain. After briefly understanding the situation, Tang Yu exited the virtual map. Instead, he took out the Baida district map from his backpack and looked for the location of the city hospital. He soon found his target on the map. The direction of the city hospital is in the opposite direction of the Honglumen Club, and they are just to the left and right of the Huayuan subway station where Tang Yu is. But if you calculate carefully, the distance to the hospital is actually even farther, almost 1 kilometer. There's no way today we'll get through. I guess these few days will be tough. Taking the weather into consideration, Tang Yu didn't plan to go out these days unless it was something particularly important. The weather is getting worse day by day, and we don't know what it will be like tomorrow. If he gets trapped outside when he goes out, he will be helpless. But the wealth points I'll get tomorrow will increase significantly. Today's wealth points have been credited to my account. After deducting the 450 points I just used to buy the hospital phone bill, I now have 287 points left. Although it is only the 5th day, the characteristics of a super tycoon can already be seen. The more assets you have, the more income you will get, and it will gradually increase like a snowball. After completing the most important task of the day, Tang Yu finally relaxed. This is Wang Bohu's private message coming again. Wang Bohu, Master, do you want this? Recipe and picture of nourishing mutton soup. Nourish mutton soup recipe. Type. Rare recipe. Effect. Learn how to make nourish lamb soup. Learning requirements. Water collector, level 1. Kitchen, level 2. Tang Yu. Tang Yu, you still have this thing? What do you want to exchange it for? Wang Bohu. Hey, Master, I was taking shelter from the rain, so I searched for supplies. I found this in a kitchen apron, but I don't need it. Do you think I can exchange it for 3? No. 2 grenades? Tang Ran smiled secretly after reading it. Forget it, it just so happens that he also wants to eat this thing, and Tang Yu feels that the food that can become a separate recipe must be special. Tank igreku, okowo. The two quickly completed the transaction. Now the water collector is at level 2, but the kitchen is still at level 1. Kitchen level 1. Effect. Physical strength recovery plus 10/hour. Next stage. Kitchen level 2. Upgrade requirements. Kitchen level 1. Water collector, level 1. Generator, level 1. Bathroom, level 2. Phase control relay X1. Corrugated hose X1. Wrench X1. Stainless steel pot X2. The current upgrade conditions are insufficient, and the upgrade cannot be performed. Chapter 36 Level 2 Kitchen, Bathroom. To be honest, Tang Yu was a little confused. Upgrading the kitchen and bathroom has nothing to do with it. Why is it that upgrading the kitchen is based on the second-level bathroom? Is it because of the so-called upper and lower communication principle? In from above and out from below, the main goal is to ensure that everyone gets the same treatment? Although he didn't understand, it still couldn't change the fact that the bathroom had to be upgraded first. Bathroom level 1. Type, hideout facility. Effect, wound healing speed plus 20%, probability of infection minus 20%. Next stage, dry and wet separation bathroom, level 2. Upgrade requirements. Generator, level 1. Water collector, level 1. Ventilation duct, level 1. Heating pipe X2, corrugated hose X3, electric drill X1, shower head X1, toilet X1. Upgrade time, 2 hours. The current upgrade conditions are insufficient, and the upgrade cannot be performed. Tang Yu is about to send a purchase request for kitchen and bathroom upgrade supplies to the World Channel. Suddenly stopped. Yeah, since we're going to buy upgrade materials this time, why not send out the construction materials on those 2 maps together? Maybe we can find some bargains. Tang Yu thought in his heart. He took out the 2 blueprints of Intelligence Center and Refugee Treasure Chest from the backpack space, checked the construction requirements above, and found that the hideout facility required a level 2 generator set, but Tang Yu currently only had a level 1 generator set. He edited the information directly according to the required upgrade materials. A few minutes later, World Channel. City Tang Yu, vigorously seeking confidential information, Rolex gold watches, gold necklaces, gold skull rings, bronze, corrugated hoses, motors, etc. MI can trade, support food trading, various kin photos, various high-energy food photos, and can also trade weapons, assault rifle photos, grenade photos. It was only after he came back that Tang Yu discovered that he had unknowingly already had 2 of the materials needed to build the Intelligence Center. The first thing was to encrypt the USB flash drive. He had almost forgotten where he got it from and had to rack his brains to remember it. He found this thing in the locker room behind the subway station lounge on his first day. And the other topographic intelligence map is even more coincidental. The map of Pagoda District in Quella City, in Tang Yu's hand, is the so-called topographic intelligence map. It was precisely because of this experience that Tang Yu tried his luck on the World Channel. His message was quickly noticed by other survivors in the World Channel. Ping Yuan, Tang Yang. Oh my god, isn't this the arms dealer? Is he taking over the food business again? City Lu Qinglong. Haha, I am dying of laughter, an arms dealer. However, Yushin really looks like an arms dealer. Now he has even started to enter the grenade business. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Everyone, go trade with Yushin. Yushin has a lot of good stuff. I just finished trading with him. Canned beef with black bread picture. Gobi Wang Cici. There is canned beef. I am crying with greed. City. Wang Mingyi. Yushin, We are still freezing here, and we can't go back to our hiding place. Do you have any food that can keep us warm? Tang Yu looked at the chat messages in the World channel. Although it was not as sensational as the previous 2 days, it did attract the attention of some survivors. The only weapons he had left were the assault rifles and MP5 submachine guns he had previously seized from the evil god's followers. Now that he has the M4A1, these 2 weapons have become backup weapons. If someone really wants to trade weapons, that's fine. Of course, the armor-piercing bullets cannot be given away as they are strategic resources. In Tang Yu's eyes, the value of a good bullet far exceeds the value of the weapon. However, there are probably very few survivors who have access to advanced bullets now. As the private chat messages were refreshed one after another, Tang Yu poured himself another cup of boiled water. With a warm fireplace beside him, he carefully checked the contents of the private messages. I have to say that there are really many capable survivors, although everyone is scattered in various locations in the Doomsday world, facing various dangers and difficulties. But there are still many survivors who have considerable material resources. In just over 10 minutes, many people sent information about supplies. Obviously, because of today's heavy rain and the rapid drop in temperature, all the survivors felt the breath of disaster and were trying their best to obtain survival supplies. It's just that these guys all wanted to take advantage of Tang Yu's initiative to buy these supplies and ask him for an exorbitant price. With the idea of getting as much as possible, they asked for 10 or 8 cans of meat. Tang Yu would naturally not tolerate such people. He would just send it to them at the price he thought. If the transaction could be successful, he would do so. If not, he would find another one. What a joke! Food and heating supplies are the most precious commodities right now. It's a seller's market, okay? The things he wanted to buy could not be eaten or drunk, so if they had the ability, they should just not sell them and just keep them. Anyway, Tang Yu now has all the necessary supplies in his hiding place, so there will be no problem surviving for a month or so. He can afford to wait, but there will always be someone who can't. Sure enough, except for some survivors who could see the situation clearly and completed the transaction with Tang Yu. There are still many people who want to take advantage of Tang Yu with a fluke mentality. Tang Yu marked these people and ignored them. However, among these people, one person took out a very important confidential information. But this guy asked for 50 cans of meat directly, which made Tang Yu laugh. If the quantity could be agreed upon, Tang Yu would be willing to negotiate, but he ended up asking for a huge amount. People need 20 cans to buy wood. That's because wood itself is a heating material. The price is high, but Tang Yu can accept it. Why? Just because this is what Tang Yu wanted? Tang Yu directly replied that he had 3 cans and was willing to sell them to her. However, after several hours of selection, the upgrade materials for the bathroom and kitchen were finally collected. Most of them were transactions completed by survivors in the area where Tang Yu was located, and the prices were relatively reasonable. Tang Yu upgraded the bathroom directly, so he only needed to complete the upgrade before upgrading the kitchen. Tang Yu spent the afternoon checking messages and waiting. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the kitchen is finally upgraded. The information after the bathroom and kitchen upgrade is completely different. Dry and wet separated bathroom level 2. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. Wound healing speed plus 40%. Infection probability minus 40%. Stress resistance plus 15. Immunity plus 10. Effect 2. Radiation minus 15%. Kitchen level 2. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. Physical recovery plus 15/hour. Stress resistance plus 10. Immunity plus 10. Metabolism plus 15. Effect 2. When eating food made in the kitchen, there is a 10% chance to gain the special effect, energetic. The effect of formula food is increased by 10%. Chapter 37, A New Opportunity to Obtain Supplies. The new kitchen and bathroom have undergone a complete transformation. The bathroom is just as the name describes. It now has a separate shower room, with a toilet and a wash basin outside. If a washing machine is added, it will basically be the same as the rental house that Tang Yu lived in before he traveled through time. The kitchen has also undergone major changes. Not only has the space been expanded, but the originally simple small table has also been transformed into a 2-meter-long operating table, on which a soup pot and a frying pan are neatly placed on the electric stove. The heater is still placed next to the operating table, which is very simple and capable. This time, not only the original functions of the 2 facilities have been enhanced, but many new effects have also emerged. Stress resistance. Introduction. Stress resistance can increase the chances of survivors surviving in the Doomsday world. Effect. Reduce the chance of shock due to pain. Reduce hand shaking or tremors caused by pain. Reduce the fear and despair caused by emergencies or survival pressures. Immunity. Introduction. Influences disease susceptibility and treatment efficacy. Effect. Reduce the chance of injury or inflammation and disease caused by environmental factors. Reduces the negative effects of all stimulants, food, and drinks. Reduce the effect of toxins. The painkillers last longer. Metabolism. Introduction. A healthy metabolism improves and enhances the effects of your diet. Effect. Improves the benefits of food and drink. Reduce physical energy and water consumption. Tang Yu is very happy with the 3 new effects. In the Doomsday world, the most worrying thing is disease and injury. Without the right medicine, even the simplest cold could take the life of a survivor. The second is the survival and psychological pressure in the Doomsday world. In fact, the survivors living in the wilderness are fine. They only need to face the pressure of survival. Although it is a little more difficult than in the city, as long as you get through the first day successfully, you can then trade the unique resources around you for survival supplies and overcome the difficulties. But the survivors in urban areas are different. After all, they need to face the pressure of survival and must always be vigilant against groups of refugees who may appear from nowhere. Basically, once you are discovered by the refugees, unless you are extremely lucky, it will be difficult to survive because you will be crushed by their superior equipment and weapons. Even today, survivors are still often beaten to death by refugees in regional channels. This is unavoidable. This is why the survivors in the regional channel are very friendly to Tang Yu. Because it was those weapons that Tang Yu traded that truly helped many people solve their survival crisis and gave them a little self-protection ability. Tang Yu then turned his eyes to the panel of the hiding place. He found that a new button appeared below the level 2 kitchen and dry and wet separation bathroom, and the text marked on it was production. Click the create button under kitchen. A new page appears. Emergency water, X2. Items needed. Tools, silicone tube. Materials, 500 milliliters water. Duct tape X1. Preparation time, 5 minutes. Kvass X2. Items needed. Bottled water X2. Rye bread X4. Production time, 10 minutes. In total, there are 7 or 8 kinds of food provided. It turns out this is a page for making food and drinks. Tang Yu understood, and he also realized why he had to be at level 2 kitchen to use that food recipe. That must be the reason. At the same time, he also checked the production page of the bathroom. The content is quite shocking. It can be regarded as a simple chemical factory. Not only can soap be made from alkali, salt, and sausage, but toilet paper can also be made from paper. A sterile bandage can be made using bandages and vodka. It's the epitome of brutal simplicity. The rest of the production list includes aluminum splints, hoses, backpack containers, bulletproof vests, aramid cloth, tearproof cloth, and so on, about a dozen categories. Tang Yu was amazed at what he saw, but he also understood. The facility production pages in the hideout can transform a large number of unused or low-level items through this synthetic production method so that they can be used by survivors. Suddenly, Tang Yu's eyes lit up and an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could make good use of this extreme cold disaster and take the opportunity to collect and trade a large amount of materials that have little value, and then make them into more popular items through the bathroom and earn the difference. The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He believed that at this stage, there must be only a few people who could unlock the hideout facility production page, and it was even possible that he was the only one. In other words, this is most likely his exclusive area of resources now. You can obtain supplies through continuous trading, and this is completely different from Tang Yu's previous transaction. Previously, whether it was weapons, equipment, or food transactions, they were all one-time transactions, and once sold, they were gone unless acquired again. This bathroom and kitchen production can continue to make profits by turning low-value materials into high-value materials. As long as no one's hiding place has a higher level of facilities than Tang Yu, he can keep doing it. This discovery made Tang Yu very excited. Although it would be troublesome and tedious, the profit would be sustainable. In the long run, it will definitely be a snowball-like advantage. But soon, Tang Yu calmed down. In this case, the supplies in his hiding place would be in trouble. The current material reserves are enough for him alone, but it is obviously not enough if he wants to trade. If it doesn't work, we can only see if there is a chance to run again. Tang Yu was somewhat helpless. Originally, he didn't want to go out and take risks, but now that he had the opportunity to strengthen himself, he didn't want to give up. Forget it, let's talk about this later. Let's take a look at the recipe first. Tang Yu took out the recipe for nourished lamb soup, and it was indeed ready to use. Then, on the production page under Level 2 Kitchen, a new production recipe indeed appeared. Nourish Mutton Soup X2. Type. Recipe. Effect. Remove the wind chill status for 120 minutes, with a 25% chance of completely removing it. Added. Yang Qi rising state, lasting for 30 minutes. Immunity plus 10, lasts 60 minutes. Fullness value plus 70. Moisture value plus 60. Items needed. 500 g mutton, 1000 g water, 1 wolfberry, 1 red date, 1 pepper, 1 salt. You can add additional items, just add 1 ingredient, to get additional effects. Ginseng X1, Angelica X1, Astragalus X1, Codinopsis X1. Preparation time. 15 minutes. Fuck, I'm rich. Tang Yu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief and excitement. Chapter 38. The amazing value of nourished lamb soup. Stock up as much as you can. When cold. Type. Debuff. Introduction. A cold caused by cold. Effect 1. Weight bearing minus 50%. Stamina minus 60%. Water consumption plus 60%. Movement speed minus 40%. Effect 2. Vision becomes dark due to pain all over the body, and the chance of whole body trembling and hand shaking is plus 80%. There is a 20% chance of causing a more serious high fever state. Yankiri says. Type. Buff status. Introduction. Whole body fever caused by eating special foods. Effect 1. In a cold environment, you will not be affected by the cold, and your body will remain warm. Effect 2. In a warm environment, physical strength consumption is -30%. In a hot environment, it turns into a heaty state. As expected. Tang Yu is now extremely excited. This food is simply a life-saving golden ticket for survivors who are about to face an extreme cold disaster. No, we must not let go of this opportunity. Tang Yu directly found the survivors with whom he had traded wool and cashmere blankets before from among the survivors with whom he had traded before. City Tang Yu. Hello, are you still alive? Grassland Sandy. Brother, what are you talking about? You still want a cashmere blanket? City Tang Yu. Don't want that this time. You should have mutton. What's the price? In an underground hiding place somewhere in the grassland, Sandy was eating the lamb chops in his hand with a slight frown on his face. Isn't this Tang Yu from the city area? He should have no shortage of food. What does he want mutton for? But she replied that for her it was mainly because there was too much mutton. Grassland Sandy. There is mutton. If you want, mutton X2 can be exchanged for a pistol or 50 rounds of bullets or items of equivalent value. City Tang Yu. Is the price of frowning expression so expensive now? Grassland Sandy. The extreme cold disaster is coming soon. Everyone knows that mutton has the effect of replenishing yang energy, and it is food. City Tang Yu. If I need a large quantity, can it be cheaper? Grassland Sandy. How much do you want? Just tell me a number. If you can get me some medicine, I can give you a lower price. Tang Yu took a look at the situation in his hiding place. The warehouse is now filled with all kinds of food. One of the 3 large-capacity suitcases is filled with various valuables, and the other 2 are filled with equipment brought back from room 903. On the other side of the hiding place were stored fuel and wood, which could not be moved. Now there is only some space left on the ground in the middle of the hiding place. Now that the temperature has dropped, it should not go bad in a short time if left on the ground. As long as we wait until the rainstorm ends and the temperature drops, we can store the mutton outside our hiding place. Since we have the virtual map, we don't have to worry about anyone finding out. Or there are too few storage space containers. Shaking his head, Tang Yu replied. City Tang Yu. 500 kilograms first. How much medicine do you want? Or can I trade you food for food pictures X35, medical item pictures X20? In the grassland area, Sandy was drinking goat milk, but when she saw the message sent by Tang Yu, especially the 35 photos of various foods, she directly sprayed out the goat milk in her mouth. Keep coughing. She looked at the picture sent by Tang Yu in disbelief, with an expression of disbelief. Grassland Sandy. Don't tell me you have all these food and medicines. City Tang Yu. Both food or medical supplies are fine, but there is one thing. Your mutton is raw after all. It is just a material. While the food and medicine here can be used immediately with various effects attached, the value is not equal, so you have to ask for a similar price. If it is suitable, I will find you. If not, I will find someone else. Seeing Tang Yu's message, Sandy naturally understood what he meant. This idea had really crossed her mind just now. But now, after seeing Tang Yu's words, she thought about it, sighed and gave up. Tang Yu was right. She was not the only one who had mutton, but Tang Yu was probably the only one who could trade food or medicine on a large scale. Others could also trade, but the quantity and variety were far inferior, especially the various canned meats and fish. Sandy's throat was already welling up when he saw them, and he even saw canned vegetables. Oh my God, she had eaten enough mutton and drank goat's milk every day these days, and now her eyes were shining when she looked at the canned vegetables. Tang Yu was not worried at all. Just as he said, mutton was not a resource unique to the other side. There were plenty of survivors willing to trade. Sure enough, the other party said he understood. Then he sent over a list of food and medicine that the other party wanted. I found out that what the other party wanted the most were various canned vegetables and fruits, and among canned meats, canned fish were the most wanted. The rest were various biscuits, bread, and drinks. In terms of medicines, the most requested are amoxicillin antibiotic tablets for treating inflammation and ibuprofen tablets for pain relief, and the rest are various gauze or items for treating trauma. In total, almost half of Tang Yu's food reserves and about 1/3 of his medicines were consumed. Of course, the gains are also huge. 11 slaughtered sheep were laid out on the ground in the hiding place. Calculated, the weight of each sheep should be around 45 kilograms. Tang Yu did a quick mental calculation. Excluding various bones, the weight of the meat in 45 kilograms is only about 30 kilograms, which means about 330 kilograms of mutton from 11 sheep. 1 pound of mutton can produce 2 portions of mutton soup. 330 kilograms means 660 servings of mutton soup. Tang Yu was dumbfounded when he came to this conclusion. You have to know that the total amount of food and medical supplies she consumed just now was less than 80 units. Although the value is different, this is definitely a huge profit. Fuck no, we need more mutton. Tang Yu believed that during this polar blizzard, more than half of the people were definitely unable to cope with this disaster. Now, the number of survivors in the world is about 90,000. Half of that is 45,000 people. This market is simply a treasure, and it is very likely that it is a market monopolized by Tang Yu. However, the current production capacity of the kitchen is also a big obstacle. It takes 15 minutes for the kitchen to make 2 servings of mutton soup, 8 servings in 1 hour. That's 192 servings a day. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, plus the 3 days during the snowstorm, a total of 5 days. At most, we can only make about 960 copies. However, Tang Yu was unable to solve this problem because it took a lot of time to prepare food. That means we need another 5 sheep to make 960 servings of mutton soup. Tang Yu contacted Sandy again, but was told that there was only 1 slaughtered sheep left and the transaction could only be completed tomorrow. Tang Yu expressed his understanding of this and casually fooled the other party about his curiosity about trading so many sheep. They also contacted survivors in other areas and purchased medicinal herbs such as red dates, wolfberries, pepper, ginseng, and angelica. The ingredients for making nourished lamb soup are finally ready. Fortunately, these medicinal herbs can neither be used as food nor keep warm, and their prices are ridiculously low. He only spent a few cans and got a full pile in return, enough for him to use for a long time. Well now, let's try this mutton soup. After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Tang Yu opened the kitchen panel with eager eyes. Nourished mutton soup making. P.S. Dear readers, it's been a long time since we last met. I've started to verify my new book, and I hope you will follow me and urge me to update. If you are able, you can send me a small gift. Thank you all. Chapter 39, Exploring the City Hospital, Morphine Injection. 15 minutes later, Tang Yu looked at the nourishing mutton soup in front of him that exuded a rich aroma, and his throat moved involuntarily. It smells so good. The mixed smell of oil and medicinal herbs made Tang Yu unable to stop. The nourishing mutton soup that Tang Yu made for himself was made with all the ingredients, including ginseng. It also makes the fragrance more intense. Nourished mutton soup. Type food. Effect. Remove the wind chill status for 120 minutes, with a 25% chance of completely removing it. Added, yang qi rising state, lasting for 30 minutes. Immunity plus 10, lasts 60 minutes. Fullness value plus 70. Moisture value plus 60. Special effects. Immunity plus 15. HP recovery 10/minute. Gain. Energetic. Status. Duration 60 minutes. The effect is simply too strong. And there is an additional special effect, which should be the extra effect obtained after adding the medicinal ingredient ginseng. As for the status blessing of energetic, it should be the 10% effect of level 2 kitchen that is triggered. Tang Yu couldn't resist the temptation of the food anymore, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. As soon as Tang Yu drank the steaming mutton soup, he felt a warm current flowing down from his throat to his stomach. Then, with this heat flow as the center, the whole body became warm. Although the temperature in the hiding place is not cold, it is not warm either. It is just a level that the human body can tolerate. But after Tang Yu took 2 bites, his whole body began to warm up. He finished the big bowl of mutton soup in 3 or 5 mouthfuls and burped comfortably. Then he saw it. In the status bar, 2 new status icons appear: Young, Energy Rising, and Energetic. At this moment, Tang Yu only felt that his whole body was full of energy. Oh no, it's nighttime now. Sleeping was obviously out of the question now. The heavy rain stopped 2 hours ago. Tang Yu opened the door of his hiding place and felt the weather outside. Perhaps because he had just eaten mutton soup, he did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. He just felt that the weather was a little cool and very comfortable. Inside the subway station, the ground was in a mess due to the heavy rain, but there were very few traces of water. After thinking about it, Tang Yu returned to his hiding place and started putting on his equipment. Now we have the buff of mutton soup. It would be a pity if it were wasted. Moreover, the transaction just now consumed a large amount of medical supplies. So Tang Yu planned to take advantage of this opportunity to go to the city hospital that he had just purchased today for a night visit. Tang Yu didn't plan to bring a lot of things this time. His equipment was still the same as the last time he went to room 903 of Songmu Hotel. He just replaced the level 4 bulletproof vest and ammunition hanger with the level 5 ammunition hanger armor, which contained 18 space grids. The weapons are equipped with MP5 submachine guns and level 3 submachine gun armor-piercing bullets, which can save space. Melee weapons are still 6 H5 bayonets and 3 grenades. The backpack is a 35-grid camel outdoor backpack. In this way, together with Tang Yu's own 5 inventory slots, the backpack space has expanded to 58 slots. After completing the preparations, Tang Yu equipped himself with the black mask and digital headphones and put on the hood of the night cloak. Tang Yu walked out of the subway station. Because of the heavy rain, there was still a layer of water in the tunnel of the subway station, so Tang Yu chose to go to the city hospital from the ground. However, the good news is that there is still no moon tonight. The whole city was plunged into darkness. Tang Yu walked on the deserted streets. The rainstorm washed the entire city, and he carefully avoided the puddles. For fear that the sound of his feet stepping into the puddles would be heard by the refugees hiding somewhere, he took every step very carefully. The temperature outside the subway station was much colder than Tang Yu had imagined. Fortunately, he was in good condition now, so he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Occasionally, a few gunshots could be heard from far away in the city. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu arrived at the gate of the city hospital. In the pitch-black hospital, only a few lights could be seen on the top floor of the inpatient building. In the virtual map, Tang Yu clearly saw that 3 refugees were resting on the rooftop of the hospital building. After just a quick look, Tang Yu walked towards the emergency building. Walk into the emergency room door. I saw 4 or 5 stainless steel stretchers parked in a disorderly manner in the emergency hall and various medical equipment and documents scattered on the ground. Put a sterile bandage dropped on the ground into your backpack. The virtual map in his mind had already displayed all the supplies, and Tang Yu collected them room by room. There weren't many supplies in the hospital, and any valuable items might have been looted by refugees or other forces long ago, leaving only some small things that were not worthy of attention. After collecting for half a day, I only found about 10 items. The most numerous items are naturally bandages, not only sterile bandages, but also ordinary bandages. However, this type of bandage does not have the function of stopping bleeding and can only be regarded as ordinary supplies. However, Tang Yu remembered that this item was needed to make sterile bandages on the bathroom item production page, so he accepted it all. The emergency building obviously has the most items for treating trauma, including portable defibrillators, cat tourniquets, emergency hemostatic agents, aluminum fixation splints, sutures, a bunch of surgical instruments, staplers, and Tang Yu also collected quite a few. Secondly, we also collected some disinfecting items such as disinfectant, medical alcohol, disinfectant gauze, disinfectant cotton balls, etc. that fell in the corners of each cabinet. At the same time, he also found the indoor thermometer and the thermometer that he had been thinking about for several days. However, what surprised Tang Yu the most was that he actually found some injectable drugs, which was completely unexpected. There was no doubt about the power and rarity of the injection. He found an injection bag, left by Black Dog in room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel. There were only 5 adrenaline injections in it. He found morphine injection X2 and epinephrine injection, X1 in the first aid tray in the emergency room. Morphine injection. Type: injection. Description: a disposable syringe filled with a large dose of morphine, mainly used to treat acute and chronic severe pain. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Use times: 1/1. Benefit: removed. Bruised status, pain status, duration 305 seconds. Added: excitement state, duration 305 seconds. Debuff effect: physical strength -10, water -10. Note: current survivors cannot use this item and need to survive the first round of disaster before using it. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Duo, Flowerpot, Sword Master. Morphine injection is obviously more functional in terms of analgesia and lasts longer. It is not like adrenaline injection, which can comprehensively enhance the body's functions, but it also has much fewer side effects. After use, the impact on the body will not be significant. By this time, Tang Yu's exploration of the emergency building was nearing completion. Overall, the harvest was pretty good, especially the 3 injections, which directly increased the value of the materials this time. Tang Yu walked through the glass corridor and came to the outpatient building. He went straight to the pharmacy and saw many shining spots representing supplies on the virtual map. When I arrived at the pharmacy, I saw medicine shelves scattered all over the floor, and medicine boxes and prescription receipts were everywhere. According to the position of the light spots in the virtual map, Tang Yu searched from the gaps between shelves, corners, and under cabinets. Pick up the leftover medicines. The items here are mainly various pills. Ibuprofen painkillers for analgesic effect. Analgesic tablets have both analgesic and antipyretic effects. A combination broad-spectrum antibiotic for the treatment of bacterial infections. Amoxicillin antibiotic tablets. There was also a bunch of pills with unclear names. The names were simple and crude. Tang Yu guessed that they might be used in the construction of some facilities in the future, so he collected them all. Among them, Analgen painkillers was an unexpected surprise. With its antipyretic and analgesic effects, this pill can be a lifesaver in the upcoming extreme cold weather. This time, Tang Yu found a total of 3 bottles of Analgen painkillers, each bottle containing 50 pills, which means there are about 150 pills in total. Tang Yu put the pills away. This time he picked up about a dozen bottles of pills in the pharmacy, which was pretty good. They were all hard currency. Then he started from the first floor, searching room by room. Whenever he saw a computer case, he would open it to see if there was a graphics card. If not, continue to the next room. But just when he reached the second floor, he suddenly stopped because 2 red dots appeared on the first floor of the outpatient building. Is this a refugee? Tang Yu guessed, but he was not sure because the movements of these 2 people were too abnormal. They did not have the carefree behavior habits of the refugees. Instead, he moved forward very slowly and stealthily, as if he was looking for someone. Tang Yu stopped moving and pressed his body against the wall. With the help of Night Cloak and the skill Concealment, some slight sounds were basically locked within a range of 2 meters around him. He walked carefully and quietly to the gardening flower bed on the second floor, squatted behind a few lush plants, and leaned over the wall to look towards the hall on the first floor. Because there was no light, Tang Yu could only vaguely see 2 slowly moving black figures. The footsteps of the 2 were very light. If Tang Yu had not listened carefully, he would have hardly noticed them. They were just like the evil god believer he had met before. It can be seen that these 2 people must often move in a covert manner, so there is such an obvious silencing effect. If Tang Yu hadn't cheated with the virtual map, he would have probably been discovered by the 2 of them by now. Under Tang Yu's double attention, the 2 searched the first floor first, then went up to the second floor from the escalators on both sides, met at the garden flower bed in the middle of the escalators, and whispered, "It seems that there are no refugees here. Why don't we go directly to the dean's office to get the thing that the employer wants?" The other person shook his head. No, the employer said that opening the secret door would make quite a noise. If there are refugees on these 2 floors, and they hear the noise and block us here, we'll be in trouble. Okay, then you go left and I go right. We'll search separately and call each other when we find someone. Okay. After watching the 2 people leave, one on the left and one on the right after their discussion, Tang Yu could finally breathe a sigh of relief behind the dense leaves 1 meter away from them. It's so fucking exciting. He is simply a flowerpot swordsman. That is to say, there are plants in the flower bed to block it, and there are equipment and skills to support it. Just now, Tang Yu really didn't dare to breathe. And even when he opened his mouth wide to breathe, he was very restrained, for fear that the 2 of them would smell his bad breath. It's just 1 meter away. If you fart, Both of you can smell it firsthand. So exciting. However, Tang Yu also listened to the entire conversation between the two. Dean's office, darkroom, stuff. Through these keywords, Tang Yu keenly smelled the scent of high-end materials. After opening the virtual map, I found a very spacious office on the top floor of the outpatient hall, which is in the middle of the third floor. He looked carefully and found that there was indeed a secret room about 1 square meter in size in this place, with several spots of light inside. However, the thickness of this secret room door was a little beyond Tang Yu's understanding. It was 30 centimeters thick, which was simply outrageous. Obviously, this secret room cannot be opened by normal means, let alone the supplies inside. And the method to open the secret room undoubtedly lies in the hands of these two mysterious people. Judging from the employers mentioned by these two people, Tang Yu is more inclined to believe that they are some kind of mercenaries. Their fighting power obviously surpassed that of the refugees. It's obvious at first glance that he has received relevant military tactical training and is very experienced. It's getting more and more interesting. Tang Yu looked at the direction the two people left with a deep gaze. We have to think of a way. Tang Yu decisively left the flower bed, chose a corridor, and followed the other person towards the escalator on the third floor. When the other person entered a row of outpatient departments for examination, he simply walked past him and took the escalator to the third floor of the outpatient building. The most dangerous step has been taken. Tang Yu also came up with a feasible solution in his mind. He soon arrived at the dean's office in the middle of the third floor. Twist the handle. Not locked. He slipped into the room and closed the door. It can be seen that the owner of the room left in a hurry. Various documents fell to the ground, and there were fallen clothes hangers and 2 white coats on the ground. There were some food and drinks scattered on the sofa and coffee table for receiving guests, but Tang Yu no longer had the heart to collect them. Because in the virtual map, the two people have completed the search of the second floor and have reached the escalator, ready to go to the third floor. Tang Yu looked around and saw a huge potted plant in the corner, a bird of paradise plant. The extremely large leaves completely covered the entire corner. And this is the solution Tang Yu came up with. Flower Pot Swordmaster version 2.0. When the two men finally arrived at the dean's office, Tang Yu has completely hidden his body in the darkness behind the leaves of the huge green potted plant with the help of the night cloak and black mask. At this moment, he seemed to be the darkness itself. With a click sound, the door of the dean's office was opened. Chapter 41. Cut off halfway and get infected with cold. Tang Yu saw it. After the two men entered the room, they quickly scanned the room with a flashlight. Because Tang Yu's entire body was covered by the bird of paradise plants, they did not see Tang Yu. Go straight to their target item. How's it going? Have you found the dark room? Found it. My employer said the switch to the dark room is on the button on the side of the desk. One person had come to the desk and easily found the inconspicuous button. Under the gaze of the two, as the button was pressed, one section of the bookcases in the row on the side began to rotate, accompanied by the sound of the bookcases rubbing against the ground. A small room of 1 square meter appeared in front of Tang Yu. It's open, it's open. When the flashlight was shown over there, an exquisite safe appeared in the dark room. Tang Yu was speechless and relieved when he saw it. I was speechless because this dean is really careful. He put all the things in the secret room and even equipped it with a safe. He was thankful that he did not act rashly against these two men. Otherwise, let alone finding the switch of the secret room, even the safe would be enough to make him suffer. At this moment, Tang Yu saw one of them took out a key with a strange shape from his arms. The key is 15 centimeters long and has many patterns carved on it. Help me keep an eye on the outside while I open the safe. This mechanical combination lock is too complicated. I need 2 minutes. Okay. After saying that, the man on guard stood at the door facing the corridor, paying attention to the movements outside. The other person was squatting in front of the safe with a miniature flashlight in his mouth, inserting the strange key into the keyhole of the safe. His other hand was on the combination lock, concentrating on adjusting the position of the combination lock. The room was filled with the sounds of combination locks and keys being turned, mixed with the friction of equipment and weapons. At this moment, Tang Yu had already passed through the bird of paradise plants and came to the wall behind the sentry, holding his breath and waiting quietly for his opportunity. Are you ready? Come on, it'll be ready soon. When the sentry heard his companion's answer, he was about to turn around to look, but a big hand covered his mouth and a sharp bayonet cut his throat. It's open, it's open. What are you doing making so much noise? Keep your voice down. As soon as the locksmith opened the safe, He heard the sound of his companion's feet on the floor. He felt something was wrong and immediately took out his silenced pistol and looked back. But he heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground and then saw a dark shadow rushing towards him. Puff, 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 puff. After a few consecutive subtle gunshots, Tang Yu put all the items in the safe into his backpack while panting, bandaged the wound on his leg simply to control the bleeding, and took an ibuprofen. The next second, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and the pain disappeared. But at this time, his face was pale and sweaty. It hurts. The duo's equipment and supplies were loaded into the backpacks as quickly as possible, filling up Tang Yu's backpack space. Tang Yu directly carried the 2 extra spears on his back. He quickly left for the first floor of the emergency building. During this process, Tang Yu kept paying attention to the 3 refugees on the hospital floor. Fortunately, these people did not have any special reactions and remained in their rooms. Arriving at the emergency room, Tang Yu took another painkiller, took out the emergency surgical kit, and began to perform bullet removal surgery on himself. This duo's combat power is simply not on the same level as the refugees. Tang Yu planned carefully, and when he killed one person in seconds, the other person's reaction was so fast that although Tang Yu succeeded in killing the other person in the end, he was also hit by 2 bullets. Fortunately, they were only in the legs. If it was in the heart or head, he would have been dead. As the 2 bullets in his leg were removed and sterile gauze was continuously bandaged, Tang Yu's originally precarious health began to slowly recover. At the same time, all the pain, bruise, and other statuses are removed, leaving only the fresh wound status left by the bandage. Although the whole process was extremely dangerous, this was the best Tang Yu could do. Not only did he successfully intercept the items the duo was looking for, but he also obtained 2 more sets of equipment and weapons. The warehouse that had been empty can now be filled again. After 5 minutes, the fresh wound status disappears. Tang Yu did not stop this time and returned to his hiding place on the shadows. Tang Yu was very cautious and careful along the way. Just when we were getting close to the Garden subway station, it started to drizzle, and the rain quickly turned into tiny ice crystals and fell from the sky. The ground was covered with a layer. The effect of nourished lamb soup had long passed. Even though Tang Yu was sweating all over due to the excessive weight he was carrying, he could still feel the cold eroding his body. His current condition is that the heat in his body is dissipating with sweat, and the coldness in the air is trying to penetrate into his body through his open pores. Tang Yu felt very uncomfortable because he was cold on the outside, but hot on the inside. When he finally stepped into the Garden subway station and walked in the subway passage. Finally, Achoo. After returning to the hiding place and taking out all the supplies from the backpack, Tang Yu kept sneezing. Although the wind cold status icon does not appear in the status column. But Tang Yu's judgment based on his own experience of being sick over the years is that it's almost correct. Hey, I did this. Sure enough, after a few minutes, as various physical discomforts appeared, the cold icon officially appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Fortunately, when I made the nourished lamb soup before, I made 2 bowls at a time. Cheer up, heat up another bowl of nourished lamb soup, and drink it in a few mouthfuls, both the meat and the soup. Only then did I feel warm all over my body like spring, my body stopped shaking, my legs were no longer weak, and my joints no longer hurt. I just feel relaxed all over. Tang Yu felt the effect of the mutton soup and was very satisfied. Although it did not trigger the perfect removal of wind cold, it allowed him to remain healthy for 2 hours. I am also increasingly looking forward to the future market prospects of nourished lamb soup. The time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning. Taking advantage of the effect of the mutton soup, Tang Yu fell asleep directly. On the other side, in an extremely hidden room, someone was waiting for the wanderer to bring his reward to him. Turlin, when did those 2 set out? Why haven't they come back yet? Sir, maybe they encountered some unexpected situation. After all, that place is the territory of the meat dogs, and I heard that they have people waiting in the hospital all the time. Chapter 42 Medical Station Construction Blueprints, Laboratory Access Key Card. The 6th day of Doomsday. Tang Yu woke up with a splitting headache and felt aches all over his body, especially the joints. It was as if a machine had lost its lubrication oil, and every movement was extremely difficult. Ahem! As he coughed, his throat felt as if it was cut by a blade. Tang Yu shook his dizzy head gently and felt as if his brain had turned into a paste, shaking with his movements. Open the status bar. Cold, fever, bacterial infection. The 3 bright conditions are bright red. He got up and went to the kitchen and immediately made 2 servings of mutton soup. While he was making it, Tang Yu quickly lit the fireplace. He forgot to light the fireplace last night because he was feeling unwell, which was why his cold was more serious today. As the fireplace continued to emit heat, the trembling body slowly calmed down. After drinking 2 cups of hot water and taking a tablet of aspirin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics, the pain in my body disappeared and the fever and bacterial infection also disappeared. A few minutes later, Tang Yu was eating mutton soup comfortably, feeling like he was alive again. The good news is that Tang Yu had good luck this time, triggering a 25% chance of perfectly removing the wind-cold state. His body finally returned to normal, but the physical energy consumed by his illness did not recover so quickly, so Tang Yu still needed to rest for a while. It's too difficult. Although Tang Yu was now blessed with the Yangqi rising status, he still wore the rabbit brand sheepskin military coat he had obtained before. I took the indoor thermometer outside the hiding place, and after waiting for a few minutes, the temperature displayed on the thermometer had reached 3 degrees Celsius. Tang Yu sighed in his heart. Today is only the 6th day, and the temperature is already close to below zero. It may snow tomorrow. The hardest time has arrived. After returning to the hiding place and opening the chat channel, he found that all the survivors were discussing the weather. Tang Yu also learned that more than 3,000 people died last night. These people were basically killed by refugees or wild beasts because of the cold weather and infection. Before they died, they tried to seek help in the chat channel, but unfortunately there were few items that could help them. All the survivors were feeling increasingly depressed about this first extreme cold disaster. Some people have tried to organize everyone to help each other and overcome the difficulties together, but in the current situation it is already good enough for everyone to protect themselves. No one will do such a thankless task if they are asked to help others. When entering a Doomsday game, personal survival always comes first, and other morals, laws, and integrity are all unimportant. Tang Yu also saw the information in the channel, and he naturally would not do such saintly things. He's just a small person. His goal is to survive comfortably and for a long time in this Doomsday. Other people are not within his consideration. He respects those who selflessly devote themselves, but he will not imitate them nor add to his own burden. After a brief sigh, Tang Yu showed excitement on his face. Go to the kitchen and prepare the ingredients for making Nourish Lamb Soup. Just go to maximum capacity to make Nourish Lamb Soup. This is a rare opportunity, and we must seize every minute. Looking at the icon page that has already been created, Tang Yu quickly contacted Sandy to inquire about the 5 sheep that he had booked yesterday. As a result, I was told that the other party was just preparing to leave, and I would need to wait for 2 hours before the transaction could be completed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yu took out the spoils he had obtained from the director's office of the city hospital yesterday. When he saw the first 2 blueprints, Tang Yu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This is because in this Doomsday world, blueprints are the fastest way to improve your strength. Medical workbench construction drawings. Type: Rare blueprint. Effect: constructs a workbench in your hideout that can craft medical items. Construction requirements: generator, level 1, water collector, level 1, bathroom, level 1, 50,000 Doomsday coins, 1 beaker, 1 test tube, 1 tourniquet, 1 set of surgical instruments, 1 ibuprofen painkiller. Build time: 30 minutes. Medical workbench modification drawings, medical station. Type: Rare blueprint. Effect: transform the medical workbench in the hideout into a more advanced special facility, medical station. Construction requirements: generator, level 1, medical workbench, level 1, bathroom, level 2, ventilation duct, level 2, 200,000 Doomsday coins, medical intelligence file X1, a pile of pills X3, sterile bandage X5, tourniquet X4, a set of surgical instruments X2, medical blood transfusion tool X1, portable defibrillator X1. Build time: 120 minutes. When Tang Yu saw the construction requirements of this medical station, he was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen a facility that required so many construction requirements, especially the portable defibrillator. If he hadn't happened to find one in the emergency building, he would probably be dumbfounded now. The difficulty of this construction really opened Tang Yu's eyes. But he did show excitement immediately afterwards. What a joke! If so many supplies are needed just for its construction, the effect of this facility must be great. Tang Yu had all the materials needed to build these 2 facilities. He found a larger location in his hiding place and started building the medical workbench. Now we can only wait half an hour for the medical workbench to be built and then upgraded into a medical station. The medical information document needed to upgrade the medical station was the 3rd item found in the safe in the dean's office. which directly saved Tang Yu a lot of time in searching. The last item in the safe was a white access card with 3 distinctive letters CBS printed on it. CBS Lab Access Key Card. Type: Laboratory Key. Number of occupied cells: 1 by 1. Purpose: allowed to enter CBS Laboratory once. The word laboratory refreshed Tang Yu's spirits. It's actually a laboratory. He did not forget that the name laboratory was mentioned in Black Dog's diary. According to Black Dog's guess, this laboratory may produce transformation agents, which are important items for transforming followers of the evil god. On the other hand, the uncle behind Black Dog, who is suspected to control the entire Quella City's refugees and evil god believers, also has a close relationship with this laboratory. Now Tang Yu discovered that the director of this urban hospital actually had the access key to this laboratory. He suddenly felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between this city and this laboratory. Oh, by the way, there is also that mysterious employer. Tang Yu thought with his eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 43, The Amazing Effect of Purchasing the Park and Medical Station. Tang Yu already had a guess about this mysterious employer. Last night, whether the duo went to the dean's office or had the key and password to the safe in their hands. Obviously, it was provided by the mysterious employer. This person is not the director of the city hospital himself, but someone who knows him very well. And there is a 90% chance that this employer is the dean himself. Tang Yu looked at the lab access key card. The other party's goal should be this key card. After thinking for a while and failing to figure it out, Tang Yu simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the thing is already in his hands, so he can fight against the enemy with his own army and block the water with earth. Whatever happens, now the most important thing is to sort out last night's harvest. All that was left were the various equipment the duo had on them. What made Tang Yu happiest was that their weapons were all equipped with silencers. Stechkin APB Silenced Automatic Pistol, X2. Type: Pistol. Number of grids occupied: 4 by 1. Recoil: Vertical: 205. Level: 138. Effective range: 50 meters. Shooting mode: semi-automatic/fully automatic. Fire rate: 750. Accuracy: 11.11. Ammunition caliber: 9x 18 MMPM bullet. Default magazine: APS 9x 18 PM 20 rounds standard magazine. PP9101 Ketterby Silenced Submachine Gun X2. Type: Submachine gun. Number of grids occupied: 3 by 2. Recoil: Vertical: 38. Level: 162. Effective range: 100 meters. Shooting mode: semi-automatic/fully automatic. Fire rate: 900. Accuracy: 6.88. Ammunition caliber: 9x 18 MMPM bullet. Default magazine: PP 919x 18 PM 30 rounds standard magazine. It is a weapon completely prepared for lurking and assassination. Whether it's a pistol or a submachine gun, Tang Yu simply couldn't let go of these guns. Now he basically goes out to look for supplies at night. How to kill the enemy with less noise is Tang Yu's priority. Last night, Tang Yu was already familiar with the sound of the silenced pistol and could be said to be very satisfied with it. Tang Yu carefully put away these guns and directly replaced the one he had been using with the pistol. Fortunately, the bullets used by these pistols and submachine guns are all 9 by 18 millimeters bullets, which are basically interchangeable, saving the trouble of searching for bullets again. The remaining equipment of the duo are 2 level 3 bulletproof vests and 2 12-slot ammunition hangers, and there are no other useful supplies. Half an hour later, the medical workbench was completed, and Tang Yu directly upgraded and renovated the medical station. Then today's Super Monopoly Dice rolling session began. Because I purchased the city hospital yesterday, today Tang Yu obtained 201 wealth points, and the total points reached 488 points. Then comes the whole process of going to the bathroom and washing face and hands. Apply Venus ointment to both hands. Start praying earnestly. Emperor Guangwu, God of Wealth, Master Guan, I, Tang Yu, pray devoutly today so that I can make a big red hand today. The dice roll. 3. Would the survivors like to spend 300 points to purchase White Pagoda Park? Hearing the mechanical prompt sound, Tang Yu was stunned at first. Can he still buy the park? Yes. As the wealth points decreased, the virtual map was updated again, and Tang Yu also understood the purpose of the park. The park is different from other buildings. The subway station, Red Romance Club, and the city hospital will provide Tang Yu with a certain number of wealth points every day. The park is different. It does not directly provide Tang Yu with wealth points, but increases the value of all material properties under Tang Yu's name and provides more wealth points every day. The more parts you have, the more value your other properties will gain, and the more wealth points you will provide each day. Tang Yu was delighted. This is good. After finishing rolling the dice for today, Tang Yu started to look at private messages and chats. Apparently, after last night's icy rain, many of the survivors couldn't hold on any longer today. They contacted Tang Yu one after another, wanting to trade the supplies in their hands for food or medicine. After a while, the kitchen had already produced several rounds of nourished lamb soup, about a dozen bowls. Tang Yu originally wanted to send it directly to the World Channel for the transaction. But thinking about the fact that Sandy had not yet traded the last 5 sheep with him, if the other party saw the properties of the food he was selling, it was hard to guarantee that the other party would not raise the price. The same goes for other survivors who can provide mutton. So Tang Yu decided to wait until the final transaction with the other party is completed before sending the transaction information to the World Channel. This is the safest way. Just as Tang Yu was picking and choosing the transaction information in the private message box, he finally gathered the materials for upgrading the level 2 generator set, the last battery. Spent 1 can and 1 energy drink to complete the transaction. Generator upgrade started. And Sandy's message came at the right time. Grassland, Sandy. We can trade now. I got 10 sheep, and you only want 5? City Tang Yu. Then give me 7. Finally, Tang Yu consumed all the canned vegetables and instant snacks, plus some medicines, to complete the transaction. Although there were only 20 or so cans of food left in the warehouse, Tang Yu still smiled as he looked at the mutton spread out on the ground. An hour later, Tang Yu was sorting out the nourished lamb soup he had prepared. At this time, there were already 24 servings. The medical station that Tang Yu had always been concerned about has been successfully upgraded. Medical Station Level 2. Type: Hideout Facility. Effect 1. At midnight every day, the medical station will randomly refresh medical items with random quality and quantity. Current probability: 40% chance of pills, 30% chance of trauma treatment items, 25% chance of first aid kits, 5% chance of injections. Effect 2. Immunity plus 25, Health plus 25, Vitality plus 25. Effect 3. The medical station has a 20% chance to increase the quantity of items produced by it by 1. Healthy. Introduction. Good health can speed up the recovery of wounds after being hit, reduce the chance of fractures, and reduce the consumption of physical strength and water. Effect. Reduce the risk of fractures. Reduce physical exertion. Reduce the dehydration speed. Vitality. Introduction. Vitality can reduce the probability of bleeding and immediate death after a part of the body is fatally injured, thereby increasing your chances of survival after injury. Effect. Reduce the chance of blood loss. Reduce the probability of disability due to limb injuries. Increases the healing speed of wounds in combat. Fuck, this is so awesome. Tang Yu knew that this medical station facility could be placed together with the key card of the laboratory, and it was definitely not an ordinary blueprint. But now I see such an awesome function. I couldn't help but marvel in my heart. Chapter 44. A bowl of mutton soup caused a world shock. Medical station is the same as level 2 bathroom and level 2 kitchen. The function of making items is enabled. Medical stations can synthesize high-value medical items from various low-value medical items. A pile of surgical instruments plus first aid kit and vehicle combine to create emergency surgical kit. Pile of pills plus sterile bandage plus tourniquet to create IFAC emergency treatment kit. A bag of tools plus magnet plus wire plus capacitor plus power bank equals defibrillator. There were more than a dozen lists, and Tang Yu was delighted. In this way, Tang Yu had a stable and long-lasting production workshop for advanced medical supplies. If you trigger the +1 effect of the medical station's item production from time to time, it will be double the joy. Tang Yu stroked his chin. The value of low-level medical supplies has always been low. For example, the survivors had no use for these 2 items, a pile of surgical instruments and a pile of pills. Over time, they became things that were tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. The supplies collected next may be placed on these medium and low-level medical supplies. In the long run, this will definitely become an important resource model for Tang Yu to obtain supplies. This does not even take into account the fact that the medical station will automatically refresh the medical supplies every day. Through the refresh rate of the medical station, Tang Yu also saw the level differences of medical supplies. The lowest level was undoubtedly various medicines, which had a short-lived and single effect even in large quantities. The most valuable pills in Tang Yu's hand now should be the 3 bottles of aspirin pain relief tablets, because they have a fever-reducing effect, which will be of great help in the upcoming extreme cold weather. However, like Nourish Mutton Soup, their value is the highest only in these 5 days. By the time the polar blizzard disaster is over, their value will be greatly reduced. The most valuable medical items are undoubtedly injections and various treatment kits. This also confirms Tang Yu's previous guess. Injections will definitely be medical supplies that are in short supply throughout the Doomsday world after the first round of disasters. Because their functions are so powerful, their prices are bound to be very expensive. Tang Yu was very satisfied with the effect of the medical station and directly placed all the low-level medical items in the warehouse in the medical station. Turn on synthesis and production, and all production lists will be filled up directly. 2 hours later, the generator set was successfully upgraded to level 2. The entire unit is more compact and refined, and the noise emitted during operation is just a slight buzzing sound. Because of the battery, the generator set is free from the disadvantage of long-term operation. Every time the machine is working, the excess electrical energy will be stored in the battery. When the battery is fully charged, the generator set will automatically stop and rest. When the battery power is consumed to only 20%, the generator set will automatically start to generate electricity. This will continue. From now on, Tang Yu can be said to have achieved electricity freedom. And for the power system facilities in the hiding place, it is more energy-saving, efficient, and intelligent. However, Tang Yu is frowning at this moment. The upgrade of the generator set has been completed, and the construction requirement of the intelligence center only requires one item: confidential intelligence. This item seems to be very rare indeed. Even after 2 days, no one is willing to trade it. But Tang Yu was very concerned about the facility called the Intelligence Center. He always felt that after the construction of this facility, it would be of great help to the hiding place and his own development. But among the many survivors who applied to him, there was no one who wanted to trade confidential intelligence. There are quite a few people trading various valuable items needed to build the refugee treasure box, but many of them asked for exorbitant prices. Tang Yu directly completed the transaction with several survivors whose prices were suitable, and the others were left aside. No, we have to do our best to build the intelligence center today. Tang Yu directly sent the photo of Nourish Lamb Soup to the World Channel. He didn't believe that anyone could resist not making the deal. City Tang Yu. Nourish Mutton Soup Picture X1. Extreme Cold Disaster Nemesis. Hope for Survival. The Last Shiver Before Dawn. Remove the wind cold status. Get a second life guarantee. Don't miss it if you pass by. Quantity is limited. Be quick or slow. Only for trading. Rare items. Confidential intelligence. Send me a price if you need it. After sending the message on the World Channel, Tang Yu also sent the message on the regional chat channel. Then he traded 2 copies to Wang Bohu. Tang Yu. Brother, I'll give you 2 copies for you to use at critical moments. Tang Yu is not a saint, the reason why she gave it to Wang Bohu. On the one hand, Tang Yu really got a great bargain this time, as he only used 2 grenades to exchange for this recipe. It would be fine if the value was low, but the effect of this food was enough to save a life in extremely cold weather. Giving it to Wang Bohu is also a way to give him a guarantee. Anyway, there are plenty of these things, so these 2 are not a big deal. On the other hand, Tang Yu did have a good impression of Wang Bohu, and the other party was also quite capable. He obtained rare items one after another a few days before the Doomsday. It can be used in the future as long as the relationship is established. There is no need to make the other party feel resentful because of this food, although Tang Yu may not care. But doesn't our ancestors have an old saying that the more friends you have, the more paths you will take? Really? Wang Bohu, who received Tang Yu's mutton soup, immediately sent a message. Wang Bohu, damn master, please don't tell me this is the formula I sold you. It's so awesome. Tang Yu, that's it. Do you regret it now? This sentence was actually a test from Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, no, I don't regret it. This is something that can only be done in your hands. If it were in my hands, I wouldn't know when I could make it. Level 2 kitchen. Oh my god. Wang Bohu. This food is only valuable for a few days. If the next disaster comes with hot weather, this food will be worthless. So I don't regret it at all. Wang Bohu. Hee, but master, you should still have some. Don't sell them all out. Remember to leave a few bowls for me. I'll buy more from you after I finish eating. Looking at the message sent by Wang Bohu, Tang Yu smiled. This was why he liked this boy. He knew his limits and was sensible. Tang Yu. Okay, I'll keep it for you. If you need it, sue me. Wang Bohu. Thank you, great God. After dealing with Wang Bohu's matter, as Tang Yu expected, the entire World Channel and regional chat channels were in an uproar, and all the survivors were shocked. Nourished mutton soup is like a bowl of cold water poured into a hot oil pan. Completely, it's a blast. P.S. Dear readers, please don't keep it up these few days. The data during the verification period is very important. Starting next month, there will be 3 updates per day. Please help me and take some time every day to follow the latest chapter. Please urge me to update it. Thank you all. Chapter 45, The Turmoil in the Chat Channel. Tang Yu's disdain. City Lu Jinyu. What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? Grassland. Wang Xinran. Damn. It's Yushin again. How come the effect of this food is so strong? It's worthy of being the nemesis of extreme cold. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Yushin, why didn't you take out this food in the previous transaction? I regret it. I regret it so much. City. Zhang Liuxin. What's going on? How come there is such food? I have never seen it before. Have you seen it before? Gobi. Strictly. Yushin, I am dying. Can you give me a portion of this food? I have caught a cold. The chat content in the regional channel was equally heated, with everyone expressing shock that Tang Yu actually possessed such incredible food. This has the effect of removing wind cold. Since yesterday, almost everyone has felt the power of the extreme cold weather, and many people have even been infected with the cold and are now huddled in their hiding places and shivering. Now everyone is shocked when seeing the food pictures posted by Tang Yu. This is a life-saving item. However, these people did not have any rare items or confidential information, so under the pressure of survival, the evil nature of human beings began to show. Not only the World Channel, but even the survivors on the regional channel began to make some sarcastic voices. Grassland. Sandy. Your food is made from the sheep I sold you. Sandy, who completed the transaction with Tang Yu, also sent a private message. Tang Yu was not surprised either. City Tang Yu, yes. Grassland. Sandy. No wonder you want so many sheep, but I'm losing out. You have to give me a portion of the items you trade. Tang Yu looked at the private message and laughed out of anger. Fortunately, he was more careful and did not send out the news of nourished mutton soup too early, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble this guy might cause in the end. Now that the transaction has been completed, he still wants to divide the supplies. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? This is the difference between people. Tang Yu has never underestimated the evil of human nature. City Tang Yu. What are you thinking about? Did your brain go haywire when you were catching sheep? Grassland. Sandy. You wait. Tang Yu smiled disdainfully and ignored it, instead checking the private transaction message and selecting supplies. But a few minutes later, Wang Bohu sent a message with a screenshot. Grassland. Sandy. This Tang Yu is really evil-hearted. I gave him the mutton. He didn't have much supplies, but he's selling it to you guys now. He has a bad conscience. If I had as much supplies as he did, I should sell it at a lower price or even give it to those in need to help them get through this disaster. What an evil businessman. Wang Bo, Master, this guy is saying bad things about you. She just took advantage of the rule that you can only post 1 message a day on the World Channel and is slandering you. Tang Yu opened the World Channel to take a look at the chat content. Sure enough, under the leadership of this guy, other people who wanted to take advantage of Tang Yu came out to taunt Tang Yu, and the rhythm of the entire channel was gradually led astray. At the same time, some people were actively discussing this topic in the regional channel. With the interference of some troublemakers, public opinion began to turn unfavorable to Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at the guys who were making the most trouble in the chat channel. He found that they all sent transaction information to him. Tang Yu shook his head secretly. It turns out that people always say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Perhaps they wanted others not to trade with Tang Yu so that they could get more nourished lamb soup at a cheap price. Unfortunately, Tang Yu, your number of speeches on the World Channel today is still there, right? Wang Bohu, yes, master. Tang Yu sent some things to Wang Bohu and sent the edited information to him. Soon, Wang Bohu's message appeared in the World Channel. City, Wang Bohu, you are such a shameless bunch. If you take a good look at the transaction details, you will know who is causing the trouble. Don't let others use you as a gun and help others count their money. You should also ask me to tell you that all those who were trying to stir up trouble in the channel just now should be blocked and never trade with them again. At the same time, didn't Sandy say she would help a lot of people? Anyone without food can ask her for food. Her food reserves are amazing. Tang Yu and Sandy's transaction information picture X8. Triple X's application for transaction with Tang Yu picture X6. As Wang Bohu sent out this message, Everyone was speechless, especially when they saw that Tang Yu and Sandy traded more than a dozen sheep and spent an astonishing amount of food and medical supplies. Everyone was shocked by the scale of their transaction. There are more than 100 units of food, most of which are canned food and energy food. The medical supplies are the most scarce trauma treatment items, which amount to 40 or 50 units. They had never seen so many supplies before. Even for the slightly wealthier survivors, the most they could have in their hiding places was 20 or 30 units of supplies. Medical supplies are extremely scarce. The total price of so many supplies can be said to be sky high. The pictures exposed by Tang Yu included information that Sandy had previously asked Tang Yu for a share of the profits and threatened Tang Yu. Now, all the survivors who saw the information understood the twists and turns involved. Isn't this guy just greedy? He originally traded for a large amount of supplies, and now seeing the value of the nourished lamb soup in Tang Yu's hand, he wants to get a piece of the pie and got angry after being rejected. The problem is that you can do whatever you want and no one else cares. But if you treat others like monkeys, all the survivors will be angry. They all sent private messages to Sandy to greet him. The scene was even more lively than that on Tang Yu's side. In the same situation were those guys who had started the trouble at the beginning because Tang Yu had directly posted their transaction information and locked onto them to start greetings. Although there were still some people who wanted to morally blackmail Tang Yu. When they saw the huge amount of supplies Tang Yu had paid, they all shut up. I can't say it. Tang Yu spent real money to make that thing. Why should you ask others to give it to you for free? As a result, public opinion in the chat channel completely turned to Tang Yu's side. However, Tang Yu did not pay too much attention to those. In his opinion, letting Wang Bohu send out those things was just to avoid some trouble, and he really didn't care what others thought. The thing is in his hands. As long as the item being traded does not meet his requirements, no one can complete the transaction from him. It doesn't matter if they don't want to trade. After all, this extreme cold disaster has just begun and there is still a long time to go. Tang Yu can afford to wait. It depends on whether they can afford to wait. Because he blacklisted a group of people, Tang Yu doesn't have much transaction information to filter now. Soon a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Here it comes. Chapter 46, Intelligence Center, Construction Begins, Butcher, Kalantai. There was a transaction conversation in front of Tang Yu. A picture of a red folder with several sheets of white paper appeared in front of him. Confidential information. Type. Intelligence item. Number of grids occupied. 2 by 1. Description. A folder containing various files that may be useful to someone. It's finally complete. Tang Yu decisively completed the transaction with the survivor. Although this survivor requested a lot of supplies, not only a bowl of nourishing mutton soup, but also a bottle of amoxicillin antibiotic. It seems that the other party has been infected with the cold and has an inflammatory reaction in the body. Tang Yu didn't want to wait any longer. Anyway, he still had a lot of amoxicillin antibiotics, and the medical station could continue to synthesize and produce it. So complete the transaction decisively. Looking at the thick folder in his hand, he showed a relieved expression. It's really not easy. It's too difficult. Without any hesitation, he took out all the construction items for the Intelligence Center. Select a location. The construction of the Hideout's special facility, Intelligence Center, begins. Looking at the light curtain of the facility construction, the construction of the Intelligence Center will take 24 hours to complete. It's already 1:30 p.m. Wait until tomorrow, which is 1:30 p.m. on the 7th day of the Doomsday game. The Information Center will be completed. Although Tang Yu was very excited now, he looked at the construction light curtain with eager eyes. But I can only wait silently. Tang Yu hasn't been looking forward to something so much in a long time. After a busy morning, Tang Yu felt a little hungry. This time he did not eat the nourished lamb soup, but heated a pack of milk and added 2 beef sausages. After lunch, I added some more wood to the fireplace and fell asleep on the comm. However, in the World Channel, there are still people condemning Sandy, even though Sandy clearly said that he wanted to share food with those who have no food. But when they chatted privately with Sandy and asked for food, they were cursed and blocked by the other party. When these chat records were sent to the chat channel by the survivors, Sandy's reputation could be said to have been ruined. Some people have already suggested that everyone should not trade with Sandy to avoid being cheated. Although the survivor who initiated this proposal was also from the grassland area, the other survivors knew the purpose of his words. But there are still many people who responded. And in a room somewhere in the Baida district of Quella City, the flames in the fireplace are burning. Although the temperature outside has dropped to 0 degrees Celsius, the room is still very warm. A fat, bald man in his 50s looked at the person standing opposite him and exhaled a heavy smoke ring. Haven't the two wanderers been found yet? Lord Kalantai, there is no news about the two wanderers. They must have encountered some unexpected situation. That's the territory of the meat dogs, and there were refugees in the hospital last night. Could they be the ones who did it? Sir, we didn't hear any gunshots yesterday, and those two wanderers were good fighters introduced by Zoro. They shouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Kalantai held a cigar in his mouth, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he was thinking about something. A few minutes later, he pressed a button on the table, and the wall behind him began to rotate, making a sound of friction between the wall and the ground. Go down the stairs, and there is a secret room of about 60 square meters. There were 8 cages in the secret room. Kalantai moved his fat body and came to a cage. Looking at the man lying on the ground, covered in blood, he smiled and said, "My dear Dean, are you okay?" Hearing Kalantai's voice, the man lying on the ground raised his head with difficulty and looked at the other person. "You bastard. I'll make you pay when my brother comes back. Don't talk about those useless things. All the people who knew about it are dead. Oh, I heard an interesting thing these days. Your nephew Black Dog seems to be dead too. Now Ruga doesn't even know who killed Black Dog." "Huh? What? Impossible." Kalantai looked at the other person's incredulous expression, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, let's get down to business. Are you sure the lab access key card is hidden in the secret room you mentioned? Is there anything else you haven't told me?" Hearing Kalantai's question, the man on the ground was obviously stunned, and then he seemed to understand something and looked at Kalantai in great surprise. "Huh, it seems you didn't get it. Ha, I've told you everything I should have told you, but you still didn't get it. Ha, Butcher, you're such a loser." Kalantai, also known as the Butcher, stared at the other person's eyes for 5 seconds, then snorted coldly and walked out of the dark room. As the dark room was slowly closed, the Butcher's eyes became extremely sharp. Damn it, the look in this guy's eyes told me that he was indeed very surprised by my question, which means that the safe combination and key he told me are all true. What about those two wanderers? Finally, he looked at the figure standing opposite him. "Saber, I'll leave this matter to you. Go into the city hospital in person at night to see what's going on. Be careful not to let Ruga's men find you. Otherwise, our secret capture of this guy might be exposed." "Understood, Lord Kalantai. I will go all the way through the subway tunnel, and with the incident with the Black Dog a while ago, there won't be anyone there." "Okay, I trust you to do the job." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Yu finally woke up. After yawning, he put on his cashmere pajamas, went to the bathroom to run the water, and finally made himself a cup of black tea. He sat on the single sofa and opened his phone to read the chat messages. Now, whether it is the World Channel or the Regional Chat Channel, basically no one is discussing what happened at noon, but is instead discussing their own transactions and complaints. Especially in regional chats, the situation of survivors in urban areas is now very grim. The most important thing is that for those survivors who place their hiding places underground, not everyone can upgrade the security door of the hiding place to level 2 in advance like Tang Yu, and it is a waterproof door. Their hiding places were soaked in water and then frozen by the low temperature. It is estimated that these people will have a hard time surviving this disaster. Afterwards, Tang Yu put the nourished lamb soup made in the kitchen into the warehouse for storage. Although many people traded with Tang Yu, after what happened at noon, they understood that Tang Yu also consumed a lot of supplies. However, there are still very few people willing to take out rare items to complete the transaction, and most of them are ordinary supplies. Tang Yu was not in a hurry. This was just the beginning. He didn't have to worry about not being able to sell it. He continued to add the ingredients for nourished lamb soup to the kitchen and filled up the production list. He didn't worry about it anymore. There were enough materials to process until tomorrow morning. Tang Yu also completed the production list of medical station. He also discovered an advantage to the facility-made lists. Those are the things that have been produced. As long as they are not taken out, they will be automatically added to the production list. It can be said to be quite trouble-free. In this way, time passed slowly and it came to 10 o'clock in the evening. A red light appeared in the subway tunnel in the direction of the Red Romance Club and moved towards the Garden subway station. Tang Yu discovered the abnormality at the first time. Chapter 47. Killing the Invaders. The Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle showed its power for the first time. It's been really weird these past few days. This lousy subway station is full of people rushing here. Tang Yu put on his equipment very quickly, and in less than 2 minutes, he was fully armed. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yu placed the MP5 submachine gun in the backpack space. Then he took out the Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, pulled the bolt straight, and the 7.62 by 54 millimeters level 3 sniper armor-piercing bullet entered the barrel. 4 bullets were stuffed into the magazine. After putting the weapons into the backpack, Tang Yu put on the hood of the night cloak on his head, walked out of the hiding place, and blended into the darkness. At this time, the red light had just walked out of the tunnel and arrived at the waiting hall of Huayuan subway station. Tang Yu hid behind the huge stone pillar 3 meters outside the gate of the hiding place, quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. The sound of feet stepping on the ice was getting closer. Tang Yu saw a beam of flashlight shining from deep in the track, along with a very conspicuous red laser. Oh my god, a laser target designator. So cool. Tang Yu quickly hid his body deeper into the dark shadows. The tactical accessories of the invaders this time made Tang Yu look at them with new eyes. Tactical accessories. Even though Tang Yu had been busy for so many days, he only got a few tactical accessories, only 4 or 5 in total. The other party moved quickly and obviously didn't think there would be anyone in this subway station, so he walked with confidence. But every time a crossroads appears, I will still scan it with the flashlight and then quickly pass by. As the invader crossed the stone pillar and continued to walk towards the tunnel on the other side of the track, Tang Yu peeked out from behind the stone pillar. The invader was obviously a combat elite, with extremely luxurious weapons and equipment, especially the main weapon in his hand. Whether it was the tactical flashlight laser combination kit or the flash hider and zoom scope on the muzzle, they all showed that his equipment was extraordinary. The man seemed to be wearing a high-end bulletproof vest, but it was a lightweight bulletproof vest that only protected the front and back of his chest. When the other party had walked 50 meters away, Tang Yu quietly came from behind the stone pillar to the side of the stone pillar and gently lay on the marble floor tiles. The Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle appeared in his hand. The subway floor was icy cold at this time, but Tang Yu tried to keep himself calm. Then his right eye was placed on the 4x scope of the sniper rifle. In the sight, the invader, who was already 60 meters away, appeared very large in the scope. Tang Yu adjusted the magnification of the scope and soon reached the best field of view. A crosshair locked onto the enemy's chest through the scattered light from the opponent's tactical flashlight. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but still aimed his crosshairs at the invader's head. He was a little worried about the bulletproof level of the other party's bulletproof vest. What if it was equipped with high-level bulletproof plates? It would not be worth it. After aiming at the opponent's head, Tang Yu held his breath. He was not confident in long-range sniping, but there was no problem within a few dozen meters. In his mind, the invader's head was swaying slightly with the pace of his walking, and Tang Yu was calculating the pattern of the other party's head swaying. Finally, just as the man took one step and was about to take the second step, his head paused slightly. Bang! Huge gunshots rang out throughout the subway station, causing continuous echoes and excitement. Tang Yu saw through the telescope that the light of the tactical flashlight fell to the ground and stopped moving. He took off the digital headset with a happy look on his face. It was his first time shooting with a sniper rifle. Fortunately, the headphones provided a layer of protection, as the high-frequency sound of the gunshot was converted into low-frequency sound. Otherwise, his hearing would probably have been damaged. Even so, Tang Yu's right shoulder was a little swollen and painful, caused by the huge impact of the sniper rifle just now. But he just did a quick body check to make sure there was no major damage. He put away his sniper rifle and headed straight towards the enemy's position. The red light spot in the virtual map has disappeared, and the enemy is obviously dead. Because of the recoil, he didn't see the exact location where the bullet hit. He just saw the opponent's weapon fall to the ground through the scope. It was not until he was about 20 meters away from the other party that he finally saw a headless corpse appear on the ground through the flashlight of the weapon that fell to the ground. Quickly come to the body. Only now I see, no wonder it turned into a headless corpse. That was because he was aiming at the head, but the bullet hit the opponent's neck. The powerful kinetic energy and large caliber bullet directly broke the opponent's neck, and the head fell to the ground 2 meters away. Seeing this bloody scene, even though Tang Yu had experienced many life and death battles, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. But he can still control it. After quickly looting all the other party's weapons, equipment, and backpacks, Tang Yu immediately returned to his hiding place. Then he came out and cleaned up the traces and footprints of his activities around his hiding place. After making sure there was no problem, Tang Yu returned to his hiding place. He did not look at the enemy's weapons and equipment, as it would not be too late to look at those things later. Instead, he opened the opponent's backpack and hanging space, trying to see if he could find out why the other party appeared here. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the hanging space, a map appeared in front of Tang Yu. Architectural structure diagram of the urban hospital in Bida District, Quella City. Type: intelligence item. Number of grids occupied: 2 by 1. Introduction. This is an internal map that records the architectural structure of the city hospital. Perhaps some people will be interested in this map. On this map, the location of the dean's office is highlighted in red. Now Tang Yu understood everything, and a look of sympathy appeared in his eyes. This was probably because after he intercepted the duo last night, the employer still couldn't get what he wanted, so he sent people to the city hospital again. Unfortunately, he got rid of it halfway. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. Now he was offending more and more people. Fortunately, no one knew of his existence, otherwise these streets would have been in chaos. However, this was not the only map in the backpack. There was another map that was exactly the same as the map of Bida District, Kaluo City, that Tang Yu had obtained before. The only difference was that the marked place this time was no longer the trading center. It is a place called Quella City Opera House with the words Base Camp written on it. Tang Yu was also speechless. It seemed that this guy tonight was also a refugee. He is just a member of another refugee organization. But are you also honest? Just mark the location of your base camp on the map, 1 or 2 at a time. However, this map came just in time. The original map was used as construction material when the intelligence center was built and has disappeared. He was worried about not having a map. However, what interested Tang Yu the most was a new key. But this key was very strange, because the key was actually red all over, as if it was soaked in blood. Abandoned Factory Rune Key. Chapter 48. Abandoned Factory Key. Breathing Green Radish. Abandoned Factory Rune Key. Type: key to the abandoned factory in Quella City. Purpose: can open the marked room on the second floor of the abandoned factory in Bida District, Quella City. Description: a mysterious key to a door in an abandoned factory in the city. There are strange symbols on it. This key gave Tang Yu a strange feeling. After putting it away, he looked at another object in his hand. This is a letter. Tang Yu opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Master Ghostface, I can finally contact you. The butcher has betrayed you. 2 days ago, he captured the director of the city hospital, your brother, for the lab access key card. But something unexpected happened last night, and the 2 wanderers who went to look for the key card lost contact. Master Ghostface, I don't know when I can enter the Lord's arms. I have prepared a room on the second floor of the abandoned factory. I can perform the sacrifice ceremony at any time and become a believer of the Lord. Hope to get your response. Sabe? Fuck. The amount of information in the letter simply overwhelmed Tang Yu. Are refugees playing so wildly nowadays? Infernal affairs has been arranged. So this person is the butcher's subordinate, but secretly he is a person developed by the evil god's leader Ghostface, for the purpose of monitoring the butcher. The trader's wish is to participate in the sacrificial ceremony and become a follower of the evil god. Very good, very ambitious ideal. In this case, the key just now should be the key to this guy's room in the abandoned factory. However, the duo in the hospital last night was not sent by the hospital director as Tang Yu guessed, but the butcher of the refugee leader, and their target was the key card of the laboratory. The hospital director happened to be in this guy's hands. What's even more outrageous is that this director is the younger brother of the mysterious figure behind the ghost face. What magic does this laboratory have that makes so many people want to go in? What kind of experiments are being conducted inside? Human experiments? None of these are known. Tang Yu wrote down these doubts in hopes to find answers to them in the future. Then he looked at the weapons and equipment he had obtained. The weapon was an AK-101 assault rifle. The tactical accessories above are very comprehensive. Tactical flashlight laser combination accessory X1. CQB 5.56 x 45 muzzle brake X1. Monster Point 2 x 32 scope X1. RVG front grip X1. Tang Yu tried the gun and found it extremely comfortable, especially the rifle scope, which allowed him to quickly switch between long and short aiming distances, which was very convenient. If he had this sight just now, he wouldn't have needed to use a sniper rifle. He could have used just the M4A1 rifle to beat the opponent into pieces. The other equipment is relatively ordinary. The bulletproof vest has a level 4 bulletproof capability, which is not enough for Tang Yu. Pistols and melee weapons are pretty average. The only things that caught his eye were the 2 grenades in the opponent's magazine. RGO Grenade X2. Type: throwing weapon. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Explosion delay: 0.3 seconds on impact, 3.5 seconds if no impact is triggered. Throw strength: 55. Explosion radius: 2 à 7 mètres. Concussion radius: 12 meters. Number of shrapnel, 85xF1 shrapnel. Introduction. RGO is a single-soldier self-defense grenade. This is quite interesting. The explosion occurs 0.3 seconds after the impact. Isn't this just a firecracker? This is good. It is like a killing weapon. When you see an enemy, throw it directly at their face, and it will explode upon impact. If there was a slight chance to dodge the grenade with a countdown before, anyone who touched this kind of grenade would die. However, correspondingly, the requirements for Tang Yu are also much higher. If one accidentally throws the grenade near oneself, one will die instantly. However, Tang Yu was still very happy to have two powerful weapons. It was almost dawn at this moment. Tang Yu tidied up quickly and went to sleep. At this time, winter has arrived in the Doomsday world, and in Quella City, extremely cold air currents have begun to affect the city. Huge fires were set in several refugee camps, and wooden furniture and books were all set on fire by the refugees. Even the power system became unstable due to the extreme cold, and the lights in the refugee camp flickered. Some survivors who had left their hiding places due to the heavy rain in the previous few days hid in an empty room, shivering. They didn't dare to light a fire or turn on the lights, so at this moment they could only maintain their body temperature by using a few pieces of warm clothing that they had purchased at a high price. At the same time, they kept seeking help on the World Channel and regional channels, but very few responded to them. No one is willing to share the supplies they have worked hard to find. Not only in the cities, but also in grasslands, Gobi Desert, coastlines, and other places, there are not only extremely cold temperatures, but also cold winds that come with it. Except for a few survivors, most people are struggling to survive. When Tang Yu woke up again, it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse. Tang Yu stretched his waist, and just as he got out of the bed, he felt a distinct chill, which made him slightly stunned. Later, I realized that it was already past 10 in the morning, and the wood in the fireplace had just been extinguished, so the temperature in the hiding place had dropped. After lighting the fireplace again, Tang Yu opened the panel and briefly glanced at the chat channel, but he still stood there in a daze, then went to the bathroom to wash up. More than 500 people were frozen to death in the Doomsday world last night, and today the outdoor temperature has dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Looking at the city photos sent by other survivors, the whole city was covered with dark clouds, and it was beginning to be windy. Some people predicted that the snowstorm might come in the afternoon or evening. This matter is also being discussed in the World Channel. Today, all the survivors are unable to go out to look for supplies. Everyone is afraid of catching a cold, which would make the situation even worse. Coupled with the fact that dozens of survivors died in each area last night, a mood of pessimism spread among everyone. Of course, this is not absolute. Some survivors who sell heating and thermal insulation materials are aggressively selling cold-resistant items on their respective regional channels. But the price is naturally very expensive. When Tang Yu came out of the shower and saw this information, he immediately sent the transaction information of Nourish Mutton Soup to the World Channel and the Regional Channel. He came to the medical station to check the medical supplies were fresh today, but only 3 sterile bandages appeared on the workbench, which were put into the warehouse. Then he opened today's Super Monopoly panel. Rub your hands vigorously. Today is the last day before the disaster. I hope there will be gold. Emperor Guanwu, God of Wealth, Master Guan, I, Tang Yu, pray devoutly today so that I can make a big red hand today. The dice rolled, and Tang Yu stared at it intently. As the dice slowly stopped, a number appeared in front of Tang Yu. 2. After jumping twice, Mini Tang Yu stopped in front of a cube with a gift box pattern. The survivors received a gift. Breathing green radish. P.S. Dear readers, tomorrow is July. Thank you for your support. Starting tomorrow, if there are no unexpected circumstances, 3 chapters will be updated every day. Unexpected circumstances will be explained separately. The update times are 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 8 o'clock in the morning. This way everyone can kill time on their commute. If you like this book, please follow it for more updates. Chapter 49. A Bloodstained Letter. Intelligence Center. Construction completed. Tang Yu had a dazed expression when he heard the mechanical prompt tone. What? What can breathe? Green ivy? As Tang Yu was looking at him suspiciously, a lush green potted plant appeared in front of him. It really is a pot of lush green ivy. Breathing pothose, mother plant. Type, rare plant. Effect 1. Purify the air within a radius of 3 meters. Remove gaseous pollutants, microorganisms, radiation, particulate matter, and other substances in the air, and convert these substances into growth factors for the mother plant of green radish and oxygen that can be absorbed by the human body. Effect 2. 1,000 milliliters of pure water needs to be absorbed every day. If there is sufficient water, a new green radish seed plant can be divided every 3 days. The seed plant has effect 1, but cannot divide. If the growth factor is sufficient, the division time will be shortened accordingly. Introduction. This is a magical plant that comes from somewhere. In certain circumstances, you may need it. Now Tang Yu's expression has changed from confusion to seriousness. This green radish is extraordinary. The first thing that Tang Yu thought of was the value of this pot of green ivy in environments such as poison gas and plague. It would definitely be more valuable than any gas mask. Place the green radish on the small coffee table in front of the single sofa. The air in the entire rest area, and even the kitchen, became much fresher. Good. 1,000 milliliters of pure water was taken from the water purifier and watered in the potted green radish. The leaves of the green radish became more stretched and greener, visible to the naked eye, and at the same time they moved without wind, making rustling sounds. It's amazing. And today, because of the park he bought yesterday, his wealth points increased to 303 points, 102 points more than before, and the total number reached 791 points. Close the page. Tang Yu came to the kitchen, took out a bowl of nourished lamb soup, and ate it in a few mouthfuls. After resting for a night and recovering the water and energy consumed, he made himself a cup of black tea and went to the single sofa to select the materials worth trading today. Obviously, due to the sudden drop in temperature, many people have caught a cold, or perhaps it's time to face reality. Today, there are many more people willing to trade with Tang Yu, and the materials they trade are also very good. Although there are still few rare items, they are not absent. Among them, 2 people were trading with graphics cards, which was a new trading item added by Tang Yu today. The extreme cold disaster is about to begin, and he has to prepare for his survival afterwards. Graphics card X2, a good start, making Tang Yu very happy. So far, he already owns 4 graphics cards. Tang Yu is also very curious about how to use these graphics cards in the future. Then prioritize completing transactions with several other survivors who are trading rare materials. Obtain 4 rare items. Island Variable Frequency Air Conditioner Drawing, X1. Gas Mass Production Drawing, X1. Underground Water Well Construction Drawings, X1. A Bloodstained Letter, X1. After completing 6 transactions, Tang Yu now put the graphics cards and drawings into the warehouse. Looking at the letter, dark red bloodstains covered the entire envelope, and there was no text on it. A bloodstained letter. Type. Intelligence item. Views 1/1. Introduction. The letter is carefully protected in someone's arms, and it is obvious that the content inside is very important. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the envelope directly. A piece of letter paper appeared in front of Tang Yu, and also a house key. Tang Yu looked at the contents of the letter. Report to the Colonel. I have infiltrated the den of the evil God believers. It is understood that there is a mysterious force behind these evil God believers. They use brainwashing to control refugees or survivors to become loyal to them, and finally use a transformation potion to complete the transformation of the evil God believers. However, this transformation ritual is very dangerous, with a survival rate of less than 1/5. Only the survivors will have a relatively high success rate of transformation, so the refugee forces controlled by these evil God believers are hunting down survivors to complete the transformation. As far as I know, Quella City is now the most seriously invaded by the evil God believers. I suspect this is where the evil God believers first started. It seems to be related to some laboratory. I just participated in a sacrifice ceremony, and I feel that my brain has been affected and controlled to a certain extent. As a result, my identity was discovered by the other party, and I am on the run. If you receive this letter, please carefully identify the information in this regard. Originally, I asked Love to bring an encrypted USB drive to find you. He is a staff member of the Garden subway station, but there has been no news from him for so many days since the Doomsday War. He must have encountered an accident. I hope he can survive. Tang Yu never thought that this actually involved the affairs of the evil god's followers, and that this person was actually an undercover agent. Moreover, the subway station staff mentioned in the letter should be the owner of locker number 45 that Tang Yu found in his hiding place on the first day of the apocalypse, because the encrypted USB flash drive was in his backpack in the locker room. The water in Quella City seems to be getting deeper and deeper. Tang Yu looked at the key in his hand and suddenly felt that the pattern on it was familiar. Bloody key. Type. Apartment 15 key. Purpose. Can open room 704 in apartment 15. Introduction. This is a mysterious key. You seem to be able to use it to open a door. Tang Yu directly took out the rune key that he had found from the intruder last night. Sure enough, the patterns and symbols on the two keys are exactly the same. Tang Yu also recalled the candlelight that he saw in apartment number 15 lit late at night that night. So the candlelight that night was the so-called sacrificial ceremony. Tang Yu had a deeper understanding of the evil god's followers. But there was no rush for this now. He put the key away. It was obviously unlikely that he would explore apartment 15 or the abandoned factory now. We can only wait and see what happens later. Until 1:30 in the afternoon, Tang Yu looked at a curtain of light nervously as the curtain of light slowly disappeared. The intelligence center that Tang Yu had been thinking about all day was finally completed. A table appeared where the light curtain originally was. A laptop was running, and countless characters flashed on the computer screen. From time to time, photos of some people or buildings appeared. Various documents, USB flash drives, and maps were scattered cluttered on the desktop. He quickly opened the panel and read the introduction to the facility. Intelligence Center Level 1. Type: Hideout Facility. Effect 1. Get a piece of intelligence information randomly every day. 40% chance of ordinary value information, 30% chance of high value information, 25% chance of rare value information, 5% chance of great value information. Effect 2. You can know the next round of disaster information in advance. The number of uses is January 1st. Effect 3. You can obtain valuable intelligence once, with a cooldown period of 168 hours, 1 week. Next stage, Intelligence Center Level 2. Upgrade requirements. Hideout Security Level 3. Ventilation Duct Level 3. Intelligence Center Level 1. Generator Set Level 3. Confidential Intelligence X3. Encrypted USB Drive X3. Power Cord X5. SSD X2. Upgrade time: 48 hours. The current upgrade conditions are insufficient, and the upgrade cannot be performed. Chapter 50 Doomsday Flood. Prepare a plan. What? Tang Yu was shocked on the spot, his eyes full of disbelief. He thought countless times about the capabilities that the intelligence center would have, and he thought of the first and third ones. But he never thought of the second ability. Information that could predict the next disaster. This, F***CK, I'm not really the illegitimate child of this game. Tang Yu's thoughts are now beginning to become a little confused. This surprise is really too big. So big that he now had goosebumps all over his body. What the hell? What the hell? It took more than 10 minutes for Tang Yu to suppress the shock in his heart. People who have not experienced it cannot understand Tang Yu's feelings. The feeling of getting the greatest support in Doomsday. Tang Yu felt like he was in a dream. Fortunately, he has finally recovered now, and a strong joy surges in his heart. Fortunately, the intelligence center was completed today. If it had been left overnight for 1 or 2 days, it would have been a huge loss. Tang Yu was excited. Go to the intelligence center again and open the panel. Predict the next round of disaster information. As Tang Yu finished speaking, the laptop on the desk of the intelligence center had a brief freeze on its garbled screen. Then a video screen appeared on it and started playing. Tang Yu immediately turned on the recording function in the chat message and started recording by pointing to the screen. The video camera keeps switching scenes: grasslands, mountains, forests, coasts, deserts, beaches, cities. As the video progressed, Tang Yu could even see traces of the survivors. They were moving around in the wilderness looking for food or fighting with refugees in the city. He even saw survivors of all races attacking and looting each other. Then the scene changed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and then heavy rain fell. The rain became heavier and heavier, and soon flooded the coast, plains, forests, and then cities, deserts, and Gobi. At this moment, the sky seemed to have a hole in it, and water was continuously pouring down to the ground. In just a short period of time, the city was flooded, and the water level was directly raised to a height of 70 or 80 meters. In the flood, fish creatures that are more than 10 meters long kept swimming, jumping out of the water from time to swallow the survivors who fell into the water. 97% of the world's land was submerged, and the bodies of countless survivors or refugees floated on the water. At the end of the picture, it is under the water surface where several crystal-clear water plants have grown out, emitting a faint glow, and a large container is floating on the water. The video ended completely, and a few lines of text appeared on the laptop. Disaster name: Doomsday Flood. Time of disaster: 7 days after the polar blizzard disaster. Disaster duration: 5 days. Disaster opportunity: disaster item, golden whip seaweed, random container. Doomsday Flood. Tang Yu looked at the big words on the screen and opened his eyes wide. The next round of disaster turned out to be a flood. I couldn't help but feel lucky again that the intelligence center was built today. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Although Tang Yu's current hiding place is waterproof. But that is for normal levels of rain. If we really want to deal with a flood like the one in the video that submerged 97% of the Earth's surface, it is simply not enough. Not to mention the underwater pressure. Just being soaked in water for such a long time would be too much for the houses and walls to withstand. The other place that Tang Yu paid attention to was the last column displayed, disaster opportunity. The so-called opportunities are naturally only things that are beneficial to the survivors. It's not hard to imagine, whether it's the fluorescent seaweed or the huge container. They will definitely only appear in the Doomsday flood disaster, and their number must be small. But if it can be obtained, the benefits will be unimaginable. This made Tang Yu feel itchy. Since there is this catastrophic opportunity in the Doomsday flood, is there also this so-called catastrophic opportunity in this polar blizzard? The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was right. All disaster opportunities do not only appear in specific disasters, but appear in all disasters. It's just that they are extremely difficult to obtain. It depends on whether the survivors have the courage and ability to do so. This should also be the opportunity that the Doomsday game gives to the survivors. The opportunity is given to you. Whether you can seize it or not depends on your ability as a survivor. Tang Yu's eyes were shining as he looked towards the intelligence center. This was truly a great treasure. No wonder the mysterious big man behind Quella City was so interested in it. However, at this moment, the number of disasters predicted by the intelligence center has returned to 0. However, Tang Yu was not particularly worried. Since the intelligence center could predict it once, it could predict it a second time. If Tang Yu guessed correctly, when the intelligence center was upgraded to level 2, it should be able to predict disaster information again. What Tang Yu needs to do now is to make good use of this advantage of foresight and think of how to maximize his own interests. There are only two most critical things now. The first thing is to take advantage of this polar blizzard and use the Nourish Lamb soup to trade for supplies that are helpful in surviving the Doomsday flood disaster, including upgrade drawings for the hideout facilities. The second thing is how to find the disaster opportunity items in this polar blizzard. Regarding the first thing, Tang Yu now listed all the facilities related to waterproofing in the hiding place. The first thing is the security gate. Tang Yu does not plan to move to other places during the flood. He will only be absolutely safe in his hiding place, so the upgrade of the security gate is crucial. Waterproof, pressure-resistant, and impact-resistant are the most important functional requirements. In addition, there must be a buffer space between the hiding place and the security gate, which means that there needs to be another isolation space inside the security and hiding place. Because if Tang Yu wants to find disaster opportunities in the Doomsday flood disaster, he must go in and out of the hiding place. If there is no buffer space, the hiding place will be destroyed the first time the security door is opened. So buffer space is also crucial. Another thing is the transformation of the circulating oxygen production equipment and ventilation ducts. Although Tang Yu has a potted plant of breathing green ivy, which can meet the oxygen production needs to a certain extent, the quantity is too small after all. After a week, there are only 3 more plants. Tang Yu needs oxygen to breathe, and the generator set also needs oxygen to work, so it is safest to have an additional oxygen circulation machine. The ventilation ducts also need to be modified underwater, otherwise when the flood comes, the flood will definitely flow back into the hiding place through the ventilation ducts. That would be a catastrophe. The renovation drawings of the walls and roof also need attention. After all, it is at a depth of 70 or 80 meters underwater, and the pressure resistance and waterproofness must be modified specifically. As for the remaining water and food, Tang Yu was not too worried. He just needed to prepare more food reserves. Besides, whether it was the water purifier or his unused underground water well construction drawing, it could easily solve this problem. These are the places that need to be renovated in the hiding place, and next are the supplies that Tang Yu needs for his underwater travel. Chapter 51, Polar Snow Lotus, a fight caused by a suitcase. If you want to move freely underwater, a pressure-resistant diving suit is essential, followed by underwater offensive weapons. Firearms are basically unusable underwater, and a bullet is considered far if it is fired 2 meters away. Weapons such as harpoon launchers will do, and it would be best if there are high-tech weapons. It took Tang Yu more than 2 hours of research to list out the preparations for the flood disaster. The direction of the next transaction materials is clear. As for the catastrophic opportunities in this polar blizzard, Tang Yu still had no idea, but he did have a direction to explore. In a major flood disaster, aquatic plants appear at the bottom of the water, which is the most dangerous place in a major flood disaster. But where's the most dangerous place in a polar blizzard disaster? Without a doubt, it is in the blizzard. Maybe we can only find the answer by braving the extremely cold wind and snow and trying to explore in the snow. However, Tang Yu's heart began to beat fast when he thought about going out in the snowstorm and temperatures dozens of degrees below zero to look for so-called disaster opportunities. In his opinion, that was no different from seeking death. But there is still time. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Tang Yu looked at the information in the area chat. At this moment, the temperature had dropped to minus 11 degrees Celsius, and all the survivors were basically hiding in hiding places or rooms to keep warm. Everybody had nothing to do, and everyone was sending transaction information in the channel, using their existing resources to exchange for other materials they needed. Tang Yu has used up his number of speeches on the World Channel today, so he is also sending information about nourished mutton soup and aspirin painkillers on the regional channel. Tang Yu, the weather is getting colder. Nourished lamb soup pictures and analgin painkillers pictures are the best choices for wind and cold protection. Priority trading for blueprints for building and upgrading hideouts. At the same time, we are purchasing graphics cards, disaster coins, confidential intelligence, and other supplies. If you need them, please send me a price. This area has preferential prices. In fact, after Tang Yu's massive purchase of graphics cards on the World Channel this morning, many people now know the value of graphics cards. Many people in the regional channels are teasing that Tang Yu is still making money. But Tang Yu didn't care. There are always people who can't bear it and want to trade. After all, no matter how precious graphics cards are, only those who survive the first round of disasters are qualified to talk about them. The message was sent. The transaction content in the private chat was all about general supplies. People wanted to try their luck with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu ignored them. I came to the intelligence center again, and there are still 2 pieces of information that I haven't checked. Tang Yu first checked the intelligence content of each day. At 7 p.m., a small briefcase will appear under the seat next to the fountain in the center of Bida Park. The password is 325,876, and there will be a blueprint inside. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't Bida Park the park he bought? The park is located behind the subway station, and the entrance to Bida Park is right after the subway station exit. The time is now 2 p.m., and there are still 5 hours left. There is no rush for this. Tang Yu once again extracted the important intelligence from the intelligence center once a week. At 11 p.m. on the second day of the polar blizzard disaster, on the rooftop of the Quella City Trading Center, when the storm is at its strongest, a disaster artifact, Polar Snow Lotus, will appear. What? Tang Yu opened his eyes wide and looked at the laptop screen. Disaster artifact. Polar Snow Lotus. There is indeed a chance of disaster. Tang Yu's eyes were uncertain. This snow lotus is not easy to hold. On the one hand, the snow lotus appeared when the polar blizzard was at its strongest. Tang Yu could now imagine how difficult it would be to survive under the extreme cold and blizzard at that time. However, this also verified Tang Yu's guess that disaster opportunities indeed appeared in places where disasters were most serious. Another difficulty is the location where the snow lotus appears, the trading center. That's where the refugee camp is located, and the leader is Rugu. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The difficulty of obtaining this was simply hellish. A 168-hour countdown has appeared on the laptop, and important intelligence has entered a cooling-off period. Tang Yu took out the map of Bida District and studied it. The trading center was actually not far from the Songmu Hotel that Tang Yu explored last time. It was only 1 street away, and the straight-line distance was about 300 or 400 meters. According to Tang Yu's estimation, there should be at least hundreds of refugees inside. Otherwise, the meat dogs would not be able to control such a large territory. If he wants to get the Snow Lotus, Tang Yu needs to solve 2 problems. One is the problem of survival in polar blizzards, solving the impact of extreme cold, and the problem of movement in blizzards. Another one is how to enter the trading center and get to the rooftop location. Tang Yu directly rejected the idea of a head-on battle. The only way was to sneak into the trading center. After thinking for a long time, a simple plan came into Tang Yu's mind. 6:30 in the evening. Tang Yu walked out of the subway station fully armed. At this moment, there are less than 6 hours left before the polar blizzard arrives, and the temperature has dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. The sky was already dark, and snowflakes began to fall sporadically. Tang Yu wrapped himself tightly in his sheepskin military coat, relying on the bowl of mutton soup he had just eaten before going out to ensure that his whole body would not shiver due to the low temperature. Before long, He was near the fountain in the center of Bida Park, hiding in the shadow behind a cluster of bushes, next to a huge maple tree. 5 meters away was the long chair mentioned in the intelligence, but with the help of a little faint light, Tang Yu was very sure that there was nothing under the chair. It seems we can only wait until 7 o'clock. Sure enough, when the time came to 6:55, two figures suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the park on the virtual map, one in front and one behind, and ran quickly towards the central fountain. Tang Yu had also seen the two of them. Bang bang. The man in front was shot and fell to the ground, no longer moving. The briefcase he had been holding in his hand fell to the ground, and another man quickly ran over to pick up the suitcase. Just as the gunman was about to touch the box, the man who had been shot and fallen to the ground suddenly turned over and hugged the other man's calf. Tang Yu clearly saw that the man was holding a grenade in his hand. What the hell? Tang Yu was stunned. He quickly turned over and hid behind the maple tree, lying flat on the ground, holding his head tightly. Not only did he notice the grenade, the gunman naturally saw it as well. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, and those who were shot were dead beyond death. But his purpose of delaying time has been achieved. No, no. In the gunman's bloodshot eyes. Boom. Tang Yu only heard a series of puff, puff, puff sounds coming from the maple tree in front of him. It was the sound of grenade fragments embedding into the tree. Tang Yu pinched his ears twice. I miscalculated. I should have worn headphones when I came here. The main reason was that he hadn't expected to encounter such a situation, and he didn't have time to react. He stood up and looked at the explosion site, where pieces of flesh and blood were scattered all over the ground. Under the impact of the explosion, the suitcase had appeared under the seat. And the time at this moment is exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. P.S. It seems like I saw a lot of old friends. Long time no see. I hope you like my new book. The first show will be tomorrow, and I hope new and old friends will follow and read Book 1. Chapter 52, Human Gene Evolution Drug Synthesis Blueprint, Son of the Sea. Garden Subway Station, inside the hideout. Tang Yu looked at the password briefcase in front of him and entered the 6-digit password provided by the Intelligence Center. 325876. Click. When the suitcase was opened, Tang Yu heard the sound of a precision instrument running. Then a metal baffle with the word CBS printed on it rose up, revealing something underneath. After Tang Yu saw what was inside, he felt a little scared. There was actually a bomb with a flashing red dot inside. It was obvious that without the correct password, it would be difficult to brute force the suitcase. The only outcome will be that both sides will perish together. The flashing red light of the bomb dimmed and stopped working the moment the baffle opened. Next to the bomb was a drawing that emitted a faint fluorescent light. This drawing is very different from the drawings Tang Yu had seen before. The biggest difference is that the material of this drawing is not ordinary paper. By observing from different angles, you can see the faint metallic luster of the drawing. Full of technology. It seems that you can see the faint grid patterns. Tang Yu picked up the drawing, and relevant information also appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Blueprint for the synthesis of human genetic evolution medicine. Son of the Sea. Type. Epic blueprint. Effect. After injecting this gene evolution potion, the user gains the ability to breathe underwater, control water, and resist underwater stress. Requirements for potion synthesis. Medical Station, Level 2. Intelligence Center, Level 2. Disaster Artifact X1. Rare Plant X2. Adrenaline Injection X2. Pressure-Resistant Diving Suit X1. Disaster Coin X1. Medicine Synthesis Time, 24 hours. Introduction. One of the 3 finished gene evolution drug blueprints developed by CBS Laboratories through a large number of human experiments. It possesses magical powers. Tang Yu's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the introduction information on the panel. CBS Laboratory. He looked again at the 3 letters on the flap of the suitcase. This is also a product of that laboratory, and it's one of the 3 completed products. Tang Yu thought to himself. He was now very curious about the identities of the 2 people, but unfortunately, he did not find any useful identification documents or items from their belongings. I can only keep this question deep in my heart and focus on this potion blueprint. He now completely understood what the CBS laboratory, which had always been coveted by various forces in Quella City, did, and it also solved many questions that he had always been curious about. If Tang Yu guessed correctly, this laboratory was conducting in vivo human experiments to study so-called genetic evolution drugs. The transformation potions used by those so-called evil god believers are simply the failed products or byproducts of this laboratory's research on genetic evolution potions. That's why those believers of evil gods possess some very strange abilities. And the mysterious man who controls the entire city, Black Dog's uncle, must know some inside information. That was why he refused Black Dog's use of the transformation potion and is becoming a follower of the evil god, because he knew that these potions were all failures and would definitely have huge side effects. The director of the city hospital is the younger brother of this mysterious man, and he also possesses the blueprints of a super rare facility called a medical station. No matter how Tang Yu looked at it, he felt that this situation was very similar to the story of Black Dog. It was very likely that when Uncle Black Dog left Quella City, he gave these important things to the two people he trusted most for safekeeping. But due to various coincidences, they all fell into Tang Yu's hands. It was hard for Tang Yu not to associate the origins of the two facilities, the medical station and the intelligence center, with their relationship to this laboratory. What a coincidence. The two facility drawings, owned by the mysterious man, are exactly the requirements for making the Son of the Sea Potion. It seems that Black Dog's diary mentioned that someone had ordered the intelligence center drawings from his uncle. Touching his chin, Tang Yu thought of a possibility. Medical station, intelligence center, Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion should all be items that flowed out of this CBS laboratory. They should be making huge profits by selling these drawings or potions. The mysterious man should be a businessman similar to a broker, helping the laboratory and customers to complete transactions and gain profits. The power structure of the entire Quella City gradually became clear in Tang Yu's mind. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's eyes became firm. In this case, this potion must be made. This potion blueprint can be recognized by the Doomsday game panel and is a perfect genetic potion, so there shouldn't be any problems. The most crucial thing is that the effect of this potion is crucial for Tang Yu to survive the second Doomsday disaster, the flood. Its appearance directly solved Tang Yu's problem of moving underwater. As long as Tang Yu can make this potion, he can focus his main energy on upgrading his hiding place. This was also the first time Tang Yu saw an epic blueprint. Fortunately, Tang Yu already has the two most critical hiding place facilities, and he only needs to upgrade the intelligence center to level 2 to meet the production conditions. The only difficulty now is the remaining supplies. Rare Plants X2, which Tang Yu already owns, Breathing Green Ivy, which can split into subplants every 3 days. It is enough to obtain 2 subplants before the Great Flood disaster. Disaster coins and adrenaline shots are all there too. Now there are only 2 items left, the disaster artifact and the pressure-resistant diving suit. We now know the exact time and location of the disaster artifact's appearance, but this requires careful planning. As for the pressure-resistant diving suit, the only way is to trade and see if there are other survivors who have this item. However, his number of speeches on the World Channel has been reset today, so he only sent the acquisition information a few times on the regional channel. When the other survivors saw Tang Yu's appearance, they all asked about the trade of nourished lamb soup. Now the temperature outside has reached more than 20 degrees below zero. Many survivors, even if they hid in their hiding places and lit a bonfire, could not withstand the extreme cold. After these 7 days, the number of people in the regional channel has dropped from the initial 1,000 to 698. Before the disaster, it had already lost about 30%. Among them, more than 100 people died of high fever caused by colds and flu in the past 2 days. However, after 2 days of screening, those who are still alive now basically have a certain level of living security. As long as the temperature does not drop any further, there is a great possibility that they will survive this disaster safely. But will the temperature really not drop any further? No one is so naive. Chapter 53. First day of the disaster. Construction drawings of the holographic barrier in the hideout. Lu Haoyan. Yushin, can you trade more of your mutton soup? Wang Cici. Yes, the disaster is coming tonight. Can we trade more? We don't have much supplies right now. We have already traded for warm supplies. Tang Yu. The amount of mutton soup is very limited, and in order to trade enough raw materials to make mutton soup, I have basically consumed almost all of my survival supplies, so I can only decide based on the importance of the materials you trade to me. It's not easy for anyone. Tang Yu, I will take proper care of our area, but the premise is that you have what I need. You can't exchange a bunch of useless things with me for life-saving food. For example, I only buy 1 set of the pressure-resistant diving suit. If anyone has one, I can trade it with 5 bowls of mutton soup. Tang Yu, don't blackmail me morally. It's the end of the game. You all know what's going on. If anyone makes me unhappy, just block them. I don't owe you anything. After seeing Tang Yu's words, those who originally had some small thoughts immediately gave up the idea. What a joke. Now only Tang Yu has food that can remove the wind cold status. If I really annoy him, I will be the one who suffers. Tang Yu also checked the private chat mailbox. There was actually another survivor who traded graphics cards with him. The transaction was completed immediately, and Tang Yu now had 5 graphics cards. As the time got closer to midnight, Tang Yu felt a hint of chill even in his hiding place. Look at the indoor thermometer, it's 19 degrees. It was still above 25 degrees at noon. Tang Yu quickly filled the fireplace with wood. The burning intensity of the fireplace reached the maximum, and the indoor temperature once again reached over 25 degrees. Tang Yu realized belatedly that the outdoor temperature must have dropped to nearly minus 30 degrees Celsius. Go to the kitchen, put away the prepared mutton soup, and refill it with ingredients. Put a cashmere blanket under your body and cover yourself with a thick quilt to rest. On the coffee table in the small living room, the pot of green ivy gently shook its branches and leaves, absorbing all the harmful gases that drifted into its hiding place and converting them into growth factors and oxygen. Tang Yu slept very comfortably that night. When he woke up the next day, his whole body was still warm and uncomfortable. But when he stretched his arms out of the quilt, he felt noticeably cold. This chill brought Tang Yu back to reality from his days. The wood in the fireplace was still crackling, but the flames were a little weak and the temperature inside the hiding place had dropped. Tang Yu lifted the quilt, put on his cashmere pajamas while shivering, and looked at the temperature in the room. 9 degrees Celsius above zero. After refilling the fireplace with wood, Tang Yu ate mutton soup while looking at today's regional information. Really? The first day of the polar blizzard disaster. In just one night, the number of survivors had grown to 553, and more than 140 people froze to death in one night. The entire channel was filled with cries of grief. The number of private messages had already piled up to thousands, and some survivors, before dying, cursed Tang Yu viciously for not saving their lives. In response to this, Tang Yu deleted the matter directly. His abilities were limited, and he was not a saint. It was already very difficult for him to live comfortably now. I ate my food quickly and lay back in bed to read messages. Basically, everyone wants to trade, nourish mutton soup, and no one is hiding anything at this time. The information of tradable items was sent directly, but almost everyone wanted to trade a very high quantity of mutton soup, often 10 or 5 portions. Quick scan. Tang Yu would give a suitable transaction price based on the quality of the items being traded, usually 1 or 2 quantities. Anyway, once the message is sent, success or failure depends on the other party's intention. However, he soon saw something very interesting in the message, and an expression of surprise and excitement appeared on his face. Hideout holographic barrier construction drawing. Type: rare blueprint. Effect: build a holographic barrier outside the hiding place that can perfectly cover the entire hiding place. The hiding place covered by the holographic barrier will have camouflage and water avoidance, as well as medium defense capabilities. Construction requirements: generator, level 3, hideout security, level 3, hideout wall, level 2, intelligence center, level 2 computer CPU X1, CPU fan X2, circuit board X3, graphics card X2, electronic components X5, phase control relay X2, programmable processor X1, electromagnetic collar X1. Construction time: 24 hours. Tang Yu is really excited. This is what they call a new hope after a dark tunnel. According to the information on this drawing, it can perfectly solve Tang Yu's need for a hiding place when dealing with a major flood disaster. As long as this holographic shield covers the entire hiding place, Tang Yu will not have to look for blueprints of other facilities. All problems are perfectly solved just by the water avoidance effect. Even if the hiding door is open, the flood will not be able to enter the hiding place at all. This is why other people don't know that the next round of disaster will be a flood. Otherwise, this thing would never appear in Tang Yu's transaction information. Must take it down. However, this survivor sent the message at 1 a.m. yesterday, asking for a lot of supplies. The first thing he asked for was 20 bowls of mutton soup. Tang Yu contacted the other party directly, but he didn't even know whether the other party was still alive. City: Tang Yu, are you still alive? You can only have 5 bowls of mutton soup at most. Do you want to trade? After waiting for a while, there was still no message from the other side, and Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. He can't be really dead. Then I could only look at other transaction information absent-mindedly. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that I finally received a message from the other party. City: Wang Didu, 2 little, 10 bowls of mutton soup, and another bottle if there is medicine to treat high fever. Tang Yu frowned again. The other party must have been infected with a cold and had a high fever. But Tang Yu thought about the other party's request. For him, this price is acceptable, But he is now worried that if he agrees to this price immediately, the other party may suddenly ask for a sky-high price. Because the prices of Tang Yu's trading items are basically transparent on the World Channel, the most expensive ones are the price of 1 or 2 bowls. City, Tang Yu. Impossible, this thing only has some effect in camouflage, and the other effects are simply useless. City, Tang Yu. 5 bowls of mutton soup and 3 antipyretic pills at most. That's the limit. If it doesn't work, you can keep it for yourself. The message was sent, and Tang Yu looked at the panel nervously. He was gambling on the other person's illness and his own dominance. The stronger you are, the higher the chances of completing the transaction. Because he was telling the truth. As of the current stage, for most people, this blueprint has 3 effects: camouflage, water avoidance, and medium defense. It is true that only camouflage is the most effective. The other 2 effects are not very meaningful in the eyes of many people. Currently, most of the hiding places of all survivors are in secret locations, even if there is a possibility of being discovered. As long as the camouflage is done well, and there is no need for defense, if the enemy really discovers the location of your hiding place, then the medium defense ability can basically only delay the time of death. This is even more true for the water-avoiding effect, which is a useless thing, and there is no chance of using it at all at the moment. In other words, Tang Yu knew that the next disaster would be a flood, otherwise he would not care about this blueprint. Especially when he already has the camouflage coating stickers. Really? A few minutes later, the other party sent a transaction request. Chapter 54, Field Surgical Kit. Mass manufacturing capability of medical stations. The 2 quickly completed the transaction. Tang Yu put the blueprint back into the warehouse. There was no rush to build this facility. At the very least, it would take until the first round of Doomsday disasters had passed. It is only the first day of the polar blizzard, but the 2 important supplies for dealing with the second Doomsday flood are all available. One is to strengthen the hideout's holographic shield. One is the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion that strengthens Tang Yu himself. All that's left is to collect the materials needed to make these 2 drawings. What Tang Yu is most anxious about now is how to go to the trading center building at 10 o'clock tomorrow night to obtain the disaster artifact, Polar Snow Lotus. Originally, Tang Yu was very interested in this disaster-causing artifact. Now, because of the Son of the Sea genetic enhancement potion, he has reached the point where he must obtain this item. But now the most important thing for him is to solve the problem of travel in the snowstorm and how to sneak into the trading center. Tang Yu learned about it through the regional channel chat information. The temperature outside has now dropped to more than 40 degrees below zero. All the survivors who died last night were frozen to death in this extreme low temperature. The security doors of some survivors' hiding places were not properly sealed. After just one night, the doors were covered with ice crystals. The doors were frozen, and there was no way out. At this moment, there was already half a meter thick snow on the ground, making it impossible for the survivors to walk normally. Every step they took was a huge test of their physical strength. In addition, how to keep the body warm in extremely cold temperatures is also a key issue. Although Tang Yu can rely on the yang qi rising effect of nourished lamb soup to resist the low temperature. But if there is an emergency at a critical moment, he will have to decide whether to eat it or not. You can't be fighting here and then turn the corner and start showing off your mutton soup. Warm clothing also needs to be stronger. The previous sheepskin coat worked very well, but it was only effective in temperatures as low as minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Facing temperatures that could potentially reach minus 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, Tang Yu had no confidence. This is a means of transportation and a piece of warm clothing, and we must find a way to solve the problem today. Tang Yu got out of bed and went to the medical station to check the medical supplies refreshed today. When he saw 2 rectangular medical kits that he had never seen before on the workbench, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Big shipment, field surgical kit. Type, trauma therapy. Number of grids occupied, 3 by 1. Use times, 15/15. Effect, remove 1 broken hit status. Description, an advanced surgical kit with better and more instruments, allowing you to treat serious injuries on the battlefield. Note, the field surgical kit can only remove 1 fracture or shot status at a time. Survivors need to use other medical kits to further heal the area. The head and chest cannot be repaired. This surgical kit is obviously an upgraded version of the emergency surgical kit that Tang Yu had used before. Not only has the number of uses increased from 5 times to 15 times, the effect is also more powerful. Originally, it could only remove one hit status, but now this big surgical kit can even remove the broken fracture status. This provides Tang Yu with greater security when fighting outdoors. I happily put the 2 new surgical kits into the warehouse. Medical table. After 2 days of nonstop production, a large number of medical kits have been produced. Among them, Car First Aid Kit X23, Grizzly First Aid Kit X32, Defibrillator X1, Emergency Surgery Kit X5. Tang Yu also collected all these advanced medical items. These 3 days are when the disaster strikes, and it is basically impossible for survivors to go out to explore, so there is not much demand for these medical supplies. It's just right to wait until the disaster is over before trading. At that time, these survivors will inevitably go out in large numbers to seek survival supplies, and that will be the best time for these high-end medical supplies to be put to use. Tang Yu opened the World Channel to edit today's trading information. His main acquisition targets today were transportation tools and warm clothing for the polar blizzard, as well as items needed for the Hideout Holographic Barrier Construction Blueprint and the Son of the Sea Genetic Evolution Potion. This includes supplies for upgrading the hideout facilities. City Tang Yu. Nourish Lamb Soup Picture X50, with 1 analgin painkillers and 1 amoxicillin antibiotics. Purchase of motors X5, mechanical parts X10, wires X20, confidential information X5, pressure-resistant diving suit X1, phase control relay X5, various low-level medical supplies, rare items, graphics cards, valuables, and other supplies. In addition, if you have a means of transportation to travel in the snow or ultra-low temperature warm clothing, please contact me. The price is favorable. Tang Yu also forwarded this information to the regional channel. All the survivors had already anticipated Tang Yu's information. Many people had originally given up hope because they really didn't have any rare items. However, when they saw that among the items Tang Yu purchased, there were actually various low-level medical supplies and electronic components, many people became nervous. They began to send all the low-level medical supplies and other items they had collected to Tang Yu. When someone actually exchanged these useless medical waste for a bowl of mutton soup, they excitedly took a photo and posted it to the World Channel. City Lu Jing. Personally tested and effective. Screenshot of Lu Jing and Tang Yu's transaction. X2. I really exchanged a bunch of useless supplies for a bowl of mutton soup. Now I finally have some security. Yushin is really good, but I suggest that you don't bother Yushin with other junk supplies. He only exchanges medical and electronic component supplies now. As time went on, more and more survivors traded various low-level medical supplies with Tang Yu for mutton soup. The entire chat channel was filled with praise for Tang Yu, and everyone believed that he was specifically providing benefits to those ordinary survivors. Although a large amount of medical supplies were needed to trade for a bowl of mutton soup, many survivors were grateful. After all, items like a pile of pills, a pile of instruments, a tourniquet, a capacitor, etc., are simply not available for the survivors to use directly. Now many people are extremely satisfied with the result. Of course, there are always some people with dark hearts who say sarcastic things in a weird way, such as Sandy, who had been an enemy of Tang Yu before and was also saying weird things in the chat channel at this moment. But she is now hated by many people. Seeing that she still refuses to repent, even without Tang Yu stepping out, some people have already cursed Sandy back. Her private messages were also exposed again. Somewhere in a grassland hideout, Sandy looked at the increasing number of private messages on the panel with an extremely grim expression. A bunch of bootlickers. Just a bowl of mutton soup, and they become bootlickers. A bunch of unpresentable people. Tang Yu didn't know about the turmoil on the World Channel. He was now looking at the items in front of him with a look of surprise. Chapter 55, Continuous Harvest, encounters CBS items again. Ultra-low temperature resistant one-piece antifreeze suit for frozen storage. Type: rare item. Material: multi-layer composite taslin material. Fine low-temperature cotton. Effect: resistant to ultra-low temperatures from 0 degrees Celsius to minus 250 degrees Celsius, with anti-freeze, anti-liquid nitrogen, cold-proof, waterproof, and warm-keeping effects. Action impact: minus 5%. Introduction: this is a protective suit specially designed for special environment operations, suitable for LNG filling stations, liquefied gas, natural gas, liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen, cold storage, laboratories, and ultra-low temperature occasions. Note: only when you are equipped with a full set of protective clothing. Low-temperature overalls, low-temperature hoods, low-temperature gloves, and low-temperature boots can you have ultra-low temperature protection. Tang Yu couldn't suppress the smile at this moment. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. He had never seen such a piece of clothing before. It could maintain temperature as low as -250 degrees Celsius. He immediately contacted the survivors on the other side to inquire about the price, only to find out that the other party's requirements were very simple. The other party found this antifreeze suit in a cold storage workshop yesterday. Unfortunately, he had already caught a cold, and all the heating materials had been used up. Even with this antifreeze suit, it still can't stop the condition from deteriorating. Today, it has developed into a high fever state. He had no choice but to choose to trade in exchange for a chance to survive. He only hoped that Tang Yu could trade him some supplies to survive this extreme cold disaster. Think about it. After Tang Yu discussed with the other party, he consumed Nourish Mutton Soup X3, aspirin painkillers X2 pills, amoxicillin antibiotics, X2 pills, 20 units of wood, 1 fuel, and 1 lighter. Swap this outfit. It was not until the item was taken out from the private message mailbox that Tang Yu saw that the clothing was actually packed in a huge suitcase. Not only does it contain the sets described above, it also contains a 50-centimeter long compressed air tank and a hose connected to a breathing mask. Tang Yu quickly understood through the introduction of the items. This ultra-low temperature protective suit will be completely isolated from the outside world after the hood is put on, which is why this protective suit can resist ultra-low temperatures. At this time, it is necessary to connect an air respirator to supply air separately. Exquisite. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. After carefully putting this special garment away, he continued to check the information. It must be said that his ability to trade, nourish lamb soup, through low-level medical supplies on the World Channel today seemed to have dispelled the resistance of many survivors. It may also be that they just happen to have the items that Tang Yu needs. A few minutes later, Tang Yu found another item he needed. Husky brand Snow electric motorcycle. Type: rare item. Effect: it can move quickly in snowy environments, carry a load of 50 kilograms, have a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour, and is silent, agile, and sturdy. Endurance: 6 hours at 0 degrees Celsius, 5 hours at -30 degrees Celsius, 4 hours at -70 degrees Celsius. Charging time: generator set, level 2 requires 10 hours of charging. Introduction: this is a magical item that allows you to experience the joy of dog sledding alone. Haha. Tang Yu couldn't help himself. I didn't expect that. He didn't expect that he could find the two most crucial items so easily. Hurry to contact the other party to discuss the quantity of trading materials. However, the quantity of supplies requested by the other party this time was too large, and they asked for 15 servings of mutton soup. After trying to bargain, the other party still refused to give in. Tang Yu frowned. He was a little confused about the other party's intentions. After thinking about it, I didn't reply to the other party. It was as if he didn't care about the item and just ignored him because he was not satisfied with the price. On the one hand, test the other party's attitude. On the other hand, Tang Yu also wanted to see if there were other items that could replace the other party. That's just right. At this time, a survivor born in the West Coast area contacted Tang Yu and sent him a picture of an item that Tang Yu had been looking for 2 days. It's a pressure-resistant diving suit, one of the important items for making the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion. The other party only traded 3 servings of mutton soup and a few antipyretic pills and amoxicillin. Normally, this item is worthless in the current environment. Even though it is a rare item, if it were in the hands of someone else, it might not be worth as much as a can of beef. But since Tang Yu bought it directly, he did not bargain and completed the transaction with the other party directly. Compression-resistant diving suit. Type: rare item. Effect: can help survivors resist water pressure up to about 500 meters underwater. Introduction: there is a CBS logo on it, and it seems to come from some mysterious place. Note: please use with underwater oxygen tank. CBS. Tang Yu looked at the 3 letters on the back of the pressure-resistant diving suit. This was the 3rd time he had seen those 3 letters. This is the logo of CBS Laboratories. The first time was on the back of the lab access key card. The second time was on the panel of the metal suitcase containing the blueprint of the genetic evolution potion of Son of the Sea. The third time was this diving suit. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He now had a strong interest in this laboratory, especially the unclear connection between Quella City and this laboratory. So much so that every event or force he encountered was looking for traces of this laboratory. And now, items from this laboratory have appeared on the seaside. Tang Yu instinctively felt that there was something fishy going on. He immediately recontacted the survivor with whom he had just traded. City Tang Yu. Brother, where did you find this diving suit? Can you tell me? The other party was obviously also chatting and soon replied to the message. West Coast, Lu Zixin, Yushin, do you need more? I found this in a sanatorium storeroom 2 days ago. Nursing home. Tang Yu frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. City, Tang Yu. Thanks, brother. If you come across something with the CBS logo printed on it again, you can contact me directly to trade. I will give you a favorable price. Then Tang Yu traded a bowl of mutton soup to the other party. City Tang Yu. Brother, I'll give you a bowl of food. Live well. The other party was obviously a little shocked by Tang Yu's action. He also saw Tang Yu's message. West Coast Lu Zixin. No problem, Master Yu. I will contact you as soon as I see you again. The deal is done. Lu Zixin was hiding in her hiding place at the moment, looking at the mutton soup in her hand with joy. He never expected that he would receive a bowl of food just by answering a question. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of Tang Yu's character. If you take something, you must give something. It seems that he values the item with the CBS logo on it. I remember that there seemed to be a few items with this logo in the office of that nursing home. When the disaster is over, I'll have a chance to go and take a look. Chapter 56. Get the snowmobile and the statue of Guangdong. Tang Yu put the pressure-resistant diving suit into the warehouse. I'm in a very good mood. Now there are only 2 requirements left for making the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion. Intelligence Center upgraded to level 2. Disaster Item X1. The upgrade materials for the Intelligence Center are also being collected, but the disaster items will have to wait until tomorrow night. Think of this. Tang Yu pursed his lips slightly and reopened the private chat panel. Sure enough, after being left alone for a while, the survivor who had traded the Husky brand snowmobile electric motorcycle was already getting restless. The other party seemed to understand Tang Yu's attitude. It was completely impossible for him to control Tang Yu with this item. He had actually intended to use this item to control Tang Yu and obtain more supplies. Everyone knows that Tang Yu is famous for his abundant supplies. Now he has come to his senses. Although Tang Yu needs this item, he also needs the nourished mutton soup made by Tang Yu. But the problem is that Tang Yu's mutton soup is unique, and no one can replace its value. Even now on the World Channel, there are people selling aspirin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics tablets. However, if the wind cold is not removed, it can only alleviate the symptoms but cannot completely cure them. Not to mention, the Yangqi rising effect of nourished mutton soup is an unprecedented strengthening buff in the current extremely cold weather. This allows survivors to step out of their hiding places and deal with unexpected situations even when facing extreme cold disasters, with a higher tolerance rate. But he couldn't guarantee that there were no similar items among other survivors as for the electric snowmobile in his hand. And it is obvious that Tang Yu would not plan to buy another snowmobile tool after owning one. So after waiting for Tang Yu's message for a while, the survivor sent Tang Yu another message with regret and anxiety. Mountain Range, Wu Jing, Yushin, I'm sorry, I made a typo just now. This item only requires 5 bowls of mutton soup. I just need you to add a few antipyretics and antibiotics. The quantity is up to you. Tang Yu looked at the message sent by the other party, thought about it, and still did not reply. Instead, he went to the kitchen, made himself a cup of black tea, sat on the single sofa, and waited quietly by the fireplace. 10 minutes later, Mountain Range, Wu Jing, Yushin, how about 3 bowls? It really can't be any lower. I broke my bones trying to get this item. A smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips. Put down the tea in your hand. City Tang Yu. This price is okay. After paying for nourished mutton soup X3, aspirin painkillers X3, amoxicillin antibiotics X3, Tang Yu also got this Husky brand snow electric motorcycle. The thing is not small in size. It is larger than a normal motorcycle, mainly because it is wider. The rear wheels of the snowmobile have been modified to look like 2 tracks, and 2 small skis have replaced the front wheels. When moving, the tracked rear wheels provide power, and the 2 skis control the direction, making operations simple and convenient. Tang Yu connected the charger in the car to the generator set. As the red light on the snowmobile's dashboard lit up, charging officially began, and Tang Yu finally smiled with satisfaction. Now, the transportation and winter clothes for going to the trading center tomorrow night are ready. Now all we have to think about is how to get to the top floor of the trading center. Oh, by the way, we haven't rolled the dice yet today. Tang Yu was about to open the Super Monopoly panel when he suddenly remembered something. Reopen the private chat and keep scrolling up. Found it! City Tang Yu. Brother, are you still alive? I remember you said in the World Channel that you can help customize wooden items. Within a few seconds, the other side's reply came. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Yushin, you finally came to me again. Wooden items can be customized. Just give me whatever you want. Tang Yu's face showed joy. City Tang Yu. Very good. Can you carve a statue of Guangong? Wang Haoyu. Forest. Wang Haoyu. A statue of Guangong? Could it be the Guandi emperor before the disaster? City Tang Yu. Yes, it's Guandajun. Do you know what he looks like? Help me carve a 50 centimeters tall statue of him, with closed eyes, stroking beard, and a broadsword. City, Tang Yu. Apply tongue oil evenly after finishing. Add a statue, offering table. And I will give you 3 bowls of mutton soup, no problem. At this moment, in a hiding place in a forest, Wang Haoyu stood in front of a blazing fire, looking at the information on the panel with a he smile. This incredible wealth has finally come to me, the old king. Just as he was about to reply to Tang Yu, Wang Haoran's eyes turned, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Forest. Wang Haoyu. God you. Now that you have the statue and the altar, don't you need an incense burner and sandalwood? City Tang Yu. Can you also make sandalwood? This time Tang Yu was really surprised. Forest. Wang Haoyu. I can't make sandalwood, but I know someone who can, and he has quite a few ready-made ones. City Tang Yu. You help me trade here, I will provide the materials, and I will give you 3 extra analgin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics. If you can prepare all these things for me within half an hour, I will give you an extra bowl of mutton soup. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Haha, no problem, Master Yu. I promise to help you get it done. Tang Yu didn't expect that Wang Haoyu actually had this way. He originally thought that sandalwood was hard to find. Now all the things for worshipping Guan Eri are ready. Facts have proved that driven by interest, human potential is truly unlimited. Just at the 29th minute, Wang Haoyu sent a transaction request to Tang Yu. Inside were the things Tang Yu had just wanted, and there were 1,000 sandalwood sticks. Forest, Wang Haoyu. Yushin, my friend of Tan Xiang heard that these are what you want, so he just told you to give them to him. These are just things he made for fun, and they are of no value. Tang Yu would never believe such words, so he just gave Wang Haoyu an extra bowl of mutton soup. City, Tang Yu, give that brother a bowl of mutton soup. When I thank him, I will definitely cause trouble in the future. Complete the transaction. Tang Yu couldn't wait to place the statue of Guangong in the most conspicuous position in the living room, away from the kitchen and bathroom. Pour a bag of oatmeal directly into the incense burner instead of sand. 5 cans were placed in front of the statue as an offering. After quickly washing his face and hands and applying some perfume, he came to the statue of Guangong. Tang Yu lit 3 sticks of sandalwood with a solemn expression and said, Chapter 57 Shop, Purchase, Quella's City Trading Center. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. After Tang Yu finished his prayer, he bowed 3 times and placed 3 sticks of sandalwood incense on the incense burner. The prayer ceremony was completed and a smile appeared on Tang Yu's face. Open the Monopoly board and roll the dice. When the dice comes to rest, a number appears. 4. 4 o'clock. Is this a store? Tang Yu's eyes have already fallen on the pattern in the 4th position. This time the pattern is different from all previous patterns. This is what a small room looks like with a few letters written on it. Shop. As Mini Tang Yu jumped onto the square. The panel also changed, and 3 rows of shelves appeared. Each shelf had 3 layers, and there were 3 items on each layer of the shelf, with prices below. Remote control dice, X2, requires 200 wealth points. Flight card, X1, requires 150 wealth points. Feature, interest level 1, requires 1,500 wealth points. Feature, chosen 1, requires 2,000 wealth points. Rare pet, requires 400 wealth points. The dazzling array of goods dazzled Tang Yu for a moment. However, the 5-minute countdown in the upper left corner of the panel was flashing continuously, and there were only 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Time was running out, so Tang Yu quickly looked at his current points. Today, I gained another 303 wealth points, plus the 791 points left yesterday. Now I have a total of 1094 points. Tang Yu didn't even have time to count the points to be happy that he broke the record again. He focused all his attention on the various products in front of him. He needed to see if he could find an item among these products that could help him solve the problem. Stay card, prison card, shopping card, forced purchase and sale, rogue, additional housing, special pass, blessing from the god of luck, blessing from the god of misfortune. The more Tang Yu looked, the more excited he became, and the more he wished he could take them all. But his reason kept reminding him that he only had more than 1,000 wealth points, and he must use them wisely. Finally, when there were only 2 minutes left, Tang Yu's constantly moving gaze stopped, and a thoughtful expression appeared. One-time designated trading card. Use times 1/1. Effect. After use, you can forcibly purchase a specified property, and you will need to pay an additional 15% of the purchase amount as agency fees. Cost. 250 wealth points. Tang Yu thought for a few seconds, and the fog in his mind suddenly dissipated. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's it. Without hesitation, Tang Yu directly chose to purchase the one-time designated trading card. As the wealth points decreased, Tang Yu saw a card appear in the prop column next to the Monopoly map. It was the card he had just purchased, because it costs 250 wealth points to buy this card. Now Tang Yu only has 844 wealth points left. But it should be enough. His eyes searched the Monopoly map one by one. Every time his eyes stopped at a location, the information of that place would appear on the panel. 4S Car Shop, Kailua City Post Office, American Ginseng Black Pearl Restaurant, Plaster Public Toilet. Finally, his eyes stopped on a pattern of a high-rise building. Queluz City Trading Center. Use one-time designated trading card. Target Queluz City Trading Center. As Tang Yu's thoughts turned, the one-time designated trading card in the prop column turned into a stream of light and circled in front of Tang Yu, then fell into the square representing the Kailua City Trading Center. A mechanical prompt sounded in Tang Yu's mind. Do you want to spend 650 points to purchase the Queluz City Trading Center? When Tang Yu heard this voice, an expression of great excitement appeared on his face. Yes. With his confirmation, the wealth points were deducted, and there were only 96 wealth points left on the panel, and the 15% agency fee had been deducted. But the expense is worth it. An extremely huge architectural map had already appeared in his mind. The scale of this virtual map exceeded that of all his previous real estate properties, with a 23-story trading building plus an enormous trading hall and hundreds of densely packed rooms. Tang Yu felt suffocated when he saw it. Of course, the most important thing is the red light spots that keep moving inside. This is indeed the lair of that refugee dog. Tang Yu kept switching between various angles to check the situation of the trading center. The main activities of those refugees are concentrated in the trading hall and the area below the 10th floor. This should be the place where refugees communicate and stay on a daily basis. Among the rooms above the 10th floor, there are only 7 or 8 rooms with red light spots. Tang Yu guessed that these people should be the middle and high-level personnel among the refugees, and their living environment and floors represent their class. On the 20th floor, there was only one room with people moving around, and it was the best and most spacious room on the 20th floor. During this time, someone would occasionally enter the room, but would leave quickly. This should be the meat dog's room. For the rest of the day, in addition to replying to transaction information, Tang Yu focused all his energy on studying the architectural structure of the trading building and the loopholes that could be exploited. And at this moment in the trading center, the meat dog's eyes were uncertain. He is in big trouble. I just found out last night that adult's brother is missing. Also missing was a younger brother who was protecting the other party. At this moment, Rugu no longer dared to imagine what would happen when that adult came back and learned that his nephew had been killed and his brother was missing. My body couldn't help but shiver. He shouted from outside the door in an annoyed mood. Damn it, please heat up the room for me. I'm freezing to death. After hearing what Rugu said, the younger brother outside the door hurriedly took the broken pieces of wooden furniture next to him and added them to the burning iron stove. At the same time, the generator in another room was also running at full capacity to ensure the normal operation of several air conditioners in the room. One of the guys, who was wearing a cashmere coat, looked at the blazing fire and spat at the dog's room. Damn, he really orders us around. So many of our brothers have died in the past few days, but he hasn't even farted. It's a pity for Brother Black Dog. He originally promised me that he would take me to participate in the sacrificial ceremony in 2 months. If I could become a believer of God, I would be rich. I heard that the mysterious man who lived on the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel disappeared. Did you know that? I guess that's why he got angry. As soon as these words were spoken, the other person suddenly perked up and carefully looked at the meat dog's room. Then he came up to the other person and said, "What's going on? Tell me. P.S. Thank you all for your support. I started my debut yesterday. This week's reading data is very important. Don't let the book sit there. You can add it to your bookshelf and catch up with the latest chapters on your way to work every day. 3 chapters are updated every day to ensure everyone enjoys the reading experience. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 58, The Art of Explosives, Explosives Making. I also heard from other brothers last night. Yesterday, some brothers went to the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel to take over the shift. However, when they arrived at the 7th floor, they found that the brothers who were originally responsible for protecting the mysterious man were all dead. Only their weapons were left at the scene. The most important thing is that the mysterious person disappeared completely. After they came back, they told Rugu about the situation. As a result, I saw that Rugu was shocked and angry when he heard the news. The refugee said this with a chuckle and glanced at the meat dog's room again. Then he continued in a low voice. At that time, the look on Rugu's face was really amazing. Having said that, the two smiled at each other. On the other side, the Quella City Theater building, the butcher Kulantai sat on the soft sofa, leaning against the burning fireplace next to him, squinting his eyes and thinking. After a while, he opened his eyes, lit a cigar, and took a deep puff. The strong smell of tobacco stimulated his somewhat depressed spirit. I sat by the fireplace again, feeling the warmth of the fire and the fast-moving snow outside the window. Even if there is a fireplace in the room, a thick layer of frost will inevitably freeze on the windows if the windows have not been specially reinforced and treated. I'm afraid it has been blown to pieces by the extremely cold weather. That saber guy should be dead. The butcher's right hand subconsciously twisted the cigar, but his thoughts were on the saber. It has been 2 days. Normally, Saber should have returned with the things yesterday morning. But now, let alone anything, that city hospital is like a silent black hole. Anyone he sent out would disappear without a trace. This gave him a very bad feeling. Could it be that someone is really targeting me? The butcher kept guessing various possibilities in his mind. He even wondered if anyone had seen him kidnapping Mr. Zhou's brother. The more he thought about it, the deeper the fear in his heart became. He now just wanted to throw away this hot potato in his hand. Just throw it to whom? After a while, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curved. At this time, Tang Yu was looking at the content of the private message in front of him with confusion. To be more precise, I was reading a book sent by the other party in the message. The Art of Explosives. Type: rare books. Effect: after use, explosives can be made from various chemical raw materials. Usage requirements: bathroom, level 2. Kitchen, level 2. Ventilation duct, level 2. Introduction. This is a very practical book. I believe it can help you overcome many difficulties. This item was something a survivor wanted to trade with him for Nourish Lamb Soup. Mining area, Lu Binbin, Yushin. Look at how much mutton soup this book can be exchanged for. I found this in a room that looks like a laboratory here. The room is full of various bottles and jars, as well as beakers and test tubes. Mining area, Lu Binbin. This should be considered quite valuable, but the requirements for its use are a bit high. My requirements are not high, as long as it can help me survive this extreme cold disaster. Tang Yu looked at the other party's message, and it was obvious that the room Lu Binbin found should be the room in the mining area responsible for making blasting explosives. Generally speaking, there are many things in this room that can be used directly. After thinking about it, City Tang Yu, you can trade, but are the other things in that room still there? Mining area, Lu Binbin. Yushin, do you want those junks? I do keep them, but no one needs them. Chemical equipment pictures X3, chemical liquid pictures X4. Tang Yu looked at the pictures sent by the other party and understood what he meant. The remaining laboratory items are all chemical utensils such as beakers, test tubes, glass stirring rods, alcohol lamps, etc., or some chemical supplies and materials. For example, nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerin, cotton wool, mercury, ethanol, and other 20 or 30 kinds of materials. Tang Yu was speechless when he saw this. Could this guy have emptied out the entire lab? It is no wonder that other people are not interested in these things, because these chemical materials did not play any role during the first round of disasters. The survivor probably wanted to keep the rare book, The Art of Explosives, for his own use. However, the severity of the disaster far exceeded expectations, so he contacted Tang Yu. However, this also saved Tang Yu the trouble of looking for it again. Tang Yu saw that the area where the other party was located was a mining area. If he guessed correctly, this mining area should have unique resources. Just like the resources of the forest are timber, the resources of the grassland are beef and mutton, and the resources of the seaside are sea salt and fish, then the resources of this mining area should be special minerals. This person looks nice, and seems like someone we can make friends with. City Tang Yu. Sure, I want everything. I'll give you 3 bowls of mutton soup, 3 analgesic tablets, 3 amoxicillin antibiotics, and 3 canned meats. Is that okay? Lu Binbin was a little surprised when he saw Tang Yu's message. He originally thought that he would only get 2 bowls or even 1 bowl of mutton soup, but he didn't expect that there would be so many supplies. Replied quickly. Mining area, Lu Binbin. Sure, Master Yu. Thank you so much. The two quickly completed the transaction. Lu Binbin looked at the supplies in the backpack space, and his nervous expression finally relaxed. It should be fine now. Damn it. If I had discovered the mine earlier and built my hideout deep inside the mine, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed by this extreme cold disaster. It's a pity for that rare book. I originally wanted to keep it for my own use. Forget it. Forget it. I only have level 1 kitchen so far, and I don't know how long I have to wait to meet the learning requirements. Tang Yu has already studied the book, The Art of Explosives. It was just a little different from what he imagined. Originally, he thought this was the same as the hideout facility, so he used the facility's production page to create it. But unexpectedly, after Tang Yu studied this book, he actually acquired a new skill. Explosives production. Type. Rare life skill. Introduction. Various explosives can be made from various chemical or chemical materials, including but not limited to black powder, emulsion explosives, detonators, nitroglycerin, time bombs, remote-controlled bombs, miniature bombs, etc. Effect. Increase the reaction stability of materials when making explosives. Increase success rate when making explosives. Increase the success rate when defusing a bomb. Reduce the chance of accidents when making explosives. 10% chance to gain additional effects when making explosives. At full level, 30% chance to gain additional effects when making explosives. Time to make explosives -50%. Time to dismantle explosives -50%. Proficiency 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Make explosives. Defuse explosives. Use explosives to kill enemies and destroy buildings. Chapter 59. Production process of nitrocellulose. Tang Yu looked at the skill introduction of explosives production in disbelief. Is this definitely the making of explosives, not bombs? He muttered to himself. As Tang Yu focused his attention, the explosives production skill page opened. Tang Yu saw a densely packed list of explosives production. It is very similar to seeing the production page of a medical station. The only difference is that to make items for facilities like medical station, bathroom, and kitchen, Tang Yu only needs to prepare the materials and does not need to worry about it. After the production time is over, he will naturally get the corresponding items. But this explosives making skill is different. Although there is a long production list, the list records the distribution, production process, and precautions for making a certain type of explosives. It is written clearly and in every detail. This is basically a complete procedure or a foolproof instruction manual for making explosives. If Tang Yu wants to obtain the corresponding explosives, he must do it himself. This discovery left Tang Yu stunned. He looked at the names of several very dangerous explosives at the top, such as nitroglycerin, mercury fulminate, etc. Oh my god! Are you sure this isn't a joke? Asking me to make this thing myself is like asking for death. Only then did he understand why the skill effects were to increase the success rate of making explosives and reduce the chance of accidents. Because it is really possible that you will be blown to death during the production process. Tang Yu actually felt like he had made a loss. But Tang Yu quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he had already used everything, this was still a rare skill after all. And he only has 2 skills so far. One is the rare passive skill, concealment, and the other is this explosives production. So you have to give it a try. He contacted Wang Haoyu in the forest area directly and ordered a 0.8 by 1.2 meter long square table and a wooden chair. In addition, a 4-layer wooden shelf was custom-made to store beakers, test tubes, and various chemical raw materials. After receiving Tang Yu's message, Wang Haoyu started to make it immediately and completed the transaction in just 10 minutes. Tang Yu traded another bowl of mutton soup to Wang Haoyu. After all, these furniture use a lot of wood, and the price of wood is extremely expensive nowadays. This is what Tang Yu needs. If it were someone else, Wang Haoyu might not necessarily take this order. After receiving the goods, Tang Yu made major adjustments to the location of materials in the entire hiding place. The corner where the fuel was originally stored was cleared out to house the workbench and chair. The 4-layer shelf is placed in the corner opposite the workbench. All the freed-up fuel and wood were piled up by Tang Yu in the corridor area from the door to the living room of the hiding place. He didn't want to accidentally blow up the fuel barrel while making explosives. That was not the way to die. Everything is ready. Tang Yu opens the explosives making skill list to look for the first explosive suitable for training. Finally, his eyes fell on a name. Nitrocellulose. Introduction. Nitrocellulose is widely used in many fields, including but not limited to military products, coatings industry, printing industry, and many other industries. Nitrocellulose. Tang Yu was indeed somewhat familiar with it, because he had been obsessed with firearms for a period of time in his previous life, so he knew that nitrocellulose was an important material for making bullet propellant. The danger is very small, which is perfect for his first practice, and he happens to have all the materials needed to make nitrocellulose. Tang Yu came to the fourth-tier shelf and took the beakers, measuring cups, glass stirring rods, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and absorbent cotton he needed to the workbench. He looked at the current indoor temperature. Because this corner was far away from the rest area, the temperature here was obviously not as high as that in the rest area. This was also what Tang Yu intended. 10 degrees Celsius. The temperature is just right. After that, Tang Yu took several deep breaths and began to make the first nitrocellulose. Follow the operating requirements of nitrocellulose. First, Tang Yu found a basin of ice water, then used a measuring cup to pour XXml nitric acid, and then poured XXml sulfuric acid, and poured them both into a beaker. Tang Yu immediately felt that the temperature of the beaker was rising rapidly. Suddenly, his heart was lifted. Anyone who has made explosives knows that the most important thing to pay attention to during the production process is the heating and luminescence reaction. If you are not careful, it is possible. He immediately placed the beaker into the ice water on the side and stirred it thoroughly with a glass rod. After the temperature of the beaker returned to normal temperature, Tang Yu took the beaker out. Then take out XX grams of absorbent cotton, dip it into the acid mixture, and stir it with a glass stirring rod. During this period, the beaker heated up again, and Tang Yu put the beaker into ice water again to cool it down. After stirring for about half a minute, Tang Yu took out the beaker and stopped. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief after making sure that the temperature of the beaker remained between 10 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius. All that remains is to wait. The cotton wool was soaked in the mixed acid solution for 15 minutes, and the nitration was finally completed. Tang Yu took a glass rod to take out the nitrocellulose from the beaker, put it in another large cup, went to the bathroom, and began to rinse the nitrocellulose repeatedly. After washing repeatedly for 6 to 7 times, Tang Yu drained the last bit of water from the cotton, took a measuring cup again, filled it with clean water, added a little baking soda, and stirred evenly. Soak the drained nitrocellulose in it. Simply stir twice to neutralize the last bit of acidity left in the nitrocellulose. Take out the nitrocellulose again, wash it in clean water, and finally use acid-base test paper to confirm that the nitrocellulose is not acidic, then drain the water. Use toilet paper to absorb the moisture from the nitrocellulose. Go to the workbench, take out a piece of wood, carefully tear apart the nitrocellulose, and hang it on the wood to dry. It was not until this moment that Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was just nitrocellulose, the least dangerous type, and he already felt so terrified. However, Tang Yu also knew that the reason why he was like this was because it was his first time to come into contact with these things, so nervousness was inevitable. Once you get familiar with it, it won't be as unbearable as it is now. Maybe it's the effect of the Doomsday game. After only a dozen minutes, Tang Yu was surprised to find that the nitrocellulose that was originally drying had actually completely dried. Although he was a little surprised, Tang Yu was now more curious about another thing. He collected the nitrocellulose. He took out a piece of nitrocellulose about the size of a thumb and placed it on the floor tiles. A lighter appeared in his hand. Crack! In Tang Yu's excited eyes, the flames slowly touched the ball. Nitrocellulose. P.S. I won't write the specific dosage. May the world be peaceful. Chapter 60, Remote Control Emulsion Explosives. Type 1 Plant Cultivation Fluid. Call. The moment the nitrocellulose touched the flame, it turned into a ball of violently burning flame. But in just a moment, the flames completely disappeared. No smoke or residual material was produced. If Tang Yu hadn't done the experiment himself, he would have thought it was an illusion. It's done! Tang Yu burst into laughter. Although the burning of the nitrocellulose had no effect on Tang Yu. However, this kind of psychological pleasure gave Tang Yu an extremely strong sense of satisfaction. This explosives production skill is really awesome. Since this nitrocellulose can be successful, then other explosives must be. Thinking of this, Tang Yu suddenly recalled a scene from a movie he had seen before. The protagonist was in prison, and he just stuffed a piece of emulsion explosive the size of a chewing gum into a small hole in the wall. But it blew out a hole big enough for an adult to escape. The protagonist also escaped from death. He remembered that the actor who played the leading role seemed to be named Jason Statham. Tang Yu's mind suddenly became active. He quickly searched for something in the explosives making skill list. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is definitely possible. Remote control emulsion explosive. Production requirements: ammonium nitrate X2, sodium nitrate X3, Vaseline X1, ozakirite X1, urea X1, emulsifier X2, sensitizer X1, mercury X1, nitric acid X2, ethanol X3, mobile phone X1, electronic components X4, lithium battery X1, capacitor X1. Preparation method: add ammonium nitrate into the water-dissolving tank according to the formula ratio. Tang Yu was also frightened when he saw the dense production requirements, but in order to successfully obtain the polar snow lotus tomorrow, he could only give it a try now. He went to the fourth shelf and checked the raw materials, and found that the most critical ammonium nitrate was missing. So I just bought it in the regional channel. Soon someone sent a message. "Jia, Yu Shun, you want fertilizer?" "Tang Yu, I don't want it. What I want is ammonium nitrate." "Jia, ammonium nitrate is a fertilizer, but the ammonium nitrate on the market has been processed. But I have pure ammonium nitrate here." This was also the first time Tang Yu heard of such a thing. Through some understanding, Tang Yu then realized that there was a fertilizer workshop near the place where this guy was born. Therefore, some fertilizers were moved to the hiding place in the early stage, including ammonium nitrate raw materials. Tang Yu was also surprised. He had seen fuel resources, wood resources, and mineral resources obtained at the beginning. Now we have encountered survivors who have fertilizer resources. Although he was surprised, Tang Yu completed the transaction as quickly as possible. A bowl of mutton soup was exchanged for 100 kilograms of ammonium nitrate raw materials. Just as Tang Yu was about to end the call, he suddenly thought of something. Quickly sent a message to the other party again. "Tang Yu, brother, you said you searched the fertilizer workshop thoroughly. Did you find any fertilizer or anything else that can promote the growth of rare plants?" Tang Yu's question obviously surprised the other party, or maybe he was thinking. 3 minutes later, the other party's message was sent. "Jia, Ushin, you actually already have rare plants. I do have an item that can promote the growth of rare plants. Type 1 plant cultivation solution image. You were talking about this, right? Type I plant cultivation solution image. Type rare item. Effect: exclusive cultivation solution for rare plants. Plant growth speed plus 100%, growth consumption plus 100%. Duration: 7 days. Introduction: this is a mass-produced plant cultivation solution developed by Titan Laboratory in the early days. It is an extremely cost-effective item. Note: it is critical to ensure that the nutrients needed for plant growth are replenished in time after use. Tang Yu looked at the item introduction on the panel in surprise. Originally, he just asked the question on a whim, without holding much hope in his heart. I didn't expect that this guy really had such a treasure in his hands. Moreover, Titan Laboratory is another new laboratory name. Tang Yu secretly memorized it and then focused his attention on this bottle of culture solution. Plant growth speed plus 100%, directly doubling the growth speed. That is to say, if the breathing green radish uses this bottle of culture solution, the speed at which it divides into substrains will be shortened from 3 days to 1.5 days. It lasts for 7 days in total, so at least 4 substrains can be obtained. Tang Yu was suddenly stunned for a moment, then shook his head. That's not how it's calculated. Breathing green ivy was obtained yesterday, and 1 day has passed today. In 2 days, breathing green ivy will split into 2 plants. If used now, within 7 days, breathing green ivy can split into just 5 subplants at most. 5 substrains. Including the mother plant, there are 6 plants in total. 2 plants are needed to make the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion, and Tang Yu still has 4 plants left. Tang Yu was overjoyed. But the things are not in hand yet. Tang Yu calmed down his excitement, organized his words, and contacted the other party. "Tang Yu, this thing is also fine. I can exchange it with you for 3 bowls of mutton soup." However, when Tang Yu saw the other party's answer, he frowned. "Jia, I can give you this culture medium directly. I only have one request. If your plant has any extra fruits or plants, give me some." This request was something Tang Yu had never thought of. Under normal circumstances, giving the other party a seed plant would not be a big deal, but the next disaster would be a flood. Tang Yu's hiding place must be underwater, and he urgently needs the breathing green ivy. to help him produce oxygen. After thinking about it, Tang Yu, if it's just this cultivation solution, I can't agree to your request. The effect of this cultivation solution is average, and I can't grow more plants. Tang Yu looked at the other party's answer nervously, with some anticipation in his eyes. He was betting that the other party had a more advanced cultivation fluid. Since there is type 1, there must be type 2, type 3, and even higher types. Both sides fell into silence. Tang Yu waited for a while, and seeing that the other party did not respond, he went directly to the workbench and prepared the materials for making emulsion explosives. Although he really wanted to take the bottle of cultivation solution, Tang Yu was very clear that now was the time for both sides to wrestle, which was a psychological tug-of-war game. One can even imagine that on the other side of the chat box, Jaha must be looking at the information panel with a serious expression, waiting for Tang Yu to send the message first. However, Tang Yu smiled lightly. He really wanted to get that bottle of culture solution, but he had to know that the rare plant was in his hands. Rare plants can still grow without growth medium. It just takes more time. But even if the other side has a huge amount of cultivation solution, what's the use if there is no rare plant? You can't use it to quench your thirst. Although Tang Yu was not sure whether he was the only one who possessed rare plants, there was no doubt that they were extremely rare. This is also the confidence that allows him to take a gamble. P.S. Guys, don't worry that Monopoly has too few functions and too few ways to play. It is just a novice village now, and it will be upgraded after the first disaster. At the same time, if you have any suggestions and ideas about how to play Monopoly, please feel free to tell me in the chapter reviews. I will read them and integrate them appropriately. Dear readers, if you have any good ideas, please feel free to harass me. Chapter 61. Unexpected Gains, Huge Daily Intelligence. Tang Yu completed all the preparatory work for making explosives step by step. Nearly 20 minutes have passed. Just when he thought he had miscalculated this time, his private chat mailbox started shaking. When he opened it, Tang Yu smiled. Jaha, what do you think of this thing? Can it be exchanged for a rare plant? Type 2 plant cultivation, solution image. Type 2 plant cultivation, solution image. Type, rare item. Effect, exclusive cultivation solution for rare plants, plant growth speed plus 200%, growth consumption plus 200%, 5% chance of obtaining mutant plants. Duration, 7 days. Introduction. This is the pinnacle breeding fluid from the early years of Titan Laboratory, sought after by countless plant lovers. Note, do not use with other culture media. I'll go. Tang Yu looked at the item information with surprise. Sure enough, this guy actually has some good stuff in his hands. Tang Yu's eyes flickered. He was thinking about how to trade more of this rare plant cultivation fluid with the other party. Whether it is the previous model or the enhanced version of the cultivation fluid, for Tang Yu, the more the better. But now that the other party knows that he owns rare plants, they naturally understand the importance of these rare cultivation solutions. It's not easy. After thinking about it, Tang Yu thought it would be better to trade this bottle of cultivation solution first. Only what he got in his hands could be controlled by him. Otherwise, it would be useless to think more. Tang Yu, if it is this cultivation solution, I can agree to give you a rare plant. Jaha, Gaju, can you please let me see the information about this rare plant? Jaha's real idea was actually to confirm whether Tang Yu really had rare plants in his hands. After all, this involved a bottle of very precious rare cultivation fluid. Tang Yu also understood what he meant and sent the message of breathing green radish. Tang Yu, picture of breathing green radish. Sure enough, after confirming that Tang Yu did indeed own the rare plant, the other party directly chose to trade. It was so surprising that even Tang Yu was a little surprised. The transaction was completed, and the bottle of Type 2 plant cultivation solution had appeared in Tang Yu's backpack. After confirming that the effect of the item was no different from what he had just seen, only then did he feel completely relieved and asked the questions in his mind. Tang Yu, I will trade the plants to you in 2 days. Do you trust me so much? You traded with me right away. Jaha, who was sitting opposite him, also showed 2 rows of white teeth on his face after seeing the message. Jaha, Yushin, I have been following you for many days. You have a good reputation among our group of survivors. You usually don't bargain down the price of goods. You have your bottom line. So I think a rare item is not worth giving up your bottom line. Tang Yu did not expect that the other party would actually say such a thing, and he burst out laughing. This might be the reason why he has only been here for a short time. Although I understand the difficulty of the Doomsday game, I still persist in my efforts, and it seems that the effect is quite good. The subsequent conversation was very pleasant. Tang Yu traded one bowl of mutton soup for one bottle of Type 1 plant growth solution and directly bought 3 bottles. It's not that Tang Yu doesn't want it anymore, but the family in that place no longer have it. Of course, Tang Yu didn't believe it, but since the other party said so, he couldn't say anything more. Of course, he also asked Njia to send over 10 flower pots and humus, which were all worthless supplies. In this way, after the subplants are split, they can be planted immediately. After completing the transaction, Tang Yu directly sprinkled the bottle of Type 2 plant growth solution into the breathing green ivy flower pot, and then took 3,000 milliliters of pure water from the water purifier and poured it into the flower pot. Little guy, give birth quickly. Tang Yu was in a very good mood. He walked to the workbench, trying to make the emulsion explosive today. Just when passing by the information center, his steps paused. I don't think I've checked today's intelligence yet. So Tang Yu opened the Intelligence Center panel and chose to view today's intelligence. Intelligence Center. Various pictures and information began to appear on the laptop on the workbench. A radar-like pattern is flashing continuously, as if capturing information. 5 seconds later, the picture stopped, and today's intelligence appeared on it. At 11 o'clock tonight, the butcher will place the body of Stephen Zhou, the director of the city hospital, near the 4S store in Baida district, and have someone guide the meat dog to find the body and put the blame on Kaban. Tang Yu was immediately shocked by the huge amount of information contained in this intelligence. Oh shit, the butcher is going to cause trouble. Tang Yu sorted out the thoughts in his mind. The butcher and the meat dog are the leaders of the 2 largest refugee camps known today. If I'm not mistaken, Cabin mentioned in the intelligence should also be the leader of another refugee camp. The director of the city hospital was originally named Stephen Zhou. His brother, the mysterious man behind Rugu and Guamian, according to Tang Yu's understanding, should at least control all the refugee forces in Baida district of Quella City. It is even possible that he directly controls the entire Quella City. Now the butcher obviously wants to take advantage of the time when the mysterious man is away from Quella City to get the key card to enter the CBS laboratory, so he secretly captured the director of the city hospital. If I'm not mistaken, this dean should have been protected by a meat dog before. The 2 groups of people sent to the hospital by the butcher were all dealt with cleanly by Tang Yu under coincidence, so this guy is now feeling a little guilty. That's why he came up with the idea of diverting trouble and drawing Ruga's attention to the refugee leader named Cabin. At that time, whether it is Meat Dog and Cabin confronting each other because of this, or waiting for the mysterious man to return and ask questions later, the butchers cleared themselves of suspicion. My goodness, this is not a Doomsday game at all. It's almost as bad as the 3 Kingdoms. This butcher has a really filthy heart. Tang Yu sighed secretly in his heart. Originally, Tang Yu didn't plan to pay any more attention to this matter. After all, it had little to do with him. But suddenly I thought of a possibility. Then he took out the city map of Baida District, Kaluo City, and started to look at it. Tang Yu quickly found the building marked as a 4S car shop. This location is indeed in a triangle with the trading center and the Butcher's Theater building. It's near the Red Romance Club. Tang Yu immediately contacted Wang Bohu. He remembered that Wang Bohu left in that direction last time, so he might know something about the situation there. Tang Yu, is there a 4S store over there? Are there any refugees inside? Not long after, Wang Bohu's reply came. Chapter 62, 4S Shop Information, Making Emulsion Explosives. Wang Bohu, Master, what place do you like? Don't go there, it's the refugees' lair. There are so many people, I almost died there last time. Tang Yu, have you been there? Wang Bohu, I have been there. At first I thought it was just a refugee settlement and planned to steal some. But when I got in, I found that there were at least hundreds of refugees inside. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been beaten to death by the refugees. After seeing Wang Bohu's information, Tang Yu was certain that this 4S store should be the refugee base of Cabin mentioned in the intelligence. Tang Yu, is your hiding place far from the 4S store? At this moment, Wang Bohu was lying in his hiding place, with a warm stove next to him. Seeing Tang Yu's message, his brows furrowed. No way. Yushin wouldn't really like this place, but there are so many people here. Based on his understanding of Tang Yu, Wang Bohu felt that the other party must be planning something. So he told Tang Yu the truth about his situation. Wang Bohu, I'm not too far away from there. I can see it from far away. Is there anything that the great master needs me to do? Tang Yu, that's great. Please help me keep an eye on the situation at the 4S store tonight. The key point is whether anyone has sneaked into the 4S store. If so, notify me immediately. Does Yu Shun have inside information? After thinking about it, Wang Bohu didn't come up with anything. Tang Yu's request was quickly agreed. Wang Bohu, no problem, master. I can observe that place from my hiding place. I will inform you immediately if there is any situation. Tang Yu, thank you. After ending the conversation, Tang Yu directly set Wang Bohu's message to reminder status. In this way, as long as there is a message sent by the other party, even if Tang Yu is asleep, he will wake up at the first time and will not miss it. After dealing with the intelligence issue, Tang Yu liked this intelligence center more and more, and he became more and more interested in it. This is a real gem. Tang Yu now feels more and more that seizing the opportunity and killing the black dog was the wisest choice since entering the Doomsday game. After calming down, Tang Yu ate and drank some food to replenish the energy and water he had consumed, and then sat down in front of the workbench in the corner. After adjusting his condition to the best, he began to make the remote control emulsion explosive seriously. Time passed slowly without anyone noticing, and the only sounds left in the entire hiding place were the crackling of wood in the fireplace and the slight roar of the generator set. Tang Yu has been working hard for more than 4 hours. During these 4 hours, he was highly concentrated, which was a huge drain on his physical strength and energy. Finally, when Tang Yu finished making the last emulsion explosive, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Exhaling this long breath was like turning on a switch. Tang Yu felt extremely sore and tired all over, especially his eyes, which seemed difficult to open. I'm really tired. It was not just physical fatigue, the main thing was mental fatigue. During these 4 hours, his mind had been in a tense state and he dared not relax at all. Because if you have the slightest deviation, an accident may happen. Tang Yuqiang cheered himself up, went to the kitchen, and ate a big bowl of mutton soup. This time he finally recovered. Because the bowl of mutton soup he was eating was specially reserved for himself. It has the energetic buff. Only this buff can allow Tang Yu to recover. Feeling that his spirit and physical strength had recovered, Tang Yu came to the workbench again. Looking at the pile of cylindrical objects stacked on the table, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These 4 hours were not wasted. With the help of the explosives-making skill, Tang Yu made emulsion explosives the size of 20 sausages and 10 pieces of chewing gum. Although it is small in size, its power is definitely not small. The amount of emulsion explosives generally used in mining areas is about the same. Today, I have finished making the main body of the emulsion explosive. However, I do have a mobile phone for the remote control device, but I don't have enough electronic components and capacitors. I need to purchase another batch. Tang Yu cleaned the table and put the various chemical materials back on the 4th-tier shelf. He placed the prepared emulsion explosives in a separate place. Although the safety and stability of the emulsion explosives are guaranteed after production, Tang Yu's cautious character still makes him decide to be more cautious. After a busy day, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu was finally able to rest for a while. He poured himself a cup of steaming hot tea and sat on the single sofa. The information about purchasing electronic components and capacitors was posted in the regional chat channel. Because these supplies are very common items, and there are only a few survivors who can use them, so Tang Yu quickly acquired enough parts. All he spent was a few of the cheapest foods. Now all the materials for making the remote detonator have been collected, and they can be made tomorrow. Then the remote-controlled emulsion explosive can be put into use. This is only possible in a Doomsday game. Who would have thought that such a difficult explosive could be made so easily? If this happened in the real world, it would probably be a chemical genius or a blasting saint. Tang Yu has a very clear mind and always knows his own weight. Therefore, his action principle in today's Doomsday game has always been to make 10,000 points of preparation, and he will never be satisfied with only 9,999 points. He continued to check his private chat mailbox to see if there were any items of value to him in the trade messages. Because of the explosives made today, the messages in the mailbox have piled up like a mountain. You can only search by keywords. As he read the information, the corners of Tang Yu's mouth became higher and higher. As expected, only in desperate situations will these people take out the treasures in their hands in exchange for their lives. Half an hour later, Tang Yu looked at the items in his backpack with satisfaction, as the space was no longer able to accommodate even a bullet. The smile on the corners of my mouth could not be controlled no matter what. Just now, he had actually collected the valuable items needed to upgrade Level 3, Hideout Security, Level 3 Ventilation Duct, Level 3 Lighting, and the construction of the rare facility, Refugee Treasure Chest. This is only the first day of the disaster. The supplies of several other facilities that continue to be upgraded, such as the Level 2 Intelligence Center, the Level 3 Generator Set, and the Level 2 hideout wall have also been harvested one after another. Tang Yu estimated that it should be possible to gather them all within 3 days of this disaster. The backpack space is full, so let's upgrade the facilities that can be upgraded first. Tang Yu looked at the hiding place page, his eyes full of excitement. Chapter 63 Upgrading Facilities. Late-night visitors to the 4S store. Lighting level 2. Type, hideout facility. Effect, use basic lighting to illuminate your hideout. Next stage, lighting level 3. Upgrade requirements. Lighting level 2, generator level 2, LEDs X15, capacitors X10, wires X6, light switches X5. Upgrade time, 90 minutes. The current upgrade requirements are met. Do you want to upgrade? Ventilation duct, safety type level 2. Type, hideout facility. Effect, ventilation performance plus 40%. Indoor harmful gas exhaust speed plus 30%. Next stage, ventilation duct level 3. Upgrade requirements. Generator, level 2, ventilation duct, level 2, fans X4, motors X4, wires X14, PCB electronic chips X5, a pile of parts X5, and a battery X1. Upgrade time, 120 minutes. The current upgrade requirements are met. Do you want to upgrade? Tang Yu confirmed it immediately. Yes. Suddenly, glowing light screens appeared above the lighting and ventilation facilities of the entire hiding place, and the upgrade had begun. The other 2 facilities, Refugee Treasure Chest, requires a Level 2 Intelligence Center, and a Level 3 Hideout Security upgrade requires a Level 3 lighting. Therefore, Tang Yu could only wait until the lighting facilities were upgraded before he could continue to upgrade the hideout security facilities. Simply wash up. Add the wood in the fireplace and the ingredients for making mutton soup in the kitchen. He came to the Kong in the rest area. The temperature has dropped too much today. Even though the fireplace is burning all the time, the temperature in the hiding place is already close to 0 degrees Celsius. Tang Yu wrapped himself in thick cashmere pajamas, put the burning wood into the Kong, and waited quietly. 10 minutes later, he touched the Kong with his hand and could already feel the obvious temperature. So he quickly pulled the thick quilt over himself and fell asleep. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening in Quella City. The howling snowstorm kept hitting the glass, and the snowflakes as big as ping-pong balls looked as sharp as razor blades under the cold wind. The big trees on the street would occasionally make a crackling sound and break. Obviously, they couldn't withstand the ravages of such heavy snow and wind. The temperature at this moment has dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the snow on the ground is more than 1 meter thick. The more than 400 survivors still alive in the Baida district are now basically all huddled in their hiding places, trembling all over. Some people have set fire to everything that can be burned in their hiding places just to ensure that they can survive this most difficult period. At this moment, Wang Bohu was wearing a bearskin coat and holding a night vision telescope in his hand, observing the 4S store in the distance. After taking a big bite of the instant noodles, Wang Bohu became more and more confused. It's strange. Why is the master so concerned about this 4S store and specifically asked us to pay attention to it tonight? Forget it. It's not easy to help the great god. Wang Bohu stopped thinking, threw the food in his hand aside, held the telescope with both hands, and focused his attention. In Wang Bohu's sight, in the dark green environment, the night seemed as bright as day. At this moment, 2 figures wearing thick winter coats appeared stealthily from somewhere. Behind the 2 men, on top of the snow, was a wooden board with a corpse on it. They carefully observed the situation around them. Because of the snow, it could be seen that the 2 men were pulling the wooden board, carrying the body towards the entrance of the 4S shop in a very clumsy manner. The refugees who were originally patrolling outside the 4S store now returned to the back building to keep warm because of the polar blizzard. It can be said that at this time, there were no refugees around the entire 4S store, and they didn't think that anyone would come out in such cold weather. The 2 soon discovered this situation, so they took advantage of the wind and snow mixed in the dark shadows to enter the door of the 4S store. At this time, Wang Bohu could no longer see any trace of the 2 people, but according to Wang Bohu's estimation, they should come out soon. So I waited quietly. As expected, it's only been about 10 minutes. When Wang Bohu's hands were a little sore from holding the night vision binoculars, the 2 men appeared at the door of the 4S shop again. The only difference from before was that the corpse they were carrying had disappeared. After leaving the 4S shop, the 2 men cleaned up the traces they left on the snow while breaking through the thick snow and left. Looking at the 2 people's disappearing figures, Wang Bohu was stunned. What the hell is going on? His brain is very confused now. What do these two people mean? Why did you just leave someone behind and run away? Could this be what the great god wants to know? Thinking of this, Wang Bohu remembered Tang Yu's instructions and quickly opened the private chat box to contact Tang Yu. On the other side, the butcher had already seen the light signals given to him by his men through the telescope. Mission accomplished. Everything went according to plan. The butcher couldn't help but laugh. Okay, now it depends on the attitude of Meat Dog and Ghostface. The butcher winked at someone. The subordinate nodded slightly, immediately stepped back and disappeared into the blizzard on his skis. When Tang Yu was awakened by the private message notification sound from Wang Bohu, he had just rested for 2 or 3 hours. But then I saw that it was a message from Wang Bohu, and the time was exactly 11:05 p.m. When the time was almost the same as the time mentioned in the intelligence, Tang Yu knew that the show was about to begin. Wang Bohu, master, what the hell? Guess what I saw? When Tang Yu heard the whole story from Wang Bohu, he took a deep breath. No, if there is a chance, I must kill this butcher as soon as possible. He is an old bastard, and I must not let him know of my existence. This was Tang Yu's first thought. This butcher is not only a traitor, always thinking about betraying his elder brother, but it seems that he also has a very dirty heart. In comparison, Tang Yu still prefers this guy Rugu. His younger brother has been dead for so many days, and there is nothing he can do. Tang Yu, good job. You work harder, there will probably be a fight at the 4S store tonight. Report it to me then. As he said that, Tang Yu traded 3 bowls of nourished lamb soup to Wang Bohu, which was the kind with the energetic buff. If you want a donkey to grind a millstone, you have to feed it grass. Sure enough, Wang Bohu was very happy to see the 3 bowls of nourishing mutton soup sent by Tang Yu. Although the 2 bowls of food Tang Yu sent last time had not been touched, he would not refuse such a good thing. And he also had some idea of Tang Yu's temper. So just accept it. Wang Bohu. Okay, master, just wait and see. By the way, if the fight starts, do I need to call you? Or do you have any requests? After seeing this, Tang Yu frowned and thought for a while. Tang Yu, no need to call me. When the battle is over, just tell me the number of casualties among those who attacked the 4S store. Chapter 64, Wang Bohu's speculations, storm in the trading building. After ending the conversation, Tang Yu canceled Wang Bohu's message reminder and lay down to sleep again. For him, just knowing the result is enough. Judging from the character the butcher is showing now, this guy will definitely find a way to stir up misunderstandings between Rugu and the leader of the refugees in the 4S store, cabin, as the intelligence said. This would lead to conflict. Only in this way could he reap the benefits, or this was what he had always wanted to do. But this is a completely good thing for Tang Yu. The conflict between Rugu and cabin doesn't matter who wins. There will certainly be losses in personnel. Especially in today's extreme weather, if you get injured in important parts of your body outdoors, it's basically the same as waiting to die. Tang Yu even hoped that Rugu would suffer heavy casualties. This would give him the opportunity to sneak into the trading center building. The greater the casualties of the meat dogs, the greater Tang Yu's chance. Tang Yu secretly thanked the butcher, the old bastard, and fell asleep in the warm bed. He just muttered something before he lost consciousness. Old bastard, I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Wang Bohu was looking at the last message sent by Tang Yu. Concentrate on thinking. What does this mean? Great God. Focus on the attacking party? Does Tang Yu have a grudge against them? Or does he have some plan? Or maybe... Wang Bohu thought of a possibility. Hiss. I couldn't help but take a breath. Shit. Could it be that all of this was planned by the great god? Is his purpose to cause hostility and conflict between these 2 forces? Wang Bohu was also shocked by his own guess. That's not right. The master obviously only found out about the existence of refugees in this 4S store this afternoon. Judging from his tone, it seems more like he found out from some source what was going to happen tonight and asked me to help him confirm whether the news was accurate. But the meaning of the great god's words just now is that he is indeed very concerned about the force that will be coming over soon. It should be that the great god's future actions will be related to this force. So he asked me to confirm the other party's casualties so that he can better formulate relevant plans. As a special talent specially trained by the Bay City to enter the Doomsday game, Wang Bohu has always had strong thinking and reasoning abilities. Just the information that Tang Yu inadvertently received was enough to give him a basic understanding of the truth of the matter. If Tang Yu knew about Wang Bohu's speculations about him, he would probably just sigh inwardly, monster. After Wang Bohu figured out the whole story, his eyes lit up. 2 rows of big, white teeth appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he laughed. Hee hee. It seems that the greater the casualties of the force that will arrive later, the easier it will be for the great god to succeed. He picked up the night vision binoculars again and checked the situation at the 4S shop in the distance, and a bold idea came to his mind. Quella's City Trading Center. On the 20th floor, Rugu and the ghost face standing in the shadow opposite them all had gloomy faces. Haven't you found that guy Steven yet? Ghostface's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded. One could even hear a hint of gnashing of teeth. His eyes were also fixed on the meat dog's eyes. He now had serious doubts about the meat dog. The sudden killing of the black dog made Gue Lien feel very surprised. Black Dog has always been very cautious and would never put himself in a dangerous situation. It was able to destroy his entire team of more than 20 people. Unless someone carefully calculated it, it was basically impossible for this to happen. And Rugu is the most likely existence. Black Dog has never been satisfied with Rugu. He doesn't like Rugu and doesn't care whether he listens to Rugu's arrangements or not. His status is very detached. But for the sake of the adult's face, the meat dog could only pretend not to see it. But does he really have no ideas? A guy who could betray his former boss to climb to the top. Ghostface didn't think that this guy was the kind of person who would just swallow his pride. Especially now, Steven, the younger brother of the adult who was protected by the meat dog, was also kidnapped. This brought Ghostface's suspicion to its peak. Only the adult, the black dog, and the meat dog knew where Steven was hiding. Even the refugees who were protecting Steven were specially sent by the adults to be handed over to Rugu. Even as Ghostface was not clear about the exact location, he only knew that it was in the White Tower area. Now that the adults are out, the black dog has been killed, Steven has been kidnapped again, and the protection officer has been killed. The spearhead of each and every incident was pointed at Rugu. The murderous intent in Gue Lien was almost unsuppressible at this moment. Rugu also clearly felt the murderous intent that was almost so strong that it was tangible. His right hand inadvertently slid behind him, where his favorite weapon was the Colt Python revolver. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his lowered eyes, and the atmosphere in the entire room had reached its lowest point. Just when the two of them were on the verge of a fight. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open by his men. When the younger brother saw the two people confronting each other, he was stunned at first, and then he looked at Rugu with a surprised expression on his face. "Boss, we found the trace of the man from the Pinewood Hotel." After these words were spoken, Rugu and Guelian looked at this little brother at the same time. Where? Where? The same question echoed in the room, leaving the younger brother, who came to deliver the message, speechless, his eyes constantly jumping back and forth between the two men's faces. Ghostface and Meat Dog couldn't help but look at each other, and then looked at the younger brother again, with more intense questioning and eagerness in their eyes. I obviously noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Tell what you know immediately. So, someone took Steven away from Kaban, is that right? Rugu looked at his younger brother and asked in a deep voice. Yes, that person is outside. I brought him up. As soon as these words were spoken, Rugu and Guamian immediately walked out. Then a man with a frozen face, pale lips, and shivering appeared there. A refugee who looked like a doctor just took out a thermometer from the other person and looked at the value on it. Brother, this guy has a high fever and needs treatment as soon as possible. When Gue Lien heard this, he walked right past the dog and came up to the man. He reached out and pulled open the man's clothes, revealing a gunshot wound on the right side of his chest. The wound has scabbed over. This wound has been there for at least 3 or 4 days. Rugu also saw the other person's face clearly at this time, showing a surprised expression. Aren't you one of the people protecting Steven? Ghostface then realized that this was the person who disappeared with Steven at the Pinewood Hotel. When the man heard the voice of the meat dog, his originally confused consciousness gradually came to mind. He looked at the dog, panting and saying with difficulty, Hurry, go to the 4S store, Kaban is taken away. Mr. Zhou, it's dangerous. Chapter 65. The battle is coming, murderous intent in the dark. Wang Bohu was yawning while wrapped in his bearskin coat. I looked at the time, and it was already 1:30 in the morning. Are these people coming or not? His eyes couldn't help but look towards the 4S store, and suddenly his expression froze. Then he quickly took the night vision binoculars, adjusted the focus, and looked over. Yes, he was not mistaken. In the pitch-black night, several dim flashlights cautiously approached the gate of the 4S store. And at a farther distance, about 400 or 500 meters, they seemed to be worried that the sound of the snowmobile would be heard by the enemies in the 4S shop. 20 or 30 snowmobiles were parked on the snow, and there was someone on duty on each motorcycle, ready to provide assistance at any time. Through the night vision telescope, Wang Bohu clearly saw a long dragon-like team moving slowly on the snow. There were at least 70 or 80 people. Wang Bohu even saw several men in black who appeared and disappeared behind these people. They were all wearing hoods and followed the team, moving slowly along the traces left by others. Although these people were covered very tightly, with the help of night vision binoculars, Wang Bohu could clearly see the strange patterns and symbols on their faces. Fuck! There are actually believers of the evil god here. What the hell? Wang Bohu counted them carefully. There were 4 followers of the evil god. All of them had strange steps, especially one of the evil god's believers. Wang Bohu still felt a bone-chilling chill all over his body, even though he was far away. Oh my god! There are actually priests who are followers of the evil god. This time he was completely stunned. Wang Bohu knows a lot of relatively secret information about the Doomsday game, which is his advantage as a seed survivor of the base city. Each of the evil god's priests is a very terrifying existence. Their abilities vary, but as long as they appear on the battlefield, they are like the god of death. Wang Bohu had already made a plan, but now he was a little hesitant. But soon, he took another look at the situation in the 4S store, and then the hesitation in his eyes disappeared, replaced by determination and decisiveness. This opportunity is extremely rare. If I handle it properly, I can definitely gain benefits beyond my imagination and greatly improve my survival index. It should also be helpful to the actions of the great god. It's worth the risk. Besides, as long as I avoid the evil god's priests, the others won't be a big threat to me. Thinking of this, Wang Bohu immediately started to put on his equipment, and then took out a bowl of nourished lamb soup with the energetic buff that Tang Yu had given him. After eating it in big mouthfuls, I felt the infinite power and continuous warmth coming from my body. He walked out of his hiding place with a smile. After a flash of light and shadow on his body, his figure disappeared into the darkness. 4S car shop in Baida District, Kaluo City. There was no car in the car showroom. Instead, there were several blazing bonfires and refugees drinking and bragging. Because of the snowstorm today, they all huddled in the 4S store and could only pass the time relying on these few entertainment activities. They didn't know that a body had appeared in their 4S store a few hours ago. At the same time, they didn't know that outside the wall less than 100 meters away from them, a group of fully armed refugees were eyeing them covetously. The meat dog's confidant, the bayonet. We had already entered the 4S store and found Stephen Zhou tied to a chair in one of the rooms. As soon as he saw the opponent, Bayonet realized something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on the other person's carotid artery. It was freezing cold to the bone, and my body was frozen stiff. Dead. This discovery made Bayonet's eyes narrow slightly and his heart beat faster. Something big happened. The black dog is dead. Now even this guy is dead. Bayonet seemed to be able to imagine what would happen when that adult knew the news. While he was stunned by this, a figure appeared in the room without him noticing. Ghostface came to the dead Stephen Zhou with an expressionless face. He ignored the bayonet that was on guard because of his appearance. He pinched Stephen's chin with his right hand and observed for a few seconds, turned and walked out the door. You notify Rugu to completely wipe out this place tonight. If you fail to do so, he will be the one to die. When he finished speaking, Bayonet was the only one left in the room. It is obvious that Ghostface was talking to Bayonet. Bayonet naturally heard the coldness in Guilian's words and understood that there was no possibility of bargaining now. If the meat dog will die, he will certainly not escape this fate. Now the only way is to destroy Cabin. Although Bayonet always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, he believed that Lord Ghostface must have noticed this as well. But this matter is too big. A main messenger of sufficient weight must die. Without any hesitation, Bayonet immediately took out his portable intercom and conveyed the information in the room and Ghostface's words to Rugu. Sure enough, when Rugu heard the news of Stephen's death and Ghostface's message, silence fell. 5 seconds later, Rugu's tired voice was heard. Bayonet, shoot. This is our only chance to survive. The battle is now in your hands. Try to reduce Cabin's combat power to the minimum as soon as possible. This is a life and death battle. Support will arrive soon. Remember, there is only one goal tonight: to leave no one alive in this camp. Go ahead. When the meat dog's voice disappeared, there was only coldness in Bayonet's eyes as he looked towards the 4S shop. just when Bayonet and his men sneaked into the 4S store. In a building opposite the 4S store, Wang Bohu carefully walked through the corridor, which was littered with garbage and suitcases. I came to a room on the 5th floor and stood at the window near the 4S store. After carefully confirming the line of sight and attack angle of the 4S store opposite, he nodded slightly. This is the place. He then took out a roll of thin silk thread, a few bells and grenades, and returned to the corridor outside the room. Warning traps and booby traps were set up. 10 minutes later, Wang Bohu appeared at the window again and pulled the curtains. He pulled over a chair and sat on it, then took out a 1.5-meter-long box from his backpack. Open the box, and you'll find a sniper rifle and accessories inside. He slowly assembled the flash hider, high-power scope, and other tactical accessories bit by bit, pulled the bolt, and loaded the bullet. Wang Bohu put his feet on the chair, placed the sniper rifle on the back of the chair, adjusted his posture, and aimed the muzzle of the gun towards the 4S store. He stuffed a candy into his mouth and pressed his right eye against the high-power scope. Bayonet's head had already appeared in his sight, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Come on, baby. My spear is thirsty. Chapter 66. Gunshots in the dark, fierce battle at the 4S store. Inside the showroom of a 4S car dealership in Baida District, Kaluo City, Kaban is spurring on the horse. The younger brother downstairs was eating canned beef and sardines, drinking lemonade mixed with whiskey, and warming his body by the campfire. They formed a stark contrast to the blizzard howling outside. But in the darkness where the firelight could not reach, figures flashed by and approached them quickly. The eyes looking at the refugees beside the fire were full of excitement and morbidity. Because their companions were killed continuously in the past few days, they had been holding back a nameless anger in their hearts, but they had not been able to find a way to vent it. And today, we finally found out who was behind all this trouble. They will slaughter the entire 4S store. Everyone deployed quickly according to the bayonet arrangement. They must try to kill these guys as soon as they open fire and not give them a chance to fight back. In the building opposite the 4S store, Wang Bohu saw the deployment and arrangement of the bayonets through the high-powered sight and frowned. That won't do. If we wait until they have finished deploying, it will become a one-sided situation. This was unacceptable to Wang Bohu. He hoped that the battlefield would be as chaotic as possible. Only in an extremely chaotic situation could his interests be maximized. My thoughts turned. Wang Bohu narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. This isn't fun, I don't agree. The next moment, the target in the sight changed and the muzzle angle was slightly adjusted. A figure appeared in the center of his crosshairs. The corners of his mouth curved up. Bang! The crisp and loud sound of gunfire suddenly appeared in the city late at night, accompanied by a howling snowstorm, which shocked all the refugees near the 4S store. Inside the 4S store, among a group of refugees who were toasting, one of them who was facing the door had his head burst open and fell to the ground. The red and white substance sprayed all over the faces and bodies of several refugees around them. In the next second, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the refugee let out an angry roar. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy! Seek cover! This shout instantly resounded throughout the entire 4S store. All the refugees threw away the food and drinks in their hands, picked up the weapons beside them, and entered a state of combat alert. Therefore, they immediately discovered the group of dog-eating refugees that were lurking less than 30 meters away from them. Immediately. Da-da-da, biu-biu-biu-biu, bang-bang-bang, pa-pa-pa-pa. Boom! Various gunshots and grenade explosions were heard in the 4S store. Cabin, who was working upstairs, realized something was wrong when the first gunshot was heard and got out of bed immediately. I went to the window and looked down, just in time to see the body of the little brother who had been shot in the head. Fuck shit, Kaban cursed angrily, touching his big bald head hard. Then he quickly walked to his equipment rack and began to put on his equipment, showing a flexibility that was asymmetrical with his short and fat body. At this time, the downstairs was filled with the sound of gunfire. From time to time, bullets would hit the glass on the second floor, making crackling sounds. Damn it, let me see who dares to attack me. I'm afraid you have forgotten that my nickname is Bull. Kaban patted his bulletproof vest, put a red sweater over it, and finally put on a mink coat. His eyes looked at the PK machine gun on the table next to him, and the huge PK 7.62x54 or 100-round box magazine under the machine gun. There was a hint of ferocity at the corner of his mouth. He lit a cigar, put it in his mouth, kicked open the office door, and pulled the trigger at the intruder outside the exhibition hall. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the PKM machine gun emitted a devil's roar. And back to the bayonet. When the first gunshot rang out, his brain went blank for a moment, and his first reaction was, which bastard shot me first? But the next moment, his combat skills enabled him to keenly realize that this sound could not possibly be made by the submachine gun or AK in the hands of the refugees, because this is the unique sound of a sniper rifle. Before he could open his mouth to remind them, the refugees in the 4S shop had already discovered their presence, and the two sides immediately started exchanging fire. Suddenly, because of the sudden gunshots, the sneak attack that was originally planned with bayonet was turned into a head-on fight between the two sides. Someone is secretly. As he dodged, his long experience of fighting in secret enabled him to quickly realize this. He was about to inform the meat dog at the rear through the intercom. But then a loud explosion was heard from the other direction of the 4S store. A figure was blown into the sky, with only half of his body left. Be careful of the mines. Then there were several more explosions. The refugees in Ruga's gang were all stunned by the huge explosions. But Cabin's men burst into laughter. Idiot, do you think we don't know how to defend those paths? I just like to see people being blown up into the sky. It's so cool. Bayonet didn't know at this moment that there must be a battle going on his side, and Ruga's support had arrived, so he launched an attack from another direction. As a result, they didn't expect that Kaban was so cruel that he laid mines around the entire 4S store. Damn it, why is this happening? By this time, Rugu had already driven his snowmobile to the gate of the 4S store, and his face looked quite ugly. Fortunately, I was ahead of him just now, otherwise he would have been killed by the landmine. Rogo was now fully armed, showing none of his usual clumsiness. Bayonet had already seen Rugu. When the other party came to his side, he hurriedly said, "Boss, it was not us who fired the gun. There was someone secretly." But Rugu interrupted him directly. "Needless to say, Ghostface men have already gone to look for this rat. We only have one goal, to kill Kaban." As he spoke, Rugu raised the Remington M870 shotgun in his hand, aimed at the group of vagrants in the 4S store, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A huge noise was heard. The next second, blood splattered on the bodies of the group of refugees who were attacking the refugees in the 4S store. Damn, is it a shotgun or a buckshot? Kaban's men quickly looked for cover to hide. A ferocious smile appeared on the meat dog's lips. Go to hell? Bang, bang, bang. Rugu emptied the bullets in the magazine, hid in the bunker again, and reloaded bullets in one go. And just when he was about to go out hunting again, bang! The door of the room on the second floor of 4S was kicked open by someone, and a short and fat figure appeared at the door of the second floor. The next moment, flames erupted, and the entire hall was filled with demonic sounds. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The bullets hit the meat dog's body like a rainstorm, splashing blood. When Rugu heard the familiar sound of gunfire, he gnashed his teeth and shouted. Cabin! Chapter 67. The second day of the disaster. Tang Yu's shock. Tang Yu woke up the next day and subconsciously opened the chat message and took a look. Then he closed his eyes again and lay down. However, 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and reopened the private chat box, showing an incredible expression. I saw that Wang Bohu had sent him hundreds of messages early this morning, most of which were pictures, and the few sentences were explanations for the pictures. What the hell? What did this guy do last night? Why did you tell me that the refugees from the 4S store were wiped out? Tang Yu quickly flipped through the chat history and read the last words he said last night. 2 hours later, Wang Bohu started sending the first photo. It seems like it should be the time when Rugu comes to find Cabin, but why is he doing it so secretly? And this number is a bit exaggerated. Next, Tang Yu used Wang Bohu's pictures and introduction to learn step by step how Wang Bohu passed the first shot in the dark. It destroyed Ruga's plan to launch a surprise attack on Cabin and provoked a head-on fight between the two refugee forces. The final result seemed to be that Cabin was protected by his younger brothers and escaped through the sewer, while the meat dog gang suffered heavy casualties and returned to their base camp. Looking at Wang Bohu's message, Tang Yu felt like he was dreaming. Fuck, this guy is such a talent. Whose general is this? He had always felt that Wang Bohu was a capable person worth making friends with. And through the contact over the past few days, Tang Yu's guess was indeed verified. But he never thought that this guy would dare to make such a bold decision. That's nearly 300 refugees, a clash of two forces. He dared to flirt with her, but the problem was that he actually succeeded. Tang Yu could only say, awesome, to show admiration. So he immediately sent a message to express his shock to his awesome brother. I originally thought that after staying up all night, the other party should have gone to bed by now, but Wang Bohu's message came soon. Wang Bohu, master, isn't that awesome? Tang Yu, awesome. How many people came from the attacking group? And how many left? Do you have an approximate number? After the message was sent, Tang Yu also focused his attention on the virtual map of Kaluo City Trading Center. The next moment, an incredible expression appeared on his face. Fuck! In the huge trading center, there were densely packed red spots of light yesterday, but now there are only about 40 left. These people are all gathered on the 20th floor, probably receiving treatment or resting. As for Wang Bohu, Tang Yu's question once again confirmed his guess from last night. The next action of the great god was indeed directly related to that group of people. Fortunately, he had guessed that the master would ask this question, so he immediately sent over the data he had compiled. Wang Bohu, Master, the number of people who attacked that group of refugees was about 90 to 110, and about 20 to 30 people returned alive. The actual situation is not much different from the number I counted. Wang Bohu. The group of refugees in the 4S store numbered about 130 to 150 people, and in the end, only about 10 to 20 people escaped. Wang Bohu. In fact, the people from the 4S store had the upper hand at the beginning. They even had powerful weapons such as landmines, which stunned the attacking group of refugees at the beginning. In the end, if the attacking side had not had a particularly powerful priest of the evil god believer, they would not have escaped. When Tang Yu saw Wang Bohu's message, his eyes narrowed. Tang Yu. Evil god believers and priests? I know about evil god believers, but what are these priests? Wang Bohu. Great god, it is normal that you don't know. This is news that only the seed members in the base city know. The priests of the evil god believers are actually evil god believers, but their abilities are several times stronger than those of ordinary evil god believers. They usually preside over the sacrificial ceremonies of the evil god believers. Their numbers are very rare, but the strength of each priest is very terrifying. The first thing Tang Yu thought of was the black light that appeared in the subway station that night a few days ago. I didn't expect that there really are high-level evil god believers. Tang Yu had already guessed this when he saw the black spot before, so he was not surprised after seeing Wang Bohu's content. The only thing that interested him was another point. Tang Yu, base city seed member? What is this? Wang Bohu. Haha, there is no need to keep it secret today. You know, half a year after the Doomsday disaster, the world almost no longer has the concept of a country. The 100 bronze-based cities are each independent and are working together to find a way to survive the Doomsday game. The Seed Plan is a human survival plan jointly formulated by 100 bronze-based cities. I am one of the seed members cultivated by base city number 99. We were specially selected to receive special training, and at the same time, we have some game information that ordinary people don't know. We are combat survival personnel, specially cultivated to enter the Doomsday game. Wang Bohu. It is precisely because the cost of training a seed member is too high that this plan has never been popularized among ordinary people. Wang Bohu. Our mission is that when one of us is selected into the Doomsday game, we must use our knowledge and skills to quickly enhance our own strength after entering the game. Then you can survive longer in the Doomsday game, like a seed firmly rooted in this Doomsday game, thus bringing more hope of survival to the blue planet. To be honest, Tang Yu was deeply shocked when he saw the message sent by Wang Bohu. At the same time, he also understood the source of the previous news about graphics cards and disaster coins. The most important thing was that he found out something he had always been curious about. Why can Wang Bohu always obtain various rare items or drawings? Professionals do seem to be very different from ordinary people. Come to think of it, it seems that all the items that helped Tang Yu pass the critical levels before were traded by Wang Bohu. Paralysis toxin is like this. The recipe for nourished lamb soup is the same. As a seeded player, Wang Bohu should have more cards in his hand than I do. Wang Bohu's weight in Tang Yu's heart increased again, but he would not have any other thoughts about Wang Bohu. He has his abilities and Tang Yu has Tang Yu's plugins. The facts also prove this. As an ordinary person, Tang Yu has relied on cheats and decisiveness to work his way up to where he is now, step by step. He will not belittle himself, nor will he look down on others. After regaining his composure, Tang Yu focused his attention on the meat dog. According to Wang Bohu, after the battle last night, Rugu suffered a lot of losses. At this moment, he also guessed why Rugu was so determined to fight against Cabin. In all likelihood, it was because of Stephen Zhou, and his other identity was the younger brother of the mysterious man behind Quella City. His nephew was killed by Rugu, and now his younger brother is also dead. If Tang Yu guessed correctly, the safety of Stephen Zhou should have been the responsibility of Rugu. Now that both of their relatives have met with danger at the hands of Rugu, Will the mysterious man not cause trouble for Rugu when he returns? Only in this situation would Rugu make the seemingly crazy and unwise move he made last night. In fact, he had no choice. Thinking of this, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel happy. Hey, this time it was all thanks to Wang Bohu. If Rugu had followed his original plan and launched a sneak attack, it would have been possible to wipe out 30% to 50% of the enemy's combatants before Cabin's group of refugees could react. If that happens, it will be a one-sided situation. The casualties among meat dogs will also be much less. But the result now is that both sides suffered losses. It can be said that the shot fired by Wang Bohu directly changed the outcome of the entire battle. It can be called the golden shot. Therefore, the risk of Tang Yu's actions tonight was unexpectedly reduced to the lowest. So Tang Yu found Wang Bohu again. 10 servings of nourished lamb soup were sent over directly. Tang Yu, brother, you've worked hard. Eat as much as you can and talk to me after you're done. Chapter 68 Wang Bohu's gift, daily intelligence, is useful again. Wang Bohu was a little confused when he looked at the 10 bowls of mutton soup that Tang Yu traded for him. Then he quickly understood what Tang Yu meant, and a smile appeared on his face. However, he glanced at the hiding place behind him, which was filled with various weapons, equipment, and ammunition. These are all the spoils he secretly brought back last night. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Then Wang Bohu seemed to have thought of something and searched in the backpack space. Reopen Tang Yu's private chat message. Wang Bo. Then I have to thank the great God. Thanks to your information, I made a lot of money last night, and even killed a follower of the evil god. This thing should be of some help to you. Here it is for you. Then a transaction information came through. Tang Yu completed the transaction, looked at the description of the item in his hand, fell into deep thought, and then his eyes lit up. Tang Yu. Okay, thank you. End the call. Tang Yu looked at the item in his hand with joy. Return this item to your backpack. Today's mission began immediately. Because he had to go to the trading building in the evening, Tang Yu planned to complete all the preparations in the morning, take a break in the afternoon, and recharge his energy for the evening's action. The temperature in the hiding place dropped again today, and Tang Yu could even see the white mist coming out of his mouth. My body shivered involuntarily. After eating a few bites of food, he quickly added the corresponding supplies to the basic materials consumed in making items in the kitchen and bathroom last night. After one night, lighting and ventilation ducts had all been upgraded to level 3, and Tang Yu directly upgraded hideout security. After filling the fireplace with wood, I came to the medical station. The supplies refreshed today were quite powerful, and Tang Yu was given an adrenaline injection directly. This is a very precious high-end medical supply. Carefully put away the injection, take out the various medical kits or surgical kits made yesterday, add basic low-level medical supplies, and reset the production list. After 2 days of continuous production of the medical station, the amount of advanced medical supplies in Tang Yu's hands has become considerable. The main reason is the third effect of medical station. Every time you make medical items, there is a 20% chance that the number of items will be increased by 1. Although the probability is low, with the continuous production of the medical station day and night, there is a sufficient base number to support it, and the additional number is very considerable. You have to know that what has been increased are high-level medical supplies, not low-level medical supplies. These are two completely different concepts. Afterwards, Tang Yu went to the intelligence center to extract today's daily intelligence. At 11 p.m., the polar blizzard will reach its maximum intensity. 15 minutes later, the polar blizzard will have a short intermittent period of no wind, which will last for 2 minutes, and then it will return to its maximum intensity and begin to weaken. Tang Yu frowned. This is exactly as mentioned in the previous weekly intelligence. Polar snow lotus. This catastrophic object appeared just when the polar blizzard was at its most intense. However, today's intelligence brings another piece of information. 15 minutes after the polar blizzard reaches its maximum intensity, that is, at 11:15 p.m., there will be a 2-minute intermittent windless period, after which the intensity of the storm will gradually weaken from its maximum intensity. In other words, as long as we can hold on until the next night, we can basically say that we have survived 70% of the disaster. Tang Yu understood. Then he immediately realized that this news was extremely important to him. No, if you count it this way, today is actually the last day to trade nourished lamb soup. We can still trade it tomorrow after the intensity of the polar blizzard decreases. However, when other survivors feel that the intensity of the polar blizzard has weakened, the trading volume will inevitably be greatly reduced, unless they are indeed infected with a cold and their lives are in danger. Damn, what a fuss! Tang Yu immediately listed the upgrade materials that the hideout urgently needed. Today, we must take advantage of the strongest polar blizzard to collect all the construction materials needed to upgrade the Level 2 Intelligence Center, Level 3 Generator Set, Level 2 Hideout Wall, and Hideout Holographic Barrier. Fortunately, most of the materials for upgrading or building these facilities have been obtained in the past 2 days, and only a few items are left for each. If we work hard today, there should be no problem. When the Intelligence Center is upgraded to Level 2, the Refugee Treasure Box facility that Tang Yu has been dreaming of can be built directly. The supplies were collected yesterday, and now everything is ready. Only the Level 2 Intelligence Center is missing. After all, these are the drawings that were discovered together with the Intelligence Center. After seeing the amazing capabilities of the Intelligence Center, Tang Yu was drooling over the refugee treasure chest. Fortunately, we have already made great progress, and we just need to go one step further. Tang Yu quickly compiled a list of the materials he needed to purchase and sent it to the World Channel. He also took out all the current stocks of nourished lamb soup and prepared for the transaction. After working hard yesterday afternoon and evening, we have produced around 120 servings of nourished lamb soup. We can still produce 8 bowls of mutton soup per hour, so we should be able to supply them. Tang Yu has made up his mind that as long as there are suitable items and the prices are not too outrageous, he will make all the deals. There is only one purpose, which is to take advantage of today's most severe disaster day to trade all the materials currently needed. City, Tang Yu, nourished lamb soup picture brothers, the temperature will drop further today. Those who don't have lamb soup should get it as soon as possible. The quantity is limited. Today we are purchasing low-level medical supplies, low-level food, beverages, various chemical materials, chemical raw materials, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, etc., confidential information, graphics cards, disaster coins, rare items. If you have these materials, please email me directly. Many survivors were actually waiting for Tang Yu's acquisition information today. Because of Tang Yu's acquisition of low-level materials yesterday, everyone was looking forward to his acquisition target today. As expected, when seeing Tang Yu's acquisition plan today, many survivors laughed. Because among the materials purchased by Tang Yu were things they had, especially some survivors from the mining areas. In fact, many of them have found the explosives processing room and collected a lot of chemical raw materials. But these things have been tried before, and no one needed them at all, so they became the supplies at the bottom of the box. Seeing that they could trade these things for the most sought-after item on the market, nourished lamb soup, everyone was excited. Chapter 69. The green radish splits into subplants and the backpack space is strengthened. Tang Yu took a look at the increasing private chat messages. He didn't check it immediately, preparing to deal with it later. Return to the rest area. Breathing green ivy was watered with 3,000 milliliters of pure water and a bottle of Type 2 plant growth solution yesterday. After a night of growth, an aerial root actually grew out on its long branches and leaves. On another branch, an aerial root bud has also emerged. Tang Yu showed an expression that said as expected. This first seedling was just as he expected, because it had already spent a day, and under the effect of Type 2 plant growth fluid, it quickly divided. I quickly checked the information of breathing green radish. The panel shows that a seedling has matured. All you need to do is cut off the branch with aerial roots and bury it directly in the soil or put it in pure water, and the seedling will survive directly. The other aerial root that has just sprouted will only have to wait until tonight to mature again. Good. I can get one more seed plant. Tang Yu found a flower pot, filled it with the humus soil he bought yesterday, then cut off the branches and leaves of the green ivy with aerial roots and inserted them into the humus soil. 1,000 milliliters of pure water was poured on the humus soil, and it was obvious that the branches and leaves of the green radish stretched out and swayed gently, as if it was in a good mood. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the information on the panel indicating that everything was normal. This was his first time doing this kind of planning work, and he was a little nervous. But fortunately, the result is good. The number of rare plants increases by 1. After watering the 3,000 milliliters of pure water needed by the mother plant of breathing green radish today, Tang Yu looked at the statue of Guandi next to him. Go to the restroom to clean your face, hands, and perfume. After completing a set of established procedures, he stood in front of the statue with a solemn expression. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. Today's prayers were completed. Tang Yu held up 3 sticks of sandalwood, bowed 3 times respectfully, and inserted the sandalwood into the incense burner. Tang Yu is feeling pretty good right now. He has a feeling that today will be a big win. Without hesitation, Tang Yu immediately opened the Super Monopoly panel. Just roll the dice. Then he closed his eyes calmly. Recite silently in your heart. Big red hand, big red hand. Finally, the sound of the dice jumping stopped. Tang Yu opened his eyes. But before he could see the exact number, the mini Tang Yu on the Monopoly map started jumping. It stopped directly on a square. Tang Yu's eyes suddenly widened. That is, the pattern on the small square was a box, but there was a question mark sign on it. Different from the square of unexpected events, this square gave Tang Yu the feeling more like a blind box. The next moment, the Super Tycoon indeed verified Tang Yu's guess. Survivors receive random enhancements, and the enhancement target is backpack space. As soon as the mechanical prompt sounded, all the items stored in the backpack space fell to the ground. The backpack space underwent tremendous changes under Tang Yu's gaze. The first change is that the backpack space has become larger, and the number of space grids it can carry has increased from 5 grids to 100 grids, a full 20 times increase. The second change was what surprised Tang Yu the most. He came to the generator set and looked at the electric snowmobile that was traded yesterday. Place your right hand on the electric snowmobile and let your mind rotate. There was nothing in front of Tang Yu, and in his backpack space, one of the originally empty inventory slots had been occupied, and in it was the snowmobile that he had just seen. Fuck, this is outrageous. This discovery made Tang Yu open his eyes wide. That's a snowmobile. The weight alone is about 300 kilograms. But after putting it into the backpack, Tang Yu did not feel any weight at all. This was the third change he discovered. So Tang Yu went crazy and did experiments in his hiding place. Various things are put into the backpack space one by one. Finally, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Ah, that's awesome. Holy shit. Tang Yu was very sure that after the backpack space was strengthened, it was completely out of the influence of normal rules. Regardless of the size and weight of the item, as long as it fits into the current backpack space, each item only takes up 1 space and has no weight. As for the same kind of items, as long as the model, specification, capacity, etc. are consistent, they can be stacked together and only occupy 1 inventory slot. However, after using an item, it cannot be stacked with other items of the same type. It's like 2 bottles of the same water can be stacked together. But if you drink half of a bottle of water and put it back into the backpack space, it will have to occupy 1 more slot. These changes made Tang Yu ecstatic. However, the enhanced backpack space also has a corresponding defect. That is, he can no longer equip any backpack containers to increase the number of his inventory. Although it can still be equipped with ammunition, this is a minor flaw. However, Tang Yu quickly tried out a solution. Although the backpack container can no longer be equipped, the set is not affected at all. You just need to place items in the backpack container, although you cannot place 1 item per grid like Tang Yu's backpack space. However, a backpack container filled with supplies only takes up 1 item slot when it is stored in the backpack space. This leaves a lot of room for maneuver. As long as you have enough large capacity containers, you can definitely take away a considerable amount of things. Tang Yu collected the items that had just fallen on the ground one by one. Some commonly used small items, such as keys, key cards, medical supplies, armor-piercing bullets, and other items, were all put into the previous camel outdoor backpack. Finally, put the backpack into the inventory. Looking at the clean and tidy backpack space, Tang Yu smiled. After studying the backpack space, Tang Yu also saw the wealth points he gained today. He now owns a total of 5 properties, namely Huayuan Metro Station, Hanlumen Club, City Hospital, Baida Park, and Kailua City Trading Center. Today, these properties have earned Tang Yu a total of 425 points, plus the remaining 96 points from purchasing the trading center yesterday, which means that Tang Yu currently has 521 wealth points. Nodding slightly, Tang Yu closed the Super Monopoly panel. I just don't know when I'll come across that store again. The things inside are really wonderful. P.S. There will be another chapter at 9 o'clock. Please support me and read on. At least 3 chapters a day. I guarantee you will enjoy it. Please. Chapter 70, RGO Grenade. Modified X2, Hideout Facility Upgrade. I recalled once again the various rare and powerful items, cards, and features I saw in that store yesterday. Tang Yu began to feel itchy. He sighed slightly, a smile on his face. This is still too greedy. He now possesses strength far beyond that of a normal survivor. As long as he proceeds steadily, he will be able to survive in this Doomsday game for a very long time. Retract your thoughts. Come to the explosives workbench. The desktop is already filled with electronic components, lithium batteries, capacitors, etc. He now wants to make the remote-controlled detonator for the remote-controlled emulsion explosive. Fortunately, the process is not complicated or dangerous. The production of the most dangerous emulsion explosives was completed yesterday. Therefore, under the guidance and effect of the explosives production skill, Tang Yu placed the last lithium battery. In less than an hour, Tang Yu completed the modification of the required remote-controlled detonator and also made certain performance changes to the mobile phone. Logically speaking, Tang Yu had never come into contact with these things before, but the amazing thing is that as long as he wanted to assemble the parts in front of him and transform them into the remote-controlled detonator needed for emulsion explosives, it's as if it has been done countless times, very natural and skillful. This also made Tang Yu curious about the Doomsday game again. He began to understand that the most valuable things in this Doomsday game did not seem to be the weapons and equipment. Rather, it is the various skill books obtained during these explorations and survival. Tang Yu seemed to have some direction on what he wanted to collect next. He stood up and took the emulsion explosives made yesterday from the 4th-tier shelf behind him and began to install the remote-controlled detonation device one by one. The whole process took less than half an hour to complete. The last step is to wrap sticky paper on the back of the emulsion explosive. In this way, 20 pieces of remote-controlled emulsion explosives are completely produced. Information about remote control emulsion explosives appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Remote control emulsion explosive. Type: explosive item. Number of grids occupied: 2 by 1. Remote control radius: 100 meters. Explosion delay: 0.5 seconds. Explosion strength: 150. Explosion radius: octobre 2020 meters. Concussion radius: 30 meters. Note 1. Please stay away from the explosion radius. Cherish your life, and stay away from explosives. Note 2. Please do not stick steel balls, nails, or other objects on the surface of explosives, as this is very dangerous. TSK, TSK. Looking at the information panel of remote control emulsion explosives, Tang Yu was shocked. This is simply a powerful weapon. If it explodes within 20 meters, there is a high probability that someone will die. If there are some other small objects around and they are splashed in the explosion, it will be very dangerous even if they are 30 meters away. Then he saw the second note on the explosives information panel. Fuck, can you play like this? Tang Yu was stunned at first. Then he patted his thigh and laughed. Ha, I'm so stupid. He immediately came to the warehouse where all the miscellaneous supplies were placed. Soon he took out a dozen thin square objects. 5mm steel ball. Type: other materials. Introduction. This is a very common steel ball, which seems to be needed on some mechanical parts. That's it. Tang Yu found a bottle of super glue. Go back to the explosives workbench and collect 15 pieces of remote control emulsion explosives on the table. The 5 remaining explosives were placed on the workbench. Tang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly unpacked the steel balls. Hundreds of round steel balls fell into the basin he had prepared. Then he picked up steel balls and glue and began to modify the emulsion explosives. Half an hour later, Tang Yu looked at the 5 remote control emulsion explosives. Modified into RGO grenades. Modified, placed on the table, and smiled wickedly. At this moment, the explosives on the table have completely changed their appearance. Whether it was the emulsion explosive or the surface of the RGO grenade, Tang Yu covered them all with densely packed steel balls. If someone with trypophobia sees this, their scalp will definitely go numb. You can imagine what kind of effects will occur when these explosives or grenades explode, especially the RGO grenades, which will produce 85 F1 shrapnel when they explode, and now Tang Yu has added so many steel balls. I'm afraid that anyone who is hit by this grenade will have his whole body turned into a sieve. By putting these life-saving weapons into the backpack, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, the temperature in the hiding place has dropped to -5 degrees Celsius, and the fireplace is burning nonstop. Tang Yu was able to stay on the explosives workbench for so long thanks to the Rabbit brand military coat he was wearing. But even so, by this time, his feet and legs were already numb from the cold. Tang Yu came to the kitchen and immediately finished a bowl of freshly made nourished lamb soup. Under the effect of rising yang energy, he came back to life. If I had known, I would have brought 2 bowls of mutton soup directly. This is frozen for me. After such a long time, the security gate of the hideout has been upgraded. Due to the lack of special blueprints, Level 3, hideout security, like Level 3, lighting, and Level 3, ventilation duct, all retain their previous effects and make some enhancements. Hideout security. The silent performance and defense capabilities have been enhanced by about 10%. Lighting. The previous energy-saving bulbs were replaced with LED lights, which are brighter and safer, will not generate excess heat or burn out, and the power consumption is further reduced. In fact, the importance of the effect of ventilation duct has been greatly reduced now because of breathing green ivy. Even the ventilation performance and toxic gas discharge efficiency that Tang Yu valued most before pale in comparison to the powerful purification effect of breathing green ivy. However, although its actual usage function is no longer important, its position in the upgrade of hideout facilities is still very solid. For example, if you want to upgrade the generator set to level 3 ventilation duct is one of the necessary conditions. This is also the reason why Tang Yu went to great lengths to upgrade the ventilation ducts. Now, all 3 facilities have been upgraded, and today's work in the hideout has been completed. Now you can also devote your full attention to private messages and selecting items for trading. Sit on a single sofa and warm yourself by the fireplace. When Tang Yu opened the private chat mailbox, the first item he saw made his eyes light up. This thing is quite interesting. Chapter 71 Shark Skin Diving Suit. The man who stirred up the entire trading market. Shark Skin Diving Suit. Type. Rare item. Effect 1. When in water, water friction resistance is reduced by 30%. Water wave resistance is reduced by 30%, and water shape resistance is reduced by 30%. Effect 2. Swimming speed plus 40%, physical strength consumption minus 30%. Introduction. The diving swimsuit designed to imitate shark skin has been greatly sought after by swimming enthusiasts since its launch. The effect of this dress is simply a treasure for dealing with the upcoming Doomsday flood disaster. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. He now has the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion. As long as he synthesizes this potion, Tang Yu will have the ability to breathe underwater and control water. If he adds this shark skin diving suit, his mobility in the underwater world will be greatly improved. Tang Yu contacted the other party immediately, only to find out that he had caught a cold and was in critical condition. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the item for trading. The other party was born near the coastline and originally planned to use this diving suit to explore the underwater world after surviving this extreme cold disaster. At this moment, the only way to survive is to trade. In the end, Tang Yu consumed 3 bowls of mutton soup and 2 canned meat, as well as 2 antipyretic tablets and 2 tablets of amoxicillin antibiotics in exchange for this rare item. These supplies are enough for this person to survive this disaster. After all, as long as they can survive tonight, the intensity of the blizzard will decrease starting tomorrow. The good start made Tang Yu a little happy. Then continue to check private chat messages. His trading tasks today are very heavy. Today is the best time to obtain materials for upgrading the Level 2 Intelligence Center, Level 3 Generator Set, and Level 2 Hideout Wall. If we can't make the deal today, the possibility of making the deal will be very slim once the intensity of the snowstorm weakens significantly tomorrow. After this group of newcomers have survived this disaster and completely integrated into the real Doomsday game, the value of these high-end materials may be several times, even dozens of times, higher than it is now. Tang Yu knew just by thinking about it that the newbies who survived this time would definitely become the favorites of the old survivors after the worlds merged. Just keep your eyes on the various high-end materials or rare items on them. Anyone who can survive a real Doomsday game must be a veteran. It is a world where the survivors prevail. In order to survive, is there anything you can't do? Even if you meet survivors from the same blue planet, you must be more careful. Not to mention that in addition to the Blue Star people, there is also a group of survivors of all races who only exist in training books. Compared to humans, the survivors of all races are the real opponents and enemies. If we are all human beings, there is still a possibility of joining forces. Then when facing all races, it will be a life and death battle. This is also something that was mentioned repeatedly before he entered the Doomsday game. Speaking of which, the 10,000 races should also regularly integrate new people into the Doomsday game. Retract your scattered thoughts. This time it took more than an hour, and under the pressure of survival, Tang Yu collected most of the materials to upgrade the 3 facilities. But every facility was missing 1 or 2 of the most important items. Intelligence Center, still missing Confidential Intelligence X2. Generator Set is also missing 1 injector and 1 thermostat. Hidden Place Wall is missing 1 wall-breaking hammer. Tang Yu finally couldn't wait any longer. I contacted Wang Bohu immediately, but I don't know if he has woken up now. However, Wang Bohu's message was sent quickly. Wang Bohu, what happened to the great master? Tang Yu, oh my god, you haven't slept yet. Wang Bohu, I was asleep. Your message woke me up. Tang Yu realized that Wang Bohu had set his message to reminder status. I feel a little guilty. Tang Yu, sorry. But is your number of speeches on the World Channel still there today? Wang Bohu, I'm here. Master, what do you want to say? I'll help you post it. So Tang Yu told Wang Bohu his request. Soon, in the World Channel. City, Wang Bohu. Everyone, you should ask me to inform everyone that before 7 o'clock tonight, anyone who has confidential documents, fuel injectors, thermostats, and wall-breaking hammers will be bought at the price of 10 bowls of mutton soup. Only before 7 o'clock tonight. Friends who have these items should not miss the opportunity to. This piece of news did attract the attention of many survivors. If one were to ask what item was the most popular these days, it would undoubtedly be the nourished lamb soup in Tang Yu's hand. Normally, even if it was a rare item, there would be at most 3 or 4 bowls of mutton soup, but now it has been increased to 10 bowls. Now, some people are really tempted. Of course, the most important thing is that Tang Yu's price this time is very high. That's why this situation happened. In fact, in addition to Tang Yu trading mutton soup, there are also some survivors selling nourished mutton soup on a small scale on the World Channel. These people had traded with Tang Yu before, and they basically had more or less extra amounts of nourished lamb soup in their hands. In addition, Tang Yu did not purchase all materials. The materials he purchased were all items related to these, or various high-end materials, such as graphics cards, rare items, and other items. If the trading markets of all survivors at this stage are divided into 3 levels of markets, high, medium, and low, then nourished mutton soup is undoubtedly circulated in the high-end market and a small amount of the mid-end market. As for the low-level material market, unless it is the materials that Tang Yu specifically requests to purchase, such as medical supplies, electronic components, food, and other categories, it is really difficult to trade other types of materials with Tang Yu for nourished mutton soup. For example, wood, which is essential for heating, and cotton, wool, and other materials for making warm clothing should have been the most in-demand items at this stage. However, Tang Yu had sufficient reserves of these supplies and did not have the energy to resell them. All his energy was invested in upgrading the facilities in his hideout and obtaining the disaster artifact, Polar Snow Lotus. So he won't buy it at all. However, these survivors are in great need of Tang Yu's nourished mutton soup. After all, in this extremely cold weather, no one can guarantee that they will not be infected with cold. This leads to serious supply imbalance. As a result, many middlemen appeared in the entire low and mid-end material trading market. Those survivors who had extra nourished mutton soup used the mutton soup to trade with other survivors for large amounts of wood, cotton, wool, and other cold-resistant supplies that were currently very expensive. By completing various transactions with other survivors through these cold-resistant supplies, you can earn a large amount of low and medium-level supplies and prepare to survive the first round of disasters. In the hands of these people, a bowl of mutton soup is a huge fortune. It was precisely because of this that when Tang Yu contacted Wang Haoyu yesterday and expressed his willingness to trade nourished mutton soup for the Guangdong statue, the other party was so excited. It's all because of profit. Even if they don't use it themselves, trading it out would still be a very cost-effective deal. So when he saw this message sent by Tang Yu's official mouthpiece, Wang Bohu, all of a sudden, all the survivors who had the supplies Tang Yu needed were interested. However, some people hesitated. Although they did not know the value of the items in their hands, the items that could make Tang Yu spend such a high price to trade must be worth a lot. They began to swing back and forth between keeping and trading. Chapter 72 Upgrading, Hideout Wall, Tang Yu's little notebook. Tang Yu had no idea how his action would shock other survivors. After he saw Wang Bohu helped him send the message, just check the private chat messages again. But this time his attention was focused on the transactions of low-level materials. The low-level supplies that the survivors who traded with him today brought out rarely included items, such as medical supplies and electronic components. Basically, the survivors who had these supplies had already traded all that needed to be traded yesterday. Therefore, today, it is mainly the survivors from the mining areas or cities who want to trade nourished mutton soup with Tang Yu through the chemical raw materials in their hands. Tang Yu also quickly communicated with both parties based on the numbers provided by these people. The transaction can be completed directly. If the other party's number is too small and the value is not enough to exchange for a bowl of nourished lamb soup, Tang Yu will also state it directly and see what the other party means. So half an hour passed. Inside the hiding place, Not only the 4 shelves were full. Tang Yu contacted Wang Haoyu in the forest area again and asked him to help him make 2 more 4-layer shelves. Only then can these chemical raw materials be properly stored. Looking at the hiding place, which was now a bit crowded, Tang Yu frowned slightly. The space in this hiding place is still too small. Tang Yu's current hiding place is the result of an upgrade through an upgrade scroll. The area has also increased from the original 82 square meters to more than 200 square meters now. It was originally quite spacious. However, over the past few days, the facilities in the hideout have been continuously upgraded and renovated, and more supplies have been stored. Now I feel like I can't do anything. He rubbed his swollen temples. This is really a lot of things. It's like the gourd on this side hasn't been pressed down yet, but the ladle on the other side has already floated up. Take your time. Tang Yu yawned and made himself another cup of black tea to refresh himself. Look at the information again. Obviously, the information Wang Bohu just gave worked. 3 people contacted Tang Yu directly to ask if he would really exchange those items for 10 bowls of nourished lamb soup. Tang Yu answered in the affirmative. The 3 people sent over information about the items they owned. 2 survivors have the wall-breaking hammer and fuel injector, which are the supplies for upgrading the generator and hideout wall. They quickly completed the transaction with Tang Yu. At this point, all the material conditions are met to upgrade hideout wall, insulation wall from level 1 to level 2. After obtaining the injector, the only item left for the generator set is the thermostat. Coincidentally, this thermostat is in the hands of the 3rd survivor who is looking for a trade. Tang Yu was originally very happy, but after seeing that the item the other party wanted to trade was 15 bowls of nourished lamb soup, his expression became subtle. The thing he was most worried about happened. After thinking about it, Tang Yu replied, City, Tang Yu. Brother, 10 bowls of mutton soup, the price is already very high. Can you change it? This is a test. Reserve station, Duan Shui. Yushin, isn't this what you've been looking for? I almost died trying to get this thing. 15 bowls of mutton soup, no less. Looking at the other party's reply, Tang Yu's eyes flickered. His eyes kept switching back and forth between the person's profile picture and the message, analyzing the underlying meaning of the other person's words. He wanted this thermostat very much, but the other party's attitude clearly showed that he had it in his hands. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tang Yu pursed his lips slightly. He could still take out 15 bowls, so as long as he could get this thing, it would be a good deal. City Tang Yu. Sure, let's trade. Unexpectedly, this time the other party remained silent for a long time, and only a minute later did a new message come. Reserve station, Duan Shui. It seems that I am the only one among the survivors who has this thing. I have changed my mind now. I want 30 bowls of mutton soup. Tang Yu directly closed this guy's message box and blocked him. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that such a greedy person would never be satisfied. Tang Yu was sure that as long as he could agree to the other party's condition of 30 bowls, this guy would immediately change his mind and ask for 50 bowls. Reserve station, Duan Shui. Interesting. I'll keep you in mind. This is the second name Tang Yu has remembered so far. The first one's name is Sandy. He has never been a person who repays evil with kindness. He believes more in revenge. Especially in Doomsday games, good people definitely won't live long. Now it's the first round of disasters, and everyone will be born in different areas. Just remember them slowly. There will always be opportunities in the future. Cheer up. Maybe it was to compensate Tang Yu. Immediately, someone traded confidential information with Tang Yu. However, in addition to 10 bowls of mutton soup, the other party also wanted to trade a submachine gun. Tang Yu agreed immediately. It's because confidential intelligence is really too scarce. He simply traded one of the 2 silent submachine guns that were delivered to the hospital last time. The transaction went very smoothly. At this point, the only items he needed were a confidential document and a thermostat. After quickly checking the private chat messages and finding that there was no material he needed, Tang Yu simply cleared the private chat mailbox and continued to wait for new messages. He also took out the upgrade materials for hideout wall, insulation wall. Hideout wall, insulation level 1. Type, hideout facility. Effect, temperature loss rate in the hiding place minus 60%, silence plus 40%. Next stage, hideout security, level 2, ventilation duct level 2, generator set level 2, battering hammer X1, toolbox X1, metal parts X5, foam sealant X10, duct tape X5, wire X15, bag of screws X3. Upgrade time, 120 minutes. The current upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. The wall immediately turned into a curtain of light. It will be done in 2 hours, which is not bad. Now there are only the intelligence center and the generator group left. Sigh slightly. But Tang Yu was not discouraged. I looked at the time. After such a long trading session, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. I checked the private chat mailbox again and still did not find the 2 items, confidential information and thermostat. Tang Yu returned to the rest area and got back into bed. It's time to recharge your energy. Tonight's action is very critical. Tang Yu must ensure that he is in sufficient mental and physical condition. So he set an alarm for 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu closed his eyes and his breathing gradually became even. And just as he was resting for the evening's action, reserve station area, Duan Shuai, who had just been blocked by Tang Yu, waited for a while but did not see any reply from Tang Yu. So he sent a message to Tang Yu. As a result, I saw a prompt that I was blocked. So he immediately opened his private chat box. Duan Shuai, brother, that Tang Yu blocked me. Are we being too harsh? After a few seconds, the other party's message was sent. Lu Qingming. Damn, that woman's surname Sang is unreliable. She said that this man's surname Tang would spend a lot of money if he needed something urgently. Lu Qingming, forget it, just block him. I will contact Tang in the evening. Didn't he agree to your request for 15 bowls of mutton soup? I will order 15 bowls in the evening. This idiot doesn't know how to make money. It's a waste for him to have such a good thing. Chapter 73. Seeing Shoqing, go to the trading center and set off. It was very quiet inside the hiding place. There was only the occasional crackle of wood in the fireplace and the sound of the generator working. A soft snoring sound could be vaguely heard on the comm. Ding dong! The alarm rang, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu stretched and yawned. Then he quickly got up and went to the bathroom, where he washed up briefly. I opened the private chat box, but still no one wanted to trade those 2 items. Suppress the disappointment and anxiety in your heart. But he saw that Wang Haoyu sent him something interesting. See hand green. Category, fungi. Effect, 30 minutes after consumption. The following abnormal conditions will occur depending on the amount consumed. Gastroenteritis, neuropsychiatric disorders, hemolysis, renal necrosis, myolysis. Introduction. This is a very delicious food. Throughout the years, some people have been poisoned repeatedly in order to taste its deliciousness. Note, after heating at a temperature above 100 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, the toxicity will be reduced by 95%, and it can be eaten normally. Please use the antidote in time after poisoning. Gastroenteritis. Type, abnormal status. Effect 1. Physical strength minus 50%, vitality minus 40, health minus 30. Effect 2. After 20 minutes, there is a 30% chance of becoming dehydrated and vomiting blood, and health points will drop at a rate of 7 health points per second. Neuropsychiatric disorders. Type, abnormal status. Effects, hallucinations occur, along with cognitive impairment. Hemolysis. Type, abnormal status. Effect 1. Physical strength minus 30%, health minus 30, vitality minus 40, unable to stop bleeding after being hurt. Effect 2. 15% chance of death or fainting after 15 minutes. Myolysis. Type, abnormal status. Effect 1. Movement speed minus 30%, operation speed minus 25%, load minus 80%. Effect 2. When attacking an enemy, there is a 20% chance that a certain amount of health will be lost due to the recoil of the gun. The amount of health lost depends on the recoil of the gun. Tang Yu showed a surprised expression. It turned out to be giant shouting. Moreover, the above abnormal states are a bit too strong. He had tasted it once before he traveled through time, and it was also during that time that he had a whole night of love affair with his dog at home. From then on, he completely stayed away from this thing. But now, Tang Yu's eyes turned, and he had an idea in his mind. He was becoming more and more interested in these strange things. If used well, it can produce miraculous effects. City Tang Yu, how many of these things do you have? Give them all to me. Forest. Wang Haoyu. I knew you would like these things, Master Yu. My friend collected them a few days ago. He still has about 20 of them. I'll get them for you right now. Tang Yu was also stunned when he heard this. How could they be friends again? Last time, Tan Xiang was also his friend. Does this guy have so many friends? It happened very quickly, only about 3 minutes. Wang Haoyu sent the transaction information. Tang Yu took a look and saw that there were 27 of them. Give Wang Haoyu 2 bowls of mutton soup directly. City, Tang Yu, if you come across this kind of good stuff again, keep it for me. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. After closing the page, Tang Yu directly put the 27 giant Shaoqing into the backpack space. I went to the kitchen and ate a bowl of nourished lamb soup with ginseng, angelica, and wolfberry, and gained energetic and a buff of minus 30% physical strength consumption within 2 hours and plus 20% strength. Notice that the hideout wall has been successfully upgraded to level 2, and it looks thicker than before. In terms of effect, it has been strengthened on the basis of the previous effects. Then Tang Yu began to organize his equipment. It's already 7:15. There are still 3 hours and 45 minutes until 11 p.m. The trading center building is about 3 kilometers away from the Huayuan subway station, so he has to hurry to get there. Primary weapon: PP 91-01 Ketterby silenced submachine gun. AK 101 assault rifle equipped with tactical flashlight laser combination accessories X1, CQB 5.56 x 45 muzzle brake X1, Monster Point 2 x 32 scope X1, RVG front grip X1, Mosin-Nagin sniper rifle, and spare ammunition and magazines filled with bullets for the above-mentioned firearms. Secondary weapon: Stechkin APB silenced automatic pistol. Melee weapons: 6H5 bayonet. As for throwing weapons, Tang Yu directly put the grenade box full of grenades into his backpack. Among them were the 2 RGO grenade, modified, that were modified by Tang Yu and filled with steel balls, and 2 stun bombs. The grenade box only takes up 1 inventory slot. Similarly, Tang Yu also put the 3 8x8 64 grid space suitcases that he brought back from room 903 of Somu Hotel into the backpack space. In addition, there is the 35 grid space container camel travel backpack that he already had in his backpack space. At this moment, 5 large-capacity space containers are directly stored in the backpack space. Then came the 15 normal remote-controlled emulsion explosives and 5 modified remote-controlled emulsion explosives made by Tang Yu, as well as 10 pieces of chewing gum emulsion explosives, and of course, miniature detonators specifically for detonating chewing gum emulsion explosives. The equipment is: the night cloak and black mask are specifically used for stealth. Armor protection: bulletproof hanger with level 5 bulletproof plate, level 4 bulletproof helmet, level 2 thickened military boots, 07A tactical gloves. Auxiliary equipment: goggles, digital headphones. Auxiliary combat items: paralysis toxin, 2/5 towel X1, and various supplies that might be used. Medical supplies: field surgical kit, first aid kit, ibuprofen painkillers. Food: nourished mutton soup, purified water, canned meat, energy drinks. Tang Yu put all these items into the backpack space, and he put on the freezer super low temperature resistant one-piece antifreeze suit he had worn before. This is his magical device for keeping warm during polar blizzards on his way to the trading building. When he was fully dressed and had connected the air-breathing mask, he came to the corridor at the entrance of the hideout. Finally, he looked back at the environment inside the hiding place. When he turned around again, there was only sharpness and tenacity left in his eyes. Come to the door of the hiding place and push it outwards. The sharpness and tenacity in Tang Yu's eyes disappeared, leaving only confusion. Why can't I push it? This time, Tang Yu directly used the strength of his shoulder to hit the door. Snap! Tang Yu had already rushed out of his hiding place through the door. He staggered to a stop and looked back. Only then did they see that the wall facing the gate of the hiding place was already covered with a layer of hard frost. Not only this wall, but the entire subway station is like the inner wall of a freezer at this moment, all covered with a thick layer of frost. Tang Yu also understood. Although the subway station will not be directly buried by the snowstorm, the impact is minimized. However, the extremely cold weather still froze the entire city. At this time, the outdoor temperature had reached 65 degrees Celsius. If Tang Yu had not been wearing this antifreeze suit, he would probably have been frostbitten by now. I just expressed my feelings briefly. Tang Yu walked towards the subway entrance. Although it was just past 7 o'clock in the evening in Quella City, the entire sky was already pitch black. The entrance of Huayuan Station is covered with thick snow, which looks to be at least 1.5 meters thick. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, accompanied by the howling of the cold wind, blowing up a layer of white mist. Tang Yu dug through the snow and then took out the electric snowmobile from the backpack space. After he climbed onto the snowmobile with difficulty, he looked at the direction and turned the right handle. The next moment, the snowmobile started slowly, turned the body to find the right direction, and disappeared silently in the vast snowstorm. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and a fierce cold wind smoothed out the wheel ruts. After a while, there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the subway entrance. Everything returns to the white world. Chapter 74. Clown Mask, Reappearance of the Traitor. Quella City Trading Center. Trading Hall. Due to the extreme cold, the entire city's power supply system has stopped and the city has fallen into darkness. More than 20 refugees were sitting around a huge fire, warming themselves by the bonfire. Do you think Cabin is really that strong? He was beaten like this even after being attacked by the boss and his men. More than 80 of his brothers died. A homeless person wearing a clown mask said this, stuffed the mouth of a bottle of whiskey into the hole at the mouth of the mask, and took a sip. Seeing this, the companions around him laughed and scolded. Clown, can't you just take off that lousy mask of yours? Hey, that won't work. I like clowns the most. The other person smiled, glanced at the location of the stairs, and then whispered, you know, this rugged guy usually lets us go to other places to occupy our own territory, but today he called us back. Do you know why? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became alert and looked at each other. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, the man smiled and took a sip of wine slowly. Don't waste your time. If you don't tell us, we won't listen. No, I'll tell you now. The man first chuckled. Then he whispered, I'm telling you, no one is allowed to talk nonsense. Rugu and his men didn't kill Cabin yesterday at all, as he said today. What? Cabin is still alive? Someone was shocked when he heard this. This situation is completely different from the information that Rugu told them in the afternoon. The others also showed shocked expressions. You never thought about it. We were all fooled by Rugu. Everything he said was nonsense. The man showed a smug expression. Let me tell you, my cousin also went to participate in the battle last night. You don't know how miserable it was. Shut up. Don't go off topic. What's going on with Cabin? Others reminded again. The man then said angrily, my cousin said that Caban finally escaped through the sewer. Not only did he run away, but more than a dozen of his men also ran away with him. That's why Rugu called us back. As soon as these words were spoken, the other refugees knew Rugu's plan. He was afraid that Cabin would come and kill him, so he asked them to protect him. Damn, I knew this fat pig couldn't hold his fart well. Okay, we're back anyway. Let's have a drink and we'll talk about the rest later. The clown mask greeted, handing the drinks at his feet to others. Come on, drink. Half an hour later, the group of people were already a little staggering under the influence of alcohol. Under the warm flames, they drank a sip of wine from time to time and ate a bite of food from the pot from time to time. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to flush the toilet. The clown mask struggled to get up and staggered towards the toilet. In this horrible weather, you can go to the toilet without having to use the water. Don't let yourself get frozen. Get lost. Do you think I am you? The clown cursed with a smile. But when he came to the toilet, he was suddenly no longer as drunk as before. Instead, he alertly pressed his body against the bathroom door and listened carefully to the noise outside. Make sure no one is following. Then he came to a urinal and took out a piece of paper and a red cloth from the crack in the wall behind the urinal. Just as he was about to open the note to check its contents, suddenly he felt a chill coming from behind him, and even though he was wearing an Arctic combat uniform, he couldn't help but shiver. I felt something was wrong. There's someone in the toilet. But that's not right. He personally confirmed that everyone downstairs was drinking by the campfire. These thoughts flashed through my mind for only a moment. Immediately, a towel appeared over his mouth and nose, and his whole body became paralyzed and unable to move. Tang Yu was wearing a night cloak and a black mask. Looking at the refugees who had fallen to the ground and were paralyzed, he had a thoughtful expression. He had sneaked in here a long time ago and had been observing these refugees outside, looking for opportunities. This clown is also someone he focuses on because his behavior is so outrageous that it is hard not to notice him. I confirmed from the virtual map that the other refugees were still staying by the campfire. Then he bent down, picked up the piece of paper and the red cloth from the homeless man wearing a clown mask, and checked the contents. The next moment, a trace of astonishment appeared on Tang Yu's face. He looked at the clown mask under his feet again, his eyes full of shock. Fuck. Why are all these refugees traitors? The note read, want to join the butcher boss? After you get those people on the first floor drunk, find a way to get rid of those sentries on the second floor of the trading hall before 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the butcher boss will bring people from the main gate to kill the dogs. Remember to wear the red armband on your left arm and go to meet them. Tang Yu was really shocked at this moment. This butcher is indeed a ruthless man. He He wants to take advantage of the opportunity to kill the meat dog when it is weak. He is indeed an old scoundrel, and this guy has developed more than one traitor within the meat dog. The person who wrote this note should be of a relatively high status, and might be the one who led Rugu to cabin last night. Tang Yu's eyes moved, and a bold idea appeared in his mind, making his heart beat wildly. Because the idea is just crazy. He then looked at the clown's mask lying on the ground, still in a paralyzed state. Through the 3 holes in the mask, he could see the fear and despair in the other's eyes. Tang Yu compared the 2 men's heights and builds and nodded slightly, not much different. Then he searched all the equipment and items on the other person and put them into the backpack space, while paying attention to the locations of other refugees on the virtual map. Glock 17x1, 6H5 bayonet x1, level 2 bulletproof vest x1, F1 grenade x3, sterile gauze x2. This guy's main weapon should be placed in the trading hall, and only some personal belongings are left. Then Tang Yu directly took off the refugee's coat, including the clown mask on his head. He dragged the refugee into a toilet cubicle and stabbed him in the heart with his bayonet, killing him with great pleasure. He pulled the bloody bayonet out of the refugee's chest, wiped the blood off his clothes, and then put it back into the backpack. The refugee was now face down, with blood from his heart gathering in the frozen toilet and then solidifying in the extreme cold, causing his body to quickly become cold. Fuck, it smells so bad. Tang Yu looked at the mask that already had some yellow stains with a look of disgust and resistance. He took out a bowl of mutton soup from his backpack and ate it in a few mouthfuls. His body then refreshed the duration of the yang qi rising state again. Tang Yu then took off his black mask and night cloak on his body. After some mental preparation, I put on the refugees' coats and masks. I looked in the bathroom mirror and saw that the difference was not that big, so I nodded with satisfaction. He turned around to look at the lifeless bodies of the refugees. Tang Yu closed the door of the compartment and opened the window that he had closed before. The cold wind blew snowflakes into the toilet, dispersing the bloody smell. Then he imitated the clown mask's walking posture and staggered towards the group of refugees. When Tang Yu staggered into the trading hall, "Clown, I thought you fell in and was about to rescue you." A refugee shouted at Tang Yu with a liar. "Nonsense, I found something good. Look what this is." Tang Yu spoke incoherently. On the other side, he lifted up the things he was holding in both hands. All the refugees were drunk at this moment, feeling drowsy, and their eyes were blurry. As Tang Yu intentionally imitated the clown's tone of voice, no one noticed anything wrong. These people all looked at what was in Tang Yu's hand, and then showed expressions of surprise. Chapter 75: Beef Mushroom Soup, Harvest in Drunkenness and Confusion. Looking at the items in Tang Yu's hand, all the refugees were very surprised. "Oh my god, canned meat and mushrooms, clown, where did you get them from?" Tang Yu dodged the hand stretched out by these people and laughed exaggeratedly. "Hey, I found it behind a flower pot outside the toilet. Someone must have hidden it here, and now it's ours. Ah, good job, clowns. These guys are living comfortably in the base camp. They can even eat fresh mushrooms. It's hard for us to even eat canned ones. Stop talking. Put these into the pot quickly and eat them soon." That's right. This time Tang Yu didn't hide anymore. The canned food and the giant shouking in his hand were snatched away by the refugees. They took out their military knives and started cutting the giant shouking. "What kind of mushroom is this? Why is it turning blue? It can't be poisonous." Tang Yu yelled with an unhappy look on his face. "Get lost. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. This is a good thing. Have you guys ever seen wild mushrooms? Yeah, I still can't tell the names of vegetables apart. Why think so much? Let's eat." That's right. It's been a long time since I've seen fresh food. Watching the canned beef and green onion being cooked in the pot, Tang Yu's masked eyes narrowed slightly, but he shouted, "Don't snatch it from me later. I found this food, and it can't be cooked for too long, otherwise it won't taste good. If anyone snatches it from me later, don't blame me for being anxious." Hearing this, the other refugees sneered. "Bullshit, whoever grabs it first gets it." Tang Yu responded while checking the distribution of refugees on the virtual map. On the way here on his snowmobile, he had already discovered that Rugu had obviously learned from Cabin's lesson yesterday. He had set up sentries at the 3 locations with the best views on the 2nd floor of the trading hall, keeping an eye on the surrounding situation. It was precisely because of this discovery and the addition of more than 20 refugees to the trading building. Tang Yu took some time to make a big circle and came to the back of the trading building. After taking back the snowmobile and antifreeze suit, he relied on the rising yang buff and the effects of night cloak and black mask to withstand the blizzard and finally sneaked into the bathroom through the window. This was all thanks to the polar blizzard that caused a power outage throughout the city, which made it possible in the pitch darkness. I looked at the time. It was already 9:20 in the evening. The butcher would be here in less than 40 minutes. He turned his eyes and looked at a refugee who was obviously the leader and said, "Do you want to send some to the brothers on the sentry post?" Hearing Tang Yu's words, the other party was slightly stunned. They're the meat dogs people. Who cares whether they live or die? Then he waved his hand. "I'll send you there." Tang Yu chuckled. After a few minutes, the food in the pot kept tumbling, and the aroma of canned beef and mushrooms wafted out. The refugees around were all swallowing their saliva. Seeing this, Tang Yu took a stainless steel basin, came to the pot, poured half a basin of beef and mushroom soup, and walked upstairs. "Don't eat them secretly. Wait until I come back before eating them, especially those mushrooms. You hear me?" A group of refugees agreed with a laugh, but as soon as Tang Yu turned the corner of the stairs in the trading hall, everyone reached their spoons into the pot at the same time, aiming at the big pieces of beef and the delicious mushrooms. The moment Tang Yu went upstairs, he caught sight of the refugee's movements out of the corner of his eye. He narrowed his eyes slightly and waited for 2 more minutes at the stairs before walking upstairs. When he reached the second floor, his eyes stopped at the position of the sentry closest to him. The other person was curled up in a thermal blanket and a cold-proof bag, looking at the situation outside the trading building nonchalantly. A cigarette hung from his lips, the scarlet standing out in the darkness. Tang Yu shook his head silently. The refugees were indeed unreliable. His arrival was seen by the refugees who were on duty. "What are you doing here?" "I made some beef and mushroom soup. Bring some up to the brothers to warm them up. If the people above don't care about us, we have to care about ourselves. Don't be polite. These are all for you." Tang Yu's words were obviously beyond the other party's expectations. Beef and mushroom soup? When Tang Yu walked up to the other party, the refugee looked at the steaming food in Tang Yu's hand and the fragrant aroma, and his throat couldn't help but move. "Hurry up and call the other brothers to come over and have some hot soup to warm themselves up. We can't afford to lose a few minutes on guard. You have to stay up all night. If Kaban really comes tonight, you just need to keep an eye on the front door, and you won't go wrong. We are here anyway." Upon hearing this, the refugee looked at Tang Yu with some surprise and nodded slightly. He immediately put his right hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. After just a few minutes, 2 people came over. I was also a little surprised to see Tang Yu's voice. "Baizi, you are on guard. What are you calling us here for?" "Hey, we don't need to be on guard for a while. This brother brought us a pot of beef and mushroom soup. Let's eat it quickly. We are freezing." The 2 also saw the pot of beef and mushroom soup, and their attitudes changed immediately. They began to treat Tang Yu as brothers. "Okay, eat quickly." The 3 of them no longer hesitated and started to feast around the stainless steel basin. "What a nice smell. This mushroom has a really strong flavor." "What kind?" "Who cares? It's been a while since I had fresh food." Seeing that the 3 of them had already started eating, Tang Yu checked the time. Exactly 9:35. He smiled and greeted the 3 people, then walked downstairs. Sure enough, when he returned, there were only 2 pieces of beef left in the pot. "Ha, clown, you're back late. You guys." Hearing Tang Yu's angry voice, everyone laughed. Drink. I'll treat you to a good meal tomorrow." As the time slowly approached 10 o'clock, all the refugees were already drunk. Under the influence of alcohol and penicillin, each refugee showed symptoms of mental confusion and had more or less hallucinations. "Fuck, boss, when are you gonna grow horns on your head? I want them too." "Bullshit. There's a fairy talking to me above my head. Ha ha ha. Drink. This wine is good. It jumps up and pours into my mouth." Tang Yu was making jokes while moving among the refugees, touching one person and stealing another. All the refugees just giggled and ignored him. At this time, the sentry upstairs also heard the noise downstairs and asked Tang Yu, "Brother, what's going on downstairs?" "It's okay. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to persuade them." "Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be easy." Perhaps because Tang Yu had delivered food before, the sentry didn't think much about it. "Okay, brother, just watch." Then he returned to his position. Tang Yu's expression at this time was full of smiles. F1 Grenade X28. RGD 5 Grenade X8. Stun Bomb X5. AKM Assault Rifle X5. Vepr Hunter Carbine X2. VPR KM Carbine X2. MP9 Submachine Gun X5. AKS 74U Short Assault Rifle X6. Various pistols X22. Travel Bag 12 compartments X1. Various magazines, X43. Melee weapons, X22. Bank office key, X1. Supermarket manager's office key, X1. Corner clinic radiology room, key, X1. Oh, Rolex gold watch, X1. Doomsday coin is 163,000 yuan. One circle down. Basically, all the supplies that could be taken from the refugees were put into the backpack space. As for taking off the bullet hanger and bulletproof vest, it was too time-consuming and risky, so we gave up. Tang Yu looked at these already unconscious refugees with regret. What a pity! If I kill them all, will my ordinary level title of Enemy of the Refugees be upgraded? It's the only way. There's no time left. So he immediately stood up and walked to the back of the trading hall, where above was the trading building where Rugu and the others were sitting. Turn the corner and lean your back against the wall. Tang Yu looked at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. He looked back at the refugees who were still laughing around the campfire, and a smile appeared on his lips. Go ahead. I'll leave your inheritance to you. Then he quickly walked to the stairwell and climbed upstairs. Chapter 76. Insider, everyone on alert. Information receiver. Outside the trading building, in a house not far away, the butcher checked the time. The time is up. Everyone, go and attack the trading hall directly. Move quickly. The sentry should have been cleared. If you encounter someone with a red armband on his left arm, do not kill them. They are one of us. Understood, boss butcher. Tang Yu walked along the empty stairwell of the trading building. In the virtual map, except for the refugees in the trading hall, the rest are on the 20th floor. In the middle of the 20th floor is a huge suite, which should be where the meat dog is. There are 5 small rooms surrounding a huge hall. Currently, apart from 2 red spots of light in the hall, only the largest room has people in it, which should be the meat dog. The other 40 or 50 refugees were scattered in other rooms on the floor. Although the number of refugees does not match the number Wang Bo has said. However, Tang Yu could also guess that these should be the 20 or 30 people who survived last night, and the others should be those who stayed in the base camp last night. This meat dog is really afraid of death. He sneered in his heart. Looking at the distribution of refugees on the virtual map, and then looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock and 1 minute. It's time to speed up. The butcher should be launching an attack soon. Tang Yu ran upstairs quickly, and just when he climbed to the 19th floor, bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, echoing through the silent night sky and the trading building. Following Tang Yu's reminder, the sentry on the 2nd floor of the trading hall indeed focused his observation on the area in front of the trading hall. So when the butcher's team appeared on the street in front of the trading hall, they were immediately discovered by the sentry. The butcher's team immediately launched a counterattack, and for a moment, gunshots rang out everywhere. The 20 or so refugees on the 1st floor who had already developed hallucinations began to hide as a conditioned reflex after hearing the gunshots. But under the influence of hallucinations and cognitive impairment, it can only be described as a mess. The 3 sentries were quickly taken out. When the butcher's men rushed into the trading hall, they saw more than 20 refugees talking to themselves incomprehensibly. They were all stunned for a moment, but then they did what they were supposed to do. Da-da-da-da. A volley of bullets swept past, and all the refugees fell to the ground. Dozens, or even hundreds of refugees kept walking on the snow from the streets outside into the trading hall. The 3 sentries on the 2nd floor had already been cleared out immediately. Now the butcher's men have completely taken control of the 1st and 2nd floors of the trading hall. Under the protection of his younger brothers, the butcher, smoking a cigar, wearing thick polar combat uniform and a snow fox scarf around his neck, walked into the trading hall. He glanced at the fallen corpses and sneered. Sure enough, Rugu is leading a bunch of rubbish. And at this time, a man came to the butcher. Boss, we didn't find a spy with a red armband, and the sentry post wasn't cleared. What do you think? The butcher waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. He must have a special reason. Can't you see that those people have lost all their weapons? When the man heard the butcher's words, he was slightly stunned and looked at the refugees lying on the ground. Sure enough, all of these people's weapons were gone, so he went forward and searched for them. Not only the weapons, but all the equipment except the bulletproof vest and ammunition rack is gone. As he spoke, the man recalled the state of the refugees just now, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. I was wondering why these guys were acting so strangely when we came in just now. It must be the work of the insider. Although it's a bit strange what the subordinates are saying strangely. The butcher didn't ask any more questions. Okay, the meat dogs should have reacted. There aren't many of them. Let's go. While Tang Yu was fighting downstairs, He had already reached the 20th floor. There is actually electricity here. This floor is very bright under the light, and Tang, you can also hear the sound of the generator working. At this moment, the sound of fighting downstairs made all the refugees on the 20th floor realize that something was wrong. The sound of the meat dog appeared in the corridor. Hurry, hurry, grab your weapons. It must be that guy Cabin coming here. If he wants to die, let him do it. Dozens of refugees were running throughout the corridor, sorting their equipment and weapons. The sound of constant yelling, shouting, and the collision of equipment filled the entire floor. Tang Yu, wearing a clown mask, blended in with the crowd and walked towards the inside. Just as he passed by a room, a figure suddenly pulled him into the room and locked the door. Tang Yu was startled, and a silenced pistol appeared in his hand, pointing at the other party. Only then did he notice that although this man's face was pale, his eyes were deep. The other party did not care about the weapon in Tang Yu's hand, but asked coldly, "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to bring people up? And I also asked you to clear the sentries. Why is there a fight?" Hearing this, Tang Yu understood clearly that the person in front of him was obviously the traitor who passed the note to the clown before. Just when Tang Yu was about to fool the other party, he suddenly saw the man's eyes change. He immediately realized that at such a close distance, the other party had already discovered that he was not the real clown. Puff, puff, puff. Tang Yu reacted very quickly, shooting the opponent twice in the chest and once in the head, ending the fight the moment the opponent opened his mouth. You know too much. The sound of a silenced pistol is not truly silent. But after being weakened by a door, the sound was easily covered up by the chaotic sounds in the corridor and did not cause any ripples. I paid attention to the situation on the virtual map and made sure no one noticed this place. At this time, all the refugees had gone to the staircases on the east and west sides and built fortifications. Various tables, chairs, and benches were piled up in the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors. One floor was reserved as a buffer, and a second line of defense was built between the 20th and 19th floors. From this we can see that meat dogs are not really useless. The refugees hid behind the bunkers on the 19th floor with weapons and waited for the invaders to arrive. Tang Yu felt relieved, squatted down, and put all the supplies on the corpse into the backpack space, and then searched the room. It was obvious that this person had been seriously injured before, and Tang Yu collected a lot of items for treating trauma from the room. Unfortunately, there are no high-end supplies, only some ordinary things. However, the backpack that this guy stored in the cabinet made Tang Yu's eyes light up. It turned out to be a 5x7, 35-slot capacity backpack, which was an unexpected gain, as 35-slot containers are very rare. Tang Yu only had one camel travel backpack before, which had 35 slots. With this one, there are only 2 of them. The items in the backpack made Tang Yu very happy. They were all valuable items, and some of them were even the first time Tang Yu owned them. Wooden clock X1, golden rooster X2, golden egg X6, old antique book X1, bronze lion X1. And under the other person's pillow, Tang Yu found a machine similar to a pager. Information receiver. Type: rare item. Effect: you can receive specific information sent by the message transmitter. Information receiving distance: 2,000 meters. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes shining. Nice one. This should be the item he used to receive the butcher's instructions. Just having this receiver alone is useless. But he turned his eyes and put this information receiver in his clothes pocket. Chapter 77. Ghostface arrives, loots the 20th floor, and installs explosives. Tang Yu checked the historical information on the information receiver and found that it had all been cleared. That's right. If he is considered a traitor and leaves evidence for himself, he will be dead soon. They looted all the supplies in the room and dragged a quilt from the bed to cover the body and blood on the ground. Tang Yu left the room. At this moment, there were no people in the corridor on the 20th floor. All the refugees hid near the staircases on the east and west sides, ready to ambush the invaders. The meat dog was also fully armed and hiding behind the bunker on the 19th floor. He had already heard the sound of Cabin and the others coming up the stairs. They were not far downstairs, either on the 17th or 16th floor. Damn it, if only the bayonet was there. There was a fierce look in the meat dog's eyes. Yesterday, in order to save him, Bayonet was shot into a sieve by Cabin's machine gun. So now he doesn't even have anyone he trusts. He glanced calmly at his men around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. With such a big commotion, that guy Ghostface should be here soon. If he doesn't help, don't blame me for destroying the things. I can die, but you can't live well either. At this time, The time had come to around 10:15. In the virtual map, Tang Yu saw that the butcher's team had stopped near the 17th floor. They have also discovered that Rugu is planning to fight a positional war. Tang Yu took advantage of this time to wander around the rooms on the 20th floor. He picked up a piece of chocolate from the table and put it in his mouth. He wore a clown mask and hummed softly under his exaggerated smile that kept rising. The sun is shining in the sky, the flowers are smiling at me, the birds are saying, "Good morning, why are you carrying a bag of dynamite? I'm going to blow it up." Every time Tang Yu entered a room, he would empty out all the supplies in the room, and at the same time install remote-controlled emulsion explosives at the best explosion point that he had previously studied. Turn on the remote control device of the explosives, and pull over various plants, chairs, tables, and other objects around to provide simple cover. Just go into the next room. Tang Yu had carefully studied the locations where these explosives were installed. They were not easily discovered, but would inevitably cover most of the 20th floor when they exploded. Originally, this was a gift he prepared for Rogo. But I didn't expect that the butcher would choose to trouble the meat dog tonight. That's perfect. I can take advantage of this opportunity to kill this old bastard. Otherwise, Tang Yu was really worried about what kind of crazy actions this guy would do after knowing his existence. I believe that remote-controlled emulsion explosives can make them experience a different feeling. After getting the explosives, Tang Yu came to the room in the middle of the 20th floor. He had always been very curious about this place. As the leader of the refugees, Rugu should have a lot of high-quality supplies. However, just as he stepped into the hall of the room, Tang Yu paused slightly. Immediately his face became extremely solemn and his breathing became a little disordered. It was just because in the virtual map, 3 new spots of light appeared in the trading hall on the first floor, which was originally empty. 2 red and black, and 1 pure black. Evil God Believer Priest. I just heard this name from Wang Bohu today. But this was not the first time Tang Yu had met the other person. I didn't expect tonight to be so lively. Interesting, really so interesting. Recovering his composure, Tang Yu turned his attention back to the room in front of him. No matter how powerful the evil god's priest is, he has just entered the trading hall, and it will take time for him to come up. What's more, there is a butcher in the middle. However, he also had to collect the supplies here as soon as possible, as this place would soon become a battlefield, and he was not interested in joining in the battle. The room was huge. In addition to the hall in the middle where the refugees had a stove burning, there were 5 or 6 suites. Tang Yu went directly to the room closest to the passage, opened the door, and looked inside. Tang Yu was shocked. Fuck this is an armory. Trading hall. Ghostface, along with 2 evil god believers, looked at the bodies of the refugees lying beside the campfire without any expression. Even without a close look, Gualian could tell that these people did not resist or fight back when they died, and some of them even had expressions of surprise and astonishment on their faces. But his eyes quickly caught sight of a dark blue mushroom that had fallen to the ground and had been stepped on by someone. After taking it in front of him and carefully identifying it, he threw the mushroom back on the ground. Mushroom. Let's not talk about where the mushrooms came from in this horrible weather. There is simply no place in this Quella city where there are mushrooms. This is not the end of the world. Fresh vegetables, fruits, and melons can be found everywhere. Not ordinary. A flash of light flashed through Gue Lian's mind, and the scene of Black Dog's death in the subway tunnel appeared in his mind. This feeling is a little familiar. Could it be that the guy who killed the Black Dog was among the invaders today? So the guy who showed up today must be the one who has been causing trouble these days. Is the key from the Black Dog also on this person? The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and the coldness in his expression became even stronger. Let's go. Tang Yu looked at the room full of ammunition boxes in front of him in disbelief, and the excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed. Some of the ammunition boxes had been opened, revealing the guns that had not yet been taken away. AK-74. It is obvious that all the weapons in this box are AK series weapons. They are not brand new, but look to be about 80% to 90% new. But even so, Tang Yu was extremely excited. His eyes turned to the other ammunition boxes. This box is full of pistols of various models. Take them away. These 2 boxes contain submachine guns. Take them away. 5 boxes of grenades. Taken away. 18 boxes of ammunition. Taken away. Oh shit. There's a shotgun. How can I let it go? Take them all away. Then, when Tang Yu walked out of the room again, there was no money left in the room except for the 4 walls. It was cleaner than a rat's nest. It's just like plucking feathers from a passing goose. It's so fucking exciting. With excitement, Tang Yu walked directly to the next room. This room is filled with survival supplies such as food and water. They were all placed in huge plastic boxes. This time, Tang Yu was too lazy to look at them and just took them all away. The next room was filled with medical supplies, but compared to the food reserves, they were much less. But it still filled 4 large boxes. It's better to take them all away and count them carefully when I get back. At this point, there were only 2 rooms left to search. One is the room where Rugu often stays, and the other is where a huge generator set is placed, which is currently in working condition. Tang Yu went directly to the meat dog room. It was obvious that the meat dog was in a hurry because of the butcher's attack. The room was a mess. However, when Tang Yu looked at the wall opposite the entrance of the room, his mouth slowly opened wider, with the curves at the corners becoming bigger and bigger. Oh my God, I'm rich. Chapter 78. A room full of treasures. Confidential information is finally obtained. Looking around, opposite the door, there was a wall full of various valuable items, at least 20 or 30 in number. There are 3 of the bronze lion sculptures that Tang Yu found from the insider. There is a glass cabinet full of gold Rolex watches, more than a dozen of them. The remaining gold necklaces, antique vases, and cat god statues. Tang Yu was stunned. He thought that Rugu would be very rich as the leader of the refugees, but he didn't expect that he had so many valuables. Of course, it is also possible that Rugu has a special liking for these valuable items, so he specially collects so many of them and display them all in your room. Otherwise, normal people should know the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Tang Yu didn't care what Rugu thought. Now all these things have changed their surname to Tang. Because of the large number, Tang Yu took out the 64-compartment suitcase that he had prepared in advance from the backpack space. Then he opened the glass case and began searching. It took 2 suitcases to pack these valuables. Tang Yu looked at the other items in the room. There was actually a weapon rack, which was supposed to hold 3 weapons, but now there were only 2 left, and the other one should be in the meat dog's hand. The brand new weapons made Tang Yu's eyes light up. He hurried to the weapons rack to check them out. SV98 sniper rifle. Type: sniper rifle. Number of grids occupied: 6x1. Recoil: vertical: 158. Horizontal: 498. Effective range: 1,000 meters. Shooting mode: single shot. Fire rate: 30. Accuracy: 0.55. Ammunition caliber: 7.62 mm. Default magazine: 7.62x54 or 10-round SV. 98 polymer magazine. Introduction. It is designed as a bolt-action rifle fed by a magazine, used to kill important enemy targets within 1,000 meters. Mepo shotgun. Type: shotgun. Number of grids occupied: 5x1. Recoil: vertical: 278. Horizontal: 410. Effective range: 70 meters. Shooting mode: single shot. Fire rate: 30. Accuracy: 21.31. Ammunition caliber: 12 by 70 millimeters. Default magazine: MP 133x6 12-gauge 6-round magazine. Introduction. The MP 133 pump-action shotgun is a reliable and practical hunting and self-defense weapon with a classic empty chamber stop function that is rare in similar shotguns. Good weapon, good weapon. Tang Yu stroked the 2 guns, and the smile on his lips could not be suppressed. Especially the sniper rifle. Looking at the shining carbon steel metal on the barrel, it was as if you were looking at a peerless weapon. Ever since the last time he used the Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle to shoot someone secretly, he has come to like the thrill of shooting someone in the head with one shot. The more I look at this weapon, the happier I feel. The best thing is that this gun comes with a tripod, which greatly reduces the difficulty of using it for Tang Yu. There was no time to sigh. Tang Yu saw 3 weapon boxes next to him, which should be used to place the 3 weapons on the weapon rack. Tang Yu put the 2 guns into the weapon box and put them directly into the backpack space. Next to these 3 large boxes is a slightly smaller weapons box. Tang Yu opened it and saw that what was inside was the scope of the sniper rifle. Say Tango 6x6x230 scope. Type: scope. Number of grids occupied: 2x1. 0 distance: 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. Aiming range: 1500. Mode: 2 types. Oh no! It's actually a 6x scope. Close the box and put it into the backpack space. He also put away the weapon rack on the side. His hiding place just lacked a place to put the weapons. It didn't matter if there was no space now. He could put them there when the hiding place had more space in the future. Just as he was about to leave, he subconsciously took a look at the virtual map. His steps suddenly stopped. He came to a 4-layer chest of drawers and pushed it hard. The chest of drawers was moved away by Tang Yu, revealing a small safe hidden in a hole in the wall. Oh my god, I almost died like this. Fortunately, I encountered the incident in the hospital director's office before, so I became more cautious. Tang Yu took a look and found that this safe was completely different from the previous safe in the dean's office. Apart from a keyhole, there was no other combination lock. But looking at the thick steel plate of the safe, don't even think about opening it easily without a key. The key was undoubtedly on Rugu, but Tang Yu didn't think it was a big deal. He placed his right hand on the safe, and the next second, the safe disappeared. It has appeared in his backpack space. Tang Yu then discovered that the 4-layer chest of drawers was actually also a container for items, with a similar effect to a warehouse. What surprised Tang Yu the most was that he found in it confidential information. Tang Yu was ecstatic. He actually found his last piece of confidential intelligence under such circumstances. In this way, all the materials for upgrading the intelligence center to level 2 have been collected. How could this not make him excited and thrilled? Take it away, take it away. Finally, Tang Yu thought Ruga's sofa, coffee table, boss chair, and boss desk were quite nice, so he put them all into his backpack. At this point, Tang Yu had completely emptied the dog's room, which was like a passing geese plucking feathers. The entire room, except for the 4 walls, was empty. It was at this moment that the butcher, after a brief preparation, finally launched an attack on the meat dog. The two groups engaged in a fierce gunfight in the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors. For a moment, the entire trading building was filled with the sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions. Tang Yu also saw through the virtual map that the 3 evil god believers had arrived at the 16th floor, very close to the butcher's team. The time is now 10:35, and there are still 25 minutes until 11 o'clock. It's time to hurry up. He came to the last room and stood in front of the huge generator. This thing looks pretty advanced. It should have that thermostat. He tried to see if he could put it into the backpack space, but apparently he was overthinking it, as the generator set didn't move at all. It is also possible that the charging failed because the generator set was connected to various wires and fixed by refugees. Tang Yu is thinking about how to get the thermostat. A refugee came running over pulling a flatbed cart and rushed into the room where the ammunition boxes were previously stored. There is now fierce fighting in the 2 channels, and the ammunition consumption is huge, so we need to replenish it. But when the refugee rushed in and saw the room, which was cleaner than a rat's nest, he was stunned for a moment. He thought he had walked into the wrong room, so he went back out and looked at the room again. Confused again. Shit, it's right here, that's right. The question is, where's the ammunition? Chapter 79. News from Information Receiver. Thermostat is obtained. Just when the refugees were confused about the disappearance of their weapons and ammunition, Tang Yu's clown had popped out from the generator room and looked at the refugees who were somewhat at a loss. Hey man, what are you looking for? The refugee was also surprised that there was someone here, but he also felt like he had found a savior. Brother, we need ammunition now, but why is the armory empty? As soon as he finished speaking, the refugees reacted and looked at Tang Yu suspiciously. That's not right. Everyone is defending the staircase passage. What are you doing here? Tang Yu said impatiently. Don't mention it. Boss Rugu asked me to find the thermostat of this machine. He said it would be useful to him later. What? Why don't you believe it? If you don't believe me, go ask the boss. I'm not happy with it. If he didn't ask me to find it, what am I doing here? The refugee was speechless for a moment after being scolded by Tang Yu, and then he muttered, Damn, he didn't ask me for this kind of thing but asked an outsider. What is he thinking? Then he looked at Tang Yu. Get out of the way. The thermostat is at the back. See? That thing connected to the waterway is the thermostat. Tang Yu followed the other person's gaze and indeed found the thermostat. The shape is exactly the same as the picture that Duan Shui sent him before. Oh, thanks, bro. After Tang Yu finished speaking, in front of the other party's shocked gaze, a silenced pistol appeared in his hand. Puff, puff. 2 bloody holes appeared on the forehead. Looking at the refugees lying on the ground with a look of disbelief. Tang Yu Sut. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, my heart is warm. Tang Yu hummed, but his eyes looked at the thermostat of the generator set with shining eyes. In the east staircase between the 17th and 18th floors, the butcher looked a little gloomy. This won't work, as they have already used up almost 30% of their ammunition. Although they have more than twice as many people as Rugu, they cannot effectively utilize their numerical advantage in a narrow location like the staircase. Plus, guys like Rugu are using their high power to attack low power. The butcher contacted the man in charge of commanding the attack on the west side via the walkie-talkie. When he learned that the battle over there had also reached a stalemate, he knew that changes had to be made. Otherwise, in the current situation, no matter how many people he has, they cannot withstand this slow consumption like adding fuel. He took out the information transmitter on his body and prepared to send a message to the insider. But he immediately heard the voice of his men on the west side on the intercom. "Boss, it's Ghostface. He's attacking us from behind. There are accurate shooters, and Meat Dog has also increased the intensity of his attacks on me. We can't hold out for much longer. What should we do? Damn it, why is Ghostface here? Doesn't this guy look down on Ruga the most?" But the butcher also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. "Hold on, I'll call for support right away. You should seize the opportunity. As long as there's any problem with the Meat Dog, you should immediately counterattack upwards." After saying this, the butcher couldn't care less about that. Success or failure depended on this time. Tang Yu was thinking about how to remove the thermostat, but the problem was that the generator set was working. I felt a slight vibration in my pocket. He took out the information receiver and saw a sentence appeared on it. "Attack the enemies in the east stairwell to create conditions for us to go up." Just 2 simple sentences. There is no doubt that this message must have come from the butcher. It seems that this old bastard is getting anxious. Checking the virtual map, it was found that the battle in the west staircase was indeed very brutal. In a short period of time, only more than 20 of the butcher's men were left. Originally, there should be 40 to 50 fighters on each side of the butcher, and more than 20 defenders on each side of the Meat Dog. They fought back and forth. But now, Ghostface and 2 evil god believers sneaked up behind the western team and launched an attack. The direction of the battle immediately changed drastically. Every time the 3 of them attacked, a refugee would fall, and the battle on the west side lasted only a few minutes at most. This old bastard wants to eliminate the enemies in the stairwell on the east side so that he can directly attack the enemies on the west side, right? He's indeed an old bastard. However, Tang Yu took a look at the running generator and had an idea. I looked at the time. It was already 10:45. I still made it. Find a towel and wrap the thermostat tightly. Immediately, a grenade appeared in his hand. After pulling out the safety ring, he stuffed the grenade into the gap between the parts of the generator set away from the thermostat. He ran out of the room in 2 steps and hid. Boom! With the huge explosion, the entire generator set was blown into pieces and the fuel was ignited, causing a raging fire. The entire 20th floor's power system was completely paralyzed, and the place was plunged into darkness. The dark staircase on the west side was only slightly brighter due to the burning lighting sticks downstairs. When Rugu heard the loud explosion behind him and the lights in the stairwell dimming, he immediately realized that there was a problem with the generator. "Damn it! Everyone, step up your attacks and kill those guys down there immediately. 2 people in the back row, go and see what's going on." When the refugees heard the Meat Dog's command, the frequency of their attacks increased again, and the butcher's men were immediately suppressed and dared not show their heads. The same is true for the refugees defending the east side. They are even more vulnerable without Ruga's command. Chaos ensued immediately. Although the butcher wondered why there was no attack on the east side, he also heard the chaotic sounds and roars from upstairs. I immediately knew this was a unique opportunity. "Everyone, retreat to the 17th floor. Assault team, deploy the stun bombs." After hearing the butcher's request, except for a few refugees in the front wearing tactical headphones, everyone else retreated to the 17th floor under the butcher's order, hid behind the wall, and covered their ears with all their might. A few seconds later, under the cover of the assault team members, 4 or 5 stun bombs were thrown up. Bang, 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 bang. As the stun bomb exploded, heart-wrenching screams of more than 20 refugees were heard from upstairs. "Quick, rush up immediately." The butcher roared impatiently. Tang Yu crawled out from the corner of the wall and looked at the generator set that had been turned into pieces with a regretful expression. It was probably because time was too tight. If he had enough time, he wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. There was no time to sigh, because Tang Yu had already seen from the virtual map that both sides had undergone significant changes because of his grenade. Immediately go to the room where the generator is located and cross the burning fuel on the ground. At a glance, I saw the part wrapped in the towel, which was connected to a part of the broken water pipe. After opening the towel and confirming that the thermostat was intact and was the item he needed, Tang Yu quickly put into the backpack space. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It wasn't easy, but now I finally got it. Chapter 80. The confrontation on the 20th floor. Rushing to the rooftop, Tang Yu just put away the thermostat. However, he also noticed from the virtual map that the butcher's men were dying quickly in the western staircase, and at the same time, 2 of his meat dog men were running towards this side. I know I can't stay here any longer. On the other side, the situation on the east staircase is the opposite. The butcher quickly cleared out Ruga's men and had already occupied the defensive fortifications between the 19th and 20th floors. The time has now come to 10:50. Slightly ponder. Tang Yu took out the red armband he had obtained in the bathroom of the trading hall on the first floor from his backpack and put it on his left arm. Then run to the east stairs. His actions were quickly discovered by the 2 refugees who entered the 20th floor, and they shone their flashlights over there. Who's there? Seeing that the other party was still running, the 2 men opened fire. Unfortunately, Tang Yu had already run to the corner of the corridor. He dodged, and the bullet hit the wall. Go tell the boss that someone has run to the east stairs, came the voice of the refugees. Tang turned the corner and came to the fire door at the entrance of the east staircase, with his back against the wall. Didn't go out directly. The butcher and others had obviously heard the gunshots of the refugees attacking Tang Yu and the sound of someone running, and knew that someone was at the entrance of the 20th floor stairs. They all hid behind their fortifications and were on guard. Looking at the positions of the butcher and others on the virtual map, Tang Yu shouted loudly, "Is that the butcher boss? Don't fight. We are one. I am here to support you. The people at the west staircase are about to be killed by the meat dog. They found out I blew up the generator just now. If I don't hurry up, it will be too late." Hearing Tang Yu's voice, the butcher narrowed his eyes. "Okay, stop shouting. You come out first." Hearing this, Tang Yu immediately said, "Okay, butcher boss, don't shoot." As he said that, Tang Yu walked out of the fire door with his hands raised, but his body was slightly tilted so that the red armband on his left arm could be seen by the butcher first. As Tang Yu walked out of the fire door, 7 or 8 tactical flashlights shone on Tang Yu, causing him to close his eyes involuntarily. The butcher also noticed the red armband on Tang Yu's arm for the first time and nodded slightly. He waved his right hand forward, and 30 or 40 of his men immediately passed by him, entered the 20th floor, and set up firing points. If it is true as Tang Yu just said, Rugu and the others will appear on this floor soon. The butcher walked up to Tang Yu and asked with a smile, "How did you make those guys on the first floor unable to resist just now?" "Old thing, you are still testing me." Tang Yu understood, but there was a smirk on his face. "Butcher boss, I just kept forcing them to drink and then mixed some poisonous substances into their food to make them hallucinate and finally stole their weapons. As for the sentries upstairs, it's really not my fault. They didn't eat anything, which ruined your plan, butcher boss." Hearing what Tang Yu said was the same as what happened downstairs just now. The butcher already believed that Tang Yu was the accomplice. I guess Scorpion should be next to Meat Dog right now, and it's inconvenient for him to leave. So he asked this guy to blow up the generator and come to pick him up. The butcher also felt that the clown mask on Tang Yu's head was much more pleasing to the eye. Well, this kid is pretty good at his job. I can train him when I have the chance. Thinking secretly in his heart, he said to Tang Yu, "Okay, just stay with me." Then he walked forward. Tang Yu looked at the butcher's back and really wanted to shoot this old bastard to death right now. But now is not the time. At this moment, Rugu had just beaten the last enemy into a sieve. Then I heard the report from my subordinates. "Boss, it turns out that someone blew up the generator. After we found it, it ran to the east staircase. Ghostface, carrying an exaggerated sniper rifle, led the only remaining evil god believer over the corpses and came to the meat dog." After hearing what the younger brother said, he looked at the meat dog. "Look at your men. They are all traitors. The people on the first floor were poisoned, so they were all killed without any resistance." When Ruga heard what Goalian said, he didn't react at all. This time it was really thanks to Ghostface, otherwise they would still be in an anxious situation. "Okay, the east staircase has most likely been destroyed. We don't have much ammunition left. Our first priority now is to seize the ammunition room." Following Ruga's order, everyone immediately entered the 20th floor and headed towards the armory in the middle of the floor. The light on this floor is very dim, with only a little light from the burning fuel and the stove in the generator room in the middle of the floor. But no one dared to turn on the tactical flashlight. We can only move forward step by step in the dark. Ghostface gently signaled to the evil god believer behind him. and the two of them each looked for an attacking position and waited for an opportunity. Ghostface put the head-mounted night vision goggles back in front of his eyes, and the originally pitch-black environment became extremely clear. Holding a sniper rifle in hand, he quickly came to an attacking position with an excellent view. As Ghostface aimed, a laser pointer that could only be seen by those wearing night vision goggles appeared in the field of vision. He was ready to attack. Ruga came up to him and said solemnly, "I doubt it's cabin this time. It's impossible for that guy to have so many people after the battle last night." "You mean?" There was no surprise on Gwalian's face. With so many people attacking Meat Dog, it was impossible for it to be cabin. If it's not Caban, then there's only one person. The Meat Dog gnashed his teeth and said, "Butcher. Boy, do you know why I am called the Butcher?" The Butcher asked Tang Yu as he looked at the movements of Meat Dog's subordinates on the night vision display in his hand. "Why, Butcher Boss?" Tang Yu asked at the right time. The Butcher patted the shoulder of the man in front of him and said slowly, "Because as long as you become my enemy, I will kill them all without leaving a single one alive." The next moment, 7 or 8 grenades were thrown out by the refugees in the front row and fell at the enemy's feet. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire was accompanied by the explosion of grenades. All the refugees around them opened fire, and both sides hid behind the corners of the east and west walls and launched their attacks. The moment the grenade was thrown, Tang Yu retreated to the fire door of the staircase. Taking advantage of the moment when the two sides are fighting fiercely, he took out 2 pieces of remote control emulsion explosives. Modified, tore off the sticky paper on the back, pressed them hard against the wall, and the remote control device started. Then he went to the staircase, closed the fire door, took out 2 grenades, unplugged the rings, and tied them to the handle of the fire door with silk thread. This was a trick of making booby traps that he learned today when he asked Wang Bohu how to eliminate the evil god's followers. Everything was ready, and Tang Yu took another look at the personnel situation of both forces on the virtual map. With a light chuckle, he ran up the stairs toward the rooftop. "I hope you like the gift I gave you." Soon he reached the rooftop. Fortunately, the iron door was not locked. There were many fallen cigarette butts on the ground. It seemed that the leader of the refugees had often come up here to smoke. Tang Yu looked at the time. 10:58. He pulled off the clown mask on his head and the refugee jacket on his body. He quickly changed his equipment from the backpack space and put on the Rabbit brand military coat as the outermost layer. Eat another bowl of nourishing mutton soup to reset the Yangqi rising buff time. The time came exactly 11 o'clock. Tang Rant's eyes shone with hope and excitement. Then, he pushed hard with his right hand towards the metal door that separated him. Chapter 81, The Real Polar Blizzard, The Incredible Properties of Polar Snow Lotus. As expected, Tang Yu did not push the iron gate open. He took 2 steps back and kicked forward suddenly. The heavy military boots kicked against the iron door, paused slightly, and then the metal door that had long been frozen by the extreme cold was kicked outwards. And just as the iron gate was kicked open, endless wind and snow blew towards Tang Yu from the rooftop of the building. Ha, ha. A strong snowstorm blew through the gap in the open door and hit Tang Yu's face. The snowflakes, which usually made him feel nothing, were like slaps in the face under the influence of the blizzard. Under the influence of the extremely cold air flow, Tang Yu already had some difficulty breathing. Ice crystals quickly condensed on his eyebrows and hair. At this moment, Tang Yu had no other thoughts. He leaned out of the door frame despite the overwhelming snowstorm. With one hand, he grabbed the metal door handle that was swaying in the wind and snow, and with the other, he grabbed the door frame and pulled with all his might. Bang! When the metal door finally closed, the snowstorm he had just experienced seemed like a nightmare, and Tang Yu was gasping for breath. My body shivered subconsciously. It's not cold, it's scary. Just now, he was really frightened by the overwhelming snow and wind that was attacking him. This was also his first time seeing what a real natural disaster looked like. Human beings are extremely insignificant. Originally, when Tang Yu was on his way to the trading building, he was secretly happy that this extreme cold disaster was nothing special. But when he saw the true horror of the polar blizzard disaster, he realized how ridiculous he was. Even Tang Yu had his suspicions that during the entire 3-day polar blizzard disaster, only the disaster at this moment reflected the true intensity of the polar blizzard. The extreme cold disasters at other times are simply a game of playing house with a simple difficulty just to take care of the new survivors. It's basically 2 levels of disaster difficulty. Tang Yu recognized himself and quickly took off his equipment and changed into the freezer super low temperature, resistant one-piece antifreeze suit. Just now, because of the buff effect of Yang Qi rising, the extremely cold temperature did not have much impact on Tang Yu, but the impact of the wind and snow and the impact of breathing had too much impact on Tang Yu. Now only this set of clothing can withstand such a severe polar blizzard. He doesn't have much time left. This most severe polar blizzard will only last for 15 minutes, after which it will enter an intermittent windless period. Tang Yu had already wasted 3 minutes just now, and he didn't dare to delay any further. Disaster artifacts will only exist when the disaster is at its most severe, so Tang Yu didn't dare to bet whether the disaster artifact would still exist 15 minutes later. He couldn't afford to gamble. After putting on the air-breathing mask and taking a deep breath, Tang Yu's eyes became extremely sharp. He was determined to get this catastrophic object. He pushed the metal door open with both hands. Tang Yu's body was immediately blown back a step by the blizzard, but he was prepared. Grabbing the door frame with both hands to steady his body, he walked out of the staircase step by step in the snowstorm and finally stood on the rooftop of the trading building, feeling the slight crackling sound of the wind and snow hitting the breathing mask. Tang Yu looked around the rooftop, looking for any traces of the disaster. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. Under the breathing mask, Tang Yu's mouth opened slightly, and his eyes revealed shock, amazement, disbelief, and endless ecstasy. Now, what a blizzard! What a doomsday game! What kind of meat dog, butcher, ghostface, mysterious man, and the like. None of it matters anymore. All that was left in his eyes was the beautiful polar snow lotus that bloomed alone in the endless snowstorm. In the center of the rooftop terrace of the trading building, a pure white snow lotus bud emitted a faint fluorescence in the raging snowstorm, illuminating everything within a 2-meter radius around it clearly. The blizzard that was roaring like a dragon became unusually docile and peaceful after it approached the polar snow lotus bud within 2 meters. So much so that, from Tang Yu's perspective, it seemed as if there was an invisible barrier covering the polar snow lotus bud, protecting it from the ravages of wind and snow. However, Tang Yu naturally knew the truth, and he was just afraid that blizzard didn't want to hurt it. He walked quickly to the polar snow lotus bud and just stepped within 2 meters. Tang Yu no longer felt the impact of the snowstorm, and even his originally nervous and excited mood calmed down at this moment. Tang Yu noticed that a calm and concentrate buff had appeared in the status bar on his panel. Calm your mind. Type buff stake. Effect 1. Calm emotions and relieve mental stress. Effect 2. Focus plus 20, intelligence plus 5, health plus 15. What the hell? What the hell? Is this an aura buff? Tang Yu's mind, which had just calmed down, was agitated again. Are you crazy? Haven't done anything yet? Just by standing here, you will be given a buff for no reason. And when it came to the effect of this buff, Tang Yu immediately thought of the most suitable place. Explosives production. The skill effect is very powerful, but Tang Yu is always nervous every time he makes it. If he uses the calm and concentrate buff every time he makes explosives in the future, the chances of him encountering accidents will definitely be greatly reduced. Good stuff. When Tang Yu appeared in front of Polar Snow Lotus, its information also appeared on Tang Yu's panel. Polar Snow Lotus. Type: disaster item. Conditions for occurrence: extreme cold disaster, world pole. Effect 1. After consumption, permanent low temperature resistance plus 60, permanent frostbite resistance plus 60, permanent health limit plus 50. Effect 2. After soaking in water and drinking, permanent dizziness resistance plus 60, permanent blindness resistance plus 60, permanent intelligence plus 20. Introduction. This is a legendary plant that only appears in extreme climates. It must have a place in the life list of every plant lover. Countdown to growth and maturity: 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Note: it must be harvested successfully within 1 minute of growing to maturity and cannot come into contact with any non-natural objects. Otherwise, it will wither immediately. Tang Yu's eyes widened when he saw the various entries on the panel that permanently increased attributes. Oh my goodness! Is this the disaster artifact? However, when he saw the last note, he reacted immediately. Now is not the time for him to think about these things. We can't touch anything that's not from nature. So why not just use things from nature? I looked at the countdown, and there were still 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Tang Yu immediately opened the private message and found a person's profile picture. Clicked in. Chapter 82. Gain titles, achievements, legendary status, and shocking attribute improvements. City Tang Yu. Brother, are you there? Help, help. When Tang Yu sent the message, he was already feeling anxious. It was already very late, and in this snowstorm, the survivors usually went to bed early. On the one hand, it consumes time, and on the other hand, it reduces the loss of body heat and saves materials. He was paying attention to the countdown of Polar Snow Lotus while looking at the chat message box. Even the effect of calm and concentrate couldn't suppress the anxious mood. Fortunately, just a few seconds later, the other party's message came quickly. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Yushin? What's wrong? Tell me. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sent his request. City, Tang Yu. Brother, I need a wooden box of about 30 by 30 centimeters in 2 minutes. It cannot contain any non-natural substances. It should be made of pure wood. Can you do it? It would be best if I could make a matching wooden shovel and wooden clamp. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Just wood? That's easy. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. After getting Wang Haoyu's reply, Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The countdown has now reached 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Tang Yu pulled his mind back to the present and looked at the virtual map of the 20th floor. Only then did they realize that the two sides were still exchanging fire, but the butcher's team, which originally had more than 40 people, now had only more than 20 people left. There are still more than a dozen people on Ruga's side. This surprised Tang Yu very much. This is not right. The butchers already have the advantage in numbers, and they killed several refugees with grenades in the beginning. Why do they feel like they are at a disadvantage now? Tang Yu soon discovered the problem. Every time the black light spot, that is, the priest of the evil god's believer, Ghostface, showed his head to attack. Basically, the butcher will lose a fighter, and this guy is simply a sharpshooter who never misses a shot. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw it. He guessed that the butcher was feeling even more helpless than he was. Just as Tang Yu thought, the butcher looked at his men who had just fallen down beside him, feeling extremely angry and helpless. Damn, Ghostface, do you have to go against me? Unexpectedly, just a grimace reduced his team from nearly 100 people at the beginning to less than 20 people. The butcher knew he couldn't go on like this. He took out the information transmitter again and sent a message to the spy who was still beside Rugu. Kill the Ghostface immediately. The butcher could no longer care about anything else at this time. The traitor was dead, so was he. As long as he could capture the meat dog and the Ghostface, these losses were acceptable. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the so-called traitor had already been killed by Tang Yu, so his waiting would not get any response. And Tang Yu now has no energy to deal with him. Forest. Wang Haoyu. God Yu, I have fulfilled my mission. What do you think? Wang Haoyu directly traded with Tang Yu and didn't ask for anything. And Tang Yu wouldn't care about these things at the moment. He immediately took out the wooden box from the private chat box and confirmed that it was the one he wanted. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. There are only 30 seconds left in the countdown. Tang Yu squatted down and placed the wooden box next to the Polar Snow Lotus, holding a wooden shovel in one hand and a wooden clamp in the other. His eyes were fixed on the countdown on the panel. 25, 24, 23, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is finally over. Under Tang Yu's eager gaze, the Snow Lotus, which was originally in bud, finally opened its petals one by one, like a young girl shyly looking up. There is holiness in youthfulness. The faint fluorescence emitted by the Snow Lotus before suddenly lit up with a soft white light and spread to the surroundings when the Snow Lotus petals were fully unfolded. Tang Yu was directly enveloped by this white light and immediately heard 3 crisp mechanical prompt sounds. The survivor Tang Yu was fortunate enough to witness the birth of the disaster artifact and was awarded the common title, the Darling of the Disaster. The survivor Tang Yu, after many hardships, finally found the legendary treasure of the disaster, a rare item in the world, and obtained the achievement Disaster Traveler and the Area Legend Degree +1. The survivors are enveloped by the light of the birth of the disaster artifact, Polar Snow Lotus, which permanently increases maximum health +50, maximum physical strength +20%, health +20, vitality +20, frost resistance +50. At the same time, a new buff appeared in the status column of Tang Yu's panel. Blessing of Snow Lotus. Type, buff status. Effect, survivors will not be affected by any snowstorms or extremely cold temperatures, and their mobility in snow is increased by 20%. Duration, 2 hours. Fuck. Tang Yu's mind was completely blank now. He was completely stunned by so many rewards. This is the so-called disaster artifact? Fortunately, he now knew what the most important thing was, and hurriedly looked at the countdown for picking the polar snow lotus. Only 48 seconds left. Fortunately, nothing happened. Without caring about anything else, Tang Yu immediately used the wooden clamp in his right hand to gently clamp the body of the polar snow lotus plant, and used the wooden shovel in his left hand to shovel at the roots of the snow lotus. The process went very smoothly, and the rhizome of the snow lotus was broken directly with the help of the wooden shovel. I don't know where the fresh soil on the roof of this trading building came from, but it just happens to cover the 2-meter range around the polar snow lotus. Outrageous enough. However, Tang Yu is no longer surprised by the outrageous operations in this Doomsday game. Even if I grow a polar snow lotus for him later, that would be... what the hell? Tang Yu was stunned. I saw that a new snow lotus had actually grown at the location where the rhizome of the polar snow lotus had grown, and its growth speed was faster than ever before. It only took 5 seconds for the plant to break through the soil, grow, bloom, and wither. On average, one growth stage occurs about 1 second. When the second snow lotus withered, a black seed the size of a peanut fell from the snow lotus to the ground, rolled twice, and stopped at Tang Yu's feet. Tang Yu just felt a little itchy in his head at this moment. What the hell is going on here? Why is there a buy one get one free offer? But now is not the time to worry about these things. Tang Yu first put the polar snow lotus in his hand into the wooden box, and then used a wooden clip to put the polar snow lotus seed on the ground into the wooden box. When the lid of the wooden box was finally closed, it was put into the backpack space. Tang Yu felt relieved, and even though his brain was constantly secreting dopamine, he felt very happy. Still feeling a little tired. It's not easy. I have been planning and looking for opportunities carefully over the past 2 days. Now he finally got this extremely precious disaster artifact. But it's all worth it, not to mention the value of polar snow lotus. Even the permanent improvement in attributes obtained by the light of birth that just enveloped the polar snow lotus is more than enough to justify Tang Yu's efforts. But now is not the time for Tang Yu to rest. He quickly came to the edge of the trading building. Tang Yu only completed one of his goals tonight. Focus on the virtual map of the 20th floor where the battle is still fierce. The corners of his mouth curled up. Another task. Now, it's his turn to enter. Chapter 83. Unpowered Delta Glider. Remote Control Emulsion Explosive. Modified Detonation. Tang Yu is now blessed with Blessing of Snow Lotus and Rising Yang Qi buffs, and has a permanent enhanced frost resistance of +50. The polar blizzard had no effect on him anymore. The overwhelming snowflakes will all become docile when they get within 1 meter of Tang Yu. The fierce cold wind would turn into a light breeze when it got within 1 meter of Tang Yu, gently passing by him. Therefore, Tang Yu did not return to the staircase on the roof. Instead, he started replacing equipment directly on the rooftop of the trading building. I put the antifreeze suit into the backpack space. This suit helped a lot today and can be considered a hero. The level 5 bullet armor was put on again, and the night cloak was worn on the outside. Black mass digital headphones after, wearing on the head. He is ready. The time came to 11:14. At this moment, one can feel that the intensity of the blizzard is rapidly weakening. Without any hesitation, Tang Yu took out a huge item from the backpack space, unfolded it, and assembled it quickly. When Tang Yu finished assembling the item, the blizzard in the sky suddenly stopped. Even the snowflakes disappeared. Intermittent windless periods. Here we come. At this time, Tang Yu had already connected the belt around his waist to the hook on the object. Everything is ready. He raised his hands, took 2 deep breaths, and then quickly ran to the edge of the roof of the trading building. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Tang Yu came to the edge of the roof, pushed the ground hard with both feet, and leaped forward. The next moment, he was like a night owl in the dark night, gliding silently in the sky. Tang Yu is flying. Whoa, so cool. He looked excitedly at the streets below him and the outlines of the tall buildings around him. Then he turned his head and looked at the huge delta wing behind him. Unpowered hang glider. Type: rare special item. Effect 1. Automatically master the flying skills of unpowered hang glider. Effect 2. Increase flight stability in the air. Increase directional control in the air. Reduce the impact of airflow on the glider. Introduction. This is a toy for the brave and a chasm for the timid. Note: please take off at an altitude of more than 50 meters. This was exactly the item that Wang Bohe gave him this morning. The first moment Tang Yu saw this item, he thought of the current situation, but what he thought of at that time was to use this item to escape. Now I have other ideas. Tang Yu held the support frame of the hang glider with both hands, controlled the flight direction, drew an arc in the air, and flew towards the street in front of the trading building. Fortunately, the exchange building is the tallest building in the area, and the highest floor of other buildings is only 10 floors. The hang glider took advantage of the last few seconds of the intermittent windless period to reach a height of about 3 meters from the ground. Tang Yu plunged into the thick snow. Quickly fold the hang glider into the backpack space. The entrance to the trading building was just 50 meters away from Tang Yu. With the help of a snowmobile, he quickly arrived at the entrance. Go directly into the staircase on the west side of the building and climb up quickly. The western staircase is controlled by Meat Dog and Ghostface. Tang Yu saw from the virtual map that all the refugees were now attacking on the 20th floor, so Tang Yu did not deliberately control his steps, but reached the 15th floor as quickly as possible. At this distance, the sound of gunfire could be clearly heard, and even the voices of the refugees talking were faintly audible. Tang Yu immediately stopped and began to walk quietly, with his whole body pressed against the wall and slowly moving upwards. The virtual small map is reconnaissance at full power, and the passive skill effect of concealment is activated. At the same time, the effects of Night Cloak and Black Mask began to be added to Tang Yu. The whole person was completely immersed in the darkness. 20 floors. The exchange of fire between the two sides became very cautious, with only a few sporadic gunshots. On the one hand, both sides were running low on ammunition, and on the other hand, because of Ghostface's threat, the refugees on the butcher's side all became cautious. More than 20 minutes after Tang Yu left, the butcher finally noticed something was wrong when he found that the accomplice on the Meat Dog side had not made any movement. Where is that guy? The butcher looked at his younger brother, who was sitting on the ammunition box loading bullets. Boss, who? That's the guy who brought us in. The butcher already had a bad feeling at this moment. Sure enough, after checking everyone on their side. Boss, that guy's gone. Did he run away? Damn it, someone go show me what's going on. Hearing the butcher's order, the refugee closest to the fire door of the staircase immediately ran to the fire door and tried to push it open, but couldn't. So he took 2 steps forward and kicked hard. The fire door was kicked open with great force, and at the same time, 2 grenades were blown out and hit the wall opposite the staircase. It bounced back and landed at the feet of the refugees. When the tactical flashlight was shown downwards, the refugees' expressions changed drastically. Next second, boom, boom. Tang Yu had already reached the 19th floor at this moment, and he also heard the 2 explosions. We knew that a grenade exploded in the east stairwell. We need to speed up. He took advantage of the commotion caused by the 2 explosions and quickened his pace to climb up. But most of his attention was focused on the evil god's priest. Fortunately, the other party was located relatively close to the inside, so when Tang Yu came to the wall of the fire door in the 20th floor staircase, still didn't attract anyone's attention. The fire door was wide open, and the voice of the Meat Dog could be heard whispering orders from inside. Tang Yu also saw in the virtual map that the butcher's men had suffered heavy losses in the explosion just now. They were even gathering their men and moving towards the stairwell. It was obvious that the explosion just now had completely broken down the butcher's psychological defenses. This is preparation for evacuation. But how could Tang Yu let such a thing happen? With a flip of his hand, the mobile phone that could detonate the remote-controlled emulsion explosive appeared in Tang Yu's hand. There are 20 numbers on the phone, corresponding to 20 remote-controlled emulsion explosives. In the virtual map, the butcher, under the protection of his men, just arrived near the fire door of the staircase. Tang Yu quickly clicked on the 2 numbers. The next moment, the 20th floor shook violently. The 2 violent explosions left Rugu and Guamian confused. They couldn't figure out what the butcher was doing. What exactly happened on the east side? Why did explosions occur one after another? Especially the 2 explosions just now. It was obvious that they were not as powerful as a grenade could be. For a moment, the 2 looked at each other, but Rugu reacted very quickly and immediately organized his men, planning to charge at this time and end the battle. But Tang Yu already knew the result when the explosion happened. Remote control the phone to retract the backpack space. 2 more remote control emulsion explosives, modified, appeared in his hand. It was installed directly on the walls on both sides of the fire door in the west staircase of the 20th floor to serve as a backup just in case. He had never had direct contact with the evil god's priests, so he was very wary of them. Then, the last remote control emulsion explosive, modified, appeared in Tang Yu's hand. The other hand took out the remote control phone again. Move your feet to the best throwing angle. Tang Yu threw the emulsion explosive in his hand towards the corridor behind the fire door, where there were the most people. Immediately he rolled and crawled downstairs. The moment he turned the corner of the stairs, Tang Yu pressed the explosion button on his mobile phone hard. Boom! Chapter 84. Rare title, Nightwalker, World Legend Degree +1. With the explosion of remote control emulsion explosive. Modified. A huge shock wave carrying dozens or hundreds of steel balls burst out in all directions. A full 5 seconds passed. Tang Yu just got up from the ground. Attention was immediately focused on the virtual map. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The power of this remote control emulsion explosive, modified, was beyond Tang Yu's expectations. There were originally about 20 refugees in the corridor on the 20th floor, but most of them had died by now. Only 3 or 4 very dim red spots were still on. This is also thanks to Rugu, who called his men together to attack the butcher and helped Tang Yu a lot. Rubbing his painful elbow, Tang Yu smiled bitterly. The explosion was so strong that it shook him down the stairs, and he rolled all the way to the 19th floor before stopping. As a result, he suffered the most serious injuries so far today, elbow contusion. However, thinking of the huge amount of spoils that were about to be harvested, Tang Yu's eyes instantly turned into the symbol of dollar. He planned for so long and spent several hours on this. Now, it is finally time to harvest. Tang Yu immediately ran upstairs. However, just as he took 5 steps, his expression suddenly tensed. He immediately pressed his body against the wall, and an AK-101 assault rifle appeared in his hand, aiming at the stairwell on the 20th floor. It was just because in the virtual map, Tang Yu discovered that beneath one of the dim red spots of light, there seemed to be a deeper darkness hidden. That is, the priest who is a follower of the evil god. Grimace, fuck, this can't even kill you? You're really going to defy the heavens. Tang Yu complained in his heart. He was extremely wary of this priest who was a follower of the evil god. Whether it was through Wang Boha's information or Tang Yu's feelings, this guy would bring great oppression every time he appeared. At this moment, he stopped moving and stared at the black spot on the virtual map, analyzing the opponent's situation. Obviously, the noise of Tang Yu going upstairs just now was still noticed by Gue Lian. The other party remained motionless, and his black spot was still covered with a dim red spot. Tang Yu also realized how this guy avoided the explosion. The location where the ghost face was located happened to be a corner of the wall. He should have discovered it when Tang Yu just threw out the remote control emulsion explosive. Modified. In a hurry, he turned the corner and pulled a refugee to stand in front of him to withstand the impact of the explosion and the damage from the steel balls. This is how the current situation came about. The refugee standing in front of him was probably still alive because the corner of the wall blocked most of the steel balls and impact, plus he was wearing a bulletproof vest, but it seemed that he was not far from death. Gue Lian's intention was very clear, which was to hide behind this refugee and wait for Tang Yu to appear and give him a surprise. This is also a guy who is well versed in the art of Old Six. It's impossible to guard against. What a pity! All his actions had long been exposed in Tang Yu's virtual map and were seen clearly. Tang Yu is a man with cheats, so after understanding Gue Lian's thoughts, a thought flashed through his mind. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He no longer concealed his movements, but climbed to the 20th floor at a normal pace. And at this moment, Gue Lian was hiding under the fat body of Rogo, just as Tang Yu had guessed. He had aimed the sniper rifle in his hand at the corner and had the gun ready. The mask on Ghostface's face had already fallen off in the explosion. A scar was left on his forehead, and blood was flowing down the corner of his eye. My left leg was also injured in the explosion and is now numb. He seemed to hear none of this. If it weren't for his physical fitness that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been shattered by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Just like the meat dog on him. He deliberately slowed his breathing, listened quietly to the footsteps coming from the stairwell, and estimated the distance. The meat dog's barely audible breathing brushed across the hairs on the ghost's face. Getting closer, closer. The other party didn't seem to notice anything unusual and had already entered the floor and started turning over the bodies of the refugees. Probably collecting spoils. Because you can hear the other person saying things like, wow, this AK is awesome, or this is good, take it away from time to time. Gualian could already feel his left leg, and a piercing pain was coming upon him. This is a good thing. Come on, come here quickly, there are spoils here. The ghost face waited silently, just like a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into a trap. I heard, the other party has reached the corner of the wall, and his steps are very steady. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step? The time is now. A hooded head stuck out from the corner of the wall. Bang? No, not him. Just when Gue Lien realized something was wrong, a black object was thrown towards him from the corner of the wall. Before Gue Mien could even react, it hit him. No. Boom. Crackling. Tang Yu hid behind a corner, listening to the low-frequency sound coming from the digital headphones, his slightly narrowed eyes revealing a fierce look. Finally, when he saw the two light spots, one black and one red, disappear on the virtual map, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now do you know who the real Lao Lu is? Just at this moment, as Tang Yu's expression gradually became unbelievable, that very familiar mechanical prompt sound rang again. Survivor Tang Yu killed the evil god believer priest, alone in the first round of disaster, and obtained the rare title, Nightwalker, and the regional legend degree +1. Survivor Tang Yu has 3 regional legend points in the first round of disasters, and has obtained the achievement, Rising Legend, and the world legend point +1. I'll go. Tang Yu's face was filled with shock and ecstasy. It was another success in achieving title and regional legend, and this time, he even obtained 1 point of world legend. He didn't expect that this evil god priest was so important. Just by killing him, he would directly obtain a rare title and 1 point of regional legend. A rare title. The 2 titles that Tang Yu had obtained before, Enemy of Refugees and Darling in Disaster, were just of ordinary levels. However, this also shows that the title level is likely to be similar to the item level. Common, rare, epic. As for what levels are above that, Tang Yu is not clear yet. However, judging from the difficulty of obtaining titles nowadays, it is extremely difficult to obtain each title. Just like Enemy of Refugees, it can only be obtained by the first survivor who obtains the achievement, Nemesis of Refugees, in the novice version of the Doomsday game. That is to say, every month, 100,000 people on Blue Star enter the Doomsday game to take on the survival challenge, and only one person will obtain this title. 1 in 100,000 chance. What a horrible difficulty. Needless to say, the difficulty of the title, the Darling in Disaster, was high, and Tang Yu had made a lot of targeted preparations for it. This was achieved by chance with a little bit of luck. Apart from anything else, just entering this trading building full of refugees is enough to dissuade 99.99% of the survivors. Let's look back at this rare title, Nightwalker. This ghost face is probably the biggest boss in this first round of disasters. Chapter 85, Incompletely Evolved Brain Neural Bridge, the light that breaks through the darkness. Tang Yu understood that now was not the time to check these titles and achievement information. He stepped directly over the corpse and came to where the ghost face was. 2 bodies torn to pieces by grenade fragments appeared in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu glanced at the fat, bald man with a scar on his face. Judging from the equipment on the opponent and the big gold chain around his neck, his body had been torn into pieces by steel balls and shrapnel. It was not difficult for Tang Yu to guess that this guy was most likely Rugu, the leader of this refugee camp. But this ghost face is really cruel. He directly uses the meat dog as a shield for himself. Sure enough, only by being ruthless enough can you survive in this doomsday world. From now on, there must be no one behind you. Tang Yu secretly warned himself. He kicked the dog's body away. Only then did the ghost face hiding underneath appear. Because of the meat dog's body blocking the way, all the damage from Tang Yu's Argeo grenade modified hit the upper body of the ghost face above the chest. The bulletproof vest he was wearing was full of holes and craters from the impact of grenade fragments and steel balls. The ghost face's head was shattered into pieces due to the direct attack from the grenade. But when Tang Yu's flashlight shone over there, Tang Yu's gaze suddenly shrank, revealing an incredible expression. There was a hint of inquiry mixed with shock and fear. I saw a little crystal light in the ghost face's exploded skull and broken brain tissue, which emitted colorful light under the illumination of the flashlight. Tang Yu hesitated. Hold the flashlight in your mouth. With a flip of his hands, a glass bottle and tweezers appeared in his hands. Under the illumination of the flashlight, Tang Yu used tweezers to peel off the milky white brain tissue and blood vessels around the crystal object bit by bit. When the object finally appeared in front of him, Tang Yu finally understood that this was a jelly-like substance the size of a disaster coin. It looks very similar to the bone marrow in the cattle shank bones in the previous life, but it is more crystal clear, and it will emit a rainbow-like light when exposed to light. Tweezers in the right hand, glass bottle in the left hand. Place the jelly-like substance smoothly into the bottle and tighten the cap. The information about this substance also appeared in front of Tang Yu. Imperfectly evolved cranial nerve bridge. Type: rare item. Effect: direct use, 70% chance of immediate death, 20% chance of brain lesions, 7% chance of brain development plus 3%, 2.5% chance of body transformation, brain development plus 3%, 0.5% chance unknown. Introduction. This is a substance that was created by itself in the body of the experimental subject after using an incomplete gene evolution potion. Many people seem to be looking for this item everywhere. It is very valuable. It is rumored that this item contains the secret of God. You may want to go to XXX to ask. Tang Yu looked at the introduction information of this item and frowned. As for the relevant information about this substance, Tang Yu actually already had some guesses in his mind after being briefly surprised, so it was not surprising. Instead, he became extremely curious about the place or person names that were censored in the information. This was the first time he saw items in a Doomsday game being censored. It seemed that this place or these people were very unusual. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu put the glass bottle back into the backpack space. He has been increasingly curious about this Doomsday game, so this one more thing won't make a difference. Tang Yu looked around the 20th floor, grinned, and laughed. The corners of my mouth couldn't be pressed down no matter what. The whole night. Unexpectedly, he actually accomplished this task, and he didn't even use the remote-controlled emulsion explosives he had installed before. Things went so smoothly thanks to the butcher's surprise attack tonight. Not only did it help Tang Yu attract the meat dog's attention, it also attracted the ghost face. Thinking of the butcher, Tang Yu immediately went to the fire door on the east side. I saw that 2 big holes had been blown out where the fire door was originally located, and concrete fragments mixed with corpses were scattered everywhere. Tang Yu quickly found the dying butcher among the corpses. That's right, the butcher was not dead. The few men in front of him helped him to withstand most of the damage. In addition, he was not close to the fire door at the time. Due to various coincidences, he survived. Even so, he was no different from being dead. The steel balls from the explosion could be resisted by his men, but the shock waves from the explosion of 2 remote control emulsion explosives modified still ruptured all of his internal organs, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. A pair of military boots appeared in front of him, and the butcher tried hard to turn his eyes and look upwards. As a result, he only saw the light of the flashlight, which made him close his eyes involuntarily. "You old bastard, I didn't expect you to wait for me to send you away." Then, a silenced pistol appeared in Tang Yu's hand, pointed at the butcher's head, his lips slightly opened. "Goodbye, I won't see you off." Puff! Looking at the butcher's death, Tang Yu didn't have any special thoughts. "I still have a lot of ideas before I kill him. Now that I have really killed him with my own hands, I feel very calm inside, as if this is how it should be." Then he started from this side and took down everyone's equipment, weapons, and supplies, and put them into the backpack space. If you encounter a backpack container, fill it up first, and then put the backpack container into the backpack space. Engage in unconventional loot collection tactics packs. Tang Yu had already discovered this on the first day of entering the Doomsday game when he killed the 2 refugees in the subway station. Perhaps it was because their first round of disasters was the rookie version. All captured weapons and equipment, even if destroyed in battle, will be automatically restored to their original state once picked up by survivors. The same is still true now. The armor and weapons of many refugees were damaged in the explosion. But as long as Tang Yu picks it up, it will immediately become complete. After experiencing the power of a truly catastrophic polar blizzard on the rooftop, Tang Yu already understood that they were now going through the first round of disasters at the so-called novice level. I'm afraid this is the result of the difficulty of a real Doomsday game being reduced again and again. The purpose should be to allow them a transition period to prepare for entering the real Doomsday world. Tang Yu just took a quick glance and saw that there were currently 398 survivors in the area. The novice difficulty has already killed about 60% of the survivors. What about when you enter the real Doomsday game? What kind of existence will these survivors face? Tang Yu felt very unsure. It took more than half an hour for Tang Yu to finally collect all the supplies from everyone, including the bodies of the refugees who had died in the corridor. In the end, Tang Yu even came to the generator set again, feeling extremely regretful. Hey, if I had known there was no need to blow up the entire 20th floor, I would have kept this generator set. What a great thing. Even so, Tang Yu found many precious mechanical parts from the wreckage of the bombed generator set. Just by looking at the various awesome introductions above, Tang Yu knew that he basically wouldn't have to worry about upgrading the parts for the next stage of the generator set. Tang Yu searched the 20th floor inside and out 3 times, dismantled the remote control emulsion explosives that he had installed before, turned off the remote control detonator, and retracted the backpack space. He didn't think that installing explosives before was unnecessary. Even if it happens again, he will still do the same. Having a trump card and not using it is different from having no trump card at all. When facing life and death, no preparation is redundant. At this time, even Tang Yu's backpack space that had been strengthened by the Super Tycoon. They were all stuffed full, and this was what he got for the evening. Come to the west staircase. Taking a final look at the dark floor and the corpses all over the ground, Tang Yu chuckled and turned forward. The flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. Take a step forward and run downstairs. P.S. The plot of the trading center has officially ended. I don't know if you enjoyed it, dear reader. If not, there's more to come. I'm working hard on typing, and I'll try to update for everyone in the next 2 days. It takes a lot of time to come up with the plot, so please give me some time, please support, and read on. Chapter 86, Cabin's Traces, Rare Title, Night Walker. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Tang Yu finally returned to his hiding place with heavy steps. It's too difficult. This was the hardest time he had worked since entering the Doomsday game. He had been busy since 7 o'clock last night until now. Tang Yu collected all the supplies on the 20th floor. Because all the refugees had been killed, Tang Yu drove his electric snowmobile directly back to the Huayuan subway station without any worries under the cover of the wind and snow. It was only midnight when he returned to his hideout for the first time with a backpack full of loot. Originally, Tang Yu wanted to stop here for today, but his mind kept on thinking about what might happen to them, the survivors, after the first round of disasters, when they merged into the real Doomsday world. He could not calm down no matter what. So I just unloaded all the supplies in my backpack and set off again. Returning to the trading building, starting from the top 23rd floor, a thorough, carpet-style search for supplies was launched. This time, it can be said that Tang Yu did not intend to let go of even a needle. From small items like biscuits and bread to large items like electric motors and even coffee tables and sofas. Tang Yu took away everything he thought might be useful. No chassis escaped Tang Yu's clutches. He deducted all of them. I don't know if it's because we are in the midst of a disaster, but after he searched the entire trading building chassis, he actually found 2 graphics cards. So the number of graphics cards in Tang Yu's hand directly reached 7. This number is simply exaggerated. There's more to gain. When the trading building was occupied by refugees, they had hidden a lot of good things in private. Among them were valuables, weapons and ammunition, food, cigarettes, and alcohol. The locations where many of the supplies were hidden were extremely bizarre. Toilets and ceilings are the most common places where these supplies are hidden. If Tang Yu could not directly and comprehensively lock the location of all materials in the trading center building, he really couldn't find these. Therefore, Tang Yu's harvest this time was simply invincible. The backpack has such a large capacity, but it was burst twice. It took 2 trips to bring the supplies back to the hiding place. The process is hard and tortuous, but the harvest is also helpless. Because Tang Yu's hiding place now has no extra space at all. God have mercy on us. His hiding place is more than 200 square meters. In previous lives, this was an area that many workers desired. At this moment, Tang Yu could only turn sideways to have a winding passage leading to other facilities. The living room, which was originally a rest area, had long been filled with all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances, and even the Kong was piled with supplies. In the corner of the wall where the explosives workbench was located in the distance, Tang Yu had piled up the ammunition boxes to the ceiling, and the ground was covered with hundreds of various weapons, ammunition, and armor piled up like mountains. There is no time to organize and summarize them, so I can only throw them aside. The kitchen is also piled high with various foods and drinks. Although many of them are frozen in the extremely cold temperatures, it does not affect the actual effect. This does not include the high-end or rare items still stored in Tang Yu's backpack. For example, the items collected from Rugu, Butcher, and Ghostface. The safe in Rugu's room that was directly packed up and taken away by Tang Yu, and the equipment and supplies from the 2 evil god believers. There are currently only 3 facilities in the hideout, and Tang Yu has not stored any supplies there. Generator Intelligence Center Medical Station. Tang Yu got himself a can of energy drink to refresh himself slightly. Come to the generator set. When he returned to the hideout for the first time, he started upgrading the generator set. More than 3 hours later, the level 3 generator set had been upgraded. The most obvious improvement compared to before is the amount of fuel that can be accommodated, which has been increased from 2 barrels to 4 barrels. At the same time, the battery capacity has also been greatly expanded. At present, it can generate electricity for 5 minutes and standby for 3 hours. Even though it was just a joke, it also proved the power of the Level 3 generator set. Tang Yu came to the Intelligence Center at this moment. Since the Level 3 generator set was in place, it was time to upgrade the Intelligence Center. But before that, today's daily intelligence should have been updated. Tang Yu came to the laptop in the Intelligence Center and extracted today's daily intelligence. Between flickering lights and shadows, a line of text appeared on the laptop. Tang Yu's originally nonchalant expression froze, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Cabin learned that the butcher went to attack the meat dog and lost contact, so he attacked the butcher's base camp, the Quella City Opera House building at 3 o'clock in the morning. I really don't need to sleep tonight. Tang Yu sighed silently. Decisively upgrade the Intelligence Center, but this time, the survivor has the rare items, message transmitter and message receiver, which meet the requirements for the Intelligence Center upgrade function accessories. Can they be used as upgrade materials? Tang Yu was stunned. Then he took out the information receiver from the backpack space, and then took out a machine similar to an old Nokia phone from the butcher's relics. It is the so-called information transmitter. Tang Yu's eyes turned, and then he no longer hesitated. Yes. So, the 2 rare items in his hands, along with other upgraded materials, were integrated into the light curtain of the Intelligence Center. Hope you can give me a surprise. This upgrade will take a full 48 hours, but it is a necessary process. Tang Yu had already packed his equipment and was ready to set off again. It would be fine if he didn't know Cabin's location, but now that he knew it, Tang Yu had a guess in his mind that needed to be verified. Take out another bowl of nourished mutton soup. Tang Yu really felt like vomiting when he smelled this smell today. He gritted his teeth and ate it, refreshing the yang qi rising buff. The weapons and equipment are still the same as before. When he was in the trading building, Tang Yu only consumed 2 grenades, 1 RGO grenade, modified, 3 remote control emulsion explosive, modified, and a few pistol bullets. So Tang Yu just replenished a few bowls of freshly made, nourished lamb soup and left the hiding place again. As soon as I got out of the Huayuan subway station, I heard gunshots and explosions coming from the north, and it was obvious that the battle was in full swing. That is where the Quella City Opera House is located, right in the middle of Ruga's trading building and Cabin's previous forest store. Because the buff effect of Blessing of Snow Lotus on the body has disappeared, even the intensity of the polar blizzard has begun to weaken. Tang Yu is still wearing the anti-freeze suit, riding on an electric snowmobile and speeding through the snow, heading north. It took less than 20 minutes for the snowmobile to stop. This location is just around the corner from the theater building. The sound of gunfire had become sparse, and it was obvious that the battle was coming to an end. After taking back the snowmobile, Tang Yu quickly put away his anti-freeze suit and changed into level 5 ammunition armor, night cloak, and black mask. At the same time, choose to wear the rare title, Night Walker, obtained after killing Ghostface. The effect of the title began to take effect immediately, and Tang Yu suddenly turned into darkness itself, moving towards the Opera House building. Night Walker. Type. Title. Level Rare. Requirements. Kill the evil god priest alone in the first round of disasters in the Doomsday game. Wearing requirements. A sacrifice ceremony must be performed every 7 days to please the knight, otherwise it will be a self-sacrifice. Effect 1. Become qualified to preside over the sacrificial ceremony and to use the blade of the evil god's follower priest. Effect 2. During the night. Stamina consumption minus 70%, movement speed plus 30%, perception plus 50, dexterity plus 50. Effect 3. Walking in darkness or shadows, stealth effect plus 50%, ignored effect plus 50%. Effect 4. When walking in darkness or shadows, you will automatically gain the silent effect. Effect 5. Evil God Follower's Reputation plus Reverence. Introduction. Since you have successfully killed a priest of the evil god, your strength is recognized by all the evil god believers. The old king is dead, and the new king has succeeded to the throne. Note, the title effect is only valid when worn, and only one title can be worn at the same time, and it cannot be stacked. Silent. Type, rare equipment skill. Effect. Eliminate all sounds within 1 meter of the wearer, including but not limited to footsteps, friction, collision. Chapter 87. The Opera House has 10 floors, and refugees are becoming more difficult. Tang Yu walked in the darkness, observing the situation inside the Quella City Opera House. The sound of gunfire from the battle had died down. The butcher should have considered the defense of the base before going to the trading building to attack the meat dog. The theater building was filled with makeshift fortifications and explosive traps. But it seemed that Kaban was more powerful. The battle between the two sides lasted from the Opera House Hall to the 10-story building at the back. From a distance through the window, you can still see the sparks of fire caused by the explosion in the building. Tang Yu followed the corpse all the way to the entrance of the 10-story building and hid in the darkness. Two refugees were fully armed and hiding behind the defensive sandbags at the gate, vigilantly observing the surrounding situation. On the other side, several refugees were cleaning up the battlefield, turning over the corpses on the ground, and collecting all the equipment. If they came across an enemy corpse, they would shoot it in the head first, regardless of whether it was dead or alive. Tang Yu frowned slightly. This Kaban seemed to have become much smarter and more cautious after what happened last night. Looking at the 10-story building, he had to find a way to get in. But the opponent's defense was so tight that even if Tang Yu had completely blended into the darkness, it would be impossible for him to pass under the opponent's nose. Not to mention, there was a big bonfire behind the refugees, and there were also refugees in the building patrolling for possible hidden enemies. Finally, after Tang Yu walked around the small building, an idea came to his mind. 10 minutes later, a violent explosion occurred at the gate of the 10-story building. The powerful blast directly blew away the refugees who were on guard, and the gate was in a mess. The surrounding doors, windows, glass, and walls were blown to pieces, and a large gap appeared on the outer wall. Hearing the explosion, all the refugees who were patrolling the building rushed over to check on the wounded and be on guard against the impending attack. In their view, this was the final counterattack by the butcher's remnants. They didn't realize that at the moment of the explosion, the shockwave blew up all the glass, doors, and windows near the gate. The glass in a room farthest from the main door of the small building also shattered, mixed with the sound of the explosion and the sound of doors, windows, and glass shattering, and did not attract anyone's attention at all. When all the refugees on the first floor rushed to the gate of the small building, Tang Yu had already climbed onto the windowsill and was about to jump to the ground, but he suddenly stopped, and a trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Night Walker grants him a plus 50 enhancement in perception. So even without any light, through the weak light in various environments, Tang Yu still saw that the floor under the windowsill was densely covered with triangular nails. If Tang Yu hadn't paid attention, he would have jumped down. Even though his military boots had a level 2 stab protection, he was not careful and lost his balance and fell down. The result can only be described as being full of holes. This is not over yet. The triangular nails are just the first round of traps in this room. Just behind the triangular nails, Tang Yu saw 3 silk threads, each extending behind the furniture 2 meters away. My goodness, who the hell did this? It's so insidious. Kaban or the butcher, these two guys are not good people. Originally, Tang Yu thought that these guys were so easy to fool that they all ran over. It seems that they have been prepared for a long time and are just waiting for someone to fall into their trap. Tang Yu carefully used his military boots to kick the triangular nails under his feet to create a foothold, and then he was able to finally get in. Not daring to delay, the group of refugees in the 10-story building gave Tang Yu a strong sense of oppression. They were on a completely different level from all the refugees they had encountered before. The difficulty suddenly increased greatly, and the tactical awareness and combat skills were simply not comparable to before. As to whether it was Cabin's men who did this, or for some other reason, Tang Yu didn't know. He only knew that if he was not extremely careful at this moment, today he would most likely die here. After stepping over the booby trap set with 3 silk threads, I saw that the refugees at the gate had retreated. Tang Yu immediately blended into the darkness and groped his way upstairs. However, this time he carefully observed his surroundings with every step he took, for fear that there might be booby traps and he would fall into them. This time it went very smoothly. Apparently, Cabin and his men had just won a battle and suffered heavy losses, so they only set up a cordon at the first floor gate. Everyone else was searching the small building for possible hidden enemies. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the 8th floor, he had a rough idea of the number of people in Cabin. Excluding the refugees at the downstairs gate and those patrolling on the first floor, there were about 20 refugees on the 2nd floor and above. Even Tang Yu saw Cabin on the 8th floor. There is no way. The opponent's unique bald head, mink fur, and pecan machine gun are really impressive. In the photos that Wang Bohu sent him, Cabin's bravery was emphasized. At this time, it was obvious that someone had discovered the traces of Tang Yu entering the first floor, because it was too obvious. The broken windows and disrupted triangular nails are strong evidence. Boss, we found traces of someone lurking on the first floor. I guess he came in when the explosion on the first floor attracted our attention. Listening to the words coming from his younger brother on the intercom, Cabin smiled coldly. Brothers, there's a rat in the building. Everyone, form groups of 3 and search every corner. As soon as Cabin's voice fell, the 20 or so refugees in the small building immediately formed teams of 3 and began to search the small building again. Caban is located on the 8th floor. There were 3 refugees on the first floor, guarding a staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. There were 2 staircases in total, and they were watched closely by 6 people. One person was on guard on the left side of the stairs, another was on guard on the right side of the stairs, and the third person was leaning against the wall, squatting in the direction of the stairs with a gun in hand. Conduct tactical squatting. When Tang Yu heard someone reporting to Cabin, he had already left quietly. 6th floor. A 3-member refugee team is checking each room one by one, with clear division of labor among the 3. One person opened the door and 2 people entered with guns. One person is on guard on the left, one is on guard on the right, and the person who opens the door is on guard behind the 2 people. The 3 of them take turns to provide cover as they move forward. When they quickly scan the room with the flashlight, seeing the double bed, the 4-door wardrobe, the dressing table, the sofa, their eyes finally fell on the window without any expression. The 3 of them looked at each other. The curtains there had been drawn, but at this moment they were slightly raised. If you didn't look carefully, you might have overlooked it. But if you look closely, it is clearly the shape of a person. One of the refugees quietly pointed at the 4-door wardrobe and the curtains, and finally pointed at himself. The other 2 refugees nodded slightly. So the 3 men changed their formation, with one standing in the middle with a gun to provide cover. In front of his left and right were the curtains and the 4-door wardrobe. The other 2 walked towards the curtains and the 4-door wardrobe respectively. Everything was ready, and the curtains and 4-door wardrobe were pulled open by 2 refugees. The next moment, the expressions of the 3 people relaxed instantly. There were no enemies. Only, just when they breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! A spherical object rolled out of the closet and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. When the 3 of them looked at it, their eyes suddenly widened with horror. Get down, hands! Boom! Chapter 88, Lao Lu's Daily Life 2.0, Angry Cabin. The violent explosion startled all the refugees in the building. They didn't expect that the rat would be so bold as to attack them. The refugees on the 5th and 7th floors immediately determined that the explosion occurred on the 6th floor and quickly informed Caban of the situation. Caban gave quick instructions over the intercom. The team on the 7th floor will proceed to the 6th floor. The other floors will continue to remain alert. After searching your floor, exchange positions with the adjacent floors and conduct a secondary search. The team on the 7th floor, whose names were called, quickly ran towards the 6th floor. At the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, the 3 refugees who had just come out of the last room naturally heard Cabin's order. Everyone be careful. The rat is very likely on the 6th floor, or it could be here. Don't be careless. Although he said so, everyone could see the ease in his words. But at this moment, his gaze towards the other 2 people suddenly froze. In the corner of the corridor, there was a shadow behind a huge potted plant that had been frozen by the extreme cold and was now stiff and straight. A black gun barrel stretched out. Puff, 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 puff. 3 bodies of refugees fell to the ground, and Tang Yu jumped down from behind the potted plant. Move your neck and shoulders. He squatted for too long, and his body almost became stiff. Fortunately, the result is not bad. He quickly put all the supplies of the 3 people into the backpack space. Then he pulled out the rings of the 2 grenades and carefully pressed them on the chest of the face-down corpse at the top. After confirming that everything was okay, he blended into the darkness again. Tang Yu had no intention of blending in with the refugees this time. The situation this time was completely different from before, and Cabin now asked them to work in groups of 3, obviously taking into account the possibility that invaders would sneak into their group. If Tang Yu guessed correctly, as long as someone appeared in front of these refugees alone, they might not even give you a chance to speak and would just shoot you to death. Time passed quickly, and the refugees searching the 6th floor naturally could not gain anything, so all their attention was focused on other floors. The 3 people on the 5th floor quickly finished searching their floor, and just in time to switch floors with the 4th floor for a second search. But he found that he couldn't contact the fourth floor team no matter what, and he immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately informed Cabin of the situation via the intercom, and the three of them ran to the fourth floor. Just when the three of them rushed to the fourth floor and shone the tactical flashlight to the end of the corridor, all three of them gasped. In their field of vision, they saw only 3 bodies lying on the ground, stacked on top of each other. One of them immediately picked up the intercom and told Kaban what he had discovered. Then the 3 men approached the body with guns, and each time they passed a room, the 3 men's attention became focused. However, until they arrived in front of the corpse, they did not receive the expected attack. Immediately, 2 people were responsible for guarding, and the leaders squatted down and looked at the corpse. From the distant stairs, the sound of people running could be heard. It was obvious that reinforcements had arrived. Seeing the reinforcements coming, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the invaders had left. But when did he kill this group? Why is there no movement at all? How? How was he killed? The supporter was the refugee who was responsible for clearing the bodies outside the first floor. He asked directly. Not sure, let's take a look. After the leader finished speaking, he turned over the top corpse and saw the other person's face. It was Cruff. He was hit in the head and died instantly. He was analyzing the cause of the other party's death, but suddenly he heard 2 crisp sounds of the grenade's safety handle being bounced off. 2 spherical objects as big as lemons were seen rolling down from the corpse. His eyes suddenly widened. Grenade! Run! The 6 of them immediately ran backwards, scrambled to the floor of the nearest room, and laid prostrate, holding their heads and covering their ears. The whole action was done in one go. Boom! Boom! The impact of the explosion caused the entire room to tremble, and dust from the roof fell down. Just when a few people thought it was over. Just as they raised their heads and were about to get up, they suddenly saw a black muzzle of a gun pointed at 6 people under the double bed in front of them. By dense bullets were fired from the PP 91-01 Ketterby silenced submachine gun. Even though they were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, at a distance of less than 10 meters, Tang Yu fired a volley of bullets, and all 6 of them were killed. 2 violent explosions sounded, once again drawing the attention of all the refugees in the 10-story building. At this moment, Kaban was roaring with great anger, like a red-hot bull. Damn it, everyone follow me. I want to see who dares to go against me. Cabin immediately picked up his Pecan machine gun and rushed towards the 4th floor, with his subordinates following him. Tang Yu quickly climbed down from under the bed, opened the window of the room first, and then came to the door. He quickly installed a remote-controlled emulsion explosive in the most hidden position above the door, opened the door, and ran towards the stairs. Just as Tang Yu ran to the stairs, he heard dense footsteps coming from the stairs going up and down. Damn, such a quick reaction. I cursed inwardly, without having time to think too much. With a flash, he ran into the room closest to him. But when he went in, he found that the room was extremely small, as if it was a tool storage room, with a total area of less than 3 square meters. Not to mention going in, even standing at the door, you can see everything inside the house. Only at this moment did Tang Yu truly realize the benefits of having a virtual map. When has he ever been so embarrassed? He always made the enemies run around in circles before. He really felt exhausted now and missed his virtual map very much. But at this moment, the enemy's footsteps are very clear and they will arrive soon. It was too late to change rooms. If you can't think of a solution now, you may never have to think of one again. Tang Yu looked around the room again and had an idea in his mind. After experiencing a series of bombings, Kaban finally got angry. Except for the 4 refugees who were guarding the gate of the small building, all the personnel were called to the 4th floor. Dense footsteps came from the stairwell, and Tang Yu was frightened when he heard it. But his expression was very calm. Having experienced many life and death situations, he has become able to control his emotions well. Although Kaban was angry, he did not lose his mind. I didn't rashly go into the 4th floor on my own. Instead, he sent his men to the end of the corridor to investigate the location where the grenade exploded. The 3 bodies had already been turned into a bloody mess due to the explosion of the 2 grenades. The other people soon saw 6 more bodies in the next room. I just watched my comrade, who had just been fighting, lying on the ground with bullet holes all over his body, even though they had just experienced a desperate battle. At this moment, his face is full of disbelief. P.S. Well, I did what I said. Thank you for your support. One more chapter. Still, 9 o'clock. If you like it, Please support it by reading it, giving free gifts, and giving 5-star reviews. Thank you very much. Chapter 89. Obtain the achievement Refugee Slayer 2, the rare title Refugee Conqueror. Kaban stood at the stairs, watching his men investigating the scene in the corridor. The anger in my heart was gathering quickly. First, I was suddenly attacked by Meat Dog and Ghostface for no apparent reason last night. In the end, I could only jump into the sewer to escape like a rat drowned in water. How could the arrogant cabin accept this? So when he heard the news that the butcher attacked the dog trading building tonight, only then would he become so evil as to do such a thing as occupying the magpie's nest. As it turned out, his decision was right. The old butcher would usually stay still, but once he moved, he would go all out to launch a fatal attack. As expected, there were only a dozen or so of his men left guarding his lair. Although it came at a certain cost, he eventually took over the theater building. This included all the butcher's belongings. But now, just because of a hateful rat, he lost 12 of his men in just half an hour, and his manpower was reduced by half. How could he swallow this? But only Kaban knew the fear and panic he felt at that moment. These mysterious and elusive methods made the figure hidden in the dark shadows constantly appear in his mind. No, that's impossible. If that guy Ghostface showed up here, he wouldn't be so sinister and cunning. He would only use the most brutal means to crush the enemy head-on. It can't be his. At this time, the men in charge of the survey also told Kaban about their findings. Boss, we have investigated everything. After killing Cruff, the invaders placed 2 grenades under their bodies. So when Banner and the others were checking Cruff's body, the grenades were triggered. Fortunately, Banner and the others were alert and hid in the next room immediately, so they were not hurt. Upon hearing this, Cabin narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, if that's the case, why did they die? How did they die? The men were frightened by Cabin's fierce momentum and were speechless. Explain! The intruder must have been hiding under the bed, and when Banner and the others fell to the ground to avoid the grenade, they attacked them. Bang! Kaban kicked the fire door at the stairwell hard and said through gritted teeth, damn, what else? The window of the room was opened, and the murderer pretended to escape through the window, but he obviously overlooked the fact that there was snow outside. I saw that the snow on the ground didn't show any signs of being trampled. The subordinate recounted his analysis. So, the intruder must still be hiding somewhere on this floor. Upon hearing this, Kaban laughed in anger, revealing a ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha. Okay, you really think I'm an idiot? You did it once, twice, and you still dare to play tricks on me. Then he said word by word, damn, doesn't he like to hide? You better hide him. Everyone clean this floor. After saying that, Cabin took the brunt of the attack, raised his Pecan machine gun weighing 20 to 30 pounds, kicked open the door of the room closest to the staircase, and started firing at the room inside. The 7.62 by 54 millimeters are bullets swept through the room like a storm, turning everything into fragments in their path. All of Cabin's men immediately rushed to other rooms, kicked open the doors, and fired 5 or 6 grenades at the floor. The continuous shower of grenades on the ground filled the entire 4th floor with a strong smell of gunpowder. The Pecan machine gun stopped firing, and wisps of blue smoke emerged from the slightly reddish muzzle. Kaban looked at all the items in the small tool room in front of him, which were turned into pieces under his powerful firepower. The opposite wall was completely destroyed under his powerful firepower. A smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. I told you to hide. I told you to hide well. You damn rat. After saying that, Cabin threw the machine gun in his hand away, and his men stepped forward to hold it, then followed Cabin to the end of the corridor. Every time Kaban passed a house, he could see the furniture and decorations in the room blown to pieces by grenade fragments. The anger that had accumulated in his heart for 2 days was finally fully released. When he arrived at the room where the 6 people died, he looked at the 6 bodies, while his men were waiting quietly in the corridor. Rest in peace, brothers. Kaban expressed his grief with the most sorrowful expression possible. After saying that, he walked out. As a result, the men who were responsible for searching for the intruder's body suddenly came to Kaban as they just walked to the door of the room. Incredibly, he said, Boss, this is bad. We didn't find the body of the intruder. What? In a trance, Kaban seemed to hear a crisp beep sound. 0.5 seconds later. Boom! An explosion several times more powerful than a grenade occurred in front of Kaban. All of a sudden, All the refugees were engulfed in the flames caused by the explosion and died on the spot without even having time to scream. When the aftermath of the explosion finally stopped, in the tool warehouse at the entrance of the stairs on the fourth floor, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Fuck, my legs are numb. Tang Yu struggled to stand up, pounding his right leg hard. It was damn dangerous just now. Fortunately, he had an idea and supported himself with his legs on the walls on both sides of the tool warehouse and climbed to the top of the wall. Just now, Cabin's big bald head was about 1 meter below his butt. I feel like if the machine gun is raised a little higher, the ejected shell casings will burn my butt. It's so fucking exciting. Fortunately, he was wearing the title of Nightwalker, and the silent effect completely blocked the sound of his breathing. It is estimated that he had been discovered by Cabin long ago and died without a burial place under the opponent's attack. It was at this moment. A clear mechanical prompt sound rang in Tang Yu's ears. Survivor Tang Yu successfully killed the 3 refugee leaders, Cabin, Butcher, and Meat Dog, and obtained the achievement, Refugee Killer 2. Hear this prompt tone. Tang Yu's pupils dilated instantly, revealing an expression that said, as expected. But my heart was filled with joy. How could I not be happy? His guess was confirmed. After killing Cabin, together with the Meat Dog and the Butcher he had killed before, all the leaders of the 3 refugee forces that Tang Yu encountered now died in his hands. Now that he has achieved a new accomplishment, how can Tang Yu not be excited? But now is not the time to think about these things. He quickly stood up, entered the stairwell, and ran upstairs. Because of the silent effect, no sound was made during the whole process. Finally, I stood in the darkness at the corner of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors, waiting quietly. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the 4 refugees who were on guard at the door of the small building ran up the stairs, just when they reached the junction of the staircase and the 4th floor. Upstairs corner. Tang Yu had already thrown the Argeo grenade, modified, in his hand fiercely towards the feet of the 4 people. Then he immediately lay back in the corner of the stairs. Boom! Survivor Tang Yu, during the first disaster, personally destroyed all refugee forces in the area and killed all refugee leaders, meeting the conditions for a special title. The ordinary title, Enemy of Refugees, is upgraded to a rare title, Conqueror of Refugees, and the regional legend degree is +1. P.S. Dear readers, I am collecting the detailed data of the modified configuration of that Russian gun. For now, we need 2 types of firearms, assault rifles and marksman rifles. They can be fully modified or economically modified. There must be a detailed list of the names of the firearms and accessories. Please make notes. Use the one with the most likes. Thank you very much. Chapter 90. Cleaning up the battlefield. Tang Yu's guess. Rewards and more. Ahem. Tang Yu shook off the steel balls and shrapnel that had fallen off his body. It's so dangerous. If he hadn't gotten down quickly enough, the steel balls and shrapnel shot out from Argeo grenade, modified, would have almost strangled him. He stood up quickly. An AK-101 assault rifle appeared in his hand, and the black mask on his head was replaced with a level 4 bulletproof helmet. The equipment on his body immediately switched from the night stealth suit to the CQB combat mode. When he heard the mechanical prompt sound, Tang Yu knew that victory was certain, but after all, he didn't know what the so-called standard for eliminating the refugee forces was. If there were still 1 or 2 refugees left, and they were suddenly attacked by a volley of bullets, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Tang Yu naturally decided to play it safe. After changing the equipment, turn on the tactical flashlight laser combination on the AK-101 and go down to the stairs on the 4th floor in 2 or 3 steps. For horrific corpses appeared in front of Tang Yu, and one person's legs were even cut in half by grenade fragments. Tang Yu had long been accustomed to such bloody scenes. He calmly pointed his gun at several people's heads and started calling out their names. Dead or alive, all will be named. The same was true for the group of refugees and Cabin who were killed by the remote-controlled emulsion explosives at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Facts have proved that Tang Yu's decision was correct. As expected, the 2 refugees did not die from the emulsion explosives, but were seriously injured. One of them even had a pistol in his hand. If Tang Yu hadn't noticed this man's action at the first moment, he would probably have fallen into this guy's trap. Until all the names are called, Tang Yu still did not let down his guard. Instead, he went to every room on the 1st floor and quickly checked them one by one, especially behind the flower pots, in the corners, on the door frames, under the beds. They are all key focus areas. Only after confirming that there was no living person in the building did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. He He went back to the stairs and walked towards the second floor, but after taking just 2 steps, he stopped again. When he returned to the stairs on the first floor, he already had several grenades and silk threads in his hands. He set up several booby traps according to the method Wang Bo had taught him, until the 2 staircases leading from the first floor to the second floor were completed. Tang Yu then returned to the 4th floor and began to happily collect the spoils with a smile on his face. Just as I was about to take action, I remembered the reminder tone just now. He quickly opened the panel to check the achievements and titles he had just obtained. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to have the effect of improving the quality of refugee spoils. As expected, Tang Yu was not disappointed. Refugee Nemesis 2. Type, Achievement. Requirements for obtaining. Successfully kill 3 refugee leaders cumulatively. Effect. After killing refugees, the amount of loot obtained is plus 10%, the quality of loot is plus 30%, and the probability of rare items appearing is plus 5%. Refugee Conqueror. Type. Title. Level Rare. Requirements for obtaining. In the novice version, personally destroy all refugee forces and refugee leaders in the area and obtain the title, Enemy of Refugees. Wearing requirements. Kill at least 1 refugee leader, more than 20 people, every week and hang it high up to declare the conqueror's authority to all refugees. Otherwise, the title will be frozen. Effect 1. Damage when attacked by refugees minus 30%, and effect plus 30% when taking actions against refugees, including but not limited to harming, healing, intimidating, comforting. Effect 2. The reputation of the refugees with the hostile camp becomes respected, and the reputation of the refugees with the camp becomes revered. Effect 3. There is a 5% chance to conquer refugees and change their camp to become your subordinates. The recruitment panel will be opened. Effect 4. Gain the deterrence skill, which can only be used against refugees, and can be used once a day. Effect 5. When disguised as a refugee, the chance of being discovered is minus 40%, and the probability of conquering refugees is plus 15%. Introduction. At this moment, the legend of the conqueror is passed on by word of mouth among all the refugees. Some hate it, some are hostile, and some regard it as a belief. Note, the title effect is only valid when worn, and only one title can be worn at the same time, and it cannot be stacked. Deterrence. Type. Rare equipment skill. Effect. Shock the target. The target's mind will be controlled, and the target will obey the user's orders. Action time. 300 seconds. Note, items that protect against mind control or people with extremely strong mental can resist or remove the deterrence effect. Oh, awesome. This effect is simply the effect of the achievement, Refugee Nemesis 2, is more than 3 times that of the previous achievement, Refugee Nemesis. The effect of the rare title, Refugee Conqueror, once again shocked Tang Yu. After comparing the information of the 2 rare titles, Night Walker and Nomad Conqueror, Tang Yu also understood the difference between rare titles and common titles. Let's not talk about how powerful the effect is, it's obvious to all. What Tang Yu was most concerned about was the rare titles. If he wanted to wear them, he had to meet the corresponding conditions. The requirement for wearing Night Walker is to perform a sacrifice ceremony once a week. Refugee Conqueror is more direct. The first thing to do is to kill at least 1 refugee leader, more than 20 people, every week and hang him high up to declare the conqueror's authority to all the refugees. To Tang Yu, this seems more like an exchange than a title. In other words, this rare title actually has the so-called wearing requirements. It can also be considered a sacrificial ceremony, which is completed in the way required by each rare title. In exchange, the wearer can use or obtain the abilities or authority attached to the title. In Tang Yu's opinion, the names of rare titles are more like a summary of several similar abilities. But to put it simply, rare titles can be divided into 2 parts. One is the subject or group that the title is aimed at. For example, the subject that Night Walker is aimed at is the night environment or time period. The group targeted by refugee conquerors is refugees. The other part of the title is the action taken against the relevant subjects, just like the word Xing in Night Walker. Another example is the conquer in Refugee Conqueror. All capabilities revolve around these 2 parts. With this discovery and understanding, Tang Yu suddenly had a certain degree of understanding of this Doomsday game. Rare titles seem to have begun to touch the essence of the Doomsday game. Similarly, he had always believed that the gods and the so-called sacrificial rituals of the evil god's followers were a means for Ghostface and the mysterious person behind him to control the refugees and the evil god's followers. But after thinking about the fundamental nature of the wearing requirements for rare titles, instead, he had a guess. Could these so-called gods really exist? The first round of disasters will be over tonight. Maybe it's time to go find Wang Bohu and have a good chat. P.S. Well, this is to thank you for the reward. First, thank you all for your support. The number of rewards has exceeded 1,000. Secondly, I didn't know there was such a thing as an author thank you post before. As a result, many readers typed their thanks for their rewards by hand, which resulted in a delay of several days in expressing my gratitude. I feel very embarrassed. Automatic author thank you posts are now enabled. I will put the list of rewards before 12 o'clock in the review of this chapter and express my gratitude. Chapter 91, The Secrets of the Butcher's Records. Amazing collection. Tang Yu retracted his scattered mind, took off the Night Walker, and put on the title of Refugee Conqueror. Tang Yu packed up all the equipment and belongings of the refugees on the 4th floor and took them away. Sure enough, after wearing the title of Refugee Conqueror and achieving the effect of Refugee Nemesis 2, the quantity and quality of the spoils Tang Yu obtained were more than 50% higher than the materials seized in the trading building. It seems that the first effect of this title also adds some bonus to collecting spoils from refugees. Tang Yu was stunned by the items dropped from cabin. Could this guy have taken all his family property with him when he escaped last night? After collecting all the items in more than 10 minutes, Tang Yu climbed to the 10th floor and conducted a carpet search of every room from top to bottom. Cabin and the others probably had not had time to collect items, so Tang Yu was able to obtain good items in basically every room until he reached the 8th floor. That is the room where Kaban was before. This should be the butcher's residence. Every piece of furniture and decoration inside looks very high-end. I don't know if all refugee leaders have the hobby of displaying items. The butcher's room also has a wall dedicated to displaying items. But unlike Rugu, who likes valuables, this guy seems to have a special liking for all kinds of bullets. In each glass display case, bullets of various types appeared in front of Tang Yu. There is also a card in front of each bullet, which records the bullet caliber type effect. The bullet makers recorded above all had the same name without exception, Kalantai Butcher. Tang Yu was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the butcher, that old bastard who looks so ugly and burly, is actually a bullet craftsman. Tang Yu was not polite. After packing up everything in the room and taking it away, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he began to grope around on the furniture. Finally, he found a very hidden button in the corner of the desk and pressed it hard. The wall behind the desk began to rotate, revealing a secret room inside. Tang Yu showed an expression that said as expected. Walking into the secret room, the area is not too small, about 60 square meters. Several iron cages are placed on one side of the secret room. In addition, there is a small room that looks like a workshop that is separated separately. In a corner of the secret room, there was a huge safe that was 2 meters high. It needed a password and a key to open it. Tang Yu went forward and tried to take it away directly, but there was no response. Only then did I notice that the safe had been welded directly to the wall by the butcher. Tang Yu thought that there seemed to be a key among the items he had looted from the butcher before. He quickly took out the magazine containing all the butcher's supplies from the backpack and began to search. Sure enough, a slender and huge brass key appeared in Tang Yu's hand, along with a small palm-sized notebook. Tang Yu took a quick look and found the safe password recorded in the small notebook. He also saw some interesting content. Hannibal is really blind to promote a fool like Rugu. Where exactly is CBS Labs? What on earth does this guy Zoro want to do? 5 million Doomsday coins. There are quite a lot of evil god followers these days. Damn God. If Sauron hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that this was the result of the failed potion from the CBS laboratory. This is simply Hannibal Zhou's conspiracy. Something is wrong. This guy Zoro is trying to sow discord between me and Hannibal Zhou. What is his purpose? My intuition tells me that it is definitely related to that laboratory. What does this guy Zoro know? But we can't act rashly. Hannibal seems to have some connection with the rebel leaders. What did I see? The laboratory is actually under this city. My God. But why did the explosion happen there? What happened? Damn it. Where did Hannibal go? But this is a good opportunity for me to take action. Zoro said that Hannibal's idiot brother actually has the key card to enter the laboratory. Oh my God. What did I hear? The black dog is dead. I am dying of laughter. There is a wanderer in Sauron's mercenary organization. His identity is becoming more and more suspicious. Idiot. Why did this guy Saber go to help me get the key? Now he has disappeared. Okay, This is a rare opportunity. Who would have thought that by blaming Cabin, Rugu and him would actually fight? Great! Tonight, since Cabin can't be found, let's take down the meat dog first. After tonight, I, the butcher, will have the final say in the White Tower area. Today, Tang Yu finally knew the name of the man behind the ghost face, Hannibal Zhou. Hannibal, TSK, TSK. While Tang Yu used the password and key in his hand to open the safe, his mind kept recalling the information revealed in the content recorded by the butcher just now. Now he learned the name of an organization within the Doomsday game. Mercenary organization. Refugees, rebels, mercenaries, wanderers, followers of evil gods, and survivors. There are already 6 forces or camps that we know about now. No, more than that. Tang Yu remembered that he had traded a blood-stained letter before. The person lurking among the evil god's followers in the letter was initially addressed as Colonel. The rebels? No, not the rebels. Since there are rebels, there must be another army or armed force, and it should be hostile to the rebels. These are already 7 forces. Tang Yu began to feel a little uneasy and anxious about his situation after today. But he also has a direction for his next goal. The butcher's little notebook made it clear that Hannibal seemed to have some connection with the top leaders of the rebels, and he also controlled the refugee forces and the evil god believers. It also has a very close relationship with a very mysterious CBS laboratory. Tang Yu drew a heavy circle around Hannibal Zhou in his mind and marked him. He's the focus. The next step is to dig deeper into this guy. Tang Yu feels that he will definitely be able to dig out more secrets and clues about this city and this Doomsday world. At this time, the butcher's safe was finally opened by Tang Yu. Just looking at the items stored inside, Tang Yu was a little distracted for a moment. My dear father, all I saw was that the safe was filled with neatly stacked Doomsday coins, and the estimated number was at least tens of millions. This is not the end. There is a very delicate mahogany jewelry box in front of the Doomsday coin. Tang Yu opened it and saw 5 black gold coins emitting moving light inside, disaster coins. Next to the disaster coin are 3 blueprints and a book quietly placed. Tang Yu just glanced at the title of one of the books, and his heart started pounding. Bullet Theory in Practice. Chapter 92. Exchange information with Wang Bohu and give a gift to Wang Haoyu. It was already 5 a.m. when Tang Yu returned to his hiding place. This time, he didn't even wash up. He just fell directly on the Kong that was piled with supplies, squeezed out of a corner, and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that not only he did not sleep that night, but many people in the regional channel also did not sleep. Within the regional channel, at this moment, some people are still discussing the battle that broke out in the trading building and the theater building, as well as various speculations. There were even survivors near the trading building who sent photos they had taken from afar last night to the area chat. All the survivors who saw the photos fell silent. Among them was Wang Bohu. However, when he saw that several messages he had sent had not received any response, he already had a guess in his mind. When Tang Yu finally woke up from his sleep, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he had woken up, Tang Yu felt as if his body was falling apart, and he felt sore and weak. Only then did I notice that after coming back yesterday, he didn't even have time to take off his armor, and fell asleep immediately. After such a long time, it would be a miracle if I didn't feel uncomfortable. I took off all my equipment and went to the bathroom to wash my body. Eat something to replenish your satiety and water. Only then did he notice that Wang Bohu had sent him several messages in succession last night. However, at the time, all his energy was focused on collecting supplies and fighting, so he only saw these messages now. Wang Bohu, Master, was it you who appeared above the trading building yesterday? Hang glider flight picture. Wang Bohu, what happened last night? Why did fierce fighting break out in the trading building and the theater building? Wang Bohu, great God. Tang Yu looked at the question sent by Wang Bohu, thought for a while, and said so. Tang Yu, well, that person is me. How can you not recognize the things you sent me? It just so happens that I also have something to ask you. Today is the last day of the disaster, and we also need to exchange information so that we can better deal with the situation afterwards. As soon as Tang Yu sent the message, Wang Bohu replied. It seemed that he had been waiting for Tang Yu's message. Wang Bohu, Master, did you just wake up? That's right, yesterday. In this way, Tang Yu answered some of Wang Bohu's questions and curiosity about last night. Wang Bohu was a little surprised when he learned from Tang Yu that the reason why the fighting broke out in the trading building last night was because the refugees from the theater building attacked the meat dog. Of course, he knew who Rugu was. He found out when he reported the battle situation in the 4S store to Tang Yu yesterday. So when Wang Bohu heard the news that the butcher attacked the meat dog, the first thing he thought of was that this was planned by Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu directly denied Wang Bohu's inquiry and instead told him about how the butcher blamed Cabin, which led to the fight between Rugu and Cabin. He also said that the butcher's attack on the meat dog was an accident and had nothing to do with him. The reason why Tang Yu appeared in the trading building was because he was going there to get an item, so he paid attention to the situation of the meat dog before. However, he asked Wang Bohu about the final outcome of the battle in the trading building and the situation in the theater building. Tang Yu said to all of them, "I don't know." Anyway, when the survivors took the photo of him flying the hang glider, there was indeed a battle going on in the trading building. Although Tang Yu still trusted Wang Bohu, this matter involved two rare titles, and Tang Yu instinctively did not want to let anyone know about it. Perhaps it is because he recognizes deep down that human nature is evil. He will always be wary of anyone he does not control or cannot completely trust. After Wang Bohu understood what he wanted to know, Tang Yu also asked Wang Bohu his own questions. "Tang Yu, what do you know about the background and forces of the real Doomsday world after the first round of disasters? And what do we need to pay attention to?" Wang Bohu was not surprised at all when he saw Tang Yu's question, but he didn't reply immediately. Instead, he pondered quietly for a while, as if he was making a decision. Tang Yu did not urge him, but waited quietly. Until 2 minutes later. "Wang Bohu, Master, I have a piece of advice for you. Although I don't want to admit this news, it is true. This is also the news that the Blue Star high-level officials have never dared to let ordinary people know. Wang Bohu, after entering the real Doomsday game, remember not to trust anyone, including fellow Blue Stars who entered the Doomsday game before, and never reveal the location of your hiding place to others. Wang Bohu, because there are traitors among humans who have defected to the 10,000 races, and their number is not small. Wang Bohu, as for the Doomsday game forces and background you mentioned. Wang Bohu, in fact, the senior officials of the base city don't know much. They only know that the main forces are the rebels, the Revolutionary Army, the refugees, and the evil God believers. Even the previous secret information was that a seed predecessor accidentally obtained an epic item. Every time he survived a disaster, he could send a 30-word message to his own world. Wang Bohu. That's all I know. After seeing the message from Wang Bohu, it would be a lie to say I wasn't disappointed. However, Tang Yu was not at all surprised that there was a traitor among the human survivors. As for human beings, or no matter which race, as long as there are desires and fears in their hearts, there will inevitably be traitors. Tang Yu had expected this. However, based on this point, it can also be seen that in the Doomsday game, humans should be at a disadvantage when facing the survivors of all races. The newly emerged Revolutionary Army also proved Tang Yu's previous guess that there was indeed an army hostile to the rebels. In the end, Tang Yu thought about it, still speaking to Wang Bohu. "Tang Yu, let's collect some flood-related supplies as soon as possible today. It should be helpful to you." After saying that, Tang Yu closed the private chat message. But when Wang Bohu saw the message sent by Tang Yu, his eyes widened. An incredible guess appeared in Wang Bohu's mind. The next moment, he suppressed his urge to ask for clarification. He analyzed the message sent by Tang Yu carefully for a long time again. There was excitement, and ecstasy in his eyes. "Wang Bohu, thank you, great God." Immediately, Wang Bohu began his own preparation plan. Tang Yu glanced at Wang Bohu's message and smiled slightly. "How much you can get depends on your ability." It was at this time that he saw a private message from a man named Lu Qingming who said he had a thermostat and could trade it for 15 bowls of nourished lamb soup. The sending time was just after 9 o'clock last night. It was just that Tang Yu was busy with work at that time, so he didn't see it. After Tang Yu saw that the area where the other party was located was a reserve station, he immediately understood what was going on. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He originally didn't intend to pay attention to it, but just as he was about to close the private chat interface, he suddenly changed his mind. "City Tang Yu, are you talking about this thing? Sorry, I already have it. Thermostat picture. Just block this person." This thermostat was a part that Tang Yu found when he dismantled the generator at the butcher's place. Unfortunately, it was unknown whether the generator was blown up by the butcher's men or Cabin's men. Only a few spare parts were left. Tang Yu thought of something. It seemed that he asked Wang Haoyu to help him make a wooden box urgently last night. Wang Haoyu also seemed to understand that Tang Yu's situation was urgent, and he sent the wooden box over immediately without asking for any supplies. He has not sent any message to Tang Yu to this day. Although this wooden box was not valuable, it really helped Tang Yu a lot at that time. Wang Haoyu is also an open-minded person who is worth making friends with, and relationships need to be maintained. Think about it. Tang Yu directly selected a complete set of equipment from the weapons and equipment confiscated yesterday, including main weapons, secondary weapons, melee weapons, 5 grenades, a level 4 bulletproof vest, a level 3 bulletproof helmet, and 300 rounds of spare ammunition, and traded it directly to Wang Haoyu. So, when Wang Haoyu was helping others make items in exchange for supplies, he suddenly saw a complete set of weapons and equipment sent by Tang Yu. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 93, Butcher's Blueprint, Hideout Upgrade Blueprint, Expand Escape Cave. Forest, Wang Haoyu. Yushin, what are you doing? Did you send this to the wrong person? Wang Haoyu did not accept the transaction immediately, but sent an inquiry to Tang Yu. Tang Yu really surprised him. How many survivors still alive in the entire world channel can gather this set of equipment? Wang Haoyu saw clearly that what Tang Yu traded for were not some junk, but rather very sophisticated weapons and equipment. AKM 7.62 by 39 assault rifle, HK USP pistol, tactical axe. Just from these 3 weapons, it can be seen that Tang Yu has carefully matched them. They're all suitable equipment for outdoor wilderness survivors like him. Not to mention that the AKMN is also equipped with an XPS 3-0 holographic sight. Wang Haoyu dared to say that there were definitely no more than 5 newcomers in the world who could come up with this set of equipment. Although he was very tempted, he still did not click to confirm the transaction option. He's a little panicked. What happened to Yushin? Fortunately, Tang Yu's message was sent. City Tang Yu. Yes, this is a gift for you. Take it and use it safely. If you don't have enough bullets, tell me. You helped me a lot last night. At this time, Wang Haoyu understood why Tang Yu gave him this set of equipment. I originally wanted to refuse because it was just a wooden box and it didn't take much effort at all. But he couldn't say no matter what, and his eyes had never left the equipment. I really want it. Tang Yu also seemed to see what Wang Haoyu was thinking and laughed secretly in his heart. This guy, even in the apocalypse, still has the moral standards of the real world in his mind. It's a miracle that I'm still alive today. City, Tang Yu, live well. Our real Doomsday game is just about to begin. Don't die if you find anything good again. Just remember me. Seeing Tang Yu's words, Wang Haoyu suddenly came to his senses. Snap. Gave myself a big bag. It's already this late. Stop being so hypocritical. Just survive first. Then, he confirmed the transaction immediately, and looking at the complete set of equipment in his hand, a big smile appeared on his face. A thought flashed through my mind. It seems that Yushin likes the giant Xiaoqing that Xiaozhou brought yesterday. Let Xiaozhou go find some more later. How can you stay at home just because of a little snowstorm? Young people need to go through trials and tribulations. Tang Yu saw Wang Haoyu accept the equipment and chuckled softly. Suddenly, I remembered that I forgot to tell the other person about the flood. Then Wang Haoyu was sent the same prompt message as Wang Bohu. As for how much they could understand, it depended on themselves. It was a bit funny to see the thank you message sent by Wang Haoyu. One is Wang Bohu, and the other is Wang Haoyu. These 2 brothers of the Wang family are quite interesting. Finished social stuff. Tang Yu's face completely fell. He looked at the supplies in the hiding place and the supplies in the backpack, and he was really overwhelmed. Originally, the equipment of the 20 or so refugees in cabin would not be enough to fill Tang Yu's backpack. But who would have known that the 10-story opera house actually had a basement? There were several rooms filled with ammunition and supplies. The number is more than 3 times that of Ruga's armory. Because of this, Tang Yu's backpack was filled to capacity, and he finally gave up some low-level supplies he found in the room, and finally returned with a full load. But now comes the problem. How should he organize these supplies? It is estimated that Tang Yu is the only survivor who is worried about the abundance of supplies. Tang Yu's attention was focused on the spoils of the refugee leaders, Ghostface, and others. I hope there are blueprints in there that can increase the size of the hiding place. Tang Yu first looked at the 3 drawings found in the butcher's huge safe. Bullet processing room construction drawings. Type: rare blueprint. Effect: you can build a special facility, bullet processing room, in your hideout. Construction requirements: hideout security level 2, generator level 2, ventilation duct level 2, lighting level 2, lathe X1, lead blocks X3, copper blocks X5, steel blocks X3, cutter X1, grinder X1. 150,000 Doomsday coins. Construction time: 2 hours. Shooting range construction drawings. Type: rare blueprint. Effect: you can build a special building, shooting range in the hiding place. The shooting range is an additional space and does not occupy the area of the hiding place. Construction requirements: lighting, level 2, bullet processing room or gun modification room. Level 1, a pile of metal parts X5, nuts X5, bolts X5, measuring tape X3, wire X1, motor X1, a set of tools X1, energy-saving bulbs X5, and 200,000 Doomsday coins. Construction time, 3 hours. Disaster coin mina construcción dravinues. Type, rare blueprint. Effect, you can build a special building disaster coin mine in the hideout. Construction requirements: generator, level 3, ventilation duct, level 3, intelligence center or information network station, level 1, CPU fan X15, power cord X10, power supply unit X10, circuit board X5, socket X5, Doomsday coins 900,000. Construction time, 36 hours. Note, after building the disaster coin mine, you need a graphics card to activate the facility before you can use it. The upper limit of graphics cards is 10. This was also the first time that Tang Yu looked at the information on these drawings, and he was immediately shocked by the introduction of these 3 drawings. Every one of them is stunning. The disaster coin mine facility also confirms Tang Yu's guess when Wang Bohu told him the secrets of graphics cards and disaster coins. Sure enough, this disaster coin is similar to Bitcoin in the previous life. Both of them are virtual currencies obtained through mining. However, a new question arose again for Tang Yu. Since it is confirmed that the disaster coins are obtained through mining, then how did he get the physical disaster coins in his hands before? I guess the answer to this question can only be found in the future. Obviously, the butcher's 3 drawings cannot solve the problem of hiding place. Although the shooting range can solve some problems, it is just a drop in the bucket. Tang Yu directly took out all the dropped items from Ghostface, Meat Dog, Cabin, and the 2 evil god believers, including the small safe of Rugu. The key to the safe was on the dog, so Tang Yu easily took out the items stored inside. But Tang Yu didn't expect that although Rugu's safe was not big, the quality of the items inside was not ambiguous at all. The first is 3 disaster coins. In addition, there was a map and 2 rare blueprints, and one of them was exactly what Tang Yu had expected, an upgrade blueprint for the hideout. Or maybe it shouldn't be called that, because this blueprint should be an advanced version. Hideout upgrade blueprint expand the escape hole. P.S. I have opened a thank you post. Why is it not here yet? I will put it in the chapter review later to thank everyone for their rewards. Thank you very much. Chapter 94. The hideout upgrade is complete, and the bullet processing room is built. Hideout upgrade blueprint expand escape hole. Type, rare blueprint. Effect 1. After use, the hideout will be expanded according to its type, with the area tripled. You can choose a flat or duplex structure. After the upgrade is completed, you will have an opportunity to adjust the location of the hideout facilities. Effect 2. An additional escape passage can be built in the hiding place, leading to the outside world, and the survivors can freely choose the escape passage. Upgrade requirements: hideout, stones X500, wood X200, sand X100, steel X300, latex paint X20, energy-saving bulbs X20, wires X30, foam X40, sockets X15, 600,000 Doomsday coins. Upgrade time, 10 seconds. Tang Yu looked at the effect of this drawing and was very satisfied. As one of the 3 refugee leaders in the novice area, Ruga does have good stuff in his hands, although its functionality may not be as good as the 3 blueprints of the butcher. But this drawing is exactly what Tang Yu needs. After looking at the upgrade materials, he found that stones, wood, sand, and steel all needed to be traded. As for the other materials, Tang Yu already had them all. Some were traded previously, and some were collected last night. Soon, the World Channel displayed information about Tang Yu's request to purchase items. City Tang Yu wanted stone X500, wood X200, sand X100, steel X300, nourishment and soup, various weapons, armor, medical supplies, food and drinks are available for trading. If you have any, please send me a price. Come with sincerity. Don't bother me if you are not sincere. Tang Yu's news was like a bolt from the blue. On the one hand, because the materials Tang Yu wanted to buy this time were all resources that were abundant in other areas. Many survivors knew that Tang Yu must be building a hiding place with a large area, otherwise he would not need so many materials. The more important thing is what Tang Yu said, that you can trade all kinds of weapons, armor, medical supplies, food and drinks. I would like to ask among all the survivors now, is there anyone who dares to say this? So speculation about Tang Yu once again appeared in the minds of all the survivors. It was at this time that Tang Yu noticed that the number of survivors in the regional channel had actually become 298. Tang Yu was silent for a moment. At around 11 o'clock last night, there were still nearly 400 survivors. However, because of the strongest snowstorm last night, nearly 100 people died again. This is just the novice difficulty, and the death toll is as high as 70%. No, we are still not strong enough now. We need to digest the spoils we got this time as soon as possible, upgrade the facilities in our hideout as soon as possible, and prepare our trump cards again. The feeling of urgency surged into Tang Yu's heart again. At this time, Wang Haoyu's transaction information was sent over, along with Wang Haoyu's private chat message. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Yushin, are you being so formal with me? If you need wood, you can just tell me directly. Why do you have to trade it on the world channel? The transaction has been completed. Accept it. Tang Yu suddenly realized. He was so busy and confused just now that he really forgot about Wang Haoyu. City Tang Yu. Thanks, brother. I'm so busy. If you need anything, tell me. Forest. Wang Haoyu. What do you need? It's just a matter of a few axes. Feel free to use them. If you don't have enough, just tell me. Tang Yu didn't act pretentiously and accepted it directly. Tang Yu spent the next half hour or so in nonstop trading. Obviously, all the supplies traded by other survivors today perfectly avoided nourished mutton soup. Just as Tang Yu had thought before, no one who survived is a fool. Tang Yu didn't care. After all the key supplies he needed had been obtained yesterday. Therefore, the materials traded in this batch are mainly weapons and medical supplies. By now, the survivors already know that after surviving the first round of disasters, they will be integrated into the real Doomsday game. The real test has just begun, and everyone is trying their best to improve their self-defense methods. When all the upgrade materials are ready, Tang Yu came to the hiding place again and upgraded it. The type of hiding place is underground air raid shelter. Survivors, please choose the structure to expand the hiding place. A mechanical prompt sounded. A virtual panel appeared in front of Tang Yu, on which appeared several expansion templates related to the underground air raid shelter. There are large underground flat structures, as well as slender structures like tunnels, or U-shaped or Z-shaped ones. After Tang Yu looked through them, he liked the duplex structure template the most. The template that Tang Yu liked has a 3-layer structure with upper, middle, and lower layers, and the area of each floor is 200 square meters. The entire hideout is still underground, and the security gate of the hideout is still at the original height, but in the upper left corner of the first floor, there is a staircase leading directly to the second and third floors. This connects the entire hiding place. The next step was to choose the escape route. Tang Yu actually didn't think he would use this escape route, but he thought of it just in case. Finally, the escape route was placed on the third underground floor, directly connected to a sewer manhole cover on the ground. After selecting the template, the hideout starts upgrading directly. 10 seconds passed quickly. Tang Yu stood outside the hiding place and looked at the security gate of the hiding place. There was still no change. With the help of the camouflage coating stickers, it fit perfectly with the surrounding walls. Even the frost formed by the extreme cold air flow can be automatically camouflaged and repaired. After entering the hiding place, Tang Yu opened the hiding place panel, and sure enough, a 3-dimensional graphic of the 3-story underground structure of the hiding place appeared on it. The hiding place facilities, which had been fixed in place for a long time, now had a sign that indicated they could be dragged. Tang Yu looked at the 3-story underground duplex structure and thought for a while. The rest area and water collector were decisively moved to the bottom layer, which can be called the living area. The generator set, intelligence center, medical station, toilet, kitchen, warehouse, and other facilities including the disaster coin mine that is planned to be built later are moved to the second floor space, which can be called the functional area. As for the top floor, Tang Yu planned to put the bullet processing room, shooting range, and explosives production table that he would build later on this floor. If there are any more facilities related to weapons in the future, they will all be built here, so that Tang Yu will have a completely centralized weapons laboratory. Tang Yu quickly adjusted the facilities in the hiding place, and suddenly the hiding place became much more spacious. Even the original 3 facilities of lighting, ventilation duct, and hiding place wall were optimized and adjusted under the effect of the upgraded drawings. It perfectly covers all 3 layers of structure. Tang Yu walked around the hiding place. Seeing such a bright and spacious hiding place, his mood, which had been depressed by the huge amount of supplies, instantly became relieved. No wonder rich people like big houses. It really makes sense. Now that the hideout has been upgraded, Tang Yu has officially begun to sort out his gains. He must sort out all the supplies today. Tang Yu first came to the top floor, the weapons laboratory. Choose to use the bullet processing room construction drawings collected from the butcher before. Tang Yu has already met the construction requirements for the hiding place facilities. As for the construction materials, Tang Yu brought them all back from the bullet processing room in the butcher's secret room. When the construction of the bullet processing room began, he came to the second floor and built the disaster coin mine next to the intelligence center. Fortunately, Tang Yu brought back a huge amount of Doomsday coins from the butcher, so he doesn't have to worry about Doomsday coins in the short term. He also realized that the rarer the hideout facility, the more Doomsday coins would be required to build it. Then Tang Yu began to take stock of his gains. The first is the disaster coins. Together with the 3 disaster coins that Rugu just gave, the number of disaster coins in Tang Yu's hand has now reached 9. 1 black dog plus 5 butchers plus 3 meat dogs. This number is simply incredible for survivors who are still in the novice version. The next highlight is the several rare books collected by Tang Yu this time. Yes, just a few books. Chapter 95 Tang Yu's Shock, the value of the art of simulation. The art of simulation. Type, rare books. Effect. After using it, you can learn the techniques and skills to make simulated objects that are so real that they are indistinguishable from the real thing. Requirements. Generator, Level 2, Professional Knowledge Skill X1, Simulation Item X15, Doomsday Coins 100,000. Introduction. This is a book written by a master of counterfeiting. It has been highly sought after in certain niche circles and is regarded as a professional Bible. On precious artworks and history. Type, rare books. Effect. After use, you will learn the ability to appreciate valuable items and learn about their history. Requirements for use. 5 valuable items. Regional legend degree greater than or equal to 1 point. 3 items of historical significance. 200,000 Doomsday coins. Introduction. This is a work that has long enjoyed a great reputation in the art world. Bullet theory and practice. Type, rare books. Effect. After using it, you will learn how to make bullets of various models, functions, and categories. Requirements. Generator, Level 2, Bullet Processing Room. Level 1, Gunpowder Skill X1. Introduction. Believe me, the importance of bullets on the battlefield is far beyond your imagination. The birth of a gunsmith. Type, rare books. Effect. After using it, you will learn the relevant knowledge about the modification, refitting, and production of firearms. Requirements for use. Generator, Level 2, Lighting, Level 3, Gun Modification Room, Level 1. Introduction. Gunsmith is the highest title for firearms engineers. These 4 rare books are obtained from the Meat Dog, the Butcher, and Cabin respectively. The other 2 books were fine, but the 2 books that came out of the Meat Dog safe, The Art of Simulation and On Precious Artworks and History, really made Tang Yu never think that there could be books on this subject. Moreover, their learning requirements are surprisingly consistent and all require a large amount of Doomsday coins. It seems that art, regardless of whether it is real or fake, is not accessible to the poor. Tang Yu took a look at the study requirements and found that the only book he could use for study was On Precious Artworks and History. Theory and practice of bullets can only be learned after the bullet processing room is completed. The same is true for The Birth of a Gunsmith, which requires a facility called Gun Modification Room, but Tang Yu was smarter this time. Kaban must have taken his collection with him when he was forced to escape by the Meat Dogs. Among his drops, there are 2 blueprints. One of them is the construction drawing that matches the rare book, The Birth of the Gunsmith. Gun Modification Room Construction Drawings. Type, rare blueprint. Effect. You can build a special facility, Gun Modification Room, in your hideout. Construction requirements. Generator, Level 3. Lighting, Level 3. Hideout Security, Level 3, with X30 bolts. X15, Nut X15, File X1, Measuring Tape X1, Tool Set X1. Construction time, 2 hours. After making sure that all construction materials met the requirements, Tang Yu started to build the Gun Modification Room directly next to the Bullet Processing Room. That's great. After 2 hours, when these 2 facilities are completed, we can start learning skills directly. Tang Yu was very satisfied. It seems that the items dropped by the leaders of these 3 refugee forces should be complete sets, which can be matched and learned from each other. This may be considered a benefit in the novice version, but the difficulty of obtaining it is a bit too great. Butchers learn how to process bullets, Cabin learns how to modify firearms, and Meat Dogs are fakes. No, they call it the production of simulated items, but Tang Yu thinks it is too confusing and just calls it the production of counterfeits. Tang Yu looked at the book on precious artworks and history. Now is the time to study this book. However, I didn't expect that studying this book not only costs 200,000 Doomsday coins, but also requires a regional legend degree greater than or equal to 1 point to be eligible to study. It's really outrageous. Take out 5 valuable items from the backpack space. As for the 3 items of historical significance, Tang Yu directly took out 3 commemorative gold coins, which just met the requirements. Commemorative gold coins. Type: valuables. Introduction. The commemorative coins issued by Quella City to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Urban War. I heard that some people are collecting these. Just when Tang Yu clicked to study this book, the conditions for use of this item are not met. The book panels clearly suggest a shiny finish. Tang Yu saw that among all the learning conditions, all the conditions were lit up. Only the 5 valuable items were still gray. Tang Yu was completely confused now. Impossible. Isn't this the valuable item I took out from the dog's room? Why is it wrong? It's obviously... Fuck. A possibility suddenly occurred to Tang Yu's mind, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. I'm fucking a dog. There's no way this whole wall of valuables on this Dogecoin is worth a lot of money. They're all fake. He immediately lost his composure. They quickly took out all the valuable items looted from the meat dog's rooms and compared them one by one. The result is, you little bitch, I'm gonna fuck you, you immortal boss. I'm gonna fuck your uncle. You're really not a human being. Tang Yu never expected this. He thought he had made a fortune as the room was full of valuables. In the end, there were only 3 disaster coins in the safe. Of the remaining valuables, none of them are genuine. This guy is really a talent Sandollar. As a refugee leader, he actually has a special liking for counterfeiting. Tang Yu now understands why Rugu has the book on precious artworks and history in his hand. He just wanted to make it more realistic. However, Tang Yu made an extraordinary discovery. Tang Yu picked up another fake bronze lion sculpture and opened the panel to check it. Large bronze lion sculpture. Type: valuables. Weight: 7.2 kilograms. Number of grids occupied: 3 by 2. Description: exquisite collection of bronze lions. Very heavy. For viewing or sale. Really? Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but a hint of shock and surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Fakes cannot be seen at all in the Doomsday game panel, and only rare items can be identified. Doesn't that mean that these so-called counterfeits can be sold as genuine goods? Tang Yu looked at the fake lion sculpture again. Bah, what fake? This is a genuine and valuable item. The Doomsday game panel has acknowledged it. Who has evidence to say it's a fake? Who has it? A faint smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips, and a crazy idea appeared in his mind. The art of simulation, this skill, is a magical one. Chapter 96: Skills. Appreciation of valuable items. Skills. Manufacturing of simulated items. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yu directly conducted a quality inspection on all the 40 or 50 valuable items looted from the trading building last night using the rare book on precious artworks and history. The result was just as Tang Yu expected. None of the valuables taken out of the trading building were genuine. The total number is as high as 43 pieces. Damn, this bastard is really not a human being. I was wondering why there are so many valuables in the trading building. It turns out that this guy Rugu is the one who always likes to use fakes to deceive his subordinates. Moreover, they are all one-to-one reproductions of the pictures in the book on precious artworks and history. Talent is not enough to describe this guy. He can only be described as a genius. It's a waste of his talent to be a leader of refugees. Tang Yu was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry this time. He looked at the book on precious artworks and history in front of him. There was a small dent on the front leg of the bronze lion sculpture, which was very inconspicuous. However, without exception, all the 5 large bronze lion sculptures placed in front of Tang Yu had such a small dent on their front legs. Tang Yu was completely out of temper. Putting all the fakes aside, I took out the 9 valuable items collected from the theater building from the backpack space. It turned out that 2 of them were fakes. Tang Yu almost vomited blood. What the hell have I done wrong? Fortunately, there were still 7 valuable items left that were genuine, and the 5 smallest items were taken out. This time I finally succeeded in studying this book on precious artworks and history. As rare books disappear, the third skill appeared on Tang Yu's skill panel. Appreciation of valuable items. Type: rare knowledge skill. Introduction. This is a skill that can only be learned by those with great appreciation talent. It requires extremely high talent and resources. It will analyze and identify the authenticity, material, history, and events of a valuable work of art from various angles. This is a difficult subject to learn and master. Effect: increase the success rate of judging the authenticity of valuable items. Increase the success rate when analyzing the material and production process of valuable items. Increase the chance and duration of event replay when understanding the events experienced by valuable items. Reduce the chance of being discovered when making simulated valuables. When making simulated valuables, there is a chance that they will become real valuables. 10% chance for common valuables, 1% chance for rare valuables, 0.0001% chance for epic valuables. At the maximum level, the appreciation rate of common valuable items is 100%, the appreciation rate of rare valuable items is 80%, and the appreciation rate of epic valuable items is 5%. When making simulated items, items below the epic level cannot be detected. The probability of making simulated items into real valuable items is greatly increased. Rare valuable items can be simulated. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Collect valuables. Successfully identify simulated valuables. Successfully appreciate rare valuables and epic valuables. Successfully unearth the events that valuables have experienced in history. Successfully make simulated items so that people can successfully believe in and trade them. I'll go. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the skill panel with some surprise. This is because the amount of information contained in the introduction of this skill is quite sufficient. Rare valuable items, epic valuable items. Tang Yu is no longer a newbie who knows nothing, ever since he obtained the rare title and the counterfeit incident just now. He was very keenly aware that in the Doomsday world, there was an unfathomable gap between rare items and ordinary items. This is a level that can never be crossed. No matter what the item is, as long as it is rare or above, it will definitely have magical powers. Be it books, drawings, formulas, plants, etc. This was the first time that Tang Yu heard that there were rare items among the valuable items, but he had never seen them in the first round of disasters. Then it must not be Tang Yu's problem, and it is not that he looks down on other survivors. If he hadn't seen it, it was unlikely that the other survivors had seen it. So valuable items of this level would never appear in the first round of disasters. After realizing this, Tang Yu stopped worrying about it. He thought he would encounter it again in the future and would talk about it later. Since the prerequisites for studying the rare book, The Art of Simulation, have been met, Tang Yu started studying directly. The 15 counterfeits used as learning conditions disappeared immediately, which can be said to be a good use of them. Then the fourth skill appeared on Tang Yu's skill panel. Production of simulated items. Type: Rare life skills. Introduction. This is a craft that is close to being lost. It is easy to learn but difficult to master. It requires extremely high talent and resources. However, once you have learned it, it is a profession where you can easily get your hands broken. Be careful. Effect. A simulated object can be made from the real object or related object information. Increase the simulation effect when making items. Increase the success rate when making simulated items. Reduce the chance of fake items being detected. By placing real originals of simulated objects, you can increase the simulation effect when making the objects, reduce the chance of being discovered, and reduce the production time. When making simulated items, there is a chance that they will become real items. 10% chance for common items, 1% chance for rare items, 0.0001% chance for epic items. At full level, greatly increase the real effect when making items. Greatly reduce the chance of simulated items being detected. Greatly increase the chance of simulated items turning into real items. Can simulate the production of rare items. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Make simulated objects. Learn knowledge and skills. Appreciate simulated objects made by others. Appreciate real objects. Make simulated objects that are successfully believed to be authentic and complete the transaction. The effect of this skill is very powerful, especially when used in conjunction with a rare knowledge skill, appreciation of valuable items. The effect is absolutely explosive. The probability of simulated valuables turning into real valuables is as high as 20%, which is a 1/5 success rate. Do you dare to think? However, Tang Yu never expected that in this day and age where people have reached the apocalypse, he still needs to learn in order to improve his skill proficiency. He shook his head helplessly. I checked the time, and it seems that it will take another hour to build the bullet processing room and gun modification room. The other two rare books cannot be studied and used for the time being. Tang Yu took out all the remaining drawings he had obtained this time. There are 5 more drawings and 1 map in total. P.S. Dear readers, I just checked and found that the thank you for your reward will be delayed by 1 day and appear in the reward section. Everyone has it. Chapter 97. Continuously build hideout facilities to fulfill previous agreements. Tang Yu looked at the 5 rare drawings in front of him. One is the remaining blueprint of the meat dog safe. Construction blueprint of the hideout glory display case. One is the construction drawings of the hideout workbench dropped by the Ghostface Death. One of them was the one left on Kaban. Construction blueprint of the hideout gym. The last 2 drawings were from the 2 evil god believers who died in the trading building. Hideout facility combined construction drawings and hideout indoor planting greenhouse construction drawings. Tang Yu had all the facilities required for the hiding place for these 5 rare blueprints, except for a few supplies which were all very simple. So Tang Yu just asked on the World Channel, and the collection was completed quickly. So he decisively chose to build it. Among them, workbenches and gymnasiums were built in the weapons laboratory area on the 1st floor. The glory display cabinet is built in the living area on the 3rd floor, right on the wall opposite the fireplace. After the construction of the 3 facilities began, Tang Yu's eyes were turned to the remaining 2 drawings, Hidden Place Facility Combined Drawing and Hidden Place Indoor Planting Greenhouse Drawing. As he flipped his hand, a new blueprint appeared in front of him. Construction blueprint of the underground water well in the hiding place. Tang Yu had obtained this blueprint a long time ago. At the same time, he also obtained the construction blueprint of the variable frequency air conditioner in the hiding place island, the production blueprint of the gas mask, and a bloodstained letter together with it. Gas mask production drawings. Tang Yu has been added to the bathroom material production list. In addition, these 2 drawings have been kept until now because they are dispensable. But now Tang Yu had an interesting idea. Then Tang Yu took the Hidden House Facility Combined Drawings and the Hidden House Underground Water Well Construction Drawings, and came to the water collector in the living area on the 3rd underground floor. Water collector is now at level 2 and has a water purification function, but its water source has always been obtained from city water. He didn't feel anything before, but now looking at the 2 drawings in his hand, Tang Yu felt a little worried. Not to mention the distant future, there is the next disaster that is coming. The Doomsday flood. By then, 98% of the entire land area will be submerged by floods, and urban water will inevitably be polluted. Although the water collector has a water purification function, water purification requires the consumption of filter elements to complete the work. If the water quality is seriously polluted, let alone whether it can be purified, even the replacement of the filter element will inevitably be a big trouble. The land has been flooded, and I'm not sure how much supplies will be left. Not to mention the filter element. Even if there is, the price at the time of transaction would probably be an astronomical figure. Note that it is not the price of one material, but the price of all materials. I've already made a decision in my mind. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Work hard to have enough food and clothing. The teacher had already clearly stated the profound insights of fighting against the heavens, the earth, and people. No hesitation. Take out the construction materials for building the underground water well, and then select Hideout Facility Merge Blueprint. Select the Level 2 water collector and the Hideout Underground Well construction drawing in front of you. A location near a corner was selected in the living area, and construction of new facilities began immediately. The water collector was also shrouded in a white light curtain. Construction time, 2 hours. Looking at the light curtain under construction, Tang Yu smiled. He also didn't know what kind of facility he would get after the construction was completed. However, there are 2 hideout facilities, plus the water purifier blueprint used when upgrading the water collector to level 2, a total of 3 rare blueprints. The merged facility will definitely not be a piece of garbage. There is no use thinking too much. It's a foregone conclusion. We just have to wait and see what the result will be in 2 hours. Now all Tang Yu had left in his hand was the construction blueprint of the indoor greenhouse for growing crops in the hiding place. After thinking about it, he decided to wait until the water source was completed before starting construction, because the most critical issue for planting is water source. Tang Yu didn't dare to build it casually. However, some preparations can be made in advance. I opened the private chat list, searched through it, and finally found the target. Tang Yu, brother, are you still alive? After half a minute, Tang Yu didn't see the other party's reply, so he thought that the other party had died last night. And Jia? Yushin? Has the rare plant been split? The other party's message came suddenly. Tang Yu's expression was slightly stunned. Then he slapped his forehead with his right hand. Shit, I forgot I promised to give him the rare plant. It's not that Tang Yu deliberately forgot. It's just that his brain has been working at high speed these days. But it's not too late now. Tang Yu, hi. Yeah, shouldn't I contact you right away? I'll give it to you now. After hastily sending the message, Tang Yu immediately rushed to the rest area and looked at the breathing green ivy. Sure enough, the aerial root that emerged yesterday has already split, and another new aerial root has also grown about 2/3. It will take another 4 or 5 hours for it to mature and split. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Njia's message also came. Njia, that's great. Yushin can give it to me right now. Thank you so much. Seeing this, Tang Yu didn't waste any words and directly broke off the mature seedling and traded it to the other party. On the other hand, Njia was looking at the seedlings of breathing green radish that he had just taken out from the private chat mailbox, with indescribable excitement in his eyes. After confirming the panel information of this plant, it was exactly the same as what I saw 2 days ago. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, the deal between him and Tang Yu was a gamble, and the gamble was on Tang Yu's integrity. He had been waiting for Tang Yu's message since morning, but there had been no response. He had begun to accept reality. Unexpectedly, God played such a joke on him. Surprise! What a surprise! Not only was he surprised to obtain this rare plant, but he was even more surprised that Tang Yu could actually fulfill his original promise so easily. And Jia's favorability towards Tang Yu increased instantly. At this time, Tang Yu's message came again. Tang Yu, brother, do you have vegetable seeds, humus soil, and gene kill-off fertilizer? Do you still have the rare plant cultivation liquid from last time? Seeing that Tang Yu suddenly needed so many things again, and Jia's curiosity was also aroused. And Jia, I still have all these things. Except for the rare plant cultivation solution, which only has 2 bottles left, I still have a lot of other supplies. Yu Shun, you're not planning to farm, are you? Tang Yu, brother, give me those 2 bottles of rare plant cultivation solution. As for farming, I'm just trying it out for a little while. Hearing Tang Yu's words, and Jia's eyes lit up. Are you kidding? Everyone knows how rich Tang Yu is now, and he is very smart. Will he just try it out on his own? And Jia had tried to grow food more than once, but he simply could not grow the vegetables and plant seeds in this world using ordinary methods. Perhaps these seeds can only grow successfully in rare planting facilities. He rolled his eyes, pursed his lips, and swallowed. I already have an idea in mind. Chapter 98, CBS Laboratory Map, and /PVS, 14 Monocular Night Vision Device. And Jia, Yushin, how about this? Rare plant cultivation fluid is too precious. Let's calculate it however we want. No one wants other seeds, humus soil, fertilizers, etc. I'll give you whatever you want, how about that? And Jia, that? Yushin, if you really grow some food, vegetables, or something, can you give me some so I can try some? Since the end of the world, I haven't eaten fresh vegetables in 3 years. Looking at the message sent by Njia, Tang Yu did not reply immediately, but read it carefully several times, including their previous chat records. It seems that Njia is particularly interested in anything related to plants. Tang Yu quickly remembered that he had contacted him 2 days ago to buy rare plant cultivation liquid, but the other party said that it was out of stock at that time. Now 2 more bottles have appeared. Either he didn't tell the truth last time, or this Njia can make this rare plant cultivation fluid. Tang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Let's not talk about the former for now. If it is really as he thought, Njia can make rare plant cultivation fluid. The production of type 1 plant growth fluid is enough to produce at least 1 batch per day. This is a rare talent. Tang Yu had an idea in his mind. Tang Yu, sure brother. If I really make something of myself, I'll contact you. How about that? Tang Yu, but if you have any more items related to rare plants, please remember to leave a copy for me. And Jia, okay Master Yu, I will help you keep an eye out. The 2 of them quickly discussed the materials that were exchanged for the 2 bottles of type 1 plant growth fluid. The transaction was successfully completed after consuming 1 MP5 submachine gun, 120 rounds of ammunition, and a level 3 bulletproof vest. At this point, no one cared about Tang Yu's nourished lamb soup anymore, and Tang Yu didn't care, and the kitchen was still working hard to make it. At worst, I can sell it to survivors in extremely cold areas, or you can keep it and wait until extremely cold weather comes, and then sell it to others. Indoor greenhouse for growing crops in the hiding place. The materials that need to be prepared in advance are already in place. Tang Yu continued to sort out the spoils. His eyes turned to the map-like object in Ruga's safe. An item that can be placed together with two rare blueprints cannot be ordinary at all. As a result, Tang Yu just opened the map and saw the text clearly. My brain suddenly stopped working and I was stunned. Then he carefully confirmed that what was written on the map was indeed the place he had imagined. Fuck, it's really CBS Laboratory Functional Area Distribution Structure Map. Type: Rare Item. Introduction. This is a structural drawing that records the distribution of functional areas in an underground laboratory called CBS, allowing you to quickly find the location you want to go. Effect 1. When you are in the laboratory, you can see your location and the location of the escape route on the map. Effect 2 can be used as an expansion item for the Rare Special Facility, Intelligence Center, to add a CBS laboratory module. On this map of the CBS laboratory, you can clearly see that the entire laboratory is divided into 3 floors. That is, the first underground floor, the second underground floor, and the third underground floor. At the same time, the laboratory is divided into 5 functional areas using 5 colors: logistics, warehouse, and supply area; parking, LOT; laboratory and office area; sterile laboratory, medical support, and quarantine area; administrative district, and entertainment district. Each functional area is divided into smaller areas. For example, the simplest parking lot area is divided into 1. Security room / parking lot gate control room. 2. Parking lot. 3. Vestibule. 4. Parking lot gate. The entire laboratory has nearly 40 functional areas, large and small, distributed across 3 floors. The laboratory and sterile laboratory areas occupy the largest area. Tang Yu also reaffirmed his previous guess that this CBS laboratory was definitely conducting human experiments to study human genetic evolution drugs. That's why the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion was developed. However, Tang Yu looked at the black area on the map with a puzzled expression. Because on the map, this black area is marked as containment and isolation area. Seeing these words, Tang Yu instinctively felt uncomfortable. What to contain and what to isolate? Could it be those experimental subjects that went out of control during genetic human experiments? Or something else? What Tang Yu thought of was the jelly-like substance he found in the ghost face's brain last night. Imperfectly evolved cranial nerve bridge. Also, what does the escape passage mentioned in this map information mean? And why do we need an escape passage? Does it mean that after entering this laboratory, the only way to leave is to find this escape passage? Moreover, there is a high probability that there is more than one escape passage, and it may even change at any time. Or you may have to meet certain conditions before you can leave. Only in this way can the value of this map be demonstrated, and it deserves the title of Rare Item. Tang Yu rubbed his temples again, not daring to think about it anymore. My head is itching again. However, he immediately understood when he looked at the information panel of the map. To put it simply, the function of Effect 1 is to weaken the virtual map after countless versions. As for Effect 2, to be honest, Tang Yu is indeed a little tempted. However, on the one hand, the Intelligence Center is still being upgraded, and on the other hand, the first round of disasters has not yet passed, and Tang Yu has no idea about the real Doomsday world. For now, I've given up the idea of using this map. Let's keep it in C. Anyway, the thing is in hand. When to use it is just a matter of Tang Yu shivering. At this point, the most precious drawings and books among the spoils have been sorted out. Tang Yu then took out all the rare items he had collected last night from his backpack and placed them on the ground. He sat down on the ground and happily began the most popular identification session. The rare items obtained this time can be said to be the most shocking one since Tang Yu entered the Doomsday game. There are weapons, protective gear, and functional equipment scattered around. What Tang Yu was most interested in was something similar to a head-mounted monocular telescope. Of course, he could recognize what it was: night vision goggles. This was obtained from Ghostface. As a drop from the most powerful boss in the novice version, Tang Yu was very much looking forward to it. Yin/PVS, 14 monocular night vision goggles. Type: Rare item. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Introduction: and/PVS, 14 monocular night vision device. A portable visual search device used by the Army/Navy, with a night vision range of 350 meters and a 40 degrees field of view width and brightness adjustment function. Applicable environment: low light. Usage: handheld, head-mounted, mounted on weapons, cameras. Field of view: 40 degrees. Magnification, 1 to 3 times. Resolution, 64. Brightness gain, 25 to 3000 adjustable. Diopter adjustment, 2 to 6. Focus range, 25 cm, 350 m. Operating temperature range, -51 degrees Celsius -49 degrees Celsius. Storage temperature range, -51 degrees Celsius -85 degrees Celsius. Chapter 99. Blade of the Evil God's Follower Priest, Decryption USB Drive. This night vision device is used together with the N/PQ 15 sight installed on Ghostface sniper rifle. Yin/PQ 15 sight. Type: combined tactical equipment. Number of grids occupied, 1 by 1. Introduction: a tactical device that combines visible light laser designation, infrared laser designation, and infrared searchlight. Mode switching: visible laser/infrared laser/infrared lighting transmitter. When the N/PQ 15 sight turns on the infrared laser at night, it is invisible to the naked eye and only produces a small infrared laser at the target, which is the impact point. As long as you wear night vision goggles, you can attack the target directly with infrared laser in low light conditions. The appearance of these two items has once again greatly enhanced Tang Yu's night combat capability, greatly increasing his night combat radius from close-range combat to medium and short range. His future combat options will also be more diverse and safer. HK417 Precision Marksman Rifle. Type: Marksman Rifle. Number of grids occupied, 5 by 2. Recoil: vertical, 93, horizontal, 258. Effective range, 700 meters. Shooting mode, semi-automatic/fully automatic. Fire rate, 850. Accuracy, 1.53. Ammunition caliber, 7.62 by 51 millimeters. Muzzle velocity, 789 meters per second. Magazine, HK 7.62 by 5120 rounds translucent polymer plastic magazine. The overall design of this weapon's handguard is very simple. It has a Picatinny rail on the top, which is connected to the rail on the top of the receiver. It also has a 4-sided rail configuration, so different tactical accessories can be installed. The top is equipped with a UTG reflex sight. Blade of the Evil God Follower Priest. Type: rare item, melee weapon. Number of grids occupied, 2 by 1. Description: a strangely shaped knife with mysterious symbols on it. Apparently used for some kind of ritual, but there are more than one uses. For the purpose of using poison, this knife has some technical changes, so it is best not to touch the blade. Effect 1. When the enemy is hit by the blade of the Evil God's Follower Priest, he will be infected by an unknown toxin, and the blood in his body will continue to burn. In this state, antidote injection cannot detoxify. Effect 2. When an enemy is hit by the blade of the Evil God's Follower Priest, his body will gradually become paralyzed. The degree of paralysis increases over time. In this state, detoxification injection cannot be used to detoxify. Effect 3. Can host sacrificial ceremonies. Note: effects 1 and 2 can be used twice a day. For poisoning effects, only the antitoxin serum in the CBS laboratory can remove the toxin. HRT Combat Boots Black. Type: rare part equipment feet. Material: new protective film, wear-resistant ballistic nylon. Stab resistance level 2. Waterproof effect, excellent. Breathability, excellent. Stability level, high oil-proof, non-slip. High altitude shock absorption, plus 25%. Footsteps silent blessing, plus 30%. Introduction: this is a very high-performance combat boot that can perfectly adapt to most environments. Mechanics: wear gloves. Type: rare part equipment hands. Material: fur, special nylon. Waterproof effect, excellent. Wear resistance, excellent. Warmth effect, good. Hand grip, plus 25%. Hand stability, plus 20%. XCT 500BT digital headphones. Type: headphones. Number of grids occupied, 2 by 2. Performance: distortion plus 0.2, footsteps capture plus 40, equipment noise acquisition plus 30, sound pickup range plus 20, ambient angry sound minus 25. The spoils on Ghostface almost replaced half of Tang Yu's previous equipment. Military boots, gloves, headphones, and even melee weapons have all been updated, especially the blade of the Evil God's Priest. Before checking the information, Tang Yu had never thought that its effect would be so powerful. With this effect, Basically, as long as you can touch the enemy, no matter what the situation is, without the special antidote serum, the enemy will definitely die. As for the effect of paralyzing the enemy, this is similar to the effect of Tang Yu's previous paralyzing toxin and can be used depending on the situation. Tang Yu was also concerned about the effect of the person who presided over the sacrificial ceremony. Because he had worn the title of Night Walker, he had to complete a sacrificial ceremony task within 7 days. Otherwise, he would sacrifice himself. Although he didn't understand how this self-sacrifice was performed, Tang Yu had no interest in trying it anyway. Speaking of the sacrificial ceremony, Tang Yu took out something similar to the previous encrypted USB drive from the Ghost Face trophies. Until you see the item information panel. Decrypt USB flash drive. Type: rare ebooks. Effect: use electronic facilities to read the contents of the USB flash drive and learn relevant knowledge. Learning requirements: Evil God Believer or Evil God Believer Priest Identity, Electronic Facility X1, Morphine Injection X1. Introduction: this is a mysterious USB flash drive that came out of the CBS laboratory, which contains some knowledge unknown to the world. So this is the decryption USB drive. Tang Yu looked at the information in front of him, and when he flipped his palm, a notebook with a huge mysterious I symbol printed on it appeared. The notebook was filled with densely packed mysterious symbols. After just one glance at it, Tang Yu felt his eyes were a little dizzy and he couldn't concentrate. Notebook of the Evil God Follower. Introduction: this is a notebook where the followers of the Evil God record important information, but you need corresponding knowledge or a decrypted USB drive to understand the relevant information. This notebook was obtained on the second day after he entered the Doomsday game, when he went to the Red Romance Club and killed a follower of the Evil God who wanted to attack him. He had kind of forgotten about it after so long. Unexpectedly, the decryption USB flash drive that I had never found was on Gue Lian's body. But if you think about it carefully, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. However, the intelligence center is still being upgraded, so it is obviously impossible to use the decrypted USB drive to learn the knowledge inside. We can only wait. As for the identity issue in the decrypting USB drive learning requirements, Tang Yu felt that as long as he wore the title of Night Walker, it should be perfectly solved. After all, it is clearly written in the title introduction. The old king is dead, and the new king has taken the throne. Chapter 100 CBS Lab Keycard. Black, underwater assault rifle clue. Like the previous Evil God Believers, Ghostface also had a notebook filled with various symbols. We can only solve this mystery together then. The last two items left on Gue Lian's body were things that Tang Yu could never have imagined. CBS Laboratory Keycard. Black. Type: Laboratory Keycard. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Purpose: unlock the door to the laboratory's underground second floor experimental area, G12. Storage container: simple wallet, yes. Key organizer, no. File package, yes. Small SACC package, yes. Anlet Museum warehouse key. Type key: number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Purpose: can open the door to the warehouse behind the Anlet Museum. It's actually the key card to the laboratory. So far, he has 2 laboratory key cards on him. One is the laboratory access key card, which is a one-time door card for entering the laboratory. There is also this black key card. Tang Yu immediately took out the internal map of the laboratory to check the location of the G12 experimental area. Soon he found the G12 experimental area in the lower left corner of the second underground floor. Behind G12 is the working area, and next to it is G11, which is also an experimental area, and B12, where the server room is located. There are stairs between G12 and B12. This G12 area is not small, and I don't know what kind of supplies are inside, but they should all be high-end goods. And this Amlet Museum warehouse might be Ghostface's lair. Tang Yu thought of the key that the black dog dropped after his death. Tang Yu still remembered that game clearly. After putting away the 2 keys, all the loot on Ghostface was sorted out. What remains are the spoils from Meat Dog, Cabin, and Butcher. Tang Yu had already taken out all the drawings and books. So what was now in front of Tang Yu were only the weapons, equipment, and some items of the 3 leaders. Ruga's weapon is a Remington M870 shotgun, which has better performance and effect than the previous MP133 shotgun. However, Tang Yu has no need to use this type of weapon for the time being, so he puts it aside for the time being. Then came the spoils from the Butcher. To be honest, when Tang Yu saw the weapons on the Butcher, he didn't know how to describe it. Peartaron baton. Type: rare item, melee weapon. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 2. Attack distance: 0.6 meters. Description: PR and baton with side handle. Used by law enforcement for self-defense and crowd control. Effect 1. When the enemy is hit by this weapon, if the enemy is using a firearm, the enemy's weapon will have a jam effect. Effect 2. When the enemy is hit by this weapon, the enemy's movement speed will be reduced by 90%, the turning speed will be reduced by 90%, and the attack speed will be reduced by 90%. In Tang Yu's opinion, this weapon can be described as inhumane and cruel. What if someone was suddenly hit by this thing? The weapon jammed instantly, and the movement speed was slow. Tang Yu really couldn't think of any other way to go except being beaten to death by a baton. He felt lucky that he had used the remote-controlled emulsion explosive to kill the old bastard. If this thing is messed with by the old guy, the result will be TSK, TSK. There is nothing new about the butcher's other equipment. They were all in the emptied armory, and the butcher's most proud bullets had already entered Tang Yu's backpack space. Finally, there is Kaban's spoils. Cabin got a lot of spoils, but Tang Yu only valued 2 of them. XOGB cigar. Type: rare item. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Introduction: this is a cigar brand widely loved by the rich and upper class, and has an uplifting effect. Effect 1. Add excitement status, lasting 180 seconds. Effect 2. Focus plus 10. PCAM light machine gun. Type: machine gun. Number of grids occupied: 6 by 3. Introduction: it is a weapon with simple structure, reliable and durable, and powerful firepower. Recoil: vertical, 132. Horizontal, 819. Effective range, 750 meters. Shooting mode, fully automatic. Fire rate, 650. Ammunition caliber, 7.62 x 54R. Default magazine, PK 7.62 x 54 are 100 rounds box magazine. Tang Yu had witnessed the power of this machine gun with his own eyes. Who can withstand the 7.62 caliber bullet? As for the cigar, the excitement state has an analgesic effect. Tang Yu has too many similar items. What he values more is the effect of Focus Plus 10. With the bullet processing room and gun modification room being built, plus the previous explosives production. Forget about the explosives. Tang Yu has to make more and more items by hand, which is a big challenge to his concentration. So now he is consciously or unconsciously collecting items that can increase the concentration attribute. The remaining items are just some small gadgets. Tang Yu saw a letter among Cabin's remaining belongings. The signature on it is Technician. He opened it casually and looked at the contents inside. Cabin, when will you come to my place to pick up your PKP machine gun? If you don't come, I will charge you for the storage fee. Also, there is news about the underwater assault rifle production blueprint you were looking for before. Come to me as soon as possible. Don't forget to bring the disaster coins. As for the bullets for the underwater assault rifle, I think you'd better have a good chat with the butcher. I heard that he seems to know something about various bullets. Maybe he has what you want, right? After a few short sentences, there was a very sloppy signature. Sergei Asinai, underwater assault rifle. Tang Yu's heart moved. There actually existed such a weapon in this world. Tang Yu knew the power of guns underwater. After a bullet enters the water, it will often be unable to move forward after flying 2 meters due to reasons such as water flow resistance and the air chamber formed at high speed. Now there is actually this underwater assault rifle, and, judging from what the technician said, the butcher has the clues about the underwater assault rifle bullets. Tang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the clues related to the bullet. Apart from the skill book, Bullet Theory and Practice, what else could be related to bullets? Thinking about the next Doomsday flood disaster, he had always wanted to find underwater offensive weapons. It seems that we must find this technician, but his name is Sergei Asinai or something. P.S. Sorry for the long wait. Sorry, I had to go to the hospital for an emergency and didn't have time to inform everyone. I just came back and proofread the manuscript, and the 3 chapters will be sent out immediately. Chapter 101 Purchase, Ram Subway Station, and Achieve, Disaster Traveler Effect. After organizing these rare items according to one's own habits, what remained were the largest quantities of military equipment and the common supplies collected from the trading building and the theater building. These supplies were mainly divided into several categories by Tang Yu. The first is munitions, which is also the largest category of supplies currently owned by Tang Yu. The operation of directly emptying the armories of the 2 refugee bases is more than enough for Tang Yu to directly pull out a team of several hundred people. The other part is the various types of materials collected from the trading building and the theater building. Electronic products, medical supplies, household items, various tools, flammable items, energy items, etc. Almost every aspect is covered. This is also the type of supplies that gives Tang Yu the most headaches, and he rolls his eyes just looking at them. The last category of supplies is the indoor furniture and home appliances that were in good condition or not damaged, and that Tang Yu took away last night. This is also the item that takes up the most space in the hideout, except for military supplies. The furniture and home appliances collected by Tang Yu are very different from rare items and crafted items. These supplies are not recognized by the Doomsday game and do not even have the simplest item panel. Naturally, there will be no special effects or functions that can help the survivors. But Tang Yu still collected a lot. His purpose is simple, just to enjoy and be comfortable. In his previous life, Tang Yu might not be able to afford the solid wood leather chair in front of him, even if he worked hard for a month. Now that you have the conditions, why not enjoy it? It's not like he doesn't have the conditions. What is the purpose of his painstaking planning and calculations over the past few days? Isn't it just to make yourself live longer, more comfortably, and more happily in the Doomsday? If you can't enjoy it before you get busy, you won't be able to enjoy it after you get busy. Then he has worked in vain. Therefore, instead of sorting out the large number of arms and miscellaneous supplies, Tang Yu directly arranged his living area. Now the rest area has been transformed and directly occupies an entire underground space. The previous single sofa and small coffee table were obviously no longer worthy of Tang Yu's current large house. So in the open space in front of the fireplace, a large precious cashmere carpet was spread on the floor. Directly opposite the fireplace, 3 meters in front of the honor display cabinet, a 3-seater fabric sofa is placed on the carpet. On both sides of the fireplace, there is a set of a single sofa and a double sofa. Between the 3-seat sofa and the fireplace is a coffee table with a solid wood frame and a marble top. A small round table was placed between the single sofa and the fireplace. A small coffee table is also placed between the double sofa and the 3-seater sofa. The rare plant breathing green ivy is placed on the small coffee table. The slight smell of smoke brought by the burning fireplace was instantly purified. Looking at the living area that I have decorated so warmly, it would be nice if there was a fruit plate with some fruit. Tang Yu just thought so. But he saw the statue of Guangong not far from the fireplace. He was stunned for a moment and then slapped his forehead. When upgrading the hiding place, I forgot that the statue was right next to the fireplace in the rest area. So when I adjusted its position, I directly brought the statue to the bottom level. Please forgive me, my lord. I will help you move right away. After saying that, Tang Yu didn't use the backpack space. He directly moved the statue and the altar below to the top level. We chose a location with its back against the wall, facing the security gate of the hiding place, and rearranged the statue of Guangong. Just as he was about to burn incense, Tang Yu suddenly remembered that the dice for today's Super Monopoly seemed to have not been rolled yet. After apology to Guangong, he hurried to the bathroom, washed his hands and face, and applied perfume. Only then did he stand solemnly in front of the statue of Guangong with a serious expression. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. He bowed 3 times respectfully, then inserted the sandalwood in his hand into the incense burner. These opened the Super Monopoly panels. Today, another 425 wealth points from all real estate investments have been credited to your account. Adding the 521 points remaining from yesterday, the wealth points directly reach 946 points. Shake the dice, and they will roll rapidly. Tang Yu's eyes couldn't help but turn as well. Finally, the dice stopped. 6. It's 6 o'clock. As Mini Tang Yu jumps on the Super Monopoly map, Tang Yu had already seen the position where the car was about to stop, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That is, do you want to spend 300 points to purchase the Ram subway station? Yes. With Tang Yu's confirmation, wealth points were deducted, and 946 wealth points directly became 646 points. A new virtual map also appeared in Tang Yu's mind. The moment the virtual map appeared, Tang Yu immediately saw the light spots in the subway station. One was yellow and the other was red. This discovery made Tang Yu focus his attention on these 2 spots of light. Red represents hostility towards Tang Yu, or indiscriminate hostility. Yellow represents neutrality. It is interesting to see these 2 colors of light appear at the same time in a subway station. Tang Yu looked carefully and found that the distance between the 2 light spots was almost on the east and west sides of the tunnel of the GO metro station. They should be the same group of survivors. They probably don't know they have neighbors. Tang Yu made his own judgment. As for why someone, who is also a survivor, is hostile to him, Tang Yu didn't care too much. There are so many people who are hostile to him. It's normal. Jealousy, hostility, psychological imbalance, an unwillingness to see him do well. There are many reasons, but as long as it doesn't bother him, he doesn't bother to care. But if they dare to jump in front of me and make a noise, I will just kill them. Not bad. Another station is acquired. By the way, the official features of Super Monopoly will be unlocked only after the first round of disasters. Are they the ones I'm familiar with? I'm looking forward to it. Returning to the living area again, Tang Yu made himself a cup of black tea and looked at the time. It would take another half an hour for the bullet processing room to be completed, so he opened the panel. Check out the achievements and titles I got last night. A total of 3 achievements and 3 titles were obtained last night. Tang Yu has already checked the achievement, Refugee Nemesis 2, and 2 rare titles, Nightwalker and Refugee Conqueror. Now there are only 2 achievements left, Disaster Traveler and Legend of Rise, as well as the common title, Darling in Disaster. Disaster Traveler. Type, Achievement. Requirements. Find a disaster artifact during a disaster and witness its birth. Effect 1. When in a disaster, the impact of the disaster is minus 10%. The chance of finding disaster artifacts is plus 10%, and the effect after using disaster artifacts is plus 5%. Effect 2. Every time you successfully search for and witness the birth of a disaster artifact in a disaster, the effect of Effect 1 will be superimposed once. Chapter 102 Bullet Processing Room. Completed, Ammunition Expert. Legend of the Rise. Type, Achievement. Requirements. Survivors must accumulate 3 points of Regional Legend before surviving the first round of disaster. Effect 1. Every 3 days, you can summon and control an enemy you have killed to fight for you for 1 hour. Current number of uses 1. Effect 2. Luck plus 5. The Darling of Disaster. Type, Common title. Requirements. Witness the birth of a catastrophic artifact. Effect. When in a disaster, creature's favorability becomes neutral, disaster impact minus 5%, luck plus 5. The effects of Disaster Traveler and Darling in Disaster are similar. Although they have their own deviations, they basically give Tang Yu a trump card to deal with disasters in the future. However, the information panel of Legend of Rise is very interesting. Then if I summon a ghost face, wouldn't that be interesting? This reminds me of Ghostface's ability to appear and disappear at will and his powerful battlefield suppression in the trading building. Tang Yu felt a little moved. If this ability is used well, Tang Yu will have many more combat options in the future. As for the last luck plus 5, Tang Yu was not clear about the specific effect. However, it must be very important that it can appear alone in an effects column. After closing the panel, 3 keys appeared in Tang Yu's hand again. Bank Office Key X1. Supermarket Manager's Office Key X1. Corner Clinic Radiology Room Key X1. These 3 keys were found by Tang Yu after he poisoned the refugees on the first floor of the trading center with giant shouting. In addition to these 3, he has many unused keys. Those who belong to Apartment 15 include the door key of Apartment 15 and the keys of rooms 704, 715, and 807. CBS Laboratory has Laboratory Access Key Card X1, Laboratory Key Card. Black X1. Amlet Museum Warehouse Key X1. This was dropped by Ghostface. Tang Yu is very much looking forward to it. Tang Yu's eyes were on the keys to rooms 704 and 807 in Apartment 15. The key to room 704 was obtained from the bloodstained letter. The owner of room 807 is the contact person of the person who wrote the letter. He hides in the subway station and works to dig out the secrets of the evil god's followers. Their identities are suspected to be military personnel. We must explore Apartment 15 if we have a chance. Perhaps we can find more secrets. And the bank is right next to Apartment 15. A large supermarket is also near Apartment 15, and not far from the 4S store where the cab class was located. Tang Yu just got the key yesterday, so no one should have gone in yet. As for that corner clinic, Tang Yu took out the map of Baida District in Quella City and started searching. Soon he found what he was looking for. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that the Amlowite Museum was just across the street from this clinic, and this distance is quite far. We are almost at the border between Baida District and other urban areas. However, there is a subway station not far from these 2 buildings that looks very familiar. Gonyang Subway Station. Fuck! Isn't this the subway station I just bought? Why is it there? Tang Yu temporarily wrote down the information he knew now and decided on his next move after surviving the first round of disaster. At this time, the bullet processing room was finally completed. Tang Yu came to the weapons laboratory on the top floor. A 20-square-meter room was separated. The room is fully equipped with workbenches, manual bullet presses, electronic scales, funnels, tool walls, and cargo racks. Bullet processing room. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. When making bullet-type items, the production speed is increased by 20%, the material consumption is reduced by 10%, and there is a 5% chance of obtaining rare bullets. Effect 2. The speed of acquiring proficiency in bullet-making skills is increased by 10%. Effect 3. Focus plus 20. Rare grade bullets. Tang Yu never expected that there would be rare grade bullets. Moreover, the second effect increases skill proficiency gain by 10%, which is also quite powerful. Without hesitation, Tang Yu directly chose to use the Bullet Theory and Practice skill book. The fifth skill immediately appeared on the skill panel. Ammunition Expert. Type: Rare Life Skills. Introduction. This is a skill that studies ammunition to the extreme. Bullets are not only tools for killing, but also an art of killing. Effect: reduce bullet production time and reduce material loss. Reduce the chance of crafted bullets failing to reload. Reduce the chance of crafted bullets failing to fire. The effect of the bullet characteristics is increased by 15%, and the recoil of the bullets produced when fired is reduced by 20%. Shooting accuracy plus 5%. When crafting bullets, there is a slight chance of obtaining rare bullets. At full level, bullet characteristic effect plus 35%, with a small chance of obtaining rare bullets. Proficiency 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Successfully crafted bullets. Use them to hit enemies and improve bullets. Awesome! Tang Yu looked at the information about the ammunition expert skill, his face full of excitement. What's the most feared thing when shooting? Isn't it jamming and duds? As a result, this skill directly reduces the chance of the event occurring, which may completely save your life on the battlefield. In addition, the reduction in recoil and the improvement in shooting accuracy are also very important combat factors. Think about it, the amount of propellant in the bullet has not changed at all, the power of the bullet has not changed, and the initial velocity has not changed. But shooting is steadier and smoother. What a concept. This is the god of the battlefield. If you use that PCAM machine gun and pair it with a 100-round magazine, below the ammunition expert skill panel is a production list of various bullet models and types, with the materials, processes, and precautions clearly stated. Tang Yu looked at the densely packed bullet models and functional effects in the production list and felt a headache. Rifle bullets, pistol bullets, submachine gun bullets, shotgun bullets, flares, etc. There's even a recipe for how grenades are made. Each type of firearm bullet also has many small branches. The 7.62 caliber bullets alone come in 3 sizes: 39mm, 51mm, and 54mm. Each specification of bullet has different functions according to the requirements: solid armor-piercing bullet, enhanced armor-piercing bullet, tracer bullet, armor-piercing tracer bullet, armor-piercing incendiary bullet, armor-piercing explosive bullet, and so on. There are more types of pistol bullets: solid bullets, soft-head bullets, flat-head bullets, hollow-head bullets, shrapnel bullets, etc. According to the speed of the bullet, it is divided into supersonic bullets and subsonic bullets. There are even distinctions based on the material of the bullet jacket, the presence or absence of a cartridge case, bullets made of special materials, and so on. Tang Yu had a headache looking at the numerous types of items and the underwater bullets mentioned earlier in Kaban's letter. Tang Yu also saw several models in the list, but the bullet heads of these models were abnormally long. The data on the list showed that the bullet length had reached 120mm to 150mm, which is 12 centimeters to 15 centimeters in length. So how big is the magazine for this gun? Tang Yu frowned slightly. However, perhaps due to the special shape of the bullet, this bullet can travel an astonishing distance of 60 meters underwater. You should know that an ordinary bullet will deviate from its trajectory and lose its kinetic energy after entering water for a maximum of 2 meters. Just when Tang Yu had just finished checking the bullet production list, the gun modification room that was previously under construction was also completed. P.S. Dear readers, because I have to go to the hospital in the morning recently, I have to adjust the update time and update 3 chapters at 12 noon every day. Mwah! Thank you again for your support. Chapter 103. Hideout facilities are built one after another. and the strength grows amazingly. Saw that the gun modification room was completed. Tang Yu took out the skill book, The Birth of a Gunsmith, and learned it directly. It became Tang Yu's sixth skill. Gun modification room. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. The gun tactical accessories are randomly refreshed every day. The probability of common items is 80%. The probability of rare items is 19%, and the probability of epic items is 1%. A gun modification blueprint is refreshed every 3 days. 90% chance for common blueprints, 9.5% chance for rare blueprints, 0.5% chance for epic blueprints. Effect 2. When performing firearm modification skills, skill effect is increased by 10%. The speed of acquiring firearm modification skill proficiency is increased by 10%. Effect 3. Focus plus 20. Gunsmith Engineer. Type: rare life skill. Introduction. Smart people will never use weapons they are not familiar with. Only extremely smart people will think of modifying firearms themselves, and only top firearms engineers can be called gunsmiths. Effect. When maintaining and repairing a firearm, the durability of the firearm will be restored. After firearm maintenance, the failure rate of firearms is greatly reduced. When modifying a firearm, the modification time is reduced by 20%. After the firearm is modified, there is a chance that one or more performance enhancement effects will appear. Firearm overall performance plus 5%. Recoil. Vertical minus 50. Horizontal minus 50. Effective range plus 100. Ergonomics plus 15. Shooting accuracy, MOA, minus 0.5. Rate of fire, RPM, plus 100. Continuous shooting jam probability, minus 15%. At the maximum level, during the firearm modification process, there is a chance of producing a flash of inspiration effect and comprehending a firearm modification blueprint. 60% chance for common level, 30% chance for rare level, 10% chance for epic level, and you can freely enhance the performance of the firearm. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Modify, repair, and maintain firearms. Create firearm modification blueprints. Use modified firearms to kill enemies. Tang Yu looked at the information on the panel and was very satisfied. A gun modification blueprint has appeared on the desk of the gun modification room, but it is an ordinary level blueprint, so it is directly put into the backpack. A series of production lists also appear under the gun engineer skill panel. From the basic parts such as grip, handguard, barrel, to the rail base, magazine, stock, and other equipment accessories. Finally, there are even tutorials on how to make and modify various functional tactical accessories. There are dozens or even hundreds of parts of various sizes. Tang Yu was stunned. He thought it would be difficult to make, but now looking at this production list, he felt it was even more frustrating than the bullet production list just now. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Yes, it is a good thing. After constant self-soothing. In fact, Tang Yu had already thought of the great prospects of the two skills, ammunition expert and firearms engineer. Although these two skills seem to be frustrating, as long as Tang Yu can master them. The benefits that the future can bring to Tang Yu are far more than what is written in the skill introduction. From then on, Tang Yu officially achieved self-sufficiency in firearms and bullets, and could customize special operations bullets and firearms according to his own requirements. It will also be a huge breakthrough for Tang Yu's economic benefits. As long as Tang Yu can truly master these two skills, his understanding of firearms and bullets will definitely be far beyond that of ordinary people. He will also officially break through the previous single mode of acquiring materials by collecting and trading materials. Rely on rare bullets and unique gun modification abilities. We are returning to the economic model of using unique resources to conduct monopoly transactions, just like the previous nourishment soup. Tang Yu will be at the top of the industry and have pricing power, which is the main thing. Arms trafficking will always be a lucrative business, especially in a world full of dangers and where lives can be lost at any time. A reliable weapon and bullets that can penetrate any armor are enough to make people spend their fortune to equip it. Supplies can be found again, but life is only once. Even the explosives making skill can be operated in the same way. The Nourish Lamb soup also has a monopoly condition and only has a market in extremely cold weather. However, as long as Blue Star exists, the market for firearms and ammunition will still arrange for 100,000 people to enter the Doomsday game every month. Tang Yu will never have to worry about having no business. It turns out that you still need to master a skill to make a living when you go out. Slightly emotional. Tang Yu closed the panel and left the gun modification room. He didn't have time to work on new skills today. He was now standing in front of the innermost wall of the underground floor and took out the construction drawing of the hideout and shooting range. Now that the bullet processing room and gun modification room are completed, let's build this next. Tang Yu chose to use this drawing. Then, the wall in front of Tang Yu suddenly became covered with a light curtain flashing with a faint fluorescent light. Shooting range construction countdown, 3 hours. Not bad. I just don't know how big the shooting range will be at that time. I hope it can be bigger. Then the workbench, gym, and glory display cabinet were all completed one after another. Hideout workbench. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. When making items on the workbench, the success rate of making items is plus 20%, the accident rate is minus 25%, the making time is minus 20%, and the item effect is plus 5%. Effect 2. When making items on a workbench, the proficiency of related skills increases by plus 10%. Effect 3. Focus plus 20. Hideout gym. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. Exercising in the gym for 30 minutes will permanently increase your proficiency in strength, metabolism, and stress resistance. Effect 2. Exercising in the gym for 1 hour will permanently increase your endurance, vitality, health, and immunity proficiency. Note: each of the above effects only takes effect once a day. Glory showcase. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. When you display the dog tag of the killed enemy, you will gain a combat skill proficiency buff. This buff is related to the number of disasters the killed target has survived. The more disasters the target has survived, the more obvious the buff will be. Effect 2. When you display the items you made, you will gain a life skill proficiency bonus. This bonus effect is related to the level, type, difficulty, and value of the displayed items. The higher the level, the richer the type, the greater the difficulty, and the higher the value, the more obvious the bonus effect. Note: the honor showcase can display 1 to 5 types of items. The more uniform the display types, the more obvious the benefit effect. But please do not exceed 5 types, otherwise the honor showcase will lose the benefit effect. Chapter 104: Everything is ready. The final moments of the first round of disasters. Tang Yu opened his mouth wide, looking at the information of the 3 facilities in front of him in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? Tang Yu never expected that the effects of these 3 facilities would be so powerful, especially the gym and the honor showcase. He had more or less guessed the effect of the workbench, so he wasn't surprised. But these 2 facilities really gave Tang Yu a surprise. At the same time, the information revealed to him also made his eyes light up. Combat skills, dog tags, and number of disasters. Tang Yu immediately realized that the 2 facilities were not facing the novice survivors of the first round of disasters. But they are those old guys who have been struggling in the Doomsday game for who knows how long. So metabolism, immunity, these are also skills. Tang Yu was not unfamiliar with these terms. He had seen them many times in medical supplies, adrenaline syringes, equipment, and titles. He once guessed that these might be elements that would appear after surviving the first round of disasters. But at that time, Tang Yu never thought about the skills. Tang Yu looked at the time, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At 12 o'clock midnight, the first round of disaster will officially be over. Tang Yu was a little nervous. More than half an hour passed. The facility on the 3rd underground floor that combines the groundwater well and the 2nd-level water collector has finally been completed. When the light curtain disappears, what appeared in front of Tang Yu is a room similar to a water room. It doesn't occupy a large area, only about 7 or 8 square meters, and this facility is located in the corner of the entire 3rd underground floor. It won't affect anything. Water collector, underground water purification room, level 3. Type: hideout facility. Effect 1. The hiding place has unlimited water and open connecting pipes. Other facilities only need PVC pipes, pipe tape, metal parts, faucets, and other materials to connect with each other. Effect 2. Daily drinking water capacity, 500 L. 1 filter element needs to be replaced every week. Effect 3. The water source here is deep underground water, which will not be affected by disasters other than earthquakes. The water quality is stable and can replace multiple water sources. Effect 4. Long-term drinking can slowly enhance your health proficiency. Facts have proved that Tang Yu's decision this time was extremely correct. This merger of facilities not only upgraded the level of the water collector from level 2 to level 3. The water source will not be greatly affected from now on, except for earthquakes, of course. However, if such a disaster really occurred, no matter what Tang Yu's water source was, the result would probably be the same. The daily water purification capacity has also increased from the initial 5L to 500L, and the filter replacement frequency has changed from 2 filters every 3 days to 1 filter every 7 days. This is enough to prove the purity of groundwater sources. Tang Yu had anticipated this. What surprised him the most was the effect that could slowly improve his health proficiency. It seems that this groundwater is also extraordinary. There is no use thinking too much. Now that the water problem has been solved, it is time to proceed to the next step of improvement. Tang Yu came to the second underground floor. Standing in front of a wall, the shooting range was above his head. Next to it is the staircase leading to the third underground floor. He already had the construction drawing of indoor greenhouse and the hiding place in his hand. The effect of this drawing was similar to that of the shooting range. The facility building belonged to the additional space and did not occupy the area of the hiding place. Various construction materials appeared in front of Tang Yu, when the drawing turned into a light curtain covering the wall in front of him. A mechanical prompt sound appeared in Tang Yu's ears. Detected that the hiding place has an external water collector facility. Consume PVC pipe X28, metal parts X15, pipe tape X8, shower head X10. Connect to the water source. Connect. Tang Yu was well prepared for this, and he had a lot of these supplies. Yes, as Tang Yu confirmed, the necessary construction materials disappeared in the hiding place. Construction countdown, 3 hours. Watch as construction of this facility officially begins. The important upgrade and construction work of the entire hideout has been completed. The only facilities currently under construction and upgrading are the Intelligence Center, Disaster Coin Mine, Shooting Range, and Indoor Planting Greenhouse. The construction time for the first 2 facilities is still a long time, and the time for the Intelligence Center and Disaster Coin Mine is almost the same, with about 31 hours left. The last 2 facilities will be completed in 3 hours, which would be 11 o'clock at the latest, just before the first round of disaster. Tang Yu most hopes that the Intelligence Center can be upgraded and completed as soon as possible so that he can build the Refugee Treasure Box, Hideout Holographic Barrier, and Son of the Sea Genetic Evolution Potion. Now all 3 are stuck on upgrading the Intelligence Center. In addition, the Decryption USB drive and Laboratory Functional Area Distribution Structure map of the Ghost Face also require the Intelligence Center to decrypt. As the time got closer to midnight, Tang Yu became a little restless. I simply started to organize my equipment and prepare for possible unexpected situations. When the time came to 11 o'clock, the shooting range and indoor planting greenhouse have been officially completed. Their information panel also appeared in front of Tang Yu. Shooting range. Type, hideout facility. Sight depth, 50 meters. Effect 1. When testing weapon performance at a shooting range, you can quickly find problems with the weapon. Effect 2. When shooting related weapons at the shooting range, you can slowly improve the proficiency of related weapons. Effect 3. The shooting range is a closed facility. When shooting in the shooting range, the sound spill is reduced by 95%. Indoor planting greenhouse. Type, hideout facility. Sight depth, 15 meters. Effect 1. When planting ordinary plants, they will grow and mature in 3 days, and there is a 5% chance of cultivating rare plants. The chance increases to 10% when watered with plant cultivation solution. Effect 2. When planting rare plants, the growth cycle is shortened by 1/3. Effect 3. Indoor planting greenhouses have constant temperature and humidity and will not be affected by the external environment. 200 L of water needs to be guaranteed for irrigation every day, and 50 kilograms of fertilizer needs to be added every 3 days. If plant growth solution is used, additional effects will be added based on the effect of the growth solution. The last 2 facilities were completed. As time passed, it finally approached midnight. It has been exactly 10 days since the start of the Doomsday game, 7 days of development, and 3 days of disaster. There were originally 1,000 people in the area, but now only 297 people are left. We are finally about to get through the first round of disasters. Come on, let me see what the real Doomsday game is like. When all the numbers on the clock returned to 0, there was a slight vibration in the hiding place, and a mechanical prompt sound instantly rang in Tang Yu's ears. Congratulations! Chapter 105. World Fusion begins. New hiding place location selection. Congratulations to the survivors for successfully surviving the first round of disasters, the polar blizzard. The current world is about to merge with the main world, and the estimated fusion time is 8 hours. Survivor Tang Yu, you are eligible to change your hiding place once. Please complete the selection of a new hiding place within 8 hours. Please note that after changing the hiding place location this time, it will be permanently unchangeable. Please choose carefully. As two mechanical prompt sounds rang out, the slight shaking inside the hiding place became more and more frequent. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that he finally calmed down. During this period, Tang Yu did not move at all and just stood there quietly. It was not until the hiding place stopped vibrating that Tang Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. It was at this time that Tang Yu discovered that an oval metal plate hung on a stainless steel chain had appeared on his neck at some point. Dog tags. Name: Tang Yu. Race: Blue Star, human. Number of disasters experienced: 1. Identity: camp, survivor. So this is a dog tag? After taking a quick look, Tang Yu remembered the reminder tone just now. Immediately, the weapon was put back into the backpack space, and the Doomsday game panel was opened. Sure enough, a wrench-like icon appeared on the hiding place panel, flashing slightly. It was the button that the mechanical voice mentioned just now to change the hiding place location. Tang Yu was a little surprised at first. After all, when he first entered the game, he had been clearly reminded that once a hiding place was placed, it could not be changed. But he soon figured out the key. The first round of disasters was originally a novice trial for survivors who had just entered the Doomsday game. On the one hand, it is to eliminate the absolutely weak ones and retain only high-quality survivors who can quickly adapt to the rhythm of the Doomsday game. The second is to let these survivors feel the atmosphere of a real Doomsday game in advance. Therefore, under the premise that everything is close to the real Doomsday game, the difficulty is reduced, and after passing the novice version, a chance to change the hiding place is provided, which is unexpected but reasonable. But Tang Yu frowned. So, does his hiding place need to be changed? The answer is yes. When Black Dog had previously entered the subway station for a large-scale search and Ghostface had explored the subway station at night, Tang Yu had already discovered the loopholes in his own hiding place. That is, when the hiding place was chosen, the location of this subway monitoring room happened to be a protruding building, not a whole wall. Although Tang Yu can camouflage the door of his hiding place through the effect of camouflage coating sticker, but the overall structure of the building remains there without any change. This is because the refugees in the novice version are not smart enough. Otherwise, they would have noticed something wrong here long ago. After all, an obviously protruding building, without any room doors and only a few bare walls, is itself a very strange place. Originally, Tang Yu was still thinking about how to solve this problem, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. But where should the hiding place be moved to? After making sure there was no danger for the time being, Tang Yu returned to the living area, sat on the soft and spacious sofa, leaned against the fireplace, and thought quietly. In the end, after careful consideration, he still believed that keeping the hiding place in this subway station was the most reliable and safest option at the moment. There are many reasons for this choice. 1. He cannot miss the advantage of the virtual map, which is the most fundamental guarantee for his life safety. Before, whether it was the refugees or the Black Dog, Tang Yu could be said to have completed the killings time and time again with the help of the information guidance given by the virtual map. This allowed Tang Yu to obtain his first pot of gold and use it to rapidly develop and expand his strength. Tang Yu will never ignore this point. 2. The subway station has unparalleled hidden transportation convenience. The tunnels on both sides lead to the east and west respectively, which are hidden and safe. Tang Yu can even go anywhere he wants to go in this underground tunnel through the subway route recorded on the Baida district map in his hand. Just like the silk threads of a spider web, with Huayuan subway station as the point, it expands into a line through the east and west tunnels, and then uses other route tunnels of each subway station to spread from the line into a surface. However, there's also a problem with this. That is, after being integrated into the real Doomsday game world, there will inevitably be survivors and even refugees in these subway tunnels, just like the previous Ram subway station. This will be a place that Tang Yu needs to pay attention to. However, in the dark environment of the subway tunnel, Tang Yu did not have too much of a problem after wearing the title of Night Walker, Night Cloak, and Black Mask. Tang Yu wrote this down and decided to see how to best resolve it when he had the chance. 3. This is also the most critical reason why Tang Yu eliminated other people who have virtual map properties as hiding places. That is, the subway station itself is deep underground, and Tang Yu's hiding place is an underground air raid shelter. The combination of the two can essentially reduce the environmental and climate impacts of most Doomsday disasters. As for the subsequent flood disaster, as long as Tang Yu completes the upgrade of the Intelligence Center, he can immediately build the holographic barrier of the hideout. The entire hiding place will be covered in the protection of a holographic barrier, providing all-round protection from water and camouflage. Being in a subway station where the flood is deepest, the safety factor of the hiding place will definitely be unprecedentedly high. As for traveling, the enhancement of the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion has perfectly solved this problem. It can be said that the next round of disaster, the Doomsday Flood, is no longer a disaster for Tang Yu, but his home ground. Compared to the Doomsday Flood, Tang Yu is more worried about the man-made disasters before the disaster. Tang Yu stared at the gilded patterned teacup in his hand, but what he was thinking about was what happened in the theater building last night with Kaban and his men. The tactical qualities and intelligence they suddenly displayed brought Tang Yu unparalleled pressure at that time. I didn't have time to think about it before, but that's what I want to say now that I think about it again. There's a big problem. That's probably because after the meat dogs and butchers were all killed, Cabin, as the last refugee leader in the novice area, was most likely strengthened by the Doomsday game. Or, this is the combat quality and awareness they should have originally possessed. We must not compare the refugees in the real Doomsday game with the refugees before, otherwise it will be very dangerous. With this understanding, Tang Yu made his own judgment quickly, and he immediately had a direction for the location of his hiding place. The most important factor in choosing Tang Yu's hiding place is to fully respond to the discovery and search by refugees, rebels, evil god believers, and other combatants that may appear in the future. Focus your attention on the virtual map of the Garden Subway Station and begin a comprehensive search for the location of a hiding place where you can search for people. Tang Yu directly skipped all the existing rooms and obvious buildings. What is the difference between choosing them and the current position? He also rejected blind spots in corners and crevices. Then a place appeared in Tang Yu's sight. Chapter 106. The Powerful Tactical Team, the Survivors of All Races. Survivor Tang Yu. Are you sure you want to set this location as a hiding place? Yes. With Tang Yu's confirmed choice, the hiding place began to shake violently, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, as if the entire hiding place was being dragged underground. It didn't take long, just less than a minute. The hideout has been moved. As the mechanical prompt sound ended, Tang Yu arrived at the security gate of the hiding place on the underground floor. The subway station in the virtual map is still empty. I tried to open the door, but it was not impossible to open the door as I had imagined because of the fusion of the worlds. Looking at the empty subway station, Tang Yu stepped out of the door of his hiding place and stepped onto the subway track connecting the east and west stations. It can actually be moved here. Tang Yu's eyes were full of surprise. He originally thought it was just his fantasy, but now it has succeeded. Diagonally opposite the hiding place is the subway station passenger platform, and on the right is the tunnel entrance. He moved his hiding place to an underground location behind the wall diagonally opposite the subway passenger platform, where one would enter the tunnel. The door to the hiding place is installed on the wall, where you will enter the tunnel. The door closed. Tang Yu jumped onto the track and looked toward the wall. At the moment the door of the hiding place closed, an inconspicuous ripple flashed by, and Tang Yu could not see any door in his field of vision. Isn't this just a modeled wall that has witnessed the operation of the subway for countless years? This wall stretches for more than 100 meters on both the east and west sides of the tunnel. No one would have thought that there was a hiding place under this inconspicuous wall. After returning to his hiding place, Tang Yu discovered that both the regional channel and the world channel were filled with discussions. Some were discussing the location of the new hiding place, while others were worried about what kind of situation they would face after integrating into the real Doomsday game world. Wang Bohu also sent a message to Tang Yu, also talking about some things that will happen after the worlds merge. Wang Bohu. Great God. After the world merges, I will report to our base city seed member organization. Do you want to join me? Tang Yu. I'm not part of your organization. How can I join? Wang Bohu. It should be no problem. I can guarantee it. In fact, we were told before entering the Doomsday game that if we encounter survivors with outstanding abilities, we can absorb them. Tang Yu did not comment on Wang Bohu's words, but he did not have any thoughts about that organization. In his opinion, in the Doomsday world, no matter what organization or force it is fake, and only one's own strength truly belongs to him. He prefers to observe the overall situation of the Doomsday world before deciding on the next plan. What's more, Tang Yu has the Super Monopoly plugin, so he decisively rejected Wang Bohu's solicitation, and then had a brief chat with him and ended the conversation. Tang Yu's attention was focused on the Super Monopoly panel. At 12 o'clock midnight, the moment the world fusion began, the Monopoly panel fell into darkness, and only a progress bar remained on the entire panel, slowly rising. Apparently, with the first round of disasters over, the Monopoly beta version has finally started upgrading. Looking at the progress bar, the upgrade should be completed at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning along with the end of the world fusion. Finally, Tang Yu collected the items made by the facilities in the hiding place and replenished the low-level synthetic materials. I broke off the newly split and mature, breathing green ivy seedlings and inserted them into flower pots, and readjusted the positions of the 3 pots of green ivy. After all the preparations were completed, Tang Yu returned to the living area on the 3rd underground floor and lay down on the Kong. When I woke up again, it was already 7:50 in the morning. After checking the time, Tang Yu quickly washed up, ate something quick, and then put on his equipment. Just as he was getting ready, he came to the basement. The time came exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Welcome, Survivor Tang Yu, to the Doomsday game world. Please explore on your own. Survivor Tang Yu is detected to have 1 point of world legend, luck +1. After 2 simple prompt sounds, the entire hiding place fell into silence. After waiting for a few seconds, Tang Yu was dumbfounded as he still didn't hear any prompt. That's it. In other words, apart from the hint about the world's legendary status, there is only one hint to enter the Doomsday game. Tang Yu immediately focused his attention on the virtual map in his mind to check the current situation. The next second, Tang Yu was stunned on the spot. Fuck! In the virtual map, the original simple and rough line map has now become a real all-round 3D simulation map. The placement, size, and shape of each item in the subway station are all clearly visible, just like real-time surveillance. Even the various supplies that appear in the subway station are displayed in different colors. Low-level supplies are gray, ordinary supplies are white, and blue ones are probably rare items. Not only has the image quality of the entire map been upgraded from prehistoric civilization to electronic civilization, the light spots that previously represented character units have now become virtual dynamic characters. Not only are the movements, demeanor, and expressions clear, but even the equipment worn by the other person, the outline of the weapon, and even the wrinkles on the face can be seen clearly. At this moment, on the virtual map of the Garden Metro Station, Tang Yu saw 2 teams of 10 armed men patrolling the entire metro station. The 2 teams of armed personnel were not only equipped with a full set of tactical equipment, such as microphone headphones, goggles, etc., but also had extremely exaggerated weapons. Basically, every armed personnel's weapon has 1 or 2 tactical firearm accessories. The 2 leading captains have 4 or 5 tactical accessories, including laser pointers, optical sights, and muzzle brakes. The weapons in their hands are all precision sniper rifles. They should be positioned as team shooters. In this way, each squad is equipped with a squad shooter, captain, 2 assaulters, a signalman, and a machine gunner. Tang Yu was already stunned when he saw the equipment of these armed men in the virtual map and their coordination with each other. What the hell? How the hell is this going to happen? He thought that a real Doomsday game would be very difficult, but wasn't this a little too difficult? These people shouldn't be refugees. Tang Yu couldn't guarantee it, and there are more lives at risk in the subway station than just these 2 teams of armed men. His attention shifted away from the 2 teams of armed men and focused on the other creatures in the subway station. That's right, it's a living thing, just below the feet of the 2 teams of armed men, underground on the subway platform. A humanoid creature that looks like a pangolin is hiding inside. He should be a new survivor who has just survived the first round of disaster. As he was looking up at the ceiling of his hiding place, he should have felt the vibration from someone moving above him, and he waited quietly. It is not difficult to see from some of the other party's actions and expressions that it is very nervous. In the west side tunnel of the subway, which is the direction leading to the Honglumen Club, there is a hiding place of approximately 40 square meters between the top of the tunnel and the ground. A strange-looking creature that resembled a hexapod was also in his hiding place, with 2 tentacles supporting its body, and the other 4 tentacles constantly pointing at the void in front of it. Really? Tentacle monster? The other party should be checking the panel information or chatting with someone. Tang Yu took a quick look at the situation at the subway station and made sure that there would be no threat to him for the time being. Just collect your thoughts and open the panel. Since the virtual map has been upgraded to this state, Tang Yu is very curious about what the official version of Monopoly will look like. Sure enough, as the Monopoly panel was opened, several pieces of information appeared in front of Tang Yu. Chapter 107. Super Monopoly is fully upgraded with unparalleled characteristic effects. The survivors survived the first round of disasters. The official version of the Monopoly plugin was successfully upgraded, and all Monopoly functions were opened. 1. Survivor privileges are upgraded and survivor features are unlocked. Transit taxation I. 2. Survivors performed well in the first round of disasters. Based on their performance, they will be awarded exclusive features. Force collection I. 3. Survivor unlocks features. Hire employees. 4. The level of all purchased real estate buildings has been upgraded by 1 level. The building's exclusive features have been unlocked. Please check the specific functions yourself. 5. Survivors successfully survived a round of disasters and were rewarded with the following cards. Flight card X1, remote control card X1, turn card X1, stay card X1. 6. The survivors have successfully survived a round of disasters, and the Super Monopoly map has been upgraded. They have a chance to randomly draw a feature. Do you want to draw now? Yes. The survivor has extracted the characteristic. Force purchase and sale I. When all the prompts of Monopoly stopped, Tang Yu finally had the mind to look at the newly upgraded Monopoly panel in front of him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed no matter what. Fuck, too strong. Toll collection I. Type. Survivor trait. Introduction. You want to pass through here? Come on. Please pay the toll. Effect 1. When any unrecorded life unit enters a purchased real estate building, a random item, weapon, equipment, backpack space item will be collected from the other party. Effect 2. Any unrecorded life unit that enters a purchased real estate building will have its supplies in the other party's backpack space collected when leaving, and the collection ratio is related to the length of stay. Staying within 5 minutes, 0%. Staying within 10 minutes, 5%. Staying within 15 minutes, 10%. Staying within 20 minutes, 20%. Staying for 30 minutes or more, 30%. Note 1. Effect 2. The priority order for collecting materials is from high to low in value. When collecting for Effect 1 and Effect 2, the other party's consent and knowledge are not required, and this authority has priority. In addition, the collection rate increases by 5% for each level of the purchased real estate building. Compulsory collection I. Type. Survivor-only feature. Introduction. Brother, you died in my territory. It's hard to deal with. Forget it. I'll just use the things on your body as the cleaning fee. Effect. Any life unit that dies in a purchased property building will have all its supplies forcibly confiscated and cannot be picked up by other life units. Forced purchase and selling 1. Type. Survivor trait. Introduction. Boy, this place has attracted the attention of the master. Be smart, take the money, and get out. Effect. When a survivor first enters a building that they have not purchased before, there is a 10% chance that the forced purchase I effect will be triggered, and they can use their wealth points to purchase the current real estate building. Note, this effect does not affect the dice results for the day and only occurs as an unexpected event. Hiring employees. Type. Survivor features. Introduction. Hiring excellent employees is a process that every tycoon must go through. Effect 1. Every time you experience a disaster, you will get 2 more employees. Current number of vacancies, February 2nd. Effect 2. Survivors can conduct employee review on the life units in the purchased real estate buildings to view relevant information such as the life unit's talents, personalities, races, and trust levels, helping survivors make better decisions. Effect 3. Hiring employees requires voluntary consent from both parties and cannot be forced. After successful hiring, the employee will automatically leave the original camp and automatically join the survivor camp. The survivors can view employee-related information at any time. Effect 4. The salary currency for hired employees is Doomsday coin. According to the value of the employees, after each round of disaster, the corresponding Doomsday coin will be automatically deducted and distributed to the employees. Tang Yu was stunned when he looked at the 4 pieces of characteristic information on the panel. Fuck, they are pushing me down the path of being an inhuman. This is too evil. Then a hee-hee smile appeared on his face. But I love it. What surprised Tang Yu the most was the functional feature, hiring employees. He didn't feel it before, but after sorting out the spoils yesterday, Tang Yu clearly felt a little overwhelmed. Because there were so many supplies, he didn't know how long it would take him to sort them out by himself. Right now, the 2 batches of ammunition and supplies were still piled up in the weapons laboratory and shooting range, occupying almost 1/3 of the total area of the first underground floor, plus 2/3 of the shooting range. As for the other supplies found, some were piled up in the living area on the 3rd underground floor, and the other part was still in Tang Yu's backpack space. There was no way around it. Many supplies were too large, and if they were placed in a newly spacious hiding place, it would become overcrowded. At present, Tang Yu has not sorted out all these supplies, mainly because he has no time. He really needs a reliable and trustworthy helper now. Now this hire employees feature is a good choice. It's just that Tang Yu needs to choose who to hire. Tang Yu turned his attention to the page of purchased real estate buildings in the Super Monopoly panel. This is a new feature. When Tang Yu clicks on it, he can see all the real estate buildings he has purchased. Huayuan Metro Station, Gonyang Metro Station, Honglaman Club, Baida Park, City Hospital, and Trading Center. Each estate building has been upgraded to level 2, and each estate building has a building feature. It seems that the real estate buildings that have been purchased can be upgraded every time a disaster is survived. Teleport. Type. Metro Station Building Features. Effect 1. When a survivor purchases 2 or more subway stations, he or she can freely teleport within the purchased subway station. The teleportation location can be selected by the survivor. The teleportation time is 5 seconds. Construction Level 1 feature. Effect 2. You can be teleported to a safe location in any subway station on the Monopoly map every day, and the evacuation teleportation point location will be sent to the survivors. Survivors need to go to the target evacuation point before they can be teleported back to the hiding place. Transmission time. 5 seconds. Building Level 2 feature. Entertainment first. Type. Red Romantic Club Architectural Features. Effect 1. There is a chance that common items, valuable items, and rare recipes will appear in the real estate building every day. 50% chance of common items, 45% chance of valuable items, 5% chance of rare recipes. Building Level 1 features. Effect 2. There is a chance that a rare currency, disaster coin, will appear in the real estate building every day. 92% chance of Doomsday coin, 8% chance of rare currency, disaster coin. Building Level 2 features. Chapter 108. The flea market is fully open and the collection feature is enabled. Pharmacy. Type. Urban hospital building characteristics. Effect 1. Survivors' medical skills or hideout medical facilities, treatment effect or quality of medical supplies plus 20%. Building Level 1 feature. Effect 2. Every day, there is a chance that advanced medical supplies formulas will appear in the emergency department of the hospital. 50% chance of advanced medical items, 30% chance of injection items, 10% chance of advanced medical item production formulas, 7% chance of injection item production formulas, and 3% chance of special medical items. Building Level 2 features. Frequent accidents. Type. Baida Park Architectural Features. Effect 1. Baida Park has a 25% chance of triggering an unexpected event every day. Building Level 1 feature. Effect 2. Baida Park has a chance to attract Doomsday merchants. Building Level 2 feature. Flea market. Type. Quella City Trading Center Architectural Features. Effect 1. Establish a flea market where all life units in the Doomsday game can be traded. Buyers and sellers can choose to trade with real names or anonymously at a freely determined price. The transaction currency is settled in Doomsday coins and disaster coins. Survivors can set the user rights for the flea market. Building Level 1 feature. Requires confirmation from survivors to enable. Effect 2. Flea market for all transactions. Both buyers and sellers need to pay a 5% market fee to complete the transaction. Survivors can adjust the trader's fee ratio and set a supplementary rule. Fee ratio adjustment range. 0% to 10%. The fee will convert Doomsday coins into wealth points at a ratio of 100,000 to 1. Building Level 2 features. Note, establishing a flea market requires 5 million Doomsday coins and 1 disaster coin as startup capital. Flight card. Type. Monopoly props card. Effect. This prop card can be used during the dice rolling phase to move the character to the target square. Number of uses. Each item card can only be used once. Steering card. Type. Monopoly props card. Effect. Used during the dice rolling phase, it can change the direction of the character's movement. Number of uses. Each item card can only be used once. Remote control card. Type. Monopoly props card. Effect. Used in the dice shaking stage, the dice can be controlled to appear any number from 1 to 6. Number of uses. Each item card can only be used once. Stay card. Type. Monopoly props card. Effect. Used during the dice rolling phase, it can control the character to stay in place for 1 round and trigger a square effect. Number of uses. Each item card can only be used once. Tang Yu read all the content that appeared after the official version of Super Monopoly was upgraded. His mouth remained open for a long time without closing. Fuck, this is too awesome. I just want to ask, how can I lose? Tang Yu was so overwhelmed by the explosive effects of the super tycoons that his adrenaline and dopamine were secreted together. What Tang Yu was most interested in was the flea market feature of the trading center. He followed the prompts and opened his personal panel. Sure enough, next to the original World Channel and Regional Channel, a flea market page actually appeared. Because Tang Yu has not turned on this function yet, only Tang Yu can see it now. Oh my god, this building feature is so powerful. It directly adds a new function to the Doomsday game panel. Tang Yu opened the flea market panel. The screen inside is very simple and easy to understand, and the search, buy and sell options are clear. When you don't have a fixed search target and just want to browse casually, there is also an item catalog index in the flea market. Sort all items into major categories. For example, weapons, armor, food, beverages, building supplies, electronic components. There are dozens of categories and so on, which is quite rich. After some research, Tang Yu discovered that as long as he opened the flea market to set up a stall for trading, he could put the items he wanted to trade in the flea market, set a price, and then wait for others to buy them. This price can be a fixed price or a free auction. Once someone pays, the transaction can be completed automatically. There is no need for the trader to stay at the flea market all the time, which is very convenient. Of course, market fees will be automatically deducted from both buyers and sellers. Tang Yu saw an administrator page on the flea market panel. Click to enter, and you will see the options you can control. One is that you can add a supplementary rule for flea market. On the other hand, Tang Yu can freely adjust the handling fee ratio for a certain group of people, up to 10%. Ah, damn. Does this count as an economic sanction, imposing tariffs? Tang Yu's eyes lit up, as if there was one more way to target the enemy. Then he immediately searched for Grassland Sandy, Reserve Station Duan Shui, and Reserve Station Lu Qingming in the record column. Sure enough, all three were still alive. Then, with a smile, he raised the transaction fee for these three people to the highest rate, 10%. Tang Yu will never forget these three guys. As for Lu Qingming, do you really think you can't tell that he is in the same group with Duan Shui? Since we can't find these three guys now, we might as well collect some interest and discuss them. For other transactions, all transactions will be charged the normal 5% handling fee. As for the additional flea market rule that can be added, after thinking about it, Tang Yu came up with an idea. After all traders confirm the items for trading, they cannot withdraw them within 24 hours. If they withdraw them within 24 hours, they will pay 10% of the average market value of the items as platform compensation. The purpose of this rule is to prevent some people from using the flea market as a transit point for supplies. Of course, even if Tang Yu added this rule, it would be impossible to completely prevent such incidents from happening. However, if others were willing to pay to store their belongings, Tang Yu wouldn't mind. It would at least be another way to generate income. After thinking about it, Tang Yu did not directly activate this building feature. He was not ready yet, but good things come late. It's not too late to open it when he is ready. When Tang Yu understood all the contents of the upgrade of Super Monopoly, he found that 3 survivor features required his confirmation to activate. So, what are you hesitating about? Just turn them all on. Then, when the 3 survivor characteristics of Toll Collection Eye, Force Collection Eye, and Force Purchase and Sale Eye are all activated, the next moment, Tang Yu was stunned. P.S. Well, because of the support of the readers, I will update more. Update more. Update more. Please read on. Read on. Read on. There are also free gifts for support. Thank you, sirs. Chapter 109, Toll Collection Eye, Browning M2 Heavy Machine Gun, Rewards and Additional Chapters. The next moment Tang Yu activated the survivor characteristic. His backpack suddenly had nearly 200 more items. These items include weapons, equipment, Doomsday coins, a wide variety. The final result was that Tang Yu's backpack space was directly full, and the remaining items all fell to the ground. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Tang Yu didn't have time to check these items, but immediately looked at the face of the Super Tycoon and checked the survivor's characteristic effects again. Then he showed a look of realization. This is the ability of the first effect of the characteristic, Passing Collection Eye. All life units that enter the purchase building will randomly collect an item from the other party. The collection range includes weapons, equipment, and backpack space. Now, the source of this pile of items is clear. Tang Yu immediately looked at the virtual map of Huayuan subway station. In the virtual map that looked like a high-definition animation, Tang Yu clearly saw that there was obvious chaos between the 2 tactical teams. Everyone was on alert, but 3 of them only had pistols in their hands. Their main weapons were gone. Tang Yu looked down, and sure enough, among the pile of items at his feet, there was a precision sniper rifle that he was very familiar with. It was the weapon in the hands of the tactical team leader who had previously served as the team's shooter. How could Tang Yu remain calm now? He could only repeat words like, "Wow, that's awesome. Oh my God," to express his shock and disbelief. And he soon discovered that the quantities of these items were wrong. There were already 70 or 80 weapons of various types on the ground, not to mention the items in the backpack space. He immediately thought of a possibility. Immediately turn your attention to other properties that have already been purchased. The next second, Tang Yu showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. What the hell? Are you kidding me? The other real estate buildings were fine. There were also armed teams of varying numbers patrolling and guarding buildings such as subway stations and city hospitals, but the personnel basically ranged from a few to a dozen people. Although they were well-equipped, they were within Tang Yu's acceptable range. But when his attention was focused on the Quella City Trading Center building, Tang Yu admitted that he was shocked. He was too familiar with this building. He had fought all night there the night before and had engaged in all kinds of elaborate games of strategy. How could he not know the situation there, including the strength of the refugees such as Rugu, their weapons and equipment configuration, and their combat qualities? He knew them all clearly. But now he saw something only seen in the virtual map of the trading center building. On the rooftop of the building, snipers were concentrating on patrolling the situation around the trading building through optical sights. At the entrance of the trading hall, a heavy fixed machine gun was placed behind explosion-proof sandbags and camouflage nets. On the thick pole-type tripod, the huge gun was under the control of the refugees, vigilantly scanning the street in front of them. Tang Yu didn't look at anything else, but just seeing the 12.7mm caliber bullet chain of the machine gun. Tang Yu was already trembling all over. Fuck! This can be used as an anti-aircraft gun. If you get hit, no matter how powerful your bulletproof vest is, you will die in one shot. His eyes looked towards other parts of the trading building. Soon, Tang Yu became numb. In his observation, how could these armed men who appeared in the trading building be refugees? In Tang Yu's opinion, these people had obviously all received military training. They're definitely not ordinary refugees. At this moment, there was obviously chaos in the trading building because of the sudden disappearance of personal belongings. But soon someone came out and took control of the situation. When Tang Yu saw the figure walking out, he was shocked again. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? And in the trading building in the middle room on the 20th floor, Rugu was surprised that the golden rooster he had just imitated disappeared. Then I heard the sound of a commotion among my men outside the room. There was a flash of fierceness in his eyes. He picked up a shotgun from the weapon rack next to him and walked out of the room. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive gunshots quickly quieted the chaotic crowd. Seeing this, Bayonet, who was talking on the walkie-talkie, quickly said something to comfort the dog and then hurried to the meat dog. Boss, something terrible has happened. Just now, all the brothers have lost something. Some are equipment, some are armor. The most serious thing now is that a fixed machine gun at the door of the trading hall has also suddenly disappeared. Only explosion-proof sandbags and a camouflage net are left. Hearing Bayonet's story, Rugu's eyes grew bigger and bigger. He looked at the Bayonet with an incredible expression. What did you just say? Everyone lost an item? Among them was a fixed machine gun weighing dozens of kilograms. Although I knew this news was a little unbelievable, I looked at Rugu's eyes as if he was seeking confirmation. Bayonet still pursed his lips and nodded silently in affirmation. Rugu immediately thought of the big golden rooster that had just disappeared from his hands. I understood this immediately, and there was no need to verify it again. Then he broke out in a cold sweat, horrified by this method. Tang Yu didn't know what Rugu was thinking at the moment. He quickly looked at the virtual map of all the buildings to understand the current situation. Exit the virtual map. With his eyes slightly narrowed and his expression seemingly calm, Tang Yu's heart was like a raging sea, turbulent and extremely surging. How is it possible? It was a dog. Then who was the person I killed? If he's still alive, what about the others? Are Ghostface, Butcher, and Kaban still alive? The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. I was just about to contact Wang Bohu to ask him about the situation. He glanced behind him, froze in place, and then slowly turned around. He looked in disbelief at the big guy behind him that shouldn't be here. Browning M2 large caliber heavy machine gun. Type: heavy machine gun / fixed heavy machine gun. Weight: 58 kilograms with tripod. Rate of fire: 455-80. Effective range, 1,830 meters. Shooting mode, fully automatic. Ammunition caliber, 12.7 by 99 millimeters. Ammunition belt, 200 rounds of M9 ammunition belt. Take a breath of cold air. But is this reasonable? Could it be that at that time, the refugees were controlling the machine gun for alert, so they directly confiscated this thing as the enemy's property? He shook his head in disbelief, but the corners of Tang Yu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Well, toll collection is good and powerful. I love so much. P.S. Thank you all for your reward. I will update more chapters for over 2,000 times. Thank you all for your support. The author thank you post system seems to miss a lot of rewards from readers, which is a bit frustrating. I will update more chapters for you if I have the ability. Chapter 110 Purchase Quella's City Library, Employee Candidate. After quickly familiarizing himself with the effects of Transit Collection I, Tang Yu put the collected items aside. Now is not the time to sort out these supplies. It can be expected that the supplies just collected are just an appetizer. The real strength of the Transit Taxation I feature is the ability of Effect 2. Tang Yu immediately opened a Super Monopoly panel and found the Toll Collection I panel, which indeed had adjustment options. After thinking about it, he temporarily decided to store the special items at the shooting range. Let's put it here for now. Then he prepared for today's dice rolling session. When he opened the Monopoly map again, Tang Yu noticed that with the upgrade to the official version, even the simulation map of Monopoly had become extremely huge, 5 or 6 times larger than before, and even had coastlines, forests, and factories. When he saw that all the properties he had purchased appeared in the lower left corner, he immediately understood. Now the Super Monopoly map should cover the entire Quella City. This change made Tang Yu's eyes light up. It must be from now on that the area where he is located has expanded to the entire city. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to purchase real estate in the entire city? His eyes naturally looked towards the center of the city. That is the downtown area of Quella City. Right in the center of the central area, a huge cube with a laboratory pattern appeared there. The block information also appeared on Tang Yu's panel. CBS Laboratory. Really? Just as Tang Yu thought, it was the laboratory that triggered countless conflicts in the first round of disasters. So that's it. Forcefully suppress the urge to use the flight card to purchase this building immediately. Today is just the first day of a new round of disasters, and we don't know what we will encounter afterwards. Prop cards are very valuable and can only be used at critical moments. Perhaps because all the buildings were upgraded to level 2, the investment points gained today reached 553 points. Adding the 646 wealth points left over from yesterday, the total wealth points were exactly 1199 points. Tang Yu did not start rolling the dice directly, but first checked the upgraded Monopoly map and the block information within the 6 grids in front and behind Mini Tang Yu to see if there were any blocks worth using the prop card. 2 accidents, 8 real estate blocks, 1 bank, and 1 welfare lottery station. If you don't find any particular favorite, keep rolling the dice. However, as usual, he went to the bathroom, washed his hands and face, and applied perfume before rolling the dice. Complete a familiar set of processes. Tang Yu stood in front of the statue of Guan Gong, lit 3 sticks of sandalwood in his hands, his face solemn. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. When Tang Yu respectfully inserted 3 sticks of sandalwood into the incense burner, Tang Yu rubbed his palms and started shaking the dice. As the die spins quickly, it slowly stops. 6. It's another 6. It's been 6 o'clock for 2 days in a row. If it's 6 again tomorrow, wouldn't it be? And on the Super Monopoly map, Mini Tang Yu has started jumping. Will the survivors spend 580 points to purchase the Quella City Library? Yes. When the wealth points become 619 points. A virtual map of Kaluo City Library has appeared in Tang Yu's mind. Tang Yu took a casual look and was immediately stunned. Good job. There were actually 5 survivors hiding in a library. Except for 1 who is human, the other 4 are all survivors of all races. As soon as Tang Yu bought the library, 5 items appeared directly in the shooting range. The collection effect is activated. Tang Yu was already looking at the architectural features of the library. Rich collection. Type, Quella City Library architectural features. Effect, provides a rare blueprint or rare recipe to survivors every 3 days. Building level 1 feature. I'll go. Tang Yu was stunned when he saw the information about the building's characteristics. This ability is too powerful. 1 ticket every 3 days. That means 2 tickets a week. Even if you cannot use these two drawings or formulas yourself, it would definitely be a good deal if you trade them. Tang Yu also noticed that a drink recipe he had never seen before appeared in his backpack. Night Lake drink recipe, which was obviously the rare recipe provided to him by the library just now. Night Lake drinks recipe. Type: rare recipe. Effect: you can use alcohol and drinks to mix a cocktail called Night Lake Light. Production requirements: 1 beverage facility. Water collector level 2. Not in use for the time being. Close the panel. Because of this blueprint, Tang Yu suddenly remembered that rare items might appear in the Red Romantic Club and the City Hospital every day. He quickly entered the virtual map and checked the supplies in the 2 buildings. He checked twice to make sure that there were no rare items before closing the virtual map. Start planning your next move. There is no doubt that the most important thing at the moment is to hire a reliable employee as soon as possible. Opening the virtual map, he looked at the other life units in the current subway station. After receiving 1 item from them, the 2 tactical teams quickly left the subway station. Therefore, Tang Yu did not receive the second round of supplies. There are currently only 2 survivors of the 10,000 races left in the Garden Metro station. But their luck was not very good. Because of their hiding place, they have now stopped for more than 10 minutes after the first levy, and they are unlikely to leave for the time being. The best outcome for both of these 10,000 races survivors is to keep 50% of their supplies. However, after Tang Yu looked at the red halo emanating from the 2 men, he decided to help them get rid of it if he had the chance. They had been occupying his supplies, which was not good. Focus on the virtual map of other buildings and try to find people to hire. Although the chances are slim, if no reliable candidates are found after screening, he will give up and start from other aspects. There is a Rat Tribe survivor hiding in the Red Romance Club's hideout, while a tactical team is searching the clubhouse. All emit red light. Over. City Hospital, passed. Bida Park, passed. Training Center, through. Etc. Tang Yu, who had originally exited the virtual map of the trading center, instantly switched back to the trading center and looked at a humanoid creature that looked like a white fox on the 9th floor of the trading building. The other person seemed to be a medical worker who was changing the bandage on the wound of a creature with 4 arms and 2 meters tall. It was at this moment that Tang Yu really noticed. Although humans are the majority inside the trading building, there are many refugees who are not humans at all. They all have their own distinctive looks, and there are probably more than 30 of them. The white fox-like humanoid creature that Tang Yu paid attention to was one of them, and she was the only one who did not emit the red light, representing hostility. The pale yellow light gently surrounded the other party. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, focused his attention, and used his employee review ability on the white fox. Just 2 seconds later, the information about the white fox appeared in front of Tang Yu. Chapter 111, Employee Review. Ms. Fox and the Rabbit Boy. Name: XXX. Race: Qingqiu Star Region, Tushan Clan. Gender: female. Personality: calm. Traits: patience, perseverance, intelligence. Talents: mathematical genius, gourmet, handy. Trust: neutral. Current physical condition: weak, injured. Current emotions: helplessness, fear, anger, despair. If he only looked at the first few messages from the other party, Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh that he was lucky. Now in the Doomsday world, although Tang Yu is in urgent need of hiring employees, he hopes to hire someone who is trustworthy and will not be a burden to him. Therefore, Tang Yu admired the character and characteristics of the white fox very much and was somewhat moved. However, I didn't expect that the most outstanding thing about the other person was her talent. There are 3 talent attributes in total. Among them, the gourmet and dexterity talents show blue light, while the mathematical genius talent has a purple halo faintly visible in the dark blue. Yinran looked even better. Tang Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes and showed surprise, just as he was about to continue to learn more about the white fox. An unexpected situation interrupted Tang Yu's actions. He looked at the scene on the virtual map and frowned slightly. Inside the trading building, the 4-armed troll looked at the white fox that he had knocked to the ground, with a mocking sneer on his face. "You lowly fellow, don't you know how to be gentler? It hurts me so much." As soon as he finished speaking, another refugee from all races beside him also smiled. "Ha, can you be gentler? We still have to fight. It's fine if you can't fight, but now you can't even do the most basic medical bandage. TSK, why don't you reconsider my previous suggestion?" After he finished speaking, several refugees from all races around him all showed expressions of understanding and burst into laughter. The white fox, lying on the ground, listened to the words of the people around him and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He struggled to stand up, picked up the things that fell on the ground, pushed aside a few refugees from all races, and ran outside. Originally, the refugees from all races did not intend to let the other party go, but they glanced at the human refugees not far away, curled their lips, and did not stop them. Looking at She's departing back, one of the refugees from all races whispered to someone, "Captain, if you really want to take She down, I'll find a chance to tie her up, and then—" "Shut up." The refugee of all races who spoke looked at the human refugees in the distance with fear, and then whispered, "It is not easy for us to survive. If we had not been caught by these refugees last time and had to hand over our valuables to buy our lives, we would have died long ago. Although we have become refugees now, at least we are still alive. Don't mess with those human refugees. Ruga doesn't want his men to get into trouble. Do you understand?" After hearing what his captain said, the younger brother of the Wanzu clan dared not say anything more. Several human refugees not far away saw everything that had just happened, but they did not express or have any thoughts. He just held a cigarette in his mouth and ate melon in silence. "I thought these myriad races would stir up trouble this time to give us some fun, but it turns out they are all cowards. They're not cowards, and they will not fall into our hands. In the end, they can only sell their lives. I can't understand why we keep them here. This is not something we need to worry about. The order from the meat dog boss is to let them go if they can give us valuables. We will absorb them into the team. I guess we want them to continue looking for valuables. These guys are really good at finding supplies." Tang Yu didn't know about the communication between these refugees, but through the scene just now, he also understood why the physical condition and emotions in the white fox's information were like that. But his eyes were extremely bright. He was very pleased with the white fox. Let's not talk about those natural abilities for now. It is this character and nature of the other party that even after being targeted and bullied to this extent, he still maintains a neutral attitude towards strangers. This kind of personality can't survive in the apocalyptic world, but it seems that I can get in touch with him. I hope he is not a saintly person, otherwise it would be a pity. Tang Yu made a decision. After silently memorizing the white fox, he closed the virtual map of the trading center and checked the last virtual map, Gonyang Metro Station. As a result, as soon as Tang Yu looked over, he was attracted by a light green figure. What the hell is this? After entering the Doomsday game for so long, this is the second time Tang Yu has seen a creature emitting green light. The first person who emitted green light to Tang Yu was Wang Bohu. It was a bright green, imperial green, godlike person. This figure was the second green person Tang Yu saw. The figure is enlarged and zoomed in for a closer look. Is this a rabbit? Tang Yu was a little unsure. This is in an underground hideout, covering an area of about 40 square meters. It's not a big place, but the various facilities inside are not bad, and it can even be said that it is everything. If there are no special circumstances, this is definitely the most comfortable life among the survivors. A humanoid rabbit was fully armed, but was looking at the gate where he was hiding with fear and horror. Although he was holding an assault rifle in his hand, one could tell from the shaking barrel of the gun that he was panicking at the moment. As Tang Yu used his employee review ability, the rabbit's information appeared in front of Tang Yu. Name: XX. Race: Flower Star Region, Short-Eared Rabbit Tribe. Gender: male. Personality: timid, cautious, kind / XXXXXX. Traits: dual personality. Talents: favored by the god of luck, telepathy, management expert / XXXXXX. Trust: friendly / XXX. Current physical condition: tired. Current emotion: fear, helplessness, panic. And outside the rabbit's hiding place, a rat-like tactical team is inspecting a building wall in a subway station. The leader of the tactical squad was wiping the cybernetic arm on his left hand, the black fur, the thick rat tail, the battle scars, and a half-broken ear on the opponent's head. A fierce look arose spontaneously. In front of the wall, a team member held a laptop-sized device in his hand and moved it left and right against the wall. Suddenly, an orange-red human figure appeared in the originally gray screen of the device in his hand. From the other party's movements, it can be seen that the other party should be holding an assault rifle in his hand. The team member immediately informed Captain Half-Ear of his discovery. "Captain, the wall-penetrating radar has found survivors." The other party immediately stepped forward to check, and when he saw the image on the screen, a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 112 Rabbit Rescue Plan. Lao Lu's Daily Basic Operations. Yes, we are open again today, and we are ready to start. Be careful not to kill anyone. The price of a survivor has now risen to 500,000 per person. Ghostface is really willing to spend that much. Following Captain Banner's order, the remaining 4 team members immediately entered combat status. The demolitionist installed explosives on the wall of the hiding place, and all personnel hid behind the bunker. Boom! A stun grenade was thrown into the gap made in the wall. After a short high-frequency noise and flashes, the tactical team members broke into the hiding place in formation and captured the rabbit. Because of the tactical team's blasting and arresting actions, the other 7 or 8 survivors hiding in hiding places in the entire subway station were all acting as if they were facing a great enemy and did not dare to make any sound. Soon, 3 combat team members came out carrying the dizzy rabbit. And at this moment, the entire subway station suddenly fell into darkness. Everyone be on alert! The next moment, Banner's originally lazy temperament disappeared, and he immediately put the night vision goggles on the bulletproof helmet in front of his eyes and raised his weapon. As for the other 4 team members, one was in charge of the rabbit, while the other 3 turned on the tactical flashlights and laser indicators on their guns, each guarding a direction while waiting for orders from their captain. The entire team is well-trained and has clear goals. In half of the ear's field of vision, the dark subway station was clearly visible under the green filter. He looked towards the generator room. He wasn't sure the reason for the sudden power outage, but if it wasn't an accident, then the enemy would most likely be coming from that direction. At the same time, he listened carefully to the clues he heard in the microphone. Just 1 minute passed, and they did not launch the expected attack. No one in the tactical team heard any suspicious sounds. After they communicated briefly through sign language, the entire team walked towards the generator room, just as they took a step forward and were about to march with guns. In half of the ear's field of vision, a thrown object was suddenly thrown from behind the corner of the wall in front. Dodge the grenades! His commands were fast, but the projectiles exploded even faster. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A strong light flashed 3 or 4 meters ahead of the tactical team. This was accompanied by a strong noise, which turned into high-frequency sound waves that enveloped the entire tactical team. The originally dark subway station was briefly illuminated. The noise attack was perfectly solved by the microphones on the tactical team members' heads, but the sudden bright light made everyone fall victim to it. Screams of pain rang out from the tactical team members. They covered their eyes and wailed continuously, obviously having lost their fighting ability. Half an ear only felt a slight sound from the night vision goggles in front of him, and a faint smell of circuit chip overload and burning was emitted. The vision fell into darkness again. Without much hesitation, he quickly rolled to the left and back to avoid the impending attack, and at the same time, he lifted up the damaged night vision goggles. Damn it, just give me a chance to fight back. He cursed in his heart, but at the same time, he hoped that his 4 teammates could recover their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. But his hopes were soon dashed just as he rolled behind a thick stone pillar and hid his body. However, he keenly heard the wailing of the team member in front of him on the right quickly disappearing, accompanied by the hissing sound of a sharp weapon cutting open a blood vessel and blood spurting out. This sudden situation made half ear shudder, because he didn't hear any footsteps other than his own. When the voices of all the team members disappeared, Banner had no time to think. He raised his gun and aimed at the position where the team member was just now and started firing. Fierce gunfire echoed in the empty subway station, with muzzle flashes of fire. In just a few seconds, the bullets in the magazine were emptied instantly. He loaded the bullet into the gun with half an ear, and the whole action was done in one go, extremely smoothly. As a result, just as he changed the magazine, he heard the sound of a grenade falling to the ground and rolling in his headphones. The final landing point was on his left side, about 3 or 4 meters away from him. Not good. No time to think about it. His body had already rolled tactically to the right, sticking to the thick stone pillar. Boom! Along with the explosion, the sound of countless shrapnel hitting the stone pillars was heard, just when Banner raised his head from under his arms and prepared for the next move. Bah! A speeding 7.62 by 51 millimeters bullet penetrated his brain through one of his eye sockets, and with a dull thud, his entire head exploded. The red and white stuff instantly splashed all over the ground. 30 meters away, Tang Yu grimly put down the 417 Hong Kong dollar sniper rifle in his hand and looked through the night vision goggles at Ban Ear's body lying on the ground, with the thick and long rat tail still twisting slowly. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, did you think I couldn't hit you just because you were hiding behind a pillar? If you have the guts, then don't hide. Once again, he confirmed from the virtual map that there were no enemies and that the few survivors were still hiding in their hideout. Tang Yu then turned on the tactical flashlight on the 417 Hong Kong dollars and walked towards a location where the 4 tactical team members died. Because of the characteristic effect of the survivor's characteristic, Force Collection Eye, all the items on the dead tactical team disappeared at the moment of death and appeared in Tang Yu's hiding place. The rabbit was lying on the ground with the body of a tactical team member on top of it. There was a river of blood underneath it, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Tang Yu did not get too close and stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from the rabbit. There was an interesting expression in his eyes, and he raised his eyebrows when he looked at the rabbit. A chuckle. Okay, stop pretending. Are you planning to thank your savior by pretending to be dead? Or are you planning to stab or shoot me when I pass by? After the words fell, the 5 corpses in front of Tang Yu still did not move. Tang Yu chuckled again, shook his head slightly, and stopped moving. But just wait quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and the only light in the entire subway station was the tactical flashlight in Tang Yu's hand. Until 3 minutes later, under Tang Yu's playful gaze, the rabbit's body, which was originally pressed down by the tactical team member, moved slightly. The head buried under the body was raised, and the eyes slowly opened. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of Tang Yu. His eyes were full of vigilance, fierceness, and crazy. Under Tang Yu's gaze, Rabbit's lips curled up slightly into a slightly crazy smile, and a saber appeared in his hand. A few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped down from the saber. A slightly hoarse voice came out of the rabbit's mouth. "Who are you?" The words were spoken in very pure Chinese, and should be a masterpiece of the Doomsday game. When Tang Yu saw the other party's reaction, he confirmed again from the virtual map that the rabbit opposite was indeed emitting a strong yellow light. Then he chuckled, shook his head slightly, and said, Chapter 113. The first trophy dog tag. The survivors of the 10,000 races won their first battle. I thought your first words would be to thank me for saving your life. Shrug helplessly. Tang Yu didn't intend to beat around the bush with the other party, as that would do no good except exhaust the other party's patience. You must be the little guy's other personality. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, he saw the blood-stained face of the rabbit opposite him, and his blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. The saber tightly held in his hand was slightly raised. In the virtual map, the originally rich yellow light on the opponent's body suddenly showed a hint of red. Seeing this, Tang Yu made a stop gesture with his left hand. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm to you. Seeing that the other party did not take the next step, Tang Yu said, My purpose this time is just to provide you with a choice. I have no ill intentions. He pointed at the wall of the other party's hiding place, where a hole had been blown open. Don't mention that I just saved you. Your hiding place has been exposed and damaged. Even if it can be repaired, there is an accident with a tactical team here. I believe it won't be long before the enemy will come to this subway station to conduct a comprehensive search. Tang Yu stared at Rabbit's scarlet eyes and said sincerely, Don't doubt my words. I believe that through this battle, you have noticed the difference between these refugees and those during the first round of disasters. Do you think you can avoid the next round of searches? After all, the location of the hiding place cannot be changed. And how long can you survive if you leave the hiding place? Every word Tang Yu said hit Rabbit's heart hard. How could he not know these things, but he was looking at the strange human being in front of him. Is he really that kind? Tang Yu noticed a change in the virtual map, and his originally smiling expression quickly turned cold. Just when Rabbit felt Tang Yu's expression change and quietly took a step back, Tang Yu smiled at him again. Sorry, there's a rat that spoils the fun. I'll clean it up first. I think it would be better if you just went into hiding. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back and came to the stone pillar where Half-Ear had died. He turned off the tactical flashlight, lowered the overhead night vision goggles, knelt on one knee, and directly set up the 417 Hong Kong dollars in a tactical kneeling shooting posture. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at a corner of the wall. When Tang Yu turned off the flashlight and the subway station fell into darkness again, Rabbit already understood what the other party meant and immediately hid in the hiding place where a hole had been blown out. On the virtual map, Tang Yu clearly saw a bat-like survivor of the Wanzhou with a pair of fleshy wings, flying silently towards them from the tunnel on the other side of the subway station, and finally landed behind the corner where Tang Yu had placed his gun. The huge ears on the other person's head were like radars, constantly adjusting their position and listening to something. The Batman was holding an assault rifle with a silencer in his hand. He seemed to have noticed Tang Yu's action of raising the gun and was waiting for the right opportunity to attack. The whole process was silent, just like Tang Yu's previous attack on the Ratman squad, switching between offense and defense in an instant. If Tang Yu did not have a virtual map, he would not have known that a hunter had bared his fangs. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world. On the other side, Tang Yu heard a faint audio from his headset. Tang Yu didn't know it at first, but when he saw the ears of the Bat survivor on the virtual map constantly turning, a hint of understanding came to his mind. A stun grenade appeared in his hand. Quietly pull out the plug. Hold the throwing object in your right hand under your body and wait for your opportunity. Behind a gap in the hiding place, the rabbit's scarlet eyes also saw Tang Yu's actions through the darkness. He was stunned at first, and then watched Tang Yu's operations silently. But his eyes revealed exploration and curiosity. Tang Yu's attention has always been on the Bat survivor. They were separated by a corner of the wall. As long as the other party showed his head, Tang Yu could kill him with one blow. The other party was very cautious and even had a throwing object in his hand. He pulled out the plug and threw it directly towards Tang Yu, then covered his ears tightly. The moment the other party took out the throwing object, Tang Yu had already seen his appearance clearly and had no time to think about it. He whispered to the rabbit quickly, "Be careful of the flash bomb." He immediately buried his head in his arms at the moment the opponent's flash bomb landed. He also threw the stun grenade in his hand towards the location of the Bat survivors in the virtual map. Bang! 2 seconds later, bang! Only a scream was heard. Tang Yu immediately rushed to the corner. I saw that the Bat survivor had fallen to the ground, covering his head with his hands and rolling over and wailing. Tang Yu raised his hand and fired 3 shots. Old rules, 2 shots to the chest and 1 shot to the head, until the opponent's red figure disappears in the virtual map. Then he squatted down and looked at the humanoid Bat whose supplies were disappearing. An oval stainless steel pendant suspended by a stainless steel chain appeared in Tang Yu's hand. Dog tags. Name, Cloyd Gu. Race, Bloody Planet, Bloodbats. Number of disasters experienced, 2. Identity camp, survivor. Kill weapon, 417 Hong Kong dollars precision marksman rifle. Terminator, Blue Star. Human race, Tang Yu. He's not a newcomer after all. Tang Yu had guessed this a long time ago. Only the veteran survivors would dare to come here to look for opportunities under the circumstances just now. Just when Tang Yu thought all this was over, a mechanical prompt sounded suddenly. Human survivor Tang Yu killed the Bloodbat survivor and obtained damage hideout deed, X1. What? A piece of paper similar to a land deed has appeared in Tang Yu's backpack space. Damage hideout title deed. Race, Bloodbat. Hideout area, 80. Killer, human, Tang Yu. Introduction. The damage deed to the hideout can only be picked up and used by the killer. This is the reward that the winner deserves. Effect. This item can be integrated with the hideout to expand the hideout area and randomly obtain a unique reward of this race, including but not limited to facilities, drawings, recipes, racial characteristics, knowledge, skills. Fuck, how is this possible? Tang Yu looked at the deed in his hand in disbelief, and his mind went blank in an instant. This? His first reaction was that this was definitely a deliberate act by Doomsday game. No wonder the survivors of all races regard other races as enemies. It turns out it is because of this thing. Tang Yu suddenly realized this is too scary. In the end, he could only force himself to suppress the emotions in his heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. He had more important things to do. Tang Yu's actions just now were all seen clearly by the rabbit hiding in the hiding place. So when Tang Yu stood in front of the rabbit again, the faint red light on the other person's body had long since disappeared. Chapter 114, Successfully Hired the First Employee, Hiding Place Title Deed. The effect is good. Tang Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He looked at the rabbit and smiled. Then shall we continue with the topic we were talking about? Without waiting for the rabbit to speak, he continued. You saw it just now. It's not just the refugees who are in danger. There's also the danger of survivors of other races. How long do you think the little guy can hold out in this situation? And if the little guy comes with me, I can at least guarantee that he won't have to worry about anything until I die. Tang Yu interrupted Rabbit's words. You don't have to wonder why I know so much about you. This is my secret. If I'm not mistaken, you won't be around for too long, and your main personality should still be that little guy. You can't keep helping him avoid danger. And now I'm the only one who can help you, right? Hearing Tang Yu's unhurried words, Rabbit was silent for a moment, because what Tang Yu had just said was true. After thinking for a few seconds, although he felt that Tang Yu should indeed have good intentions, his experiences since childhood still made it difficult for him to easily trust a stranger. But just when he was about to open his mouth to refuse Tang Yu, his expression suddenly froze, and then various expressions began to appear on his face. Anger, rejection, helplessness, compromise, and worry. In the end, he could only stare at Tang Yu for a few seconds. He closed those scarlet eyes resignedly. When these eyes opened again, there was no scarlet color anymore. All that entered Tang Yu's eyes was a pair of clear and pure eyes. And the moment these eyes saw Tang Yu, a bright smile appeared on their faces. A clear and pleasant voice sounded softly in the subway station. "I believe you, sir. Why you on subway station?" Inside Tang Yu's hiding place. The air twisted, and two figures appeared out of nowhere, silently. "Wow, is this your hiding place, boss? It's so big." Listening to the exclamations of the little guy next to me, Tang Yu had a strange expression on his face. With this voice, personality, and the fact that the other person was less than 1.5 meters tall, he looked like a little boy no matter how you looked at him. "Xiaoba, I told you you don't have to call me sir. You are my employee now, just call me boss." Upon hearing this, the rabbit Xiaoba immediately raised his crystal clear eyes and looked at Tang Yu, with a crescent-shaped shape appearing at the corners of his eyes. "Okay, Mr. Boss. Whatever you want." Tang Yu looked at the little guy's eyes with a helpless look and said nothing more. He seemed to have some magical power. As long as he saw the other person's pure and flawless eyes, he would feel very close to this little guy. If Tang Yu hadn't checked his panel carefully several times, over and over again, he would have thought he was under some kind of bewitching. Now it can only be attributed to the little guy's natural affinity. He couldn't help but think of the conversation between the two of them at the Gonyang subway station a few minutes ago. "I believe you, sir. It was you who was communicating with red eyes just now. How did you convince him?" Tang Yu asked curiously. "Sir, my name is Tuba. You can call me Xiaoba. That one doesn't have red eyes either. He's my brother Xiaoqi. As for the reason why I convinced him, it was because my intuition told me that you came here with good intentions, sir, and you would not do anything to hurt me. I can only feel at ease with you." Tang Yu raised his brows when he heard this, and suddenly remembered the information he had just seen about the other party. One of his talents was indeed called telepathy. This should be the ability. Tang Yu nodded in understanding. "Then are you willing to leave with me and become my employee? I will be responsible for your safety and survival, and you will help me work." "I do." Before Tang Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the little guy's crisp voice. Seeing Tang Yu's inquiring eyes, the little guy looked at Tang Yu seriously again. "I believe in you, sir, so I am willing to leave with you. Every time my brother comes out for too long, he will fall asleep for a while. Just like you said just now, this is the best choice." Tang Yu just quietly met the little guy's gaze for 5 full seconds, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The green light on the opponent's body in the virtual map almost condensed into substance and was extremely dazzling. "Okay, then you can come with me, but we have to complete the employment first." As Tang Yu operated on the Super Monopoly panel, a prompt message soon appeared on the two panels. "Survivor Tang Yu hires Survivor Tuba as an employee. Does Survivor Tuba agree?" Note: once the employment relationship between the two parties is established, the Survivor Tuba will lose his survivor status and become the hired life unit of the Survivor Tang Yu. Do you agree? Faced with the prompt on the panel, Tang Yu did not speak, waiting for the little guy to make his own choice. Xiaoba made his choice without any hesitation. Yes. Just as he made his choice, the Doomsday game panel in front of Xiaoba disappeared immediately. The hiding place behind him collapsed in an instant, and a deed to the hiding place appeared in front of Tang Yu. Complete hideout title deed. Belong to the race. Short-eared rabbit tribe. Hideout area. 40. Owner. Human. Tang Yu. Introduction. This is a complete deed to a hideout, which can only be obtained by willing survivors. Effect. This item can be combined with a hideout, and you can choose to expand the capacity of a designated location and specify a unique reward for this race, including but not limited to facilities, drawings, recipes, hideout characteristics, knowledge, skills. All of Xiao Ba's information also appeared on the Employee Management page of Tang Yu's Super Monopoly panel. Name: Rabbit8/Rabbit7. Race: Flower Star. Gender: male. Personality: timid, cautious, kind/calm, brave, decisive. Traits: dual personality. Talents: favored by the god of luck, telepathy, management expert/fighting instinct, dangerous intuition, crazy outburst. Trust level, trust/neutral. Current physical condition, slightly injured. Current emotions, happy, worried. Inside the hiding place, Tang Yu looked at Xiaoba, who was looking at the facilities in the weapons laboratory with a curious look on his face. Okay, Hachi, you'll have plenty of time to learn more about this later. For now, let's merge your hiding places together. Okay, Mr. Boss. Then Tang Yu took Xiaoba to the third underground floor. But when Xiaoba knew that this was Tang Yu's rest area, he opposed Tang Yu's idea of placing his hiding place on this floor. Mr. Boss, I think you should have a rest area of your own. Since I am your employee, it is not appropriate for me to live in the same area with you. Finally, at Xiaoba's insistence, his hiding place was placed on the second underground floor, behind the wall opposite the indoor planting greenhouse. After using the complete hideout deed to merge Xiaoba's hideout, a 40 space was expanded at the original wall location. However, all the facilities that had been built in the hideout disappeared, leaving only some supplies that fell on the ground. Some options also appeared on the panel in front of Tang Yu. Chapter 115, The Obsession of the Flower Growers, Wang Boha's Message. What appeared on the panel were some drawings, recipes, hiding place features, etc. that were unique to the short-eared rabbit clan. You can specify the choice, right? Tang Yu's eyes fell on the characteristics of the hiding place. The Obsession of the Flower Grower. Type: Hideout features. Introduction. A flower grower's soul, must be the best among people. Effect: any plant in the hideout grows 30% faster, growth cost -30%, yield +30%, and the chance of common plants mutating into rare plants +15%. Tang Yu looked at this characteristic, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and then kept rising. Make a decisive choice. By the way, he took out the damage hideout deed that he had obtained from killing the bloodbats. Also choose to use. This time the fusion of the title deed and the hideout did not expand the area individually, but instead expanded the overall area of the hideout. As for the randomly obtained bloodbat reward, it is a rare medical formula, portable blood bag making formula. When in effect, a portable blood bag with a capacity of 2,000 units can be created. When the survivor is injured and the health value is reduced, the health value is quickly restored and special effects are provided. Tang Yu directly added this recipe to the production list of the medical station. Xiaoba also took out 2 drawings from the pile of supplies. Mr. Boss, I can't use these things now, so I'm giving them to you. I hope they can help you. Tang Yu took the 2 drawings from Xiaoba and looked at them. Small elevator construction drawings. Type: Rare blueprint. Effect: build a small elevator in the hideout that can go up and down floors, up to 5 floors. Construction requirements: generator, level 3, winch X1, steel wire X3, steel X10, spring X10, wire X10. Construction time: 2 hours. Hideout warehouse upgrade and renovation drawings. Automatic sorting warehouse. Type: Rare blueprint. Effect: build a small warehouse in the hideout that can automatically sort and categorize items. The warehouse is an additional space and does not occupy the area of the hideout. Construction requirements: warehouse level 3, generator level 3, information facility X1, CPU processor X4, CPU fan X8, circuit board X10, memory stick X15, programmable processor X3, a pile of electronic parts X10, steel X20, chain X15, conveyor belt X20, bearing X15, shelf X15. Construction time: 3 hours. Tang Yu didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain, especially this automatic sorting warehouse, which was simply the perfect choice for his current situation. Tang Yu didn't have some of the materials needed for construction, so he put the 2 drawings away. Warehouse can be upgraded to level 3 now. The reason why we didn't upgrade the warehouse before was that even after upgrading it, it couldn't solve the problem of too many supplies. In addition, there were too many things to do, so we didn't have time to upgrade the warehouse. Now with this drawing, you don't have to worry at all. So it takes 2 hours to upgrade the warehouse immediately. Then, Xiaoba's hiding place was arranged. Tang Yu took out a lot of furniture that he had collected before, and a small and warm rest area appeared on the second underground floor. This is what Tang Yu temporarily calls the employee living area. Tang Yu asked Xiaoba to help him sort out the huge amount of supplies that had been piled up for 2 days. Looking at the other party's busy figure, Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But how do we hire that white fox? We need to think of a way. Just when Tang Yu was thinking about this problem, suddenly Wang Bohu sent a message, and Tang Yu just remembered that he had something to ask the other party before. so he quickly opened the message panel. As a result, when he saw the first message sent by Wang Bohu, he was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief and realization. I see. Wang Bohu, Master, I have contacted the seed member organization in Bay City. I have obtained information about the real Doomsday game from the organization. I am sending it to you now. I hope it can help you. Then came a long passage from Wang Bohu, all about the differences between the real Doomsday game world and the first round of Disaster World. 1. The first round of Disaster World is just a mirror world captured by the Doomsday game based on the real Doomsday world. Some information is real information, and some events are derived from the mirror world. 2. In a true Doomsday world, all weapons and armor equipment will have added durability attributes. They are no longer indestructible. Excessive use will greatly reduce the durability of weapons. The lower the durability, the higher the chance of the weapon malfunctioning. The same goes for armor. 3. Bullets are no longer just ordinary bullets and armor-piercing bullets, but there are more detailed classifications. Each bullet with different functions will have different advantages and disadvantages. The difficulty of all armed personnel has been greatly increased. They all have different levels of military skills and qualities. Do not compare them with the refugees in the novice version. 5. Key items are no longer unlimited in use, but have a certain number of uses. Once the number of uses is used up, the effect will be invalid. 6. The probability of high-level materials, valuable items, and rare items appearing is greatly reduced, and there will inevitably be varying numbers of armed personnel appearing around important material resources. 7. After the first round of disasters, the disaster reminder time is changed to 3 days before the disaster occurs. 8. Add physical skills, mental skills, and combat skills. Physiological and mental skills will automatically appear on the skill panel, while combat skills can only be activated after the survivor uses weapons to kill the enemy. 9. In the Doomsday game, Doomsday missions will be released from time to time. All forces can participate, but they must obtain the mission key to participate in the relevant competitive missions. The supplies in the mission are all extremely rare, and there is a small chance of higher-level supplies appearing. 10. In a real Doomsday game, the easiest way for survivors to survive the disaster is to join various forces. However, if they join forces that are not survivors, they will lose their survivor status and hiding place. 11. Survivors who kill survivors of other races can obtain damaged hideout deed, which can quickly improve the survivor's strength. Therefore, there are organizations that specialize in hunting down survivors of other races. It can be said that all of this content is pure dry stuff, many of which Tang Yu had already guessed before. However, reality is often more cruel than he imagined. Only then did Tang Yu notice that he had been busy since he woke up. Chat channels have already undergone a huge change. Originally, there were only 2 channels, World Channel and Regional Chat. Now, a Race Channel suddenly appeared. Tang Yu clicked it and took a look. Just as he thought, in the Race Channel, the new and old survivors officially came into contact. Chapter 116, Chat Channel Brawl, Xiao Ba's exclamation. Lou Hansen. Welcome newcomers. Are there any compatriots who need pets to relieve boredom? Picture a prairie wolf cubs. Everyone has a look. As long as they are trained, they will definitely be loyal partners and brave helpers, and they can be traded for only 2 graphics cards or 1 disaster coin. Wang Quaning, just pass by and take a look. Brand new land combat equipment, full range of AK weapons, M-series firearms. If you like Desert Eagle, you can contact me. The price is fair and favorable. Various series of bulletproof armor and helmets are also for sale. Feng Chuqing, a comprehensive guide to the Doomsday game, allowing you to easily and worry-free survive the second round of disasters. All-round guidance, no blind spot companionship, let you feel the warmth of home. Only 200,000 Doomsday coins are needed to own a copy. Ma Ziyue, all-around psychological counseling consultation. You can customize the counseling content and pictures according to your personal preferences. Lolita, Queen, Elder, Neighbor Girl, Domineering CEO, Milk Dog. Chat during the day and chat at night. Relieve the pressure of the end of the world. Enjoy a happy life. Preferential prices. Welcome to Consult. Tang Yu looked at the contents of these channels and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Fuck. These old survivors are really good at this. Tang Yu watched these veteran survivors selling various weapons, valuables, armor, and other supplies, as well as various metaphorical private services in the channel in exchange for high-end supplies and rare items in the hands of the newcomers. I want to take advantage of the moment when the newcomers just enter the real Doomsday game and trade for these high-end supplies at the lowest cost. What they never expected was that this class of newcomers would be so poor, and each of them claimed that all the high-end materials in their hands have been traded away. Among them, Tang Yu and Yu Shun appear most frequently. As a result, not only did these veterans fail to get the bargains they had expected, but many newcomers started selling them the nourished mutton soup they had purchased before. Wang Haoyu, brothers, I'm not lying to you. This mutton soup is absolutely amazing. You won't be cheated if you buy it. It's genuine and the price is fair. It's absolutely a must-have for you when you travel. Wang Haoyu, guys, look at the effect of this food, the energizing effect, how powerful. I guarantee that it will allow you to fight in the wild and at night. Wang Haoyu, hey, brother, are you in the polar region? Then this food is perfect for you. The quantity is really limited. Just give me a few rare-level blueprints. Tang Yu looked at Wang Haoyu in disbelief as he spoke eloquently on the race channel and was amazed by his beauty. Why didn't I realize this guy is so eloquent before? However, among these chats, Tang Yu also saw several very annoying names. Sandy. Tang Yu is a scumbag, trash, and a liar. Those people have been brainwashed by Tang Yu. Duan Shuai. Tang Yu is nothing, poor and shabby, but he still calls himself a god. If he were a god, I would be his father. Watching the two of them making trouble in the channel, with someone called Lu Qingming fanning the flames. Tang Yu pursed his lips slightly. I feel so unhappy. Then he opened Wang Haoyu's private chat directly. Tang Yu, brother, please help me. Wang Haoyu is worthy of being an 8G surfing expert, and his reply came immediately. Wang Haoyu, God, you tell me what's going on? Tang Yu, you're not my friend? You have seen the three people named Sandy, Duan Shuai, and Lu Qingming in the ethnic channel. Can you find someone to find out their details for me? Mainly which area and location they are in now. Wang Haoyu, oh them? I'm also annoyed with them. Don't worry, leave it to me. Tang Yu, don't let them be alert. If you need any supplies, tell me. Wang Haoyu, it's just a small matter. Next, we just need to wait for Wang Haoyu's results. Tang Yu checked the world channel and regional channel again. Sure enough, there have been some significant changes. First of all, these two channels are no longer just for the survivors of Blue Star, but all the survivors who entered the Doomsday game are in them. So as soon as he entered the world channel, Tang Yu saw creatures of two races greeting each other's family members. This discovery made Tang Yu realize that no matter which race or world, greeting each other's family will always be an indispensable etiquette in interpersonal communication. There are also big changes in regional channels. Perhaps it is because the area has expanded from one urban area to the entire Quella City. With the addition of many survivors from all races, the population in the area directly expanded to 200,000. The chat atmosphere in the area is relatively good, but there are still many old survivors selling various items to newcomers in exchange for their high-value items. Just then, Wang Bohu's message came again. Wang Bo, Master, can I tell the higher-ups about the flood? After seeing this message, Tang Yu pondered for a moment and replied decisively. Tang Yu, okay, but don't mention any information about me. I don't want too many forces to pay attention to my existence. Wang Bo, okay, Master. Thank you, Master. The reason why Tang Yu agreed to this was that, on the one hand, he had almost completed the preparations for dealing with this disaster, so there was no need to hide the news any longer. If he wanted to hide it, he would not have told Wang Bohu and Wang Haoyu in the first place. Secondly, the fact that Wang Bohu knew to ask Tang Yu's opinion before revealing the news shows that the other party can still be trusted for the time being. If Wang Bohu can gain a certain improvement in his status and identity through this news, it will also be a good thing for Tang Yu. At least there is a possibility that some intelligence resources may be able to help me. As for whether the other party will change later, Tang Yu also thought about this question. Birds of a feather flock together. This is unavoidable, and he cannot ask the other party not to join the organization. As for whether the change will be beneficial or detrimental to Tang Yu sighed softly. As I said before, human nature is evil. Anyway, he has a virtual map for identification. It would be easy if Wang Bohu could remain friendly to him. But if you really start to have some thoughts about him, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was cold and grim. I just hope not. He still has a good impression of Wang Bohu. Tang Yu has just sent the purchase request for materials needed to build the small elevator and automatic sorting warehouse to the race channel and regional channel. Suddenly, I heard Xiaoba's scream from upstairs. Tang Yu immediately rushed to the shooting range on the underground floor. When he saw the situation clearly, he couldn't help laughing while feeling relieved. Chapter 1:17 Xiao Ba's terrifying management talent. Tang Yu's extreme thinking. Xiao Ba also heard Tang Yu's laughter, and the skin inside his furry ears immediately turned pink. Mr. Boss, this pile of stuff suddenly appeared and fell on me, so Tang Yu looked in the direction of Rabbit Xiao Ba's hand, and sure enough, there was a pile of things on the ground. Apparently, these were items that were collected by the passing tax I feature when someone left the trading building. Xiao Ba, I forgot to tell you that items may appear here at any time. You have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu casually glanced around and was stunned. Mr. Boss, what's wrong with you? Hearing Xiao Ba's concerned question, Tang Yu pointed to the supplies around him that had been half-sorted and neatly stacked in the corner, and looked at the other party in disbelief. This, Xiao Ba, did you sort all this out in just a short while? The rabbit Xiao Ba tilted his head and looked at the half-sorted supplies around him, and asked in confusion. Yeah, did I sort them wrong? Huh? No problem at all. Very good. Then continue. Tang Yu laughed and immediately left the shooting range, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Fuck. This is Xiao Ba's talent for management expert. It's so awesome. At this speed, Tang Yu estimated that it would only take less than an hour for Xiao Ba to sort out all the supplies and spoils. That's all the supplies of the 2 refugee lairs. What an incredible talent. Now that I have Xiao Ba, I can be fully responsible for the tasks of organizing items and collecting items made in facilities such as the medical station, kitchen, and bathroom every day, as well as adding new low-level supplies. Tang Yu finally freed himself from these trivial matters. After clearing out the mess of tasks from his mind, his originally confused brain immediately became clear. Do you also understand what you need most right now? What Tang Yu needs most right now is not anything else but intelligence about all aspects. Unfortunately, the Intelligence Center is currently being upgraded, and today's intelligence information is obviously unavailable. Tang Yu only values a few aspects of intelligence information. 1. The number of forces in the Kaluo City area and the degree of their respective armed threats, including the location of these forces, the number of people they have, and the areas they occupy. 2. What is the attitude of these forces in the Queluz City area towards the survivors? Are they completely hostile, or partially hostile and partially neutral? This is also crucial. 3. This is also a point that Tang Yu plans to continue to pay attention to, that is, the intelligence information about Meat Dog, Cabin, Butcher, Ghostface, and the powerful man behind them, Hannibal Zhou. As Tang Yu had already tasted the sweetness of the stuff, he had a deep memory of the rare materials these guys possessed. Tang Yu also did not think that in the real Doomsday game, the material-level equipment they had would be the same as in the novice version. What a joke. The small 5-man team already has a full set of tactical equipment, including night vision goggles, which is equipment that only Ghostface has in the novice version. So can the items on these boss-level items be of the same level as the items on the boss in the novice version? So Tang Yu has already started to figure out how to get his things back from these guys. Thinking of this, Tang Yu immediately thought of someone he would never forget, Black Dog. By the way, this guy should still be alive. Come to think of it, it seems that the requirements for wearing the rare title, Villager Conqueror, have not been met yet. Isn't Black Dog the leader of more than 20 people? Tang Yu circled the Black Dog's name. His old nest should still be room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Immediately take out the key card bag from the backpack space and find the key to room 903 of Songmu Hotel. It is definitely still there, but there is a new message on it. Use times 2 halves. This has been mentioned in the content sent by Wang Bohu before. It looks like it can be used twice. A plan appeared in Tang Yu's mind, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. That's the smile you want to give to an old friend when you meet him, her. Sincere and passionate. But there is no rush for this. There is still time. Before that, we need to collect as much information as possible to better complete the plan. Tomorrow the Intelligence Center will be built. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Fuck, I almost forgot. Is Stephen Zhou still alive? This is easy to confirm. Tang Yu immediately focused his attention on the virtual map of City Hospital, found the director's office of City Hospital directly, and looked at the hidden secret room. When Tang Yu saw that there were indeed several items emitting blue light in the secret room safe, he was extremely excited. The fact that this secret room is still there means that Stephen Zhou is indeed still there. And does it mean that his brother Hannibal Zhou is also away in the real Doomsday world? Tang Yu did not have the password and key to the safe in the dean's office, and he just intercepted it halfway last time. So how do we get the supplies inside this time? Tang Yu recalled what he had heard when he was pretending to be a clown and bragging and chatting with the refugees. Room 709 on the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel, Stephen's hiding place. It was previously protected by 5 refugees, but was eventually slaughtered by the traitor and the butcher's men. Stephen's current security is definitely greater than this. By the way, has the butcher contacted the traitor and is trying to get the key to the laboratory? Tang Yu's thoughts became more and more distracted, and his brain began to be in an extremely excited and active state. They have definitely been in contact, including the mercenary leader Sauron. The butcher must have been in contact as well. Their target is CBS Labs. Thinking of this, Tang Yu immediately took out the small notebook with the safe password that he had found from the butcher before. There were a lot of complaints about Hannibal Zhou and Zorro on it. Originally thought to be of no use. Unexpectedly, it has become the key clue for Tang Yu to find a breakthrough again. Tang Yu's state at the moment is already extremely excited and crazy. He is like this only when he is extremely excited and thinking. Yes, that's right. The first disaster world is a mirror world constructed based on the real Doomsday world. Everything that happens in it can actually be considered a possible development direction of the real Doomsday world in the future. Tang Yu figured it out instantly. All his doubts were cleared up, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So, in fact, the triggering conditions for many events have already been met, and now all we need is an east wind. An east wind blowing the direction of these events. Chapter 118, Trivia in the Hideout, getting ready to go. Tang Yu sat at the workbench on the basement floor, carefully planning his next moves. With the effect of plus 20 concentration on the workbench, the writing efficiency is surprisingly high. And somewhere out of his sight, inside the shooting range, the rabbit Xiaoba would take a sneak peek from time to time, then immediately lower his head and work seriously. But if you look closely at his ears, you can still see a hint of blush. Brother, I've already told you that Mr. Boss is a good man, but you still don't believe me. You know my personality. I am not suitable for fighting with others. If you hadn't appeared to help me several times during the first round of disaster, I would have died long ago. But because of this, the time you appear now has been greatly affected. Don't worry. I really like the environment here, and I am so happy to sort out so many supplies every day. The rabbit Xiaoba was quickly sorting out the various items while chatting quietly with his brother. But his brother fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoba hummed the folk songs of the flower-growing star domain and worked happily. Tang Yu appeared at the entrance of the shooting range without knowing when. Looking at Xiaoba working happily, he pursed his lips slightly. The sound interrupted Xiaoba's work. Okay, it's already noon. Let's eat first and then work after we're done. Tang Yu brought Xiaoba to the kitchen on the 2nd floor underground. Take whatever you want to eat. Don't be shy. You can try the nourished lamb soup. It's quite good. After saying that, Tang Yu let Xiaoba choose the food by himself, and he went to the warehouse. While he was formulating his action plan, the warehouse had been successfully upgraded to level 3. When I opened the chat panel, I found that the private chat box was already filled with transaction information. As usual, he blocked all those guys who wanted to make jokes, then picked up a bottle of juice and walked downstairs to the living area. Place the dog tag dropped by the Bloodbat survivor in the display case to gain a plus 0.2% combat skill proficiency bonus. Tang Yu then came to the living room, where the survivors who were interested in trading had basically finished their talks. There were only a few old survivors left. Perhaps they had seen the news that Tang Yu had a large amount of supplies, so their offers were outrageous. They started by offering to exchange graphics cards and rare items. Just block them. By the time Tang Yu had gathered all the materials needed to build the small elevator and automatic sorting warehouse, more than an hour had passed. Wang Haoyu's message was sent. Wang Haoyu, Master Yu, my friend has found out the information about those 3 people. The area where Sandy is now located is called Red Cloud Prairie, and the specific location is called Fenglei Terrace. Wang Haoyu. As for Duan Shui and Lu Qingming, they are from the same region, which is called Kaluo City, and the specific location is called Reserve Station. Puff! Tang Yu sprayed out the juice in his mouth. Cough, 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 cough. He looked at the message sent by Wang Haoyu carefully, in disbelief. It really is Quella City, Reserve Station? Damn, these 2 unlucky kids. I didn't expect it. Then he thought that since these 2 guys were in the same area as him, the purchase information he had just sent on the regional channel must have been seen by them. And they should be very surprised. It doesn't matter. Tang Yu smiled softly, looking forward to meeting you. After thanking Wang Haoyu, he served him a few bowls of mutton soup. He quickly put the matter aside and went to the second underground floor. Xiaoba had already left. Tang Yu looked at him and found that he was not in the rest area either. It seemed that he had gone upstairs to work again. Ignored. Stand directly in front of the level 3 warehouse and start the hideout warehouse upgrade and reconstruction drawing. Automatic sorting warehouse to upgrade and build. A 2m x 3m square light curtain immediately appeared on the wall where the warehouse was located. The upgrade takes 4 hours. Tang Yu came to the staircase that connected the 3 floors and chose to use the construction drawing of the small elevator in the hiding place. The construction time of this facility takes 3 hours. It is now almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the construction will be completed around 6 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu then went into the gym and worked out for an hour, experiencing the feeling of improving his physiological skill proficiency. The effect is still quite good. Each skill has been improved by about 3 points. The skills that appeared this time are divided into 3 categories, all of which are common skills. Physiological skills: endurance, health, immunity, metabolism, strength, vitality, stress resistance. Mental skills: concentration, charm, intelligence, memory, perception. As for combat skills, because Tang Yu only participated in 1 battle today, therefore the only combat skills he activated were DTM mastery and throwing weapon mastery. However, the proficiency of these 2 skills has increased by more than 8 points. It seems that killing people is the fastest way to improve proficiency. Time passed quickly, and when Tang Yu finished his work at 6 o'clock in the evening, the automatic sorting warehouse and small elevator had been completed. I took Xiaoba to familiarize himself with these 2 new facilities. The material storage points for Transit Collection I and Compulsory Collection I will be set up in the automatic sorting warehouse. I laughed as I saw Xiaoba rubbing his head. This unfortunate child was hit on the head by the confiscated supplies just now. I've set the location to the warehouse, so you won't get hit again. After simply comforting him, the 2 had a simple dinner, and Tang Yu returned to the living area to rest. It was not until 9:30 in the evening that Tang Yu was awakened by the alarm and took the small elevator to the 2nd floor. Xiaoba was already waiting there, his eyes full of worry. "Mr. Basu, you have to be safe. I'll wait for you to come back." Tang Yu smiled and rubbed the little guy's ears. "Don't worry, I'll go find you a sister." Tang Yu and Xiaoba came to the basement. Tang Yu began to put on his own equipment and equipped himself with the 3 black sets of Night Cloak, Black Mask, and the rare title, Night Walker, one after another. The backpack space was cleared of all the debris, leaving only the supplies that might be needed for this trip, especially grenades and remote-controlled emulsion explosives. Considering that they might be used in large quantities, Tang Yu still put 2 full boxes of grenades into the backpack space. There are more than 120 of them. After confirming that there was no problem with his equipment, Tang Yu's eyes turned cold. "Choose to wear Night Walker." The space suddenly twisted, and Tang Yu's figure disappeared. Only Xiao Ba was left behind, looking at the place where Tang Yu disappeared, muttering to himself, "Mr. Boss, please come back safely." Chapter 119. Evacuation Point Battle in the Underground Parking Lot. Bida District, Kaluo City. Inside the Exchange Center subway station, the air twisted, and Tang Yu appeared in a partition of the bathroom. On the panel in front of him, a location coordinate appeared behind the teleport feature. Evacuation Point 1, Collapsed Crane Cab. Evacuation Teleport Point 2, Room 106 of the Ichi Private Cinema. After confirming the evacuation site and verifying through the microphone that there were no refugees outside, Tang Yu walked out. The bathroom was pitch black, but through the door frame, one could see the empty subway hall, which was illuminated by only 2 or 3 lights, making the entire subway station dim and dark. This was Tang Yu's first time at this subway station, so he didn't know his exact location. Walk out of the bathroom and move forward along the dark shadows, with the effects of the title and equipment. After turning a corner, Tang Yu saw the subway station map on the wall. He was on the west side of the subway station, while the trading center was on the south side of the subway station. There was an underground passage that led directly to the underground parking lot of the trading center. After recording the map, Tang Yu walked towards the underground passage. He jumped over the ticket gate and came to the entrance of the underground passage. In the passage that was more than 100 meters long, there were only 2 dim lights on, and it was completely dark. But just as he was about to enter the passage, he suddenly stopped. Then he quickly walked towards the location of the gate, turned over, and hid himself in the shadow of a guardhouse. The effect of the title, Night Walker, allowed him to do the whole process without making any sound. However, he heard several orderly footsteps and whispered conversations through his tactical microphone headset. "We will be handing over our shift soon. Have you decided where to go to relax?" said a refugee whose voice sounded obviously a little lazy. "Why are you relaxing? You must have forgotten that we saw a ghost here today. Anyone who enters the building will definitely be missing one item. If someone comes out, it will be even more exaggerated. 1/3 of the supplies will be missing. No wonder we are not allowed to enter the underground parking lot all day today and can only patrol the subway station. So that's how it is. Okay, I heard that Boss Rugu is trying to find a solution to this problem. If it doesn't work, we might change our base. Let's not go back to the trading building today. Let's live outside." Fuck. Several people walked forward in a line, passing the gate and the sentry box, and naturally did not see Tang Yu hiding in the shadow of the sentry box. Tang Yu looked through the gap in the turnstile in the dim light. This was a standard 5-man tactical team. All their configurations were exactly the same as the 2 tactical teams he had seen at the Garden Metro station in the morning. At this moment, they are turning on their tactical flashlights to patrol ahead. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. I confirmed again the information about the silent effect in the Night Walker title. After confirming that all sounds within 1 meter around the wearer were eliminated, the plan that emerged in his mind was finalized. 5 minutes passed. The tactical team returned along the same route. They had completed today's patrol mission and only needed to go back to complete the shift handover before they could rest. And when they passed the gate booth and entered the dark shadows of the underground passage, he didn't notice at all that a dark shadow was following him. Tang Yu hid in the darkness and quickly approached the last tactical team member. The moment he approached the opponent, he immediately covered his mouth with his left hand, pressed the opponent as close to his body as possible, held the silenced pistol in his right hand, and shot the opponent twice in the head. The whole process is fast, smooth, and silent. He then supported the body of the refugee to prevent him from falling down suddenly and attracting the attention of the people in front. After confirming that the 4 people in front did not hear any sound, he carefully placed the body on the ground and continued to move forward. The second one also went very smoothly. Tang Yu was like a god of death in the dark, reaping lives quickly. But just as he was following the same pattern and killing the third man, the captain walking in front seemed to notice something was wrong. I looked back subconsciously. What I saw was a black hole in the muzzle of a gun. Before he could utter a word, he was hit in the center of his forehead by the bullet shot by Tang Yu. Tang Yu was also very efficient and killed the last enemy with 2 more bullets. Quickly change into one of the people's clothes and all equipment to create a disguise. He pulled the scarf wrapped around someone's face and used it to cover his own face. Then he simply arranged the bodies. The captain was lying face down on the ground, and the others were piled together, making it difficult to see their exact number. The rings of the 2 grenades were removed and hidden behind the captain's chest where he was lying. Then he picked up an assault rifle on the ground and ran towards the underground garage of the trading building in panic. Snap, snap. Several gunshots rang out in succession, accompanied by Tang Yu's panic shouts. As soon as Tang Yu ran out of the underground passage and officially stepped into the underground garage of the trading center, he fell to the ground in panic. At this time, he did not forget to fire continuously into the underground passage, and he was extremely terrified. "Help! There are enemies! Help!" Tang Yu shouted and pushed the ground with his feet and kept backing away. The 2 tactical teams rushed over as soon as the gunshots were heard. Seeing that Tang Yu was so scared, they showed contempt in their eyes, kicked him hard, and asked what happened. "Go check on the captain. There are enemies. The captain has been shot. Go quickly." After hearing what Tang Yu said, the 2 teams had no time to stay there. They cursed him as waste and immediately ran towards the underground passage. Tang Yu collapsed to the ground and watched with his own eyes as 2 tactical teams rushed into the underground passage. The weapons and equipment of several people disappeared instantly. They seemed to have been prepared and took out their spare weapons and continued to be on guard. At the moment the other party entered the underground passage, he confirmed through the virtual map that there was no one else in the parking lot. Tang Yu quickly stood up and installed 2 remote-controlled emulsion explosives behind the 2 load-bearing columns next to the entrance of the underground passage. Then he quickly walked towards the staircase on the west side of the trading building. The 2 tactical teams have already seen the bodies, and the communicators in the team have also informed their companions in the trading building of what happened here. The news soon reached Bayonet's ears, and 3 teams were quickly sent to the underground passage for support. As a result, The three teams responsible for support had just arrived at the underground garage when they heard two explosions. Quick, it should be a grenade. Go over and provide support. In the underground garage lies the bed of an off-road pickup truck that has been modified beyond recognition. Tang Yu looked at the three teams of refugees running past him and focused his attention on the virtual map. Just at the moment when these three teams of refugees arrived at the entrance of the underground passage between the two pillars, the remote control phone that Tang Yu had prepared long ago was pressed hard. Boom, boom. Chapter 120. The second employee was successfully hired, Tu Shangxi. The vibration and loud noise caused by the violent explosion spread throughout the entire trading building. Bayonet immediately notified all the refugees in the trading building to pack their equipment. Some went to the underground garage for support, while others went to the 20th floor to protect the meat dog's safety. Immediately after the explosion, Tang Yu pulled out the plug ring of a grenade and stuck it next to the connecting rod of the car chassis. Then he crawled out from under the car and ran towards the machine room in the underground garage. All the computer rooms and other supply equipment in the trading building are next to the underground garage. Originally, there was a group of refugees guarding the place, but the successive explosions forced them to receive orders from Bayonet and go to the underground passage to provide support. So Tang Yu bypassed this group of refugees and successfully entered the power room, and quickly found the main power switch button for the entire building. The next moment, the entire trading building fell into darkness. Tang Yu used the same trick again. He installed a remote-controlled emulsion explosive on the chassis and activated the remote-controlled detonator. Then he quickly ran towards the east stairs. During this time, his attention was always on the figure of the white fox in the virtual map. Her position was easy to confirm. In the entire building, she was the only one whose color was not red, but bright yellow. And at this moment, it seemed that because Tang Yu turned off the power switch, the white fox had come to the east stairs and followed behind a dozen refugees from all races, running downstairs. The other refugees from all races didn't care whether she kept up or not. She was holding a revolver in her hand, which was clearly different from the various assault weapons in the hands of the other refugees. Tang Yu arrived at the second floor, and all the refugees had already gone to the underground parking lot, hiding behind the fire door at the second floor staircase. Soon, the footsteps of the refugees from all races in the staircase became clearer and clearer, while Tang Yu was looking at the situation on the virtual map. Just as this group of refugees from all races passed the stairs on the second floor, Tang Yu quietly appeared behind the white fox, with a towel already at her mouth and nose. Tang Yu's other hand was firmly grasping the hammer of the revolver in the white fox's hand, preventing it from firing. A second passed quickly. Tang Yu felt the weight of the person in front of him leaning towards him, and the last use of paralyzing poison played its due value. Holding the other person's body, he walked towards the nearest room. In the bathroom on the second floor, Tang Yu turned on the dim flashlight and looked at the white fox leaning against the bathroom wall, paralyzed all over, with a look of fear and panic on its face, and pursed his lips. Finally, he gave what he thought was a very friendly smile. Don't be nervous. The paralysis effect on you will disappear in a few minutes. I have no ill will towards you. However, Tang Yu's words, which he thought were very sincere, made the fear in the white fox's eyes even more intense. Tang Yu knew that he couldn't go on like this, and he didn't have that much time to waste here. So he stated his purpose without hesitation. Sure enough, when Tang Yu said that the explosion downstairs and the emergency situation were all done by Tang Yu, and his purpose was to find herself and hire her as his employee, the white fox was stunned. When did she become so important that they made such a big fuss just to hire her as an employee? What a joke! The fear and panic in the white fox's eyes had dissipated a lot, but more doubts and confusion appeared. When Tang Yu saw the other person's eyes, he knew that his words had worked. I know you think this is ridiculous, but you're not having a good time here, are you? You should have been beaten this morning. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, the white fox's eyes tightened, and it looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. If she hadn't been sure that she had never seen Tang Yu in this building, and that his eyes didn't look as disgusting as those of a refugee, she would have thought that he was also a refugee. Do you want to stay with this group of refugees forever? You know best what kind of rubbish they are. How long do you think you can hold on in your current state? If I'm not mistaken, this is not the life you wanted. You must have felt helpless and hopeless for a long time. You have nothing to lose now, or nothing to save yourself. So why not try the options I offer? When the white fox heard Tang Yu say these two sentences, he was completely stunned. Yes, I have become what I am now. What else do I have to lose? Is there anything more dangerous than staying in this building, no matter where I go? The result of staying here is nothing more than being bullied and killed by the refugees from all races who covet her one day, or being considered worthless by the human refugees one day and being expelled from here, and then being killed by the refugees from all races. Or commit suicide. Does she have a better way? No, really not. Thinking of this, the confusion and helplessness in the white fox's eyes gradually disappeared. It slowly raised its head and, with the dim light from the flashlight, saw clearly the face of the human in front of it. Looking through the other's eyes, the white fox saw only clarity, sincerity, and appreciation. Tang Yu was secretly delighted when he saw that the other party was no longer afraid and frightened after hearing his words. But he found that the other party just looked at him deeply and then lowered his head again. I was also a little confused. No, what do you mean by lowering your head? Are you going with me or not? Please give me a word. And just when Tang Yu was worried about the riddle man, a voice full of mature charm appeared in my ears. Ta Shangxi. Tang Yu looked at the other person in confusion. Did she speak just now? What did you say? I said my name is Ta Shangxi. You can call me Cici. Tang Yu was a little confused when he heard this, but then he reacted immediately. You mean you believe me? Are you willing to come with me? Tu Shangxi looked at Tang Yu seriously again, then pursed her lips and nodded heavily under the other party's inquiring gaze. Willing. The next moment, the prompt sound of Super Monopoly rang in the ears of the two. Survivor Tang Yu hired refugee Tu Shangxi as an employee. Does refugee Tu Shangxi agree? Note: once the employment relationship between the two parties is established, the refugee Tu Shangxi will lose his refugee status and become the hired life unit of the survivor Tang Yu. Do you agree? After hearing the mechanical prompt sound, Tu Shangxi became much more determined and decisive. Yes. Then Tang Yu saw the relevant information about Tu Shangxi on the employee management panel. Name: Tu Shangxi. Race: Qingqiu Star Region, Tushan Clan. Gender: female. Personality: calm. Traits: patience, perseverance. Talents: matematical genius, gulmit, Hindi. Trust: neutral. Current physical condition: weak, slightly injured. Current emotions: worried, pessimistic, nervous, hopeful. Tang Yu saw the other party's emotional state and trust, but did not say anything else. Some things don't need to be said, because no matter how much you say, it's useless. Just showing the other person the actual situation is enough to speak more than 1,000 words. Tang Yu, who completed the main task tonight, had a smile on his face and was in high spirits. He looked at Tu Shangxi and said with a smile, "Come on, since you are my employee now, then as your boss, it's time to help you settle the old score." Chapitre 121 Styling, Tu Shangxi est amazing talent. Tang Yu looked at Tu Shangxi, who was eating the nourishing mutton soup in big mouthfuls in silence. Just now, Tang Yu was planning to take her to find trouble with those refugees from all races, and for safety reasons he gave her a bulletproof vest. As a result, Tu Shangxi, who had been weak for a long time, collapsed to the ground after putting on the bulletproof vest and taking only a few steps. Tu Shangxi ate the food in front of her with big mouthfuls. It was the most delicious food she had eaten in a while. Not only did she feel warm after eating it, but she also felt much stronger. Tu Shangxi, who no longer had the Doomsday game panel, naturally didn't know that she had been given several buffs. But when she finished her food and heard Tang Yu say that he was ready to help him get revenge. But his eyes turned, revealing a hint of decisiveness and joy. He stopped Tang Yu, who was about to go to the underground parking lot. "I'll take you to a place that should be helpful to you." After saying that, he pulled Tang Yu and ran upstairs. It can be seen that the effect of nourished lamb soup was immediate. Not only Tang Yu discovered this, but Tu Shangxi also noticed the changes in his body. The two quickly arrived at the 8th floor and stopped outside a room. Tang Yu was checking the movements of the refugees on the virtual map the entire time. At this moment, dozens of refugees have gone to the underground floor, but more refugees are on the 20th floor. It seems that meat dogs look the same no matter which world they are in. However, this also provided an opportunity for Tang Yu and the others. Tu Shangxi pointed to the room in front of him and said, "This room belongs to the captain of the Wanzhou. He was also a survivor. I saw that he had 2 blueprints in his hand. They should be hidden in this room." Hearing that there was such a good thing, there was no way Tang Yu would let it go. He had just noticed Tu Shangxi's movements before, and he hadn't really paid attention to the supplies. Since there were no refugees on this floor anyway, he simply took out his silenced pistol and fired 2 shots at the door. The lock was broken and the door was opened. The two were about to enter the room. Tang Yu suddenly stopped. He saw someone passing through the underground computer room on the virtual map. Wait a moment. The remote control phone already appeared in his hand. After waiting for 2 seconds, he decisively pressed the button to detonate the explosives. In the underground computer room, a group of refugees were engulfed by the sudden explosion just as they approached the computer case. Not only were these refugees blown to pieces, but all their equipment and supplies also disappeared. Even the power chassis was blown to pieces by the explosive. When Tang Yu saw his masterpiece on the virtual map, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Push the door and enter the room. This time, without Tu Shangshi's reminder, Tang Yu directly followed the display of the virtual map and found 2 hidden drawings on the ceiling of the room. He didn't pay attention to Tu Shangshi's surprised look. After receiving this reminder, Tang Yu also reacted. There's no one on the middle floor right now, so why not collect some supplies? Thinking like this, as Tu Shangshi was looking on in shock, 2 grenades appeared in Tang Yu's hands. He pulled out the plugs and stuffed the 2 grenades into the ceiling where the drawings were hidden before. Then the 2 of them left the room. This time, Tang Yu took the initiative and went straight to the room with high-level supplies shown on the virtual map without Tu Shangshi leading the way. Continue with the previous process. Use a pistol to break into the door, loot supplies, and hide mines in the room. The whole process is smooth and extremely fluid. As if sensing Tu Shangshi's gaze, Tang Yu then explained, well, you should always be polite when you take something. It's rude not to reciprocate. This is called returning the favor. After hearing Tang Yu's explanation, Tu Shangshi said that he didn't understand, but was also greatly shocked. Feeling the other party's admiring gaze, Tang Yu nodded slightly, and 2 grenades were placed in Tu Shangshi's hands. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You will learn from me later. Be careful. If the host hasn't come back yet, and the gift is gone, it will be very rude. Tu Shangshi learned very quickly. After only being taught by Tang Yu once, she had already mastered the technique of hiding mines in the room. The main point is to take the enemy by surprise. So from then on, Tang Yu was responsible for breaking into the house and looting supplies, while Tu Shangshi was responsible for hiding the mines. They also innovated and learned from past experiences to come up with several other ways to hide mines, such as hiding mines in door frames, toilets, flower pots, and quilts. In the end, Tang Yu was frightened. Fuck. Why does the way she hides the bombs give me a sense of deja vu like an underground war? I have to say that talent is indeed more important than anything else in the world. When the 2 of them swept the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors, Tang Yu never expected that these refugees actually had a lot of good things hidden. He found 6 graphics cards alone, and with the graphics cards he had collected before, the total number was as high as 13. So horrible. Tang Yu felt that the time was about right. So he stopped searching for supplies and took Tu Shangshi to the underground parking lot. While observing the situation on the virtual map, Tang Yu asked Tu Shangshi, Tu Shangshi, do you know where the collapsed crane and the Ichi private cinema are near the trading building? Tang Yu was not sure about the location of the 2 evacuation points. He had flown there during the first disaster, but the entire sky and earth were covered in white at that time, so he had no way of telling them apart. So I could only try to ask Tu Shangshi to see if she knew. Tu Shangshi was wearing a light bulletproof helmet and was following Tang Yu downstairs. When he heard Tang Yu's question, he was stunned for a moment, then began to think. I don't know about the collapsed crane, but I do know about the Ichi private cinema you mentioned. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Where? Just behind this trading building. There's an apartment building with the entire 8th floor being this private cinema. Have you been there? Yes, that's where I was caught by refugees. If I hadn't just happened to find a valuable item, a golden rooster, I wouldn't have been able to buy my life and become a refugee. As Tu Shangshi spoke, his voice became lower and lower, and his mood became depressed. Tang Yu did not say anything to comfort her, nor did he need her to comfort him. What he needs is an employee who can help him share the work, not a fox who is controlled by emotions all day long. Tang Yu believed that the other party could control his emotions. However, knowing the location of the evacuation point from her was undoubtedly good news. Since the evacuation point has been found, then Tang Yu will have to do something big. You must know that the trading building is Tang Yu's territory, and the underground parking lot is also part of the trading building. I didn't expect that upgrading the refugees' equipment would be a good thing for me. I should collect more supplies so that when the flea market opens, it will be a big hit. Tang Yu and Tu Shangshi were each thinking about their own things. Arrive. As Tang Yu's voice sounded, it also officially means that the most dangerous moment of tonight is about to begin. Tang Yu looked back at Tu Shangshi, who was following behind him, and smiled softly. "Remember to follow me closely and don't fall behind. Once we're done with this, I'll take you away." After seeing Tu Shangshi's firm gaze, Tang Yu pushed open the fire door leading to the underground parking lot. He also noticed at the same time, in the virtual map, the color of Tu Shangshi's body changed from yellow to green at this moment. Chapter 122. Tu Shangshi joins the game. Serial explosions in the underground parking lot. Underground parking lot of the trading center. Because the power room was bombed, it was pitch black with only dozens of tactical flashlights on, or some team leaders wearing night vision goggles to search. The refugees who were attacked by grenades in the underground passage have woken up, and the first words they said after waking up were, "There are enemies lurking among us. Quickly inform the boss and tell him to be careful." What? Upon hearing the news, all the refugees were shocked and immediately sent someone to inform the bayonets on the 20th level of guard. The other person asked about the situation in detail. All the refugees were shocked when they heard that someone had killed the tactical team members and disguised themselves as them to lead them into the underground passage. He immediately looked at other people around him with a hint of vigilance. In this kind of atmosphere, it was obviously impossible to cooperate with each other. After all, there were more than 100 people in the entire base camp, plus the refugees stationed outside, who numbered nearly 200. They can't possibly know everyone. It was at this time, the order for the bayonet had been given. Everyone activated Secret Command Number 3 to conduct mutual inspection. Tang Yu and Tu Shangshi were mixed in the refugee group. As soon as Tu Shangshi heard the order, he told Tang Yu the secret order number 3. During the mutual inspection of the refugees, the two came to the rolling shutter door of an underground garage. They first used the chewing gum emulsion explosives they had made earlier to fix it on the rolling shutter door, and then installed the detonator. Fix 3 remote-controlled emulsion explosives around the rolling shutter door. When everything is ready, Tang Yu looked at Tu Shangshi, who was standing beside him, and asked solemnly, "How about it? Do you really want to go by yourself?" Tu Shangshi showed a determined look when he heard this. "I must avenge myself? Can I?" As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into the darkness. Tang Yu shrugged, but a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. "Not bad. I like this character." The man was already lying in the bed of an off-road pickup truck. He threw a piece of chocolate into his mouth to restore the energy he had just consumed. The 417 Hong Kong dollars precision sniper rifle was placed on the edge of the truck bed, waiting for the target to appear. 10 minutes later, Tu Shangshi's figure appeared again in the sight, and behind him was the group of refugees from all races. "Gee, where are you taking us? You finally figured it out. I told you, if you follow me, no one will bully you." The captain of the 10,000 races team looked at Tu Shangshi's figure in front of him with a triumphant smile on his face, while the other refugees from all races behind him also had malicious smiles on their faces. Just as they were happy that their plan had succeeded, Tu Shangshi, who had just turned the corner, turned around and gave them a brilliant smile. Just when they thought Tu Shangshi would say something, but what he saw was that the other party was holding 2 grenades with the rings already removed. Everyone showed a look of horror. "Oh!" The captain of the 10,000 races was about to speak. Bang! A bullet had hit him between the eyebrows, spurting out a cluster of blood. Bang, bang. 2 more bullets hit, and the captain of the Wanzhou team's head exploded. And Tu Shangshi was the first to hear the gunshot. The grenade in his hand had already been thrown toward the feet of the refugees of all races. After turning the corner, he ran desperately towards Tang Yu. Boom, boom. When the grenade exploded, even if the refugees from all races dodged in advance, the place was so small that they couldn't run far in just a few seconds. There were heavy casualties immediately. The battle that broke out here directly attracted the attention of all the refugees in the underground parking lot. Dozens of people immediately rushed to the location of the explosion. Some of those who were closer had already seen Tu Shangshi running and raised their guns to shoot. It's just that they moved fast, but Tang Yu moved even faster. Under his indifferent expression, the bullets fired from the muzzle of the 417 Hong Kong dollars brushed past Tu Shangshi's body and hit the refugees who wanted to shoot. The refugees were directly suppressed in the corners or behind vehicles and dared not show their heads. Tu Shangshi had already come to Tang Yu at this time. According to the method Tang Yu told her before, she quickly ignited the gum emulsion explosive placed on the rolling door. The two hid behind a wall. Boom! All the refugees who had rushed there had just seen refugees from all races who had been severely killed or injured by grenades when they saw a hole blown open in the rolling shutter door not far away. How could they not understand that the enemy was preparing to escape? Chase! Just as he finished his words, 3 or 4 grenades were thrown towards them in a parabolic trajectory. The worst thing is that there is a stun bomb among them. Just when everyone was preparing to dodge the grenade, the stun bomb exploded directly in the air. The strong white light accompanied by high-frequency noise made all the refugees feel as if they were hit on the head by a heavy hammer, and they suddenly felt drowsy. Fortunately, this is a relatively spacious parking lot, so the refugees' dizziness is not serious. But even this short delay delayed the explosion of the grenade. As a result, 3 grenades exploded in the underground parking lot, killing more than a dozen refugees on the spot, and the rest were either dead or injured. Quite tragic. However, Tang Yu had already taken 2 Shangxi and escaped from the underground parking lot of the trading building through the rolling shutter door that had a hole blown open and ran towards the Xinyang private cinema. 5 minutes later, Bayonet finally led his men to the underground parking lot. Looking at his men lying dead and wounded on the ground, he was extremely angry when he heard that the enemy escaped through the rolling shutter door. Damn it, everyone get in the car and chase them. After leaving behind some personnel to treat the wounded, Bayonet was the first to get on an off-road pickup truck that was modified into a wasteland style, and other vehicles behind him also started quickly. What no one expected was that just as the car tires started moving, a series of explosions occurred again. Some are from the car tires, and some are at the car chassis connecting rod position. 7 or 8 cars were scrapped directly. Brother Dao, these are grenades installed in the tires and chassis of the car. The car started just now, so these grenades exploded. Soon, one of his men was informed of the explosion and given a bayonet. Now Bayonet was a little frightened and got out of the car quickly. After checking all the remaining cars in the parking lot, they found 5 more cars with grenades placed in them. Even the several remote-controlled emulsion explosives that Tang Yu installed next to the rolling shutter were found. The bayonet was really scary to look at. How much explosives does this guy have? He can't be carrying a box of explosives on his back. At this moment, Tang Yu, under the guidance of 2 Shangxi, had already circled along the corner and arrived at the Xinyang private cinema. Fortunately, the sniper on the rooftop focused his attention on the street at the exit of the parking lot because of the incident in the underground parking lot. However, Tang Yu also saw through the virtual map that the refugees seemed to have discovered the explosives he installed at the rolling shutter door, which was a pity. But it's still pretty good. At least this round killed 30 or 40 refugees, so it was a huge profit. It was at this time that Tang Yu truly felt the awesome support of Force Collection Eye. As long as someone dies in the trading building, all the supplies on the other person will be forcibly collected and taken to Tang Yu's hiding place as soon as their death occurs. There is no need to think about the spoils anymore. In one word, awesome. It feels so good to just do the work without having to clean up the battlefield. The two quickly found the direction of room 106 of the private cinema. But just as they passed the bar, Tang Yu suddenly stopped. His eyes turned to the wall behind the bar. Chapter 123, the Grand Slam King's tennis racket. The staff are in place. Everything is ready. Grand Slam Tennis Champions tennis racket. Type: rare item. Introduction. This is the signed tennis racket of the legendary tennis king of Quella City. Effect: when whipping small spherical objects, they will hit the target within 100 meters. Tang Yu looked at the tennis racket in his hand with a strange look on his face. This was the first time he had seen such a strange object. Spherical objects, 100% hit rate within 100 meters. His eyes lit up, and he thought of a possibility. This private cinema could also hear the roar of cars coming from the street outside the building. 2 Shangxi came in front of Tang Yu. Boss, room 106 has been found. Tang Yu nodded slightly. Wait for me at the door of room 106. I'm going to do an experiment. After saying that, Tang Yu found a room facing the street, and downstairs on the street, there was an off-road vehicle of refugees driving with its headlights on. It's you. After saying that, Tang Yu took out a grenade, unplugged the ring, and smashed the window glass with an elbow. After calculating the distance, he threw the grenade in his hand into the air and swung the tennis racket that had been prepared long ago down with force. Puff! The grenade was hit hard by a tennis racket. It turned into a black shadow and flew quickly towards the SUV that was changing direction due to the broken glass. In just 2 seconds, the grenade appeared in front of the car's windshield and instantly turned into a ball of fire, blowing the windshield to pieces. The sound of explosions echoed through the dark streets. Just when Tang Yu had just thrown the grenade out, a bullet had grazed his arm and hit the windowsill. It was the sniper on the rooftop of the trading building who was attracted by the sound of breaking glass. Looking at the off-road vehicle that had crashed into a tree on the roadside, Tang Yu smiled slightly, looked at the tennis racket in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, time to go. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Tu Shangxi waiting in the corridor. When he saw Tang Yu coming out, a faint smile appeared on his face. The experiment is finished? Done. Let's go. The two walked into room 106 together. A 5-second countdown appeared on Tang Yu's panel. When the time is over. With a twist of space, Tang Yu and Tu Shangxi appeared in their hiding place. It is already 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Tang Yu landed, he saw the rabbit Xiaoba sleeping on the workbench not far away. The other parties seemed to be dreaming, mumbling something like, "Be sure to come back safely." Tang Yu couldn't help laughing. Tu Shangxi naturally also saw Xiaoba's look. She was stunned at first, and then she looked at Tang Yu strangely. A big hand pressed on Xiaoba's furry head. "Xiaoba, get up, it's dawn." Ah! When Tang Yu's big hand just pressed on the other person's head, Xiaoba was already awakened. When he saw Tang Yu standing in front of him, he rubbed his eyes first, then opened his eyes again to make sure that Tang Yu was really back. "Mr. Boss, you are finally back." Tu Shangxi also looked at the rabbit in front of him with great curiosity. Tang Yu, who has always been alone, really couldn't adapt to where Xiaoba's inexplicable trust and dependence came from at this moment. After all, today was only the first day they met. Could it be because of Xiaoba's telepathic talent? Xiaoba also saw Tu Shangxi standing behind Tang Yu. It's a delight. This should be the sister that the boss was talking about. He immediately looked at Tang Yu. "Mr. Boss, is this the sister you were talking about?" Tang Yu nodded slightly. "That's right, Xiaoba. Her name is Tu Shangxi, and she's my employee just like you." Tang Yu then looked at the two of them with a serious expression. "You should know that we are now one entity. You don't need to worry too much about your safety and living supplies here, so go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow I will tell you the specific work content. I hope everyone will go all out. Only in this way can our hideout achieve better development and face the impending disaster." The rabbit Xiaoba and the white fox Tu Shangxi looked at Tang Yu's serious words. They all thought about their previous experiences and naturally realized that it was impossible for them to survive in this doomsday world on their own. Both of them had witnessed Tang Yu's strength and control over the situation, and of course they would not doubt what Tang Yu said. They all nodded seriously. "Mr. Boss, don't worry, I will work hard. Don't worry, I will do the job you give me." Both of them expressed their opinions. Tang Yu then asked Xiaoba to take Tu Shangxi to familiarize herself with the entire hiding place, as well as to clean her body and eat. As for Tu Shangxi's residence, it is naturally in the employee rest area that was expanded today. Tang Yu just helped to place a bed, and Xiaoba took care of the rest and was very happy. It can be seen that Xiaoba seems to like Tu Shangxi very much and has been sticking to her since just now. Let the two of them get to know each other. I came to the automatic sorting warehouse and saw a pile of supplies piled up in the cargo area. Many of them were weapons and armor that had been distorted by the explosion. 7 or 8 robotic arms were sorting these supplies. Every time an item was scanned, it would be placed on the corresponding cargo rack. I don't know how much faster the overall efficiency is than manual sorting. He also took out the supplies he had looted from the backpack space and placed them in the cargo area. Most of them were items he and Tu Shangxi collected in the trading building. Then he checked again several facilities that were producing high-end items and found that Xiaoba had completed all the work. I felt relieved, returned to the living area on the 3rd underground floor, and began to review what happened today. It was at this time that Tang Yu noticed it. In the employee management panel, I don't know when the rabbit Xiaoba's trust level has changed from trust to dependence. Tu Shangxi's trust level changed 3 times overnight, from neutral at the beginning to friendly, and now it has become trust. Looking at this change, Tang Yu was very satisfied. It was worth it that he racked his brains to bring both of them back today. Trust has always been Tang Yu's biggest concern. After all, it concerns his life and death. Now it has been proven that there was no problem with the candidate he chose, so it has paid off. After a busy day today, he finally hired all the employees, which is crucial to his future survival. With the rabbit Xiaoba acting as the housekeeper of the hideout, Tang Yu could be freed from all the trivial matters of the hideout. Tang Yu also highly values Tu Shangxi's abilities. He exhaled in satisfaction, with the corners of his mouth curled up. Tomorrow is the real beginning. Chapter 124, Arrangement of Work, The Power of Level 2, Intelligence Center. The next day, There were still 6 days until the Doomsday flood disaster. Tang Yu was still sleeping when he suddenly felt someone approaching. The next moment, a pistol appeared in his hand, and his eyes suddenly opened, pointing forward. But he saw Xiao Ba looking at the gun in Tang Yu's hand with horror, one of his hands still in the air. "Mr. Boss, Sister Cece has prepared breakfast. Let me call you." Tang Yu also regained consciousness. After hearing what Xiao Ba said, he still glanced at the trust status in employee management. Only then did I feel completely relieved. With a flip of his hand, the pistol disappeared. He rubbed his still sleepy eyes. "Xiao Ba, I haven't gotten used to your presence yet." After getting out of bed and washing up, when I came to the kitchen, Tu Shangxi just came out with a pot of cooked milk oatmeal porridge. Where did this come from? Tang Yu was very curious. "I saw there was a lot of food in the warehouse. I just made some to try." By the way, a large amount of weapons and equipment suddenly appeared in the warehouse last night. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu naturally knew that the grenades hidden in the trading building had worked, so he just nodded and said nothing more. Tang Yu placed a dining table in front of the kitchen, and several dishes were already placed on it. Grilled lamb chops, bread with jam and cheese, canned salmon, and freshly made oatmeal with milk. Although these were simply processed, ready-made foods, Tang Yu still had an appetite when he smelled the fragrance. Especially the fried lamb chops. It should be that Tu Shangxi saw some leftover lamb and fried them directly, as expected of someone with gourmet talent. After breakfast, Tu Shangxi's cooking skills have been completely recognized by Tang Yu. Xiao Ba was full of praise for Tu Shangxi's craftsmanship. After breakfast, Tang Yu directly arranged today's work for the two of them. "Xiao Ba, you have an outstanding talent for management. From now on, you will be responsible for managing and classifying all the supplies in our hideout. You will also be responsible for collecting, organizing, and adding the items produced by the facilities used to manufacture high-level supplies. Try to give me the hideout supply data every night. How about that? Can you do that?" When Xiao Ba heard Tang Yu ask him to manage all the supplies in the hideout, his eyes widened. Then he nodded seriously and said, "No problem, Mr. Boss." But what?" Tang Yu asked with a questioning look. Xiao Ba was pointing to the indoor planting greenhouse on the other side of the second underground floor. "Boss, I see the greenhouse over there is always empty. Can I plant some there?" Tang Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. "Of course you can. The fertilizers and seeds needed for planting are all in the warehouse. You can just go and get them. The water source for the greenhouse has been connected. You can just turn on the water and irrigate the entire greenhouse." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Boss." Xiao Ba was obviously very happy. Tang Yu also remembered that breathing green radish was now in a period of division, and immediately said, "By the way, Xiao Ba, go to the living room downstairs and take a look. There is a pot of rare plant that is dividing. If you find that its substrain divides successfully, plant it separately." "Okay, Mr. Boss." After Xiao Ba got his task, he quickly got busy. Tang Yu brought Tu Shangxi to the Level 2 Intelligence Center, which had been upgraded last night. The entire Intelligence Center has a new look. Originally, there was just a broken wooden table and a laptop. Now it is equipped with 3 computer monitors plus a laptop, and even special headphones and seats. On the computer screen, dense digital codes were flashing rapidly, very similar to the configurations of the stock market traders Tang Yu had seen in his previous life. The facility information of the Level 2 Intelligence Center also appeared on his panel. Intelligence Center Level 2. Type: Hideout Facility. Effect 1. Get a random piece of intelligence information every day, and you can spend extra Doomsday coins to buy a specific piece of intelligence information. The price depends on the value of the intelligence. Effect 2. You can consume 10 disaster coins to obtain intelligence information about the next round of disasters. Current number of disaster coins, September 10th. Effect 3. You can obtain valuable intelligence once, with a cooldown of 72 hours, and the current number of uses is January 1st. Effect 4. Enable the Big Data Information Support function currently covering the Kaluo City area. In addition to the above functions, the Intelligence Center also unlocks the item manufacturing function. Open the production list and various intelligence items will appear in the list. Confidential intelligence, blue folders containing materials, mobile hard drives, flash memory devices, encrypted USB drives. In addition, there are some electronic item production lists. Among them are items with functions similar to information transmitter and information receiver. This information transmission item produced by the Intelligence Center has been upgraded and improved and is no longer limited to one side sending and one side receiving. Instead, it is like a mobile phone, and both people can send messages to each other. The functionality is greatly improved. In addition to this item, there are also intelligence-gathering items such as surveillance cameras and eavesdropping devices. But without exception, the materials needed to make these items are all kinds of high-end materials. The electronic products used are high-definition lenses, Nokia mobile phones, wireless signal transmitters, and other materials. But even so, Tang Yu's eyes were particularly bright. The provision of intelligence information, which Tang Yu valued the most, also gave Tang Yu a big surprise. Although it did not refresh, as Tang Yu had guessed before, it would allow him to know in advance the number of times the next round of disaster intelligence would be used. However, you can also obtain disaster intelligence by consuming 10 disaster coins, and it is no longer a one-time function. The strategic significance of this feature has been epically enhanced by transforming it from a one-time capability to a continuous capability. Disaster coins are indeed precious, but in Tang Yu's eyes, the money is worth it. So worth it. The same goes for the new paid-for-specific intelligence capabilities added to daily intelligence. It really hit Tang Yu's heart. Because he now has too much intelligence information that he wants to know, Tang Yu also has the initiative in obtaining intelligence. The amount of Doomsday coins he brought back from the Butcher's Lair last time was as much as 13 million. No matter how much he spent, it would be enough to support him for a long time. As for the fourth function of the Intelligence Center, Tang Yu did have some ideas, but he still needed to try to see if it would succeed. He suppressed the situation here and came to a new facility next to the Intelligence Center. Disaster Coin Mine. Type: Hideout Facility. Effect: you can use the computing power of the graphics card to enable the system to produce disaster coins. If the graphics card slot is full, one disaster coin will be produced every 48 hours. Number of additional graphics card slots: 10. Looking at the two neat rows of graphics card slots, Tang Yu already had 10 graphics cards in his hand. After he filled all 10 card slots, I saw the lights in the disaster coin mine suddenly light up, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, and a progress bar and countdown appeared on the screen. Tu Shangxi followed behind Tang Yu. Of course she knew about this disaster coin mine, but it was precisely because she knew that she was shocked by Tang Yu's strength. If she remembered correctly, generally only the survivors who had survived 3 or 4 disasters had heard of this hideout facility. But what did she see now? At this moment, Tang Yu became more mysterious in Tu Shangxi's eyes. P.S. Well, there will be more updates. I am typing hard, and we'll try to send it out before 1 p.m. Dear readers, please continue to read and give us free gifts to support us. Chapter 125, Son of the Sea. Hideout Barrier. Begins production/construction. Rewards and more. Tang Yu had no idea what Tu Shangxi was thinking behind him. He had already arrived at the medical station, and the Formula 4 Human Gene Evolution Drug Synthesis Blueprint, Son of the Sea, appeared in his hand. As the Intelligence Center was upgraded to Level 2, this recipe was successfully added to the production list of the medical station. Below the production list are the various rare materials needed to make this potion. Disaster Item X1, Rare Plant X2, Adrenaline Injection X2, Pressure-Resistant Diving Suit X1, Disaster Coin X1. Tang Yu also took out these supplies from the backpack space one by one. Xiaoba, help me get 2 pots of breathing green radish. Okay, Mr. Boss. Following Tang Yu's voice, Xiaoba immediately ran out of the planting greenhouse with 2 pots of rare plants in his hands. He saw Tang Yu's actions and showed a curious look. Tang Yu took the 2 rare plants and added them to the medical station along with other supplies. The production materials have met the conditions. The synthesis time is 24 hours. Do you want to produce it? Production. As Tang Yu chose to fall, the medical station instantly made a slight beep, and Tang Yu saw the production list of the medical station. The medical supplies that were originally in the production process all turned gray and were in a stagnant state. Even the information panel of the medical station turned gray and all function stopped. The only thing that was lit was the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion production list. It was obvious that the medical station had used up all the energy in the facility to produce this epic potion. Looking deeply at the medical station that is doing its best, Tang Yu came to the position next to the medical station. This is a place that Tang Yu specially left here. With excitement, the hidden place holographic barrier construction drawings were used by Tang Yu. The blueprint in his hand turned into flowing light and fell to the ground, and all the construction materials that had been prepared in advance were integrated into the blueprint. A light curtain slowly spread in all directions, and Tang Yu vaguely saw a 0 and 1 constantly evolving and generating from this light curtain. When this light curtain completely covered the entire hiding place, A 2x2m light curtain appeared in front of Tang Yu. This should be the main body of the hideout holographic barrier facility. The construction time is also 24 hours. As we try to survive this doomsday flood disaster, the two most critical items are both entering the countdown. Tang Yu showed a relieved expression on his face. This round of disaster was averted. Then we continued to build the refugee treasure chest, which actually took 36 hours, so we started building it immediately. Now that the facilities have been built, it's time to implement the next plan. He shook his head lightly with emotion, and seeing Xiao Ba standing beside him with a confused and curious look, Tang Yu was in a good mood. He rubbed the little guy's head hard. After Xiao Ba screamed, he quickly ran towards the planting greenhouse. Only the sound of Tang Yu's laughter was left, and Tu Shangxi also smiled. She liked the current atmosphere very much. Then he noticed Tang Yu looking at him and immediately regained his composure. Boss, what can I do for you? Come on, Tu Shangxi, it's time for you to show your skills. The two came to the intelligence center again. Tang Yu first selected and obtained today's random intelligence and the important intelligence once every 3 days. Because the meat dog supplies will disappear when entering and leaving the trading building, he will move his base camp to the Quellu exhibition hall today. The butcher will join forces with the insider to kidnap Stephen Zhou in room 709 of the Pinewood Hotel at 11 p.m. tomorrow night. Oh shit, a big shipment. Tang Yu looked at the two messages that appeared on the laptop screen with surprise. The first one is daily random intelligence, and the second one is important intelligence. It was not surprising for Tang Yu to see the dog moving. As long as he was sane, he would definitely move. Thinking of this, Tang Yu immediately looked at the virtual map of the trading building and found that the supplies were indeed being packed. Tang Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He immediately shouted to Xiao Ba, who was still busy working in the greenhouse. Xiao Ba, there will be a lot of supplies in the sorting warehouse soon. We're almost done. Remember to sort them out. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Xiao Ba's eyes lit up. Although I don't know why a lot of supplies always appear inexplicably in the boss's hideout. My brother said so. If you want to live long, you can't know too many secrets. However, thinking that a large amount of supplies would appear soon, Xiao Ba's men quickened their movements. For the boss to remind me of this, there must be a lot of supplies. But inside the trading building, Rugu was in a very upset mood. Hearing another explosion downstairs, he kicked the chair in front of him away. Damn, why are there still grenades that haven't been cleared? It's been a whole night. Bayonet, who was arranging his men to pack supplies, heard Rugu's complaints and revealed a wry smile on his face. Who says it's not? But the problem is no one knows what the enemy is thinking. The places where mines are hidden are simply impossible to defend against, and mines can be hidden everywhere. Until now, they no longer dared to enter any room on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors. Scary. Explode as soon as you open the door. Explode as soon as you open the door. Who can stand this? Just then his intercom started ringing again. This time several floors exploded again. Brother Dao, this time we're on the 9th floor. We followed your instructions and did not enter any room. Bayonet was stunned. Then why is there another explosion? Brother Dao, we didn't enter the room, but this time the grenade was hidden in the flower pot in the corridor. Just now, San Limin accidentally touched the flower pot and it exploded directly. Brother Black Dog is furious. Bayonet slapped his forehead speechlessly. What is this? However, when he heard that Black Dog was downstairs, he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Tang Yu was studying the butcher's valuable intelligence. I didn't expect it. The butcher guy finally attacked Steven. Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Tang Yu tapped the table. Steven is not only Hannibal's younger brother, but also holds the password and key to the safe in the secret room of the dean's office. The safe was completely embedded in the wall and could not be taken away by Tang Yu's backpack space. If you want to get what's inside, the key and password in Steven's hand are the only way. Then tomorrow is the best opportunity for Tang Yu to obtain these two things. If he waits until Steven is taken to the opera house by the butcher, Tang Yu will not have any chance at all. But where should I start? Tang Yu was at a loss for a moment, so he just made note of this matter. Then Tang Yu directly used the opportunity of consuming Doomsday coins today to obtain specific information and asked the question he had always wanted to know yesterday. When does Black Dog usually go to room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel to rest? As the intelligence questions Tang Yu asked were confirmed, a dialogue box appeared in front of Tang Yu. This piece of information requires 500,000 Doomsday coins. Do you want to get it? Yes. The next second, Tang Yu noticed that the number of Doomsday coins in his backpack space had directly decreased by 500,000. After the laptop flashed twice, a message appeared. P.S. Thank you for the reward exceeding 3,000 times, and thank you for your support. Chapter 126 Big Data Information Support. Information Disguise Merchant. Black Dog will go to room 903 of Songmu Hotel to rest between 10 and 11 every night. When Tang Yu saw this message, a smile appeared on his face. I got you. Don't let me down. After one disaster coin was used to make the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion, only 8 disaster coins were left. Currently, it is impossible to know the next round of disaster information in advance. The day after tomorrow morning, you will be able to obtain a disaster coin from the disaster card mine. There is only one left, and Tang Yu needs to find a way to deal with it. And naturally, he set his sights on the Black Dog. He has not forgotten where his first disaster coin came from. Knowing disaster information one day late is a huge loss. Tang Yu looked towards the last new effect of the Intelligence Center. The Big Data Information Support function is interesting. Open Big Data Information Support. As Tang Yu finished speaking, a similar directory suddenly appeared on the laptop in the Intelligence Center. The same picture appeared on the other 3 computer screens. Information Camouflage. Information Support. Information Link. Information Decryption. 4 selection menus appeared in front of Tang Yu. Information Camouflage. Effect. By taking advantage of the information generation gap, a virtual identity is created in the chat channel or transaction information to complete tasks such as information collection, transaction, and chat. Currently available virtual identities. 2. Information Support. Effect. The big data information of the Intelligence Center covers the entire Quella City and can provide information support to its own personnel within the range. Note, the level of information support depends on the level of detail of the information intelligence. Information Link. Effect. Through big data information equipment, electronic devices or programs and plugins can be remotely connected to achieve tasks such as information support and information decryption. Information Decryption. Effect. Big data information can be used to crack the passwords of related electronic, encrypted intelligence items and electronic products themselves. Tang Yu stared blankly at the several pieces of information that appeared on the computer. He showed a surprised expression and finally murmured, "The last piece of the flea market puzzle is complete." Yes, this is the last piece of the puzzle that Tang Yu has been looking for. This is also one of the reasons why Tang Yu has not opened the flea market yet. The reason why the flea market was not open before. One reason was that all supplies were in a mess at the time, and opening the flea market rashly would not do him any good at all. Flea market. Once it is turned on, it will definitely be an important function that affects the structure of this Doomsday game. Now the flow of supplies between all survivors can only be done through private transactions. This has resulted in many material prices not having a fixed standard, with there being no corresponding channels to purchase a weapon or specific material. You can only try your luck in the chat channel. Now, as soon as the flea market platform appears, it will definitely quickly become the first choice for all survivors to trade. Although there will be a 5% handling fee, there is no need to search aimlessly, which will save a lot of time. On the other hand, if Tang Yu wants to get the most profit in the flea market, it is very important to seize the market at the very beginning. If this step is not done well, when many survivors develop fixed consumption cognition, Tang Yu will need to spend more time to make other survivors realize the advantages of his supplies. But this would take up a lot of time, and time was exactly what Tang Yu lacked the most. Just sorting out the supplies had already made Tang Yu exhausted. That's why Tang Yu spared no effort to find Xiaoba and Tu Shangxi yesterday. It was for this purpose. Now Xiaoba is in charge of the supplies in the hideout, and he is a professional match. As for this flea market, Tang Yu plans to give it to Tu Shangxi. I believe that with her extremely outstanding talent as a mathematical genius, she will be able to do this very well. And now the big data information support of the Intelligence Center is tailor-made for Tang Yu's plan, especially the information disguise function, which made it possible to realize an idea that Tang Yu had been thinking about. First, select Information Connection and connect the flea market feature. A prompt message appeared in front of Tang Yu. Information Center tries to connect to flea market. Do you agree? Agree. The next second, the relevant transaction interface of the flea market appeared on the laptop, and the 3 computer screens next to it showed the buying area, selling area, and market hall respectively. Flea market has also become the 5th option in the big data information support selection menu. Tu Shangxi stood behind Tang Yu, watching Tang Yu's operation with a thoughtful look. Then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she could already imagine the great prospects after the platform was built. However, after Tang Yu confirmed that the flea market could appear smoothly on the Intelligence Center computer, he switched the screen to the previous information support menu and selected information disguise again. Disguise target. Flea market merchant identity. In order to give his virtual identity a more mysterious atmosphere, Tang Yu thought about it. Simply turn off all the lighting in the hiding place. I wore the night cloak, put on the hood, and stood in a dark corner. Tu Shanxi stood on a chair and shone a beam of flashlight from top to bottom, illuminating his chin, nose bridge, fair face, and slightly raised corners of his mouth under the hood. In addition, the eye area appears to have an endless and deep shadow because it is blocked by the hood. An uninhibited and meaningful charm arises spontaneously, mysterious and elusive. Tang Yu quickly took a screenshot and uploaded the photo. The avatar of his virtual identity has been officially confirmed. When deciding on the name of his virtual identity, Tang Yu thought about it, but couldn't think of any name that could enhance his status. I simply wrote the words Black Market Merchant. The virtual merchant identity was created successfully, and Tang Yu looked at the identity character he designed. He showed a satisfied expression, while Tu Shanxi behind him had already shown surprise in her eyes when Tang Yu took photos of his virtual identity. The eyes looking at Tang Yu were all filled with disbelief and thoughtfulness. After finishing all this, Tang Yu already had the decrypted USB drive and CBS Laboratory Functional Area Distribution Structure Map in his hands. The USB drive is directly inserted into the laptop, and the information decryption function is running. A progress bar appears on the computer and fills up quickly. When the progress bar is completely completed, a new rare skill has appeared on Tang Yu's skill panel. Chapter 127, Mastery of Mystical Runes, The Secret of the Ghost Face. Mastery of Mystical Runes. Type: Rare Knowledge Skill. Introduction. The mysterious and ancient knowledge always fascinates people. It will open a world for you that ordinary people can never perceive. Effect. Master the contents of mystical runes. Master the ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods. Increases the chance of success during the sacrifice ceremony. Increases the chance of gaining knowledge of the gods when the sacrifice ritual is successful. At full level, perception plus 20, intelligence plus 10. Can freely combine runes to construct sacrificial rituals. Understanding of the knowledge of gods is greatly increased. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Hold sacrificial ceremonies, develop believers of gods, observe items related to gods, and listen to the voice of gods. Tang Yu immediately saw from this skill information the related knowledge about various mysterious knowledge, gods, sacrifices, listening, etc. However, Tang Yu already had some guesses in his mind. He flipped his hands, and a notebook with a huge eyeball symbol on the cover appeared in his hands. These are the two notebooks found when killing the evil god's followers and Ghostface. When Tang Yu looked at the contents of the notebook again, the runes that originally looked like ghostly scribbles and heavenly books were immediately rearranged in his eyes and became content that he could understand. It was magical and incredible. Look carefully. The notebook dropped from the body of the evil god believer, who was killed in the Red Romantic Club, recorded the combat skills and experiences of various evil god believers. Tang Yu was amazed when he saw it, because a lot of the content was all the classic tricks of Lao Lu. Among them, there is the sound of attacking the opponent when you hear them switching items. It is particularly pointed out that there will be the sound of inserting rings when switching grenades, the sound of zippers, or the sound of tearing open sealed bags when using medical kits, and the sound of the opponent changing magazines, etc. At the same time, there are also methods on how to quickly adapt to cold-blooded physique. It seems that this notebook should be the induction training for the evil god's followers. This believer had just successfully converted, so he carried this notebook with him so that he could study at any time. Tang Yu was also greatly inspired after seeing these contents and decided to read them carefully when he had time. The notebook that fell from Ghostface was quite interesting. Why do I dream about that dark figure every night? The laboratory. What does he want me to do there? Damn it. I've been wanting to know about the lab lately, and I've been asking Mr. Zhou questions uncontrollably a few times. Mr. Zhou already suspects me. I can't stand it anymore. Don't talk to me in my dream anymore. What resurrection? What great power? No, I have to tell Mr. Zhou about this. Sure enough, Mr. Zhou was very shocked after hearing what I said. He asked me a lot of information about that figure and drew a lot of blood from me for testing. I see. The lab has something that can make me a god. Are there really gods in this world? What? Such a big thing actually happened more than 90 years ago, involving the change of the entire world structure. But this matter was buried in the long river of history by a huge force. Where did the mumbling come from? It hurts? No. My head hurts. It seems that the collector has been collecting valuable items with special meanings. He should know something about that period of history. Mr. Zhou left. This is a good opportunity. He asked me to keep a key card of the laboratory for him, but I accidentally heard Black Dog complaining that Mr. Zhou seemed to have asked Meat Dog to keep a map. So that's how it is. Black Dog, Meat Dog, and Steven all have a copy of the item that Mr. Zhou asked us to keep. It seems that he doesn't trust anyone. Can't Zoro do this? Even a butcher can't do it. The rebels are the same. They will guard the central city tightly. There is no chance. Black Dog is dead, damn it. Who did it? I haven't found his lair yet. This guy is too careful. And where is the key on him? Nothing. The butcher is such a loser. He has someone helping him as an insider. It's been a few days, and he still hasn't gotten the things in Steven's safe. Fortunately, he doesn't know about me. He's so stupid. Scorpion did a good job. Next time, I can train him to be a follower of God. He first instigated the butcher to put the blame on Cabin, causing a conflict between the two, and then created an opportunity to guide the butcher to attack Meat Dog today. It's a bit interesting, but this is a good opportunity. Maybe I can find a chance to get the map in Meat Dog's hand. I am one step closer to becoming a god. The butcher is really a good person. Fuck. After reading the contents of the Ghostface notebook, Tang Yu didn't know how to describe his current feelings. The Ghostface of emotion is the mastermind behind all the events in the first round of disasters. Tang Yu has always been very wary of the butcher, and his series of weird operations were actually the masterpieces of this Ghostface subordinate. And from what he said, the mercenary leader Zoro that the butcher relies on seems to have a close relationship with Ghostface. If Tang Yu remembered correctly, it was this Sauron who told the butcher that Steven had the laboratory access keycard. Oh my god. Why do these three refugee forces make me feel like I'm watching a palace drama? The first round of disasters didn't just reduce their strength, but their IQ remained the same. How terrifying. And what is this incident that happened more than 90 years ago that Ghostface is talking about? Tang Yu was shocked. No wonder I was able to obtain a rare title and a bit of regional legend just by killing Ghostface alone. That's why. Tang Yu had already fully experienced the power of the rare title, Night Walker, in many actual combats. Because of this, he was even more afraid of Ghostface. Scorpion should be the guy I killed in the room on the 20th floor. I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. He could think of ways to frame someone and stir up trouble. Only then did Tang Yu finally understand the causes and process of all the events during the first round of disasters. But it was estimated that Gue Lien had never thought of it until his death. All his plans and arrangements finally ended up in Tang Yu's backpack. Thinking of this, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile happily. Tu Shangxi, who was standing behind him, saw that Tang Yu looked like a fool after reading those two notebooks full of scribbles. Sometimes he was shocked, sometimes he was in deep thought, sometimes he suddenly realized something, and now he was laughing foolishly alone. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Isn't it a bit hasty for me to come here with him? Tang Yu looked at the laboratory map again. It is introduced in the map information that this map can expand the capacity of the intelligence center. Tang Yu placed the map on the workbench and operated the laptop to select the information connection. Immediately, a message box appeared in front of Tang Yu. A facility expansion item has been detected. Do you want to absorb the item and expand the function? Yes. Following Tang Yu's confirmation, the CBS Laboratory Functional Area Distribution Structure Map immediately turned into a stream of light and merged into the laptop. In the next moment, many flash images appeared on several computer screens in the intelligence center. The moment they saw these images, Tang Yu and Tu Shangxi, who was standing behind him, felt as if they had been electrocuted and were shocked on the spot. Chapter 128, Laboratory Countdown, Tamer's Whip. On the constantly flashing computer screen, Tang Yu saw that one experimental subject after another appeared on the operating table or in the laboratory, being transplanted with some unknown organs or injected with unknown drugs. These experimental subjects soon underwent mutations to varying degrees, and some had their skin directly torn to reveal the blood-red muscle tissue underneath. Some of them have all kinds of strange biological organs growing on their bodies, such as fish scales, fish gills, bat wings, snake pupils, snake tongues, etc. In some laboratories, human flesh becomes noticeably enhanced and out of control. For example, a human being who was originally only about 1.7 meters tall, after being injected with a drug, quickly changed into a 2-meter tall, muscular man. A random punch could make a deep dent in a special alloy wall inside the laboratory. Then the strong man will be knocked unconscious by the high-voltage current inside the laboratory. Security personnel stepped forward to control the experimental subjects, while experimenters in white coats and masks entered the laboratory to conduct various inspections of the experimental subjects. The last part of the flash was an aerial view of a city, with a press conference below. A middle-aged man wearing a CBS Laboratory Work ID faced the camera and announced with a smile on his face. CBS Laboratory officially announced today that the human gene evolution potion has made phase progress. These 3 human gene evolution potions with different functions are officially named Son of the Sea, Dark Knight. Before the middle-aged man in the video finished speaking, a violently burning fireball suddenly appeared in the sky and fell rapidly towards the camera. Boom! The picture on the computer suddenly stopped. A 3D diagram of the laboratory structure appeared on the computer screen. Several lines of information appear below. Mission name: CBS Laboratory. Opening time: 75 hours, 32 minutes, and 25 seconds. Entry conditions: laboratory access key card X1. Number of people entering: 20. Garrison: rebels. Product resources: rare potions, rare medical items, rare intelligence items, rare potion formulas, rare medical item formulas, rare intelligence item synthesis formulas, laboratory key cards, valuable items, high-level supplies, weapons, armor, bullets, throwing weapons, 0.05% chance of epic items, 0.0001% chance of unknown items. When Tang Yu saw the information displayed on the computer screen, his mouth opened involuntarily. It's actually laboratory information. He looked at the countdown to the opening time on the screen, and his brain quickly calculated it. The opening time is exactly 12 noon 3 days later. Tang Yu suddenly remembered that in the message Wang Bohu sent yesterday, it seemed to mention that the Doomsday game would release tasks from time to time, and rare materials could be obtained. This is what you won't say. If that's the case, Tang Yu is the most qualified person to speak about how awesome the CBS laboratory is. Not to mention the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion that is being produced. Even the evil god believers created using the byproducts are all terrifyingly powerful, not to mention Ghostface. Tang Yu quickly associated this information with other information in his mind and rearranged it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he had an idea. After doing this, switch the screen interface back to Flea Market. Tang Yu turned around and looked at Tu Shangxi. Tu Shangxi, this will be your battlefield in the future. You should first familiarize yourself with this interface as quickly as possible. I will go and prepare the first batch of trading items. We will officially launch the flea market at 12 noon. Our main items for sale are various high-end medical items, valuable items, high-end food/drinks, and enhanced firearms. All transactions in the flea market are settled with Doomsday coins and disaster coins. You are a survivor before, so you are more familiar with the situation in this area. Please come up with a price as soon as possible. At the same time, we also need to purchase low-level medical supplies, food/drinks, electronic components, damaged weapons, etc. These also need to have a suitable price. We have only one goal, which is to let everyone who can connect to the market know about our existence as soon as the flea market opens, recognize our customized prices, let other people's prices be close to ours, and gain the pricing power to make people recognize the existence of the flea market as quickly as possible. At the same time, let all the survivor supplies and Doomsday coins circulate. Only when market funds flow can the market really boom. For detailed data on advanced materials, you can ask Xiaoba. He knows this data very well. After hearing Tang Yu's words, Tu Shangxi thought for a while and asked a key question. But boss, if we want to have the final say, we must have something to show for it. At the very least, it can't be 2 ordinary supplies. Don't worry, whether it's high-end medical supplies or valuable items, high-end food are all relatively rare items on the market. As for the modified firearms, I will prepare them in a while, and it should be in time. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Tu Shangxi's eyes lit up and then nodded vigorously. She swapped positions with Tang Yu. She was very smart. Tang Yu just explained the steps briefly to Tu Shangxi, and she quickly got the hang of it. But just as he was about to leave, Intelligence Center, the computer suddenly displayed a prompt. This operation is not performed by a survivor in the hiding place. Please ask the survivor for authorization. Tang Yu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the Intelligence Center actually had an identity recognition function. However, Tu Shangshi's current trust level has reached the trust stage, so Tang Yu is naturally very confident in her. Immediately authorized Tu Shangshi to operate the flea market. Then he just turned around and left. Tang Yu first went to the bathroom to wash his face, hands, and apply some perfume. Then came to the statue of Guangong on the first basement floor to burn incense and pray for blessings once a day. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. The Monopoly panel will then open. A new day has arrived, and the investment points from real estate and building returns have arrived. Because I purchased the Quella City Library yesterday. Today's wealth points are plus 703 points, plus the 619 points left from yesterday. The total points have reached 1322 points. The dice are shaken as usual, and when they come to rest, a number is revealed. 3. Tang Yu's gaze fell directly on the map, but his pupils suddenly shrank and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It was a square with a gift box pattern on it. It turned out to be a gift block. The last time a gift block appeared was when I obtained the breathing green radish. So, what will we get this time? Under Tang Yu's expectant gaze, Mini Tang Yu had already landed on this block. A gift box appeared out of nowhere, and then it opened to reveal an item. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the item. Beast Tamer's Whip. Tang Yu took the item in his hand. His expression was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a thoughtful expression. After putting the item back into the backpack, Tang Yu went to the gun modification room. Hachi. Following Tang Yu's call, Xiaobai immediately came in front of him. Mr. Boss, what can I do for you? Send up a box each of assault rifles, submachine guns, AK rifles, and pistols as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba's eyes lit up, and he immediately said loudly, Understood, Mr. Boss. Chapter 129 Flea Market. Final preparations before going online. Inside the trading building, all the refugees were very busy, all gathered at the exit of the trading hall. Bayonet and Meat Dog had already arrived outside the building, frowning as they looked at the countless munitions, food, and other supplies placed at the gate. Rugu was particularly concerned about the items that Mr. Zhou had given him. If he accidentally lost them, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him when Mr. Zhou returned. Behind him, the black dog was picking his teeth with a toothpick out of boredom. At this time, a man came up behind him and whispered, Brother Black Dog, we have confirmed that there are a total of 5 abnormalities here. They are the Red Romance Club, White Pagoda Park, City Hospital, and Garden Subway Station. The remaining one is here. Whenever someone enters, an item disappears. If you stay in there for a little longer, more items will disappear when you come out. It's really weird. After hearing this, Black Dog nodded slightly and said, During this period of time, tell your men not to get close to these places. If you have a chance, see if you can pass on some information to the forces in other districts. Just say that there may be a secret here and Rugu is planning this. See if anyone from other forces will take the bait. After saying that, Black Dog reminded him, Do it more naturally. There are a few smart brothers who are watching these places. If there is any situation, notify me in time. Yes, I have a connection. Just wait and see. After saying this, the subordinate left quietly. The Black Dog looked at the Meat Dog who was being tossed around, curled his lips, and stopped talking. Garden Subway Station, inside the hideout. Tang Yu was concentrating on modifying various firearms. His purpose was simple, which was to utilize the gun engineer skill to create a chance for one or more enhanced effects to appear during the process of modifying firearms. Quickly transform and enchant the gun sent by Xiao Ba and use the effects of Gun Transformation Room to quickly improve skill proficiency. At the beginning, Tang Yu was not very skilled, so he modified the guns that were 90% new and intact. After he became generally proficient, he asked Xiao Ba to bring all the broken guns that had appeared in the past 2 days. Because firearms are no longer indestructible and have the attribute of durability. When Tang Yu was fighting these 2 days, the weapons and armor of the refugees he killed were basically damaged. The durability values all dropped, but Tang Yu didn't mind and just accepted them all, turning waste into treasure. It just so happens that the gun engineer skill also has the effect of restoring the durability of these firearms when repairing them. 3 hours later, several boxes of modified firearms appeared behind Tang Yu. Xiaoba has classified the firearms according to their different enhanced effects. Boss, Sister Cece asked me to tell you that it's almost 12 o'clock. Please take a look at the price she proposed and make changes if there's anything inappropriate. Xiaoba came to Tang Yu in a hurry and said in a crisp voice, Oh, it's almost time? Tang Yu put down the gun in his hand and looked at the time on the panel. 11:45. Okay, wait a minute. You can move these boxes of guns to Tu Shangshi's place first. I'll go down after I finish modifying this gun. Okay, Mr. Boss. Xiao Ba smiled happily. 3 minutes later, Tang Yu came to the second underground floor, where Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba were looking at the computer screen. How is it? Have you decided on the price? Hearing Tang Yu's voice, Tu Shangxi immediately stood up and gave his seat to Tang Yu. Boss, this is the price we set based on the prices of related materials we learned before and the quantity of materials we currently have. Take a look. Tang Yu looked at the price set by Tu Shangxi. Advanced medical supplies mainly include various types of trauma medical kits and relatively precious surgical kits. The pricing ranges from 100,000 Doomsday coins to 300,000 Doomsday coins. This price is relatively reasonable. Those who can use advanced medical supplies are basically veteran survivors in the Doomsday game or people with sufficient supply reserves. This price is acceptable to them. This can also be used as a basis for determining whether the survivor is senior. As for valuable items, Tu Shangshi's pricing ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions of Doomsday coins. But the most critical factor is the value measurement of the disaster coins. As the only two trading currencies that can be used in the flea market, this pricing is of vital importance. Because this means the issue of exchange ratio. Regardless of whether anyone will exchange it, this value reference is necessary. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu gave the answer directly. First, recycle the disaster coin at the price of 1 million Doomsday coins per disaster coin to test the waters, and then make adjustments. Anyway, it is normal for the exchange rate to change. However, according to Tang Yu's estimation, no one would choose to trade at this price. And if someone really makes a deal, he can also see how others react. Next comes the gun trade. Tu Shangxi told Tang Yu that normally, the price of an ordinary assault rifle or submachine gun ranges from 100,000 to 300,000 yuan, while the price of a pistol is very low, basically around 50,000 to 100,000 yuan each. However, the prices of more sophisticated weapons such as sniper rifles and precision sniper rifles range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Tang Yu increased the prices of those modified and enhanced firearms by 50% to 120% based on the price offered by Tu Shangxi. These prices are mainly determined by the weapon enhancement effects. Tu Shangxi completed the work quite well, and Tang Yu only spent a few minutes to quickly check it. Let Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba upload all these trading supplies to the flea market. Instead, he went to the living area on the third underground floor and took out all the valuable items, simulated, that he had obtained from the meat dog from the glory display cabinet. Baby, it's time for you to come out. When Tang Yu appeared in front of Tu Shangxi and the others with so many valuable items, both of them were stunned. They didn't know that these valuables were imitations. So when they saw Tang Yu directly take out dozens of valuable items and prepare to put them on the shelves, they all looked at each other in surprise. Boss, you are not planning to sell all these valuables. This is very rare in the Doomsday game. Why don't you think about it again? Tu Shangxi thought that Tang Yu didn't know the value of valuables and explained to Tang Yu the function of buying lives from refugees. After listening to this, Tang Yu showed an attitude that he understood, but he still planned to do it. She shut up. I can only upload all these valuable items according to Tang Yu's request. After watching all these simulated items uploaded to the flea market, the laptop screen in the intelligence center displayed the type of valuable items, and suddenly two bright red words, simulation, appeared behind it. Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba were stunned, and they all looked at Tang Yu with their mouths wide open in amazement. This was not over yet. Tang Yu ignored the two of them. Instead, he opened his own flea market administrator panel to operate, and when he finished the operation, Intelligence Center, the two bright red words, simulation, behind valuables on the computer screen have become translucent. Tang Yu showed a satisfied smile and looked at Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba, who were already shocked by Tang Yu's move. Don't worry, we are the only ones who can see the authenticity of the items, so feel free to sell them. Remember to use the virtual identity of the black market merchant for all transactions. Don't make any mistakes on this. Boss, what should we do if we meet someone who sells us imitation items? Xiao Ba asked the question in his mind. Tang Yu gave him a strange look. What should I do? Block him, of course. Chapter 130 Flea Market is officially launched, and Technician appears. When Tang Yu was sure that he had thought about everything he should and shouldn't consider, the time finally came to 12 o'clock. Are you sure you want to open a full-scale flea market? The mechanical prompt sound appeared again. Confirm to enable. The next second, Tang Yu felt a slight lag on the flea market panel, and then it quickly returned to normal. At the same time, 5 million Doomsday coins, and one disaster coin disappeared from his backpack space. But out of sight. Countless survivors who were struggling to survive in the Doomsday world suddenly heard a ding sound. Just when the survivors were all confused and wanted to ask others for advice, they were all stunned. Their eyes turned to a new page called Flea Market that appeared in the chat channel panel. When they chose the flea market out of curiosity, they saw an extremely simple and light operation panel. Several selection menus appear above the panel. Buy, sell, search. Click on the buy page, and two selection buttons will appear again. Buy and market haul. The purchase page is very simple. You can post a purchase request, write down the name of the item you want to purchase and the price you can pay, and wait for the right person to contact you. Market haul is much richer. As soon as the market haul panel is opened, dozens of material classification lists will appear in front of everyone. The major categories include weapons, armor, medical supplies, keys, ammunition, supplies, and other. Each major category is further divided into several smaller subcategories, which can help survivors quickly find relevant supplies. For example, the major category of weapons is divided into AK series, assault rifles, submachine guns, carbines, light machine guns, more than 20 categories. Armor is divided into bulletproof vest and bulletproof armor. Medical supplies are divided into trauma treatment, first aid kit, tablets and pills, injections. Bullet classification is the most complicated. Bullets of different calibers are all classified. Bullets of the same caliber are divided into more categories according to different functions, with dozens of classifications. Not to mention the categories of keys and supplies. All the survivors' eyes were dazzled by what they saw. But now there are dozens or even hundreds of items appearing in the market hall. All the survivors exclaimed that it was impossible to see the supplies appearing above, but everyone quickly bought the items they liked at an unprecedented speed. The result was that except for a few senior survivors who successfully completed the transaction, most survivors were greeted with an insufficient funds message. Only then did they see clearly the prices marked below the items, and they all gasped. "This, damn, how wicked. Let me see what the seller's name is. He is so wicked." But when they opened the black hooded avatar and saw the words Black Market Merchant clearly written in the information column, they were all speechless. But what these survivors didn't expect was that those who bought high-end supplies were also cursing at this moment. Fuck. Why did it clearly say 200,000 Doomsday coins, but they deducted 210,000 Doomsday coins from me, and also charged me a 5% handling fee? This is so shady. Tang Yu didn't know the situation of the other survivors, but he could guess a little. His attention is now entirely on Tashanxi and Xiaoba. You said that there was a flea market purchasing panel in front of you as well? Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba both nodded seriously. Yes, our flea market panel just appeared in front of us, boss. Tang Yu raised his hand and said to the two of them, So, Tu Shangxi, in addition to following up on our market transactions with Xiaoba, our main task today is to see if there are any traders in the market who are obviously not survivors. If you find any, please record them. Oh, by the way, please buy me a pair of black leather pants later. They will be very useful to me. Okay, boss. Then Tang Yu handed Xiaoba a pistol. Xiaoba, try putting this weapon on the flea market now, and let me see the effect. Xiaoba didn't say much, but took the pistol and started operating it according to Tang Yu's request. When the pistol in his hand disappeared, Xiaoba nodded slightly at Tang Yu. Tang Yu has also opened his flea market panel, entered the market hall, and directly selected the pistol category item to search. The next second, a smile appeared on his face. The avatar of Rabbit Xiaoba has appeared in the market hall, and his name is Tuba. His pistol also appears on the transaction list. So this is the true meaning of all Doomsday game life units in the flea market information introduction? As if to confirm Tang Yu's thoughts, Tu Shangxi told Tang Yu that in just a few minutes, several traders who did not look like survivors appeared. One of them is a middle-aged woman in a white coat. The supplies she sells are mainly various medical supplies and food. There are also several middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, and the supplies they sell are various weapons and ammunition or various armors, tactical combat uniforms, helmets, hats, and backpacks. There was also a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who sold various weapon accessories and tactical accessories, and even a few modified firearms. After seeing the other party's name, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly chose to check. Sergei Arsenyevich Samolov. A letter appeared in his hand. It was the letter that the man-named technician had written to Kaban. After repeated comparisons, Tang Yu showed an excited smile. So you are the mechanic. Tang Yu immediately set the other party as special attention. Now is not the time to contact the other party. The timing is not right yet. And these few people were like some kind of signal. Traders appeared in the flea market one after another. At the beginning, they were just trying, so there were very few goods on the shelves, but soon they put a lot of items on the market hall. The simulated valuable items that Tang Yu placed in the market hall also welcomed its first buyer. However, after seeing the buyer's name, Tu Shanxi immediately called Tang Yu with a strange look on his face. Because the buyer's avatar was actually a meat dog. Fuck. Tang Yu looked at Rugu with a bit of a smile as he watched him spend hundreds of thousands of Doomsday coins to buy a valuable item. Does this count as returning the property to its original owner? But aren't you moving today? How can you still have the energy to buy expensive items? Tang Yu focused his attention on the virtual map, but before he had time to look towards the trading building, his attention was attracted by the Red Romance Club. When he saw the situation clearly, his brows suddenly frowned. Chapter 131. Fierce Fighting in the Clubhouse, Rebel Armor Patrol Vehicle. Inside the Red Romance Club, two survivors were collecting supplies on the third floor. Brother Nyo, are you sure there are rare supplies in this place? A Wanzhou survivor, holding an SA-58, asked his companion softly while rummaging through the supplies in the room. That's right. The tips given by the guide to making your wishes come true today can't be wrong. Then let's look carefully. The rare items of the Xingyao clan are really powerful, and their predictions are simply amazing. When we have a chance to meet the survivors of the Xingyao clan again, we will give you the chance to kill them, okay? Hey, thanks, Brother Nyo. The two searched in the room, but they didn't know that their every move was seen by someone hiding in the dark. In a hiding place underground in Honglang, a rat survivor was eating a biscuit while watching a handheld game console in front of him. However, what appeared on the game screen were two figures on the third floor who were searching for rare supplies. The conversation between the two could also be heard clearly in the hiding place. The rat survivor showed a thoughtful expression when he heard this, and then immediately began to put on his equipment while continuing to pay attention to the situation on the screen. Just as the rat survivor put on his equipment, he heard a surprised voice coming from the game console. It's shipped. Oh my god, it's actually a disaster coin. What disaster coins? Obviously, the appearance of disaster coins surprised both of them. When the rat survivor heard the words disaster coin, a hint of surprise also appeared on his face, and then he showed a fierce look. He then left his hiding place and headed upstairs. The two people upstairs were looking at the disaster coins in their hands with smiles on their faces. Come on, let's go check out the other rooms. We're so lucky this time. Maybe we can find other rare items, too. As they talked, they walked out the door. Just as the first person's body walked out of the room, bang, 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 gunshots rang out, and the leading survivor was shot in the head, and the ground was covered with blood. The other survivor, as if facing a formidable enemy, hurriedly took out a grenade from his magazine and threw it towards the stairs. The grenade bounced off the wall and fell into the staircase corridor. The rat survivor who took the initiative to kill one person rushed out of the stairs at the same time as the other party threw the grenade, and came to the room opposite the stairs, with his back against the wall. Boom! As the grenade exploded, dozens or even hundreds of shrapnel made crackling sounds in the corridor. The rat survivor pointed his gun at the room at the other end of the corridor and moved carefully. However, he didn't expect that the moment he just showed his head, intensive bullets had been fired at him, and he was immediately hit on the right side of his body. There was no time to stop the bleeding and treat it. The moment he fell to the ground, the weapon had been transferred to his left hand and aimed at the door. A grenade rolled directly from the corridor into the door of the room and stopped. Damn it! The rat survivors had no time to think and quickly rolled into the room, looking for usable cover. The second grenade had already hit the door from midair and bounced into the depths of the room. Under the desperate eyes of the rat survivors, two grenades exploded one after another. It was not until he saw a torn deed to the hiding place appear in the backpack space that he was sure that the rat survivors were dead. In the room across the corridor, the last survivor took off the thermal imaging device on his head and showed a relieved expression. Then the look of relief on his face turned into ecstasy. Brother Nyo, this is not my fault. I will accept the disaster coins. But when he arrived at the location of his companion's body, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What he saw was still the empty body of his companion. Not only was the backpack missing, but even the weapons, armor, shoes, and helmet on his body were all gone. What the hell? What's going on? He just felt a chill on his back. Not daring to stay any longer, He immediately went to the room where the rat survivors died, ready to collect the spoils and leave immediately. And when he saw that the equipment and supplies of the rat survivors had also disappeared in the same way, he had no time to care about anything else and ran downstairs. But he hadn't even stepped out of the door when he got downstairs. With a whistling sound, a rocket hit the red romantic gate, causing a violent explosion. The survivors naturally died in the explosion. Tang Yu frowned as he took the disaster coin that Xiaoba gave him. What I was thinking about was the explosion that occurred at the red romantic gate. In the virtual map, the first floor of the Red Romance Club has become a mess and is in ruins. This kind of power is definitely not something that an ordinary grenade can produce. Even the remote control emulsion explosive in Tang Yu's hand cannot reach this level. Thinking that Wang Bohu seemed to be near Hong Langman, Tang Yu immediately contacted him. Tang Yu, are you still alive? Wang Bohu's message came quickly. Wang Bohu, Master, I'm here, what's wrong? Tang Yu, was there a fight or explosion there? Wang Bohu, Master, did you hear that? That's right, a battle broke out in a building, which attracted the Rebel Patrol armored vehicle, which fired a rocket directly, killing the last survivor. Tang Yu? Rebels? Why do you know so much about this? Wang Bohu directly sent Tang Yu more than a dozen pictures, which were unsurprisingly all about the battle just now. Judging from the location shown in the picture, it should have been taken using a telescope from a very high position. In the photo, there is an armored vehicle that looks like a steel behemoth. At the back of the wheeled armored vehicle, several soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor looked in the direction of Hong Lang. One of them was carrying a rocket on his shoulder, ready to launch. The result is self-evident. The explosion at the Red Romantic Gate must have been the work of this rocket. Tang Yu. So this is the rebel army? Wang Bohu. Yes, Master. After the first round of disasters, the rebel forces will officially appear. Their main forces are in the central urban area, but they will also send armored patrol vehicles to patrol other urban areas at irregular times and directions. They will attack any survivors they encounter. Fuck, how can I play this? Tang Yu felt a toothache. No matter how powerful this single person is, he can't have any effect on an armored vehicle. Unless it is explosives, but with the thick armor on the outside of the armored vehicle, would it be afraid of an explosion? Tang Yu looked at the rockets in the hands of the rebels next to the armored vehicle. This is a good idea, but it's hard to get it. After understanding what happened to Hong Langman, Tang Yu and Wang Bohu had a brief chat. But Wang Bohu's casual words caught Tang Yu's attention. Chapter 132, Revolutionary Army and Rangers, Amazing Turnover Amount. Wang Bohu. Recently, the organization is in contact with the Revolutionary Army. I may need to leave for a while in 2 days. Revolutionary Army. This was the first time Tang Yu heard of this term. It turns out there really is another army. Tang Yu had always had some guesses before, and now Wang Bohu's words confirmed Tang Yu's thoughts. Tang Yu. Revolutionary Army? Is this a new force? Wang Bohu. Yes, the Revolutionary Army is an army that is in a hostile state with the rebels. There just happens to be a Revolutionary Army garrisoned at the reserve station outside the city. I am one of the people who contacted the Revolutionary Army this time with our Rangers. Wang Bohu. Speaking of which, I have to thank God because I was notified in advance that this disaster was a flood, so I was able to participate in this operation as an exception. Wang Bohu. If it is confirmed in a few days that this disaster is indeed a major flood disaster, I will be directly promoted to the deputy captain level. Tang Yu didn't expect it to be because of this, but just as he had thought before, Wang Bohu's improved status in the other party's organization did help. Tang Yu. Okay, then I wish you a safe journey. In the conversation, Tang Yu sorted out the clues he knew now. The name of the seed survivor organization that Wang Bohu belongs to is called Rangers. The reserve station outside the city was occupied by a military force called the Revolutionary Army, which was in a hostile state with the rebel forces in the city. And the bloodstained letter before should have been written by the Revolutionary Army. It can also be seen that the Revolutionary Army had already extended their tentacles in Aquila City, whether it was the staff member at the subway station or the undercover who participated in the evil god's sacrifice ceremony. All of this proves that the ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is actually the CBS laboratory located in the center of the city. Tang Yu felt that the city seemed to be in a very delicate state. The laboratory. What exactly is inside that is worthy of so many forces eyeing it covetously? And what is the god that Ghostface mentioned? The more he learned about this city, the more he could feel the uniqueness of this laboratory. Perhaps only when he actually enters the laboratory can he know the truth inside. Take those thoughts back. Thinking of the previous business, I focused my attention on the virtual map of the trading building, but found that it was already empty. The meat dog had obviously left for a long time. But, fuck, that's not right. Tang Yu immediately came to the sorting warehouse and saw a pile of supplies in the cargo area, and the quantity was quite large. But these quantities of supplies are nothing compared to the supplies in the entire refugee camp. What's going on? Why are so many people leaving? But the supplies haven't been collected yet. He saw clearly just now that all the supplies in the trading building had disappeared. Tang Yu soon realized that there was a loophole in the feature of toll collection eye. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the incorrect quantity of materials collected in the trading building. And this question can obviously only be answered by people who are good at meat dogs. Inside the information center, Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba are cooperating with each other to complete various transactions. Some were to add goods, while others were to purchase various rare items and drawings according to Tang Yu's wishes. After such a short period of trading, the amount of Doomsday coins under the identity of a black market merchant has reached 2 million, which is quite fast. The acquisition of disaster coins yielded nothing. However, Tang Yu had already anticipated this, but there was no need to rush, as there was still a long way to go. He then went to the weapons laboratory on the underground floor, sat down at the workbench, and began to make remote control emulsion explosives. The 20 explosives made last time were almost gone after being consumed over the past few days, and he was very handy with them, so he had time to replenish them now. Quella's City Exhibition Hall. The refugees are setting up a new base camp. The sniper positions and fixed machine gun positions are all rearranged because of the incident in the underground parking lot of the trading building last night. The entire patrol level has been raised to another level. All refugees entering the base camp are not allowed to wear hoods, masks, scarves, or other items that cover their faces. In a newly decorated room, Rugu was looking at the big golden rooster in his hand with a frown on his face. He bought this from the flea market that suddenly appeared. That's not right. Why does this thing look so familiar? And the feel and the feather pattern on it are just like I made it. Thinking of this, Rugu stood up and took out a big golden rooster from the box beside him. The two golden roosters were placed together, and a magnifying glass appeared in Rugu's hand. Start checking it inch by inch and strand by strand. As a result, the more he looked, the more confused he became, and the more frightened he became. What the hell? What's going on? Why are the textures on these two golden roosters exactly the same? There is absolutely no difference at all. Is this possible? Rugu fell into deep self-doubt. I clearly only copied a big golden rooster. Then why did another one appear? Did I remember it wrongly? When Tang Yu produced another 20 remote-controlled emulsion explosives, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Stretching lazily, he looked at the explosives he had just made in the backpack space, feeling very satisfied. I have to say that with the help of the workbench concentration plus 20, the production process was as smooth as a duck in water. Of course, the most important thing is that Tang Yu has become more proficient with practice. After these two productions, his proficiency in explosives making has increased to 168 points. There is still 98.3% of proficiency left to reach the maximum skill level, and there is still a long way to go. Xiao Ba came to the basement and saw that Tang Yu had finally finished his work, and he smiled happily. Mr. Boss, Sister Cece has prepared dinner. You can go downstairs. When Tang Yu heard Xiao Ba's voice, he felt inexplicably moved. I never thought that after being a social animal for my entire life, I would end up living a life of having my food provided for me after entering the Doomsday game. After dinner, the three of them briefly summarized today. Flea market, the profit is pretty good. The transaction amount exceeded 5 million this afternoon. At the same time, before the meal just now, I successfully purchased a disaster coin at the price of 1 million Doomsday coins. The appearance of this disaster coin makes up for the disaster coin consumed when opening the flea market. In addition to the disaster coin that appeared in the Red Romantic Club today, which was also collected by Tang Yu when the two survivors died, the total number of disaster coins once again reached 9. This is also good news. With this transaction, Tang Yu is more confident about the exchange method of Doomsday coin and disaster coin. It is worth mentioning that today, as many as 11 wealth points were converted through the flea market transaction fees. According to the market calculation, that 100,000 Doomsday coins and transaction fees can be exchanged for 1 wealth point. The transaction fees alone this afternoon were 1.1 million Doomsday coins. That is to say, the turnover of the flea market so far today has reached 22 million Doomsday coins. Oh my god, there are so many rich people. Tang Yu felt them all over. Chapter 133. The Tight Defense of the Pinewood Hotel. Stephen Zhou. Huayuan Metro Station. 8 p.m. Tang Yu stood on the underground floor of the hiding place. Tu Shangxi handed several items in her hand to Tang Yu. Boss, here are the leather pants, bugs, surveillance cameras, and trackers you requested. Tang Yu took the items and put them into his backpack. He looked at the rabbit Xiaoba behind Tu Shangxi, who had a worried look on his face, and smiled. Okay, little guy, after I go out, you and Tu Shangxi have to keep a close eye on the hiding place. I understand, Mr. Boss. After rubbing Xiao Ba's furry little head, Tang Yu and Tu Shangxi nodded slightly, and then disappeared. Xiao Ba looked at the place where Tang Yu disappeared, and then looked at Tu Shangxi. Sister Cece, why does Mr. Boss want to go out and take risks when we already have so many supplies and the flea market trading platform? Tu Shangxi thought for a moment after hearing this. Xiao Ba, maybe you got the order wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Ba was confused. Tu Shangxi smiled, looked at the place where Tang Yu disappeared, and spoke softly. It is not because we have these supplies and existing conditions that the boss wants to go out on adventures, but it is precisely because of the boss's repeated adventures that we have such abundant supplies and existing conditions in the hideout. Do you understand? Xiao Ba seemed to be thinking about something. Okay, if you want to help your boss share some of the pressure, then do the tasks he assigns to you well, so that he doesn't have to worry about these trivial matters anymore. This is the best reward for him, including me. I also want to go back and see if there are any areas where the flea market platform can be further optimized and to purchase supplies to deal with the next disaster. We are also fighting alongside the boss. We are just in a different position. As Rabbit Xiaoba nodded heavily, Tu Shangxi and the other person walked downstairs together. Tang Yu's people have appeared at the Cape of Good Hope subway station. Cape of Good Hope Metro Station is the metro station near the Red Romance Club. It is also the nearest metro station to Pinewood Hotel and Apartment 15. Tang Yu is already very familiar with all the routes nearby. The entire subway station was pitch black, as if a fierce battle had broken out here before. Tang Yu walked in the subway station and saw traces of bullet holes and grenade bombardments everywhere. In the green world of the night vision goggles, Tang Yu could even see bloodstains all over the subway hall. It was quite tragic. The fighting in this place is fierce. Soon Tang Yu left the subway station and came to the ground. The Red Romance Club is located on the street diagonally across from the subway station, out of curiosity about the power of the rebels' armored vehicles and rockets. He walked in the dark shadows and came directly to the entrance of the Red Romance Club. A large hole with a diameter of 2 meters appeared here, and various building fragments were scattered all over the ground. The metal gate was lying in the ruins, with a large gap blown by a rocket. Under such powerful heavy weapons, ordinary survivors would have no chance of resisting without corresponding equipment. Finally, I took a look at the shattered Red Romance Club. What a pity! This is my property. I must take it back if I have a chance. Leaving the Red Romance Club, continue walking towards the Pinewood Hotel. Going to Pinewood Hotel again. Tang Yu was not as nervous as the first time, but he was still very cautious and careful, hiding his body in the shadows the whole time. The moonlight today is good, not particularly bright, and there are occasional clouds in the sky, which is very helpful for Tang Yu's actions tonight. When he was 200 meters away from Songmu Hotel, Tang Yu stopped and hid behind a trash can. He looked through the gap, adjusted the focus of the night vision goggles in front of him, and looked at various locations of Songmu Hotel for a careful inspection. A minute later, Tang Yu gently exhaled a breath of foul air. As expected, the difficulty is extraordinary. In just 1 minute of observation, he saw at least 2 snipers, and the windows of several consecutive rooms on the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel were all covered with a special alloy, making it completely airtight. It would be impossible for someone who is not aware of the situation to determine Stephen Zhou's location by observing from the outside. These situations did not occur in the first round of disasters. Tang Yu now didn't even dare to appear in any unobstructed dark shadow. It was difficult for him to guarantee that the 2 snipers were not wearing tactical equipment such as night vision goggles. Even if he had the title of Night Walker at that time, in the eyes of the other party, he was no different from a beautiful woman who had taken off all her clothes. We have to think of a way. 7th floor of Pinewood Hotel. Scorpion is checking the guard status for tonight. Remember to change shifts on the rooftop later. Go to bed early and don't stay up late. The 7 or 8 refugees in the room smiled when they heard this. Boss Scorpion, I heard that Boss Meat Dog and his men have changed their base today. Is that true? Just what's the situation, tell me. Scorpion laughed and cursed for a few words before saying, I heard that someone sneaked into the trading building last night and caused damage. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow. Really? Boss Scorpion, we'll be waiting for your good wine then. Just as Scorpion turned around and prepared to leave and go to the next room. Boom, boom. Two violent explosions sounded in succession. What's going on? Everyone, be on alert. Sniper position number 1. Sniper position number 2. Report any situation immediately. Scorpion immediately gave orders via the intercom. Without Scorpion's orders, all the refugees picked up their weapons and organized their equipment as soon as the explosion occurred. The voice of the sniper on the roof soon came from the intercom. Sniper number 1 reports that 2 violent explosions occurred on the street north of the hotel. The cause is unknown. Sniper number 2 and I have focused on monitoring this area. North Street. The streets around the Pinewood Hotel immediately appeared in Scorpion's mind. Why did the explosion happen? Was it the survivors who were fighting, or was it the butcher's men who did it? But it wasn't right. Tomorrow is the time to take action. Okay, stay alert and report any situation immediately. After ending the call, Scorpion looked at his men who were already on alert and said, go to the next room with 3 men to guard the North Street, and the rest of you continue to rest. After saying that, he walked towards room 709. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Steven, I'm Scorpion, reporting to you. There was no sound in the room, and Scorpion was not in a hurry. Until a dozen seconds later, there was a click sound. The door was open from the inside. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat appeared in front of Scorpion. What happened just now? A slightly tired voice came out of the middle-aged man's mouth. After he finished speaking, he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Scorpion did not dare to delay and quickly recounted what had just happened. So it was an accident, I see. By the way, please inform Black Dog. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Mr. Steven. Chapter 134. The well-defended Pinewood Hotel, Conqueror's family. Tang Yu has now arrived at the 9th floor of Songmu Hotel. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance when I came here, otherwise it would be difficult to get in. The remote control emulsion explosives that had been installed in advance had just drawn the attention of the sniper on the rooftop and the refugees on the 7th floor to the north. Tang Yu then took the opportunity to walk up by following the shadow in the middle of the stairs. The 9th floor is obviously different from the 7th floor, as there is no one on this floor. This means that there will be no one else here except room 903 where the Black Dog is. Just as Tang Yu was about to insert the key into the keyhole of room 903, he suddenly stopped. He slowly squatted down and looked at the inconspicuous little piece of paper in the gap between the door and the door frame. The placement of this note is very tricky. As long as someone touches the door, the note will fall immediately. By then, even if you notice the note, it will be of no use. He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly frightened. Fuck, this is really dangerous. There are people who are so cautious as to set up warning objects at the door of the room. Tang Yu looked at the door carefully. Good job. There's more than one place. His eyes looked at a strand of hair in the keyhole. The hair was extremely short, and it was impossible for anyone to notice it in such a dim environment. Even with a flashlight, you may not be able to find it. If Tang Yu hadn't intentionally looked for it, he wouldn't have seen it. If he inserted the key directly into the keyhole, the hair would probably be pushed in and exposed. These guys are more sinister than each other. I looked at the time, and it was around 9:45 p.m. There is no time to dawdle any longer. After Tang Yu looked around at the surroundings, he had an idea in his mind. 10:40 p.m. The Black Dog walked out of Stephen Joe's room. I understand, Uncle. I will keep an eye on this and tell you as soon as there is any situation. After saying hello to the refugees who were protecting Stephen, he walked upstairs. The Scorpion suddenly stopped the Black Dog who was about to leave. Brother Black Dog, I'm going to treat the brothers to a drink tomorrow night, so come back early. Okay, I got it. Black Dog agreed immediately. He returned to the 9th floor, but did not go directly to the room. Instead, he smoked a cigarette on the stairs first, as the scarlet light kept flashing. His eyes kept wandering around various locations on the 9th floor. The pitch-black corridor seemed like a black abyss. After finishing a cigarette, Black Dog walked slowly to room 903 and checked that the note and hair he had left when he left in the morning were still intact. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. In his mind, he was thinking about what his uncle had just said to him. Black Dog, be careful of Ghostface recently. I suspect his mind has been affected or polluted by an unknown existence. How could that be? Ghostface is Uncle's most trusted subordinate. Stephen shook his head slightly. Today I suddenly remembered what my brother said to me before he left, and then I suddenly realized it. Anyway, it's better to be careful. As the door of room 903 opened, Black Dog relaxed. Maybe my uncle is too nervous, so he shouldn't make such a grimace. Before he could finish his thoughts, a silent black shadow appeared behind him and hit him hard on the back of his head with the butt of a gun. He just felt a pain at the back of his head and passed out. Tang Yu looked at the black dog, slowly falling to the ground, and curled his lips. He took out a rope from the backpack, tied up the black dog, took out a towel to stuff his mouth, and threw him into the bathroom. Then he returned to the room opposite 903 and used tape to stick the door whose lock he had broken back to the door frame. Enter room 903. Looking at the familiar, yet somewhat strange room in front of him, Tang Yu finally showed a bright smile on his face. His eyes narrowed into slits. My little darlings, we meet again. Did you miss me? As he spoke, he had already taken out 7 or 8 large-capacity containers from his backpack. Don't worry, I'll take you home right now. When I came to room 903 again, I didn't expect that there would be so many more supplies here. The amount of survival supplies alone is nearly twice that of the first round of disasters. Tang Yu took everything away without any hesitation. In the end, the whole room could really be described as bare. When the black dog finally regained consciousness with a splitting headache, he opened his eyes. With the dim light of the flashlight, he saw a figure wearing a black cloak with his back to him. He was very familiar with this outfit. My heart immediately skipped a beat, and a bad feeling arose. Damn it, no way. Could it really be that guy with Ghostface? He only felt the pain at the back of his head becoming more and more obvious, so much so that he couldn't help but frown. He wanted to ask, but this time he noticed that his mouth was stuffed with a towel. The body then began to twist, making a slight sound in the room. Tang Yu noticed the moment the black dog woke up. This guy can sleep a lot. It's almost 12 o'clock now. He complained in his heart, but still turned around to look at the black dog, only to see shock in the other's eyes. That's the effect. As he thought of this, the tamer's whip appeared in Tang Yu's hand, and an inexplicable aura appeared on Tang Yu. He raised. Show me the effect of the refugee conqueror. Shake the items in your hands. 1 minute later. But suddenly he saw that the pain on the black dog's face had completely disappeared, and he was now looking at him with admiration. Survivor Tang Yu successfully conquered a refugee. A dull mechanical sound appeared in Tang Yu's ears. Only then did Tang Yu confirm that he had really done it. It was originally just a small attempt of his, but he didn't expect it to be successful. It was at this time. A new page suddenly appeared below the rare title, Villager Conqueror panel. Conqueror's family. Name, Harith Zhou. Race, human. Gender, male. Personality, cautious, irritable. Traits, friendly with refugees. Talents, tactical expert, material collection, leader. Trust, worship cannot be changed. Current physical condition, injured. Current mental state, joy, excitement. Note, the trust of conquered refugees is locked to worship and cannot be changed. Master, I've done it. That's awesome. Tang Yu looked at the information on the panel and was overjoyed. He didn't expect this item to be so powerful. V's Tamer's Whip. Type, rare item. Effect 1. The success rate of taming, conquering, and domesticating abilities is increased by 45%. Effect 2. When using this item against animals, the success rate of Effect 1 is increased by 30%. When wearing leather pants, the success rate of Effect 1 is increased by 15%. Chapter 135. The Power of the Refugee Conqueror, the Fanatic. At this moment, the black dog had been untied and was standing respectfully in front of Tang Yu. My Lord Conqueror, this is how it is. After hearing what He Go said, Tang Yu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Fuck. Rugu is worthy of being the leader of the refugees. He is also a man who can think of forging things. He has a smart mind. Just now, after Tang Yu confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the black dog, he let him out. Then he asked Black Dog the question he wanted to know most today: how the meat dogs transport supplies out of the trading building. As a result, Black Dog's answer far exceeded Tang Yu's imagination. It turned out that Rugu had people standing in the trading building and throwing them out one by one. Because the materials are not touched by any refugees the moment they leave the trading building, the transit taxation I feature will not be triggered. This resulted in a situation where the tax could not be collected. Now that the black dog has been successfully conquered by Tang Yu's title of Refugee Conqueror, he has become his dependent. He can also proceed with his next plan. Black Dog, go downstairs now and try to trick Scorpion up here. Do you understand? Yes, my Lord Conqueror. The Black Dog immediately left the room and walked downstairs. Tang Yu also put it on again and blended into the darkness. 10 minutes later, 2 footsteps and conversation were heard in the corridor. Brother Black Dog, I told you I'd treat you to a drink tomorrow night, but you called me here first. I told you to bring something up, but you refused. How can I be so embarrassed? We brothers don't talk about that. My uncle deserves it because of your care. The main reason is that I couldn't sleep and wanted to find someone to talk to. You know how difficult it is to find someone to talk to these days. That's no problem. I'll definitely accompany you till the end. As they were talking, Black Dog had already opened the door and brought Scorpion in. When Scorpion entered Black Dog's room, he quickly observed the situation in the room. Seeing that Black Dog was the only one there, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was secretly looking at everything in the room. What I saw was an empty room, just like a food bowl that had been licked by a dog. There was nothing else except the walls and the floor. What's going on? Isn't it said that Black Dog is extremely rich? Why does his room look like this? And just as Scorpion walked into the room, the door was closed. The Black Dog behind him sneered, and the pistol on his waist appeared in his hand, and he smashed it hard at the back of Scorpion's head. But Scorpion seemed to have anticipated this. He turned around and blocked the Black Dog's movement. In his hand, he already had an extremely sharp saber, and the blade was raised, slashing directly towards the Black Dog's chest. Just when the saber was about to touch the Black Dog's body, Scorpion suddenly stopped moving, looked behind with an incredible look on his face, and slowly fell down. Half an hour later, Scorpion woke up slowly and saw a figure in a black cloak. His body stiffened slightly, and then he began to struggle. What a familiar figure. It's a pity that his mouth was blocked tightly by a towel, so he could only make a slight whimpering sound. Tang Yu saw that Scorpion was awake and said with a smile, as expected of someone who could have trapped Steven and Rugu, he is very vigilant. Then he repeated the same scene to the Scorpion. 2 minutes later, Tang Yu stopped and looked at the Refugee Conqueror panel. The Scorpion still hadn't been conquered. This situation made Tang Yu a little dazed, and he couldn't help but look at the Black Dog behind him. Holy shit, no way. This idiot is more determined than the Black Dog. That's unscientific. Then he swung the whip twice again, but the result remains the same. Tang Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and squatted down. Take the towel out of the Scorpion's mouth. What he saw was Scorpion's cold smile. Hit me. Why don't you hit me? You actually dared to do blasphemous things to God's believers. God will definitely punish you. After hearing Scorpion's very childish words, Tang Yu suddenly understood. I see. I opened it the wrong way. Tang Yu immediately stood up slowly, took off the title of Refugee Conqueror, and put on the title of Nightwalker. At the same time, a very strange-shaped weapon appeared in his left hand, the sacrificial blade of the evil god's believers. Sure enough, the moment Tang Yu took out this weapon and put on the title of Nightwalker, the Scorpion's eyes changed. The arrogance, fanaticism, and disdain in his eyes immediately turned into reverence and faith. Messenger, messenger? My God, messenger. Is it really you? Tang Yu didn't say anything, but looked down at the other person. Say what you just said again. What will God do to me? Hearing Tang Yu's words, Scorpion was shocked. My Lord Messenger, I am blind. I am blind. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu said no more, put on the title of Refugee Conqueror again, and the whip in his hand fell quickly. There were no surprises this time. A character appeared again in the Conqueror's family panel. Name, Rune Kage. Race, human. Gender, male. Personality, cruel, calm. Traits, forbearance, cunning, fanatic. Talent, undercover genius, acting talent, theology enthusiast. Trust, worship cannot be changed. Current physical condition, injured. Current mental state, excitement, fear, agitation. Note, the trust of conquered refugees is locked to worship and cannot be changed. Oh, Tang Yu was directly shocked by this guy's data information. This guy is simply a natural-born traitor. He is both patient and cunning, and finally paired with an undercover genius and great acting skills. Wow, this buff is fully stacked. A quad, all-around warrior. With a fanatic follower paired with a theology enthusiast, this guy is definitely a reserve seed player for the evil god's followers. Awesome. After completely conquering the Scorpion, Tang Yu signaled Black Dog to untie the Scorpion. Throw a pack of advanced healing medicine to Scorpion. Hurry up and treat your injuries. I have something to ask you. Mr. Envoy, you speak. Upon hearing this, Scorpion ignored the injuries on his body and stood respectfully in front of Tang Yu. He said this with a devout look. Tang Yu looked at the other person's back, which was still bleeding, and waved his hand impatiently. Scorpion then quickly started to heal himself with the help of the black dog. Soon, the wound on Scorpion's back was healed, and he stood respectfully in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu sat on the chair brought by Black Dog, crossed his legs, and looked at Scorpion. Okay, tell me about your and Ghostface's plan, and how the Butcher plans to kidnap Steven tomorrow night. Yes, sir. Chapter 136. Dependents Stephen Zhou, the true situation of the rebels. After hearing Tang Yu's words, Black Dog also looked at Scorpion. Sir, the mission Ghostface gave me is to help the Butcher kidnap Mr. Steven. After the Butcher obtains the laboratory-related items from Mr. Steven, I will bring those items back to Ghostface. Ghostface will hold a sacrifice ceremony to God and officially convert me into a believer of God. As for the plan that the Butcher and I have, I will treat everyone to a drink tomorrow night so that they will all be knocked out. The Butcher will send someone to take Mr. Steven away and disguise the scene as an attack by someone else. Scorpion's words were not much different from what was previously recorded in Ghostface's notebook. It seemed that the overall direction of events had not deviated too much. Tang Yu turned his head to look at Scorpion and asked the doubts in his heart. How did you and Ghostface know each other? Why are you so obsessed with the sacrificial ritual? Hearing Tang Yu's words, Scorpion was slightly stunned. Then he said enthusiastically, Ghostface had come to me before to explain the teachings of my God. After that, I began to dream about the glory of my God. From then on, becoming a believer of God became my dream. His gaze turned to Tang Yu. But now I understand what I am really looking for, my lord. From now on, I will be your spear and your shield. Wherever your sword points, I will move forward bravely. Looking at the extremely fanatical look in Scorpion's eyes, Tang Yu nodded slightly. Fuck, the conquest effect of this title is too strong. But the power of this Ghostface is a bit scary. It gives me the feeling that it is controlling Scorpion's mind. Now it was almost clear to Tang Yu how the whole matter was going. In the quiet room, only the dim light of the flashlight was emitted. Tang Yu sat on the chair, tapping the armrest lightly, thinking about his next plan. Black Dog and Scorpion have been conquered by him. Black Dog's special identity determines his value. Whether it is acting as a thorn in Meat Dog's side or his relationship with Hannibal Zhou, they are all indispensable parts of Tang Yu's subsequent plans. Tang Yu thought about Scorpion's words and decided to follow the current plot. Only then can Scorpion play his due value. He is more suited to the dark than to the light. Thinking of this, Tang Yu looked at the two of them. You two should find a way to bring Steven up now, and don't arouse other people's suspicion. Hearing this, the two of them walked downstairs. The whole process was smooth sailing. Half an hour later, Stephen Zhou, like the other two, was standing respectfully in front of Tang Yu. Black Dog, Stephen, now tell me in detail about Hannibal's situation. Stephen immediately began to talk about Hannibal's situation, and Black Dog supplemented his story. Tang Yu finally understood some things about this world and this city. They are not clear about the history of this world, and all their memories are within the past 3 years. Hannibal is the broker who controls 1/3 of the refugee forces in the entire Quella City. His sphere of influence includes not only the Baida district but also the nearby Hongyan district, and all refugee forces are under his control. The biggest reason why Hannibal was able to control these refugees was the rebel forces in the central urban area. Hannibal was the agent of the rebel forces in these two areas. On the one hand, he helped them find and eliminate the Revolutionary Army's spies hiding in the urban area and the survivors who continued to appear. On the other hand, it is about finding reliable buyers to sell various high-end rare items obtained from the laboratory. It is said that Hannibal left this time because he was asked by the rebel leaders to contact a buyer. After listening to the two people's introduction, Tang Yu nodded secretly. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then there must be rebel agents in the other districts as well. Now Tang Yu has a basic understanding of the overall structure of this city. After all, the rebels are the real controllers of this city, and these refugees are just thugs trained by the rebels. Even Hannibal and others only serve the rebels. But Tang Yu had doubts in his heart. If the CBS laboratory was really completely controlled by the rebels, there would be no need for so much trouble. Through the introduction of the effects of the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion, Tang Yu could already imagine how powerful the experimental results in this laboratory were. According to normal people's thinking, the safest approach is to keep such a good thing in your own hands. Unless the items they traded were defective, that would be the only possible explanation for the rebels' behavior. No, the possibility of trading this genetic evolution potion is not high, but there is more than just genetic evolution potion in the laboratory. So no matter whether it is Black Dog or Steven, the drawings of Intelligence Center, Refugee Treasure Box, and Medical Station that Tang Yu had obtained in the first round of disasters are the real items that the rebels traded with the outside world. The genetic evolution potion of Son of the Sea was not obtained from these two people, but I found it at a discount in Bida Park. So, what are the identities of those two people? Revolutionary Army, mercenaries, or some other organization? Another question also arose in Tang Yu's mind. That is, did the rebels really take complete control of this laboratory? He felt that what was more likely was that the rebels most likely did not have complete control of the laboratory. They might have only mastered some of the rules for entering it, so they had been guarding the central city area, waiting for an opportunity to come. And this opportunity is most likely the special laboratory mission 2 days later. Thinking of this, Tang Yu suddenly understood. Yes, that must be it. In fact, the rebels and the survivors are the same. If they want to enter the laboratory, they must follow certain rules. The requirement for the survivors is that they must have a laboratory access keycard. Tang Yu could tell at a glance how difficult it was to obtain this keycard when he looked at Steven and Scorpion in front of him. Even a powerful guy like Ghostface had to go through so much trouble to obtain it. The difficulty of finding ordinary survivors can be imagined, so the survivors who are qualified to enter the laboratory this time are most likely old survivors who have survived several rounds of disasters. New survivors should go to bed early. So what are the requirements for the rebels to enter the laboratory? This is still unknown. But one thing is certain, that is, inside the laboratory, these rebels have only one goal, which is to kill all survivors. Everyone who enters will be an enemy. Whether it's the rebels or all the survivors, it will be a life and death fight. But this is a good opportunity for me. After Tang Yu figured out the relationship between the laboratory and the rebels, he retracted his scattered thoughts. There are still 2 days left in the laboratory, and Tang Yu has a general idea of how to proceed. This can be put aside for now. What he needs to consider now is the arrangements for the 3 people in front of him and whether there is any chance to make the butcher kidnap Steven tomorrow. His fingers tapped on the armrest of his chair again, lost in thought. Chapter 137, Plan in Progress, Hideout Holographic Barrier, completed. Half an hour later, Tang Yu raised his head with a confident smile on his face. Steven, give me the combination and key to the safe in the hospital's secret room now. 10 minutes later, Tang Yu told the 3 of them the action plan in detail. After ensuring that they all understood it, he gave them the electronic items produced by the Intelligence Center before letting them leave. Then, with the help of Scorpion, he easily left the Pinewood Hotel. After successfully finding the evacuation teleportation point, I returned to the hiding place. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by 2 Shangxi who had been waiting. Tang Yu also saw that Xiaoba was still sleeping soundly on the workbench beside her. The crystal saliva had already wet the hair on his arms. You don't have to wait for me in the future. Go to bed early so that you can have enough energy to work tomorrow. 2 Shangxi helplessly glanced at Xiaoba, who was sleeping soundly, pouted and said, I want to sleep too. This little guy is just like a child, always worrying about you. I can't just leave him here waiting for you. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly when he heard this. 2 Shangxi picked up Xiaoba and walked downstairs. Xiaoba was obviously exhausted today, or maybe he knew he didn't have to worry anymore in Tang Yu's hiding place, so he didn't wake up until 2 Shangxi put him on the bed. Okay, you should go to bed as well. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow. 2 Shangxi nodded slightly. Tang Yu went to the basement again and sat in front of the workbench. A white card appeared in his hand. It was the laboratory access key card. By opening this simulation item production skill, I could quickly find the relevant material process for making the key card. Tang Yu began to work attentively and seriously. 2 Shangxi appeared at the stairs on the first underground floor, holding the elevator with one hand, but his eyes were looking at Tang Yu, who was lying on the workbench and working intently. His eyes moved slightly. Until about 3:30 in the morning, Tang Yu looked at the white card in his hand and let out a long breath. As expected, the failure rate increases significantly when making something other than valuable items. Even with the help of the workbench, I still failed so many times. However, looking at the simulated item in his hand that was exactly the same as the laboratory access key card, Tang Yu smiled happily. Okay, it's getting late. We have to go and come back quickly. It is now past midnight, and the daily station transmission has been refreshed. When he returned to his hiding place, it was already 5:10 in the morning. Tang Yu, who had been busy for nearly 20 hours since yesterday, did not even have time to wash up. He lay down on his Kong and fell into a deep sleep. Tang Yu was finally awakened by a fragrance. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ba holding a pot of fragrant lamb chops in his hand and looking at him with a smile. Seeing Tang Yu waking up, Xiao Ba's crisp voice rang out. "Mr. Boss, Sister Cece asked me to call you for dinner." Tang Yu stretched lazily, feeling that his spirit had fully recovered, and then looked at Xiao Ba. "What time is it now?" "It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon." "It's already 1 o'clock. No wonder." Tang Yu quickly got up and went to the second floor with Xiao Ba. Tu Shangxi has already prepared all the food. While eating, Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba told Tang Yu what happened this morning. Xiao Ba completed the work in the hiding place very well. Currently, all the greenhouses have been planted with vegetables by him. This was Tang Yu's request. The purpose was to change the taste as soon as possible and replenish the various vitamins and dietary fiber needed by the body. After all, he had been in the Doomsday game for almost half a month, and most of the food he had eaten was nourished mutton soup or various meats. If he doesn't supplement vitamins, there will be big problems with his body. According to the calculation that the vegetables mature every 3 days, Tang Yu will be able to eat fresh vegetables the day after tomorrow. He is very much looking forward to it. After Xiao Ba finished speaking, Tu Shangxi talked about the situation at the flea market today. Just as Tang Yu had expected, after yesterday's trial and experiment, there were already more than a dozen merchants with large quantities of survival supplies in the flea market today. The market share he occupied yesterday shrank by 1/3. However, Tang Yu had anticipated these situations. As long as he could ensure that his market share would not be completely occupied, it seemed that his gun modifications were still quite popular. So currently, he still holds about 13% of the share. Tang Yu is actually very happy about having more merchants competing, because the more active the market is, the more market turnover there will be, and the more wealth points he will earn through transaction fees. Today is the second day of the launch of Flea Market, but the market has not yet fully realized its potential. In addition to those who are born with economic acumen, there are many more people who are watching and hesitating. Only when all the survivors and individual groups put their transactions on this platform, that is the moment when the flea market truly demonstrates its ability to swallow money. After dinner, Tang Yu came to the intelligence center, turned on the information connection function, and after a brief signal search and connection, more than a dozen surveillance videos immediately appeared on the computer screen, and there was also a page for wiretap recordings. The video shows the street conditions around the Pinewood Hotel, while the wiretap recording was from Ruga's office. This was the masterpiece of Scorpion and Black Dog yesterday. All the cameras around the Pinewood Hotel are day and night type, so the street conditions can be seen clearly even at night. He put on his headphones and listened to Ruga's situation for a while. After realizing that he was cursing the black market merchant, he closed the page. Give the computer to Tu Shangxi. Tang Yu came to the completed hideout holographic barrier. The main body of the holographic barrier is a virtual digital platform, and above the platform is a virtual image of the entire hiding place. Tang Yu directly opened the Hideout Holographic Barrier panel to view the detailed information. Hideout Holographic Barrier. Type: Hideout Facility. Effect 1. The holographic barrier will cover the entire hideout, providing it with a high degree of camouflage, isolating it from thermal imaging, acoustic detection, and optical detection. Effect 2. The hiding place covered by the holographic barrier has a waterproof effect and can withstand the pressure of 1,000 meters underwater. Effect 3. The hiding place covered by the holographic barrier has a medium protection effect and can withstand attacks from heavy weapons for about 15 minutes. It also has microbial protection, radiation protection, and other effects. Tang Yu looked at the information on the panel and was surprised. This effect far exceeded the information introduced on the original drawing. He looked towards the medical station next to him and became even more excited. Son of the Sea Gene Evolution Potion. Chapter 138 Information Strategic Support Center, CAR's Tactical Gun System. At this moment, the medical station has fully resumed normal working conditions. Tang Yu opened the production list. Take out the already prepared Son of the Sea Genetic Evolution Potion. Inside the syringe, the crystal clear light blue liquid exudes a mesmerizing luster under the light. Son of the Sea Genetic Evolution Potion. Type: Epic item. Introduction. This is a medicine that was developed by CBS Laboratories after intensively spending a lot of resources and decades. After use, it will break the barrier between humans and gods and possess magical powers. Usage requirements. Do not use any diving vehicles or underwater breathing equipment. Dive to a depth of less than 50 meters underwater, and then inject the agent. Effect 1. The user will have the ability to breathe underwater. Effect 2. The user will have the ability to control water flow. Effect 3. The user will have a moderate affinity for marine life. Effect 4. The user possesses the physique of a son of the sea and can withstand the underwater pressure of 500 meters. Effect 5. The user has the ability to summon sea monsters. Usage frequency. 1 time/day. Effect 6. The user can sense weather changes within 3 hours within the ocean. Tang Yu looked at the introduction information on the panel in front of him. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. He was not shocked by the 6-item strengthening effect of this potion. These enhancements were already within Tang Yu's expectations. After all, it was an epic potion. It would be strange if the effect was mediocre. He was shocked by the requirements for using this potion. This so-called usage requirement gave Tang Yu an extremely strong sense of familiarity. Just like the wearing requirements of his 2 rare titles, Night Walker and Villager Conqueror, give him an extremely strong sense of ritual. Yes, it's a sense of ritual. This ritual may be used as an exchange or to meet specific conditions. It seems that only in this way can Tang Yu obtain and use these magical abilities. The epic quality of this potion is also fully demonstrated. It is obviously not an item that can be used by novice survivors, perhaps only by veteran survivors who have survived in this world for a long time. Only after long-term training, and when their physical and mental skills have reached the maximum level, can they complete the requirement of diving 50 meters deep unarmed. It was very embarrassing for Tang Yu. Although he can swim and is quite good at it, swimming and diving are 2 completely different concepts. He slapped his cheeks hard. The most important thing now was to think of a way to dive 50 meters deep with his bare hands. Otherwise, this potion would be of little significance to Tang Yu. Although they can safely hide in the hiding place and survive this disaster with the help of the hideout holographic barrier. In the Doomsday game, 1 step slow means every step counts. They can survive this disaster, but what about the next one? Thinking of this, Tang Yu went directly to the 2nd floor and said to Tu Shangxi, Tu Shangxi, help me buy items or rare books that can increase the ability of freehand diving, but not diving vehicles and underwater breathing items. Tu Shangxi naturally noticed Tang Yu's frown when she heard this. Smart as she was, she didn't say much, but posted a purchase information on the flea market as Tang Yu requested, and the purchase amount was directly set at a sky-high price of 500,000 to 1 million Doomsday coins. When the survivors or people from other camps who were strolling around the flea market saw this purchase information, they all showed incredible expressions and immediately began to contact people they knew to see if there were any items that met their requirements. After 2 days of running in, the value of some rare items and blueprints is between 500,000 and 800,000. So many people are tempted now. Tang Yu handed the purchasing matter over to Tu Shangxi. He took out the items he had taken out from Black Dog's room and Steven's safe last night. Tang Yu had already handed over the weapons and survival supplies in Black Dog's room to Xiaoba for sorting. All he had left were 3 blueprints, a book, and a red key card. The red key card has the same effect as the black key card that Tang Yu had obtained from Ghostface before. They are both key cards to the internal functional areas of the CBS laboratory. But those 4 drawings far exceeded Tang Yu's imagination. Information Strategic Support Center Construction Drawing. Type: Rare Blueprint. Effect: Build an Information Strategic Support Center facility in the hideout. Construction Requirements: Intelligence Center, Level 2, Data Navigation and Positioning Center, Level 2, Generator Set, Level 4, Military Information Transmitters X5, Phased Array Units X30, Military Batteries X10, Military Circuit Boards X20, Military Cables X20, Military Power Filters X10, Military DPS Radio Transceivers X10, Military GPS Signal Amplifiers X20, Confidential Intelligence X5, City Maps X5. Construction time: 24 hours. This construction drawing really made Tang Yu drop his jaw. Not to mention the hiding place facility called Data Navigation and Positioning Center. Just the densely packed military-grade construction materials at the back made Tang Yu feel numb all over. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this military-grade thing? He has collected so many supplies so far, But except for a few individual weapons and equipment, he has never seen so many items named after the military. However, since it is clearly stated on the blueprint, it means that these items must exist. There are undoubtedly only two places where these supplies are most likely to appear: the rebel camp in the central city and the revolutionary camp at the reserve station. But even if we know that these things are there, how to obtain them is another troublesome matter. However, this facility obviously cannot be built in a short period of time. Tang Yu still has time to plan slowly. As for the function of this Information Strategic Support Center, Tang Yu had already made some guesses. After all, its construction required the two facilities of Intelligence Center and Data Navigation and Positioning Center. The effect should be the same as the information support function of the Intelligence Center. Of course, the function will definitely far exceed the effect of the Intelligence Center. In this case, we should find a way to test the rebels or the Revolutionary Army. Stroking his chin, Tang Yu thought secretly. The other two drawings are Black Bumblebee UAV production drawings and Nightingale Bionic Bird UAV production drawings. Both of these blueprints can be added to the production list of the Intelligence Center. Tang Yu added them in immediately. Since the production materials happened to be available in his hiding place, he started production directly. The time is 6 hours. Finally, what appeared in Tang Yu's hand was the last book, which was also the item that Tang Yu was most interested in. Detailed explanation of the CARS tactical gun system. Chapter 139. Practice CARS, World-Destroying Plague Disaster. The prerequisite for studying this book is to have a shooting range or shooting gallery facility. Tang Yu met the requirements and directly chose to learn, and the skill appeared on the skill panel. CRS Tactical Gun System. Type: Rare Passive Skill. Introduction. This center-axis relock system is a shooting gun holding system suitable for narrow spaces and close-range combat. It can kill the enemy and protect itself in a complex environment of close-range combat. You don't shoot to kill, you shoot to survive. Effect. When holding a gun in high posture, the pistol is not easy to be snatched away, the shooting speed is slightly increased, the reloading speed is moderately increased, and it is not easy to be hit by the enemy. When holding the gun in the extended stance, the pistol is not easy to be snatched away, the shooting speed is greatly increased, the shooting accuracy is moderately increased, and the reloading speed is slightly increased. When holding a gun in the middle stance, the pistol is not easy to be snatched away, the perception is plus 25, the reaction speed is moderately improved, and it is not easy to be hit by the enemy. When holding a gun in shooting stance, shooting accuracy is greatly improved. At full level, perception plus 40, greatly improved shooting speed, greatly improved reloading speed, greatly improved shooting accuracy, greatly improved reaction speed, and the pistol cannot be taken away. Proficiency, 0/10,000. How to improve proficiency. Use the CARS tactical gun system to fight and kill enemies. Practice at a shooting range or shooting gallery. I'll go. This was the first time Tang Yu had shooting-related skills. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. In the skill panel, there are detailed explanations and details to pay attention to for these 4 gun-holding postures. Tang Yu immediately went to the shooting range to try it out. The shooting range's internal layout can be remodeled according to Tang Yu's requirements. Tang Yu directly chose the corridor room layout. Soon as the shooting range changed, a venue full of rooms appeared in front of Tang Yu. Entering the shooting range, Tang Yu first tried to hold the gun in a high posture, standing sideways, with the silenced pistol pressed against his chest, his left hand covering his right hand, and his 2 thumbs facing each other. Bayubi, gunshots rang out, and 2 holes appeared on the human-shaped target located to the side of Tang Yu. During the whole process, Tang Yu did not aim or make any other movements. He just pulled the trigger, and Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Then he kept moving and shooting in the shooting range. He practiced all 4 gun-holding postures and understood the use of each posture. Then there is the practice of quickly switching between the 4 postures and changing bullets. The body also keeps moving around in each room, always imagining the appearance of the enemy. The entire shooting range was filled with the sound of intensive shooting. Then there was the practice of the CARS tactical gun-holding system with different firearms. It was not until an hour later that Tang Yu finally walked out of the shooting range with satisfaction. This skill really improves his strength greatly. It was not the improvement of physical fitness, but the improvement of tactical shooting thinking. Before, he could only fight the enemy by shooting secretly or setting traps, because he was alone and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. But this skill seems to be specially designed for shooting with a small number of people against a larger number in a small space. The 4 shooting postures perfectly deal with various situations. At the same time, Tang Yu also learned two types of ammunition reloading terms: tactical ammunition reloading and emergency ammunition reloading. In fact, Tang Yu has used both methods of changing bullets, but he has never practiced them systematically. After digesting last night's gains, Tang Yu came to the intelligence center again. Seeing Tang Yu coming, Tu Shangxi seemed to know what he meant. Directly switched the laptop screen to the intelligence page. At this time, Xiaoba also came over with 2 cups of black tea. After handing them to the two of them, he stood behind Tu Shangxi. There are already 10 disaster coins in Tang Yu's hand. Yesterday, I got another 3 disaster coins in the Black Dog room, and also got 2 in Steven's safe. Together with his previous 9, the total number has reached 14. It's time to know the next round of disaster information. Open the Intelligence Center panel and choose to spend 10 disaster coins to obtain the next round of disaster information. The disaster coin in Tang Yu's hand disappeared, but it flashed twice in succession on the laptop in the Intelligence Center. A new picture began to appear. The buildings and streets in Quella City are still the same. The refugees are still driving the survivors away, and the survivors are still carefully going out to look for supplies. Fights break out between the two sides from time to time. In the distance, armored patrol vehicles driven by the rebels are slowly approaching this side. At this moment, a gust of light yellow mist suddenly blew over the refugees, the survivors, and the armored vehicle, and entered the interior of the armored vehicle through the ventilation holes. The scene switches, and this yellowish fog appears all over the world, and the fog penetrates into each hiding place through the ventilation ducts and the doors of the hiding places. Then, people who breathe in this yellowish mist will soon develop different symptoms, including coughing, difficulty breathing, swelling of the facial features, vomiting and diarrhea, and itching all over the body. In the end, some people even developed wounds all over their bodies due to constant scratching. These wounds quickly became inflamed and festered, and finally they died in pain with increasingly weaker breathing. Even if someone is wearing a gas mask, if they're in the yellowish mist for a long time, they will develop various skin ulcers over time and then slowly die. The bodies of these dead people quickly decayed after a short period of time and turned into light yellow mist again, which appeared in the air and began to dissipate. At the end of the city streets, soldiers wearing heavy biochemical isolation suits appeared, holding flamethrowers in their hands, cleaning up the corpses. A white flower grew out of the pile of corpses. As the flower blossomed, the pale yellow mist that had been gathering above the surrounding corpses for a long time was purified. At the end of the picture, a corner of a suitcase appeared among the wreckage of a crashed plane. The screen ends. Disaster information also appeared on computer screens. Disaster name: World-Destroying Plague. Time of disaster: 15 days after the Doomsday flood disaster. Disaster duration: 7 days. Disaster opportunity: Pure Heart Orchid, confidential briefcase. What the hell? World-destroying plague. Tang Yu felt horrified just by looking at the scene on the screen. If facing other disasters, hiding in a hiding place may give you a glimmer of hope, but facing a plague, it is not certain. Moreover, this plague is not as simple as being transmitted from person to person. If it were only transmitted from person to person, given that the survivors basically live alone, the threat of this disaster would not be that great. The scary thing is that this disaster will automatically seek out targets to infect, and will even infect survivors through ventilation ducts even if they are hiding in hiding places. This is a bit outrageous. However, after a brief shock, Tang Yu felt slightly relieved. I never thought that breathing green ivy would be the key to my survival in the next disaster. Chapter 140. Prepare for the third disaster, Daily Intelligence. A world-destroying plague disaster is definitely more terrifying than the Doomsday flood. There is no doubt about this. At least the flood can be seen, but the plague is still an invisible existence. Although the plague appeared in the form of light yellow mist in the picture just now, it is impossible for people to go without food, water, and sleep. There must always be time to rest. It's hard to guard against. Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba also saw the images on the computer, and they both showed expressions of fear and panic. The impact of the plague scene just now was undoubtedly huge for the two of them. After seeing the emotions of the two, Tang Yu said, "Okay, we still have time. There are still 24 days from tomorrow, which is enough time for us to prepare for it." Tang Yu looked at Xiao Ba seriously. "Xiao Ba, your mission during this period is very important. That is to devote all your efforts to cultivating the split, breathing green ivy. This is the key to our response to this plague. As you saw just now, The plague will enter the hiding place through the ventilation ducts. At that time, we must rely on the air purification effect of the breathing green ivy to continue to survive in the hiding place. When Xiao Ba heard Tang Yu's words, he nodded immediately and said very seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Boss. I will definitely take good care of it." Tang Yu nodded, then looked at Tu Shangxi. Tu Shangxi, you have a heavy task as well. The most important task at the moment is to help me collect books or helpful items on freediving. It has the highest priority and is very important. The second thing is to start acquiring items to deal with the world-destroying plague disaster. I'll give you a few ideas. The first is various portable, lightweight independent breathing system items such as gas masks or air respirators or production drawings. Although they cannot guarantee the long-term survival and immunity of survivors, they're the most suitable items for short-term emergencies. The gas mask can be made directly in the bathroom, but you also need to collect as many materials as possible to make the filter tank. In addition, there is a full-body biochemical protection equipment similar to the full-body biochemical isolation suit that appeared on the screen just now. Try to collect this. Although the possibility of obtaining it is not great, you can still try. The blueprints for the hideout facilities can be traded, depending on the situation. If you come across blueprints for the construction of virus disinfection facilities, you can buy them directly. There are also rare recipes for trading, mainly in the areas of medical treatment and food. In my experience, there will never be a disaster that cannot be overcome in a Doomsday game, so it is very likely that there will be a turnaround through the recipe, just like the previous Nourish Lamb Soup. Tang Yu quickly expressed his thoughts, while Tu Shangxi quickly recorded them. Of course, the most important point is that all of this must be done as covertly as possible. Otherwise, if some guys notice it, it will be difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, Tu Shangxi suddenly looked up at Tang Yu. "Boss, since yesterday, someone at the flea market has been buying up a large amount of materials for dealing with the flood disaster. Although they're doing it very secretly, it is easy for us to discover the pattern of these transactions." Tang Yu nodded slightly. This was something he had expected. I had already thought of this when I told the news to Wang Bohu and Wang Haoyu. Not to mention that Wang Bohu also told the ranger organization the news. He was very surprised that the news about the flood disaster had not spread widely in the past 2 days. It doesn't matter. Let them go and buy them. We can take this opportunity to buy supplies to deal with the plague disaster. At the critical moment, we can let the survivors know about the flood disaster in advance. In this way, when everyone's attention is focused on the supplies to deal with the flood, we can take the opportunity to buy supplies for the plague. You control the details, I just provide the direction. Tu Shangxi nodded slightly. By the way, if you want to announce the flood disaster information in advance, please tell me in advance, and I will arrange it. Okay, boss. After arranging the purchase of supplies, Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With Tu Shangxi around, he could put the matter of purchasing supplies to deal with the plague aside. But what could be in that suitcase? Tang Yu noticed that when the suitcase appeared on the screen just now, it was flashing red light. The items in this suitcase must be very precious. As for that plant, it must be a catastrophic creature. Judging from the effect, it should be similar to the previous pair of polar snow lotus, and it also has the effect of restraining the plague. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's expression suddenly froze. Then he immediately called Xiao Ba over. A wooden box also appeared in his hand, and inside it was the seed that he had obtained when he acquired the polar snow lotus a few days ago. Polar snow lotus has been consumed in the creation of the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion. I just don't know if this seed can be planted here. Xiao Ba, this seed is very precious. See if you can plant it. Remember not to let it come into contact with any unnatural substances. Xiao Ba took the wooden box handed over by Tang Yu with a serious expression. Okay, Mr. Boss. Look back at the computer. Get today's random intelligence. Tomorrow at 3:40 p.m., Ghostface will attack the survivors returning from the reserve station near the Quellis City Energy Center. It's actually Ghostface's information, interesting. But this survivor is not ordinary. Ghostface actually targeted him, so he must have some intention. Tang Yu suddenly stopped talking and stood still, his brain already immersed in rapid thinking. Reserve station survivors. The conversation he had with Wang Bohu yesterday echoed in his mind again. Wang Bohu. Recently, the organization is in contact with the Revolutionary Army. I may need to leave for a while in 2 days. Wang Bohu. The Revolutionary Army is an army that is in a hostile state with the rebels. There just happens to be a Revolutionary Army garrisoned at the reserve station outside the city. I'm one of the people who contacted the Revolutionary Army this time with our rangers. Fuck. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It can't be such a coincidence. His brain was working rapidly. He would know whether Wang Bohu was the survivor of the ghost face attack tomorrow by asking him later. There was no rush. What Tang Yu was concerned about was, if Ghost Face attacked Wang Bohu and others tomorrow, why would he attack them, and why could he know their whereabouts accurately? If there were just a few ordinary survivors, Tang Yu believed that Ghost Face would not do it himself. According to the analysis of the information in Ghost Face's notebook, Ghost Face has most likely been controlled or corrupted by that unknown existence. The only things he wants to get or own now are those related to CBS Laboratory, which is why Ghostface cares so much about them. It is very likely that the Rangers will go to the reserve station tomorrow to contact the Revolutionary Army to trade for a certain item, and Ghostface is determined to get this item. So he attacked them. After all, the survivors are easier to deal with than the Revolutionary Army. But how did he know the survivors' routes of movement? P.S. Dear readers, the name of the whip has been changed. There is nothing we can do about it. Those who understand will understand. The effect is the same, just not as... Chapter 141. Ghostface's Action Plan. Wang Bohu's Speculation. Tang Yu thought about it. There are only two situations in which the movement route of a concealed survivor can be accurately found. One is to stalk for a long time, so as to know the other party's every move. The other one is very interesting. That is, there is someone in that team who is providing the team's movement coordinates and action information at all times. What kind of face is that? This is unknown. But now that he knows that Gue Lian will take action tomorrow, if Tang Yu doesn't do something, how can he be worthy of today's information? Use Doomsday coins to purchase the detailed time and information of Ghost Face's ambush on the survivors tomorrow. This piece of information will cost 1 million Doomsday coins. Do you want to get it? Yes. A new piece of intelligence information appeared on the computer screen again. Ghostface will go to the steel mill outside the reserve station at 12:30 noon tomorrow. Observe the survivors trading with the Revolutionary Army at 1:25. Leave the steel mill at 1:40 and ambush at the Quella City Energy Center, and ambush the returning survivors at 3:40. This information is detailed and clear enough. Trading with the Revolutionary Army. It seems that it is most likely Wang Bohu and his men. He immediately asked Tu Shangxi. Yesterday, I heard you say that you had traded maps to other urban areas in Quella City, right? Tu Shangxi immediately replied. Yes, except for the central urban area, all city maps of the other urban areas have been obtained. Give it to me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoba took out a stack of maps from the small cabinet next to the intelligence center. Tang Yu then noticed that a small chest of drawers had appeared in the intelligence center at some point. Noticing Tang Yu's look, Tu Shangxi smiled and said, I saw this thing in the warehouse. It just so happens that there is a lack of a cabinet to store these intelligence items. So I asked Xiaoba to move it over. Very good. Tang Yu came to the dining table with a map and found the area where the reserve station was located. You guys come look for it too. Tell me immediately if you find the location of the Quella City Energy Center. Tu Shangxi soon discovered that the energy center was located on the edge of the reserve station area, which should be close to the border with other urban areas. Tang Yu looked at the street names near the energy center and found them very familiar. Immediately take out the map of the White Tower area and splice it together with the map of the reserve station. I suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Bohu was asked to participate in this operation. It turns out that the reserve station and Baida district are actually two adjacent urban areas. Just a few kilometers from the Baida district in the Quella City Energy Center, Tang Yu saw a familiar name. Gonyang Subway Station. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? Immediately, a plan appeared in Tang Yu's mind. After briefly confirming its feasibility, Tang Yu looked at Xiaoba. How many copies of the electronic items on the Intelligence Center's production list have been produced? 4 information transceivers, 5 eavesdropping devices, 8 cameras, and 5 tracking locators. Xiaoba immediately told Tang Yu the data. Give them all to me. Soon, all these items were put into the backpack space. Xiaoba handed Tang Yu 2 more items. What's this? Mr. Boss, these are the supplies we collected yesterday. I think they should be useful to you. Tang Yu took a look and found that they were actually 2 rare items. One is called Guide to Making Your Dreams Come True, and the other is Matisse MP Thermal Imager. Guide to Making Your Wishes Come True. Type: rare item. Effect: every day, you can provide coordinate guidance within 3 kilometers based on the item that the survivor wants most. Use times: 1 time/day. This guide effect is simple and crude. Its appearance is actually a compass-like dial with only 1 pointer on it. Tang Yu adjusted his position and muttered to himself. Tushanxi's location. As Tang Yu came up with this thought, the pointer on the guide to making your wishes come true, in his hand, seemed to be attracted by some kind of magnetic field, spinning rapidly and then stopping. The location pointed by the pointer was exactly where Tushanxi was. Oh my god, this is amazing! Tang Yu put the two items into his backpack. Although they were of little use to him, they might be useful at a critical moment. After opening Wang Bohu's private message, he thought for 2 seconds. Tang Yu, do you have time tomorrow at noon? There is a supply point where we can go explore together. I need a helper. Wang Bohu was currently preparing for the action tomorrow morning. After all, it was his first time to come into contact with other seed members and also his first time to participate in an action, so Wang Bohu had a lot to prepare. Not only because of this operation, but also because it was his first contact with other survivors, he also had the idea of preparing for the worst. He has never forgotten the existence of the traitor, although it seems that the Rangers, as a seed member organization of Blue Star, are subject to very strict review. But since it concerns his own life, Wang Bohu thinks it is safer to make more preparations. It was at this time that Tang Yu's message came. Tang Yu, do you have time tomorrow at noon? There is a supply point where we can go explore together. I need a helper. This was Wang Bohu's first reaction. Is the master looking for him to form a team to explore the supply point? But is it possible? You have to know that on that night of the polar blizzard, the great god could single-handedly take on the entire refugee camp. What kind of supply point would require him to personally look for help? Wang Bohu can be said to know Tang Yu very well. The other person is definitely the type of person who is very cautious and careful and will never easily believe in the existence of others. Therefore, the great god's real purpose was definitely not to find him to go to some supply point. Then what was his purpose in asking himself this question? Wang Bohu couldn't help but think again of what Tang Yu had asked him to do before to observe the 4S store in cabin camp. It's definitely not that simple. As for Tang Yu being bad for him, Wang Bohu didn't think that the other party would be interested in him. On the contrary, the value of his life might be more in line with the other party's needs. I thought about it, but couldn't come up with any clue. In order not to be too clever and affect Tang Yu's plan, Wang Bohu told the truth. Wang Bohu, Master, I can't do that tomorrow. I have to follow the Rangers to the reserve station to meet the Revolutionary Army tomorrow morning. It took a full half-minute for Tang Yu's message to be sent. Tang Yu, okay, be sure to pay attention to safety tomorrow. Pay more attention to your surroundings. After seeing Tang Yu's reply, Wang Bohu remained silent for a long time. He stared at the sentence and pondered it over and over again. He is now very sure that the great god has definitely received some information which should be related to his actions tomorrow. If he guessed correctly, the reason why Tang Yu had just made an appointment with him, contrary to his usual practice, was to confirm whether the news was related to his actions tomorrow. After getting a clear answer, Tang Yu once again, contrary to his usual behavior, repeatedly reminded himself to pay attention to safety and observe the surrounding environment. It was just a subtle reminder to him. Why don't you tell him directly? Maybe there are still some things that the master hasn't confirmed yet. After thinking about these things clearly, Wang Bohu replied solemnly. Wang Bo, I understand, master. When Tang Yu saw Wang Bohu's reply, his eyebrows raised slightly. Still as smart as ever. Chapter 142, Purchase CBS Laboratory to strengthen firearms and bullets. After making a plan to deal with the ghost face tomorrow, Tang Yu cleansed his face, washed his hands, and applied perfume before coming to the statue of Guangong. Get ready for today's Monopoly dice rolling session. Today I gained 703 points in real estate investment, plus yesterday's 1322 points and yesterday's 11 points from flea market. The total points exceeded 2,000 points and reached 2036 points. After observing the Monopoly map, I found that there were still no squares around Mini Tang Yu that were worth using prop cards. His eyes rested on the prop card, the flight card. As he chose to use it, the flying card suddenly turned into a stream of light and merged into the body of Mini Tang Yu. Tang Yu also felt that he could control the landing point of Mini Tang Yu on the Super Monopoly map. CBS Laboratory. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Mini Tang Yu had already appeared on the square with a white laboratory pattern painted on it in the central area of the city of Kailuo. Do you want to spend 2,000 points to purchase CBS Laboratory? Yes. The wealth points on the Monopoly panel began to decrease rapidly, directly to 36 points. It was really hard work for half a year, but in an instant it was back to the way it was before liberation. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, I'm so scared. This lab is so expensive. I almost wasted this opportunity to buy it. It was indeed a thrilling experience, but fortunately, I was able to complete the purchase without any major problems in the end. Tang Yu also immediately turned his attention to the virtual map of the CBS laboratory. Just as shown in the previous laboratory functional area map, the entire laboratory is divided into 3 floors: upper, middle, and lower. Through the virtual map, Tang Yu saw that the CBS laboratory seemed to have experienced a riot, and the entire laboratory was in chaos and disorder. All kinds of experimental equipment, tables and chairs were overturned on the ground, and documents, garbage, and food were scattered everywhere. In the middle of the middle area, an area completely covered in black attracted Tang Yu's attention. Tang Yu was very familiar with this location, as it was marked on the laboratory functional area map. Containment and isolation area. I didn't expect that even Tang Yu would buy the entire laboratory. This black area is still unobservable. It looks like there's something extraordinary in this containment zone. After using it for so many days, Tang Yu has already had a very good understanding and trust in the Super Monopoly plugin. This was the first time he had seen a situation that even the Monopoly system could not fully control. Moreover, the color of this black experimental area and the color of the ghost face displayed in the virtual map are all deep darkness. Tang Yu, who had already read the ghost face notes, naturally had some more guesses about this area. I'm afraid this is the real reason that has been tempting Ghostface to enter the laboratory. With this understanding, Tang Yu naturally became extremely vigilant about this black area. After entering the laboratory the day after tomorrow, he must be careful of any abnormalities in this area. At the same time, Tang Yu also noticed that there was no living creature in the laboratory area at the moment, including the rebels. This discovery also once again proved Tang Yu's previous speculation that the rebels did not have complete control over the laboratory, and their entry into the laboratory was conditional. As for what the conditions are, Tang Yu almost understood it. His eyes turned to the 7 escape passages of the CBS laboratory. These 7 escape passages were obviously the key to leaving the laboratory when the time came. There are 4 on the bottom layer, 2 on the middle layer, and 1 on the top layer. In order to activate each escape route, a switch must be pulled at another location in order to successfully open these escape routes and evacuate. However, the opening of the escape route also means that the passages inside and outside the laboratory are open. It seems that pulling the switch is the condition for the rebels to enter the laboratory. Perhaps it was not yet time for the laboratory to be opened. Tang Yu did not see any supplies from the virtual map. Perhaps the supplies would only appear when the laboratory was actually opened. After purchasing the laboratory, Tang Yu finally put his mind at ease. Now we just have to wait for the laboratory to open the day after tomorrow. But before that, he also needs to upgrade all his equipment. Entering the gun modification room, taking out the 417 Hong Kong dollars, and about to start today's gun modification work. But suddenly, I saw a green figure walking in carefully at the entrance of Gonyang subway station. The black dog is coming. At this moment, there were only 2 hostile survivors of the 10,000 races in the Gonyang subway station, and no refugees entered. The space around Tang Yu twisted, and he appeared behind the black dog at Gonyang subway station. He patted the black dog's shoulder gently. The black dog was frightened by Tang Yu's slap, and a pistol appeared in his hand. When he saw it was Tang Yu, he immediately showed an admiring look. "My Lord Conqueror." Tang Yu nodded slightly, and a key and several electronic items appeared in his hands. "Give the key to Steven, and have Scorpion find a way to put the tracker and the bug on the butcher. You also find a way to put Ghostface." Tang Yu paused, thinking of the powerful strength of Gue Lien. "Forget it. There's no need for Ghostface, so as not to arouse his suspicion. Let Scorpion install the tracker on the butcher. Just follow yesterday's plan." After watching the black dog leave, Tang Yu returned to his hiding place and continued to modify his weapon. 8 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yu looked at the bullet in his hand with satisfaction and smiled. In one afternoon, he not only successfully modified his 417 Hong Kong dollars, but also refreshed and enhanced the effect through continuous modification. Successfully gave 417 Hong Kong dollars 3 incredible enhancement effects. Shooting accuracy, MOA, 0.5. Effective range plus 100 meters. Firearms overall performance plus 5%. At the same time, 2 pistols were modified. These are weapons specially prepared for the car's gun system and are specifically designed to deal with close-range combat. For this purpose, Tang Yu also specially made special bullets for these weapons. 120 rounds of 7.62 by 51 mm caliber reinforced armor-piercing bullets, enough to penetrate level 6 bulletproof armor. 180 rounds of 9 by 19 millimeters caliber reinforced armor-piercing bullets, which can easily penetrate level 4 armor at close range. Even if they hit level 5 armor, they can cause a short period of stiffness to the enemy, which is enough for him to continue the next action. Except for these armor-piercing shells, Tang Yu also made some 9 by 19 millimeters caliber RIP bullets. RIP bullets are actually so-called shrapnel bullets. They have extremely poor penetration effect. Not to mention bulletproof armor, even ordinary iron sheets may not be able to penetrate them. But on the other hand, this bullet has incomparable lethality to the flesh and excellent stopping effect, which is unmatched by any armor-piercing bullet. Tang Yu made 60 rounds of this type of bullets in case of emergency. Chapter 143, Cleaning the Ram subway station, running late at night. Tang Yu came to the second underground floor. Tu Shangxi had already prepared dinner, and Xiao Ba was diligently arranging the dishes. The three of them sat down, and Tu Shangxi looked at Tang Yu. "Boss, as you requested, I asked that Sergei Arsenyevich Samolov about the underwater assault rifle today." What he meant was that he did have the blueprints for the underwater assault rifle, but they had already been reserved by someone else, and he couldn't sell them to us, so you see. "Did you ask about the price of this blueprint?" "I did find out about this. He said that if the customer doesn't want it anymore, he can sell it to us for 1 disaster coin." 1 disaster coin? Tang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had already learned about it from the letter the other party wrote to Cabin. Although the price is relatively high, it is still necessary to get this weapon. He looked at Tu Shangxi again. "What's the market situation like today?" Tu Shangxi thought for a moment and said quickly, "The number of people placing new orders in the market hall is increasing rapidly, but our trading share remains above 10% of the entire market. Most of the trading volume comes from medical supplies, weapons, and armor. These categories of items are in the greatest demand. In addition, Sergei Arsenyevich Samolov also started to put a large number of modified weapons on the shelves today, which has a great impact on us. In addition, the meat dogs you specifically asked for are also available for trading today. They are all valuable items." At this point, Tu Shangxi quickly stole a glance at Tang Yu, and then continued, "But all the valuable items he put on the shelf are imitation items. So do you think it is necessary to restrict his right to sell these items?" Tang Yu smiled when he heard this. "No need to restrict him. Just keep everything as usual. By the way, boss, since we bought a disaster coin yesterday, more people have come to buy disaster coins today. Driven by these people, the price has risen from 1 million Doomsday coins to 1.2 million. If this continues, it's okay. This is normal. It's only the second day of the flea market, and everyone is getting used to it. I think the price will go up. It will be fine after a while. The larger the amount they trade, the higher the handling fee they have to pay." While eating, the three of them discussed the situation of their hiding place today. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when they finished eating. Tu Shangxi was sitting at the computer in the intelligence center, while Tang Yu was standing on the basement floor. "Boss, can you read it?" Boss." Tu Shangxi's voice came from Tang Yu's tactical headset. Tang Yu lightly pressed the obedient button on his chest and replied, "I can hear it very clearly." "Then I'll leave first. If anything happens, let me know." Then he disappeared and appeared in the hiding place of one of the Wanzhou survivors at Gonyang subway station. It was a hiding place of only 60 square meters. Tang Yu's appearance was immediately noticed by the other party. But before he could react, the man's limbs had been crippled by Tang Yu. After making sure that the other party had no chance of resistance, Tang Yu then began to loot the supplies in this hiding place. It can be seen that this survivor had just survived the first round of disaster, and there were basically no valuable supplies. Soon, the entire hiding place was looted by Tang Yu. He didn't waste any time and sent the survivor on his way. A damaged hideout deed appeared in the backpack space again. As the hiding place collapsed, Tang Yu disappeared again in a flash, and he had returned to the hiding place. The next second, he disappeared again and appeared in the hiding place of the last survivor of the 10,000 races at the Ram subway station. This survivor turned out to be a veteran survivor, but under Tang Yu's sudden attack, his hiding place quickly collapsed. As a result, there is no survivor left in the entire Gonyang subway station. Now that these unexpected factors have been resolved, it's time to get down to business. He immediately blended into the darkness and ran towards the Anlut Museum. Tang Yu speculated that the Anlu Museum might be the lair of the ghost face. After all, the key to the warehouse of the Anlut Museum was obtained from Ghostface. However, he was not going to explore the museum at night tonight. Instead, he went to several entrances and exits of the museum and installed surveillance cameras. After the installation was completed, he went directly to the street across from the museum and finally stopped in front of a corner clinic. This corner clinic was apparently visited by many survivors. When you push the door open, you will see messy footprints and scattered waste all over the floor. You can even smell the odor of something rotting as you walk through it. Tang Yu casually put a sterile bandage that fell in the corner of the cabinet into his backpack, passed through a downward corridor, and finally stood in front of a metal gate. Many people tried to open this metal gate. There were dings and pits all over it, but it was clear that the quality of the metal gate exceeded many people's expectations. Tang Yu took out the key to the radiology diagnosis room of the corner clinic and inserted it into the keyhole of the metal door. He found the key from one of the refugees after he disguised himself as a clown and poisoned them in the trading building. It seems that the homeless person used to be a doctor in the clinic's radiology department, so he kept the key as a souvenir. As he twisted his body, the door opened. When I turned on the dim flashlight, I saw items all over the floor. However, unlike outside, the radiology diagnosis room is much cleaner. Tang Yu began to search for useful supplies in the room one by one. Soon his eyes were attracted by a black object on the table, and he walked closer to pick it up and take a look. LEDX skin transilluminator. Type: medical item. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Description: a device designed to accurately determine the location of subcutaneous veins. Just as I put this into my backpack, I saw a long rectangular object. Ophthalmoscope. Type: medical supplies. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Description: medical equipment used for eye examination and diagnosis. Tang Yu quickly searched the room and left quickly after making sure there were no items left. The harvest was pretty good. Taking advantage of the night, Tang Yu quickly ran towards the reserve station. This won't do. We need to find a way to get around someday. It was almost 10 o'clock when Tang Yu finally arrived at the Quella City Energy Center. This is a building with more than 30 floors. The bottom 3 floors are shopping malls, and from the 4th floor onwards are offices. Boss, can you read it? Tu Shangshi's voice came from the tactical headset. Tang Yu immediately found a secluded place and pressed the call button. Got it, what's wrong? Boss, the butcher's men have shown up. Chapter 144. Prepare in advance and explore apartment 15. Boss, the butcher's men have shown up and are now lying in ambush around the Pinewood Hotel. Okay, I got it. Keep monitoring. If a fight breaks out, notify me immediately. If no fight occurs, notify me when the butcher's men leave. Understood, boss. Everything is going according to plan. Tang Yu was now on the rooftop of the energy center. He had seen it on the map during the day. Downstairs, there is a straight and wide road leading from the reserve station to the Baida district. Tang Yu observed the situation and found that the surrounding floors were generally high. If Ghostface wants to snipe the ranger team from here, the rooftop is the best choice. According to his own sniping idea, Tang Yu installed a camera in a hidden location, facing the best sniping position, and carefully set up a cover. Then he came to the sniper position and saw 2 remote-controlled emulsion explosives and a signal-receiving converter installed on the outside of the roof wall. This signal-receiving converter is a gadget that Tang Yu found by chance. It can convert very weak signals into normal specific signals. In this way, Tang Yu can send commands to detonate the emulsion explosive from a distance of more than 100 meters. However, there are not many signal-receiving converters, only 2. This time I brought it out hoping to give Ghostface a surprise. After doing all this, Tang Yu immediately left the building, while carefully cleaning up the traces of his presence, such as footprints and so on. 7 or 8 remote-controlled emulsion explosives were installed at several key locations on this road. He carefully selected each location and then returned to the Gonyang subway station. As we approached Gonyang subway station, Tu Shangshi's voice was heard again. Boss, the butcher's men have left the Pinewood Inn with a man. Okay, got it. Rush to Cape of Good Hope metro station via Ram metro station. 10 minutes later, he appeared near the Pinewood Hotel. Tu Shangshi, lock onto the Black Dog's position. 5 seconds later, Tu Shangshi's voice came. Boss, Black Dog's location is in room 301, 3rd floor, apartment building number 15 next door. Okay, got it. Tang Yu immediately rushed to apartment 15. Apartment number 15 and Pinewood Hotel are 2 adjacent buildings, separated only by a bank. Tang Yu also has the key to apartment number 15, so he opened the door directly. Go in and close the door again. Arrived outside the door of room 301. Boom, boom, boom. A dull knock on the door sounded in the corridor, and Tang Yu clearly heard the sound of bullets being loaded in the room through the tactical headset. Black Dog, it's me. Open the door. The next moment, the door opened and the Black Dog appeared in the house. My Lord Conqueror, I didn't expect you to come in person. He nodded slightly, walked into the room, and Black Dog closed the door again. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Master Conqueror, I handed the key to my uncle in the afternoon, and Scorpion poisoned the refugees according to his original plan. At 10:55, Scorpion gave a signal, and then the butcher's men entered the hotel. Finally, at 11:05, which was 20 minutes ago, they took my uncle away. Is that so? When Tang Yu heard that the plan was executed perfectly, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a half-smoked cigar from the backpack space and handed it to Black Dog. Master Conqueror, what is this? You find a way to let me, Dog, and Ghostface find this cigar. This cigar is Kaban's favorite. Do you understand the rest? The Black Dog's eyes widened when he heard this. You mean to draw the attention of the meat dogs to cabin? No. Tang Yu's fair face and deep eyes under the black hood looked at the Black Dog seriously and said word by word. I don't care what method you use. I only have one request. That is to make Kaban as soon as possible. D. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Black Dog's heart couldn't help but pause. Then an expression of fanatical admiration appeared in his eyes, and his head lowered slightly. Your orders are my direction, Lord Conqueror. After saying a few more words to the Black Dog, he let it leave on its own. Standing by the window, watching the Black Dog leaving downstairs, Tang Yu turned and walked upstairs. It's a rare opportunity to come to apartment 15, so I want to see room 704 and room 803. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll have time next time. Going up all the way, Tang Yu first went to the 8th floor. However, when he reached the 6th floor, the stairs were already mostly blocked by a pile of suitcases and various furniture. He finally reached the 8th floor by stepping on the furniture and suitcases. The layout of the rooms in apartment building number 15 is basically the same. By observing from several rooms with doors wide open, it can be seen that each room here is basically around 40 square meters in size. He quickly found room 803, and in his hand appeared the key to room 803 that he had obtained on the first day of entering the Doomsday game. After so many days of wandering around, I finally arrived at this room. It's really not easy. As the door lock turned, the door opened and Tang Yu walked into the room. Just as Tang Yu had guessed before, the layout of this room has a strong military style. Perhaps the identity background filled in by the subway monitor when he first joined the job was that of a retired military officer. The room remains the same as it was when I left. Although there is a thin layer of dust on the table and the floor, it can be seen that the owner of this room is very clean. This is a one-bedroom and one living room layout with a small bathroom and kitchen, and even a long and narrow balcony. There are a lot of dead green plants on it. Coming to the bedroom, in addition to a single bed, there is also a desk. Tang Yu looked at the stack of white papers on the desk. There was no writing on them, but he noticed that there seemed to be some slight marks on the top sheet of white paper. This was because the pen tip left marks due to excessive force in writing. He took out a pencil from the 20-grid backpack, placed it on the top sheet of paper, and began to smear it up and down. A few seconds later, 3 lines of clear text appeared in front of Tang Yu. Number 7 was transformed into a follower of the evil god. When he was occasionally conscious, he sent me a message that the priest of the follower of the evil god was suspected to have been controlled by the will of the evil god and had an immortal body and the ability to pollute the mind. The evil god's believer priest is suspected of planting spies in multiple forces through mental pollution. It is currently confirmed that there are spies in the Ranger organization and the refugee forces in the White Tower district. His tentacles have already extended to other urban areas. Colonel, please carefully identify whether there are any spiritually polluted people in the team. The evil god's believers and priests have great ambitions, so please be careful. Chapter 145, Evil God's Sacrifice, Ceremony Room, 704, Search Bank Office Area. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw these 3 lines of information. Number 7 should be the one who wrote the bloody letter. But this is not the first time Tang Yu has heard that Ghostface was polluted by the evil god's spirit. Stephen expressed the same guess last night. As for Ghostface's so-called immortality and ability to pollute the mind, the first thing that came to my mind was the incompletely evolved cranial neural bridge in Ghostface's brain. Only this thing could be related to those strange abilities. As for mental pollution, Tang Yu has confirmed that Scorpion is the Ghostface who controls his mind through mental pollution. Then Tang Yu started looking for supplies in the room. Unfortunately, after a round, there were no valuable items found. Apart from a Glock 17 pistol and dozens of 9 by 19mm pistol bullets, there were only some food and drinks left. After leaving the room, Tang Yu walked downstairs quickly. When he stood at the door of room 704, he discovered that due to structural problems, room 704 was actually right below room 803. If it was a coincidence, Tang Yu would never believe it. This room is most likely the room number 7. He and the people in room 803 deliberately chose this upstairs and downstairs apartment. Tang Yu listened carefully in the corridor for a while, making sure there was no sound in the room. Then he took out the key to room 704 and inserted it into the keyhole. With a crisp click sound, the door was opened. And just as he opened the door, he heard a very faint sound of clothes rubbing against each other through the earphones. The next moment, a silenced pistol appeared in his hand, and the door he was originally pushing turned into a kick, and his whole body fell to the ground in an instant. The door opened, and Tang Yu just fell to the ground when he felt several extremely fast air currents brushing past his head, followed by the dull sound of bullets hitting the wall. He also saw what was happening inside the room. A follower of the evil god was half-kneeling opposite the door, shooting with a pistol. At this moment, the other party also saw Tang Yu lying on the ground and realized that the previous few bullets did not hit the enemy, so he immediately moved the muzzle. But Tang Yu is no longer the same as before. His movements were fast, but Tang Yu's movements were even faster than his. Two shots hit the evil god's believer's chest in succession. The huge impact caused his movements to become deformed and stop. The third bullet shot into the evil god's follower's eye socket, killing him instantly. Looking at the evil god believer, who had fallen to the ground, Tang Yu stood up quickly, entered the room, and closed the door. The weapons used by the two men just now were silenced weapons, so the noise of their fight was not very loud. Tang Yu raised the silenced pistol, tilted the gun body 45 degrees, aimed with his left eye, observed with his right eye, and used the most standard car's tactical gun holding system, extended stance, to quickly search the entire room. Only after he was sure that there were no enemies did he return to the body of the evil god's believer and pull the trigger at his head again. All 3 bullets entered his brain, and he died the most horrible death. Put the pistol into the backpack space. Start checking the loot. If I'm not mistaken, this follower of the evil god should be the so-called number 7. When he opened the other person's eyelids and saw his ink-black eyes, Tang Yu realized that this guy had been mentally polluted for too long. Then he looked at the room again and saw the living room. All the furniture had been completely cleared out. A huge eyeball rune was drawn on the ground with blood, and there were many auxiliary runes around it. With Tang Yu's current level of knowledge of mysterious runes, he could naturally understand the meaning of these runes at a glance. Obedient soul exchange. In the middle of these runes is a ritual tower built of human skeletons, with many objects hanging on it. When he saw these items, Tang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Commemorative gold coin received. Golden rooster received. WTF. Military circuit board. Tang Yu looked at the palm-sized green circuit board in front of him in disbelief. It turned out that this was the so-called military circuit board. This was the first time he had seen this. Could it have something to do with the other party's identity as a soldier? Thinking of this, Tang Yu searched more carefully. It turned out to be just as he expected. Military cable, military thermal imaging block are 2 more military-grade items. Put all of these away. His eyes turned to an item at the top of the ritual tower built of human skeletons. This is a necklace made of many canine teeth and a wooden plaque. Holy amulet. Type: rare special item. Introduction. This is a product of a sacrificial ceremony. Effect 1. When wearing this item, the evil god's followers will ignore your existence and will not initiate active attacks. Effect 2. Effectively resist mental attacks. Number of times the effect is effective: 7 times. Tang Yu raised his brows slightly. There is also this kind of thing, which can ignore 7 attacks from the evil god's followers and resist mental shocks. It's pretty good. Considering that Ghostface was now suspected of possessing mind control abilities, Tang Yu simply carried the amulet with him. And in this room, Tang Yu also successfully found a small notebook. This should be the content written by number 7 before he was controlled. Put it into the backpack space first. After making sure that all items have been searched, Tang Yu did not stay any longer and left immediately. Tang Yu didn't have the energy to collect any more information about the other rooms in apartment 15. His main focus now is on the layout of the entire White Tower area. When there is time, he can let Black Dog lead people to search for ordinary supplies in these apartments. If he had not been curious about what was happening in room 704 and room 803, he would not have come to search in person. After leaving apartment 15, All the cameras previously installed around the Pinewood Hotel were removed. Next, this place will definitely be searched thoroughly. It will be troublesome if they see this camera. The evacuation site this time is in the Quella Bank next to the Pinewood Hotel. However, he did not go directly to the evacuation point after entering the bank. Instead, we came to the bank office area. Two solid rolling gates blocked the way. A key appeared in Tang Yu's hand. It was the key to this bank office that was obtained on that windy and snowy night. Pull up the rolling door and walk into the bank office area. Various papers and documents were scattered on the ground, and chairs and cups were scattered all over the floor. Yes, there are more than 20 hosts. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is not easy to find a place with so many computer hosts. Tang Yu began to happily install the computer case. I was quite lucky and successfully got a graphics card. Although it cannot be compared with the gains made that night in the trading building a few days ago, it is already very rare. The last office is the bank manager's office. The door was locked, so Tang Yu took out his silenced pistol and fired 2 shots at the door lock. The door opened and he walked in. A safe about half a person's height came into Tang Yu's sight. Chapter 146, Capital Investment Contract, Qingwen Baiduyan Decoction Formula. While observing the situation in the office, Tang Yu put the half-person high safe into his backpack. This manager's office consists of an office area and a sofa area. There is a piece of clothing hanging on the hanger next to the desk. Tang Yu walked over and checked his pockets, found 30,000 Doomsday coins, and then turned his eyes to the table. But his movements paused slightly. There are several forms on the desk at this moment. The table at the top says VIP Customer Safe Rental List. VIP Customer Safe Rental. Tang Yu recalled that he had seen this scene in many movies in his previous life. Some people tend to store more important items in banks with a high level of security for safekeeping. The most famous one is the little kid with a lightning bolt on his head. So there is a similar storage place here? Tang Yu became interested. He was not very interested in general supplies, but he was still willing to work hard at supply points like these that might involve high-end supplies. However, he did not go directly to find the location of the safe. Instead, he looked into the drawers on both sides of the desk. All the drawers were locked, and several gunshots were heard. All drawers open. Tang Yu's attention was attracted by a contract. It's actually a rare item. Fund investment contract. Type: rare item. Introduction. This item can provide enhanced benefits for the financial facilities in the hideout. Effect: financial income facilities. Income time minus 30%. Income value plus 30%. That's amazing. Tang Yu looked at the item in his hand in surprise. In this way, isn't the disaster coin mine a financial facility? Doesn't that mean the time to obtain a disaster coin is shortened from the original 48 hours to 33.6 hours? If you add the 30% increase in income, Tang Yu made a simple estimate and found that the time to obtain a disaster coin could be shortened to less than 30 hours. This is already a huge improvement. Looking at other gains, in addition to this rare item, Tang Yu also obtained a piece of confidential information. The rest are just some ordinary items. However, Tang Yu's target item was found successfully. The key to the bank's safe and the entire internal structure diagram of the Quella Bank. After comparing the location, we found that the bank's VIP safe is located in the basement of the bank. Tang Yu followed the instructions on the map and came to a huge circular alloy door. Use the key in the safe to open this huge alloy door. In the light of the flashlight, silver safes were neatly arranged on both sides. There are not many of them, only about 20 or so. Through the VIP Customer Safe Rental List, Tang Yu already knew that only 3 safes were in use. They are number 1, number 7, and number 19, respectively. All these safes were firmly fixed to the entire warehouse, so Tang Yu's idea of taking them away failed. The thick alloy steel and lock core also completely eliminated Tang Yu's idea of using a pistol to open the safe. Finally, he could only use his ancestral craftsmanship. Boom! The explosion spread throughout the safe deposit box. Cough cough, too much explosives. Tang Yu tried hard to drive away the smoke in the air and walked back into the warehouse, a smile on his face. Although these safes remained intact, they were only slightly deformed by the bombardment of explosives. However, the safe that was originally connected and fixed was blown away from the wall by the power of the remote-controlled emulsion explosive. I simply put all the safes into the backpack space, and the matter with this bank was finally settled. Tang Yu did not hesitate any longer and quickly found the evacuation point in the bank and returned to his hiding place. Arriving at the second underground floor, Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba were still busy in the intelligence center. Hearing the noise behind them, Everyone looked over. Mr. Boss, you're back. Xiaoba hurried to the kitchen and got a cup of hot water. Tang Yu came to Tu Shangxi. How is it going? Tu Shangxi directly turned on the computer, and a map of the entire Baida area appeared in front of Tang Yu. Several red dots above are shining. Boss, Scorpion, and Steven have already appeared at the Opera House building, and Black Dog has just returned to the exhibition hall and is talking to Meat Dog. As he said this, he handed the headphones to Tang Yu. Tang Yu took it and put it to his ear and heard the voices of the Meat Dog and the Black Dog talking. Black Dog, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Why are you talking so much? If it's true or not, why don't you go and check it out? Hurry up and send someone to find him. I tell you, if anything happens to my uncle, just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the loud cry of the Meat Dog. Bayonet! Bayonet! Tang Yu put down the headphones in his hand and nodded slightly. All plans were progressing smoothly. By the way, has the bug at the butcher's place been installed? Tu Shangxi shook her head slightly. No relevant signals have been found so far. It may be that Scorpion has not had a chance to install it today. I will continue to pay attention and notify you immediately if there is any news. Okay, then what about the surveillance signal from the Energy Center building? Following Tang Yu's voice, Tu Shangxi had already switched the computer screen to the monitoring screen page. Sure enough, in addition to the several surveillance cameras at Songmu Hotel, several new surveillance images have appeared. They are the rooftop of the Quellu Energy Center building and several entrances and exits of the Anluite Museum, the old nest of the ghost face. Seeing these extremely clear and smooth images, Tang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Well done, you two should get some rest early. We will have a tough battle tomorrow. After saying this, Tang Yu was about to leave, but was stopped by Tu Shangxi behind him. Boss! Tang Yu turned his head and cast a puzzled look. Boss, I received a rare recipe tonight. So, let me see. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba immediately took out a recipe. Qingwen Baiduyan decoction recipe. Type: rare recipe. Effect 1. Immunity plus 20. Health plus 20. Water value plus 50. Duration 120 minutes. Effect 2. Immune to plague effects. Lasting 30 minutes. Microbial resistance plus 40%. Lasting 90 minutes. Effect 3. After being infected with the plague effect will be removed for 120 minutes, with a 25% chance of being completely removed. Production requirements. Medicine decoction furnace, level 1. Items to be crafted. Forsythia X1, honeysuckle X2, roasted jute X1, roasted bitter almond X2. Production time, 60 minutes. P.S. It's the last day, and I'll add another chapter. Please read this and support me, dear readers. Chapter 147. Ghostface appears, Kaban cigar. Tang Yu looked at the formula in his hand and glanced at Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba in disbelief. Oh my god, this... The two seemed to have guessed Tang Yu's expression long ago and smiled at each other. Weren't they equally surprised when they first saw this recipe? Tell me about the situation. Tang Yu had also come back to his senses and was looking at the recipe with a smile on his face. When he saw the recipe now, he was no longer as excited as when he first saw nourished lamb soup. But there is still happiness in my heart. Boss, this is actually a coincidence. I was looking for items for diving at the time, so I was keeping an eye on the market hall. It seems that this recipe was just posted, but the price is too high, 600,000 Doomsday coins, so some people hesitated after seeing it. So you bought it as soon as you saw it? Tang Yu looked at Tu Shangxi. When he saw the other person nod slightly, he chuckled loudly. Okay, that's a good buy. 600,000 isn't expensive. Let's do this. Whenever we see formulas and items with special functions, we'll buy them all. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, it's fine. And the various medicinal ingredients on this recipe can also be revealed and purchased and collected. After the matter was over, the three of them prepared to rest. Tang Yu suddenly remembered that today was the day when the library refreshed the blueprints/recipes once every 3 days. He immediately opened his backpack and took a look, and indeed found a new rare recipe. I took it out and saw that it was the Qing Xin Jianghua tea, which can remove the heaty state. I felt happy, and it was settled. Originally, if nourished mutton soup is consumed in hot weather, there is a certain chance of getting fire. But now replacing it with refreshing and heat-reducing tea is simply the perfect match for the mutton soup. Immediately add this blueprint to the kitchen's production list. Come to the 3rd underground floor. Put the dog tags dropped by the 10,000 races survivors killed at the Gongyang subway station today into the glory display case. The combat skill bonus has reached 6%. Today, the two survivors of the 10,000 races experienced 1 and 3 rounds of disasters respectively. However, Tang Yu estimated that the survivor of all races who had experienced 3 rounds of disasters should be at the bottom of the list. The reason was that this guy's strength and hiding place were too poor. If he guessed correctly, the other party had survived all 3 disasters by hiding in his hiding place. As for the 2 broken deeds to the hiding place, it's already very late. Let's merge them tomorrow. After a quick wash, Tang Yu lay down on the Kong and soon fell asleep. But today, many people in the Baida district can't sleep. You idiot. Haven't found any clues yet? Ruga looked at his men around him with great anger. At this moment, the Pinewood Hotel has been completely surrounded by refugees, and more than a dozen high-power searchlights illuminate the area around the hotel as if it were daytime. Just as Rugu was going crazy, a figure walked out silently from the shadow behind him. The black dog, who was standing not far away from the meat dog, saw the figure for the first time. His body, which was originally leaning against the wall, suddenly stood up straight, and he remembered his uncle's reminder last night. The look he gave Ghostface was unconsciously scrutinizing, and his gaze was immediately noticed by Ghostface, who looked at the black dog. Noticing the look from the Ghostface, Black Dog was slightly startled, and then he realized that he was too nervous, nodding slightly at the other person's gaze. Rugu also realized something from the expressions of his subordinates on the opposite side. He turned his head and saw the Ghostface retract his gaze and look at him. Master Ghostface, why are you here? The Ghostface did not answer Ruga's question, but stared at Ruga's eyes for 5 seconds before snorting coldly. Walked towards the Pinewood Hotel. The meat dog and the black dog looked at each other and followed behind. All the refugees who saw the Ghostface retreated, not daring to approach within 3 meters of the Ghostface. When the Ghostface walked by, it seemed as if it had its own aura, and everyone couldn't help but shiver all over, and their hair stood on end. We soon arrived at the 7th floor, and what we saw was a dozen or so refugee guards who had been killed. Without exception, all of these people were shot multiple times, and the traces of fighting at the scene also seemed to indicate that the battle was fierce. In particular, the room where Stephen was violently broken into from the outside, and the scene was in a mess. Seeing the tragic scene, in a place where the meat dog and the black dog could not see, the corners of the Ghostface's mouth slightly raised. Scorpion did a good job. Once this is over, I will turn him into a complete believer in God. But soon his expression returned to being cold again. He slowly turned around and looked at the meat dog. Meat dog, is this how you protect Master Stephen? You are such a loser. I don't know how Mr. Zhou fell in love with you. As he said that, he pushed Ruga's body away and walked straight outside. Rugu followed behind him, but he had already clenched his palms into fists and was secretly exerting force. The black dog following behind the 2 men naturally saw all the actions of the meat dog and had a thoughtful look in his eyes. The 3 people, each with their own ulterior motives, came back to the downstairs of Songmu Hotel. Gualian ignored the 2 of them and walked around the Songmu Hotel by himself. Suddenly he stopped. His eyes looked towards the shadow in a corner, and his actions attracted the attention of the meat dog and the black dog. Before the refugees following him could take action, a follower of the evil god walked out of the shadows and came in front of Ghostface, holding something in his hand. It was a half-smoked cigar. This? Rugu was slightly startled when he saw the half-smoked cigar in the evil god's believer's hand. He was shocked by the weirdness of the evil god's followers, and was also surprised that his younger brother had been searching for so long, but had never seen this thing. When Black Dog saw the half-smoked cigar in the evil god's believer's hand, he remained calm on the surface, but felt a little relieved in his heart. The people of Rugu are really stupid to the extreme. They haven't found this thing for such a long time. He was ready to remind him personally, but fortunately, Gualian found it himself, which was the best outcome. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the half-smoked cigar in the evil god's believer's hand. This cigar. The black dog did not finish his words, but looked at the meat dog with a questioning look. At this moment, Rugu has also walked forward and took the half-cigar from the evil god's believer. After a careful inspection, his expression had changed subtly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, this is Kaban's favorite Sfra cigar. Only a guy like him who came from the north would like such a strong-flavored cigar." So, it was Kaban who did it? Damn bastard. The black dog immediately became furious and looked at the ghost face with red eyes. "Grimace, what do you mean?" Gualian took the cigar from Rugu's hand, put it to his nose, and sniffed it gently. "I just smoked it not long ago. Very fresh." Although he didn't know why Cabin Cigar appeared here, his first reaction was that this might be the masterpiece of Scorpion. Anyway, for him, it was the best thing to cause a conflict between Meat Dog and Cabin. So he immediately looked at the black dog, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. What do I mean? What I mean is that since he dared to attack Sir Stephen, he should just die. Chapter 148. Late Night Undercurrent. Cabin takes the blame again. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that, the black dog said in a deep voice, then turned his gaze towards the meat dog. The ghost face also looked at the meat dog with a cold look on his face. Seeing this situation, although he felt that it was a bit arbitrary to conclude that it was Caban who did it based on this cigar, but looking at the eyes of Black Dog and Ghostface, he also understood that he had no choice. However, it is also in his interest to take action against Caban. The meat dog's mouth twitched, and he immediately said, I agree. I'll mobilize the staff right away. Slow. Black Dog and Meat Dog looked at Ghostface with puzzled expressions. Have you ever thought that going to Caban with such a big fuss would bring danger to Mr. Stephen? Let me find Mr. Stephen's location first. It won't be too late to find him before I take action. The black dog frowned slightly when he heard this. What if we don't find my uncle? Caban wouldn't be so stupid as to hide him in his own lair. If we can't find Mr. Stephen, then we can just attack Caban directly without any reservations, right? The black dog took a deep look at the Ghostface. He had known about Ghostface's plan through Scorpion a long time ago. So even though he didn't understand why Ghostface would do this when he knew his uncle was not with Caban, he felt that it was not a bad thing, and he would just tell the Conqueror about the situation here later. So no more words were said, and Rugun naturally couldn't say anything either. Seeing that both of them agreed, Ghostface took 2 steps back, and his entire body completely merged with the darkness. Only a cold word was left. Be prepared tonight and tomorrow. If I don't find any trace of Stephen tomorrow night, there's no need to wait any longer. After saying this, the ghost face disappeared without a trace. When Rugu saw the ghost face disappear, a sharp light reappeared in his eyes. Cabin, bad luck to you. I really hope it was you who did it. He was so happy in his heart, thinking that he would be able to take over Cabin's territory after tomorrow night. By then, his power would become the largest refugee power in the White Tower district. Just thinking about it made him happy. However, he soon noticed the gaze from the black dog head, coughed lightly, and called for the bayonet. Returned to base camp, just when Rugu and his men were sharpening their knives to attack Cabin. However, Stephen had already passed through the secret passage and appeared in the butcher's secret room. The butcher touched his head and looked at Stephen in the cage. Mr. Stephen, I'm so sorry to have you here in this way, but don't worry. As long as you give me what I want, I will never make things difficult for you. As he spoke, a key appeared in his hand. It was the key to the safe in the director's office of the city hospital. Mr. Stephen, can you tell me the combination to your safe? Stephen looked at the butcher's smug expression and sneered. Butcher, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest. You want the things in the safe? Dream on. I'm not afraid to tell you that if you don't have the correct combination and key to open the safe, and you want to force it open, you'll get a bunch of garbage. And just as the butcher and Stephen were talking in the secret room, Scorpion first carefully observed the surrounding situation, then pretended to be indifferent and walked to the butcher's desk and installed the bug in a hidden location. After doing all this, Scorpion gave Stephen a subtle look. Stephen immediately stopped wasting words with the butcher and closed his eyes to rest. The butcher looked grim upon seeing this. Saber, take good care of Mr. Stephen. Yes, Boss Butcher. It is the 4th day of the 2nd round of disasters, and there are still 3 days before the Doomsday flood. Tang Yu was woken up by Xiao Ba at 7 o'clock in the morning. When we arrived at the 2nd underground floor, Tu Shangxi had already prepared breakfast. While eating, Tang Yu took out an information transceiver from his backpack. In fact, it was similar to a mobile phone that could only send text messages, and its appearance was very similar to that of a Nokia phone. There are already 2 messages above. Black Dog, Lord Conqueror, Ghostface arrived last night and found the cigar. He is expected to attack Caban tonight. Scorpion, Messenger, a bug has been installed in the butcher's room, and Stephen is proceeding according to plan. After putting the transceiver away again, everything went smoothly as planned. But he originally thought that Ghostface and Meat Dog would take action against Cabin last night. After all, they did not delay at all in the face of such an extreme disaster as the polar blizzard last time. This time it was postponed to tomorrow. It is most likely what Ghostface meant, and only his decision can affect Black Dog and Meat Dog. A helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Ghostface attaches great importance to the item that the Rangers and the Revolutionary Army traded today. In order to ensure the success of the operation, he actually resisted such a good opportunity to pass the buck. It's a pity. I thought he could do it last night. The reason why Tang Yu asked Black Dog to place the cigar yesterday was, of course, that he wanted to use Ghostface and Meat Dog's knives to kill Cabin, so that he could successfully purchase the underwater assault rifle from the technician. On the other hand, of course, he was thinking about consuming Ghostface's physical strength and energy as much as possible to prepare for today's action. I just didn't expect that Ghostface would be so cautious. This guy is so hard to deal with. He now has some doubts about how much strength the so-called Ghostface in the first round of disaster has compared to the real Ghostface. Tu Shanxi looked at Tang Yu and said softly, "Boss, the exchange price of disaster coins has risen to 1.8 million this morning. What do you think? So high?" Tang Yu was also a little surprised. Yes, mainly because a few survivors kept raising the price, and I felt something was not right. It's indeed not right. How many survivors have nothing better to do than sell disaster coins from time to time? Unless these people are setting up a trap. Focus on the situations of the few survivors. Find out their races and the number of disasters they have survived, and we can deal with the rest later. By the way, hurry up and collect items for free diving. If the item has a strong effect, you can use one disaster coin to trade it. If you can use Doomsday coin, use Doomsday coin. Tu Shanxi nodded when he heard this. At this moment, Rabbit Xiaoba suddenly jumped off the dining table, came to the small chest in the intelligence center, and handed over a disaster coin to Tang Yu in front of his surprised gaze. "Xiaoba, this? Mr. Boss, this is a disaster coin produced by the disaster coin mine today. I'll keep it." Tang Yu suddenly realized, yes, calculating the time, today is indeed the time to get the first disaster coin. Suddenly he thought of something. After quickly finishing the food in a few bites, he came to the disaster coin mine, and an item appeared in his hand. Chapter 149, Cabin's Secret Passage, Special Event Mission, Deadly Pursuit. Fund Investment Contract. This rare item was obtained by Tang Yu at Quella Bank last night. The effect can be said to be perfectly compatible with the disaster coin mine, as Tang Yu chose to use this item. In this contract, Tang Yu's name appeared directly in the originally blank investor column, and the name of the facility disaster coin mine was also listed below. Tang Yu soon noticed that the disaster coin mine originally required 48 hours to obtain one disaster coin, but now the production time has become 33.6 hours, and the number of disaster coins obtained has become 1.3. With a quick calculation, it only takes 23.5 hours to obtain a disaster coin, which cuts the time in half. Fuck, this item is so powerful. Tang Yu showed a look of surprise. This is disaster coin. Rare level currency can directly cut production time in half. This effect is simply too outrageous. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had searched the office last night. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. At the same time, Tang Yu also understood that the types of rare items in this Doomsday world were extremely complicated, and the effects were also strange. There were no useless effects, only rare items that were not used in the right place. Take this financial management contract, for example. It does not help Tang Yu improve his strength at all, but it can shorten the time to obtain disaster coins by half. Quite outrageous. Keep this contract carefully. Come to the intelligence center to get today's random intelligence. At 8 o'clock tonight, a mysterious merchant will appear in Bida Park. You can trade some useful things from him. He will stay for 10 minutes. Bida Park. Mysterious businessman. Tang Yu immediately opened the architectural features of Bida Park on the building panel. Really? One of the characteristics of Bida Park is that there is a chance to attract Doomsday merchants. Doomsday merchant. I wonder what I can trade for. Tang Yu urgently needs a lot of items now. I just hope I can have some good harvest tonight. Then Tang Yu looked back at the intelligence center panel. Purchase information. Where is the exit of the secret passage and cabin in the 4S store? Do you want to spend 700,000 Doomsday coins to purchase this information? Yes. There are 2 exits for cabin's secret escape passage in the 4S store, one under the arrow statue in the music fountain square, and the other in the sewer next to the 3rd stone pillar in the underground parking lot of Quello Library. This result was far beyond Tang Yu's expectations. First, he did not expect that there would be 2 exits. Second, one of the 2 exits was actually a real estate building he owned. He chuckled silently and shook his head. Take out the Bida district map and find the location of the music fountain square. He soon found the music square. In fact, the music square was just opposite the Quella City Library, separated by only a street. These two buildings are not far from Gonyang Metro Station. They are located on both sides of Gonyang Metro Station with the Anluo Museum, the old nest of the ghost face. It seems that the overall direction of this passage remains unchanged, but the exit location can be temporarily selected according to the situation. Tang Yu drew a straight line from the 4S store and the library on the map. Unfortunately, there were no blueprints of urban construction pipelines, so he could only guess the other party's direction in this way. An idea came into his mind. God of Guansheng, I, Tang Yu, sincerely worship you and bless me with great fortune and prosperity. Tang Yu reverently inserted 3 sticks of sandalwood into the incense burner and then opened the super Monopoly panel. The wealth points that were originally only 36 points have now become 986 points. Fuck. The lab just increased its score by 247 points. So impressive. Tang Yu just shook the dice. 2. Mini Tang Yu stopped after the map jumped twice. However, Tang Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily after seeing the pattern on the square, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. It's just because the pattern that appears on that square is a question mark. Unexpected event. Sure enough, the next moment, the voice that Tang Yu extremely didn't want to hear rang out. The survivors triggered a special event mission, Deadly Pursuit. Fatal Pursuit. Mission requirements. Before 2400 hours today, the survivor will be wanted, and there will be a varying number of killers hunting down the survivor. Please survive until 2400 hours midnight. 2 hours later, the hunting mission will officially begin, and the coordinates will be reported once. Mission rewards. Based on the survivor's mission performance, you can provide him/her with an item/blueprint/book/recipe that meets the survivor's requirements. Grass. Tang Yu finally couldn't help but swear. He had already seen a countdown with red light flashing on his panel. He just knew it. He just knew it. Everything on this Monopoly panel is good, except for this special event mission, which is simply life-threatening. At least there was a choice last time, but this time the mission is to hunt down directly. Is this fucking thing still allowing people to live? Complaining as he did, Tang Yu quickly cleared up his negative emotions. Now is not the time to grumble. There is no doubt that this mission will not be so easy to get away with. I just don't know what the so-called wanted and pursued people are like. Survivor? Refugees? Rebels? Or some other identity? Tang Yu has prepared for the worst. Fortunately, this mission was not so inhumane, and he was given 2 hours to prepare. But what does it mean to report the coordinates once? Tang Yu's brain was working rapidly, thinking about anything that might have been missed or any props that he could use. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful that he had used up the opportunity to pay for the information too early. The main reason is that he didn't expect this to happen. Soon, Tang Yu relaxed his tightly frowned brows and looked at the rabbit Xiaoba who was sorting items in the warehouse. Xiaoba, come here for a moment. When Xiaoba heard Tang Yu's call, he immediately ran to Tang Yu excitedly. Mr. Boss, here I come. Xiaoba, is your brother still sleeping? I want to talk to him. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Xiaoba was obviously stunned, and then he quickly discovered that Tang Yu was different from usual, and his expression seemed very solemn. He had already understood something in his heart, and immediately said decisively, "It's okay. I'll wake him up right away." As he said that, he closed his eyes. Well, actually, you don't have to. Tang Yu looked at Xiaoba's serious expression and showed a helpless expression. At the same time, he was prepared to see a grumpy rabbit. Sure enough, after a while, the rabbit Xiaoba's eyes were opened again. Chapter 150 Rabbit Xiaoqi, Glock 34 TTI, Tactical Master Pistol. When Xiaoba's eyes opened again, there was no longer any trace of those clear and bright eyes. Instead, there was only a pair of scarlet eyes filled with grumpiness. The rabbit Xiaoqi tried hard to suppress his anger at being disturbed in his sleep. The main reason was that Xiaoba kept reminding him in his mind to talk nicely to the boss, which gave him a headache. Tang Yu naturally saw the dissatisfaction and helplessness in the other person's eyes, but he didn't say anything, waiting quietly for Xiaoqi to calm down. Put yourself in his shoes. If someone disturbed his sleep casually, he would probably be very unhappy. Tu Shanxi had been paying close attention to the two people's movements since Tang Yu called out Xiaoba. She naturally knew about the other personality Xiaoqi in the rabbit Xiaoba's body. So at this time, I considerately brought each of them a cup of black tea. And Xiaoqi seemed to have finally lost his temper because of Xiaoba's voice. Finally, he snorted coldly, picked up the black tea, and took a sip, then looked at Tang Yu coldly. Tell me, what do you want from me? It was still that very hoarse voice, and the tone was very cold, telling people not to approach. However, when Xiao Qi came out, Tang Yu had been paying attention to Xiao Qi's trust column on the employee management panel. Although not as dependent as Xiao Ba, Xiao Qi surprisingly remained at the trust stage. This gave Tang Yu some peace of mind. Hearing Xiao Qi's cold voice, Tang Yu looked at her and smiled softly. Okay, we are so familiar with each other, there is no need to be so cold all the time. Tang Yu's words made Rabbit Xiaoqi frown and look at Tang Yu unhappily, just when he was about to say something. But I was shocked by his next words. I'm in trouble and I need your help. After Tang Yu finished saying this, not only Xiaoqi, but even Tu Shangxi and Xiao Ba, who shared perception with Xiaoqi, trembled all over and looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. Xiaoqi even shouted in a low voice, "Be quiet." Obviously, this is said to Xiao Ba. Look at Tang Yu again. What's the meaning? Everyone present was someone Tang Yu trusted, so he directly told them the key parts of the special event mission, Fatal Pursuit. After hearing this, Tu Shangxi covered her mouth with her hands and showed an expression of disbelief. Xiao Qi's right hand hidden under the table was clenched tightly into a fist. Although he looked impatient with Tang Yu just now, he was actually very grateful to Tang Yu. If it weren't for Tang Yu, he and Xiao Ba would not know where they would be lingering in the corner now. The most likely possibility is that he was killed in the refugee attack long ago. So a few seconds later, Xiao Qi looked at Tang Yu calmly. How can I help you? Hearing what Rabbit Xiaoqi said, a smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips. Tang Yu and Xiao Qi completed their communication quickly. Then he chose to use the 2 hiding place deeds obtained last night. The area of the hiding place was expanded again. However, this time he only randomly obtained rare items of 2 races, and the effect was average. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Tang Yu and Xiao Qi appeared at Gonyang subway station. If there is any situation, just tell Tu Shangxi and he will notify me, Tang Yu said with a smile. Okay, I got it. At this moment, Xiao Qi is fully armed with guns, and the night vision goggles on his head are placed in front of his eyes. The originally dark subway station has become extremely clear. Returning to Gonyang subway station again, Xiao Qi had mixed feelings. It was here that Tang Yu rescued him and Xiao Ba a few days ago. He didn't expect that he would come back here again a few days later. And he did it as Tang Yu's partner. Tang Yu also saw Xiao Qi's expression through the night vision goggles. Okay, then you get ready. There's not enough time. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Tang Yu ran towards the subway exit. Just as he was about to turn the corner, Xiao Qi's still hoarse voice came from behind him. Hey, get back safely. Tang Yu didn't look back when he heard that. He just waved his hand and disappeared around the corner. He quickly left the Gonyang subway station, compared the coordinates of the building, and ran quickly in one direction. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, Tu Shangxi was already sitting in front of the intelligence center. He had temporarily closed the flea market page and was focusing all his attention on the surveillance video footage, monitored audio, and the location of the trackers, quietly waiting for Tang Yu's order. Tang Yu was already moving quickly towards the target location. He kept checking the time. There were still 15 minutes before Fatal Pursuit would officially take effect and the coordinates would be notified. There should be enough time. Soon, a statue of the god of love appeared in front of Tang Yu. The statue is located in the center of a musical fountain, but because the entire city has been in a doomsday environment for a long time, the fountain is long dried up. Since the exit is right under the statue, that means the underground must be hollow. Tang Yu stood under the statue and knocked carefully on the marble slab below the statue. Soon he found a dull-sounding slab of stone on the back of the statue. Remote-controlled emulsion explosives are installed on this stone slab. As the explosion sounded, a deep cave with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared in front of Tang Yu. Fuck, it's hidden so well. I looked at the time again. There were only 2 minutes left before Deadly Pursuit would officially begin. Tang Yu took out 3 more remote-control emulsion explosives from his backpack and threw them directly into the hole. Then he quickly ran towards the Quella City Library across the street. While running, he pressed the buttons on his phone. The statue of the god of love behind him gradually collapsed and shattered with 3 huge explosions, and the hole under the statue naturally collapsed and was submerged, just as Tang Yu crossed the road and stepped into the territory of Quella Library. A mechanical sound appeared in Tang Yu's ears. The Fatal Pursuit special event has officially begun. The target's current coordinates are reported, the main entrance to the Quella City Library. When Tang Yu heard the mechanical sound, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you here? A Glock 34 TTI tactical master, appeared in his hand. Tang Yu modified 2 such pistols in total. All of them have been modified specifically based on the original Glock 34 pistol. The purpose of the modification is only one, which is to fully meet the combat requirements of the car's tactical gun system. The original slide was replaced with a lightweight slide, and the weight-reducing grooves were added. At the same time, the matte coating on the outside of the slide can also increase the wear and corrosion resistance of the gun. In addition, a double recoil spring is used inside the slide to further reduce the recoil when firing. The trigger group of the gun has also been modified, with a trigger force of only 3.5 to 4.5 pounds, which greatly increases the shooting speed of the gun. The most crucial point is that Tang Yu not only continued to use 9 by 19mm caliber pistol bullets, but also directly increased the magazine's capacity from 17 rounds to 21 rounds through the modification of the magazine. At this moment, Tang Yu was holding the tactical master pistol in his hand, and his fighting posture immediately changed to the car's tactical gun holding action, extended posture, and he decisively fired at a stone pillar extending outside the library gate. Bang! Blood splatters. Chapter 151, The Pursuers Arrive, and a fierce battle in the library. Following Tang Yu's shooting, 7 meters away from him, behind a stone pillar in the library, a survivor of the 10,000 races was hit by a bullet while sticking out his feet, and the survivor involuntarily bent forward. Just as his head poked out from the edge of the stone pillar, Tang Yu, who had already locked onto that position, pulled the trigger again. Bang bang. The survivors of all races fell to the ground. Tang Yu didn't even look at the other person and quickly ran towards the underground parking lot. This survivor of the 10,000 races was not the one who came to hunt down Tang Yu, but his hiding place was in the library. He was attracted by the explosion in the music square and wanted to launch a sneak attack on Tang Yu. But he didn't know that Tang Yu had already noticed his every move. Soon we arrived at the library's underground parking lot. The first one, the second one, the third one, we found it. We quickly found the exit of cabin's escape passage. After looking around, he started installing the remote-controlled emulsion explosive near the third stone pillar. This was temporarily modified by Tang Yu before he set off, and there are only 3 of them. After the explosives were installed, he finally confirmed the explosion range of the explosives and walked quickly outside. He had just reached the dark stairs of the underground parking lot when Tu Shangshi's voice came. "Boss, something happened at the Amulet Museum." A man in a black cloak walked out from the underground passage. Tang Yu paused for a moment and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, so it was about this time. Understood. Also, if there are any suspicious persons over there, notify me immediately. Okay, boss. Just after finishing the conversation, Tang Yu was about to move forward when he paused again. His body immediately assumed the middle posture, holding a gun, and he walked quietly upstairs. The skill, Concealment, starts to provide bonuses for Tang Yu. At the same time, Night Walker takes effect, eliminating all sounds within 1 meter of Tang Yu. At this moment, an assault rifle suddenly stretched out from the corner of the wall. The other party also saw Tang Yu at the same time, with a look of surprise on his face. Although he pulled the trigger, Tang Yu had lifted the muzzle of the gun with his left hand in advance. Tang Yu did not hesitate at all. The tactical master fired 2 shots at the chest of the man, and the man's body became stiff. The muzzle of the tactician's gun was already against the man's chin. Bang! The man fell to the ground and died, and his equipment, weapons, and belongings disappeared. The noise here was soon heard by others. The 5 people in the virtual map all walked quickly towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu had already arrived at the first floor of the library. Although there was no light, the overall brightness was still good, and the sunlight shone through the glass into the lobby on the first floor. Dozens of bookshelves are placed in the center of the library, and around the occasional bookshelves lying on the ground are some stained books. In the virtual map, 5 pursuers have surrounded Tang Yu. Tang Yu leaned against the bookshelf to hide his figure. A pursuer was also behind this bookshelf, quietly searching for Tang Yu's trace. The 2 were only separated by a wall. Just as the pursuer stepped down and leaned out of the bookshelf, Tang Yu had already shot him in the calf. The pursuer fell to the ground immediately, and the tactical master's bullet shot into his brain through his eye socket. The sound stopped abruptly. After dealing with an enemy, Tang Yu immediately pointed his gun at the bookshelf 5 meters in front of him. Sure enough, a pursuer rushed out of the bookshelf and raised his gun towards Tang Yu. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Yu was shot twice in the chest and once in the head, killing the second pursuer. He didn't have time to think about it. He turned backwards and fell down. At the same time he fell, the third and fourth pursuers appeared behind him at the same time. Bang, bang. First, 2 shots were fired at the torso of the current person. The 9 by 19 mm caliber bullets hit the opponent's armor, and the powerful stopping force made the opponent's body stiff. Bang bang. 2 more shots hit the 4th pursuer, and Tang Yu was also shot in the chest. A feeling of chest tightness came over me. Because Tang Yu was wearing level 5 bulletproof armor and was only hit by 1 bullet, the stiffness passed quickly. He immediately shot the 2 men in the head, and they fell to the ground. The last pursuer also appeared behind Tang Yu, just in time to see his 2 companions slowly falling to the ground not far away. Tang Yu was still lying on the ground, his head tilted back and his hands stretched back at the same time. Before the other party opened fire, bullets were fired continuously and blood splattered. It was obvious that the armor on his body was confiscated and dropped when he entered the library. The last bullet pierced the enemy's forehead. At this point, all the pursuers were killed. Tang Yu stood up, and there were no enemies left in the virtual map. He immediately took out a new magazine from the magazine holder to replace the bullets and recycled the empty magazine. This is called tactical reloading. Looking back, he saw that all the items on the pursuer had disappeared, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mandatory collection I is still powerful. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and ran towards the next destination. The time is now 11:05, and it wasn't until 10 minutes after Tang Yu left. Inside the Quellu library, a timid head popped out from its hiding place. Looking at the scene after the fierce fighting in the library, cold sweat was already pouring down his forehead. Oh my god! Who is this killer? He's too powerful. Tu Shangxi, what's going on at the Amlite Museum? Tang Yu had now arrived at the corner clinic he had visited last night. Tu Shangxi's voice soon came from the headphones. Boss, no suspicious people were found. Got it? Keep monitoring. After turning off the headset, it was already 11:30. Tang Yu was hiding in this corner clinic, eating energy bars to restore his strength. It's obvious that these pursuers were able to find me so quickly just now because of my coordinate report. Now it's not that easy, but Ghostface should be almost at the steel mill by now. No hurry, wait a little longer. This is the only way to be safe. While waiting, Tang Yu opened the private chat message with Wang Bohu. On the other side, Wang Bohu was sitting in a wheeled armored vehicle, listening to the senior survivors around him telling him about the various disasters they had experienced before. I felt deeply moved that as an organization of senior SEED members, the Rangers were indeed extremely powerful and even had armed vehicles such as armored vehicles. There were a total of 10 people who went to the reserve station to trade with the Revolutionary Army this time. An armored vehicle driver, a fireman, an observer, a maintenance technician, a communicator, and the team leader and his 3 team members. The last person is Wang Bohu. The captain of the action team handed Wang Bohu a bottle of juice and said with a smile, Bohu, you are indeed the ace seed of base city number 99. You have just survived the first round of disasters and have already reached the level of deputy captain. Captain Bai, you're joking. I still need to learn a lot from you. Wang Bohu said modestly. You. Bai Daidang shook his head and stopped talking. Wang Bohu once again listened attentively to the team members' vivid and emotional narration. And just at this moment, Tang Yu's message came. Tang Yu, do as I say. Don't let anyone know you're chatting, and be more natural in your expression. Chapter 152, A World-Destroying Disaster, Tang Yu's explanation. Tang Yu, do as I say. Don't let anyone know you're chatting, and be more natural in your expression. When Wang Bohu saw the message sent by Tang Yu, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then quickly returned to normal. Bohu, are you tired? We still have some time to reach our destination. After all, we can't make too much noise, so we have to slow down. Hearing Captain Bai's caring words, Wang Bohu shook his head slightly. Captain Bai, I was just thinking about the disaster scenario that Brotherly just described. It's too scary. Team Bai patted Wang Bohu's shoulder gently. Relax. We already have a complete set of procedures for dealing with disasters. As long as we don't encounter a world-destroying disaster, it will basically be fine. There won't be any major losses. Wang Bohu was slightly surprised. Destroying the world? What is this, Team White? As soon as these words were spoken, the noise inside the entire armored vehicle suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Wang Bohu with confusion. The world is going to be destroyed. The casual smile on Captain Bai's face turned serious at this moment, and he looked at Wang Bohu with a heavy heart. That's right. You haven't experienced it yet. The so-called world destruction is actually the level of disaster. Based on the names of past disasters we know and the internal records of the organization, the difficulty of disasters is not the same. We have temporarily divided the difficulty into 3 levels from low to high: natural disaster, world destruction, and destruction. Natural disaster, world destruction, devastation. Wang Bohu kept repeating these 3 words. That's right. So-called natural disasters are just ordinary disasters. Although these disasters are equally difficult, they are only for ordinary survivors. Rangers like us are not afraid of such disasters anymore. We also have corresponding coping methods and items. Just like the first round of disasters you just experienced, its actual difficulty is only 30% of that of natural disasters. Hiss! Wang Bohu couldn't help but take a breath when he heard that. 30%? Captain Bai smiled and nodded. But if we encounter one with the prefix destroy the world, then it will be a real disaster. As Captain Bai spoke, his eyes gradually fell into memories. Comrades shouted in despair, and the entire world channel was cleared of half of the survivors, filled with curses and resentment towards the Doomsday game. It was also because of that disaster that half of the Rangers' original team of more than 100 people were directly killed. You have to know that these were all elite seed players, and it would be difficult for them to suffer casualties even when facing a natural disaster. That disaster would have caused such huge losses. He was only lucky enough to hide in a special facility and survive the disaster with the help of special items. Wang Bohu could tell from Captain Bai's words that even now, he was still frightened by the disaster. But Wang Bohu knew that Captain Bai was an extremely experienced survivor who had survived 5 disasters. What does a destructive disaster look like? After hearing what Wang Bohu said, everyone suddenly laughed, and the atmosphere was completely different from before. Bohu, we don't know about that. The so-called destruction is just a disaster-level guess by the few words we found through our excavation of this world. No one has ever seen it. Perhaps there are no survivors of this level of disaster anymore. Who knows? But Wang Bohu could feel that there was bitterness beneath everyone's smile. At this point, everyone subconsciously stopped chatting and closed their eyes to rest. Wang Bohu looked aside in a daze, as if thinking about the apocalyptic disaster that Captain Bai had just mentioned. In fact, Wang Bohu. Okay, master, you can tell me now, no one will doubt it. Tang Yu had finished his food. When he saw the message from Wang Bohu, he realized that the other party was probably dealing with the people around him. Tang Yu, listen to me. At 3:40 p.m., Ghostface will attack you at the energy center, but don't tell this news to the others in your group, because I suspect there is an accomplice of Ghostface among you. Tang Yu, just stay normal now. I will tell you what to do when the time comes. Tang Yu's information really shocked Wang Bohu. Ghostface will attack their convoy. Of course, Wang Bohu knew who Ghostface was. It was Tang Yu who told him during the first round of disasters. He was a priest who was a follower of the evil god. They actually came to attack them. Wang Bohu, great god, are you sure? We are survivors. How could we be his accomplices? Moreover, the followers of the evil god all have mysterious rune tattoos on their bodies. I guarantee that all the comrades around me are normal survivors. Tang Yu, I know it's hard for you to accept, so I asked you to stay calm. As far as I know, Ghostface now has a similar ability to mental pollution and can use mental control to make the control person willingly do things for him. This has nothing to do with the camp, and it is still effective even if they don't become followers of the evil god. Wang Bohu's heart trembled. Mind pollution, mind control. Wang Bohu didn't think that Tang Yu would joke about such an important matter, so this matter was most likely true. Only, his eyes swept over the comrades around him calmly. It's just that it's really hard to believe that these comrades who were just chatting and laughing with him actually had a hidden accomplice with the ghost face. Even though I know now that the other party may have been controlled only because of the mental pollution of the ghost face, and was not willing to do so, but, however, Wang Bohu quickly faced the reality that he was not an indecisive or sentimental person. On the contrary, after a brief moment of confusion, Wang Bohu quickly understood his situation. If there really is a comrade controlled by Ghostface, then there is no doubt that the other party is an enemy at this moment. Now that he cannot be sure of the identity of the insider, his best choice is to treat everyone as potential enemies. Only in this way can we prevent them from affecting our judgment. Wang Bohu has great trust in Tang Yu, and the fact that Tang Yu agreed to let him tell the organization about the Doomsday flood disaster shows that he has no ill will towards the organization. So, Wang Bohu, I understand, Master. What should I do? Since Tang Yu was so confident and explained the interests involved to him directly, based on Wang Bohu's understanding of Tang Yu, he must have a complete action plan. He only needed to do as Tang Yu arranged. Seeing that Wang Bohu understood it so quickly, Tang Yu nodded slightly. At the same time, trade several items to the other party. Tang Yu, take the tracker with you on your return trip if you find a chance. Don't wear it when you meet the Revolutionary Army. It would be troublesome if they have monitoring equipment. Tang Yu, the purpose of this tracker is for you to let me track your location, so that I can provide you with the next direction of action when the ghost face attacks. Tang Yu, as for the tactical headset, put it on when you are attacked, and someone will direct your actions. Wang Bohu looked at the items that Tang Yu had traded and did not take them out directly, but kept them in the mailbox so that he could deal with the inspection of the Revolutionary Army. However, he also realized the unusualness of this action from Tang Yu's words. Fuck. Does the master already have remote command personnel? So awesome. Chapter 153 Showroom Construction Drawings, Mysterious Statue. After explaining things to Wang Bohu, he closed the private message. It is almost 12 noon at this moment. It's time to act. Leaving the corner clinic running towards the Anlut Museum, Tang Yu didn't encounter any enemies until he entered the museum. To Shangxi, start comprehensive monitoring of the area around the Anlut Museum now. Understood, boss. To Shangxi's voice came from the headphones. Entering the exhibition hall through the museum gate, Tang Yu's purpose was very clear, and he followed the road signs directly to the museum director's office. A fierce battle must have taken place here before. There was even a collapse in the corridor on the second floor, through which you can see the situation on the first floor. In the administrative area on the second floor, Tang Yu successfully found the director's office. After a few shots, I walked into the director's office and saw a map of the museum's functional areas hanging on the wall directly opposite the door. Warehouse, found it. He quickly found the location of the museum warehouse on the map. It was actually right behind the exhibition hall on the first floor, but to enter the warehouse, one had to pass through an 8-centimeter thick alloy door. After finding the destination, Tang Yu looked at the items on display in the curator's room and began searching. In his experience, high-value items can often be found in such rooms. Sure enough, he found a rare blueprint in the pages of a book. Showroom Construction Blueprint. Showroom Construction Drawings. Type: Rare Blueprint. Effect: creates a showroom with additional space in your hideout. Construction requirements: Workbench Level 1, Hideout Security Level 3, Experimental Facility X1, Soundproofing Cotton X10. Construction time: 24 hours. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Tang Yu showed a solemn expression. This is actually a hideout facility that took 24 hours to build. He was of course aware that facilities that took such a long time to build were usually very powerful, just like how the Intelligence Center took 24 hours to build. So, the value of this drawing is quite huge. In experimental facilities, the curator's office has finished collecting the information and the time has come to 12:05. Tang Yu ran directly to the warehouse. The location was very easy to find. He passed through the exhibition hall and the tourist isolation door, finally standing in front of a huge metal door. The key to the warehouse of Anlut Museum appeared in Tang Yu's hand. This key that he had obtained from Gue Lien finally fulfilled his mission. Let me take a good look at what's in this guy Ghostface's lair. Insert the key into the keyhole and turn it to the bottom, followed by a crisp click sound. Tang Yu pushed the metal door in front of him to the sides. The wheels on the upper and lower sides of the metal door turned, and the door slowly opened. Surprisingly, when the door was fully opened, it was not dark as imagined, but very bright. A high-powered light overhead illuminates the entire warehouse. TSK, where did this guy Ghostface get the generator from? Tang Yu looked around. This warehouse is about 800 to 900 square meters in size, and there are no other items except neatly stacked huge wooden boxes. A house appeared at the end of the warehouse, and Tang Yu walked over. The room was not locked, so I pushed the door open and entered. Tang Yu had just stepped in, but the moment he looked up, he saw a stone platform opposite the door, and on top of the stone platform was a statue more than 1 meter high. The moment he saw the statue, Tang Yu felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer. He suddenly felt dizzy, and countless crazy, roaring, and whispering voices appeared in Tang Yu's mind. The brain felt like it was being stabbed by a sharp knife, and was being twisted violently, sending a tearing pain sweeping over it. The severe pain, mumbling, hallucinations, and tearing made Tang Yu feel as if the whole world was spinning and turning upside down. He shook his head in pain, holding his head, and just when he thought he was about to die, I just felt my body being enveloped by a warm current, and all the discomfort in my body disappeared without a trace like a receding tide. Tang Yu was gasping for breath like a drowning man, but his blurry eyes finally saw the situation clearly. Tang Yu only then noticed that he had been leaning on his knees and looking at the ground without knowing when, and blood was constantly dripping down from the ground. He subconsciously wiped his nose and felt it was wet, sticky, and warm. When he looked at his palm again, it was covered in blood. All of Tang Yu's thoughts returned, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. What the hell? What is this? What just happened? Only then did he notice that the number of times the holy amulet he originally wore on his body had been used to change from 7 times to 5 times. Thinking of the warm current that saved him from danger just now, he realized that it was this amulet that he didn't care much about that helped him resist 2 mental attacks. It was a close call. If I hadn't searched room 704 on a whim last night, I would have accidentally found this amulet. He was probably dead just now. But that was a mental attack just now? That's horrible. Tang Yu no longer dared to look at the statue and turned around immediately. However, he didn't want to just sit there and wait for death or give up and leave halfway. However, if he missed this opportunity and Ghostface found out that his lair had been discovered, according to Ghostface's personality, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it next time. Finally, he took another look at the 5 remaining protection opportunities on the amulet. Secretly clenched his back teeth. This statue is absolutely important. Absolutely important. Although he thought so, Tang Yu couldn't recall the appearance of the statue just now. What was that just now? As this thought came to his mind, Tang Yu noticed again that the number on the holy amulet changed from 5 to 4. Damn, statue is tampering with my memory. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of ruthlessness and determination. Damn, you bastard. I don't believe it. The 417 Hong Kong dollars sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Without looking back, he pointed the muzzle of the gun behind him and pulled the trigger. Snap, snap, snap. Dense bullets were fired at the statue, but Tang Yu strangely did not hear any sound of bullets hitting the object. If he could look back, he would find that all the bullets shot stopped 10 centimeters away from the statue. Just like shooting into a wall of air, the kinetic energy of the bullet is constantly competing with the air wall. When the magazine was emptied, Tang Yu noticed something was wrong. He heard the sound of bullets falling to the ground behind him. Judging from the sound of the falling, it was less than 5 meters away from him. Although he didn't know what happened, Tang Yu had already gained a lot of experience after fighting for such a long time. The power of 20 rounds of 7.62 by 51mm caliber reinforced armor-piercing bullets is definitely not small no matter how the statue blocks it. Because Tang Yu already clearly felt that he could now vaguely recall the appearance of the statue. Although it was still vague, it was enough for Tang Yu to find the pattern. A ferocious smile immediately appeared on Tang Yu's lips. Damn it, so that's how it is? The next moment, 417 Hong Kong dollars had retracted the backpack, and the previously loaded spare PKM light machine gun appeared in Tang Yu's hand. Then he closed his eyes, picked up the PKM, turned around, and pulled the trigger hard at the statue. Go! Chapter 154. Ghostface's lair is destroyed, and the pursuers arrive. A torrent of bullets flew towards the statue, but all of them were stuck in a quagmire 10 centimeters away from the statue. But it is obvious that as more and more bullets are fired, the bullets, which were originally not advancing at all, are gradually approaching the statue itself. Tang Yu didn't care about that, and just closed his eyes and kept firing bullets. Finally, just when he thought there would be another round, only a crisp click was heard. The air wall that was originally blocking the bullet had disappeared. The surging bullet passed through the statue and hit the wall opposite Tang Yu directly, making a puff-puff sound. Tang Yu released the trigger belatedly, and his brain became clearer than ever the moment the air wall disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that on the stone platform 4 or 5 meters in front of him, the statue more than 1 meter high had been broken into 4 or 5 pieces and scattered on the stone platform. Tang Yu did not rush forward, but replaced the magazines of the PKM machine gun and 417 Hong Kong dollars precision sniper rifle one by one, and refilled the used magazines with bullets. Then clean up the bloodstains in the room. After using the artificial blood pack to restore his health, he walked to the stone platform and looked at the broken statue. Broken XXX statue. Type. Taboo item. Introduction. This is a replica of an item based on the appearance of XXX. XXX comes from XXX and is a taboo in the world. It cannot be mentioned, seen, or heard. If you encounter items related to XXX, please collect and isolate them in time. Otherwise, it will cause pollution and spread to the world. Tang Yu's eyes were solemn, and his expression was serious. Containment and isolation. Taboo items. What Tang Yu thought of was the black area in the center of the CBS laboratory, because the name of that area was Containment and Isolation Area. Is it a coincidence? With a slight smile on his face, there aren't so many coincidences in the world. What's more, according to the description in Ghostface's notes, the thing in the laboratory has tempted him to go to the laboratory to find it more than once. So, Tang Yu looked at the broken statues. So, this is what the thing really looks like. Although it was broken, Tang Yu could still see that this thing should be a humanoid creature wearing a cloak, but it had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Very weird and awkward. After thinking about it, Tang Yu put the fragments into the backpack space. Although he was very afraid of this thing, his intuition told him that he must not leave it to Ghostface. After dealing with the statue, Tang Yu finally had time to look at the Ghostface's nest. It was beyond Tang Yu's expectation. The Ghostface's lair did not have as many supplies as he had imagined. The entire room was only about 50 square meters in size. Apart from some daily food and drinks, Tang Yu searched through all the items and found only a dozen or so items. -18 Malawian Quatch's Precision Marksman Rifle X1. .338 AP Bullet X60 rounds. Disaster Coin X13. Laboratory Key Card. Green X1. Tactical Sword X1. Decryption USB Drive X1. Collector's Mark X1. Rare Blueprint. Medical Station Upgrade Blueprint. Medical Laboratory. Rare Potion Human Gene Evolution Potions Failed X3. Rare Book The Art of Sculpture X1. Looking at the items in the backpack, Tang Yu's mouth was full of joy. As expected, concentration is the essence. Although there are few things in this Ghostface, each one is a masterpiece. Just when Tang Yu was happy about the great success of this bottom fishing operation, Tu Shangshi's voice came over. Boss, there are 8 armed men approaching the museum, and there are suspected snipers outside. Hearing Tu Shangshi's words, Tang Yu immediately revealed a dangerous look. Receive, continue monitoring. 417 Hong Kong dollars already appeared in his hand, and he quickly recalled the museum structure diagram he had seen before. Tang Yu ran to the second floor. Soon he appeared at the stairs on the second floor, hiding behind the corner with the muzzle of his gun aimed at the first floor. Boss, they're going in. Tu Shangshi's voice sounded again. Tang Yu also saw the figures of the 2 enemies at the first moment. My goodness, this guy is really armed to the teeth. The full body armor is matte black, and the helmet wraps the entire head. These equipments are obviously very advanced and sophisticated. However, an RGO grenade already appeared in his hand. He calculated the distance and threw the grenade in front of the 2 men. Boom! The grenade exploded 3 meters in front of the 2 men. Tang Yu also suddenly realized that the 2 enemies were not killed directly by the explosion, but were just knocked to the ground by the explosion. They were now shaking their heads and preparing to get up. What the hell was going on? It was the first time that he encountered a situation where a grenade could not kill the enemy at close range. There was no time to worry about so much. The commotion just now must have attracted enemies from other locations, and they had to be reduced in numbers as quickly as possible. 417 Hong Kong dollars shot directly at the 2 men. This time Tang Yu was careful and directed all the attacks at their heads. After so many days of fighting, his marksmanship has improved a lot. The result also made Tang Yu feel relieved. The 7.62 caliber reinforced armor-piercing bullet easily penetrated the helmet armor of the 2 men, bursting into 2 blood flowers. It seems like there's something seriously wrong with the armor on these guys. Although he killed the enemy, Tang Yu could also feel that when the bullet shot into the opponent's helmet, it did not have the penetrating feeling that he was very familiar with before. His vigilance had reached its peak. Oh my god, no way. Don't tell me that the equipment these guys are wearing is high-tech equipment with an armor level higher than level 6. At this moment, Tang Yu had already moved to another place. He had heard a large number of footsteps downstairs through his tactical microphone headphones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With the 2 people mentioned above, there are really 8 people. After determining the number of enemies, Tang Yu had already arrived at the spiral staircase on the west side of the second floor. This museum has 2 spiral staircases leading to the second floor. Tang Yu had fought before on the east spiral staircase, which was also the spiral staircase closest to the main entrance of the museum. After hearing a few faint conversations coming from downstairs, a few footsteps came from the spiral staircase on the east side, but Tang Yu frowned. The number of people is wrong. There were 6 footsteps just now, but now there are only 3 left. Not good. These guys are trying to outflank us. Tang Yu immediately took out a grenade and threw it towards the bottom of the spiral staircase on the west side. Sure enough, the sound of a rolling grenade was heard. 3 clear footsteps were heard in the earphones. The other party had actually arrived right below Tang Yu's spiral staircase. If it weren't for his quick reaction, the enemy would have seen him in a few seconds. Just as the enemies downstairs were dodging grenades. In Tang Yu's sight, a figure had already poked out from the corner of the spiral staircase on the east side and was looking towards his position. P.S. This is the 4th update. Please read along and support me with your love for free. Chapter 155. Eliminate 3 people. Black Hornet drone. Bang, bang, bang. 417 Hong Kong dollars spewed out flames. The pursuer was knocked to the ground immediately, but Tang Yu knew that the other party was not dead. Because these 3 shots only hit the opponent's torso, based on the bulletproof level of their armor, just now. Even Tang Yu's enhanced armor-piercing bullets would not necessarily kill the opponent directly. After dodging the explosion of the grenade, the 3 pursuers at the west spiral staircase launched an attack towards the upper floors. Dense bullets hit the edge of the corner of the stairs, splashing out earth and rock debris. Tang Yu hid directly behind the wall. The enemy on the spiral staircase on the east side also threw a grenade towards him. Boom! Tang Yu avoided the explosion. It is not advisable to stay here for long. After throwing another grenade down the stairs, Tang Yu immediately retreated, turned a corner, and came to the collapsed part of the corridor. Listening to the footsteps in the corridor, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the corner of the spiral staircase on the west side. The enemy had obviously hidden behind the corner of the stairs and seemed to know that Tang Yu was holding up his gun, so he did not rush out rashly, but wait for the opportunity. However, Tang Yu saw a toe sticking out from the wall through the scope. Bah! A bullet pierced the ankle, and with a scream, a figure fell down and the upper body appeared from the corner of the wall. Bang bang! 2 consecutive bullets penetrated the opponent's helmet face shield, and the man fell to the ground without a sound. Seeing this, the remaining 2 enemies directly pointed their guns out from behind the wall and fired continuously at Tang Yu's position. Tang Yu knew he couldn't stay here for long. A grenade was thrown towards the stairs, but people have already reached the place where the floor collapsed. 3, 2, 1. Right now. As the grenade exploded, Tang Yu jumped from the collapsed second floor to the first floor. The sound of the explosion perfectly concealed the sound of him jumping to the first floor. He placed his feet on the floor tiles and began to walk forward quietly. The concealment operation skill also activates blessing for Tang Yu. Inside the Amulet Museum, the sunlight outside the museum shines into the museum corridor through the windows. This makes the entire museum full of dappled light. At this moment, Tang Yu had already walked quietly to the bottom of the spiral staircase on the west side. Obviously, the grenade and attack just now caused a certain amount of psychological pressure on the pursuers. At this moment, the 2 people on the west side of the spiral staircase were still hiding behind the corner waiting for an opportunity. However, the enemy on the east side of the spiral staircase passed through the staircase and came to a room in the corridor while their companions were firing. They were communicating with their companions on the west side of the spiral staircase. Tang Yu didn't know what was going on upstairs, but he could hear the sound of shoes rubbing against the ground in the upstairs room through the microphone earphones. With a little thought, you will understand the current situation. That guy's not dead after all. He could clearly hear that the footsteps in the 2 rooms upstairs belonged to 3 people. Tang Yu had anticipated this. In the Doomsday game world, as long as the enemy was not killed on the spot with medical supplies, recovery was only a matter of time. So, there are still 5 people left? The people upstairs apparently also noticed Tang Yu's disappearance at the corner at the end of the corridor and began to rush forward. The 2 people on the west staircase were responsible for setting up the guns, while the 3 people in the room quickly moved through the stairs to the corner of the corridor. Tang Yu leaned against the wall of the stairs and walked up step by step. And through the gap in the stair railing, he could see through his scope the 2 pursuers who were concentrating on aiming at the corner of the corridor. The distance between them was only a few meters. Tang Yu Fai Daisi Vin. When he saw red blood on the 2 men's heads, he threw another grenade upstairs and stepped back to withdraw from the battle. The 3 men who had heard the sudden gunfire behind them and saw the death of their 2 companions were about to chase after them, but were forced back by the grenade thrown by Tang Yu. When they dodged the grenade, they had lost Tang Yu's trace again. Damn, this bounty is not so easy to get. This guy is just like a slippery loach. Stop talking nonsense. Go after him quickly. This is a rare elite bounty offered by the Continental Congress. The 3 of them took action immediately. Tang Yu came to the warehouse again to replace the bullet magazine. There are 3 more. Tu Shangxi, are you sure there is another sniper outside? Can you find his position? Boss, I just saw a figure that seemed to be carrying a sniper rifle passing by. I can't guarantee the exact location because the camera's shooting angle is limited. Listening to Tu Shangxi's words in the headphones, Tang Yu's mind turned quickly. He looked at an item in the backpack space and had an idea in his mind. In his hand, there appeared a miniature drone about half the size of a palm and about 10 centimeters long. The Black Bumblebee drone. The Black Hornet is shaped like a miniature helicopter. There are propellers and tail rotors to provide power and control direction, and the fuselage is a high-definition camera. The maximum speed is 35 kilometers per hour, and the maximum endurance time can reach 30 minutes. Tu Shangxi, with me as the center, connect to the Black Hornet drone and find the location of the sniper. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, he saw that the drone in his hand had started to turn the propeller and took off quickly. And Tu Shangxi's voice also came from Tang Yu's headphones. Receive, boss. We have successfully connected to the Black Hornet drone. When the drone disappeared from sight, Tang Yu also heard the footsteps of the enemy. Inside the hiding place, Tu Shangxi was operating quickly. There were several screens in front of her. One was monitoring the overall situation around the Anlet Museum, and the other was a huge city map of Quella City. Several red dots were constantly flashing. These were the real-time feedback screens of the trackers. The other large screen was constantly changing the images under Tu Shangxi's control. This is the footage captured by the camera of the Black Hornet drone. Under Tu Shangxi's control, the drone quickly flew out of the museum warehouse, like a breeze passing through the hall on the first floor of the museum, and flew out of the museum. However, in the corridor, Tu Shangxi saw that the remaining 3 pursuers were gradually approaching Tang Yu's location. While controlling the drone to continue flying outside, he told Tang Yu about the situation. After receiving Tang Yu's reply, he immersed himself in the drone's field of vision. Boss, come on! When the drone flew out of the museum gate under the control of Tu Shangxi immediately increased the altitude and took an overall observation of the surrounding environment. She quickly found several locations among the surrounding buildings that were most suitable for sniping positions. Then the drones were controlled to conduct reconnaissance of these places. Chapter 156. Eliminate all enemies and wait for the opportunity. Tang Yu received a reminder from Tu Shangxi, and the footsteps in his headphones were getting closer and closer. He took out an RGO grenade from his hand. Although the armor on these pursuers is very powerful and can even protect the entire body, the RGO grenades can still cause certain obstacles to their movements. Tang Yu stared at the corridor outside the warehouse door. The moment he saw the enemy's figure appear, Tang Yu quickly threw out the RGO grenade, which exploded the moment it touched the ground. Tang Yu had already rushed to the corridor and threw the second RGO grenade, while he hid behind the metal door of the warehouse. When the second explosion sounded, Tang Yu could already hear the painful howls of the pursuers. Obviously, although their armor was very strong, they were still in great pain after being hit by 2 consecutive grenades. Tang Yu rushed out of the door and pulled the trigger at the enemy, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up. At this point, all 8 enemies who entered the museum were killed, and the battle ended. Without collecting the spoils immediately, Tang Yu returned to the warehouse and hid in a very secluded corner. The gun is still being reloaded, and the magazine is filled with bullets again. After completing all these preparations, Tang Yu walked out slowly, keeping on guard while moving towards the 3 enemies outside the door. No wonder Tang Yu is cautious. This museum is not his real estate building and is not supported by a virtual map. Although Tu Shangxi said that only 8 enemies entered, what if other enemies sneaked in from the blind spot of the camera? He quickly removed the equipment from the 3 people and put them into his backpack. Then he looked at the other bodies killed in the museum. Tu Shangxi, have you found the location of the sniper? Tang Yu came to the back door of the museum. Boss, not yet. I have searched 3 locations, and now there are 2 left. Wait, I think I found it. Tu Shangxi's voice suddenly rose high. Boss, locate the enemy. It's on the 5th floor of an 8-story building across the street from the back door of the museum. It's the 3rd room from the left. The enemy is very cunning and is hiding behind the curtains. It is very concealed. Tang Yu listened to Tu Shangxi's report. The man has already run upstairs. It seems that this sniper has a good grasp of people's psychology. Fortunately, I didn't rush out through the back door just now. Following the spiral staircase, Tang Yu went directly to the 3rd floor of the museum, which was also the highest floor. Under Tu Shangxi's guidance, Tang Yu quickly found a room from which he could observe the 8-story building. Through the window, he saw the room with drawn curtains that Tu Shangxi mentioned. He pulled over a chair and placed the 417 Hong Kong dollars sniper rifle on the back of the chair. Through the anchor, Tang Yu also saw the gun barrel hidden behind the curtain. Tu Shangxi, the opponent's posture and distance? Outside the third room of the 8-story building opposite the museum, a Black Hornet drone was quietly hovering in the air, watching the situation of the sniper in the room. Because it is in silent mode, the sound it makes is just like a mosquito. Hearing Tang Yu's question, Tu Shangxi immediately adjusted the drone camera lens and calculated the distance based on the picture ratio. Math's genius talent comes into play. Boss, the enemy is 54 centimeters away from the window, located to the lower left of the third pane of glass. Tang Yu adjusted the position of the center point of the aiming device based on Tu Shangxi's information. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. The glass of the window opposite shattered. At the same time, the sniper rifle fell to the ground. Boss, the enemy has been killed. Tu Shangxi's voice came from the headset, and Tang Yu left the room as soon as possible after firing the gun. Keep looking for other snipers. Clear. Tang Yu looked at the time, and it was already 12:40. I didn't expect to spend so much time here. 10 minutes later. Boss, everything is safe. There are no enemies. After receiving Tu Shangxi's message, Tang Yu quickly walked out of the museum and ran towards the energy center. The continuous explosions and sounds of fighting in the museum obviously attracted the attention of many veteran survivors. Tu Shangxi controlled the drone throughout the flight to escort Tang Yu. Tang Yu put the equipment of a survivor who had just died in his hands into the backpack space. Boss, pay attention to the rooftop behind you. A winged survivor of the myriad races has landed on it. His target should be you. Hear Tu Shangxi's reminder. Tang Yu rolled over and ran into an alley. Just as the survivor of the 10,000 races was about to fly up again to chase Tang Yu, he heard a gunshot. A big hole had been punched in the head of the survivor of the 10,000 races, and the entrance of the alley that Tang Yu entered. Behind the gap between a trash can and the wall, Tang Yu calmly put away his gun and continued running towards the energy center. At this time, the drone controlled by Tu Shangxi has changed from the Black Bumblebee to the Nightingale bionic bird drone. The flight time is up to 3 hours. What is different from the previous Black Hornet drone is that the Nightingale bionic bird drone maintains its ability to stay in the air by imitating the way birds flap their wings. So its actions are safer and less likely to be detected. With the help of Tu Shangxi's drone, Tang Yu quickly arrived at a high-rise building near the energy center. This building is the tallest building within 1 kilometer except for the energy center. Tang Yu didn't run far. He just found a room on the 18th floor and hid there. The room is located in a position that allows a clear view of the road below the energy center. From this angle, he could also see the roof of the energy center, the outer wall of the best sniping point. Everything was ready. Tang Yu set up warning bells at various key entrances and exits around him, then found a place and quietly closed his eyes to rest. The time now has come to 1:15. In a dense forest outside the reserve station steel plant, the Ranger's wheeled armored vehicle was hidden under the camouflage net. Wang Bohu looked at the time and glanced at everyone around him calmly. Bai Zuetong looked at Wang Bohu and said with a smile, "Are you a little nervous?" "It's okay. This is not the first time we have come into contact with the Revolutionary Army. Relax." Wang Bohu nodded slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Captain Bai. It's my first time meeting the natives of the Doomsday game world, so I'm a little nervous. This is normal. After all, there is a huge difference between the regular army and the refugees. Let's not talk about anything else. As for the refugee forces in the city, our rangers can wipe them out. But if it's the revolutionaries or rebels, we have no chance of winning at all." Wang Bohu was shocked when he heard this. Is there such a big gap? Chapter 157. The current situation of the Doomsday world. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Bai Zuantang heard Wang Bohu's words and smiled softly. This is an inevitable result. Although the refugees have a lot of weapons and equipment, they are still fighting alone. Even if they have more tactical equipment, their previous identities were just thugs, criminals, and street thugs. At best, they can only threaten the scattered survivors. But rebels and revolutionaries are two different things. First of all, they are the military, a violent machine created specifically for war. Not to mention the heavy weapons and various armored tanks. Even the combat quality of a single person is vastly different from that of refugees. Bai Zuetong pointed at the armored vehicle under him and said, "How do you think we got this armored vehicle? It was because we chose to help the Revolutionary Army obtain the items in the laboratory in the central city that they provided it to us. Only then did Wang Bohu realize that there were so many stories involved. Captain Bai, but according to what you said, the Revolutionary Army can just attack the rebels directly. Why do they need to hide in the reserve station and plan the things in the laboratory through us? Hearing Wang Bohu's words, all the rangers around laughed. Bohu, the background of this world is not as simple as you think. There are countless forces in this world. We know of 6 or 7 forces in Quella City alone. Among them, there are some small forces that have unique resources, but they have still been able to survive intact until now, avoiding the encirclement and suppression of large forces time and time again. None of them is easy to deal with. Just like the several merchants in this newly emerged flea market, all of them have a large amount of weapons and equipment and supplies, as well as a good military force. The reason why the Revolutionary Army did not engage in direct battle with the rebels is naturally because the rebels control the laboratory, and they are afraid to use force. Wang Boho looked at the woman who was speaking. She was also Captain Bai's deputy. Her name was Lu Qingmei. Sister Mei, is that laboratory so important? Both military forces are determined to get it. Everyone in the car laughed. Lu Qingmei looked at Wang Bohu and said with a smile, although we don't have a complete understanding of this Doomsday game world, Bohu, you have to understand one thing. That is, all our current background knowledge of this world revolves around these so-called laboratories? What? Wang Bohu's eyes widened. Laboratories these? Could it be that? Lu Qingmei and Bai Jiantong smiled at each other. Originally, as a member who only experienced the first round of disasters, you are not qualified to know these things. But since you have become a vice captain, it doesn't matter if you know them in advance. Bai Zuantang took over Lu Qingmei's words and looked at Wang Bohu. Bohu, we don't know how big this world is right now, but based on the data and information we have found so far, there are a total of 10 laboratories in this Doomsday game, and all of these laboratories are researching this incredible thing. We are still looking for clues to the specific situation, but the name of the laboratory in our Quella City is called CBS Laboratory, and its research direction is human genetic engineering and medical engineering. And the reason why those followers of the evil god have so-called special abilities is because they were injected with the human gene drug in this laboratory. Wang Bohu was greatly shocked when he heard Bai Zuetong's words. Laboratory, evil god followers, human genetic engineering. These words constantly impact Wang Bohu's cognition. So that's how it is. Thinking back to that windy and snowy night, the mysterious figure of the priest of the evil god's followers and his one-shot killing skills with his gun. Wang Bohu finally understood why the other party was so powerful. He looked at the white, dipped sugar with burning eyes. Team White, that means we just need to get the medicine from the laboratory. Bai Zuetong naturally understood what Wang Bohu meant, but he shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. Not to mention that the lab is opened randomly every time. Even if you want to enter, you need a super rare item called CBS Lab Access Keycard to enter. Even if we get in, we will face 20 veteran survivors and rebels. According to the organization's records, we have been in there 3 times in total, but only one person managed to escape through the passage and return to the hideout alive. He looked at Wang Bohu, and that person is the current leader of our rangers, Zhao Junhong. It was through the things we brought out of the laboratory that we successfully established contact with the Revolutionary Army, laying the foundation for the rapid development of our rangers. At this time, Wang Bohu had an incredible expression, as if he was listening to a foreign language. While he was still digesting this information, the observer interrupted his thoughts. We have discovered a situation. A convoy has appeared 5 kilometers to the northeast. Everyone was excited. The appearance of a convoy in this place was most likely the Revolutionary Army. Sure enough, as the convoy got closer, Bai Daidang also saw the Revolutionary Army emblem on the convoy through the observation window, a soaring eagle. Wang Bohu, Lu Qingmei, and I will contact the Revolutionary Army in a moment. The rest of you should prepare for battle. Following Bai Ditong's order, everyone check their weapons and ammunition, preparing for possible unexpected situations. This is the request of Ranger leader Zhao Junhong. Although they are now in contact with the Revolutionary Army, no one knows what the other side is thinking, and everyone knows that one must be on guard against others. Wang Boho looked at the time. It was already 1:25, and just when the Rangers were communicating with the Revolutionary Army in secret. On the tallest chimney of the steel plant next door, Ghostface lay on the camouflage mat, carefully observing the slowly approaching Revolutionary Army convoy through a telescope equipped with an anti-reflective device, with a sneer on his face. In his field of vision, 3 survivors slowly walked out of the woods outside the steel plant, raised their hands, and walked slowly towards the stopped Revolutionary Army convoy. The Revolutionary Army convoy was quickly guarded by dozens of well-trained soldiers who dispersed around it. At the same time, a sniper took out an extremely exaggerated sniper rifle and began to observe the surrounding commanding heights. Ghostface cursed inwardly and had to put down the telescope and shrink his body behind the chimney to avoid being seen by snipers. Inside the second armored vehicle of the Revolutionary Army, several soldiers also quickly monitored and shielded signals in the current range. When all preparations are completed and all surrounding safety hazards have been checked, inside the third armored vehicle, then he slowly stretched out a military boot and stepped heavily on the ground. Chapter 158. The Revolutionary Army's Items. Ghostface Attack. Under the gaze of Wang Bohu and the other two, the owner of the military boots walked out of the armored vehicle and looked at the three people. A neat and tidy military uniform, a wool windbreaker, black sunglasses, and lambskin officer gloves. All of them revealed the identity of the visitor. It was obvious that this was not the first time that Bai Zuten had seen the other person, and he immediately smiled sincerely. Major Lokov, I didn't expect you to come here in person this time. As he said this, he was about to step forward and greet the other person. However, he was stopped by the revolutionary soldiers around him with guns. Alas, Captain Bai is our old friend, the Revolutionary Army officer named Rokov said with a smile. The three were then allowed to pass by the other party. However, Wang Bohu noticed that a soldier following behind Lokov was carrying a suitcase. This should be the key item of this transaction, and Lokov also shook hands cordially with Bai Ditong. Captain Bai, thank you for your intelligence. We have confirmed that this disaster is indeed a flood disaster. At the same time, our information analysis has concluded that the laboratory will be officially opened at 12 o'clock tomorrow. At the same time, there is a high probability that the containment objects will appear during this opening. So this is what we have prepared for you. As he spoke, the soldier carrying the briefcase behind Rokov stepped forward and handed the briefcase to Rokov. As the box opened, Wang Bohu also saw the items inside. A white card and a bottle of pills. The white card seemed to be a key card, with the word CBS written on it. As for that bottle of pills, you can see through the translucent bottle that there is a black pill inside. Captain Bai, this is the CBS Laboratory Access key card and a mental enhancement pill. I hope we can continue to have a pleasant cooperation. Looking at the items in the suitcase, Bai Zuetong's heartbeat quickened slightly. Then he calmed down. Looking at Lokov opposite him, he saw a half smile in his eyes and then nodded slightly. Then thank you to the Rokov camp, and thank you, Commander. I will hand the things over to our leader. Haha, then I'll wait for good news from Captain Bai. I hope I can hear about your attack on the containment zone next time. 10 minutes later, watching the Revolutionary Army convoy leave, all the Rangers returned to the armored vehicle, and Wang Bohu looked at the briefcase. White team, what is the quarantine containment area? What does Rokov mean? Why do I feel like he has bad intentions? At this time, Lu Qingmei patted his shoulder and shook her head slightly. The carriage was also silent, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Boss, did you hear that? Tu Shangshi's voice woke Tang Yu from his light sleep. He looked at the time, and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Got it, you say? Boss, Wang Bohu's tracker signal has appeared and is now heading in your direction from the reserve station. It is expected to reach the energy center in 30 to 40 minutes. Okay, got it. After turning off the headset, Tang Yu rubbed his cheeks hard to make himself more awake. Then he took out a bowl of nourished lamb soup from his backpack and started eating. There will be a tough battle soon, and he must ensure his strength and physical condition. Time passed minute by minute, and Tang Yu even saw the figure of Ghostface appear on the rooftop of the Energy Center building, as he expected. There were also vague figures of evil god followers around the road. Tu Shangshi also reported the Ghostface's movements to Tang Yu in real time. At 3:30, Tang Yu saw through the telescope that an armored vehicle appeared at the end of the road in the sky and drove towards this side. Ghostface also took out an exaggerated sniper rifle. Just looking at the thick and long barrel was enough to make people shudder. Tang Yu was secretly shocked. This sniper rifle was not intended for killing people at all. Its target should be those armored vehicles. Open the private chat mailbox. Tang Yu, I'm near you. If you encounter an accident later, run to Gonyang subway station in Baida district. Remember to wear headphones. Someone will help you provide information. Wang Bohu was sitting upright in the carriage at this moment. When he suddenly received Tang Yu's message, his heart suddenly tightened. Is it about to begin? He looked at his comrades around him. Although he knew it might be useless, he still wanted to give it a try. Wang Boa looked at the white dip sugar. Captain Bai, I need to pee urgently. How about we take a detour and find a secluded place to relieve ourselves? Bai Zuantang heard this and looked at the time and current location. Can. Bai Zuantang was about to agree, but Lu Qingmei frowned and said, Bohu, hold on a little longer. We will be back soon, and we can't waste too much time on the road. After saying that, she also looked at Bai Ditong. Captain, we are not familiar with this place. Changing the route rashly may cause unnecessary danger. Bai Daipantang hesitated for a moment, then agreed with Lu Qingmei's opinion. Bohu Qingmei is right. Just hold on a little longer. Okay, Captain Bai, Sister Qingmei, I can still hold on. Wang Bohu lowered his head after he finished speaking. Bai Zuetong took a look and said nothing more. No one noticed that there was a look of horror in Wang Bohu's eyes at this moment. It's her. Although there was nothing wrong with Lu Qingmei's words, no one would doubt her at any time. But what if you know in advance that there is a traitor in the team and someone is about to attack you and others? Lu Qingmei's words sounded more like an excuse that she didn't want any changes to the attack plan. Thinking of this, Wang Bohu looked up and was about to remind Bai to dip in the sugar, but he saw Lu Qingmei's gaze. Bohu, how are you? Just hold on a little longer, we'll be back soon. Looking at Lu Qingmei's smiling face, Wang Bohu said nothing in the end. Even without looking through the telescope, Tang Yu could already see the armored vehicle heading towards the Baida district. The time was 3:38. He took a deep breath and put his eyes on the scope. A ghost face appeared in his scope. He used the same 6x scope. Although Tang Yu's position was lower than the roof of the energy center, it was enough to complete Tang Yu's plan. As time passed by little, just when the time was approaching 3:40, there was only a loud explosion. A cloud of black smoke and flames rose from under the armored vehicle. It's a mine. Ghostface had people install anti-tank mines directly on the road. After the explosion, the armored vehicle stopped directly in the middle of the road and did not move. Apparently, the mine had damaged the armored vehicle's transmission. Wang Bohu in the armored vehicle also saw a scene that made him burst into tears. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the armored vehicle, continuous gunshots rang out, and Lu Qingmei pulled the trigger at everyone else in the car. Chapter 159, The Real Enemy. Tang Yu's shock. Inside the armored vehicle, Bai Daitang, whose two arms were directly broken by Lu Qingmei and who temporarily lost the ability to move, looked at Lu Qingmei in disbelief. Lu Qingmei, what are you doing? But his question was not answered. Lu Qingmei's gun was pointed at Wang Bohu, with a cruel smile on her lips. But Wang Bohu was prepared and kicked the other party's gun away. A submachine gun appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger at Lu Qingmei. Taj-daj-da-da. Continuous bullets hit Lu Qingmei, and she slowly fell down in the eyes of disbelief. After Wang Bohu confirmed that Lu Qingmei was dead, he hurriedly looked at Captain Bai and the others. Of the original team of 10 people, only 4 were left alive. Wang Bohu, Bai Daidang, and 2 soldiers who were shot several times in the abdomen and were in critical condition. Hold on a little while. I'll bandage you guys. Wang Bohu directly took out an advanced medical kit from his backpack and gave first aid to the 2 comrades who were bleeding heavily. He successfully stopped the bleeding and stabilized the situation. He began to deal with Bai Zuetong's 2 arms. He now had to restore the other party's combat effectiveness as soon as possible so that their lives could be better protected. It can be seen that Lu Qingmei probably did not intend to kill Bai Daitang, so she just made him lose his fighting ability. Wang Bohu knew the situation was urgent and immediately took out a surgical kit to perform surgery on Bai Daitang. As the bullet was removed, Bai Daitang regained the ability to move his hands and took the bandage from Wang Bohu. Bohu, I'll do it myself. You help them with the surgery. Good. Wang Bohu realized the urgency of the situation and immediately performed surgery on the 2 comrades whose bleeding had already stopped. Bohu, thank you so much. A soldier who had just finished the operation smiled at Wang Bohu. It's okay. Just recover quickly. Wang Bohu was about to comfort the other person when he saw a look of shock on his face. The next moment, this comrade had already violently pushed Wang Bohu away. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again, and Wang Bohu looked in disbelief at his 2 comrades lying in a pool of blood. When he slowly turned around, he only saw Bai Ditong's vague smile and the black muzzle of the pistol in his hand. I didn't expect that. You are worthy of being the ace seed member of Base City number 99. But I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have really fallen into the trap of that bitch, Lu Qingmei. Captain Bai, I didn't expect you to. Looking at Wang Bohu's incredible expression, Bai Daidang didn't intend to say more. Okay, just go on your way with peace of mind. As he said that, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A violent explosion sounded next to the armored vehicle. Bai Zuantang and Wang Bohu both lost their balance due to the explosion and staggered around in the car. Wang Bohu knew that the opportunity was not to be missed, so he took advantage of Bai Ditong's unstable stance and kicked him in the joints to buy himself more time. The submachine gun appeared in his hand again. The moment he stabilized his body, he pulled the trigger hard at the location where the white sugar was. Da-da-da. The bullets raked over Bai Zuetong's body. Wang Bohu also heard another explosion outside the armored vehicle. He didn't care about anything else or Bai Ditong's life or death. He opened the armored vehicle door closing buckle, kicked the door open, and jumped down. He grabbed the suitcase that had just fallen at the door and ran towards the building next to him. At the same time, Wang Bohu jumped out of the car door. Tang Yu naturally saw him first, and then immediately looked in the direction of the ghost face. Sure enough, the ghost face's eyes were already on the sniper rifle, and his right hand was already on the trigger. Just before Gai Lian was about to shoot Wang Bohu, Tang Yu's bullet had already shot out of the gun barrel, piercing his jawbone, and he fell on the outer wall of the energy center. When Tang Yu thought that Ghostface was definitely dead, he saw from the scope that Ghostface, who had been shot in the head by him, was actually looking in his direction. The bullet hole in the lower jaw was healing rapidly, which was strange and unusual. Tang Yu had already recalled the content he had seen before. Ghostface is suspected to have immortality and the ability to pollute the mind. Damn, you really are immortal. I'll kill you while you're sick. Tang Yu vistet daisisivin. A remote control phone appeared in his hand, and he pressed it with his finger. I don't care whether you live or die. I'm going to give you an all-round bombing first. If you can survive this, I have to run away. The wall under Ghostface exploded violently when Tang Yu pressed the button. The flames rising into the sky could be seen clearly even from several kilometers away. I saw with my own eyes that Ghostface's body, which had just recovered, flew into the sky while spinning in the violent explosion, and then fell to the top of the building. Tang Yu understood that he could not stay here any longer and had to leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he looked towards Wang Bohu's position, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. Fuck you. After saying this, he put all the items around him into his backpack and ran towards the stairs like crazy. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the room where Tang Yu had just been. Fire snakes are flying. Ahem. Tang Yu didn't care about anything else. He shook off the dirt and debris on his body. Without taking time to treat his injuries, he crawled to his feet and ran downstairs. Adrenaline injections propel the body. The tearing pain in Tang Yu's body finally disappeared, and his physical condition was better than ever. I took a quick look at his body condition, bleeding, bruised, and shot. Only then did Tang Yu notice that his left lower back was bleeding profusely. Apparently he was hit by shrapnel in the explosion just now. Without thinking too much, he took out the first aid kit and bandaged his body while running. After finding a safe room nearby, Tang Yu underwent surgery to recover. What came to my mind was the scene I just saw. Fuck, are you crazy? It's a helicopter. Yes, this is the scene that Tang Yu just saw. A helicopter actually appeared behind the building where Wang Bohu disappeared. Although this helicopter was obviously a civilian type, it was very small and could only carry 2 people. But even so, it is a dimensionality reduction blow to the survivors. What's more, they actually have powerful weapons such as rocket launchers. The operation was completed quickly. Take out the bag of artificial blood to restore your health. Tang Yu recalled what he had just seen. Those 2 people are definitely not from the Revolutionary Army or the Rebel Army, but senior survivors. This is Tang Yu's judgment. However, Tang Yu was not sure about the purpose of these 2 people's visit. Were they here to hunt him down, or were they attracted by the battle here? If this was the person chasing me, it would be terrifying. And just at this moment, Tu Shangshi's voice came. Boss, Wang Bohu has joined the channel, and I am guiding him towards the direction of Gonyang subway station according to the reservation plan. When Tang Yu heard this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. Tu Shangshi, report Wang Bohu's coordinates. Chapter 160. The Raccoon and the Tree Man, pressure from senior survivors. Tu Shangshi, report Wang Bohu's coordinates. Soon, Tu Shangshi told Wang Bohu's latest coordinates. This guy was very fast, and he was already near him in just a short while. Tang Yu also came downstairs at this moment, and he could still hear the sound of the helicopter's hovering propeller. Open the direct message. Tang Yu, can you see that helicopter? Are you sure we can take it out? Otherwise, we won't be able to get far. Wang Bohu was hiding in a room, bandaging his wounds at this time. Under his feet was the corpse of a believer in the evil god. If he had not noticed something was wrong in advance, he might have been successfully ambushed by this believer in the evil god. Seeing Tang Yu's message, he naturally knew what happened. He even witnessed the explosion on the roof of the energy center and the helicopter launching rockets. So, it was the great god who helped me out just now. Thinking of this, Wang Bohu replied directly. Wang Bohu, no problem, leave it to me. After receiving Wang Bohu's message, Tang Yu immediately rushed out of the building and pulled the trigger at the helicopter hovering in the air. After attacking a few times, he turned around and ran back. The bullets crackled against the hull of the plane, quickly attracting the pilot's attention. This is a survivor of all races who looks like a tree trunk. There's a rat here. Don't worry about him. It's more important to get the things from the laboratory first. I spent 2 disaster coins to buy this information. The raccoon-like fireman put down the RPG in his hand and said with a frown. He took out a tablet-like object from his waist, looked at it for a few seconds and said to the driver, "Turn left." He is in the building next to us. He is very brave and seems to want to play tricks on us. It's a pity that we targeted the suitcase directly. On the flat screen, a red light spot was constantly moving in a building model. The raccoon had also taken out his main weapon, which was a specially modified light machine gun that perfectly matched his petite body and range. A detection device, like a monocular lens, also appeared in the position of his eye. He looked towards the building where Wang Bohu was. The trace of the suitcase on the lens was clearly visible like a light spot in the dark night. A ferocious smile appeared on the little raccoon's lips, and its 4 sharp canine teeth flashed coldly. Enjoy the metal-crazed baby. The next moment, a torrent of bullets like a surging tide was fired from the modified machine gun in the raccoon's hand. Countless bullets hit the glass, steel plates, cement, and floor tiles. Wherever it passed, there was destruction. Tang Yu heard the noise behind him and looked at the helicopter in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the 2 guys' target was actually Wang Bohu. Without any hesitation, he pointed the gun at the raccoon. However, his action was immediately discovered by the tree man pilot, who pulled the helicopter joystick, causing the plane to spin on the spot, and Tang Yu's bullet hit the plane door directly. At the same time, Tang Yu also sent a message to Wang Bohu. Tang Yu, how are you? After sending the message, he also saw that the helicopter had turned around and was flying towards him. The muzzle of the raccoon's gun was already pointed at Tang Yu's figure. Since you want to die so much, I'll give you a ride. The torrent of bullets appeared again, and the ground swept by the bullets was like it had been plowed, but there was no trace of Tang Yu at all. It turned out that after seeing the helicopter's target becoming himself, he immediately rushed to the corner of the building next to him. Tang Yu ran for his life. What a joke. Where did these 2 guys come from? Not only did they have a helicopter, but they also had such fierce firepower. Tang Yu now suspected that the opponent's weapons and firepower were far inferior to the M2 heavy machine gun that he had collected before. Just as Tang Yu entered the building, Wang Bohu's message came. Wang Bohu, damn, I almost died. What's wrong with these 2 guys? Why do they seem to know my location? Tang Yu, stop talking nonsense and help quickly. It's too noisy here, and we can't stay here for long. Wang Bohu, Master, I have already set up the position. You can lead them over. Tang Yu, I've been waiting for you to say this. At this moment, Tang Yu was hiding behind a stone pillar on the 5th floor. A helicopter was hovering outside the window of the building, searching for his trace. Just as he was about to wait for the helicopter to fly over so that he could attack from behind, he saw the raccoon's merciless mockery of him in the glass reflective mirror opposite him. The weapon in the raccoon's hand made Tang Yu's eyes widen. Fuck you. After saying this, Tang Yu didn't care about anything else. He just rushed forward, rolling over and over. As he rushed out, inside the helicopter outside the building, the raccoon had already pulled the trigger of the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder. The rocket spewed flames and flew towards the stone pillar where Tang Yu had just hidden. Boom! The violent explosion, accompanied by billowing flames, overturned all objects around the stone pillar, and a shock wave spread around. Tang Yu hid behind a stone pillar again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, how the hell do we fight this? In the current situation, it is difficult to even protect ourselves, let alone lure them. This was also the first time that Tang Yu witnessed the strength of a truly senior survivor. But he was also furious now. Since entering the Doomsday game, he had never been chased like a rat. Even when facing a ghost face, I have never been so embarrassed. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and all the cards in his mind flashed through his mind. He already had an idea. Outside the building, the raccoon looked at the flames rising from the building and excitedly high-fived the tree man to celebrate. "Ha, beautiful big guy, where's the mouse now?" Hearing the raccoon's question, the tree man extended several branches from his body and operated a machine on the plane that was similar to a wall-penetrating radar. A human-shaped orange figure appeared on the screen of the machine. Although there was a burning flame next to it, these interference factors quickly disappeared after a few operations by the tree man. The mouse is currently located behind the 8-stone pillar in the left front. Receive. The little raccoon was giggling as he reinstalled the rocket warhead on the RPG. The single-lens eyepiece on his head quickly calculated the angles and distances between the stone pillars and the building, and finally the best launch route appeared in his eyes. The little raccoon grinned again, shouldered the RPG, and began to aim. Tang Yu also saw what the little raccoon did, and the next second he had already rushed towards the staircase not far away. The little raccoon naturally also saw Tang Yu's action, adjusted the direction, and fired ahead of time, and the rocket flew towards Tang Yu again with flames. The explosion occurred again, and the flames swept through the entire floor again. When Tang Yu finally stopped rolling and climbed up from the stairwell, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 161, Rise of Legends Effect, Giant Treeman. The rat has reached the 4th floor, in the stairwell. The Treeman driver reported Tang Yu's location coordinates to his companions in a timely manner. Understood. Since he likes hiding so much, let him experience the power of high-explosive incendiary bombs. As Little Raccoon was speaking, he had already taken out a completely red rocket from his backpack and installed it on the RPG launcher. They actually used high-explosive incendiary bombs on him. These are very expensive. The tree man showed an incredible expression. Don't worry. Judging from the actions of this guy, just now, he is most likely a veteran survivor. Although we can't be sure how many disasters he has experienced, he must have some hidden treasures on him, since he has survived until now. It's worth it. While comforting his companions, the rockets were already installed. What they didn't expect was that just as they were preparing to attack, Tang Yu attacked them first. The 417 Hong Kong dollar sniper rifle in Tang Yu's hands seemed to be alive, and he began to shoot accurately at the two men. Although the tree man adjusted the direction of the plane and changed its position in the first time, 2 bullets still hit the raccoon's armor. Looking at the little raccoon whose armor had been broken through and half of the bullet had penetrated his body, he had an incredible expression on his face. This is a top-quality level 6 armor. Ordinary steel core armor-piercing bullets cannot break through the defense of the plug plate. I didn't expect that it would be destroyed by 2 bullets. Fucker, it's tungsten armor-piercing bullets. Tang Yu saw that the opponent was not hurt at all after being shot twice by him, and he also understood that the opponent's armor level must be very high. He met the gaze of the raccoon. Tang Yu stretched out his left hand, raised his middle finger, and looked at the raccoon with a provocative look. "You come here." "Ah, damn bastard." The little raccoon blushed on the spot, and just when he was about to kill Tang Yu at all costs, da-da-da-da, bullets continued to hit the top of the helicopter. The dense bullets immediately caused the propeller of this civilian version of the small helicopter to emit black smoke, and the entire fuselage began to shake inevitably. Listening to the familiar and exciting sound of the light machine gun, the little raccoon knew that he had been fooled. He actually has a companion. The tree man pilot was also quickly stabilizing the aircraft's attitude. "Baron, the aircraft's power is severely damaged. We must find a place to make an emergency landing." While speaking, the tree man was already trying to control the helicopter to fly toward the outside of the building. It was just because the main propeller was severely damaged. Although the tree man tried hard to control it, the plane still inevitably continued to lose altitude and fell to the ground. Tang Yu naturally saw this scene, and he also ran down quickly. A figure followed behind Tang Yu, holding the PKM light machine gun in his arms as easily as holding a submachine gun. It's Cabin. In other words, Tang Yu achieved the effect of Legend of the Rise and can summon an enemy killed by him to fight for him every 3 days, with a time limit of 1 hour. Cabin was summoned. He also sent a message to Wang Bohu. "Tang Yu, their helicopter is damaged and is making an emergency landing in your direction." "Wang Bohu, I saw it." The next moment, Tang Yu had already heard a gunshot like artillery fire. What the hell? What the hell is this, a sniper cannon? Tang Yu naturally knew that Wang Bohu was a sniper, and this shot was undoubtedly Wang Bohu's masterpiece. But isn't this movement a bit exaggerated? At this moment, he and Cabin have arrived on the 1st floor. He ran towards the location where the helicopter crashed, ready to take advantage of the crash to eliminate the two enemies. Wang Bo, great God, run! Suddenly seeing Wang Bo's message, Tang Yu immediately changed direction without any hesitation and ran towards Gonyang subway station. At the same time, he took out the Nightingale bionic bird drone from the backpack space again. To Shangxi, connect to Nightingale and help me see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nightingale drone in his hand flapped its wings and flew into the sky. To Shangxi's voice also came from the headphones. Already connected to Nightingale, as the Nightingale took off and flew away quickly, Tu Shangxi brought the battle situation from Wang Bohu. Boss, it's bad. Wang Bohu was attacked by a 3-meter-tall tree man. He is in danger now. Tang Yu had already walked around the edge of the building and saw the situation at the site where the plane crashed. Sure enough, it was just as Tu Shangxi said. At this moment, Wang Bohu was running at full speed towards Tang Yu. 10 meters behind him, a huge tree man about 3 meters tall was chasing after Wang Bohu. At the same time, 2 thick branches whipped Wang Bohu as the tree man moved forward. Although it seems that Wang Bohu has not suffered too much damage at the moment, judging from the opponent's condition, he will not be able to hold on for long. Tang Yu also noticed that the raccoon-like survivor on the tree man's shoulder seemed to be unconscious at the moment and was tied tightly to the tree man. I understood what happened instantly. Obviously, the injury of the little raccoon must have been caused by Wang Bohu, which is why he was chased by the tree man. But wouldn't he attack? Wang Bohu also saw Tang Yu in the distance and shouted immediately, "Great God, run! You are immune to this guy's bullets." Tang Yu immediately understood what was going on, but he still picked up his weapon. It would be helpful if he could buy some time for Wang Bohu. Kneeling on one knee, his gaze was locked on the tree man's eyes. Even if the body is bulletproof, it's not possible that the eyes are also bulletproof. Bang, bang. The bullets fired continuously and kept hitting the tree man's eyes. But to Tang Yu's surprise, just before he fired the shot, the tree man had already seen his movement and blocked his way with his right hand. When the enhanced armor-piercing bullet was shot into the opponent's hand, it immediately lost its kinetic energy after being entangled by layers of branches. The same is true for Cabin's attack, but his attack seems to cause more obvious damage to the giant tree man because he has more bullets. Even so, after a magazine of bullets was used up, many branches and wood chips were broken off from the tree man. However, there was no damage that endangered the tree man himself, and even the damage just caused was recovered visibly in an instant. Trees are not immune to bullets, but the bullets are too weak. However, Tang Yu's actions also achieve his intended purpose. Through his harassment, Wang Bo had run to his side, and he also took out his weapon and started shooting at the giant tree man's head. "Master, what race is this guy? It's really weird. Not only are his attacks ineffective, but he also has the ability to automatically recover." Tang Yu shook his head. What a joke. How would he know what race this was? It couldn't be Groot. Chapter 162, City Rush, the actions of a true veteran survivor. Don't worry about what this thing is. We must leave here as soon as possible, Tang Yu said quickly. There is a stun grenade in my hand. Although its effect will be greatly reduced in an open area, every second counts. Wang Bohu naturally understood Tang Yu's thoughts when he saw this, and a stun bomb also appeared in his hand. The two of them threw it at the tree man's head. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 stun bombs were thrown in succession, and indeed they had a certain effect. The giant tree man began to shake his head. Tang Yu and Wang Bohu looked at each other when they saw this. Wah! The next moment, they turned around and ran towards the Ram subway station, with Kaban following closely behind. Just like that, 3 little men ran in front, and a giant tree man rushed forward like a tank, fighting from the reserve station all the way to the White Tower area. The Nightingale drone flew over the 3 people like a real bird, escorting them. Boss, there are people on the roof of the red 5-story building ahead preparing to snipe. After hearing Tu Shangxi's reminder, Tang Yu's gaze had already turned towards the small red building. It's okay. The location is just within 100 meters. The tennis racket appeared in his hand, and under Wang Bohu's shocked gaze, a grenade was pulled out of its ring and thrown into the air. Tang Yu looked at the grenade in the air, his body already gathering strength as he leaned back. Bang! As the racket was swung with great force, it hit the grenade hard. The grenade suddenly turned into an arc and flew rapidly towards the roof of the red building. Fuck! Is this possible? Wang Bohu's knowledge exploded. He had seen people playing extravagantly, but he had never seen anyone playing so extravagantly. The grenade fell on the roof right under his watch. Following an explosion, a shoe fell from the air and landed several dozen meters in front of the two people. "Master, can you be like this?" Wang Boho looked at Tang Yu panting. "Stop talking nonsense and run." At this time, Tang Yu really wanted to curse. Is this big guy crazy? Just catch them and chase them, regardless of whether it will attract other people. "Damn you," Baron said. Gotta get that suitcase. Gotta get that suitcase." At this moment, the tree man was in a state of confusion. The only thing left in his mind was the last obsession before the transformation, which was what the raccoon baron had told him, that this time they must get the briefcase containing the laboratory keycard. Only then would they have a chance to enter the laboratory. As he thought of this, the branches on his body extended again and stretched towards the two of them. "Shit! Get out of the way!" Tang Yu and Wang Bohu both dodged to the side, and the car was directly split in half by the tree man. With this delay, the gap between the tree man and the two men was shortened again. Tang Yu rolled over and got up, taking a look at the car behind him that was torn in half, and his heart sank. How can we fight this? To Shangxi. How far is Gongyang subway station? Inside the hiding place, Tu Shangxi's hands were rapidly moving on the computer keyboard. "Boss, 500 meters to go." Wang Bohu also heard Tu Shangxi's words, and both of them became excited. "Only the last 500 meters left." Tu Shangxi, notify Xiaoba immediately and ask Xiaoqi to prepare to receive the guests. "Got it, boss." The two people who were running wildly in the city were now exhausted. They relied on various stun bombs and fancy moves to delay time along the way, but this big guy was simply unstoppable and attacked them again. This time, Cabin was not spared and was turned into meat paste by the tree man's beating. "Damn, when I get back, I'll make some Molotov cocktails or white phosphorus incendiary bombs." Seeing the miserable state of Cabin, Tang Yu really felt like vomiting blood. What he and Wang Bohu didn't know yet was that their city chase had become live news on the regional channel. Emoloadu. Picture X8. As you can see, this is a game for veteran survivors, a city chase. The human survivor is very powerful. I just saw him kill a person who wanted to sneak attack them with a tennis racket, and the tree man behind is even more terrifying. Maybe some friends are unfamiliar with it, but did you see the little raccoon on his shoulder? They are the famous robbery duo in Quella City. Feng Shulan. I saw with my own eyes that the guy who was about to launch a sneak attack was killed by the grenade thrown by the human survivor. The distance was nearly 100 meters. It was so terrifying. Grutakugu. So they are a robbery duo. I was wondering if this tree man looked familiar. They are veteran survivors who have survived 6 disasters. I heard that they once even sneaked into the rebel camp. Han Shui. So fierce. You dare to enter the rebel camp? Last time I just approached the patrol car, and a rocket flew over. If I hadn't run fast, I would have died. The regional channel was abuzz with discussions about the 3 men's pursuit. Many survivors were just watching the show, but some guys who were confident in their strength started to have some ideas. The robbers were so concerned that Baron continued to pursue them despite being injured. The 2 human survivors must have extremely rare supplies. We cannot miss them. A middle-aged man with skin ulcers all over his body, relying on a breathing mask to maintain his vital functions, smiled. He looked at the densely packed human incubators in the hiding place, and then he operated on the screen keyboard in front of him. The 5 incubation chambers lit up, and cans of red, blood-like liquid were injected into the bodies of the 5 bloody creatures in the incubation chambers through special instruments. These 5 creatures are of different races, including the rat tribe and the wing tribe that Tang Yu had killed before. As all the red liquid was injected, the 5 humanoid creatures were like being injected with fuel, and the breeding chamber was opened. Their eyes suddenly opened. They stood in front of the middle-aged man, looking at him with eyes full of admiration and fanaticism. Eh? The middle-aged man looked at the 5 people in front of him, as if he was appreciating a work of art. Blistered hands gently stroked their cheeks. Then he pointed at Tang Yu and the other 2 who were running on the screen and gave orders to the 5 of them. "Go, my war boy. Tear these 3 men to pieces. Bring me back everything they have, and let others see the horror of my death, Joe Baden." Following Joe Baden's crazy words, the 5 people immediately bowed. "Please listen to the sound of our victory, my lord." After saying this, the 5 of them went into the weapons room on their own and selected the equipment and weapons that suited them. On the other side, seeing the information in the regional chat channel, a woman wearing an engineering hat on her head showed a thoughtful expression. Then he threw down the wrench in his hand, washed his hands, and came to a virtual control panel. With the arrival of the woman, the virtual control panel was instantly activated. A virtual picture and information appeared in front of the woman, and there was a countdown in the upper left corner of the screen. If Tang Yu were here, he would definitely be shocked, because the time corresponding to this countdown is exactly when the second disaster begins. And on the countdown on the virtual screen, there was a message written. Doomsday Flood. Chapter 163, Kill the Tree Man, green light in the subway. Tang Yu didn't know that the news that he and Wang Bohu were being chased by the tree people had already spread on the regional channel. Or it doesn't matter if you know. They are making so much noise here. It would be strange if there was no movement at all. But he had never felt that the distance of 500 meters was so far. As the two continued to dodge, they finally arrived at the Gongyang subway station. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. After saying this to Wang Bohu, Tang Yu jumped up, sat on the metal handrail of the subway stairs, and slid down quickly. Seeing this, Wang Bohu naturally followed closely. Wang Bohu heard clearly what Tang Yu had just told Tu Shanxi. It was obvious that the Gongyang subway station had been controlled by the Great God, and there were people inside to pick them up. Just as the two of them landed from the stair railing, the huge body of the tree man appeared at the entrance of the subway station. Looking at the subway entrance that was obviously impossible to enter. Without the little raccoon to comfort and guide, think for 2 seconds. The tree man roared, and his body shrank to 2 meters in size. He tied the still unconscious raccoon behind him with branches and continued to chase after it. Just as the tree man entered the subway passage, the raccoon's fingers behind him twitched slowly and consciousness began to recover. It was pitch black inside the Gongyang subway station, but this was obviously not a problem for Tang Yu and Wang Bohu. They had already put night vision goggles on their heads. The two quickly arrived at the subway hall and ran towards the subway tracks. The tree man followed closely behind, aided by the vine branches. At the same time that the tree man jumped down the stairs and came to the passenger hall, Tang Yu had already pulled Wang Bohu and fell headfirst into the train track. At the same time, a roar was heard. Xiaoqi, fire! The next moment, in the dark shadows, Rabbit Xiaoqi, who had been prepared for a long time, clenched his hands and pulled the trigger of the M2 large-caliber heavy machine gun. The deafening gunshots echoed throughout the Ram subway station. Bang, 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 bang. 12.7 by 99 millimeters machine gun bullets hit the tree man, who had just landed one after another. The powerful impact and destructive force directly tore apart the tough wood fibers and vines on his body. In just a few seconds, one of the tree man's arms was torn into 2 pieces by the torrent of bullets and fell to the ground. At the same time, the tree man was knocked to the ground by this sudden attack. At the moment the tree man fell to the ground, the raccoon behind him was thrown behind a stone pillar under his protection. Unlike the rabbit Xiaoba, Xiaoqi is very clear that it is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. He also learned from Tu Shanxi about this big guy's incredible recovery and defense abilities. So when he saw that his attack had taken effect, his target became directly the joints of the tree man's limbs. Basically, every bullet would cause considerable damage. The power of large-caliber machine gun bullets was fully demonstrated. Soon, the tree man's other arm was also broken into 2, followed by his left leg, right leg, lower body, and upper body. When the M2 large-caliber heavy machine gun had used up all 200 rounds of bullets in its belt, all that was left in the passenger hall was wood chips and a broken head of a tree man. Tang Yu and Wang Bohu looked at each other and shrugged. The two climbed back onto the platform from the track and walked towards the head. Xiaoqi was busy replacing the ammunition belt and cooling down the machine gun barrel. Tang Yu came to the tree man's head. Only half of the face was left, but the lips were still opening and closing as if to say something. Damn, they're not dead yet. He was impressed by the strong vitality of the tree people. 417 Hong Kong dollars already appeared in Tang Yu's hand, with the muzzle pointed at his head. In that case, let's just send the Buddha to the west. And just before he pulled the trigger, "No, stop it." A voice came from behind a stone pillar. Tang Yu looked over and saw the little raccoon weakly holding onto the stone pillar and walked out, looking at Tang Yu pleadingly. Wang Bohu also immediately took out his weapon and aimed it at the raccoon. "Don't hurt him anymore, bastard. Hear the other party's request." Tang Yu tilted his head and smiled. Bang, bang, bang. No! The dense gunfire mixed with screams of pain echoed in the passenger hall. Tang Yu replaced the magazine, took a look at the tree man's head that had been shot into a sieve by him. Then he picked his ears and looked at the raccoon. "What did you say just now? I'm hard of hearing. Would you please say it again?" The little raccoon looked at the lifeless head of the tree man, his eyes filled with regret and pain. He regretted that he should not have come out this time and should not have underestimated these two humans. But they killed the big guy. The next moment, a weapon appeared in the raccoon's hand, and he wanted to avenge the big guy. It's just that he is fast, but Wang Bohu is even faster. After a few bursts of fire, the weapon fell to the ground, and the raccoon's hands were completely broken, hanging down on both sides of the body as he fell to the ground. Tang Yu walked over and stepped hard on the raccoon's arm, which had no movement left. He twisted his feet twice and stared at the raccoon under his feet with his eyes slightly narrowed. Ah! A painful wail came from the little raccoon's mouth. He slowly squatted down, grabbed the other person's head with his left hand, and made him look at himself. I'm not interested in torturing you. You should be the best among the senior survivors. How about making a deal? Tell me what you know about the senior survivors. How about I give you a quick death? Tang Yu now really needs to know the strength division and related situations of these senior survivors. Before meeting these two people, he felt that his strength was not too bad, even among the veteran survivors. But today, Tang Yu was really hit hard. Just two senior survivors chased him across two urban areas, which made him realize that there was a big deviation in his estimation of his own strength. This deviation is extremely fatal in the Doomsday game. He must adjust this error as soon as possible. The tree man's recovery ability is too dangerous, so he must be killed directly. This little raccoon is much easier to control. But when the raccoon heard this question, he wailed continuously and suddenly spat at Tang Yu. Tang Yu tilted his head to avoid the saliva and the other party's attempt to bite him. Just when the little raccoon was about to continue venting his anger, the entire subway hall was suddenly lit up with a dazzling green light. Everyone looked towards the location of the green light in disbelief. As soon as Xiaoqi noticed the green light, he adjusted the muzzle of the M2 machine gun just in case. The same thing happened to Wang Bohu. Only Tang Yu and the little raccoon in his hands remained motionless. Under the gaze of several people, an astonishing scene took place. Chapter 164, Giant Tree Tribe Seed of Life. Witness of Disaster. The head of the tree man that was beaten into a sieve by Tang Yu now emitted a green fluorescence and slowly floated in the air. In the passenger hall, green fluorescent lights slowly seeped out from the tree man's fragments that were originally shattered to the ground by Xiaoqi's attack and gathered towards the tree man's head. Seeing this, Wang Bohu and Xiaoqi's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Tang Yu hurriedly. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the head. It was only then that he noticed that the deed to the hiding place that would drop when killing any survivor of the 10,000 races did not appear in his backpack space after killing the tree man just now, but he did not notice this at all just now. Facing the gazes of the two, he finally spoke. Xiaoqi, get ready and fire upon my command. After hearing Tang Yu's voice, the two understood what he meant. Wang Bohu came to Tang Yu and retreated with him behind Rabbit Xiaoqi. The little raccoon in Tang Yu's hand, seeing the scene in front of him, tears began to gather in his eyes and finally fell. That's all. Under the attention of the four people, countless green light spots gathered together and turned into a green light ball that enveloped the tree man's head full of holes. When these green fluorescent lights were absorbed by the head, a young branch grew out from the center of the tree man's eyebrows and grew rapidly with the injection of these green fluorescent energy. Leaves grow, the branches become thicker, and then grow into a small tree 1 meter in height. A bud soon appeared in the center of the tree, blossomed, withered, and bore fruit. At last, all the green fluorescence was injected into the walnut-sized green tree species. Pa! As the tree species fell to the ground, the subway hall fell into darkness again. The four people present all looked at each other. Great God! How do we do this? Before Tang Yu could say anything, Wang Bohu's words stimulated the little raccoon in his hand. With a sudden dash, he broke free from Tang Yu's grip and rushed towards the green seed. Bang bang! Wang Bohu put down the submachine gun that was still emitting smoke, walked over, and picked up the raccoon that he had knocked to the ground. The little raccoon's legs had been broken by Wang Bohu. Let me go! The little raccoon tried to raise his head and look towards Tang Yu. There was no trace of the ferocity and madness on his face. Only a pleading look remained on his face. Please, I will tell you everything you want to know. I can sign a contract with you. My only request is that you please don't hurt him. Tang Yu looked at the raccoon with a slight movement of his eyes. He ignored his pleading and walked straight over to pick up the seed. Giant Tree Tribe Life Seed. Type: Rare Item. Introduction. This is the most peculiar seed of life in the universe that only appears after the death of the Giant Tree clan. It is said that there is a peculiar blood in his body with very special abilities. Effect. Through planting and cultivation, this seed of life can be revitalized and grown into a new family of giant trees. Note: rare or higher level cultivation fluid is required to effectively awaken it. Tang Yu's pupils contracted, and he was greatly shocked. It has turned into a rare item, a brand new giant tree clan. Thinking of the tree man's incredible abilities and his ability to change size at will, Tang Yu was tempted. Of course, what excited him most was the new ability of the giant tree clan. So does that mean this brand new tree man will be a blank slate and can be cultivated by him? This thought kept impacting Tang Yu's mind, and he could not calm down. Hey! The voice of the little raccoon broke Tang Yu's thoughts. He looked back at the little raccoon who was held in the air by Wang Bohu. This guy was only about 1.2 meters tall at most. He had no idea how he had used those heavy weapons before. Under the half-pleading and half-threatening look of the other party, Tang Yu showed an inexplicable smile on his face, and the tree seeds kept being thrown up and down in his hands. Hey, be careful. The little raccoon's eyes were fixed on the tree that was constantly moving up and down, with a frightened expression on his face. He was afraid that Tang Yu would not catch the tree seeds and they would fall to the ground. Wang Bohu and Rabbit Xiaoqi also noticed the smile on Tang Yu's lips. One has a thorough understanding of Tang Yu, and the other knows Tang Yu very well. Naturally, they realized what Tang Yu was thinking the moment they saw his smile, and they all looked at the raccoon with sympathy. This guy has probably been eaten alive by Tang Yu. However, neither of them said anything, but were ready to watch the show with great interest. Tang Yu looked at the raccoon. Just now you said you would do something as long as you don't harm this seed? After hearing Tang Yu's words, little raccoon had already sensed something from the faint smile on the faces of the two people around him and Tang Yu. But after taking another look at the tree in Tang Yu's hand, he bit his back teeth and said, "I can make a contract with you. I will tell you all the information you want to know as long as I know it. Tell me about this contract in detail." As soon as he finished speaking, the little raccoon suddenly looked at Tang Yu with shocked eyes. "You don't know the contract?" Tang Yu suddenly grabbed the tree seeds in his hand and squeezed them hard. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you." "No, I said." After hearing little raccoon's explanation, Tang Yu finally understood. It turns out that after the survivors survive the 5th round of disaster, they will receive an item as a reward. The item rewarded by the raccoon is called Witness of the Disaster. The effect is that the survivor can use this item to conclude a contract with other lives. The content of the contract can be freely drafted, but after both parties agree and sign to confirm, both parties must execute it according to the content of the contract. The party that breaches the contract will be torn apart by all the catastrophic forces it has experienced before and will eventually die. At the same time, because the contract is witnessed by all disasters, it is irrevocable, and non-transferable. Tang Yu looked at the scroll titled Witness of Disaster that he took out from the raccoon's backpack. Very exciting. He immediately began to write the content of the contract on the scroll. Since he can freely formulate the content, he may not just ask for information. There are many contents, but the core meaning is only one, that is asking the little raccoon to become Tang Yu's subordinate. Not to betray, not to plot against, not to conceal, not to deceive. There are dozens of restrictions in total, and Tang Yu has written down all the potential risks he can think of. A few minutes later, when the little raccoon saw the content of the contract written by Tang Yu, which was so serious that even the devil would cry, his face turned green. "Impossible! You are exploiting me, you devil. I would rather die than become your slave." Just when Tang Yu was planning to comfort this guy, Tu Shangshi's voice rang in his ears. "Boss, there are enemies approaching outside the subway station." Chapter 165 Secret Star, I Heavy Armor, Building a Subway Firepower Network. "Boss, outside the subway station, 5 red-faced, frantic armed men are approaching very quickly. There are also 3 drones and a mechanical dog." Nightingale was shot down by a mechanical dog. It was an armed mechanical dog. Tu Shangshi's voice was heard by Xiao Qi, Wang Bohu, and Tang Yu at the same time. Tang Yu did not hesitate. He took out his gun and shot the raccoon in each arm, ignoring the other party's shocked and painful look. Bohu bandage him and throw him in the corner first, then prepare for the fight. Then Tang Yu looked at Xiao Qi. "Xiao Qi, what about you? Can you hold on for a while?" From the beginning to now, more than 10 minutes have passed since Xiao Qi appeared, so he was very worried about his condition. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qi curled his lips immediately. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." After getting Xiao Qi's assurance, Tang Yu felt a little relieved. There's no way. The information in Tu Shangxi's words just now has already shown that the enemy this time is of great strength. Not to mention the drones and armed mechanical dogs. Even the 5 extremely fast armed personnel are extraordinary enough. The intelligence facilities are still not perfect. The Strategic Information Support Center must be established as soon as possible. While thinking this in his mind, he was already prepared for battle. Xiaoqi will take the lead in the attack. Bo Hu, you and I will attack from the side. Be careful that the enemy coming this time is not simple. Tang Yu looked at the little raccoon that was thrown into the corner by Wang Bohu. Are they dead? I want to ask you if there are any veteran survivors who can control drones and armed mechanical dogs. And who are the 5 guys with flushed faces, crazy states, and very fast speeds? Do you know who they are? Hearing Tang Yu's words, the little raccoon, who was in great pain because of being shot in the arm again, showed a look of fear. What? Joe Biden's war boys and Robobar's robot scouts run. It doesn't matter if you die, don't. Tang Yu ignored him before he could finish his words. He had already obtained the information he wanted. Joe Biden Robobara. From what Little Raccoon said, all these things that appeared now are just tools made by those 2 people. Is this the strength of a true veteran survivor? Thinking of this, Tang Yu directly took out the black matte armor from the pursuers he killed in the museum and threw a set to Xiaoqi and Wang Bohu. I had originally planned to inventory my equipment, but now I can only use it directly. Put it on quickly, just in case. Xiaoqi and Wang Bohu took the armor thrown by Tang Yu and saw that it was actually full-body bulletproof armor. Secret Star, I heavy armor. Type, rare armor. Effect, effectively protects against damage from armor-piercing bullets and bullets with lower effects, as well as grenade fragments. It can weaken the kinetic energy impact by 40% and transfer the remaining impact kinetic energy to the rest of the protective parts of the body. Note, this armor only provides protection for the torso and limbs. Rare level armor. This was the first time Tang Yu had seen equipment that surpassed level 6 armor. Unfortunately, the helmets of those pursuers were all broken by him and could not be used. But even so, Wang Bohu was stunned when he saw the effect of this armor. Fuck! Is this the power of the great god? Rare level armor. Even the leaders of the Rangers may not have it. Now he casually took out 3 pieces. Not only was Wang Bohu surprised, but the little raccoon behind them who had been observing their movements also opened his mouth wide when he saw the shape of the black matte armor. What did I see? Don't tell me that it's the Secret Star series armor. It's not real. Absolutely not real. It's a rare armor that was sold for 20 disaster coins, but still not in stock. How could it be owned by a human being? And 3 of them were sold at once? What a joke. I must be dazzled, yes. That's it, I must be hallucinating because of the pain. I'll close my eyes and rest for a while. It's impossible, impossible. At this moment, the little raccoon would rather doubt his own eyes than believe the fact before him. In the Doomsday game world, especially in urban areas, what materials are the most valuable? Armor, weapons, and bullets are the most valuable. The guns are okay. Armor and bullets are to survivors what spear and shield are to survivors. It's all about life, death, and development. He now knows that the best performing armor is the Secret Star series, and he currently only knows of 3 models. But that's impossible. As far as he knew, even among the senior survivors who had experienced more than 5 disasters, there were only a handful of them who possessed the Secret Star series armor. Tang Yu naturally also noticed the expression on Little Raccoon's face when he looked at the armor, as well as the scene where the other party was squinting his eyes and pretending to be dead, constantly muttering impossible. But he didn't have time for him now, because on the virtual map of the Gonyang subway station, he had seen 5 figures emitting strange red light appear at the entrance of the subway station. The moment they stepped into the subway, the armor of 2 of them disappeared, and the weapon of 1 disappeared. The 5 figures obviously stopped for a short time because of the sudden change, but after only a short stop, they ran towards the subway hall again. Their speed was like ghosts. They seemed not to feel the weight of the equipment on their bodies and sprinted at full speed. Xiaoqi, prepare to fight. As Tang Yu spoke, Xiaoqi had already pulled the trigger at the base of the wall leading to the passenger hall. Da-da-da-da. The torrent of bullets appeared again, but the opponent seemed to have predicted it, and with a single jump he appeared 3 meters away. Perfectly avoided the M2 heavy machine gun's fire. The 5 men completed a series of actions including turning around, raising their guns, and aiming while still in the air. But at the moment they pulled the trigger, dense bullets had already hit them. Tang Yu had already been waiting there with his gun, forming a complementary firepower network with Xiaoqi. A second before the five men rushed out of the corner, he had already pulled the trigger and fired a preemptive shot. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he no longer held a 417 Hong Kong dollar sniper rifle, but a PKM light machine gun, and he wanted to suppress the enemy with firepower. Two machine guns, one large and one small, roared in the subway hall. Fortunately, all three of them were wearing tactical microphone headphones. Otherwise, in this narrow space, the sound of the machine guns alone would be enough to damage the eardrums. The little raccoon suffered the most. He huddled in the corner and rolled his eyes because of the gunshots. When the group of five were being shot at in the air as aerial targets, Wang Bohu took out grenades and threw them at their feet. These are the ones that Tang Yu just gave him, and there are more than a dozen of them under his feet. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Bohu threw out 5 grenades, and his face couldn't stop flushing. King Laohu, am finally rich. Chapter 166, Mechanical Bala, Wang Bohu's departure. The entire subway hall was filled with gunfire. As Wang Bohu threw the grenade, the smell of gunpowder filled the entire subway station. Even people around Gongyang subway station could hear the fierce confrontation inside. The news that the war boys had entered the subway station had already been posted to the regional chat channel by the survivors who were watching, and everyone was watching. After all, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attract the appearance of War Boy and Robobara. And under the continuous attacks of Tang Yu and his 3 companions, the 5-man group was still able to fight back, even though their bodies were full of holes. But 2 people still attacked them. Although the time was short, in just this short moment, more than a dozen bullets fell on the 3 people, but Tang Yu only felt a shock and his body stiffened slightly. They recovered quickly. The 5-member group had been shattered into countless pieces by the attack of Rabbit Xiaoqi. The ground was dyed red, but Tang Yu was very surprised that he did not smell much blood. Xiaoqi's attack slowly stopped. Tang Yu raised his gun again and started shooting at the ceiling in the corner of the stairs. A black drone suddenly appeared and fell to the ground under Tang Yu's attack. Tang Yu did not relax at all because he was just behind that corner. 2 drones and a mechanical dog were already waiting there. It seems that this passing tax feature not only cannot be used to collect taxes on thrown items, but also cannot be used to collect taxes on these mechanical products. I thought secretly in my heart. A cold female voice came from behind the corner. You are quite powerful. You were able to defeat Joe Biden's war boys so easily. Very good. Hearing this voice, Tang Yu asked in a deep voice, Who are you? You can call me Robo-Barada. The cold voice spoke again, but she immediately told the purpose of her coming here. I'm not interested in being your enemy. My target is the bodies of the war boys you destroyed. Tang Yu frowned slightly when he heard this and looked at the 5 corpses, although all the equipment and items on them were forcibly confiscated. However, Tang Yu had already developed an interest in these 5 corpses that were clearly different from the normal life forms of all races. Now, an item that is coveted by a powerful veteran like Mechanical Bala, who possesses unique abilities, cannot be worthless. It seems this is my trophy. Tang Yu's meaning was very clear, although he was now a little wary of these senior survivors. But that doesn't mean he is afraid or retreats from these veteran survivors. What he wants more now is to kill the opponent's drone and mechanical dog together, so that he can understand the strength of the so-called Joe Biden and Mechanical Bara. Hearing Tang Yu's attitude, Xiaoqi and Wang Bohu immediately prepared for battle. Tang Yu and Wang Bohu moved directly and jumped off the track. Wang Bohu bent over and ran forward, looking for an angle from which he could attack from behind a corner. Tang Yu held his gun and moved his position little by little. The movements of the 2 were soon discovered by Mechanical Bara's drone. These were also anticipated by Mechanical Bala. Wait, I can trade with you. But her words had no effect on Tang Yu. After receiving Wang Bohu's gesture that he was ready, a remote control emulsion explosive appeared in his hand, and he threw it directly behind the corner. Damn it! The next moment, the drone had already flown quickly towards the passenger hall, but what greeted them were Xiaoqi's torrent of bullets and Wang Bohu's precise attacks. The mechanical dog hid behind the corner of the wall. The crosshairs on its back had locked onto Wang Bohu's position. It fired bullets continuously, attacking Wang Bohu's torso. Although he was forced to retreat, none of the bullets could penetrate the thin layer of armor. Tang Yu's finger was already on the button that detonated the explosives. Boom! The violent explosion knocked the mechanical dog to the ground and blew it out from behind the corner of the wall. Xiaoqi's bullet followed closely, and the mechanical dog was scrapped. As the mechanical dog died, a blue light flashed and disappeared. The other two drones used their speed advantage to continuously try to approach the bodies of the war boys, and a syringe-like object appeared under their main bodies. However, under the constant attacks of Wang Bohu and Tang Yu, every time they approached the corpse, they would be attacked by bullets. With Wang Bohu's precise shooting, a drone was directly destroyed. But the other drone took the opportunity to do a somersault and rush to the body. The syringe under it had already absorbed a little red liquid, and then quickly flew towards the staircase. In the virtual map, Tang Yu could clearly see the drone quickly rushing out of the subway entrance and disappearing. At this point, Tang Yu knew that the result could not be changed. In addition, he had been fighting continuously since this morning and his spirit was already exhausted. But now is not the time for him to rest. I can no longer stay at Gongyang subway station. Tang Yu looked at the rabbit Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, take a rest quickly. We may need your help later. At this time, Wang Bohu also came to Tang Yu. His face was extremely solemn, and he handed the rare armor to Tang Yu. What's wrong? Tang Yu saw Wang Bohu's expression and felt puzzled. He took the armor. This armor was very precious. Although he admired Wang Bohu very much, it was not worth it for him to give it to him. Master, I have something urgent to do now. I have to go. Tang Yu was not surprised to hear Wang Bohu's words, as the other party was in a lot of trouble right now. Okay, the tunnel behind you leads to Cape of Good Hope subway station. Just keep going straight, and you'll arrive. Then be careful. I also have some things to take care of here. The two nodded slightly, but Wang Bohu looked at the little raccoon who was still in the corner and asked, Do you need me to get rid of him? Tang Yu waved gently. No, I need to find him to find out some information. Upon hearing this, Wang Bohu nodded slightly and ran quickly towards the Cape of Good Hope subway station. He knew that Tang Yu must have his own secrets next. He already owed Tang Yu a life, so it would be better not to bring trouble to the great god at this time. With a heavy heart, Wang Bohu disappeared into the darkness. Tang Yu looked at Wang Bohu's disappearing body, but suddenly received a long message from him. After reading it, Tang Yu looked quite unhappy. Natural disaster level, world-destroying level, destructive level disaster. A world-destroying plague. Tang Yu suddenly felt that he had underestimated the difficulty of the world-destroying plague. In addition, the more he learned about the real Doomsday game world, the more fearful he became. What is the situation in this world? Another question is, which force does the Bai Zuantang that Wang Bohu mentioned belong to? Why did he betray the Rangers? Is there some other hidden story? His eyes couldn't help but look at the little raccoon in the corner. After the fight, just now, the little raccoon was already stunned. Tang Yu no longer had that much patience, and the tactical master pistol appeared in his hand, pointing it at the raccoon's head. I don't have time to waste on you right now. Whether you signed a contract or not, this is your last chance. The little raccoon was confused by Tang Yu's direct question. Why don't we have a chat? When Tang Yu saw that the other party was still looking at him without saying anything, the last bit of patience in his heart completely disappeared. The index finger immediately placed on the trigger. Chapter 167, Signing a Contract, Title Survivor. After hearing Tang Yu's words, Little Raccoon suddenly woke up from his dream and said quickly, Sign? Don't shoot, I'll sign. Tang Yu stopped what he was doing and had no time to think about why the other party suddenly changed his mind. He directly placed the Witness of Disaster in front of the other party. Select use. Survivor Tang Yu and Survivor Baron Rocket signed a Witness of Disaster contract. Survivor Baron will become the follower of Survivor Tang Yu and will never betray or... Do both parties agree? Yes, yes. Just after the two of them confirmed their choice at the same time, the contract scroll turned into a stream of light and split into two and entered the bodies of Tang Yu and Little Raccoon. A new page, Followers, also appears on Tang Yu's panel. This so-called follower is different from Tushangxi, Xiaoba, and others. He will not deprive them of their qualifications as survivors and their hiding place, but other than that, Tang Yu has absolute control over the Little Raccoon. For example, Tang Yu can freely enter Little Raccoon's hiding place without his consent and can check his attribute panel at any time. Name, Baron Rook. Race, Rahastar region, Raccoon tribe. Gender, male. Personality, irritable, emotional. Traits, speed, agility, turning trash into treasure. Talents, all weapon mastery, super perception, modification master. Trust cannot be reduced. Current physical condition, seriously injured, anemic, dying. Current mental state, shocked, happy, depressed. Tang Yu was happy when he saw the name of Little Raccoon. Hey, Rocket! However, as a veteran survivor, Each of them has several traits and talents that complement each other perfectly. And because of the effect of the contract scroll, Little Raccoon's trust in Tang Yu directly reached trust, although he still felt frustrated about becoming Tang Yu's vassal. However, after seeing with his own eyes how decisive the other party was in killing and how he had the strength to challenge Abaddon and Robot Bara, all the resistance in his heart disappeared. This is also the reason why he agreed to Tang Yu this time. Ultimately, it is because he admires the strong. Tang Yu had already arrived next to the bodies of the 5 dead boys. With a wave of his hand, he put the 5 bodies into his backpack. Although I don't know what their value is, but the items that can make mechanical Bara excited must be worth a lot of money. Then he took out some fuel and poured it on the red liquid on the ground. Looking at the burning fire, Tang Yu took Xiao Qi and Xiao Huanxiong back to their hiding place at the Garden Subway Station. The 3 of them appeared on the underground level of the hideout. Tu Shanxi is already waiting here. As soon as Xiaoqi came back, he changed Xiaoba back and went back to rest. Tu Shangxi took a deep look at the little raccoon held in Tang Yu's hand. Without asking too many questions, he pulled Xiaoba downstairs. Tang Yu put the little raccoon on the ground. Time was tight, and he didn't have time to bandage the little raccoon. 5 minutes later, the little raccoon, who had been treated and recovered, looked at the underground floor full of rare hiding places with curiosity. He has now come to terms with it. He has already signed a contract, and since he's already on Tang Yu's ship, he might as well make the best of it. Being hesitant will only make himself uncomfortable. But Tang Yu looked at the panel. It was also at this time that Tang Yu noticed that there was information about a hiding place on his panel. That's where the raccoon is hiding. From the hideout map, we can see that the raccoon's hideout is in the reserve station area. The specific location is in a huge cave, which he has expanded underground. Now tell me about the senior survivor. Tang Yu sat on the chair and looked at the little raccoon in front of him. That, sir? Upon hearing this, the little raccoon didn't know how to address Tang Yu. Don't be nervous. Since we're all family from now on, just call me boss like the other two. Understand, boss. It's like this. We usually divide the survivors into 4 levels. The little raccoon's nervous mood also calmed down at this time, because he found that Tang Yu was different from many survivors he knew and was not an extreme utilitarian. Instead, they will be like rookies who have just survived the first round of disasters and have a certain human touch. Tang Yu just listened quietly to Little Raccoon's story. He was not worried that the other party would hide anything. After all, this was clearly written in the contract. He also quickly understood the current situation of the survivors in the Doomsday game. The survivors are divided into ordinary survivors and senior survivors based on how many times they have survived 5 disasters. The reason is that after the survivors survive 5 rounds of disasters, they will have the opportunity to get a super reward. This super reward is also the key to upgrading the survivors to the senior level. They habitually call the survivors of their first disaster rookies or piglets. Many survivors with special abilities like to capture these rookies as their experimental subjects or transformation templates. Among the senior survivors, there is also a group with a special status, who are called title survivors by the senior survivors. Only senior survivors who possess 1 or more rare titles are called title survivors. They are the king-level existences among all survivors, and each of them has the extraordinary ability to crush other senior survivors. This ability is unique to rare titles. And precisely because of the uniqueness of these rare title abilities, each title survivor has their own unique, iconic characteristics. For example, Joe Biden's Warboys Legion and Robobar's mechanical weapons. After listening to Little Raccoon's explanation, Tang Yu had a clearer understanding of the situation among the senior survivors. According to this, they should be very strong, but why do I feel that their strength is just average at the subway station? Upon hearing this, the little raccoon baron looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After seeing Tang Yu's inquiring eyes, he said, "Boss, who do you think can use a fixed large-caliber heavy machine gun casually and in a narrow place like a subway station? Whether it's Joe Biden's Warboy Core or Robot Baraz mechanical weapons, they are all famous for their mobile speed and flexibility to attack the enemy, and they also have good resistance to attacks. But in a narrow space like a subway station, coupled with large-caliber machine gun bullets, it won't work for anyone." After hearing the other party's explanation, Tang Yu finally realized that he had been thinking wrongly. Then he looked at the 2 rare titles on his panel. He already knew how powerful rare titles were, but he never expected them to be this powerful. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Both Nightwalker and Refugee Conqueror have brought him real help in the past few days. So the next step to improve strength is to fully develop rare title abilities? Chapter 168, Rangers Wanted, A Turn of Events. When Tang Yu and Little Raccoon understood the situation, little did he know that the entire Quella City's regional channels had already exploded. When someone discovered that Joe Biden's legion of Death Boys and Mecha Barrage mechanical weapons were dispatched, there were already survivors updating the progress results in real time on the regional channel. After all, it is rare to see two title survivors on the move at the same time, and they are generally very low-key. So this is a rare scene to see, and all the senior survivors are paying close attention to it. Even the new survivors and ordinary survivors who were not aware of the situation gradually realized in the process of watching the show that the people who had just appeared were not simple. So much so that when we saw that in the end only one drone rushed out of the subway station and disappeared into the sky, everyone was shocked. What does this mean? Joe Biden and Robot Bara actually failed here. In addition, the robbery duo of Tree Man and Raccoon who had entered the subway station earlier are also missing. Everyone was full of curiosity and awe towards the two human survivors. Han Shui. Unbelievable. Does anyone know those two human survivors? Could it be that they are qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Joe Biden and his group? Feng Shualan. This is really hard to say, but this time Joe Biden and Mechanical Bara obviously did not show their true strength, but even so, it is still very rare. Groot Takugo. Am I the only one concerned about the situation of the robbery duo? And since those two are human survivors and are so powerful, could they be Rangers? Are the Rangers here? Come out and tell us. Just as the new survivors were still trying to analyze the content information in the regional chat channel, Wang Bohu was running nonstop in the subway tunnel, and on his panel was a wanted list. Ranger wanted. Name, Wang Bohu. Position, Deputy Captain of the Intelligence Team. Number of disasters experienced, 1. Reason for being wanted. On the way back from a secret operation, the team leader by Jiantong was shot and wounded, and the rest of his comrades were all killed. The nature of the case is extremely bad. Wanted. Wanted reward. 10 disaster coins, 1 rare blueprint, and captain promotion qualification. Wanted. Feng Qingming. Witness/informant. White dipped sugar. At the same time as he was wanted, he was also kicked out of the Rangers team. Even if he wanted to explain now, he couldn't. However, what made Wang Bohu even more heartbroken than being wanted was that the Rangers actually issued a wanted order without any confirmation contact with him. This made Wang Bohu feel cold. Damn it, I didn't expect Captain Bai to be alive and to blame others for his crimes. We are in trouble. Besides, have the traitors infiltrated the Rangers so badly now? Feng Qingming is the Ranger squadron leader who has been in contact with him. It was also he who promoted Wang Bohu to deputy captain and sent him to participate in this operation. Now that I think about it carefully, this is a dead-end situation. From the moment he decided to take part in this operation, he was already a dead man. If it weren't for Tang Yu's sudden appearance and help this time, the final result would be that Wang Bohu was killed, and after the suitcase was taken away by a traitor, the blame was still thrown to him. Wang Bohu felt a chill down his spine as he thought about this secretly, but his eyes were sharp. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not tell anyone the location of his hiding place. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. But now that he has escaped, he had no intention of letting the other party go just like that. Bai Daidang was undoubtedly a traitor, and Feng Qingming was probably in cahoots with Bai Daidang. Anyone else? Wang Bohu stopped, and the briefcase from the Revolutionary Army transaction appeared in his hand. He wanted to take a closer look at the information of the 2 items inside, as he had only glanced at them before. As a result, when he opened the suitcase, his eyes were wide open, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Where's the shit? What? You said there are 2 more rare items in the warehouse. Tang Yu took the CBS laboratory access key card and mental strengthening pills, handed over by Xiao Ba in disbelief. He had a look of having seen a ghost. Oh my god, what's going on? Where did this come from? Could it be that some big shot from other real estate or construction companies has come? I quickly went through the virtual map of all the buildings, but didn't find anything suspicious. Tang Yu thought of something and looked at the raccoon beside him. Rocket. Baron, forget it. I'll just call you Rocket from now on. Let me ask you, why did you chase Wang Bohu in the first place? The little raccoon didn't care about the name he was called. When he heard Tang Yu's question, he looked at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. Boss, you don't know? Tang Yu looked at the surprised expression of the little raccoon and immediately understood the origin of the 2 things in his hand. Tell me everything you know. As he spoke, he shook the 2 things in his hands. See the laboratory access key card in Tang Yu's hand. The little raccoon showed a puzzled expression again, not understanding why the boss wanted to ask such a question when he had already got the things. But he didn't think much about it. Boss, this is what happened. Today, the Rangers and the Revolutionary Army at the reserve station made a deal. The traded items were the 2 items in your hand. I knew an internal quartermaster of the Revolutionary Army, so I bought this information for 2 disaster coins and asked the other party to install a hidden tracker in the briefcase containing the 2 items. As the little raccoon said this, he pouted unhappily. Who could have thought that this trip would become his Waterloo? Not only was the big guy beaten back into the placenta, but he himself was also signed into a contract to sell himself. It still makes me angry just thinking about it. I shouldn't have gone out today. Hearing this, Tang Yu understood that the 2 items in his hand were collected from Wang Bohu when he entered and left the subway station. However, Tang Yu became interested in another sentence said by the raccoon. What did you say? You know the quartermaster of the Revolutionary Army. Can you buy military supplies from him? Although he didn't know why Tang Yu was so excited, the little raccoon thought about it carefully and said, this is basically no problem, but it depends on what you want. But that guy is a greedy devil. Hearing what the raccoon said, Tang Yu immediately burst into laughter. When you are surrounded by mountains and rivers, you may think there is no way out. But when you turn around, you will find another village. Tang Yu didn't expect that he would find a channel to obtain military supplies from Little Raccoon. Because Little Raccoon still retained his status as a survivor, he directly sent the other party the details of all military supplies for the construction of the Information Strategic Support Center. Contact the other party and gather these supplies as soon as possible. Is there any problem? Looking at the densely packed list of military supplies, the little raccoon showed an incredible expression and looked at Tang Yu in shock. Boss, you actually have a super rare strategic blueprint? Chapter 169, The Effect of the Refugee Treasure Chest and Unexpected Situations. When Tang Yu heard what the raccoon said, he looked over in confusion. Super rare strategic blueprint? What is that? Of course, Tang Yu understood that what Little Raccoon was talking about was the construction drawings of the Information Strategic Support Center. The Little Raccoon had already realized from the beginning that the boss was not the senior survivor he had imagined, and might not even be an ordinary survivor. Now, after hearing Tang Yu's words, although he already had a bold guess in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask Tang Yu carefully. Boss, can I ask how many disasters you've been through? I don't mean anything else, but this way I can know how to communicate with you in the future. After hearing what Little Raccoon said, although there was no evidence, Tang Yu still felt a hint of the meaning of a top student asking a poor student about his academic qualifications. But he also wanted to see the other party's reaction after knowing the truth. So he raised a finger, looked at the Little Raccoon, and said with a smile, One time, according to your words, I should be considered a rookie survivor. Hiss! Tang Yu could even clearly hear the Little Raccoon gasping for air, facing the other party's extremely shocked eyes. All right, tell me what the super rare strategic blueprint means. Upon hearing this, the Little Raccoon forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart and quickly told the information he knew. Boss, the so-called super rare strategic blueprints are actually a term circulated among senior survivors. The construction blueprints of facilities that take more than 24 hours to build in the hideout are collectively called super rare construction blueprints. Even for senior survivors, it is not easy to get one of these blueprints. Among these ultra-rare construction blueprints, there is another type of blueprint that is extremely rare and powerful even among the ultra-rare construction blueprints. They're called strategic blueprints. The most obvious feature of these blueprints is that all construction materials are military materials, and the facility requirements in the construction requirements also include at least one ultra-rare facility. After hearing this, Tang Yu completely understood. It turns out that those facilities that take more than 24 hours to build are super rare facilities. Having said that, he already owns 4 super rare facilities: the Intelligence Center, the Disaster Coin Mine, the Hideout Holographic Barrier, and the Refugee Treasure Chest. Except for the holographic barrier for the hideout, these drawings were acquired through bargain trading during the polar blizzard. The rest were all obtained from Black Dog or Steven and others. Sure enough, only by keeping a close eye on these important bosses can you reap extraordinary benefits. And the person who traded the holographic barrier with me seems to be no simple person. Thinking of this, Tang Yu also reacted. Damn, I feel like I forgot something: the Refugee Treasure Chest. It was only then that he realized that the Refugee Treasure Chest had been built long ago. But because he had been busy in the past few days and had been teleporting away from his hiding place, he had forgotten the existence of this facility. He immediately came to the corridor leading to the main entrance of the hiding place and saw a huge wooden treasure chest appear on the ground. Refugee treasure box. Type: hideout facility. Effect: you can trade with refugees by placing various money and items and obtain items of corresponding value. The introduction is very simple. Tang Yu stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. I saw several squares inside, which were obviously places for storing items for transactions at different levels. The first grid requirement is a minimum of 10,000 Doomsday coins with a 90% chance of obtaining ordinary supplies and a 10% chance of obtaining advanced supplies. The second grid is 50,000 Doomsday coins with a 70% chance of getting ordinary supplies and a 30% chance of getting advanced supplies. The third grid has 250,000 Doomsday coins with a 40% chance of getting ordinary supplies, a 50% chance of getting advanced supplies, and a 10% chance of getting rare supplies. The fourth grid contains valuable items. There are 8 grids in total of various sizes. In addition to Doomsday coins, you can also trade valuables, intelligence, and Night Lake drinks. The probability of obtaining items varies depending on the value of the items. By the last grid, the probability of obtaining items is 30% for high-level materials, 60% for rare materials, 9.99% for super rare materials, and 0.01% for epic materials. The time to complete a transaction varies from 30 minutes to 24 hours. Tang Yu's scalp went numb when he saw this. Fuck, so cool. This effect made Tang Yu numb. Especially the last item, which actually contains epic supplies. Where are these refugees so awesome that they can even get epic items? So, with an attitude of giving it a try, he went directly to the third underground floor and took out a big golden rooster, a big bronze lion sculpture, and a cat god statue from the glory display cabinet. Of course, these 3 items were all obtained from Ruga before. Yes, those simulated valuables. With the idea of trying, he placed the 3 valuable items into the corresponding squares of the refugee's treasure chest. The next moment, Tang Yu showed a surprised expression. In the refugee's treasure chest, the 3 simulated valuable items were quietly placed in the middle, and 3 options appeared in front of Tang Yu. Are you sure you want to exchange the valuable item, the bronze lion sculpture? Are you sure? Are you sure? It actually works. He immediately chose to confirm, and under the watchful eyes of Tang Yu and Little Raccoon, the 3 valuable items all disappeared, leaving only a countdown of 12 to 18 hours. It's almost tomorrow morning. The Little Raccoon was a little numb at this moment. Another super rare facility. He looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. Did he really only survive 1 round of disaster? After Tang Yu's excitement, he looked at the raccoon again. The other party immediately understood the meaning of Tang Yu's eyes. Boss, don't worry. I'll go back and contact the quartermaster immediately to collect all these supplies. Tang Yu showed a satisfied expression. He stroked his chin. He seemed to have the recipe for the Night Lake drink. He remembered that he obtained it from the library's characteristics. As the most valuable exchange item in the refugee treasure chest, it seems that it needs to be produced as soon as possible. It's just this beverage generator facility. At this time, Xiao Ba hurried to the basement and shouted to Tang Yu, "Mr. Boss, come quickly." Hearing Xiao Ba's anxious shout, Tang Yu knew something was wrong. He immediately ran downstairs, followed closely by the raccoon. Intelligence Center. Everyone looked at the computer screen in front of them with serious expressions. Boss, this video is from 40 minutes ago. I was fully focused on controlling the drone at that time, so I didn't pay attention. I only saw it when I reviewed the footage just now, and I immediately asked Xiaoba to call you. Listening to Tu Shangxi's nervous voice, Tang Yu patted the other person's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, I know the situation. Let's watch the video first. After hearing Tang Yu's words, Tu Shangxi finally felt relieved. There was nothing she could do, as this matter was really weird and terrifying. I tapped the enter key, and the surveillance footage on the computer screen began playing. Chapter 170 Resurrection of the Ghost Face, Fertile Soil. Inside the Garden Subway Station hideout, the computer screen at the Intelligence Center began to play surveillance footage. On the rooftop of the Quella City Energy Center, because Tang Yu detonated the remote-controlled emulsion explosive, a large gap was directly blown out in the corner of the wall opposite the video. The entire roof was littered with rubble, concrete fragments, and dust. Among the wreckage of the buildings, a figure in black was lying there, covered in dust and debris. The man's body has become an irregular shape, and one can only vaguely see that he is a human being. As Tang Yu and the others watched quietly, the figure on the screen suddenly moved like a machine switch. The figure slowly moved and climbed up. The arm that was broken by the explosion slowly grew out, and the twisted and deformed spine began to recover quickly with the sound of twisting bones. Only 5 minutes had passed, and if it weren't for the fact that the man's clothes were already a little torn, it would be impossible to tell that this was the twisted and deformed figure from before. This person is Ghostface. He is resurrected inside the hiding place. Although it was not the first time that Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba had seen this scene, they still felt a little creepy when they saw it again. Will he really not die? Xiaoba said what everyone was thinking. Even Raccoon, a veteran survivor of 6 disasters, had his heart pounding at this moment. Damn, this Ghostface is worthy of being the guy who once beat a title survivor to death. He is really so terrifying. Tang Yu also had a solemn expression, but he was different from the others. He quickly noticed the change in the Ghostface, although it was very subtle. But as someone who once killed Ghostface, he can be said to be the most familiar with Ghostface. Grimace seems to have lost a lot of weight. Tu Shangxi stood up, and Tang Yu sat down to operate it himself. She carefully compared the resurrected Ghostface's figure with the screenshot of Ghostface's figure before the explosion. As a result, she didn't even need to say anything, as the others quickly discovered the obvious difference. Mr. Boss, he has indeed lost a lot of weight. Yes, and I think his eyes seem to be different from before. Hearing Tu Shangxi's words, Tang Yu looked at the Ghostface. Indeed, although the look in Ghostface's eyes was also very cold before, at least there was some humanity in it. Now when I look into his eyes again, I feel as if I am looking at a strange human figure. Hiss! This discovery gave Tang Yu a sudden shock, because he felt that this look was strangely familiar. I just wanna, that statue. In his mind, Tang Yu compared the statue in the Ghostface's lair with the Ghostface. Hiss! What the hell? What is going on? Immortality? So that's how it is? He seemed to understand something. This so-called immortality was simply a scam. If Tang Yu guessed correctly, the so-called immortality was the process in which the Ghostface was replaced by that unknown existence. Even so, it would not be easy for Ghostface to come back to life every time, as can be seen from his obviously thin body. Is this Ghostface's weakness? Tang Yu was not sure, but kept this idea in his heart. Give it a try if you have a chance. After figuring it out, Tang Yu comforted Tu Shangxi and the other person. It's okay. I already know how to deal with him. Then Tang Yu took out the giant tree clan seed of life and handed it to Xiaoba. When the little raccoon saw the seed, he never took his eyes away, but because of Tang Yu, he didn't do anything excessive. But Tang Yu also noticed his reaction. Don't worry, it's best to give this seed to Xiaoba. Then he looked at Xiaoba. Xiaoba, this seed is now in your hands. Plant and cultivate it as soon as possible. It is as important as the polar snow lotus seed. Okay, Mr. Boss. After saying that, Xiaoba ran to the planting greenhouse with the tree seeds. The little raccoon just glanced at Xiaoba's back and didn't follow him, but looked at Tang Yu. Boss, that polar snow lotus you just mentioned, is it a catastrophic artifact? Tang Yu was not surprised to hear this. After all, the other party was a survivor of 6 disasters, so it was not surprising that he knew about disaster artifacts. Then he nodded and said, yes, that was my first round of disasters, the disaster artifact during the polar blizzard. What happened? The little raccoon became excited when his thoughts were confirmed. Incredible, you actually found the disaster artifact in the first round of disasters. I. Finally, he looked at Tang Yu and said seriously, Boss, I know a place with rare soil suitable for growing disaster artifacts. You definitely need it. As soon as these words came out, what did you say? Little Raccoon sent a picture directly to Tang Yu through the private chat mailbox. Deep sea high fertility soil. Type. Rare item. Effect. Provides any nutrients needed for plant growth. Plant growth rate plus 60%. Pest and disease probability minus 40%. Survival rate of rare plants plus 20%. Marine plant effect plus 30%. Note. Can be added to planting facilities. The effects will be cumulative. Oh my god! This planting effect is good. Where can I find this thing? Tang Yu asked in surprise. The little raccoon showed a smug expression. Boss, I dare not say anything else, but regarding the exploration of the Quella City area, I dare say that no one knows more than me. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. The little raccoon immediately said honestly, this is a place I found in the deep sea when I was exploring the west coast with the big guy during the last disaster cycle. I originally planned to occupy it. As a result, a giant octopus more than 10 or 20 meters long after we occupied that place. We only took the opportunity to scoop a spoonful and ran away. You mean you were underwater? How did you get down? Tang Yu looked at the raccoon in disbelief. Ah, we modified a small submarine to go down, but it was damaged by the octopus, and it hasn't been repaired yet. After the little raccoon finished speaking, he quickly added, but don't worry, boss. If you need it, I can fix it in 2 days. This is my specialty. Tang Yu showed a look of regret. It turned out that the vehicle went down. What a pity, but it was not a complete loss. After he had injected the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion, he could collect the soil from this place. It's okay, wait. Tang Yu suddenly stopped, and his aura instantly became dangerous. Tu Shangxi and Little Raccoon noticed something was wrong and looked at Tang Yu, realizing that something must have happened. Tang Yu's eyes were already on the raccoon. Seeing Tang Yu's expression, Little Raccoon's previous memories resurfaced, and he shuddered subconsciously. Boss! Rocket! I remember you had an RPG rocket in your hand. Is it still there? Chapter 171 New Pursuer. Take my RPG. Inside Garden Metro Station, 3 pursuers in full black armor appeared in the subway tunnel. Each of them was very cautious. The 4-eye night vision goggles on the head illuminate the dark subway station as clearly as day. An assaulter, a firepower man, and a precision shooter. This perfect combination of firepower is enough for them to deal with most situations. But at this moment, all 3 of them were a little confused and looked at their comrades around them in disbelief. What's going on? Why are my shoes missing? Where's my ammo? Hiss. Damn it. Why is there 1 less disaster coin in my backpack? They all looked at each other, although they were extremely shocked. But now that things have come to this, they can't just go back home. Old A, are you sure the target location is here? One of the pursuers transmitted his voice to the other 2 through a voice recognition sensor attached to his throat. Yes, this is the target's latest location. Everyone be careful. The target of this elite bounty hunt is very difficult. I heard that an entire Secret Star team was eliminated by the target. What? Is there anyone in this city who can take down an entire Secret Star team? Damn it. In the subway hiding place, Tang Yu carefully observed the information of the 3 invaders through the virtual map. There was no doubt that these 3 people must also be pursuers. Through Little Raccoon, Tang Yu already knew the preciousness and rarity of the Secret Star armor, so he was now very interested in the equipment on the pursuer this time. This fatal pursuit mission seems to be of great importance. Tang Yu was thinking about this matter, but the Little Raccoon was looking at the Secret Star armor on his body with a silly smile on his face. Oh my god, it really is the Secret Star armor. As far as I can remember, only those few titled survivors have this armor. High-performance weapons and armor have always been the goal pursued by the raccoon, because only in this way can he survive better with a big guy. But now the armor he had always longed for actually appeared on his body, making him feel like he was dreaming. The Little Raccoon couldn't help but look at the figure in front of him. Did he really only survive 1 round of disasters? It's incredible. It seems that it's not bad to keep up with this boss. Tang Yu had naturally noticed the raccoon's gaze a long time ago, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Okay, get ready for battle. You and I are tied to the same rope. If I die, you can't live either. So show me your full strength. Do you understand? The Little Raccoon sighed slightly when he heard this. Indeed, one of the clauses in the contract is that if Tang Yu dies, he will also die, directly binding the 2 together. Even for his own life, he must fight to the death. But Tang Yu's next sentence made the Little Raccoon look surprised. But as long as you treat me well, I will never be stingy with my own people. As Tang Yu spoke, he looked at the Secret Star armor on the Little Raccoon. The Little Raccoon knew what his boss meant. Boss, rest assured. From now on, you will be my guiding light. I will hit wherever you shine. If you point east, I will never go west. As he spoke, a sneaky smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he looked at Tang Yu while rubbing his hands. Speaking of which, boss, I actually know a few places with high-level rare materials and infiltration routes. My ability was limited before, but now that you said so, I can't hide it, so you see. Tang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard that, but he still looked at the raccoon's trust level on the board first, and confirmed that it was still trust. Then he showed a satisfied smile and nodded slightly. We'll talk about this in detail later. Seeing Tang Yu smile, the Little Raccoon actually felt a sense of confidence. His eyes suddenly widened, and he had the idea that a gentleman would die for his confidant. It's not easy. Unexpectedly, I turned a disaster into a blessing. Although I was forced to sign a contract to sell myself, I now have a boss. But this boss turned out to be a fellow of his, and was strong enough. He even began to think about how to sneak into the rebel camp and destroy the warehouse. Get ready, the enemy is approaching. The little raccoon immediately came to his senses. Damn it, someone actually dared to target my boss and ruin my robbery plan. While greeting the other party in his heart, he had already taken out the RPG rocket launcher in his hand. He just wanted to kill the enemy as soon as possible so that he could plan the matter of the rebel warehouse. Inside the virtual map, 3 enemies have come through the tunnel and are outside the hideout. However, due to the protection of the holographic barrier, even if the 3 of them used various detection methods, they still could not determine Tang Yu's exact location. The 3 pursuers prepared to move forward and continue searching. However, Tang Yu and Little Raccoon had already arrived at the gate of the hiding place, and they were less than 2 meters away from their pursuers. But even at this 2-meter distance, the 3 people outside the door were completely unaware of it. It seems the target is not nearby. Let's go to the tunnel ahead and check. It should be there. The leading pursuer adjusted the thermal imaging radar in his hand and spoke to the 2 people beside him. The 3 of them walked forward and checked every building wall in front of them, but they didn't notice that a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall next to the tunnel entrance behind them. A figure walked out from there, the RPG in his hand quietly aimed at their backs. The 3 of them were now more than 50 meters away from the gate of Tang Yu's hiding place. Tang Yu estimated the distance and pulled the trigger. Laugh! The sound of rocket launches was heard. Driven by powerful force, it flew towards the 3 people quickly. The 3 pursuers also heard the sound behind them at the first moment. RPG! They all rushed to the side, but unfortunately, they were standing on the subway track. Moreover, the distance was only a few dozen meters, so their temporary strength could not compare to a rocket launched at full speed. Just as the 3 of them twisted their bodies and jumped, the rocket had already reached them, followed by a burst of fire shooting into the sky. However, Tang Yu flew back to his hiding place at the same time as the rocket was launched, and the raccoon who had been prepared immediately closed the door. As a violent shock wave spread rapidly, an air wave quickly rushed towards the tunnels on both sides, raising a cloud of dust. Until 5 seconds later, Tang Yu and Little Raccoon then walked out of their hiding place and quickly ran to the place where the rocket exploded. As expected, the 3 pursuers were not killed, and even their armor was not seriously damaged because they were wearing Secret Star armor. However, due to the impact of the rocket explosion, all 3 of them suffered internal injuries to varying degrees, struggling to inject himself with the drug. But how could Tang Yu, who had been paying close attention to their actions, give them this opportunity? He first shot the least injured pursuer in the head and then snatched the injection drugs from the other 2 pursuers. When the little raccoon saw the Secret Star armor that the other party was wearing, his eyes lit up again. No wonder the boss had to use the fire RPG just to deal with 3 small fry. It turns out they are all Secret Stars. Ordinary bullets can't do anything to them. Tang Yu slapped the raccoon on the head. Don't look at them. Take off their equipment, and then do as I say. Chapter 172. Continental Congress, Information Warfare, and Blame. In the hiding place, inside the shooting range, Tang Yu and Little Raccoon looked at the 2 naked pursuers with malicious smiles. Tu Shangxi was standing behind the 2 men. When she heard their laughter, she shook her head slightly and looked at the pursuers with sympathy. Xiao Ba hid behind Tu Shangxi, grabbing her clothes with curiosity in his eyes. The little raccoon looked at Tang Yu with an excited expression. Boss, how about I do it? To be honest, I know a little bit about interrogation. Tang Yu looked surprised when he heard this. Are you sure it's 1 o'clock? It's definitely 1 o'clock. Looking at the little raccoon's eager expression, Tang Yu smiled. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Remember to interrogate the 2 people separately. If there's a discrepancy between their statements, we'll have to start all over again. Ha, boss, rest assured, leave it to me. The little raccoon rubbed his hands, looked at Xiao Ba behind Tu Shangxi, and said with a smile, Can you find me some tools? Xiao Ba looked at Tang Yu, and when he saw Tang Yu nodded slightly, he looked at the raccoon again. I need wire, candles, lubricant. Hearing what the raccoon wanted, Tang Yu's expression became more and more strange. It's a pity that these 2 people are not refugees, otherwise there would be no need for such trouble. He handed the interrogation over to Little Raccoon. He now realized the benefits of this guy and no longer needed to do some things himself. Heart-wrenching screams were heard from the shooting range. At this time, Tang Yu noticed that an information transceiver in the backpack space received a message. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a scorpion. Scorpion, Lord Messenger, Ghostface just contacted me and asked me to contact the butcher's deputy Saber to get the laboratory key card from Lord Stephen as soon as possible. What should I do next? Tang Yu raised his brows slightly. This is the Ghostface that can't sit still. Yes, the failure of the Rangers would definitely make him suspicious. After all, no matter how you look at it, my attack on him was a long-planned and targeted attack. Judging from Ghostface's intelligence, he might have already figured out that someone is targeting him. Are you planning to resolve this issue quickly and not delay any further? Thinking of this, Tang Yu had an idea. Tang Yu, you follow Ghostface's plan and have Stephen tell Butcher the password to the Dean's office. You and Saber. Scorpion. I understand, sir. After arranging matters concerning the Scorpion, Tang Yu thought about the arrangements for the rest of the day. 20 minutes later, the screaming in the shooting range stopped, and the little raccoon walked out of the shooting range with a relieved look on his face. Boss, I've got the news you wanted to know. They all belong to an organization called the Continental Congress, but this organization is very mysterious. No one knows their location and specific situation. It is more like a bounty killer organization, and they are members of the executive department of this Continental Congress. Continental Congress, bounty killer organization? Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The mission Fatal Pursuit was very clear. A wanted warrant and a reward would be offered for him. It seemed that this was referring to the Continental Parliament. Since they don't even know where this organization is, how did they know that I had a bounty on my head? Upon hearing this, the little raccoon began to search through the pile of items that had been stripped from the two men. A few seconds later, he had two watches in his hands. Boss, this is how they get information. As the little raccoon spoke, he started to operate. A virtual screen emerges from the watch. At the top is the name and emblem of the Continental Congress. Below is a list of wanted persons with various bounties. Tang Yu's avatar appears at the 30th place. Wanted reward elite. Name, Tang Yu. Race, Blue Star, human. Location, Quella City. Number of disasters experienced 1. Countdown to task deadline. 5 hours, 23 minutes, and 35 seconds. Mission rewards. Elite License X1. Elite Reward X1. Elite Points plus 300, Disaster Coins X20. Looking at his wanted list, Tang Yu was slightly jealous, although he didn't know what the so-called elite license plates and rewards were. But since they can rank ahead of the 20 disaster coins, their value must be higher than that of the other party. What should I do? I want to kill myself after seeing this. At this time, Tang Yu also saw several familiar names. Zhou Bei Mechanical Bala Zhao Juan Home. They are all on the wanted list. Of course, the wanted lists for these people are all ordinary wanted. The highest wanted list for Zhao Junong is only 10 disaster coins. After understanding the specific circumstances of the bounty on his body, now that we have figured out the situation, let's deal with these two. Tang Yu looked at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and there were less than 2 hours left until 8 o'clock. After thinking for a while, he took the two watches to the intelligence center and looked at Tu Shangxi. Decrypt the information on these two watches and see if we can unlock the data in the watches and track the watch data terminals. Following Tu Shangxi's operation, data codes began to flash rapidly on the virtual screens of the two watches. 2 minutes later, the virtual screen image stopped. A virtual map appeared in front of them. In the virtual map, a continent similar to a mountain is located in the center of the map. This continent is occupied by black. Far away from this black continent, there are several small continents on the edge of the map that are only about 1/10 the size of the black continent. There are densely packed words on this map recording something. Tang Yu's eyes, which had been relatively calm, suddenly became stunned, and his mouth opened wide. This is... Before he could finish his words, the virtual screen began to shake violently. Seeing this, Tu Shangxi immediately started operating the keyboard quickly with both hands. Boss, the other party has discovered our invasion and is intercepting and tracking us. Not good. The other party's data calculation ability far exceeds ours. Tu Shangxi didn't finish her words. Tang Yu had already thrown the two watches on the ground. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were heard. Only 2 watch parts, shattered by bullets, remained on the ground. Tu Shangxi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Tang Yu. Boss, the other party's information data computing ability is 3 times that of ours. But at the last minute I hit our location and provided them with a false coordinate, so they didn't notice it. Tang Yu nodded slightly. This Continental Parliament is really difficult to deal with. The Intelligence Center is an extremely rare facility. It has been upgraded once by Tang Yu, but it is still not as powerful as the other party's data computing power. No rush. Since we already know each other, we have plenty of time to play with him slowly. This can be considered a test. In Tang Yu's opinion, the strength of this continental parliament has surpassed that of the rebels in the central urban area of Quella City. After all, the ability to send people to other areas at will is a bit abnormal. But there is no rush, as he has just survived the first round of disasters. Tang Yu has a hunch that once he completes the construction of the Information Strategic Support Center, it will not be so easy for the other party to crack his information. Thinking of this, Tang Yu suddenly looked at Tu Shangxi. You just said you gave the other party a virtual location coordinate. Where did you give it to? Tu Shangxi shrugged upon hearing this, and then said, if you want to deceive the other party, you can't use fake coordinates. I gave them the information of the person named Duan Shui you mentioned before. It just so happens that the other party is at the reserve station, which is also in Kaluo City. Looking at Tu Shangxi's innocent expression. Deng. Chapter 173. The Raccoon's Desire to Survive, the Calm Before the Storm. Tu Shangxi's explanation was something Tang Yu had never thought of. No, I remember I mentioned it once when Flea Market was launched. Tu Shangxi nodded. Yes, but since he had ill intentions towards the boss, I have been deliberately collecting information about them. There is nothing we can do about the woman named Sandy who is not in the same area as us. But as for the people named Duan Shui and Lu Qingming, when I was at the flea market, I had already investigated their approximate locations based on their transaction records, using the information connection and information decryption capabilities of the Intelligence Center. After all, according to your character of revenge, rooting out the evil, and preventing the evil from happening, it's only a matter of time before you deal with them. I'm just making preparations in advance. WTF. This time Tang Yu was completely shocked. I'm not. I don't talk nonsense. Tang Yu still thinks of himself as a very kind person, and is willing to help others as long as it does not affect his own survival. But the one who was even more confused and shocked was the little raccoon behind Tang Yu. When he heard Tu Shangxi's words, he felt a chill on his back. So this is the boss's true character? That's right. It's obvious at first glance that Tu Shangxi is highly appreciated and trusted by her boss. There's no doubt about that. His mind kept recalling the scene of bombarding Tang Yu and chasing him like a dog. I hope the boss won't remember this and make things difficult for me. Now my life is in the hands of the other party. Then, just when Tang Yu was about to open his mouth to defend himself, suddenly, she felt someone hugging her legs, and Tu Shangxi looked around with a shocked expression. Look down. The little raccoon had a look of deep regret on his face, hugging his thigh tightly. Boss, I'm not a human. I'm not a thing. I was blind and obsessed before, so I did such a thing worse than pigs and dogs. Really, boss, I regret it. Now please believe me. I am definitely the sharpest spear in your hand. I will hit whatever I point at. Looking at the little raccoon crying bitterly, Tang Yu and Tu Shangxi looked at each other in surprise. Even Xiao Ba ran over and looked at Tang Yu in surprise. Snap! A slap landed directly on the back of the raccoon's head. What do you mean? Please explain clearly. Until I heard this guy's thoughts, Tang Yu pulled his leg out of the other person's hand with a frown on his face. Get out of here. You are really sick. Why are you going crazy for no reason? Seeing this, the little raccoon was completely relieved and immediately stood up with a smile. The speed at which his expression changed made Tu Shangxi look at him sideways. After this episode, Tang Yu looked at the raccoon seriously. Rocket, go back to your hiding place now. I need you to work with me tonight. Also, collect the military supplies I sent you as soon as possible after you return. Seeing Tang Yu's serious expression, the little raccoon certainly knew the importance of the matter. Apart from anything else, Tang Yu has now become an absolute big shot in his eyes. Just by surviving one round of disaster, the development of his hiding place has surpassed that of many senior survivors. This is also the first task Tang Yu gave him, and he must complete it beautifully. Speaking of hiding places, Tang Yu also remembered the tree man and asked the raccoon again. By the way, where is the tree man's hiding place? Do you know? Hearing Tang Yu's words, little raccoon immediately said, I know this. Our two hiding places are very close, which is why we have a good relationship. Hearing this news, Tang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the tree seed has been planted, it stands to reason that I did not obtain the damage hiding place deed when I killed the tree man before, which proves that the tree man is not really dead, and his hiding place is likely to still exist. But Tang Yu was worried that the new tree man had no previous memories, so the location of the other party's hiding place would be a problem. Now that the raccoon knows the location, all problems are solved. Because Little Raccoon is still a survivor, he now belongs to Tang Yu's camp. So after turning on the station teleportation function for him, the space twisted and the raccoon disappeared into his hiding place. Reserve Station, Red Soil Forest Metro Station. The little raccoon looked at the slightly familiar environment around him, and an incredible look appeared on his face again. He was very sure that this was the Red Soil Forest subway station near his hiding place. You can't be wrong about this. The more he learned about his boss, the more surprised and shocked he felt. He has now experienced the effect of space teleportation twice, but still doesn't know the principle or facilities that can achieve such an effect. But he just expressed his feelings briefly. None of this matters now. The most important thing is to quickly return to the hideout and contact Maloof of the Revolutionary Army to gather the supplies the boss needs. He immediately identified the direction and left quickly, just as Tang Yu was preparing for the evening operation. Mechanical Bara looked at the computer screen that was constantly scanning and analyzing the red liquid, and her face looked very ugly. Damn it, just synthesizing blood won't produce any useful results. The scene in the subway reappeared in her mind. I remember your voice. Don't let me meet you again. Then she went back into her huge mechanical workshop and looked at the submarine that was almost completed with an excited smile. This flood will last for 5 days. I just don't know if I can find a disaster item this time. As long as I can find a disaster item, my strength will surpass everyone else. There are only 3 days left. We must speed up the debugging. Similarly, Joe Baden also showed an angry expression in his hiding place. And as his anger grew stronger, the breathing mask on his face began to flash red. And the next moment, a white agent turned into mist and was inhaled into Joe Baden's body through the air respirator. As he inhaled the white mist, Joe Baden gradually regained his composure. Humans? Great. Finally, an interesting guy has appeared. I hope he won't die so easily in this flood disaster. My baby will be sad. Behind him, in an enormous breeding chamber, as Joe Budden said this, a pair of eyes as big as car tires slowly opened, revealing a slit. The atmosphere of tyranny, indifference, and bloodthirstiness instantly filled the entire hiding place. Feel the movement behind you. Joe Budden turned around proudly and looked behind him. Baby, don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. After hearing the order from its master, the huge eyes fell into sleep again. P.S. Below are the current timeline issues that everyone is concerned about. You can check them out. Chapter 174. The 3 Rangers and the greenhouse harvested a good harvest. In a huge underground space in Quella City, 3 people are looking at the projection screen in front of them. The picture that appeared above was exactly the scene in the previous regional channel where Tang Yu and Wang Bohu were chased by the giant tree man. Old Sue, why did Wang Bohu betray us? He is just a newcomer who just survived the first round of disasters. He doesn't even know much about the real situation of this world. I really can't understand it. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 30s, but from his straight posture and clear movements, it could be seen that he is a soldier. On his face, which looked as if it had been chiseled by a knife, there was a long scar at the corner of his right eye, but it did not make his face look ugly. Instead, it added a different aura of danger to him. This person is the current commander of the Rangers, Zhao Junhong. Ranger Chief of Staff Su Mingyang was also staring at the screen, but he was focusing on another figure next to Wang Bohu. Commander, although the robbery duo's sustained combat capabilities are average, their raiding and infiltration capabilities are among the best among the veteran survivors. But you see, not only did Wang Bohu and the man beside him escape from the robbery duo, but in my opinion, Baron's injury is closely related to the 2 of them. Only this is why the tree man would lose his mind and chase them. From this we can see that although Wang Bohu has only experienced 1 round of disasters, his strength is already very close to that of an average senior survivor. After hearing Su Mingyang's words, Zhao Junhong and the other person all paused. What Lao Su said makes sense. It seems that Wang Bohu is indeed the ace seed member of Bay City number 99. But so what? He colluded with the evil god believers to betray the organization, killed his comrades, and robbed the organization of important items. I would directly issue a wanted notice for all of them in the racial channel. The person who spoke had a gloomy look in his eyes, and he looked at Wang Bohu with an extremely fierce gaze. Lao Ma, he was a soldier under your command. Didn't your people contact him after the incident? There must be a reason for betrayal. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, Ranger Captain Ma Boyong snorted coldly. Feng Qingming contacted Wang Bohu as soon as he received the news about Bai Zuantang. Feng Qingming said that Wang Bohu had already blocked him. Damn it. As the person directly in charge of the operations and intelligence team, Ma Boyong felt deeply angry about such a bad betrayal by his subordinates. At the same time, he secretly cursed Feng Qingming in his heart for being a fool. He didn't know people well and actually arranged a person of unknown origin into such an important operation. Feng Qingming is the person responsible for arranging this operation. I intend to deduct his reward for this disaster. I also have an unshirkable responsibility, so my reward for this disaster will also be deducted. Ma Boyong said this, but his eyes were looking at the two comrades beside him. Let's not talk about this for now. The question is, what should we do with the Revolutionary Army? Yes, those guys from the Revolutionary Army said they were cooperating with us. Everyone knows that their goal is just the items in the containment isolation area in the CBS laboratory. If they knew about this, I'm afraid. Su Mingyang looked at Zhao Junhong with concern. Zhao Junhong didn't say anything when he heard this, but just looked at the picture on the screen quietly. His fingers kept rubbing. Ma Boyong and Su Mingyang looked at each other and waited quietly for the final result. A long time. Lao Su, Lao Ma. I remember that brother Wang Xinyang came from base city number 99. Zhao Junhong's voice sounded slowly. When Su Mingyang and Ma Boyong heard the name from Zhao Junhong's mouth, they were immediately in awe, and their backs straightened up unconsciously. That's right, brother Wang Xinyang came from base 99. What you mean is, at this time, Zhao Junhong had already turned around and looked at his two closest comrades. Not only brother Wang Xinyang, but also Lu Qingfeng and Luo Sinan all came from base city number 99. It can be said that the seeds from base city number 99 have contributed greatly to the continuation of our rangers until now. Do you think that the ace seeds cultivated by such a base city with all their efforts would betray us? Even Ma Boyong didn't know what to say at this time. Looking at the expressions of the two men, Zhao Junhong snorted coldly. You all know how brother Wang Xinyang died. Although I don't know the specific situation of this Wang Bohu, I will be reserved about him just because he was trained in base number 99. Su Mingyang and Ma Boyong were stunned when they heard this. You mean there's a mole in the organization? So, Commander, what do you mean? Zhao Junhong said calmly. Let's just wait and see for now. First, let's see what Wang Bohu's attitude will be next. Second, we can also take this opportunity to observe the members of the organization. In my opinion, it's time to clean up again. In addition, you also need to pay attention to Bai Zuantang and Feng Qingming Laoma, because all the information about this operation was provided by the two of them. As for the Revolutionary Army, I don't want to give him any explanation. People went in, but unfortunately they didn't come out. Isn't this normal? If he wants to question it, then he should produce evidence. If he has the guts, he can come to the city to find us. Since killing the three pursuers, Tang Yu has enjoyed a rare period of peace. Second, underground floor. Tang Yu looked at the table full of vegetables with surprise. Hachi, are our vegetables ripe? Xiao Ba came out with the last bowl of vegetable soup and said happily, That's right, Mr. Boss. The first crop of vegetables we planted in the greenhouse has matured. Lettuce, potatoes, tomatoes, beans, and other vegetables have a good yield. In addition, cabbage, pumpkin, and other vegetables are also growing well. After dinner, I will collect all the ripe vegetables of this round, and I can plant the second round of vegetables tomorrow. Tang Yu looked at the vegetable salad, stewed beef brisket with potatoes and beans, and stewed lamb with yam and radish on the table, and his appetite was whetted. He simply picked up a piece of beef brisket and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich aroma exploded in Tang Yu's mouth. Then he took a big mouthful of vegetable salad. The refreshing feeling in his mouth made Tang Yu intoxicated. Tu Shangxi, how come you can cook so much food? Upon hearing this, Tu Shangxi swallowed the mutton in his mouth and looked at Tang Yu. In fact, I accidentally found a book called Cooking Master on the first day I entered the apocalyptic world. After studying it, I learned the recipes of thousands of kinds of food. At the same time, my understanding of each kind of food also improved in the process of making food, so I can make them naturally. Tang Yu showed a surprised expression. It turns out that this guy is the luckiest guy, as he actually found a rare skill book on the first day. I can only say it's awesome. However, looking at the table full of delicious food in front of him, Tang Yu couldn't help but secretly praise it in his heart. Hey, great job! Chapter 175, The Doomsday Merchant arrives, and the merchant is shocked. 7:58 p.m. Outside Bida Park. As the air twisted, a tall, middle-aged man wearing outdoor clothes carrying a backpack, with a ponytail and holding a fishing rod in his hand appeared here. Hiss! Where did you teleport me to this time? As he said this, the middle-aged man looked at the black watch on his wrist. Mario, locate the coordinates. As the middle-aged man's voice sounded, a radar search pattern began to appear on the watch dial. Coordinates located: Baida Park, Baida District, Quella City, Kamaya Continent, 8,984 kilometers away from the target area. Seeing this result, the middle-aged man was speechless. What's going on, Mario? You really need some repairs. After complaining for a while, he finally said helplessly, recalibrate the positioning and start space transmission. Target positioning has been calibrated. Space transmission energy is being accumulated. Countdown is 10 minutes and 59 seconds. After taking a look at the decreasing countdown, the middle-aged man looked up towards Baida Park. That's great. Let's go in and take a rest. As he said this, he walked towards Baida Park. At this time, Tang Yu had already left his hiding place and arrived at the subway entrance. I noticed that a figure emitting yellow light appeared on the virtual map of Baida Park and was walking towards the center of the park. Here it comes. Tang Yu knew that this should be the so-called Doomsday businessman. It has to be quick, there are only 10 minutes. Thinking of this, he quickly ran towards the location of the Doomsday merchant in Baida Park. 1 minute later, the middle-aged man looked at Tang Yu, who appeared in front of him with a playful expression. From Tang Yu's purposeful appearance, it was obvious that the other party had mastered the time and place of his appearance, and the person who possessed this ability flashed quickly in his mind. Esro Magic Mirror, Divination, Turtle Shell, Intelligence Center, Information Strategic Support Center, Quantum Handyman, War Furnace Information Retrieval System. Names kept coming up. At this time, Tang Yu had cautiously come to 2 meters away from the middle-aged man, maintaining a relatively safe social distance. Seeing the other party looking at him with interest, Tang Yu really wanted to know what the other party was looking at. But considering that the other party would only stay for 8 minutes, he got straight to the point and asked, "Excuse me, are you the Doomsday merchant?" I haven't heard this name for a long time, but it's not wrong to call me the Doomsday merchant." As he spoke, the middle-aged man looked at Tang Yu. "Young man, what do you want to buy? The goods here can only be traded with disaster coins. You have only survived 1 round of disasters, so you probably don't have any disaster coins." After saying this, he showed an expression of watching a good show. This was his favorite prank, which brought hope to people and brought them wrong. The Doomsday merchant soon realized what he had overlooked. A survivor who can accurately know the time and location of his appearance, no matter how the other party knows it, will not be a guy without disaster coins. It's interesting. It's just that this little guy just survived a disaster. I'm starting to get curious. As Tang Yu was thinking this, 19 disaster coins appeared in his hand. After purchasing the information about the world-destroying plague disaster, I had 4 disaster coins left. I got 1 from the disaster coin mine, 13 from the ghost face lair, and 1 from the 3 pursuers today. It can be said that Tang Yu is quite rich in disaster coins. Sure enough, when he saw the 19 disaster coins in Tang Yu's hand, a hint of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Then he showed a satisfied smile. Since he could come up with 19 disaster coins, it was a big deal, and he could do it. The next moment, under Tang Yu's surprised gaze, the middle-aged man's temperament changed drastically. "Oh, it turns out to be an important customer. Come on, you found the right person. Time is running out. Here is a list of the items I own." A tablet computer appeared in front of Tang Yu, with dense information and pictures of items on it. However, Tang Yu had already thought about the items he needed urgently in advance. Look directly at the middle-aged man. "Do you have a skill book for unarmed deep-sea diving? Deep-sea diving with bare hands?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, I have the swimming mastery skill book and the underwater vehicle driving skill book, but I don't have the unarmed deep-sea diving skill book you mentioned." "No." Tang Yu's brows suddenly frowned tightly. This was not going to be easy. I originally thought that this so-called Doomsday businessman could solve the problem of deep diving with bare hands. Now it seems that he can only try that risky method. Looking at the middle-aged man again, there was already some suspicion in Tang Yu's eyes. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Then are there any drawings or items of facilities that can contain and isolate forbidden items?" Hiss. WTF. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, he saw an expression as if he had seen a ghost on the face of the Doomsday merchant opposite him. "You." Before he could even finish his words, the Doomsday merchant covered his ears and interrupted him loudly. "Stop talking." Seeing that Tang Yu finally shut up, the Doomsday merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead in horror. looking like he was still frightened. When he looked at Tang Yu again, there was no trace of the superiority in his eyes that he had at the beginning. His eyes had already become extremely clear. This customer, I don't have the item you need. Only explorers can have the item that meets your requirements. Explorer, what is that? Hearing Tang Yu's question, the Doomsday merchant shook his head slightly. I can't answer this question for you. You will know it naturally when you reach that level. Since you know the term taboo items, you should know that those things cannot be said, seen, or heard. After saying this, the Doomsday merchant looked at the time on his watch and reminded Tang Yu. Dear customer, I have 2 minutes to leave. Please see. Hearing this, Tang Yu immediately realized that this was not the time to think about these things. It's just that the other party didn't have 2 items in a row, and the halo of the so-called Doomsday merchant has faded in his eyes. It seems that this so-called Doomsday businessman is not that good. Feeling Tang Yu's gaze, the Doomsday merchant moved his lips slightly, but still closed his mouth. What can we do? Who could have thought that these new survivors who had just survived a disaster would end up wanting things that are more unpopular and bizarre than the last? Thinking that he was already here, Tang Yu said the name of his last item. Then don't tell me. Chapter 176 Purchase, Data Navigation and Positioning Center. The Collapsed Doomsday Merchant. Then don't tell me that the construction drawings of the Data Navigation and Positioning Center are gone. The corner of the Doomsday Merchant's mouth twitched slightly. He could understand the meaning of Tang Yu's words, but his eyes lit up, because this thing really exists, and a blueprint appeared in his hand in a flash. Tang Yu was also stunned when he saw this and looked over. The next moment, he showed a surprised expression and took the drawing from the Doomsday Merchant and examined it carefully. That's right, it's the construction drawings of the Data Navigation and Positioning Center facilities. How much is this? I want it. A very favorable price of 10 disaster coins. How many? Tang Yu looked at the Doomsday Merchant in disbelief. Is this price real? The other party had obviously anticipated Tang Yu's reaction and began to explain. This blueprint has this price. It is clearly marked all over the world. After all, this facility is very precious. Even I only have 1 copy. The Doomsday Merchant was still talking, and Tang Yu was indeed thinking about whether he should do something evil. After all, 10 disaster coins are a sky-high price, and they can be used to predict disaster information once more. However, the Doomsday Merchant seemed to know what Tang Yu was thinking, and a playful smile appeared on his face again. Dear customer, I hope you can stay calm. This is good for both of us. By the way, I remind you that you only have 48 seconds to think about it. Hearing the other party's words, Tang Yu took a deep breath and handed 10 disaster coins to the Doomsday Merchant. Make a deal. TSK Tisk. Thank you for your patronage. The Doomsday Merchant happily took the disaster coins, took out 2, and gently knocked them against his ears, listening to the sound of the collision and becoming intoxicated. After confirming that there was no problem with the disaster coins, the Doomsday Merchant showed a satisfied expression. After checking the time on his watch, he said to Tang Yu, "Nice to meet you. This is my business card. If we meet again next time, I can give you a 2% discount. Or you can call me directly if you need anything. It's time to go. Goodbye." As the Doomsday Merchant spoke, right under Tang Yu's gaze, the entire person disappeared, leaving only a black card falling from the sky. Grab the business card in your hand. Anthony Cedros. When they returned to the hiding place, Xiaoba was already waiting there. When he saw Tang Yu appear, his face was full of excitement. "Mr. Boss, it really appeared. Look." In fact, without Xiaoba saying anything, Tang Yu also saw the items in Xiaoba's hands and showed an expression of as expected. Interesting. I didn't expect that toll collection would actually work on Doomsday Merchants. The Doomsday Merchant stayed in the White Pagoda Park for 10 minutes. According to the characteristics of Passing Taxation I, 5% of the value of all items on him will be collected when he leaves. 25 disaster coins, plus 2 books. These are the items collected from the Doomsday Merchant. That guy is really rich. Mr. Boss, at first only 1 book appeared, and just 2 minutes ago, 25 disaster coins and another book appeared in the warehouse. I put the disaster coins into the backpack space, but I didn't expect that I spent 10 coins, but got back 25 coins. Not only did I not spend a penny, I even earned 15 coins. Very happy. The other 2 books are Mania Recipes and Special Vehicle Driving. These 2 books are rare skill books. You don't need to think too much about the recipe book. Just give it to Tu Shangxi. But I don't know if she can learn it now that she is no longer a survivor. Xiaoba called Tu Shangxi. Tang Yu then looked at another book, Special Vehicle Driving, which covered all the special vehicle driving methods, big and small, that went beyond the norm. There are not only methods for driving armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters, but also methods for controlling submarines, fighter jets, and tunnel-boring machines. There are many types, but the learning requirements are quite special. The hideout needs to have a vehicle modification facility and a garage. Obviously, Tang Yu did not meet the requirements, but his eyes lit up after seeing these requirements. At this time, Tu Shangxi also came to Tang Yu. "Boss, you were looking for me." On the other side, the Doomsday businessman, Anthony Steros, has appeared in a huge mountain range and looked at the surrounding environment. Show a look of satisfaction. Mario, the positioning transmission was pretty good this time. Although it still deviated by 300 kilometers, it is already rare. This is the smallest deviation this month. Today is a perfect day. Not only did I get to meet a new player with great potential, but I also completed a big deal. Saying this, the Doomsday merchant reached into his purse again, ready to feel the wonderful sound of the disaster coin once again. Just as he reached into the purse hanging around his waist, he stood there in a daze, the joy in his eyes gradually turning into confusion, disbelief, and finally shock. The next moment, the Doomsday merchant took down the entire purse with an incredulous look on his face and carefully counted the amount inside. "Damn it, fucker, where's my money? Where's my money?" A total of 25 disaster coins are missing, but how is this possible? After turning around 3 or 4 times, even lying on the ground to check carefully, he still found nothing and confirmed again that the purse was not damaged. The Doomsday merchant finally accepted this reality in disbelief. But where did the money go? As he thought about it, an idea flashed through his mind. Although he didn't quite believe it, he still took off the backpack behind him. Then, shit fuck. Today is such a bad day. It feels so good. Tang Yu drank the juice handed to him by Xiao Ba and felt refreshed when he looked at the Data Navigation and Positioning Center, which was already under construction. The Data Navigation and Positioning Center was also built on the second underground floor. Not only that, Tang Yu also directly upgraded the medical station. Medical Station Upgrade Blueprint, Medical Laboratory. This blueprint was collected by Tang Yu from the Ghostface's lair. Obviously, this should also be a laboratory item that Ghostface specially collected. Although the upgrade requirements of this medical laboratory are many, not only does it require the prerequisite facility of a medical station, but the upgrade materials also include a CBS laboratory access key card, which is extremely difficult for other survivors. But Tang Yu already had 3 laboratory key cards in his hand, so he had no pressure at all to use one. Both of the above facilities are super rare facilities and take 24 hours to build. Experimental facilities are a prerequisite for the construction of another exhibition hall construction drawing. Tang Yu was very interested in this rare drawing found in the director's office of the Anlut Museum. After all, this was a facility with extra space. Although it was not a super rare drawing, it was also quite precious. Thanks to the Doomsday merchant, the number of his disaster coins has now reached 34. By tomorrow morning, the disaster coin mine will be able to harvest another disaster coin, and the total number will directly reach 35. It is true that no one can become rich without unexpected wealth. And just as he was fantasizing about when the Doomsday merchant would appear next time, but he felt that the information transceiver in the backpack space received a message. Chapter 177 4S Car Shop Refugee Conflict 2.0. I took out the transceiver and opened it, and it turned out to be a message from Black Dog. Master Conqueror, Ghostface suddenly appeared just now. We finally decided to attack Kaban at 9:30 p.m., but he seems to be very unstable. Tang Yu stood up suddenly with a smile on his face. Are we going to start? As for Ghostface's mood, could it be that he has discovered that his lair has been destroyed? It's possible. I really want to see this guy's expression at that time. Now the time is already 8:30. After Tang Yu sent a message to Little Raccoon, he began to organize his equipment and replenish his ammunition. However, he soon stopped, thought for 2 seconds, and then sent a message to Wang Bohu. Tang Yu muttered to himself, "Who made me get 2 of your rare items for nothing? TSK, TSK. Wang Bohu was in his hiding place at this time, carefully sorting out the information about Bai Daidang and Feng Qingming. Now that he already knew that these 2 men were traitors, even though he was now wanted by the Rangers, these 2 men had to die anyway. Just then Tang Yu's message came. Tang Yu. At 9:30 p.m., Rugu will attack cabin. Wang Bohu suddenly opened his eyes wide and read the content again. You read that right. Looking at the time, It is true that we have indeed passed the first round of disaster. I slapped my face, and it hurt a little. That means it is neither an illusion nor a dream. Damn, it's coming. Wang Bohu was totally upset now. It was already outrageous that Rugu attacked cabin in the first round of disaster. But the lower difficulty at that time may also explain the situation at that time. But now we have entered the real Doomsday game. Why can it happen again? Wang Bohu. No, master. Are you serious? Tang Yu? Of course it's true. Ghostface will go there too. If you have any ideas, remember to be careful. At this point, Wang Bohu completely believed what Tang Yu said. Damn it, this is outrageous. The master is really too powerful. There was a big wave during the day, and then there was another big move at night. However, Wang Bohu was soon stunned. No, wasn't Ghostface killed by the Great God? He's not dead. And from what the Great God said, he probably won't participate in the battle here tonight. So he notified me so that I can prepare early. Wang Bohu's brain was working rapidly. It was obvious that Tang Yu must have just learned the news that the meat dogs attacked cabin. Otherwise, he would have told him during the day. Now that the other party knows the news, they are not planning to participate. Without a doubt, based on Wang Bohu's understanding of Tang Yu, the other party must have more important things to do, and the 4S store tonight should also have a certain impact on Tang Yu's actions. After realizing this, a smile appeared on Wang Bohu's face. I didn't expect that he would give me such a big gift just after I was wanted by the Rangers, which restricted my development speed. I can't hold him back. Wang Bohu. I understand, master. Wait for my good news. Seeing Wang Bohu's reply, Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. After the previous experience, he believed that Wang Bohu would definitely leave a good impression on Gue Lian this time. Then he sent a message to Black Dog. Understood. Find a way to escape from the battle tonight, and don't get hurt by mistake. By the time he had finished making the arrangements, Little Raccoon's message had also arrived. Baron Rocket. Boss, I have contacted the quartermaster, who can provide us with that batch of military supplies, but it requires 10 disaster coins. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a very arrogant tone, asking for 10. But now the only requirement for building the Information Strategic Support Center is these military supplies. This is the only chance to quickly obtain these military supplies. Otherwise, we need to think of other ways. Tang Yu frowned in thought. He was not worried about anything else, but mainly because even if he found other channels to obtain military supplies, he didn't know how long it would take for him to collect so many supplies. Although this quartermaster is expensive, it can help him save a lot of unnecessary time, and he is really short of time now. Tang Yu had already made a decision in his mind. Tang Yu, I can agree to his conditions, but the deal needs to be completed as soon as possible. Baron Rockets, I understand, boss. Tang Yu, if you get this done, I'll give you something good. Raccoon's hideout, inside the vehicle modification workshop. Baron Rocket was installing a flashlight on the handlebars of a bicycle when he was surprised to see the message from Tang Yu. Good stuff? The boss has high standards. The good stuff he mentioned is... His eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly installed the flashlight. He contacted the Revolutionary Army's quartermaster again and asked him to deliver the goods as soon as possible. 9:15 p.m. Tang Yu disappeared from the site of Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba. He came to the Gongyang subway station again. The traces of the day's fighting still remain, although the smoke has dissipated. But just seeing the charred marks on the ground from the burning fuel can also show how fierce the previous battle here was. Tang Yu quickly left the subway and ran towards the library. He would wait and see tonight. Inside the 4S car dealership, Kaban was drinking and eating meat accompanied by several small leaders. Hundreds of other refugees also scattered in the empty 4S store to eat and drink. Just when Kaban had eaten and drunk his fill and was about to go upstairs to favor the two beauties, a younger brother came to his side in a hurry. Boss, something bad has happened. An arrow just came flying with a piece of paper on it. Look, Kaban was stunned when he heard this and immediately took the note and took a look at it. Tonight at 9:30, Meat Dog will join forces with Ghostface to attack you. The number of words is small, but the content is quite shocking. Click. The bottle in Kaban's hand was crushed into pieces by his unconscious crushing. Look at my younger brother. Did you find the archer? No, we didn't see anyone after we went over there. I looked at the time, and it was already 20 past 9. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for the worst. Cabin just thought about it briefly, made a decision in his heart, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. Meat Dog, you are quite courageous. Immediately, all the employees in the 4S store took action. They did not shout, but continued to laugh loudly as before to paralyze any stalkers who might be monitoring them. But in fact, everyone has quickly equipped themselves with weapons and protective gear. Kaban also came to his armory, pick up a black PKP light machine gun, and install the magazine. All the mines around the 4S shop were opened, and all the fixed machine gunners were in place. The machine gunners checked the weapons and ammunition, and the auxiliary machine gunners carried the ammunition and stacked sandbags. Snipers and observers are all in place. After just a few minutes, the relaxed atmosphere of the 4S store disappeared and was instead filled with a strong sense of solemnity. Outside the 4S shop, in a hidden corner, Wang Bohu looked at Cabin and his group of refugees who were ready for battle, and a smile appeared on his face. The stage is set. It all depends on how you perform. As the time approaches 9:30, in Wang Bohu's vision, on the dark streets in the distance, rows of vehicles were driving towards this side quickly. Chapter 178, the conflict officially breaks out, the butcher's surprise. 40 or 50 modified cars were driving on the deserted street, and the roar of their engines was extremely clear in the silent street. Unlike the night of the polar blizzard, Rugu and Guamian did not hide at all this time and rushed directly to the 4S store. Because Ghostface told Rugu that Steven was not found in the Kaban camp, they didn't need to worry about anything. Under the instigation of Black Dog and the insistence of Ghostface, the meat dogs went out in full force this time, trying to kill Cabin and his gang as quickly as possible. Hurry up, otherwise the troops from the central city will come and take over the battlefield. They won't allow us to have internal fighting. Ruga gave instructions to all the refugees through the car's intercom. The ghost face next to him looked disdainful. Don't worry, it will take them at least half an hour to react and get close to us. Didn't you bring all the heavy weapons this time? There's enough time. The actions of Rugu and his companions were soon discovered by the survivors and sparked heated discussions in the regional channel of Quella City. However, unlike most survivors, some senior survivors with a keen sense of smell had quietly left their hiding place and were chasing in the direction of Rugu and the others. They knew that something important must be happening, and this was the perfect time for them to grab a bargain. As the king of diving for thousands of years, Wang Bohu has naturally been paying attention to the information in the regional channel. Sure enough, if it's as expected, there should be quite a few guys hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Fortunately, Wang Bohu had already guessed this, so he was not surprised. After all, there are only a few opportunities to obtain high-level rare materials, and the most obvious ones are these refugee camps. This situation is undoubtedly the best-case scenario now. At this moment, inside the 4S store, Cabin and his gang had already heard the roar of a speeding car. At a commanding height, several snipers had seen the approaching convoy through their scopes. At the same time, Cabin's order to launch an attack came through the headset, following several gunshots. The drivers of several pickup trucks at the front of the dog convoy were killed instantly, and their cars left the road and crashed onto the side of the road. Sniper, Cabin's men have spotted us. Rugu has seen the situation through the telescope. Heavy firepower. Take down those commanding heights for me. As the meat dog gave the order, in the vehicle behind, several refugees carrying rockets on their shoulders had begun aiming according to the coordinates provided by Rugu. Chi. 5 or 6 rockets, pushed by the powerful propellant, flew rapidly towards the commanding heights of the 4S store. Damn it, RP jumped down? The snipers and observers noticed the rocket as soon as it was launched and didn't even have time to pack up their weapons. He just rolled and crawled downstairs. Boom, 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 boom. 5 or 6 blazing flames rose high up, accompanied by the falling of building debris and soil destroyed by the explosion. 2 refugee forces in Baida district officially started a local battle. What happened? Opera House, in a 10-story building. Butcher is making plans for Saber and Scorpion to go to the downtown hospital tonight to get the lab key card. Suddenly, there were continuous gunshots and violent explosions. Although the voice sounded far away from him, the instinct left by years of life and death battles made him stand up and look out the window immediately. Just at this moment, the intercom he placed on the table also rang. Boss Butcher, there is a fierce battle in our southeast area. It seems that heavy weapons are used, suspected to be rockets. Southeast location. The Butcher was suddenly shocked. Where is the southeast location? Is it a 4S store? He picked up the intercom and asked anxiously. A few seconds later, the intercom rang again. That's right, boss. It is indeed near the 4S store. Hear this answer. The Butcher sat down on the chair with his brows furrowed. What happened to Kaban? Who would be so stupid as to cause trouble for him? There were constant sounds of intense explosions and gunfire in my ears. After these 2 minutes, the fighting not only did not stop, but it felt like it was getting more intense. The only person who can fight Kaban in his territory is Meat Dog? Thinking of this possibility, the butcher's heart began to beat rapidly, and the next moment an expression of surprise appeared on his face. If it really is Rugu, no matter why he attacked Cabin, isn't now the best opportunity? The butcher suddenly looked up at the saber and the scorpion. Good opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, Rugu and Cabin should be fighting. Then Rugu will definitely transfer the people he left behind in the city hospital. Since you two are worried about the 2 wanderers sent by Sauron, then you two should go with them and get the things in Stephen's safe back as soon as possible. After hearing the butcher's words, Saber and Scorpion looked at each other, then nodded heavily to the butcher. Then, Mr. Butcher, let's get ready and try to bring the stuff back as soon as possible. The Scorpion looked at the butcher. But Mr. Butcher, although Stephen told us the safe password, I heard from my previous contacts with him that he also holds other secrets that we don't know. So you see. What, he still has a secret? The butcher hesitated when he heard this. In his opinion, Stephen was a time bomb. After getting what he wanted, the best thing to do was to make him disappear. But now after hearing what Scorpion said, he became a little hesitant. Because what Scorpio said makes a lot of sense. As Hannibal Joe's younger brother, Stephen is very likely to know more secrets, especially about the laboratory. Saber had already contacted Scorpion a few hours ago and also knew Lord Ghostface's plan. So at this moment, although I don't know why Scorpion said this to the butcher, I think that Lord Ghostface might have other arrangements. After thinking for a while, he also said, Mr. Butcher, what Scorpion said makes sense, and I think we can keep Stephen alive even if he is no longer valuable. After all, as Mr. Zhou's younger brother, as long as he is alive, he is a trump card in our hands, a talisman. Even if we face Mr. Zhou in the future, we will have more initiative. Hearing his most trusted subordinate say the same thing, the butcher did not say anything directly, although he had already made some moves. However, he still looked at the two of them and said calmly, I know, you guys go down and prepare as soon as possible. Wait until the two leave. The butcher then opened the mechanism and walked into the secret room. Looking at Stephen lying on the ground covered in blood, he smiled and said, Stephen, congratulations. Chapter 179. An extremely fierce battle. Wang Bohu kills 3 people. Ah, damn. Be careful of landmines. The refugees shouted loudly. But just as he finished speaking, someone next to him accidentally stepped on it. Boom! A thigh that was bleeding continuously was thrown high in the air, but no one paid any attention to it. They continued to attack the 4S store. Damn it! Snipers, go occupy the commanding heights of the surrounding buildings. Quick, quick, quick! Ruga transmits his voice to the headphones of every refugee through the tactical microphone. Immediately, 7 or 8 refugees carrying sniper rifles ran towards the surrounding commanding heights. At the same time, under the command of Rugu, the heavy firepower personnel also hid in a safe position, looking for opportunities to provide fire support to the 4S store. Da-da-da-da-da. The vehicle-mounted machine gun also began to roar, and large-caliber bullets directly penetrated the iron sheets and walls of the 4S shop, cutting off the refugees hiding behind the walls. Just as the enemy was about to show his power, a rocket came flying at high speed and blew the pickup truck into the air. It flipped over and fell to the ground, burning fiercely. On the second floor of the 4S store, Kaban pulled the machine gunner aside and went to the fixed machine gun, replaced the ammunition belt, and loaded the bullets. He spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. You fucking bitch, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The next moment, this fixed machine gun was emitting flames, and under Cabin's control, it seemed like it never missed a shot, and every bullet could take away a piece of limb part. Soon, the attacking refugees were suppressed by Cabin and hid behind the walls of the buildings, not daring to show their heads. Kaban gave a ferocious smile. Just turn the gun towards a wall and shoot continuously. The 12.7 by 99 millimeters large caliber bullets hit the wall, and each hit could create a hole of more than 10 centimeters after only a dozen or 20 shots. With a puff sound, a hole more than 10 centimeters in size was punched directly into the wall, and behind the hole was a scream. A refugee had a bloody hole the size of a bowl blown out in his abdomen and fell to the ground. The battle between the two refugee forces drove the survivors of the entire regional channel into madness. Everyone was shocked by the intensity and cruelty of the battle. Lu Bao Bao. Holy shit. Are the battles in the real Doomsday game world so fierce? The first round of disasters is nothing compared to this. Feng Chuqing, the guy above, don't even mention you. Even though I've survived 3 rounds of disasters, this is the first time I've seen such a fierce battle. In the past, 7 or 8 people were considered a lot. Alan, I just feel bad for the weapons. Look at them all. They're all destroyed. It would be great if I had an RPG too. Feng Chuqing, wake up the guy above. Even if you have an RPG, one rocket costs at least 800,000 Doomsday coins. Can you afford it? Wang Boha glanced at the regional channel and picked up the night vision goggles again. So far, he has found 3 senior survivors hiding in the dark and observing. The battle has just begun. Judging from the regional channel, more people should have reacted. There should be more people rushing over here. However, judging from the current situation, the rebels should have already discovered the battle here. If what Bai Zuetong said before is true, then they should be rushing over here now. Wang Boha looked like he was enjoying the show. At this moment, there were continuous explosions under his feet. It's harvest time. Wang Bohu showed an excited expression. Boss, Cabin set a trap. The sniper team was halfway through occupying the commanding heights when they were attacked by a booby trap in the building. All of them suffered casualties. Rugu was attacking with a shotgun when he suddenly heard the news from his little brother. His face suddenly turned dark. Damn it, is Cabin crazy? Are all these buildings around here set with traps? Just when he was about to lose his temper, Ghostface's voice came from the headphones. The cold voice immediately extinguished the anger of the meat dog. Okay, I've sent 2 believers to the high ground. Time is running out, so end the battle as soon as possible. But Cabin also discovered the figure of Ghostface. This guy is a ghostly presence. Although he is hiding in the darkness 500 meters away, he will take a life every time he makes a move. Fire a shot and change position. Damn it, where's the rocket? Shoot him. Hearing Cabin's words, the refugee immediately picked up the RPG and began to aim. But the next moment, snap, under Cabin's gaze. The man carrying the RPG had fallen to the ground, with a streak of blood slowly flowing out from the bullet hole between his eyebrows. Wang Bohu was picking up the equipment and weapons dropped by the refugee sniper. Because there were too many things, he could only collect them and hide them in a hidden place. Just when I hit my backpack and was about to get up, I suddenly heard a sound of clothes rubbing against each other from my headphones. I was suddenly startled, and then I knew who the person was. As far as he knows, the only people who can use Jingbu so well are Tang Yu and the evil god's followers. But Tang Yu has already said that he will not come, so there is only one result. I could hear the extremely slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other in the headphones. The other person was behind the wall, and there were 2 of them. Wang Bohu already had a sniper rifle in his hand, but he didn't just sit there and wait. As someone who has killed several evil god believers in succession, he already knows all about them. Wang Bohu was seen holding a gun in one hand, and when he felt that the other party had reached the door, he was quietly waiting for an opportunity. Put your other hand directly on the backpack and unzip it. As the sound of zipper friction was heard, just as Wang Bohu expected, 2 black figures suddenly rushed out. But what greeted them were rapidly approaching bullets, which pierced their bodies and dyed the ground red with blood. Wang Bohu smiled. Fishing was a success. Followers of the evil god. Each corpse is a rare item carrying container. After changing the magazine, he walked quickly towards the evil god's believer, just as he walked out of the door and was about to bend down to search for the spoils. But suddenly he kicked the ground hard, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and rolled out. As he rolled out, dense bullets were shooting towards him at a rapid speed. Pop-a-pa-pop-a-pa. Gunshots rang out, and the bullets moved quickly following Wang Bohu's rolling body, but unfortunately Wang Bohu always dodged them by a hair's breadth. While Wang Bohu was rolling to avoid the attack, he had already taken a stun bomb in his hand and pulled out the plug ring, while rolling into the shelter in the corner of the wall. He had already thrown the stun grenade towards the attacker's location. XXXX. After an incomprehensible sentence, a shrill scream was heard as the stun bomb exploded. Wang Bohu had rolled out again and was lying on the ground. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand. His eyes, through the night vision scope, had locked onto the head of the senior survivor of the Bloodback clan, who was covering his ears and wailing in pain. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Bang! The 7.62 by 51 millimeters caliber bullet shot out from the barrel and flew towards the head. Blood spurted out. Chapter 180. Handmade electric bicycle. Explosion in the red clay forest. At this moment, Tang Yu was sitting behind a bookshelf eating chocolate. Although he had already had dinner, he still replenished his energy anytime and anywhere because he might not have such leisure time again in a while. It's just that he just took a bite of a piece of chocolate. His hand was already raised, and he fired directly at the railing on the second floor above his head. Bang! A corpse fell heavily from the second floor railing in front of Tang Yu, raising a cloud of dust. He casually glanced at the survivors of all races whose belongings had been taken away by forced confiscation. There was no ripple in Tang Yu's heart. He took out a bottle of water from his backpack and started drinking it. The Quello Library, inside a hideout. Looking at the bodies that fell on the first floor, the survivors of all races sighed helplessly. Ivaka is really crazy. I told him that this man is a killer. Why didn't he listen? As he spoke, the survivor of the 10,000 races turned his gaze towards the surveillance screen in front of him. Fortunately, he had installed several miniature cameras at key locations in the library. It was through these cameras that he watched the entire scene of the killer killing those pursuers in the morning. Greatly shocked, just as he was lamenting the death of his companion, he suddenly felt a shock all over his body. A biting chill came out of his body, directly freezing his soul and body. It was just because on the screen in front of them, a pair of calm and deep eyes were looking straight at him through the screen. It's like a bottomless abyss. Tang Yu stared quietly at the miniature camera not far away, with a slightly exaggerated smile on his face. I found you. After saying this to the camera, a bullet was fired and directly smashed the miniature camera into pieces. Looking at the virtual map, he saw the survivor of all races who was hiding in a hiding place and trembling with fear because of what he had just seen. Tang Yu smiled, as if he had succeeded in playing a prank. I used to be most afraid of plots like this when watching movies, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. As he was thinking this, his private chat panel suddenly flashed. It's the raccoon, Baron Rocket. Baron Rockets. Boss, I have arrived at the designated location. Tang Yu chuckled. It really saved him a lot of trouble to have this guy's help. Tang Yu. Okay, proceed as planned. By the way, is the vehicle I asked you to prepare ready? The next second after the message was sent, Tang Yu had already received a transaction request from Little Raccoon. Agreed to the deal immediately. A bicycle appeared in front of Tang Yu, but unlike an ordinary bicycle, this bicycle had obvious signs of being modified. Motor controller, battery. With the addition of these parts, a wasteland-style electric bicycle makes its debut. Tang Yu looked at the flashlight that Little Raccoon had thoughtfully installed and used as a car light. The corners of his mouth, which had been raised high because he thought Little Raccoon was efficient, twitched involuntarily. Hold on. He resisted the urge to kill the other person, put his hand on his forehead, and took deep breaths. He was really afraid that his thoughts would kill him. Tang Yu. Picture of assembled bicycle X1. So, this is the vehicle you prepared for me? Soon, the raccoon's reply came. Baron Rocket. Boss, we are indeed a bit tight on time, and we don't have enough time to consider the appearance, but don't worry, this electric bicycle is absolutely modified according to your requirements. In addition to the appearance, the quality and performance are absolutely no problem. I can guarantee this. Looking at the raccoon's answer, Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, this guy just left his hiding place at the Garden subway station in the evening and returned to the reserve station. It has only been 3 or 4 hours since then. It's really amazing that he could find time to make this electric bicycle while contacting the quartermaster to trade supplies. Tang Yu, forget it this time. Get ready. On the other side, the little raccoon hid in a room, looking at the message sent by his boss. Then he patted his chest and relaxed. I was scared to death, but I finally passed it. Then he looked at the interior decoration of his room and smiled thoughtfully. Boss, you actually know so many interesting things. You are worthy of being the big shot who can sign a contract with me. I am so lucky. As he said this, he began to search in the room. Tang Yu looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Listening to the sounds of fierce fighting coming from the direction of the 4S store, I silently calculated the time. If you go through the underground escape passage from the direction of the 4S store, it will probably take at least half an hour, so you have to wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Tang Yu closed his eyes and rested. At the same time, the reserve station area. In the red soil forest, 5 armed men equipped with paragliders landed quietly. They quickly folded up the paraglider and checked in with each other. The coordinates are correct. The target location targeted by the council is within this area. Everyone, search carefully and be careful. This elite bounty hunter is extremely powerful. Captain, I heard that the person who offered the bounty was quite courageous and actually dared to hack into the Mission Management Center of the Continental Congress to steal data. Is that true? After hearing this man's words, everyone else looked at their captain. After all, they had never heard of such an outrageous thing. The captain thought about it and finally nodded. I heard that this is indeed the case, but it's also thanks to this guy's audacity. Otherwise, the Parliament would not be able to pinpoint the exact location of his hiding place. After saying this, the captain looked at his watch again, then looked at the other 4 team members with a serious expression. Okay, enough small talk. Get ready for battle. Following the captain's order, the other 4 also immediately got into the state, and they soon found the location of the suspicious hiding place on the search radar. Captain, 4 hiding places have been discovered in the current area, and we are unable to determine which one is the target location. Is there a hiding place where multiple people are staying? The captain asked quickly. Soon, with 2 simple operations on the radar by the team members, the thermal image of the hiding place appeared on the screen. Found at 50 meters from the 7 o'clock direction, there are 3 people in the hiding place, suspected to be 2 men and 1 woman. Hideout location? Under the hollow tree. That's him. The underground hiding place in the hollow tree hole is a different scene. Duan Shuai and Lu Qingming looked at the woman in the iron cage, happily eating hot pot and singing. The 2 clinked their glasses, and Duan Shuai looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Brother, thanks to your foresight, otherwise we wouldn't know how to relieve our anger now." Lu Qingming smiled when he heard this, but was about to speak when suddenly, boom! The hiding place was reduced to ruins in a violent explosion. Chapter 181. The Yellow Bird, waiting for the right moment, conquering cabin. As the 5 pursuers entered the hiding place with a large hole blown out, they soon found Duan Shuai and Lu Qingming, who had been killed in the explosion. On the contrary, it was the woman who was locked in the iron cage who luckily survived, because the iron cage helped her block the falling rocks. Captain, check completed. The target is dead. Only 1 female survivor left. The captain of the pursuers came to Duan Shuai and Lu Qingming, turned them over, took photos and uploaded them, preparing to submit the task. Just the next moment, warning, target error. Please reconfirm the mission target. What? The 5 pursuers were all stunned, and then they looked at the 2 people under their feet in disbelief. After carefully comparing with the photos, they had to admit that these 2 people were indeed not the target named Tang Yu. The captain checked the time. Damn it, time is running out. If it's not them, then it must be the survivors in the other hiding places. Let's continue. As the battle at the 4S store was in full swing, Tang Yu in the library was also full of confusion. That's not right. Didn't the pursuers come here frequently before? It's been so long this time. Why haven't they appeared yet? The reason why he was waiting here was to kill another group of pursuers before 12 o'clock in order to improve his mission completion evaluation. With such doubts, the time has come to 10:40 in the evening. Tang Yu received a message from Wang Bohu. Wang Bohu, Master, cabin escaped again this time. The rebels arrived 5 minutes ago and took control of the situation, but cabin did not show up. Tang Yu, okay, got it. After closing the panel, Tang Yu frowned tightly. No wonder he had felt something was wrong just now. Now he finally understood where the problem lay. According to the information Wang Bohu received during the day, when the rebels discovered that the refugees were engaging in a large-scale fight, they should have stepped in to stop it as soon as possible. According to the distance from the central urban area to the Baida district, if the rebels have armored vehicles, they should arrive in no more than half an hour. But now, according to what Wang Bohu said just now, it took the rebels more than an hour to arrive this time. Tang Yu instinctively sensed that something was wrong. He thought of the CBS experiment that would begin tomorrow at noon. It can't be related to that. And at this moment, in the underground escape passage, Kaban and his group ran quickly along the escape passage. Fortunately, we blew up the entrance to the tunnel. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Rugu caught up with us. Boss, what should we do next? All our brothers are dead now. How can we take revenge? When Cabin heard what his men said, he was extremely angry, but a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter. I have brothers in other districts that I have arranged in advance. As long as I send a message, they will come back. Then we will give Rugu a big one. Soon, the group passed through the underground passage and arrived under the musical fountain. Boss, we'll be at the musical fountain soon. Everyone, hurry up. As a result, 3 minutes later, Kaban was stunned as he looked at the collapsed musical fountain exit in front of him. What's going on? I don't know. I came to check last month, and everything was normal. Kaban already had a bad feeling. Quick, go to the library exit and see if it has been blown up as well. Upon hearing Cabin's words, a refugee immediately ran towards the library. Caban's face was uncertain, and he was now looking at the situation of the other exit. If the other exit is intact, then this exit may have been blown up accidentally. It could be other refugees or survivors. That's easy to say. But if the other exit is also blown up, it will be a big trouble. All 3 exits are blocked, and they will be trapped here to death. Fortunately, a few minutes later, his men brought back good news. Boss, I checked. There's nothing wrong with the library. I even went up to check. There's no one there. After hearing his men's words, Caban finally let go of his worries. Okay, everyone, don't just stand there. Let's go to the library. 5 minutes later. Although I've checked it just now, this is a special situation. Still, one of the younger brothers went up to make sure that there was no one there. And then Caban climbed out of the underground passage with the help of his men. As his men left the passage one by one, they stood in the underground parking lot of the library. Caban showed a smile as if he had survived a disaster. Brothers, don't worry. We will contact other brothers immediately, and then revenge will follow. Only, boom, boom. Sudden and huge explosions occurred continuously near this group of refugees. All the refugees were knocked to the ground by the explosion. 2 of them were torn into pieces by the violent explosion and died miserably. The entire underground parking lot was covered in countless dust by the air waves caused by these violent explosions. Until 2 minutes later, Tang Yu then walked out of the stairwell slowly with a flashlight and came to the underground parking lot. Looking at the still, dusty basement, his brows furrowed slightly. He took out a face towel from his backpack and wrapped it around his mouth and nose, then walked towards Cabin and the others. As the distance got closer, Tang Yu could already hear the refugees' painful cries. A Glock 34 tactical pistol appeared in his hand. Every time a refugee passed by, a gunshot was heard, and every time a gunshot was heard, a refugee fell down. All items on them will also disappear at the same time. Dozens of seconds later, Tang Yu looked at Cabin, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath with a smile on his face. The tactician held Caban's chin and lifted his head high. Cabin, hello. Seriously speaking, this is the first time we meet. Originally, I was planning to kill you so that I could get the underwater assault rifle blueprint in the technician's hand, but I suddenly changed my mind. Tang Yu then stood up. The tactical master's pistol had disappeared, but a 1-meter-long black whip appeared in his hand. Beast Tamer's whip. Then Tang Yu put on the rare title of Refugee Conqueror and raised his arms high in front of Cabin's horrified gaze. 10 minutes later, Tang Yu looked at Cabin, whose injuries had been almost healed by the advanced medical kit, and asked the question that concerned him most. Cabin, what power and connections do you have in your hands now? Cabin, who was standing respectfully in front of Tang Yu, heard this and immediately replied, My Lord Conqueror, my forces in the White Tower district have all been destroyed, but I have arranged personnel in advance in the other districts. If we add them all up, there should be 50 to 60 people left. Tang Yu was slightly surprised when he heard this. This Caban is okay. Understand the principle of preparing for a rainy day and not putting all your eggs in one basket. Now tell me about your connections in Quella City. For example, that technician. P.S. There are additional updates. Chapter 182 Refugee Conqueror. Wearing requirements completed. Midnight racing. Rewards and more. Now tell me about your network of contacts in Quella City. For example, that technician. Tang Yu asked the question that mattered most to him. Caban said without hesitation, Master Conqueror, the technician is in the Red Rock district next door. He is not from Quella City, but I rescued him after he fled here a year ago. After that, we kept in touch. This person didn't want to be one of us, but he was very good at modifying firearms. I even studied with him for a while. After listening to Cabin's words, Tang Yu already had a certain understanding of this so-called technician. By the way, why did you ask him to help you find the underwater assault rifle? Are you of any use to him? Although Cabin was very surprised as to why the Conqueror knew so much about him and the technician, he still quickly replied, Sir, this is what happened. Half a year ago, my subordinates in the coastal area west of Quella City told me that they found a place in the sea that emits light at night. When I went to check, I found an underwater cave that seemed to lead to something. Tang Yu immediately became alert after hearing this. Underwater cave? Caban nodded slightly, with a look of surprise and reminiscence in his eyes. The underwater cave is very unique just from the outside. Not only are the underwater corals of different colors very beautiful, but you will feel refreshed as long as you get close to the place. Then you didn't go in to see what was going on inside? Kaban gave a wry smile. No, we were about to go down when a giant water snake, over 10 meters long, swam out from the underwater cave. More than 20 of us went down that time, but only 5 came back alive. After hearing this, Tang Yu understood why Cabin was looking for an underwater assault rifle, and his thoughts were also focused on the underwater cave that Cabin mentioned. His intuition told him that there must be good stuff in that underwater cave, just like the fertile soil on the seabed mentioned by the raccoon before, which was guarded by a giant octopus. It is not easy for a sea snake to grow to be more than 10 meters long. Can you still find that place now? When Cabin heard Tang Yu's question, he immediately nodded and said, "Please rest assured, sir. I've been keeping an eye on that place, and will definitely find it. What if a flood submerges the entire world in a few days? Can we still find it?" Ah! Cabin was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood what Tang Yu meant. "Sir, are you saying that there will be a flood disaster in a few days?" Tang Yu nodded slightly, then thought of something and asked Cabin, "By the way, how did you get through each disaster you encountered before? Why can you always get through these disasters safely?" "Sir, actually we always receive reminders from Mr. Zhou a few days before a disaster strikes, and Mr. Zhou also provides us with the corresponding supplies to survive the disaster. However, recently Mr. Zhou left Quella City, and the army in the central city sent people to notify us via the radio." Tang Yu's doubts were finally resolved. The rebels are indeed the backers of these refugees in Quella City. They control the refugees and believers of evil gods in the entire city through their agents like Hannibal Zhou. At the same time, the rebels will also ensure that these refugees will not suffer too many casualties due to the disaster. Rebels, Revolutionary Army. As Cabin explained, a vague idea appeared in Tang Yu's mind. Tang Yu looked up at Cabin. "Okay, continue to gather your men as you thought before. I will have someone help you, and that person will contact you when the time comes." Tang Yu also gave Cabin an information transceiver. "You remain the same as before, but if the rebels contact you in the next 2 days, you must inform me in time. And I need you to complete one thing as soon as possible. That is to complete the transaction with the technician and bring me the production drawings of the underwater assault rifle. Any questions?" "I understand, Lord Conqueror. Your will is the direction I will move forward." Then Tang Yu looked at the 2 dying survivors that Cabin had left behind. At this moment, they were lying on the ground, looking at Tang Yu and their boss in pain and shock. "What are the positions of these 2 people?" "Sir, the fat one is my deputy, helping me manage the affairs of the 4S store, and the thin one usually helps me with advice." "Damn, there is a military advisor here." Tang Yu didn't waste any words and just gave the 2 of them a loving beating. A minute later, both of them conquered everything. Cabin treated the 2 of them, and at this point, Cabin and his gang were officially conquered by Tang Yu. Then, under Tang Yu's command, the 3 of them moved all the other refugees killed by Tang Yu to the entrance of the library. "Hey yo, hold on tight, it's hanging." Tang Yu looked at the 7 or 8 corpses hanging high with hemp ropes at the entrance of the library and showed a satisfied look. These corpses are all elites under Cabin, either squad leaders or platoon leaders, and they perfectly meet the requirements for wearing Villager Conqueror. Sure enough, at the same time these refugees were being held high by Cabin and his 2 companions. Requirements for wearing the rare title, Nomad Conqueror. Completed. Seeing the prompt, Tang Yu smiled lightly. Because the equipment and weapons of Cabin and the other 2 were all damaged in the explosion just now, Tang Yu directly took out 3 sets of equipment from the backpack space and handed them to them. "Cabin, then follow the plan I just told you. Contact me directly if you have any questions." "Understood, Lord Conqueror." Watching the 3 people leave, Tang Yu raised his head again to look at the bodies of the refugees hanging high. "Turn around and leave. Just a few minutes ago, the message from the raccoon was sent. Baron Rockets, boss, everything is done." Tang Yu took out the wasteland-style electric bicycle from the backpack space and rode on it with a pout. He turned the accelerator handle of the bicycle, and the next moment, Tang Yu shot out like an arrow. "What the hell?" Seeing that he was about to hit a tree on the roadside, Tang Yu suddenly turned his horse around and luckily escaped the disaster. But he fell directly onto the grass by the roadside. After the first attempt, everything went smoothly afterwards. Tang Yu rode the electric bicycle at a speed of up to 60 kilometers per hour and sped towards the Gonyang subway station. It is true that the person is flying in front and the soul is chasing behind. Let Tang Yu directly feel an unprecedented, exciting experience. Fuck, why doesn't this car have a speed adjustment function? It only has full gear and brake gear. Damn it. Rocket, just wait for me. P.S. Thank you all for your reward. I will update more chapters if you give more than 5,000 rewards. I beg for the free gifts from you all, and I will use my love to generate electricity and read on. I wish you all have sex 7 times a night and a beautiful wife every day. Chapter 183. Beat up the little raccoon. Fatal pursuit. Mission completed. Tang Yu was teleported directly to the Baida Factory metro station in Baida District through the Gonyang metro station. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu stepped into the factory, which had been abandoned for who knows how long. Go directly to a room on the 2nd floor. Boom, boom, boom. The door is open. Scorpion and Raccoon looked at Tang Yu with smiles on their faces. Boss emissary, you are here. Just as Scorpion was about to speak, the cunning little raccoon keenly noticed that Tang Yu had a gloomy face and seemed to have many scratches on his body. My heart skipped a beat, and I sensed something bad was going on. Not sure what happened, though. But now my life is in the hands of the other party, so it doesn't hurt to be humble. He immediately looked at Tang Yu with a flattering expression. But his wishful thinking was completely shattered. Tang Yu raised his hand to stop Scorpion from speaking, and with his other hand he grabbed the raccoon's ear. Wait for me to vent. The whip appeared in his hand. Snap. I won't let you adjust the speed. I'll let you drive at 60 miles per hour. I'll let your wheels fly off halfway. I'll let you. Every time Tang Yu shouted, a whip was whipped out, accompanied by the slight whimpering of the little raccoon who wanted to shout but was afraid of making too much noise. Looking at the actions of the two, Scorpion and the tightly tied saber on the ground both showed shocked expressions. A few minutes later, Tang Yu twisted his neck and looked at the little raccoon lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and he felt much better. Then he said unhappily, Okay, stop playing dead. Get up. Upon hearing that his boss was no longer angry, the little raccoon, who had been breathing more than breathing in, immediately climbed up with a fawning look on his face. Okay, heal yourself. I tell you, next time you give me this kind of high-risk vehicle, don't worry, boss. The main thing is that I have never come into contact with the electric bicycle you mentioned before. He ignored the raccoon. As long as he was sure that this guy didn't do it on purpose, he wouldn't do anything to the raccoon because of this. After all, apart from anything else, this guy's execution ability was still quite good. Tang Yu looked at the saber lying on the ground, a smile appearing on his lips. This is the second time I've come into contact with this guy. The last time I met him, he was a corpse. This time I finally see him alive. Without any nonsense, Tang Yu directly put on the title of Nightwalker. And the first moment he wore this title, the 3 people in the room all looked at Tang Yu. But the difference was that the look in Little Raccoon's eyes revealed shock and disbelief. Scorpion knelt on one knee, put his right hand on his chest, and looked pious and worshipful. But the most crucial saber was the one with a scorpion-like gaze in his eyes. Tang Yu had already come to his side, with the beast-taming whip raised high in his hand. Switching to the title Refugee Conqueror, he swung his right hand downwards. Reserve station, inside the red soil forest. The 5 pursuers miraculously walked out of the 7th hideout that they had blown up. Captain, this shouldn't be the case. We have expanded the search area 3 times. Why aren't any of them the target? The others also looked at the captain. Captain, did the Parliament make a mistake in positioning? The captain of the pursuers shook his head and said, It shouldn't be the case. The Council's bounty location capability has never been wrong. In addition, this time we tracked directly through the target's information data. Having said that, the captain of the pursuit team had actually begun to doubt his life at this time. He had experienced so many pursuit missions and had never encountered such a situation. But Captain, the time is already 11:55, and there are only 5 minutes left. How about we ask the Mission Management Center? After hearing his comrade's advice, the captain finally contacted the Continental Congress's Mission Management Center through his watch and reported the situation he encountered and their suspicions. Results 1 minute later. When they saw the investigation report sent by the Task Management Center, they were stunned. What? Why are you informing us that the mission has failed before the time is up? Damn, something must be wrong. Everyone looked at the countdown with only 3 minutes left, and they all understood that there was no chance. And in a huge, hollow building in a mountain somewhere in the Doomsday game world. You said the location coordinates we tracked at that time were false. Yes, Elder, we were also careless. After all, this has never happened before. We should have confirmed it from multiple sources. An old man with gray hair, sitting in a wheelchair, showed a surprised expression when he heard the report from his subordinates. Then he looked at Tang Yu's information on the bounty list on the huge wall in front of him. Interesting. Congratulations to the survivors for completing the special event mission, Deadly Pursuit. Now, let's start calculating the mission rewards. Tang Yu suddenly heard a mechanical prompt sound coming from his ear and reached out to interrupt the introduction of the saber. When the three scorpions saw Tang Yu's expression at this moment, they understood that the adults had urgent matters to deal with, so they all waited quietly. According to calculations, the survivor Tang Yu killed a total of 6 ordinary pursuers and 12 heavy-duty law enforcers from the Continental Congress. At the same time, he successfully misled the pursuers' pursuit direction using signal interference. Performance rating: excellent. The reward for this special event mission is a rare blueprint/book/recipe/item that meets the 5 keywords of the survivors. Please ask survivor Tang Yu to submit 5 keywords. Tang Yu looked at the 5 fill-in-the-blank options that appeared on the panel and understood the reward mechanism of this task. He didn't even need to think about it, because he already had the answer. This was his best chance at the moment to get that kind of item. Fill it out quickly immediately. Containment and isolation, suppression, research, forbidden items, unspeakable things. When Tang Yu finished entering these 5 keywords, he selected submit. But something happened that Tang Yu had never expected. A scarlet exclamation mark appeared in front of Tang Yu on his panel. Then a message appeared beneath the red exclamation mark. Warning, warning, this request is beyond the reward range. And just when Tang Yu was shocked by this sudden change, the red exclamation mark suddenly disappeared, and then a new dialog box appeared on Tang Yu's panel. It is detected that the requirements submitted by the survivors are beyond the reward range. The survivors can obtain rewards through the following 2 options. Please make a choice as soon as possible. 1. Change and lower the keyword requirements. 2. It has been detected that the survivor has the ultra-rare blueprint Exhibition Hall Construction Blueprint. You can consume 30 disaster coins to complete the functional upgrade of the Exhibition Hall Construction Blueprint to meet the keyword requirements of the survivor. Tang Yu quickly went through the 2 options and chose the second one without any hesitation. The Exhibition Hall Construction drawing and 30 disaster coins already appeared in his hand. As Tang Yu made his choice, the disaster coin disappeared immediately, but the Exhibition Hall Construction drawing flew into the air under the shocked gazes of Little Raccoon and the other 2. Fuck! Chapter 184 Shocking. Epic Blueprint. Disaster Exhibition Hall. Seal the windows. The Little Raccoon was the first to react. Before the other 2 could react, he picked up a piece of wood beside him and blocked the only window in the room. Scorpion and Saber also reacted to Raccoon's call and started to move right after him. Soon, as the 2 raccoons finished fixing the wooden boards, the entire room was finally enclosed. Then the 3 of them looked at the construction drawings that were emitting deep blue light in the air, with only disbelief in their eyes. At this moment, Tang Yu was not paying attention to the actions of the 3 little raccoons. His attention was all focused on the drawing whose color was getting darker and darker. As the drawing spun faster and faster in the air, the blue light it emitted became thicker and thicker. The 4 people in the room all held their breath, staring at the miraculous scene. Scorpion and Saber seemed to realize something very quickly. The 2 men immediately knelt down, prostrating themselves before the flying drawings in the air and Tang Yu's back, offering their heartfelt faith. The little raccoon looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was not only shocked by the 30 disaster coins that Tang Yu casually took out, but also shocked by the scene happening in front of him. He muttered to himself, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" He looked at the blue light that had become extremely rich, and a thought that he had never dared to imagine appeared in his mind. Impossible, it's actually epic! Under the shocked eyes of Little Raccoon and Tang Yu's gaze, the speed of the rotation of the Exhibition Hall construction drawings was no longer visible to the naked eye. The speed of this drawing was rotating at the highest point, and the blue light it emitted was also concentrated to the highest point. It was at this moment, Tang Yu's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. Because just as the rotation speed of the drawing reached its peak, a deep purple color slowly appeared from the center of the blue. At the moment when this purple color appeared, the entire room was suddenly shrouded in endless purple light. Tang Yu couldn't help but put his palm in front of his eyes to cover it. Scorpion and Saber even praised Tang Yu loudly and directly. The moment the purple light appeared, the little raccoon's legs softened, and he slowly slid down the wall, his mind going blank. Oh my God, it's really epic. When the purple light in the room faded, Tang Yu caught the drawing that fell from the sky. As soon as Tang Yu held the blueprint in his hand, he felt a clear difference. Not only does it feel softer than the original paper covered with blue grids and giving it a high-tech feel, but the surface of this drawing also has varying numbers of lavender patterns. Construction drawings of the Disaster Exhibition Hall. Type: Epic Blueprint. Effect: build a disaster exhibition hall with extra space in the hideout, which can provide functions such as suppression, containment and isolation, research and analysis of taboo items and disaster items. Construction requirements: Survivor Area Legend greater than or equal to 5 points, or World Legend greater than or equal to 1 point. Laboratory Facility X1. Forbidden Item X1. Disaster Experiment Information X1. Disaster Coins X10. Construction time: 48 hours. Looking at the construction requirements of the blueprint in his hand, even Tang Yu, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but take a breath. How much do you ask? Not much. Is it difficult to ask? It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although there are only 5 requirements, Tang Yu dares to guarantee that the first requirement alone is enough to keep out more than 95% of the survivors in the entire Doomsday game world. Even Tang Yu only meets the requirement of World Legend degree greater than or equal to 1 point, and his Regional Legend degree is only 4 points. Experimental facilities are easy to deal with. After all, they were a requirement of the exhibition hall before. But the following requirements are outrageous. Not to mention that Tang Yu almost died because of the forbidden item. If it weren't for the sacred amulet that helped him resist several mental attacks, he would have died in the ghost face's lair in the morning. Even those 10 disaster coins are not something that an ordinary survivor can collect. Not to mention the so-called disaster experiment information. This was the first time Tang Yu had heard of this item. Thinking of this, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the little raccoon who was looking at him with a confused expression. Rocket, how many disaster coins do you have now? Tang Yu rarely showed a nervous expression because he forgot something important. Because he collected disaster coins from Doomsday merchants, he now owns 34 disaster coins. But 30 of them have been used up just now, which means there are only 4 disaster coins left. The problem now is, let's not talk about the 10 disaster coins required to build the epic blueprint. When he asked Little Raccoon to contact the Revolutionary Army's quartermaster, the price the other party agreed to trade was also 10 disaster coins. Therefore, due to this sudden incident, there is a gap of 16 disaster coins. Before, because Cabin wanted to trade the underwater assault rifle manufacturing blueprint with the technician and also wanted to rebuild the refugee camp, there were many places to spend money, so Tang Yu did not ask for the 3 disaster coins on him. The result is embarrassing. Hearing Tang Yu's question, the little raccoon subconsciously wanted to lie, but because of the contract, he spoke his mind directly. Boss, I have 14 disaster coins here. Wow! Tang Yu looked at the other party in disbelief, with a smile on his face. Great! That's great! Looking at the smile on Tang Yu's lips, Little Raccoon knew what he meant. He was stunned at first, then he sighed resignedly, and 14 disaster coins appeared in his hand. Boss, take it away! Seeing the raccoon's hopeless look, Tang Yu laughed, but he only took 4 disaster coins from the raccoon. Just when the little raccoon thought Tang Yu had a change of heart. But he heard Tang Yu say something lightly. Okay, I'll save the remaining 10 disaster coins for you to use when you trade with the quartermaster. The hope that the little raccoon had just risen up and was ruthlessly shattered by Tang Yu, and his eyes became dull. My money, the disaster coins I saved up after 6 rounds of disasters. But the little raccoon was still sad about the disaster coins he lost. Snap! A book appeared in front of him. The little raccoon looked up and saw Tang Yu's half-smile. Okay, it's not like I'm taking your stuff for nothing. I'll give you this skill book. I'll keep it for you when I find something suitable for you in the future. Looking down, when he saw the words special vehicle driving, the raccoon was also surprised. This book was originally prepared for you to use. Use it well. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain disaster coins in the future. The little raccoon took the book, his eyes shining. His wounded heart finally found some comfort. In fact, Little Raccoon was not very averse to handing in the disaster coins. After all, he saw Tang Yu take out the 30 disaster coins with his own eyes. In his opinion, if the boss did not have enough disaster coins at that time, he would also take the initiative to provide help. After all, 30 disaster coins are no match for the epic blueprint. Disaster coins can be found again, but epic blueprints are absolutely rare. Tang Yu also put the 4 disaster coins back into his backpack. With these 4, he now has 8 disaster coins. He can also harvest 1 from the disaster coin mine tomorrow morning, which makes 9 coins in total. There's only one missing piece left. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 185, Disaster Experiment Information. Arrangement of the sacrifice ceremony site. The last disaster coin is no longer a problem for Tang Yu. The worst that can happen is that he just has to wait one more day for the disaster coin mine to produce it. If you are really in a hurry, you can get one from cabin as an emergency measure. Therefore, Tang Yu had no idea about the last construction item, disaster experiment information. However, when he saw the word experiment on the item, he already had a guess in his mind. Look at the raccoon. Rocket, what do you know about CBS Labs? Since the raccoon had previously specifically attacked Wang Bohu in order to obtain the laboratory key card in the pill, he must have a deep understanding of the laboratory. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Yu's question, Little Raccoon said directly, "Boss, I've only been there once, and I was lucky enough to come back alive that time, so I know a little bit about the situation inside." Then do you know about the disaster experiment information? Is this something that would appear in a laboratory? Upon hearing this, Little Raccoon nodded and said, "That's right, boss. This disaster experiment intelligence is indeed an item that will appear in the laboratory. Although it is just an intelligence item, it is a rare item. When I went in, several senior survivors fought over this thing and got bloodied. It was also at that time that I secretly pulled the switch and escaped." Hearing the raccoon's answer, Tang Yu confirmed his guess. So that's it. Could it be that the creature carved from the forbidden item in Ghostface's lair is the so-called disaster? Then the containment isolation area in the CBS experiment should also be containing this disaster. Recalling the records in Ghostface's diary, the life form that has been tempting Ghostface to go to the laboratory, the so-called thing that cannot be looked at directly, cannot be described, and cannot be heard is exactly this so-called disaster. Tang Yu suddenly felt a huge pressure. He suffered such a great mental shock just by taking a look at the statue this morning. He couldn't imagine what the result would be if he came into direct contact with the real disaster. But he also remembered the spirit enhancement pill that the Revolutionary Army traded. Rocket, did the Revolutionary Army quartermaster tell you why there was a mental enhancement pill among the items they traded with the Rangers this time? Tang Yu felt that the Revolutionary Army would not trade unnecessary things for no reason. After hearing this, Little Raccoon laughed and said, "Boss, you don't need to worry too much about this. According to my understanding, the Revolutionary Army will give one of these pills every time someone enters the laboratory. The function of this pill is to strengthen the mental resistance of the person who takes it so that they can deal with mental attacks when approaching the containment isolation area. Basically, every survivor who enters will have one of these pills." But Tang Yu saw that after the Little Raccoon said this, his brows slightly frowned. "What's wrong?" The Little Raccoon thought for a moment and then spoke again with a hint of doubt. "But boss, there is indeed something unusual in the quartermaster's words this time. I remember he mentioned something like this might happen this time." Tang Yu was slightly shocked when he heard this. "Appear? Appear what?" The Little Raccoon shook his head slightly. "I asked this question before, but he didn't answer at that time and ended the conversation directly." After listening to Little Raccoon's description, Tang Yu realized that something unpredictable was bound to happen in the CBS laboratory this time. As a military force, the Revolutionary Army must have learned about or predicted this situation through some unknown channels. If so, Tang Yu's heart sank. If there really were unexpected items appearing this time, it would probably be a life-and-death battle for the survivors who entered the laboratory. At the same time, Tang Yu also turned his attention to the virtual map of CBS Laboratory. It still doesn't work. It's still blank. We have to wait until 12 noon tomorrow to find out what supplies will be refreshed inside. However, Tang Yu fixed his gaze on the black area in the central area of the second underground floor. Containment and isolation area. However, if something that the Revolutionary Army is so concerned about were to appear, it would come as no surprise that this area is the most likely place. 0.05% chance of an epic item appearing. 0.0001% chance of an unknown item appearing. This was the content introduction that appeared when the Intelligence Center activated the countdown for the laboratory mission through the internal map of the laboratory. It should be the items of these two levels. Tang Yu was somewhat tempted. If these two levels of items really appeared in the laboratory this time, he would definitely get them. However, before that, the key is to be fully prepared. Tang Yu looked at Scorpion and Saber, who were waiting on the side. When Tang Yu put away the epic blueprint, the two men had already stood up. But the way they looked at Tang Yu was even more fanatical. For brainwashed people like them who worship so-called gods crazily, nothing is more exciting than seeing miracles with their own eyes. Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, the two of them knelt down again. Mr. Envoy. At this moment, they no longer had any ghost faces in their hearts. They firmly believed that only the messenger in front of them was the incarnation of God on earth, the angel in their hearts. Tang Yu watched the two people's actions, and his lips moved slightly. Get up and speak. Tang Yu looked at the room. This was the sacrificial ceremony room that Saber had secretly arranged without telling the butcher. During the first round of disaster, he had killed Saber, who was passing by the Garden subway station, and received a letter addressed to Ghostface and the key to this room from him. Because I haven't had time to search, I have put it off until now. In the afternoon, he told the key and the plan to Raccoon, and asked Scorpion and Saber to obtain the items in the director's office of the city hospital, and then use the excuse of Ghostface holding a ceremony for him to bring Saber here. Together with the Raccoon who had been lying in ambush in the room, he captured the Saber. This is why what happened just now happened. Inside the room, Saber has already prepared the items needed for the sacrifice ceremony. All that needs to be done is to draw the mysterious runes to communicate with that indescribable existence. Once contact is made, rewards will be awarded. Originally, Tang Yu scoffed at the so-called indescribable existence. But now, he has understood that the essence of the so-called sacrificial ceremony is exchange, so he has become more interested in these beings that can respond to sacrifices. So, under the gazes of the three people, Tang Yu took out the sacrificial materials prepared with a saber and began to set up the scene for the sacrificial ceremony. And when the little raccoon saw Tang Yu holding a small bucket full of blood in one hand and a brush in the other, and seriously drawing various strange symbols on the floor whose specific meanings were unknown, his understanding of the boss he had chosen once again refreshed his understanding. In his heart, he just kept repeating a sentence that only he knew. Fuck, this thigh is so fucking thick. Chapter 186, Drawing Runes, First Sacrifice Ceremony. The second floor of an abandoned factory. Under the gaze of the three people, Tang Yu drew the sacrificial rune stroke by stroke. The function of the sacrificial ritual rune he chose is to enhance the spirit, activate, and connect the effects, and it does not require human sacrifice. This is different from the sacrificial ritual rune scene in Room 704, Apartment 15. The sacrificial ceremony in Room 704 is arranged with a ghost face, and the effect of the sacrificial rune is more inclined to mental control of the evil god's believers. So after using living people for sacrifice, the effect of the sacrificial ceremony will be maximized. But that would also make the ghost face and those participating in the sacrifice more vulnerable to the gaze and contamination of the unspeakable thing. Tang Yu guessed that this might be the reason why the ghost face was contaminated by the so-called evil god. Of course, he now understands that those evil gods are most likely the so-called disasters. But he still needs to verify this. Tang Yu attached great importance to this sacrifice ceremony. This was another option he took a risk to try after he failed to buy the unarmed deep-sea diving skill from the Doomsday merchant at night. Because it was dangerous, he didn't dare to be careless at all. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu looked at the completed sacrificial rune and smiled. At the same time, he also took out some rare items from the backpack space. There are rare drawings collected from the room of the survivors of all races in the trading building, as well as 2 rare items traded by 2 Shangxi, a total of 3 items. These 3 rare items were placed on the 3 important nodes of the sacrificial ceremony rune, and then 5 high-level materials were placed by Tang Yu on 5 secondary key nodes. These items are exactly the price Tang Yu has to pay for not using human sacrifices. If he does not use human sacrifices, he must use rare items to replace energy. The cost is quite high, but the benefits are also obvious. Directly reduces the possibility of the mind being polluted by unknown factors to a minimum. Everything was ready, and the time had already come to 12:50 in the middle of the night. Tang Yu looked at the 3 people. You guys stand in the positions I tell you to. Rocket, you just gather the number of people temporarily, and then just keep chanting according to the words I tell you. 3 notes appeared in Tang Yu's hands, and the 3 of them took them. The little raccoon looked at the few short lines of text and read them in his mind. Ocean, earth, sky, volcanoes. When the time came to 1 a.m., following Tang Yu's signal, the 3 of them all stood at the designated positions of the sacrificial runes. As time passed, it approached 1:01 a.m. A bottle of potion and a necklace appeared in Tang Yu's hand. He carefully placed the 2 items at the center of the entire sacrificial ceremony. The other 3 also lit the candles that Tang Yu had placed in advance. All lights are turned off. As the clock ticked, it reached 1:01 in the morning. The sacrificial ceremony, with Tang Yu as the main figure and Raccoon, Scorpion, and Saber as the auxiliary figures, officially began. The evil god's priest's blade was held in Tang Yu's hand. The other three looked at the evil god's priest's blade and recited the prayer in unison. Ocean, land, sky, volcanoes. Tang Yu was also chanting, and as he watched, streams of blue light appeared in the entire room. And the streams of light were like ribbons floating in the air, gently brushing the cheeks of several people. The fanaticism in Scorpion and Saber's eyes seemed to solidify into substance. Even though he was a little raccoon, his eyes showed shock and fanaticism. The voices of the three people chanting became more pious and sacred. Under the gaze of everyone, all the blue lights slowly gathered on the evil god priest's blade in Tang Yu's hand. The room was suddenly filled with blue light, and as the blue light became more and more, finally, the three rare items that Tang Yu placed at three key nodes began to react. Dots of dark blue light were extracted from the rare items by these blue streamers, and similarly, the 5 high-level items also emitted dots of light blue light. All these tiny dots of stars were drawn by the blue light and finally merged into the blade of the evil god's priest. Tang Yu only felt that the short blade in his hand suddenly became extremely heavy, and at the same time seemed to have consciousness and life. I want to break free from his control and be free. Tang Yu, who controlled the entire ceremony process, naturally knew it. As long as the evil god's priest's blade in his hand really gets out of control, not only will the sacrifice ceremony fail, but he will also lose the short blade. He immediately used all his strength to try to control the movement of the short blade in his hand. Fortunately, this process only lasted for a moment. As the ceremony continued, the resistance of the evil god's priest's blade became weaker, and finally calm returned. At this time, Tang Yu was already sweating profusely. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and from his chin. At this time, there were no more blue streams of light and spots of light in the entire room. At the same time, the 3 rare items and 5 high-level items that Tang Yu had placed before had also lost their luster, as if covered with a layer of dust. However, the blade of the evil god's priest in Tang Yu's hand was emitting a soft blue light in the room. Everyone present felt full of vitality and energy just by being illuminated by the light. The little raccoon even saw directly on his panel that the proficiency of his 3 skills, vitality, health, and immunity, had all increased by 10 points. What the hell? At this moment, the candles burning in the room are about to burn out as the ceremony proceeds. Tang Yu held the blade of the evil god's priest, took a deep breath, and began the last step of the sacrificial ceremony. Following Tang Yu's eye signal, the 3 little raccoons all became alert, took out a saber, and cut their fingers without hesitation. A drop of blood dripped from their hands onto the node in front of them. At the same time as the 3 of them were taking action, Tang Yu also entered the rune and stabbed the bottle of potion and necklace in the center of the rune with the evil god's priest's blade in his hand, which was emitting a soft blue light. An incredible scene happened. The blade of the evil god's priest was only about 20 centimeters away from the 2 objects. The blade seemed to have encountered a wall of air and could not move at all. Tang Yu was not surprised. He just let go and let the blade of the evil god's priest float in the air. A saber appeared in his hand again, and he cut his wrist directly. The blood fell on the blade of the evil god's priest that was suspended in the air and flowed from the handle to the tip of the blade after being baptized by the soft blue light, and finally dripped from the tip of the blade onto the 2 objects. At this moment, the room suddenly became brightly lit. The blue light on the blade of the evil god's priest floating in the air seemed to have found an outlet, and all flowed along the blood to the bottle of potion and necklace below. Just a moment, followed by a flash. The candle went out, the blade of the evil god's priest fell, and the room fell into darkness. The only sound was a person gasping for breath. And there are 2 potions and a necklace emitting a faint blue fluorescence in the center of the rune. Sacrifice ceremony. Become. Chapter 187 Ambush at the door. Running freely late at night. When the raccoon took out the flashlight again to illuminate the room, all I saw was Tang Yu leaning on his knees with his hands, breathing heavily. Sweat kept falling like raindrops. Scorpion and Saber were still immersed in the ceremony. A towel appeared in front of Tang Yu. When he looked up, he saw it was a raccoon. "Boss, this place was too noisy just now. We can't stay here for long." After Little Raccoon finished speaking, a sterile bandage appeared in his hand, and he began to bandage Tang Yu's wrist to stop the bleeding. Although Tang Yu controlled the force when bleeding, It would still be dangerous if the bleeding was not stopped in time. Tang Yu took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. "You're right. Let's leave as soon as possible." As he spoke, Tang Yu bent down and put the bottle of potion, necklace, and the evil god's priest's blade on the ground back into his backpack. But the little raccoon looked at the items placed by Tang Yu at those node positions. With just a slight touch, everything turns into ashes. And all the blood runes on the ground turn black. "Okay, it's getting late today. Scorpion, you and Saber go back to the butcher and act according to our previous plan. Just give the laboratory key card and the letter to the butcher." The things in the director's office of the city hospital had been swapped by Tang Yu on the night of conquering Black Dog, and they had really been taken by him. This laboratory key card was even a replica. Although it's fake, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the butcher. At the same time, I need you two to pay more attention to Ghostface. This guy is in a very strange condition right now. Be extremely careful when interacting with him. Contact me immediately if anything happens. At this point, Tang Yu thought for a moment and said, "By the way, from today on, Scorpio, when you send me a message, remember to add a tag. Ghostface is difficult to deal with, so be careful." Scorpion nodded heavily. "Understood, Master Envoy." "Don't worry, now is not the best time for you to become believers. When the time is right, I will fulfill your wish." Hearing Tang Yu's words, Scorpion and Saber immediately showed expressions of ecstasy and all knelt down in front of Tang Yu. "Thank you, Messenger." "Okay, get up." After explaining these things, Tang Yu also saw on the title panel that the wearing requirements for the rare title, Night Walker, were displayed as completed. He felt a little relieved in his heart. After all, as long as the thread of self-sacrifice existed, there would be a little more risk. Fortunately, with the completion of this sacrifice ceremony, he would have a few more days to breathe. This is also his main purpose tonight. Now that he has completed the requirements for wearing the 2 rare titles, he can focus on the next thing. Things here were finished, and after checking that nothing was missing in the room, they prepared to leave. Just as Saber opened the door and was about to step out of the room, Tang Yu suddenly saw a black shadow swaying in the darkness outside the room. He was horrified, and without saying anything, he simply grabbed the collar of the saber and pulled it back. It was at this time. Da-da-da-da. Dense bullets rained into the room like a storm. Fortunately, both the raccoon and the scorpion were tough guys, and they reacted the moment Tang Yu made his move. There are enemies. While they were dodging, they had already taken out their weapons and started fighting back. The only unlucky one was the saber. Although he was pulled back in time by Tang Yu, it was unintentional, plus he was walking in the front. He was still shot once in the chest and abdomen, and also in the left arm. Tang Yu first injected Saber with an injection of morphine for pain relief, and then quickly took out a medical kit to help him stop the bleeding. Fortunately, this guy was wearing a bulletproof vest, otherwise he might have been shot and killed. After stopping the bleeding, he threw a surgical kit to Saber and said, "Okay, do the surgery yourself to remove the bullet." At this time, he also heard 2 sounds of pulling the grenade ring outside. Fuck! The pupils of everyone in the room dilated. What a joke. They are now trapped in the room with nowhere to hide. If they are hit by a random grenade, they will all be finished. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the enemy outside threw a grenade into the room, a tennis racket appeared in Tang Yu's hand. It was the racket used by the Grand Slam champion. First, an aerial interceptor knocked back a grenade that flew into the room from midair. Another grenade was thrown by the enemy very cunningly on the floor at the door, then bounced high and bounced into the room. As a result, Tang Yu hit the ground again, and the grenade returned in the direction it came from at a faster speed. Only 2 curses were heard. Boom boom. As the 2 grenades exploded in succession, Raccoon and Scorpion took advantage of the opportunity and tactically rolled out of the room. They each found a favorable position and aimed their guns at the iron door of the passage on the 2nd floor. Tang Yu had already taken out a stun bomb and threw it directly into the iron door. The stun bomb fell in the narrow corridor. Bang! As the stun bomb exploded, Tang Yu did not hear any sound. Holding 417 Hong Kong dollars, he went straight to the iron gate under the cover of Little Raccoon and the other 2. After a quick look, the situation became clear. The 2 bodies fell to the ground in a running posture. Apparently, Tang Yu's sudden action of pulling back the 2 grenades had caused 1 grenade to be pulled directly into the corridor, killing 2 people. Continuing as usual, each of them was shot in the head. Raccoon, Scorpion, and Saber, who had recovered from his injuries, all came over. Tang Yu smiled and looked at Scorpion and Saber, pointing at the bodies on the ground and said, It's just right that you guys are going back now. Saber can have an excuse for being injured. Scorpion and Saber chuckled. Then the four of them went downstairs quickly. The two people just now should have been attracted by the noise of the sacrificial ceremony. Tang Yu couldn't guarantee whether there were other survivors targeting them. Fortunately, this place was not far from the butcher's base camp, so Scorpion and Saber left immediately. Seeing this, the little raccoon was about to return to his hiding place, but Tang Yu stopped him. "Rocket, don't go back today. Come with me into the lab and to my hiding place tomorrow." Hearing Tang Yu's words, the little raccoon's pupils suddenly dilated. "Boss, you said I should go into the lab with you?" Tang Yu nodded. "Let's talk about it when we get back." The little raccoon said no more words, but his heart was filled with ecstasy, which he suppressed. The two of them moved quickly through the shadows of the city, and Tang Yu witnessed the true strength of the raccoon for the first time. Although this guy is only 1.2 meters tall, his explosive power and endurance are simply terrifying. Any jump is up to 1 or 2 meters in height, and the jumping distance can reach 5 or 6 meters. Watch this guy swerve across the street, jumping from the top of one car to the top of another. Tang Yu was secretly shocked. Is this the effect of this guy's speed and agility traits? Luckily, Wang Bohu beat this guy up first, otherwise I would have been bullied by him this morning. Tang Yu felt relieved. But now that little raccoon has become his follower, and the type that will never betray him, Tang Yu feels very comfortable. Today is such a perfect day. Chapter 188, Combat Stimulant Injection Formula, the last choice. It was almost 2 o'clock when Tang Yu and Little Raccoon returned to their hiding place at the Garden Subway Station. As soon as they entered the door, Tu Shangxi had already prepared a table of food for them, and Xiaoba took the supplies from Tang Yu and began to help organize them quickly. After getting to know each other in the afternoon, Little Raccoon also became familiar with Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba, and his playful personality began to slowly reveal itself. The meal made both of them very satisfied, especially the fresh vegetables prepared by Tu Shangxi, which made the little raccoon, who had long forgotten what vegetables tasted like, unable to stop eating. In the end, Tu Shangxi insisted on making 2 more stir-fried vegetables, which made the little raccoon look very satisfied. Tang Yu didn't care about it. He was actually very easy to talk to. Now that his survival supplies had gradually transitioned to the level of self-sufficiency, it was understandable that he let his people eat better. After all, if you want the horse to run, it must be well fed. He is not a black-hearted capitalist. Although it is already midnight, it is not time to rest. They need to sort out today's gains and prepare for tomorrow's actions. Xiaoba has already packed up the things Tang Yu brought back tonight. At the same time, an additional recipe and graphics card were also taken out. Seeing Tang Yu's surprised look, Xiaoba scratched his head and said, "Mr. Boss, these 2 items appeared in the sorting warehouse at night. Toll collection? It seems that someone entered the city hospital or other buildings to collect supplies today and confiscated these 2 items when they came out. After all, the effect of the passing collection feature is to give priority to collecting high-value materials." Tang Yu took the recipe with some curiosity. Combat Stimulant Injection Formula. Type: Rare Recipe. Number of grids occupied: 1 by 1. Effect: Battle stimulant injection can be produced through medical facilities. Interesting. This is the 3rd injection Tang Yu has come into contact with. The previous 2 were morphine injection and adrenaline injection. The effects are all quite good, and the name of this combat stimulant injection is enough to explain its purpose. However, the medical station is currently upgrading the medical laboratory, so this recipe can only be used after the medical station is successfully upgraded tomorrow afternoon. Put these 2 items into the backpack space. The little raccoon was once again stunned by the speed at which his boss obtained rare materials. What a joke! He has seen how many rare items the boss has obtained today alone. Not to mention there is also an epic blueprint. He originally thought this was the limit, but now I see a rare recipe and a graphics card appearing in the boss's hiding place by themselves. This is simply unbelievable. Tang Yu did not pay attention to the raccoon's psychological activities, but walked towards the intelligence center. "Rocket, come here!" Hearing his boss calling him, the little raccoon immediately jumped off the table and followed Tang Yu. Although it was not the first time that the raccoon saw these advanced facilities in the boss's hideout, he was still extremely shocked. In particular, he saw that there was an additional facility under construction in the 2nd underground floor, as well as a medical facility that was being upgraded. He really has become numb. You have to know that it was around 6 o'clock in the evening when he left. As a result, just after not seeing them for a few hours, 2 super rare facilities appeared. The little raccoon already felt a little dizzy. It seemed that this boss was much more powerful than he had imagined. As for why it can be seen directly that these two facilities are of super rare level. Isn't that obvious? Facilities that have not been completed at this point in time can only be of extremely rare level. Tu Shangxi had already opened the internal map of the CBS laboratory for the two of them. Tang Yu sat on the chair and looked at the raccoon. This is the map of the internal functional area of the CBS laboratory that will be opened at noon tomorrow. Please write it down as quickly as possible so that you can cooperate with me better tomorrow. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar map on the computer screen, Little Raccoon was really confused this time. He stared at Tang Yu blankly, with an expression of doubt about his life. Boss, you said this is the internal map of the laboratory? Tang Yu frowned slightly. Nonsense. I'm just messing around with you. Boss, are you really just a survivor of the first round? Why do I feel like an old guy like me, who has survived 6 rounds of disasters, is just a piece of trash in front of you? Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba smiled at each other when they heard what the raccoon said. They understood the raccoon's feelings too well. They had the same mentality as the raccoon in the beginning, but they believe that once the raccoon gets used to the boss's conditions, it will find them really great. But Tang Yu had no time to care about the raccoon's mood. After saying, "Remember this quickly," he sat down and reviewed some important gains of tonight. The first one is the evil god's priest blade that Tang Yu had obtained from Ghostface before. After the sacrificial ceremony, something went wrong and the name changed completely. The name of Blade of the Evil God's follower priest was changed to Spiritual Sword of the High Priest. The effect is based on the previous poison and paralysis, and adds a luck +5 effect when presiding over the sacrifice ceremony. Tang Yu actually never quite understood the attribute of luck. After all, he already has 6 points of luck. Legend of the Rise, 5 points, +1 point of world legend gained when surviving the first round of disaster. But Tang Yu did not notice any effect of these 6 points of luck. In this regard, Tang Yu could only choose to continue observing silently. The second item is the necklace or the sacred amulet. Holy amulet, after the blessing of tonight's sacrifice ceremony, not only has the number of defenses that were previously consumed become full again, but the number has also increased from the original 7 times to 10 times. What surprised Tang Yu the most was that the holy amulet actually had a second effect, which was to increase the mental resistance effect by 10 points. It can be said that the improvement of this amulet will give Tang Yu more confidence when he enters the laboratory tomorrow to explore the containment isolation area. The last item is also the one that Tang Yu values the most, which is the potion used in the sacrificial ceremony. It is also one of the 3 failed genetic evolution potions that Tang Yu found from the Ghostface's lair. Gene Evolution Potion. See Child Number 78 Potion, Failed Product. Type: Rare Potion. Introduction. This is a failed product of the Son of the Sea genetic plan drug produced by CBS. Although it still contains some incredible ingredients, the conditions for use are extremely harsh and the risk factor is very high. Limited user, Survivor Tang Yu. Requirements for use. A sacrificial ritual and the user's blood are required to activate the special energy in this potion. Effect 1. Using this medicine by intramuscular injection will enable you to breathe underwater, adapt to underwater pressure, and have slight water control within 2 hours. Effect 2. If this potion is used by intravenous injection, there is a 70% chance of immediate death, a 20% chance of permanent acquisition of the ability to breathe underwater, a 9% chance of permanent acquisition of the ability to breathe underwater and adapt to underwater pressure, and a 1% chance of permanent acquisition of the ability to breathe underwater, adapt to underwater pressure, and slight water control. Note: due to the failure of the product, after injecting this drug, whenever you appear in the ocean, there is a high probability that you will attract XXX's attention. Chapter 189 Second Round of Disaster Notification. Type 3 Plant Cultivation Fluid. Tang Yu looked at the potion in his hand. This was his last trump card, and also his final choice after failing to purchase the diving skill book from the Doomsday merchant. Today is already the early morning of the 5th day, and there are only 60 hours left until the Doomsday flood. He also saw that starting from 12 o'clock in the morning, the entire regional channel had been covered by information about the apocalyptic flood, and all the survivors were discussing this topic. Because at exactly 12 o'clock, all the survivors received the official notification of the disaster from the Doomsday game. The disaster that will come in 3 days is the Doomsday flood, which will last for 5 days. He no longer had time to slowly look for other diving items. Even if there were any, the prices would be sky high when everyone knew that the Doomsday flood disaster was approaching. Another purpose of Tang Yu strengthening the sacred amulet is naturally to deal with the possible side effects when using this potion. Another indescribable thing, could it be a disaster? Tang Yu thought about the information in the potion notes. No matter what, tomorrow is the deadline. After coming out of the laboratory, Tang Yu must go to the beach to complete the injection of the Son of the Sea genetic medicine. Time waits for no one. According to the nature of polar blizzards, the signs of disaster may begin to appear the day after tomorrow or even tomorrow at the latest. Thinking of this, Tang Yu looked up at Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba. Tu Shangxi, how are the oxygen-generating items being purchased? And how many plants of Xiaoba, breathing green ivy, do we have now? Hearing Tang Yu's question, the two hurriedly reported, Boss, I have traded oxygen-generating items at the flea market and bought a high-power oxygen generator and 3 small medical oxygen generators. All of them can produce oxygen by adding clean water. Mr. Boss, I currently have 1 mother plant and 5 daughter plants. What? So many? Tang Yu looked at Xiaoba in surprise. In his memory, there should be only 2 or 3 substrains at most. Then Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. He forgot that when he absorbed Xiaoba's hiding place, he absorbed the racial characteristics of a flower-growing star field, which can greatly shorten the growth time of plants. At the same time, Xiaoba himself will also get some bonuses when taking care of the plants. After understanding the situation, Tang Yu understood. A book appeared in his hand. This is the book, The Art of Sculpture, that I found in Ghostface's lair this morning. The learning requirements are also very simple. You can learn as long as you have a workbench. Tang Yu started learning directly. This is a rare life skill. Through carving, the carved statue can have a hint of the spirit of the carved object. It seems to be a very useless skill. This is very mysterious. But since Tang Yu saw the power of the statue at the ghost face, he would never underestimate it. That statue was defined as a forbidden item simply because the object carved on it was the unspeakable thing. The first thing Tang Yu thought of when he saw this skill was that he would rebuild the golden body of Guan Gong's statue. Boss, I remember it. Just then, Little Raccoon came to Tang Yu. He had already memorized the internal structure diagram of the CBS laboratory. Xiaoba had already prepared bedding for him in the employee lounge, but at the strong request of Little Raccoon, he moved it to the shooting range. In the words of Little Raccoon, looking at the various weapons and bullet modification rooms on this floor gives him a very down-to-earth feeling. Tang, you just let him do it. Okay, in that case, let's get some rest because there will be a big battle tomorrow. After taking a quick shower, Tang Yu finally got into bed. Why do I feel like I've been running around ever since I survived the first round of disasters? I've never stopped. Strangeness. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu fell into a deep sleep. The 5th day of the second round of disaster. It was a rare opportunity for Tang Yu to have a lazy sleep and wake up naturally. Although, because of my biological clock, I didn't get up much later. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and looked at the time. It was only 9:20. When he came to the second underground floor, Tu Shangxi was preparing food in the kitchen, while Xiaoba was replanting a new round of vegetables in the greenhouse. Seeing Tang Yu stand up, Xiaoba looked over. Good morning, Mr. Boss. Good morning, Xiaoba. Why didn't you call me today? Sister Cece said that you came back too late last night, so she asked you to rest more and breakfast was delayed. But if you are not awake after Sister Cece prepares breakfast, I will go and wake you up. Nod slightly. After going to the bathroom to wash up, Tang Yu opened the private chat message. Tang Yu, brother, are you still alive? At the same time, he looked at Xiaoba. Xiaoba, please bring me some fresh vegetables. About 3 kilograms will do. The private message was quickly responded to. And Jia, yes, what is you should need? Tang Yu took the vegetables handed over by Xiaoba and traded them directly to the other party. Tang Yu, these are the vegetables I promised you last time. Sure enough, after seeing the fresh vegetables that Tang Yu traded, and Jia was overjoyed. There had been no news from Tang Yu in the past few days, and he thought the vegetable planting plan had failed. Now it seems that the reason why he can't grow plants is really because he lacks rare-level planting facilities. And Jia, thank you so much, Yushun. If you need anything, just let me know. As long as I have it, I will definitely give you the most suitable price. And what Tang Yu wanted was exactly what he said. Tang Yu, I'm not polite then. Brother, do you have any more advanced plant cultivation liquid? If so, please sell me a few more. If he remembered correctly, the fertility of that bottle of plant growth liquid type 2 could only last for 7 days, and today should be the last day. Therefore, it is necessary to replenish this level of culture medium. And Njia seemed to have anticipated Tang Yu's request. Njia, Yushin, I do have a bottle of advanced plant cultivation liquid, but it's not the type 2 like last time, but type 3. Tang Yu, type 3? How is the effect? Let me see. In Jia, type 3 plant cultivation solution picture, take a look at the effect. Type 3 plant cultivation solution. Type, rare item. Effect, exclusive cultivation solution for rare plants. Can be used on a large scale. Plant growth speed plus 300%, growth consumption plus 300%, 20% chance of double harvest, 10% chance of obtaining mutant plants. Duration, 7 days. Fuck, outrageous. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. The effect of this cultivation fluid was simply too powerful. Must take it down. Chapter 190. The transaction is completed, the touching daily life of the little raccoon. Tang Yu understood it very well. By using this bottle of cultivation solution in the planting greenhouse, taking into account the bonus of the facility effect of the planting greenhouse, plus the blessing of the characteristics of the flower-growing star field, and adding Xiaoba's care, the growth rate of all plants in the planting greenhouse will reach an unprecedented breakthrough. Tang Yu, how do you want to trade? And you only have one bottle of this? And Jiahe, there is indeed only one bottle of this cultivation solution at the moment. If you need it, Master Yu, take it for 1 disaster coin. Disaster coin? Disaster coin again. Tang Yu frowning. Xiaoba, have the disaster coins from the mine been recovered today? Mr. Boss, I put it in the chest of drawers in the intelligence center. Tang Ran came to the intelligence center and opened the chest of drawers. Sure enough, a black and gold disaster coin appeared inside. Including this disaster coin, he now has 9. Originally, 10 were needed to build the disaster exhibition hall, and there was a gap for 1, but now Tang Yu had to get this bottle of cultivation solution. Tang Yu, must we use disaster coins? How about Doomsday coins? How about 2 million? 2 million is exactly the price that the senior survivors at the flea market paid for a disaster coin today. Tang Yu was just making an attempt. According to his estimation, the possibility of the other party accepting it was very small. Really? In Jiahe, it can only be traded with disaster coins. It's also because you asked, Yushin. Otherwise, I won't sell this type of culture fluid to anyone because it's too hard to obtain. Seeing this, Tang Yu sighed softly. The other party is right. The more rare items like this have obvious effects, the circulation is really poor. No one is a fool. I have the best good things in my own hands. After all, we have not just entered the Doomsday game stage. The survivors who have survived until now can basically guarantee their basic survival. So instead, I started to pay attention to these items with special effects. However, Tang Yu had reservations about Jiahe's words. If he doesn't sell anything, it's just because ordinary people have little demand. But now it is a seller's market, and we have this understanding. Tang Yu immediately stopped hesitating and decisively completed the transaction with the other party. Disaster coins can be obtained through other means, but this cultivation solution is not easy to obtain. After completing the transaction, Jiahe was in a good mood. Looking at the fresh vegetables Tang Yu had traded before, he hurriedly contacted Tang Yu again. Jiahe, Yushin, if you have extra rare planting facilities or rare soil, I am willing to exchange the cultivation solution with you. Tanki Griku, Ok. After closing the private message, Tang Yu shook his head slightly. What good things are you thinking about? The cultivation solution is indeed precious, and the effect of advanced cultivation solution is also very powerful. But compared to the rare facilities and soil that can sustainably grow plants, it is far from enough. After so many days of understanding, Tang Yu also asked Tu Shangxi to pay attention to the fact that no one would sell planting facilities or soil. Even the greenhouse blueprint in Tang Yu's hand was obtained in the battle in the trading building. You can imagine how difficult it is. Call Xiaoba and hand over the bottle of type 3 culture medium to him. Just leave the rest to Xiaoba. Xiaoba was about to leave, but Tang Yu remembered something and hurriedly called him to stop. By the way, did the polar snow lotus seeds and tree seeds undergo any changes after they were planted? Xiaoba tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Boss, there is no change. It may be because they were planted too recently. I will pay more attention to their condition. Tang Yu nodded slightly. Tu Shangxi walked out of the kitchen with a pot of thick soup in her hand. Boss, it's time to prepare dinner. Xiaoba is going to call the raccoon to eat. Okay, Sister Cici. Xiaoba ran upstairs quickly. Tang Yu sat at the dining table and looked carefully. Good job. It's really rich. Meat, eggs, and milk are all available. There are 4 kinds of vegetable dishes alone. Every dish looks appetizing. when the little raccoon followed Xiaoba to the dining table. Looking at the rich food and fresh vegetables on the table, my eyes are about to pop out. He looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. Boss, is the food here so good? After hearing what little raccoon said, Tu Shangxi and Xiaoba smiled at each other. They had the same idea as each other before. Tang Yu noticed the oil stains on the raccoon's face and raised his eyebrows slightly. What did you do so early in the morning? Why is your face covered in grease? The little raccoon was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then showed an embarrassed expression. That. Tang Yu frowned immediately. Stop talking nonsense. What's going on? Boss, I saw your gun modification room and couldn't help myself, so I went in and modified my weapon. Maybe I applied a little gun oil. After hearing the little raccoon's timid explanation, Tang Yu understood. I'll just change it. Why are you being so shy? Go wash your face before you eat. The little raccoon looked at Tang Yu with surprise. Boss, do you mind if I use the gun modification room? What's the big deal? As long as you don't delay my work, that's fine. How could Tang Yu mind? After all, little raccoon was a talented master of modification. He planned to trick this guy into helping him modify weapons and then give them to Tu Shangxi to sell. Now I didn't expect that he would have this idea on his own. It's simply too perfect. Thinking of this, he took out another book in his hand. Detailed explanation of firearm structure. This is a book that Tang Yu got from cabin yesterday. Although it is not as good as the book, The Birth of a Gunsmith, that Tang Yu studied, the learning difficulty is also much lower, and it does not require a gun modification room and a hiding place to learn. Instead, you only need to modify 10 high-performance firearms yourself, and you can learn directly. The corresponding skill effect blessing has also been weakened a lot, but Tang Yu believes that it should also be a good improvement for the raccoon. After all, his energy is limited, and the raccoon is in the same camp as him, so the improvement of the raccoon's ability is also his improvement. Really? When Tang Yu took out the book, little raccoon's eyes were fixed on it. His lips moved slightly, and he looked at Tang Yu with an incredulous and questioning look. Boss, this. Work hard, and it will be yours when you come out of the lab. Although Tang Yu did not hand the book to him right away, little raccoon was excited when he heard Tang Yu's words. He immediately said, Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down. However, Tu Shangxi looked at the excited raccoon calmly and drank a sip of the broth silently. Xiaoba also tried hard to suppress the smile on his face and ate food to hide his uncontrollable smile, thinking to himself, Alas, Rocket will probably never be able to leave that gun modification workshop. But it just so happens that the demand for modified guns at the flea market is increasing, so we don't have to worry about running out of stock anymore. Chapter 191 Daily Intelligence. Tu Shangxi's 2-day results report. After the few of them had eaten and drunk their fill, little raccoon got Tang Yu's permission and immediately rushed into the gun modification room again to start modifying the guns. Although he does not have the skill to modify firearms, with the help of his talent as a master of modification and the effects of the firearm modification room, the modification effect is still obvious. But Tang Yu came to the intelligence center. Tu Shangxi had already been prepared when Tang Yu arrived. Today's daily intelligence has appeared on the computer screen. At 11:58 tonight, Quella City will begin to experience heavy rainfall, which will last for 12 hours. Seeing this information, Tang Yu's heart moved slightly. It's about to begin. Ever since the Doomsday game announced the disaster information to all survivors last night, the entire flea market has gone crazy, and all materials related to the flood have been marked at sky-high prices. They even dared to ask for 2 million Doomsday coins for an underwater breathing mask. No one would choose to trade for a full set of diving suits without 3 disaster coins. Even the World Channel and the Race Channel have been buzzing about this disaster. And through the little raccoon Tang, you already knows that every time before a disaster strikes, these scenes have to be experienced again, so there is no need to pay too much attention to them. But relatively speaking, as long as the survivors are not particularly lazy or stupid, they basically have some small ways to deal with these disasters. Take the raccoon himself, for example. He has a specially built enclosed isolation room, which is not large, only about 30 square meters. It can perfectly isolate any intrusion of water or poisonous gas, and it is equipped with an air circulation machine and various daily necessities. In this way, even if a big flood comes and submerges his hiding place, the hiding place will isolate the water creatures from the threat of flooding. As long as you carry important items with you and hide in a closed isolation room, it will be no problem to hold out for 10 or 8 days. This is also a facility that many senior survivors generally have because one titled survivor made huge profits by selling such closed isolation rooms. Tang Yu was also greatly enlightened. Sure enough, none of these survivors of several disasters are easy to deal with. Tang Yu's hiding place now has a holographic barrier, so it can be said that he will live more comfortably than most people. Daily intelligence has been collected. Next comes the important intelligence every 3 days. Today it has cooled down. As Tang Yu operated, important intelligence information appeared on the computer. Tomorrow night at 9:15, the Revolutionary Army will attack the rebels' armored train carrying supplies at Quellu West Station subway station. Tomorrow night? Armored train? Tang Yu looked at the message and narrowed his eyes slightly. To Shangxi. Find the location of Kailua West subway station. 1 minute later. Found it. The Kailua West Station subway station is located in the urban area on the west coast of Kailua City. It is less than 1 kilometer away from the beach and is in a relatively remote location. Tang Yu also looked at the map, but he suddenly saw a familiar name. CBS Sanatorium. A memory from a few days ago appeared in Tang Yu's mind. West Coast, Lu Cixin. Yushin, do you need more? I found this in a sanatorium storeroom 2 days ago. West Coast. Nursing home. Tang Yu seemed to have thought of something. A few days ago, when he was trading materials for making the Son of the Sea genetic evolution potion, the person he traded the pressure-resistant diving suit with was found in the sanatorium. The pressure suit was also marked with CBS. Putting all these things together, Tang Yu looked back at the Kailua West subway station on the computer screen. The rebels' armored train is going to pass through here. Could it have anything to do with this so-called sanatorium? After all, the rebels have been controlling the laboratories in the central city, so it is natural that they know some unknown secrets. And the underwater cave that Kaban mentioned last night is also in the coastline area, but I didn't realize it before. Now his intuition tells Tang Yu that the cave is likely to be related to CBS. After this idea came up, although there was no evidence, Tang Yu had some ideas. He just needed to verify them bit by bit when the time came. What he needs to consider now is whether he can gain some benefits from the Revolutionary Army's action tomorrow night. In addition, through the actions of the past 2 days, Tang Yu has begun to change his thinking. According to his thinking, tomorrow not only the Revolutionary Army may be eyeing the rebels' supplies, but it is also very likely that those senior survivors who have also received this news will also set their sights on these supplies. He needs to take everything into consideration. Tang Yu first wrote down this information. There is no rush now. There is still 1 day left, and what he needs to do most now is to prepare to enter the CBS laboratory at noon. To Shangxi. How many Doomsday coins do we have now? Boss, so far, we still have a total of 7 million Doomsday coins, most of which we use for gas mask filter canisters, air respirators, protective clothing, and other supplies. Tang Yu became interested after hearing this. 2 days have passed since he learned about the world-destroying plague. Although he knew that Tu Shangxi had completed his task well, he also wanted to know the current status of the acquisition of these supplies. What is the current acquisition situation? Tell me in detail. Seeing that his boss was very interested, Tu Shangxi directly switched the interface and a table appeared on the screen. Boss, so far, we have purchased 57 gas mask filter canisters, 24 air respirators, 35 high-pressure air pumps for refilling air respirators, 56 simple biochemical isolation suits, and 5 heavy-duty biochemical protective suits. The total cost is 13.53 million Doomsday coins. After listening to Tu Shangxi's report, Tang Yu was stunned. On the one hand, he didn't expect that in just 2 days, Tu Shangxi had acquired so many materials related to the world-destroying plague. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Doomsday coins consumed. He had previously found 13 million Doomsday coins in the butcher's safe, but 5 million of them had already been spent when the flea market was launched. By this calculation, he has earned more than 12 million Doomsday coins just through the flea market in the past few days. Hearing Tang Yu's question, Tu Shangxi quickly gave an explanation. The reason lies in the advanced medical supplies produced by the medical station. This is because all the medical supplies produced by the medical station are synthesized from low-level medical supplies, and the basic value of low-level medical supplies is very cheap, and you can often buy one for a price of several thousand to 10,000. The price of a high-end medical kit ranges from 150,000 to 500,000 yuan. To synthesize a high-level medical kit, you need at least 2 to 3, and at most 5 to 6 low-level medical supplies. Tu Shangxi used this method of making huge profits to trade more than 10 million Doomsday coins in just 2 days. After understanding these situations, Tang Yu was also very satisfied. That's right, too, Shangxi. Just do it this way, especially now that the materials for dealing with the flood have risen to sky-high prices. It's a good time to buy at the bottom. At the same time, Tang Yu also called Xiaoba and asked him to pay more attention to the production of items in the bathroom facility. After all, the gas mask was made through the bathroom production list. Make sure people get some rest at all times, and don't rest when making lists. Since there are plenty of Doomsday coins in the hiding place now, Tang Yu also started to use today's intelligence to make purchases. Chapter 192, Purchasing Intelligence, Death Controller. Tang Yu had already thought about the direction of purchasing intelligence. After the CBS lab opened at noon today, the information of the top 3 most dangerous survivors. As he expressed his need to purchase intelligence, several computer screens in the intelligence center immediately began to flash various data and images. Obviously, he was retrieving relevant information and intelligence. The intelligence Tang Yu purchased this time involved survivors. Unlike Black Dog, Ghostface, and others before, the time spent this time was also unusually long. Until 30 seconds later. Do you want to spend 1.5 million Doomsday coins to purchase the current information? What? 1.5 million Doomsday coins. Tang Yu guessed that the cost of intelligence this time might be high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. His eyes turned, and he gritted his teeth. Although the laboratory is now his property, and he has the aid of a virtual map, he still knows too little about the senior survivors. Even as a raccoon, he doesn't know much about those old monsters. Buy it. Since the price is so expensive, it means the value must be very high. Otherwise, it would not have such a high price. Yes. With Tang Yu's confirmation of purchase, 3 pieces of character information immediately appeared in front of him. Just at the first glance, Tang Yu's pupils dilated and his heart was slightly shocked. Experience 8 rounds of disasters. Experience 8 rounds of disasters. Experience 9 rounds of disasters. That's the number of disasters the 3 survivors experienced. It's simply a bit perverted. So this is the value of CBS Labs? Just like that, Tang Yu already felt a deep sense of pressure. Not only Tang Yu, but Tu Shangxi also couldn't help but cover the corners of her mouth when she saw the information on the computer screen and looked at Tang Yu with a worried look in her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, Tang Yu carefully checked the information of the 3 people. The 2 survivors who experienced 8 rounds of disasters were one from the Bloodbat clan and the other from the Iron Blood clan. Their information includes the name of the combat skill they are currently best at, weapon proficiency, as well as racial characteristics and some other data. Tang Yu had come into contact with a survivor of the Bloodbat clan before. This race's combat capability in a dark environment was abnormal. The silent effect plus ultrasonic exploration capability gave them an exaggerated combat bonus. But their shortcomings are also very obvious. As long as the enemy knows their identity, they can cause great damage to their hearing through targeted attacks. However, since the other party has experienced 8 rounds of disasters, Tang Yu does not think that the other party will sit idly by and watch this shortcoming. As for the other Iron Blood survivor, what Tang Yu saw was an astonishing number of survivors killed by the other side. The number of survivors who died at his hands alone was as high as 436. He is simply an executioner. Tang Yu is very afraid of this person. He did not forget that as long as the survivors killed survivors of other races, they would obtain the other party's broken hideout deed. After using it, there would be a chance to obtain a random feature /item /blueprint /recipe of the other race. Since this guy was able to kill so many survivors, Tang Yu couldn't imagine how rich he was and how perverted the equipment on him was. Tang Yu was just wary of these 2 people. The one that really made Tang Yu feel difficult was the last person, because he is actually a title survivor. Name, Jigilatang. Race, Water Trostar region, Deep Sea tribe. Gender, neutral. Number of disasters experienced, 9. Number of survivors killed, 383. Current highest combat skill, sniper rifle, max level. Racial traits, water control. Rare title, Death Master. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Looking at the information about this deep sea survivor named Jigilatang, Tang Yu also took a breath of cold air. He sent a message directly to the raccoon. 10 seconds later, the little raccoon came running down in a hurry. It could be seen that this guy must be busy. He ran down with a file in his hand. "Boss, what's the hurry?" Tang Yu didn't say anything, but asked him to look at the computer screen. The next moment, snap! The file in the raccoon's hand fell to the ground, but the raccoon seemed not to hear it and stared blankly at the 3 pieces of information on the computer screen. But Tang Yu could see that the raccoon was actually paying attention to that Tang. How about it? Do you know the situation of these three people? It was not until then that the little raccoon reacted. He looked at Tang Yu in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, why do you have information about the god of death?" Grim Reaper? Tu Shangxi also looked at the little raccoon seriously, and seeing that he was still shocked, he gently patted the little raccoon on the back with his hand. The little raccoon took a few deep breaths and said, "Death is the title of this survivor of the Deep Sea tribe. This is a title that we senior survivors all recognize. He rarely appears on land and is usually in the deep sea, so not many people knew about him before." The little raccoon said and looked at Tang Yu. But 2 disaster cycles ago, a few survivors went to the deep sea to look for a certain resource. They accidentally saw a very beautiful coral reef on the seabed. They thought there must be high-quality resources in it, so they blew up the coral reef. However, they did not expect that the coral reef was a special variety cultivated by the god of death. And by the time the Grim Reaper noticed, those people had already left. At this point, the little raccoon's voice trembled again. So in the next half month, almost all the survivors in the coastal urban area of Quella City were turned upside down by him. At that time, everyone was killed and fled to other urban areas overnight. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that everyone he kills will be controlled by him and fight for him. That's why we call him the god of death, the god who controls death. After listening to what the raccoon said, I already understood the ability of the other party's rare title. Control death. Then can those people under his control still use weapons? And do those corpses under his control have the ability to think? The little raccoon was stunned when he heard this and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said vaguely, Should be able to use weapons. But I don't know whether it has any thoughts or not." Tang Yu nodded slightly. He also already knew some information about this Tang. Since the corpses controlled by the other party can use weapons, let's not talk about other things for now. Before the formal contact, just treat them at the highest level. That is to say, all the corpses under his control should be treated as survivors with thoughts. Although it's a bit outrageous, but since the control of corpses has already happened, it's normal for it to be a little more outrageous. Moreover, based on his understanding of the abilities of rare titles, he knew that the opponent's ability should have some effects that he was not aware of. Okay, Rocket, get busy. Chapter 193 Daily Life in the Hideout. Tang Yu looked at the information on the computer screen again. After noting down the information of the three people, he looked away. Tu Shangxi, how is the collection of materials for the Qingwen Baidu drink going? Tu Shangxi switched the screen skillfully. Boss, the ingredients for this Qingwen Baidu drink are very complicated. I spent 2 days shopping at the flea market and only bought a portion of the ingredients. Tang Yu was a little surprised when he heard Tu Shangxi's words. Originally, he thought that the Chinese herbs in the recipe of Qingwen Baidu drink were easy to collect. After all, the effects of those herbs were not as good as those of the ready-made treatment kits. But they forgot that these herbs are not industrial products and need to be collected bit by someone. We need to think of a solution. Otherwise, when the flood comes, it will be even harder to collect these herbs. Tang Yu frowning. He glanced at the greenhouse and something moved in his mind. Since it is difficult to collect, is it possible to grow it ourselves? This idea immediately took root in Tang Yu's heart. But this matter could not be achieved overnight. It needed to be done step by step. The value of the same herbs, although far from that of medical kits in terms of therapeutic effect, but Tang Yu can infer from the recipe of Qingwen Baidu drink that there must be many other recipes that will require these herbs to be made. As long as we can develop this medicinal field, there will definitely be great potential in the future. The greenhouse has been planted with daily edible vegetables and breathing green radish, as well as seeds of polar, snow, lotus, and tree species for the transformation of tree people. The value is quite high. We can't act rashly now. The best way is to get a new planting blueprint. This is the most perfect solution. Another problem is the seeds of those herbs. The last thing is the planting technology. Although Tang Yu has not learned any knowledge in this area, he knows that the growing environment of each herb is different. It is impossible to plant it easily without professional knowledge and technology. Tang Yu rubbed his temple. Planting drawings, herbal planting, and planting techniques are skills. This is the condition he needs to meet in order to fulfill his vision. Tu Shangxi, search the entire city to see if there is a planting academy or planting company. An agricultural research institute would also be fine. Anyway, any similar place. 2 minutes later. Tang Yu looked at the introductions to several locations found by Tu Shangxi. College of Agriculture and Planting, Quella City University. Agricultural Planting Research Institute. Cabot Seed Planting Company. Red Rock District, Bluestone District, and Tulip District. The three buildings are located in 3 urban areas. It seems that I need to look for it in these places sometime. After such a long period of exploration, Tang Yu has gained some experience in obtaining rare materials. If you want to find a certain type of materials, you can look for them in the buildings of the relevant industry, and there will be a certain chance of obtaining them. It's just like the rare item, investment, and financial management contract found in Quella Bank before. Now you have a direction to look for next. However, the collection of ready-made herbs cannot be left out. Since they cannot be collected at the flea market, Tang Yu can only see if he can get them through his own connections. Then he opened the private message and found an old acquaintance with whom he had not had much contact in the past few days. Bang! Deep in the endless forest, the gunshot rang out. A giant brown bear that was more than 3 meters tall fell to the ground. Then 2 hounds rushed out of the dense forest with agile posture, came to the brown giant bear, sniffed it, and looked in the direction from which it came. A sturdy man, nearly 2 meters tall, and with a strong build walked slowly through the trees with a sniper rifle in his hand, and came to the front of the giant bear. Looking at the giant brown bear that died after being shot through the eye socket and brain by him, Wang Haoyu smiled. And just when he was satisfied with his harvest, cry! With a roar in the sky, a huge black shadow suddenly swooped down from a height of hundreds of meters. The black shadow shrank its body like a bullet fired from a gun, and its speed was so fast that it was frightening. Wang Haoyu was unmoved and even squatted down, ready to deal with the giant bear's body. The black shadow suddenly spread its wings and pulled its body up when it was only about 10 meters above the ground, then landed steadily, hopping to Wang Haoyu and rubbing its head against his thigh affectionately. But the 2 hounds turned a deaf ear to all this. They were like loyal guards, observing the situation in the surrounding woods with vigilant eyes. Seeing this, Wang Haoyu smiled and took out a few strips of meat that he had prepared long ago from his backpack and threw half of them to the golden eagle beside him. The other half was thrown at the 2 hounds. Big tiger, second tiger, follow up. Then I saw 2 figures suddenly jump high from the ground, grab the strips of meat that were still in the air in their mouths, and then start chewing them with big mouthfuls. Good dog! Wang Haoyu also noticed at this time that someone had sent him a private message. Who would message me right now, Xiaojiu? It's been so many days since this guy asked him to find a guy he met last time. But what he saw was Tang Yu's message. Raise your eyebrows slightly. He replied directly, immediately. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Yushin, I'm alive and well. What do you want me to do? Thanks to Tang Yu. After being told that this disaster was a flood, he and his brother secretly collected supplies to deal with the flood disaster from the first day of entering the real Doomsday game. By selling the nourished mutton soup that was left behind to the senior survivors, they were able to trade for items to deal with this disaster. As a result, just last night, after the Doomsday game announced the disaster information to all survivors, Wang Haoyu looked at the sky-high prices and was extremely grateful for his previous good relationship with Tang Yu. If Tang Yu had not informed them in advance, they might not be able to trade an item even if they spent all their money. This also increased Tang Yu's importance in Wang Haoyu's heart. What a joke. If you don't make friends with someone who can get information about the next disaster so many days in advance, you must be mentally ill. City, Tang Yu. Brother, you have many connections. Can you help me collect these Chinese herbal medicines? Forsythia, honeysuckle jute. The price is negotiable. Looking at the dozen or 20 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines sent by Tang Yu, Wang Haoyu felt awe-inspiring. Although he didn't know much about them, he knew the effects of some herbs. These seemed to have the effect of strengthening the body's healthy energy and eliminating evil toxins. He did not dare to be careless and directly sent the list of these herbs to Xiaojiu. Before the end of the world, Xiaojiu's family once ran an ancestral traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Very knowledgeable about various Chinese herbal medicines. Forest, Wang Haoyu, Xiaojiu, help me see if you can get these Chinese herbs. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 194 Purchase of Queluz City Wildlife Park, Cornus officinalis, and sea cucumber soup. On a steep cliff, a thin young man was hanging in the air with a rope tied around his waist, and there was a deep abyss under his feet. There were more than a dozen plants growing on the cliff in front of him, and his face was filled with a smile of surprise. Oh my God! There are actually wild dendrobiums of such good quality. Incredible! Just as he took out his tools to collect the data, he saw a private message ringing. Forest, Wang Haoyu, Xiaojiu. Help me see if you can get these Chinese herbs. I'm in a hurry. Chinese herbs? Looking at the dozen or 20 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines sent by Wang Haoyu, Xiaojiu's expression gradually became solemn, because he could naturally see the effects of these herbs. Mountain range, Zhangjiuling. Brother Wang, I can collect most of them here, but some herbs only grow in the forest, so you need to look for them. And why do you suddenly want these herbs? Forest, Wang Haoyu. Okay, those that need to be collected from me, tell me their growing environment, and I will go collect them. These herbs are not for me, but for you Shun. They should have some use. Seeing Wang Haoyu's words, Zhang Jiuling's eyes turned and his heart moved slightly. It turned out that Tang Yu needed these things. What kind of decoction is he making? Thinking of this, Zhang Jiuling was very excited. The things that Tang Yu had gone to such great lengths to collect must be very important. But the next moment, he was like a deflated ball. I just thought that these are useless. There is no recipe in this world. Even if you know the ingredients and the combination, there will be no special effect. Mountain range, Zhang Jiuling. Okay, I got it. I will collect it as soon as possible. As for the reward, Zhang Jiuling did not ask. Since it was what Tang Yu wanted, with Wang Haoyu around, they would not suffer a loss. Tang Yu soon received an affirmative reply from Wang Haoyu, who said that he would help him collect the information as soon as possible. After a brief chat, they closed the private chat. Now that all these trivial matters are done, Tang Yu was also ready to start the most important part of the day. Burn incense and pray. When Tang Yu stood in front of the statue of Guan Gong with a solemn expression, he inserted the sandalwood into the incense burner. Inside the gun modification room, the little raccoon secretly watched his boss's actions. He had noticed the statue last night, but no matter how hard the little raccoon tried to recall, he couldn't remember what god this statue belonged to. So he was very curious about his boss's actions. However, Tang Yu has already focused his attention on the Super Monopoly panel. After one day, the wealth points have reached 2,001 points. Tang Yu also truly felt the huge benefits brought by the increase in real estate buildings. These points also include 65 wealth points converted from yesterday's flea market transaction fees. Although not much, the number is rising steadily. According to Tang Yu's estimation, even without having to survive this flood disaster, the wealth point income brought by the flea market's handling fees may exceed 100 points per day. Tang Yu shook the dice. As the dice comes to a stop, a number appears. 1. It's actually just 1 point. Mini Tang Yu also started jumping as soon as the numbers appeared. Do you want to spend 1427 wealth points to purchase Quella's City Wildlife Park? Yes. There are 574 wealth points left. At the same time, a brand new virtual map appeared in Tang Yu's mind. The Quella City Wildlife Park covers a large area, so his cost is second only to the points spent on purchasing the laboratory. By comparing the map, Tang Yu also found the location of the zoo in the southeast of Quella City. There were no longer any living animals in the zoo, but there were 40 or 50 survivors of the 10,000 races who had set up their hiding place there. The area is large enough to be half the size of the Baida district. That is, at the moment when Tang Yu purchased the snail zoo, these dozens of survivors all lost an item inexplicably. Tang Yu focused his attention on the panel of the Kaluo City Wildlife Park, or the first-level building features of the zoo. Wildlife Park Qualification Certification. Type: Quellu City Wildlife Park Architectural Features. Effect: survivors receive training on taming wild animals. Their affinity with animals is increased to high. Their charm is plus 30, and they can receive the Professional Knowledge Book. Wild Animal Taming Guide, X1. Building Level 1 Feature. Get Wild Animal Taming Guide. A book appeared in front of Tang Yu. It was a rare knowledge and skill book. The effect is that after use, there is a certain probability of taming wild animals. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill is better than nothing for him, but considering the effect of the tamer's whip obtained before. Tang Yu also felt that learning this skill seemed to be a good choice. Fortunately, there are no requirements for studying this book, so I chose to study it immediately. Now I have a high affinity with animals, plus the taming effect of the skill book and the effect of the taming whip. Tang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly thought of a very interesting idea. 11:45. Tang Yu walked out of the gym panting. Looking at the several physiological skills whose proficiency on the panel had been significantly improved, he showed a satisfied smile. Although these physiological skills will only have additional bonus effects after reaching the maximum level of proficiency, However, as skill proficiency continues to improve, it will also be reflected in the physical fitness of the survivors. It's like this strength skill. After 2 days of training, his proficiency has increased to 68 points. Although it is far from 10,000 proficiency points, Tang Yu has already felt that his body load seems to have increased. He took the towel handed to him by Xiao Ba, wiped his body, and went to the second basement floor for a simple wash. Tu Shangxi had already brought 2 bowls of ginseng soup and placed them in front of his little raccoon. "Boss, drink this. I made this according to the recipe in the book Mania Recipe. It has a special effect on you." Hearing this, Tang Yu took the soup curiously. Cornus salvia miltiariza and sea ginseng soup. Type: special food. Effect: satiety plus 30, water value plus 40. After consumption, within 3 hours. Strength plus 10, vitality plus 20, endurance plus 15, stress resistance plus 10. Bleeding, state health loss minus 60%. Heavy bleeding, state health loss minus 40%. Tang Yu was surprised that this food had such a strong effect. He looked at Tu Shangxi. "You mean this is what you learned from the book I gave you yesterday?" Even the little raccoon had a look of astonishment when he saw the effect of this bowl of ginseng soup. How come he didn't know there were foods with such perverted effects? Ever since he became Tang Yu's follower, he really felt more and more that he was the rookie who had just survived a disaster. How embarrassing. Chapter 195. Entering the laboratory for the first time, closing the door to beat the dog, catching the turtle in the jar. Garden subway station, inside the hideout. 11:58. Tang Yu and Little Raccoon are already fully armed with guns and waiting for the opening of the CBS laboratory. They each held a CBS laboratory access key card in their hands and waited quietly. For this operation, Tang Yu directly took out the last 2 key cards. The Little Raccoon looked at the secret star armor on his body and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although the secret star can only protect the torso and limbs, he is very satisfied with it. Tang Yu looked at the raccoon. "Rocket, are you sure we're going in together?" "That should be right. I remember hearing someone say last time that as long as 2 people are very close to each other when entering the laboratory, they can land in the same place." Tang Yu nodded slightly. As time came to 12 o'clock, Tang Yu and his companion immediately chose to use the CBS laboratory access key card. Immediately, the 2 of them disappeared into their hiding place. And all over Quella City, there are underground hideouts, underwater hideouts. All the survivors who have the laboratory access key cards disappeared. Tang Yu felt that in just a blink of an eye, the environment he was in had changed. The air was slightly cool, and he was in a corner of an underground passage. The entire wall of the underground passage is blue on the bottom and white on the top, and there are thick metal pipes everywhere in the passage that extend continuously along the direction of the passage. And the little raccoon really appeared beside him, just as he said, also looking around. "Boss, this is the laboratory. It should be the 3rd underground floor. It is also the place with the least advanced materials." Tang Yu had indeed looked at the virtual map of the laboratory in his mind. The next moment, Tang Yu didn't have time to say anything. He immediately pulled the raccoon down and squatted down. Just as he squatted down, bang! A loud gunshot rang out that echoed throughout the passage. Tang Yu could even feel the sound of the bullet cutting through the airflow, and a bullet hole appeared on the wall behind him. Through the virtual map, Tang Yu could see clearly that the opponent was a sniper, and he decisively chose to move when he missed the target. Tang Yu could also see clearly that 20 survivors had appeared in various locations in the laboratory, and 10 survivors landed on the 3rd underground floor. Tang Yu and his companions landed near the elevator of the medical area on the 3rd underground floor, and not far away was the ventilation duct escape passage. At this moment, Tang Yu turned around and saw a figure appearing in the corner with a gun aimed at the 2 of them. Snap, snap, snap. Dense bullets directly penetrated the man's body, and finally he fell down after Tang Yu shot him in the head. Quick reload. Rocket, the corner 20 meters behind. Upon hearing this, Little Raccoon immediately stepped back. The moment the enemy appeared, his machine gun spewed out flames and shot the second enemy into a sieve. With the death of these 2 survivors, all their equipment was confiscated and disappeared. Tang Yu had already replaced the magazine at this time, but he could no longer hear any running sounds. It was as if all the enemies had gone to the 2 upper levels. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out upstairs with gunshots and explosions ringing in the ears. Through the virtual map, Tang Yu checked the situation of all enemies and smiled happily. Because the equipment these people are wearing is really advanced. They are truly the best among the veteran survivors. Almost all of them are wearing level 6 armor, and their helmets are either level 5 or level 6. He is simply extremely rich. You should know that Tang Yu's previous highest level armor was only level 5. Looking at the valuable equipment on these survivors, they were all forcibly confiscated after their death. Tang Yu directly opened the laboratory panel. Choose to enable the CBS laboratory feature, Scientific Research Center, Level 1 building feature, major accidents. A major experimental accident has occurred in the laboratory. Close all escape routes in the laboratory. Following Tang Yu's operations on the panel, suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the CBS laboratory, and red alarm lights began flashing. An electronic synthesized female voice rang out throughout the laboratory. Alert! Alert! A major experimental accident occurred in the laboratory. The danger level is level 1. To avoid endangering society, all escape routes have been closed. Alert! 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 After 3 consecutive electronic voice announcements, the little raccoon looked at Tang Yu in horror. Boss, all the escape passages in the lab have turned gray. As soon as he finished saying this, he saw the very smug smile on his boss's face and was slightly stunned. He was not stupid, thinking about the lab map his boss had shown him before and the smile on his face now. An incredible idea came into his mind. Boss, it won't be you. Tang Yu didn't wait for the raccoon to finish speaking. His index finger was already raised to his lips. Sure, no one who enters the laboratory today will be able to leave. What a rare opportunity. In the past, it was almost impossible to find so many senior survivors. Anyone who has survived to this day is an old fox. As a result, 18 people came directly this time. They are all the best among the senior survivors. This opportunity is so rare. The little raccoon was already confused when he heard Tang Yu's words, but then a blush appeared on his face. Oh, I didn't expect the boss to have this trick. Here we go. Different from the excitement of the raccoon. At different locations in the laboratory, after the brief exchange of fire just now, the 13 survivors of the 10,000 races who were still alive were all stunned when they heard the alarm sound. In particular, they saw from their own panels that the coordinates of the escape passage, which had previously emitted green light, had now all turned into black and gray. There is also a small font note closed behind the dark gray location coordinates. Suddenly, everyone lost their composure. What a joke! Why are the escape routes suddenly closed? And why is there that major experimental accident? What a hell of an experiment! Apart from these survivors who have just come in, there are no other living people here who would give you the chance to conduct experiments. However, given the current situation, no matter how much they complain, it will be of no avail, because they are now the dog behind closed doors, the turtle in a jar, and the goo in a cage. There is no way out for everyone, and the only option is to kill everyone else desperately. Kill the others first, and then think about how to escape. Besides, is it really a ghost? Is there no one in charge? Why did all the supplies from the enemies they had fought so hard to kill disappear? Chapter 196 Reactions from All Parties, Laboratory Advanced Material Area. In the spiral staircase between the G12 Black Card Laboratory and the B12 server room on the second underground floor, Tang stood up, and circles of water ripples appeared out of thin air around his body, wrapping around his body and flowing slowly, moistening his body. The survivor behind him who had just been killed by him also stood up in a very strange way. The bullet holes on his body were still bleeding, but he seemed to feel nothing. Looking at the empty equipment on the resurrected one, Tang's expression was more solemn than ever before. Just after he killed the survivor, all his equipment disappeared at the moment of death. So even though this survivor has now been transformed into a resurrected person due to his rare title, without weapons and equipment, what is the difference between him and a pig? He suppressed his doubts, took out a spare pistol from his backpack, and gave it to the resurrected person to use, but suddenly found that there seemed to be one less spare magazine in his backpack. That's not right. I remember bringing 3 spare magazines. But after a careful inspection, he still couldn't find the lost magazine, and Tang's doubts grew stronger. This laboratory is really weird. Coincidentally, similar scenes to that of Tang were taking place in several other locations in the laboratory. Damn it, where's my loot? A humanoid race with a cold and fierce face looked at the empty body after being killed by him, and there was a terrifying sharpness in his eyes. For Guli Tieshue, a survivor of the Iron Blood clan, killing prey and obtaining spoils is the basis for him to enhance his own strength. As a result, now his spoils have disappeared inexplicably. which is a provocation to him. As for the enemy who dares to challenge them, no matter who he is, only death can wash away the shame of the Iron Blood clan. As the escape route was closed, not only the survivors in the laboratory became alert. Outside the CBS laboratory in the central urban area of Quella City, Rebel Command Center, reporting to the general, it has been confirmed that all escape routes in the laboratory have been closed from the inside. Reporting to the general, the signal from the information transmission device on the Iron Blood survivor has been lost, and the laboratory has blocked all external signals. Report to the general, the monitoring signal of the laboratory escape passage has been lost. The continuous report sounded, and the entire command center fell silent. In the center, a middle-aged man in dark blue military uniform slowly put down the paintbrush in his hand and looked at the huge command screen. A meticulous side-parted hairstyle, a thick square beard, deep and bright eyes like a falcon, and a straight nose like an eagle's hook. Against the backdrop of his tall, slender, and straight figure, a unique temperament slowly spread out. Everyone in the command center immediately stood up, straightened their bodies, and looked at their great General Hilna with burning eyes. General Hilner looked at the screen where all signals had been cut off. Retrieve a list of all the survivors who entered the laboratory this time. Upon hearing the general's order, everyone immediately began to act. In just 5 seconds, a list of 20 survivors appeared on the command center screen. All this information about the survivors was obtained through their limited laboratory access. Looking at the list of 20 survivors who entered the laboratory, General Hilna nodded slightly, barely perceptible. The survivors he arranged to join the team were all ranked in the top 10 in terms of strength, which was a great comfort to him. In this way, even if you encounter some unpredictable things, you will not be completely wiped out. After all, these people have the few laboratory key cards they have. Their original plan was to have these survivors enter the laboratory and then immediately pull the plug on the door so that their army could enter the laboratory through the escape passage. This was also their usual practice before. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible to achieve this goal. So where did this variable come from? Arrange them from high to low according to their combat scores. General Hilna continued. Soon, the 15 survivors who survived before the signal was blocked were all lined up. The one ranked first is Jigula Tang. Ranked second is the Iron Blood survivor. Raccoon Baron Rocket was ranked 13th, and Tang Yu was ranked 15th. Then, everyone's information appeared behind each person's avatar, including the number of disasters experienced, race, gender, and the number of people who killed the survivors. General, this information is obtained through big data. Nods slightly. His eyes checked the information one by one, and his face remained expressionless throughout the whole process, until his eyes reached the last line. General Hilner's eyes paused slightly. Only survived one round of disaster. Although he was just mumbling to himself, there was already a slight fluctuation in his tone, and the others heard the general's words. Immediately, Tang Yu's information began to enlarge, occupying the entire screen. At the same time, other rebels were also searching for Tang Yu's information. A bounty list appeared on the screen, and General Hilna's expression became even more amused. Interesting, it turns out to be a bounty offered by the Continental Congress. This guy is no ordinary guy. Speaking of which, these guys from the Continental Congress have become more and more aggressive since they attacked the Gaogu laboratory. I checked the reward period, and it ended yesterday. He immediately asked, "Did anything major happen in the city yesterday?" General, yesterday, 2 refugee groups in the White Tower district had a serious conflict for unknown reasons. The meat dogs attacked Cabin's camp, but in the end, Cabin managed to escape and contacted us this morning. Anything else? What remains are some small-scale conflicts among the survivors. Upon hearing this, General Hilner took out a wooden pipe from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Keep paying attention to this, Tang Yu. I need more information. Yes. Tang Yu didn't know that because of the unexpected closure of the laboratory, he had been targeted by the rebels. He was currently hiding in a corner of the 3rd underground floor with the raccoon, checking the status of supplies in each room of the laboratory on the virtual map. You won't know the result until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Rare, still rare. Tang Yu really felt a little numb. Although he had known from previous intelligence that the laboratory specialized in producing high-end rare materials, he had already seen no less than 20 rare materials so far. This laboratory is so advanced. Chapter 197, Fierce Firefight in the Spiral Staircase. Tang Yu discovered that these rare items were mainly concentrated in the rooms that required laboratory key cards to enter. For example, laboratory key card. Black, can open the rooms of G12 laboratory on the second underground floor. The doors of these laboratory rooms are all made of high-strength experimental glass and alloy. Therefore, it is impossible to enter these real areas by breaking the door locks. There is only one way to get in, and that is with the key card. Tang Yu currently has a total of 3 laboratory key cards. They are black card, red card, and green card. He still lacks the yellow card, blue card, and purple card, which he doesn't have. So Tang Yu is waiting now. He is waiting for kind people to open the 3 doors for him. Although the sudden closure of the laboratory's escape route surprised everyone, fighting and death are still the main themes here. Only 2 minutes later, fierce fighting broke out again and gunfire rang out. Tang Yu was wandering around the 3rd underground floor with Little Raccoon, while the other survivors were all focusing their attention on the high-end material areas on the 2nd and 1st underground floors. The 2 of them were beginning to sweep up all the supplies on this floor. Boss, are we really not going to compete with them for rare supplies? The Little Raccoon asked, still a little worried. No, don't worry. Let them search first so we don't have to look for them again. They can't take anything out anyway. Once they have collected everything they need, we can go and get it. At this moment, Tang Yu noticed from the virtual map that 2 more survivors were killed. At the same time, he also noticed Jigula Tang, who possessed the rare title Master of Death. Following him were 2 survivors of the 10,000 races emitting red light. But the movements of these 2 people seemed a little unnatural in Tang Yu's eyes. This should be the enemy that Jigura controlled after killing him, because these 3 underground floors are basically various computer rooms that maintain the normal operation of the entire laboratory. There are not many high-end materials. Passing through the messy corridor, Tang Yu and his companions found several weapons and ammunition boxes. After opening it, I saw some weapon accessories and several tactical accessories inside. And these ammunition boxes are all space containers, so Tang Yu directly put all these ammunition boxes into the backpack space. 1 box in 1 space. It was so convenient that the Little Raccoon was stunned. The 2 spent more than 10 to 20 minutes searching all the supplies on the 3rd underground floor before preparing to head to the 2nd underground floor. They came to a spiral staircase with blue painted walls. From here you can go directly up to the 2nd and 1st underground floors. When you go out from the 2nd underground floor, there is a T-shaped corridor intersection on the right. The Black Card Laboratory is located at this T-shaped intersection. Tang Yu and Little Raccoon have come to the left and right sides of the fire door on the 2nd underground floor. Through the glass on the fire door, they can see that the corridor is very quiet and empty. But through the virtual map, Tang Yu saw that 2 senior survivors were squatting in different locations and waiting quietly. One of them was squatting in the toilet with the muzzle of his gun pointed at the fire door on the stairs where they were. Tang Yu frowned slightly. These guys are really not easy to deal with. They are all waiting for others with key cards to open the door for them, ready to reap the benefits. The raccoon noticed his boss's expression. Oh! He was about to speak, but suddenly saw Tang Yu's index finger on his lips, and he shut up immediately. Tang Yu had already pointed the muzzle of his gun at the top of the spiral staircase and was moving quietly. This spiral staircase in CBS Labs is built tightly against the wall. In the virtual map, a survivor of all races with 3 eyes on his head moved carefully. He had just learned through a rare item that there were 2 survivors hiding there. 3 eyes aimed at the gap under the stairs through 3 different sights on specially modified guns. He moved his feet slowly on the steel plate, fearing that the slightest sound would attract the attention of the enemy downstairs. Tang Yu was also waiting for the enemy upstairs to appear. But it is obvious that he can wait patiently for the enemy to slowly appear. But some people can't wait any longer. On the 2nd underground floor, the survivors who had been hiding in the B12 computer room area and setting up guns seemed to have relaxed their vigilance because no enemy had appeared after waiting for such a long time. He quietly left the computer room and walked towards the black card room. As a result, just as he walked down 3 flights of stairs and past the fire door of the spiral staircase, across the corridor in the bathroom opposite the black card room, a gun suddenly appeared. However, the survivor had already been alert to that location. The 2 men opened fire almost at the same time. Although they were both wearing high-level armor, as veteran survivors, they had long understood the importance of high-level bullets, so they used high-level reinforced armor-piercing bullets without exception. The survivor was shot in the chest, abdomen, and leg, and the survivor hiding in the bathroom was not better off as he was shot in the head and taken away. Although he had taken the enemy away, he himself was bleeding heavily, and he had to seek treatment to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Otherwise, his health would be depleted in a matter of seconds. So the survivor pushed open the fire door of the spiral staircase and hid inside. Only, but the moment he stepped into the fire door, he saw a little raccoon raising its head and smiling at him. Surprise? The survivor's pupils immediately dilated. The next moment, bang! Blood was splattered from his head, and the powerful impact of the bullet directly knocked the level 5 helmet on the survivor's head to the ground. At the same time, the raccoon fired the shot. The three-eyed survivor on the spiral staircase above the two men also jumped out quickly at the same time. While he was still in the air, the muzzle of his gun was already aimed at the raccoon. There was even a hideous smile on the corner of his mouth. But when he really saw what was happening downstairs, his smile stopped abruptly. Because his body had been hit by continuous bullets, the powerful impact force even pushed his body backwards, hitting him heavily against the wall. It was only at this time that the three-eyed survivor heard the gunshots. Why do they know of my existence? Shouldn't their attention be drawn to the survivor? It's a pity that his questions will never be answered. After Tang Yu and Little Raccoon killed two people. After taking a look at the corpse whose belongings had all disappeared, Tang Yu quickly said, "Get out now." After the battle just now, all the enemies around the black card room have died. At this time, the number of survivors in the entire laboratory, including Tang Yu and the other two, was only 7 people left. Chapter 198. Searching the black card lab, a surprise. Rocket, keep an eye on it for me while I go in and collect the supplies. The two came to the G12 laboratory. After entering the room, the raccoon closed the laboratory door casually. Only then did they notice that they were now in the laboratory pre-entry room, with white work clothes and medical masks hanging on the wall and some laboratory equipment scattered on the floor. Through the tempered glass of the pre-entry room, one can directly see the situation inside the laboratory, which is quite messy. In the center of the laboratory is an experimental observation room made of special glass, which contains an experimental bed with several injection-like things on it. Outside the observation room are various experimental workbenches and operating instruments. Tang Yu took out the CBS laboratory keycard, black, and came to the electronic door leading to the laboratory from the pre-entry room. As the keycard was swiped, there was a ding sound and the door was opened. Enter the room and start looting. Pick up the 2 injections that fell on the ground. EGC, regenerative stimulant injection, X1. Propital injection, X1. The effects are all quite good, and all have the function of continuously restoring health points. The difference is that the health restoration effect of the regeneration stimulant is more obvious. The yellow injection not only restores health for up to 5 minutes, but also improves the attribute values of the 3 skills, metabolism, health, and vitality, at the same time. The increase in protracted warfare is obvious. The harvest of 2 new injections made Tang Yu in a good mood, and he immediately looked elsewhere. Hemostatic injection, X1. Detoxification serum injection, X1. SJ1 TG Labs combat stimulation injection, X2. Tramadol injection, X1. SJ6 TG Labs combat stimulation injection, X1. The continuous harvest of injections made Tang Yu unable to stop. It wasn't until he came to the corner of the laboratory and saw a table of experimental data that he was stunned. He looked upward. About the 789,324th experimental data of the Sun of the Sea genetic evolution potion. Type: rare intelligence item. Effect: an experimental medicine formula can be derived from this experimental data through information facilities. Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Formula: it's a rare potion recipe. Scent: this was Tang Yu's first reaction. He took a look at the experimental data information, which was full of drug names and various numbers and letters. He had no idea what it was. We can only go back and use the intelligence center to crack it. He immediately put the experimental data into his backpack. Soon all the medicines in the laboratory area were picked up, followed by several injections in the observation room, for a total of 13 injections. Then I saw something on the ground. I picked it up and saw that it was a LEDX skin transilluminator. Put away all the supplies. After Tang Yu made sure that there was nothing missing in this room, he went to the pre-entry room to meet Little Raccoon. In the virtual map, several other survivors also engaged in a firefight and suffered injuries. One survivor was directly killed by the Iron Blood survivor. The number of survivors dwindled again to 6 people. Unlike the fierce fight on the second floor, after Tang Yu and his companion left the Black Card laboratory, they went directly to the G11 laboratory next door. The door of the laboratory here is wide open. When Tang Yu entered the laboratory, He could even see dried blood stains on the ground. Rocket, time is running out. Let's search separately. The two of them immediately started searching in the laboratory. Tang Yu came to a laboratory table full of medicine bottles, with scattered documents and papers everywhere. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the test tube rack, full of medicine bottles. 20 or 30 medicine bottles were inserted in it, most of which were empty or had their seals opened and could no longer be used. But among these medicine bottles, there was a test tube that remained intact, with the black, crystal liquid inside glowing. Tang Yu looked at the bottle of medicine with a surprised expression. Take the bottle of medicine directly in your hand. That's right. This is the Gene Evolution Potion failed product. It's exactly the same bottle of potion found from Ghostface. After a sacrificial ceremony, Tang Yu naturally understood the effects of these failed potions. Although they were very dangerous to use, they could have some miraculous effects if used at critical moments. Of course, there are also huge risks in using these drugs. However, this could not stop Tang Yu from being surprised to get this bottle of potion. Put it away. Rocket the raccoon also let out a soft exclamation. Boss, blueprints. Tang Yu immediately came to the other party, took the item that little raccoon handed over with a happy face, and a look of joy also appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be this item. Medical workbench construction drawings. That's right. This drawing was one of the two drawings that Tang Yu intercepted from the safe in Steven's office of the director of the urban hospital during the first round of disaster. This is also a prerequisite for building a medical station facility. Quick, look for other drawings. The drawings of the medical station were originally obtained together with the medical workbench, which means that the drawings of the medical station were also produced in this laboratory. The two immediately searched more carefully. 3 minutes later. Boss, we've looked everywhere, but nothing. Tang Yu nodded slightly and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He simply pulled the raccoon and hid behind the corner of the laboratory, and at the same time gently put down a long table to block the two of them. Shuh. Seeing this, the little raccoon realized that an enemy was coming. Wait for my signal before taking action. After saying this, both of them waited quietly. Until a minute later, a figure appeared silently at the door of room G11. He looked around carefully. By looking at the pair of flesh wings on the other person's back, Tang Yu immediately recognized that this person was indeed one of the 3 most threatening survivors he saw at the intelligence center today. The experienced and powerful Bloodbat clan member who had experienced 8 disasters did not dare to delay and shrank behind the long table. The Bloodbat survivor also walked into the laboratory stealthily and conducted an ultrasonic exploration inside, but found no survivors. Only then did he reveal a sly smile. "Hi, you idiots, just stay there and stalemate. I'm not going to play with you anymore." He was confident enough that no one else noticed that they had arrived on the second underground floor. Then the Bloodbat survivor came directly to the door of the blue card laboratory. A blue and white key card appeared in his hand, and he swiped it directly into the card reader. 20 disaster coins for 1 experimental report. This is a good deal. Tang Yu, who had been hiding in the dark and observing the other party's movements, was startled. Beautiful. Finally, a kind-hearted person has arrived. Chapter 199. The Bloodbat Tribe Fakes Death. Experimental report on XXX cell nucleus 5. The Bloodbat survivor took the blue and white key card and swiped it directly towards the card reader. Time is running out, and other enemies may arrive at any time. With a beep sound, the door of the blue card laboratory was opened directly. But at the same time the door was opened, a bullet had already been fired at him. Bang, bang, bang. What followed was an even more intense wave of bullets. The little raccoon looked at the twitching corpse of the Bloodbat lying on the ground and was delighted. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly found that his boss was holding him back, with a hint of mockery on his face. "Boss!" Tang Yu signaled the little raccoon with his eyes to be quiet. And then at his signal, the little raccoon also understood that something he didn't know had happened, and immediately turned his gaze back to the corpse of the Bloodbat clan. Now he also discovered some clues, because he found that all the equipment and weapons on the Bloodbat survivor were actually worn intact on the other party, although there was blood on the ground. At first glance, everything seems normal, but the little raccoon, who had been following Tang Yu and knew some of the situation, had no problem understanding it. Damn it, is this guy so cowardly? He was shot so many times, but he is still alive. Now he is trying to pretend to be dead to trick them into coming forward to collect the spoils, and then kill them. Thinking of this, the little raccoon couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If his boss hadn't pulled him back just now, and he had just walked up to that place rashly, who would have been wary of a dead body. There's a 9 out of 10 chance that you will fall into this guy's trap. But now that we already understand the other party's tactics, there is naturally no threat. He and Tang Yu both nodded slightly, with lewd smiles on their faces. An RGO grenade has appeared in his hand. At Tang Yu's signal, he threw it directly towards the location of the body of the bloodbath survivor. Really? Just at the moment when the raccoon threw the grenade. Knowing that his plan had been exposed, the bloodbath survivor stood up and rushed out of the laboratory door. But how could Tang Yu not have thought of this? At the same time that raccoon threw the grenade, his gun was already aimed at the legs of the bloodbath survivor. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, his legs were directly broken, and his idea of getting up was instantly shattered. At this moment, the RGO grenade appeared in front of him. No! Boom! With the explosion of the grenade, Tang Yu saw the red light on the bloodbath survivors in the virtual map disappear, and this time, they were finally completely dead. The number of survivors reached 5. At the same time, the noise they made also alarmed the remaining 3 survivors upstairs. Currently, Tang is in the security logistics office, which is also the location with the most abundant supplies in the entire laboratory area. In the same room, there are advanced supply points that can only be accessed with red and purple keycards. There are already 4 resurrected warriors under his control around Tang. The other survivor was searching in the room with the yellow key card. The 2 men just listened carefully to the noise and continued doing their own things. Only the Iron Blood survivor, who was about to search the weapons room, seemed very interested in what was going on here. He immediately moved towards the experimental area. Tang Yu's thoughts turned. This Iron Blood survivor is too powerful. Even though he was already prepared, Tang Yu didn't know what means the other party would use to attack them. After thinking for 2 seconds, he came directly to the gate of the G11 laboratory and took out 2 remote control emulsion explosives from his backpack and prepared to install them. When the little raccoon saw Tang Yu's actions, he naturally understood what he was thinking. There was already a remote control car in his hand. "Boss, look at this." When Tang Yu heard this, he turned around and saw the remote control car in his hand, and his eyes lit up. "Anything else?" "There are 2 more." Tang Yu was overjoyed. "Take it all out." Gully Tieshua walked through the tent passage, which was covered by purple fluorescent lights. He could already smell the blood in the air. Someone died. The bloody smell activated Gully's bloodthirsty emotions, and he couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. The unique visual system of their race allowed him to easily see some residual traces in the air. He knew that someone had passed by here before, and following the traces, he looked towards the G11 laboratory. The prey is inside. At the same time, he also saw the corpse of the bloodbath lying at the door of the laboratory, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then he showed an interesting expression. I didn't expect that he would be the one to die. At the same time, he also noticed that the guy who killed the bloodbath survivors was now hiding inside the blue card laboratory. Gully Tieshue, who is rich in combat experience, has already simulated the battle situation at that time in his mind. Apparently, the guy from the bloodbath clan was ambushed, and not only did he die, but he also did a good deed. In that case, I won't be polite. Thinking of this, he had already come to the fire door of the spiral staircase, quietly waiting for the 2 people in the blue card laboratory to appear. Tang Yu looked at the enemy's position and understood what he was thinking. He immediately looked at the raccoon and said, "Okay, he's waiting for us to get out, so just ignore him and quickly collect the supplies in this room." After saying this, Tang Yu walked towards a rare item in the virtual map. His face lit up with delight, as it turned out to be another failed bottle of genetic evolution potion. However, Tang Yu accepted everyone who came, and the little raccoon also came over with a document in his hand, looking surprised. "Boss, look!" After taking the document from the other party, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Experimental report on XXX cell nucleus 5. Type: Rare information. Introduction. This is an experimental report on the disaster XXX, but it seems that this report is incomplete. Is this the information about the disaster experiment? But that's not right. Tang Yu quickly calmed down, because the name of the item used to build the disaster exhibition hall was called Disaster Experiment Information, not the thing in his hand. However, when Tang Yu saw the last sentence of the information, this information does not seem to be complete, he understood. There should be several other reports on this. Hurry up and look for other lab reports. The 2 of them immediately started searching in the laboratory. Gully Tieshua outside the door was also very patient. He just waited quietly without moving, because he knew that there was only one exit in that laboratory, and everyone inside would come out no matter what. There is no need to do anything, just sit back and wait. What a good hunter lacks the least is patience. However, Tang Yu had happily picked up the various injectable drugs that had fallen in the corner of the laboratory. Chapter 200 Propital Injection Preparation Formula. G22 Sterile Laboratory. A needle. Another one. Another one. Tang Yu was completely immersed in the joy of picking up the injection. In just over 10 seconds, he collected another 8 injections. And the raccoon also had an amazing harvest, as he also found a LEDX skin, transilluminator, and an ophthalmoscope. A recipe for making an injection potion was also found in a folder that fell on the ground. Propital Injection Preparation Formula. This is the first recipe for injectable medicine that Tang Yu has obtained, which is of great significance. Because now, in the flea market, no one will sell high-end medical supplies such as injection drugs. Because it is too rare. It's sent. Tang Yu looked at the recipe in his hand with surprise. An item that truly belonged to him as a monopoly appeared, and it was an injection with extremely strong effects. Keep this recipe for yourself. They have completely plundered the Blue Card Laboratory. Not only that, Tang Yu also took into account the medical laboratory facilities that would be upgraded later. He consciously put all the medical facilities that looked intact into the backpack space. Among them was a laptop that was in good condition. The two came to the door of the Blue Card Laboratory and looked at each other. I saw a remote control in the little raccoon's hand, and he looked at Tang Yu. The target is behind the fire door of the spiral staircase, diagonally opposite the G11 laboratory. The raccoon, who had memorized the entire laboratory structure diagram last night, immediately understood the other party's location. He looked at the remote control, and as he operated it, a miniature picture appeared on the small screen on it. It was the image transmitted by the camera on the remote control car. Just control the movement of the car, and I'll control the explosion of the explosives. Understood, boss? As the little raccoon showed an excited expression on his face. In a small room outside the corridor outside the G11 laboratory, the lights of a remote-controlled car suddenly lit up. Under the control of the raccoon, he went straight to the corridor and rushed towards the fire door on the spiral staircase. Although the sound of the remote-controlled car's motor turning was very faint, thanks to the pickup headphones, the Terminator noticed the movement as soon as the car started. Just as he was wondering what the noise was, he keenly noticed that the sound seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. Immediately, his eyes widened. Damn it, it's coming for me! Without any hesitation, Gully Tieshua rolled and crawled down the stairs beside him. And just as he jumped high, the remote-controlled car controlled by the raccoon has arrived at the fire door. As Tang Yu pressed his fingertips, boom! The emulsion explosive fixed on the remote-controlled car exploded immediately. The huge shock wave directly blew away the fire door of the spiral staircase, and rubble and soil fell all over the ground. Tang Yu and Little Raccoon had already taken advantage of this time to leave the Blue Card Laboratory. He quickly walked to the spiral staircase next to the Black Card Laboratory and ran upstairs to the basement level. There was such a big noise here this time, and the other 2 survivors upstairs. No, now the only survivor will definitely come over to check out the situation. On the first basement floor, in the R21 leisure area, 2 huge red cat god statues guard the entrance to the circular leisure area. Jigula Tang pulled his fingers out of the survivor who had just died. A black worm burrowed into the other person's body through his fingers and went up through the blood vessels until it entered the corpse's brain. The dead survivor's eyes suddenly opened, and with a rolling of his eyeballs, the resurrected slowly stood up, took the weapon handed over by another resurrected, and automatically stood behind Jigula Tang, waiting for orders. Jigula Tang looked at the 5 resurrected people behind him. His mood was extremely bad, because after entering this experiment this time, he didn't know what was going to happen. First, the escape passage was accidentally closed, and then every time he killed an enemy, all the enemy supplies and equipment would disappear. If he hadn't found a few arms boxes and guard rooms, he wouldn't even be able to collect all the weapons for the resurrected. This greatly reduced the strength of the resurrected. This feeling is really terrible, especially the survivor he had just killed. He saw him walk out of the yellow card room with his own eyes, but after killing him, he could not get any spoils at all. This made his anger particularly high. Damn it, at this rate, I won't even be able to gather what the collector wants. Just when he was extremely annoyed by the unexpected situation that happened in the laboratory. But then I heard a loud explosion coming from downstairs. The intensity of this explosion was obviously not comparable to that of a grenade, although Jigula Tang does not know the exact number of survivors. However, it can also be inferred that the number of people is definitely not large. and the supplies on these lucky ones who are still alive must be extremely rich. Thinking of this, he immediately led the resurrected to the location where the explosion occurred. We can't kill the enemy directly this time, otherwise the spoils will disappear again. Thinking of this, he had already arrived at the second underground floor. Just when Tang brought his resurrected people to the second underground floor. Tang Yu and Little Raccoon have already arrived at the G22 sterile laboratory area on the underground floor through the spiral staircase. To enter the G22 sterile laboratory, you need to use the green laboratory keycard. This laboratory is actually located on the floor above the black card laboratory. Tang Yu took out the green keycard and opened the laboratory door. Enter a changing room, and then the second laboratory fire door. Tang Yu immediately saw 5 or 6 yellow biochemical protective suits hanging on the wall of the changing room, and his eyes immediately lit up. When I took them in my hands, I saw that they were indeed rare items, heavy-duty biochemical isolation protective suits. This whole set of one-piece clothing has a very high level of protection. After putting these biochemical protective suits into the backpack space and pushing open the second door, I finally entered the sterile laboratory. You can see that this laboratory covers a large area and has several rooms and laboratories. But when Tang Yu saw one of the biochemical observation rooms, he was slightly stunned, because he had seen this biochemical observation room before. Tang Yu immediately looked around the entire laboratory, and as he looked again, some fragments from deep within his memory began to emerge. This laboratory turned out to be the same room where the 2-meter-tall, muscular subject punched through the wall when the CBS laboratory clip was played on the Intelligence Center's computer. Tang Yu approached the glass of the observation room. An extremely clear fist mark appeared on the alloy wall. And just when Tang Yu was slightly stunned, came the raccoon's voice. "Boss, I think you should come over and take a look at this."